Leen woke up from bed, feeling exhausted. The content of the dream was vague, but extremely real. She vaguely remembered that in her dream, her parents returned from the Antarctic scientific expedition after losing contact, and the three of them resumed their previous happy life. However, after waking up, the empty room hurt her heart, and she could no longer return to that home. She sat blankly on the edge of the bed, her eyes scanning every corner of the room. The familiar furniture and decorations now exuded a strange atmosphere. Li Yin tried to recall the details of her dream, but her mind was like a tangled ball of thread. The harder she tried to sort it out, the more confused it became. I stood up and walked to the desk where there was a photo of my parents. In the photo, they were smiling brightly. Leen gently picked up the photo frame, her fingertips touching the cold glass, tears welling up in her eyes. She knew very well that it was just an illusion of her deep desire. Taking a deep breath and putting the photo frame back in its place, Li Yin decided to tidy herself up. She opened the closet and found that the clothes were too big for her now, so she had no choice but to go to her mother's room. She gently pushed open the door, and the familiar lavender scent hit her face, making her chest suffocate. She walked to the closet, her hands sliding through the clothes, memories flooding back. Suppressing her emotions, she picked out a few suitable clothes to change into. After tidying up her appearance, Li Yin went to the bathroom to wash up. The girl in the mirror looked a little haggard, but still delicate. There was a hint of sadness in those bright eyes. Her slender eyebrows were as gentle as willow leaves, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised but could not hide her fatigue. She murmured in a low voice, "What is going on?" Li Yin sighed and found that she seemed less sad than last night, and her mood was slightly relieved. Just as she was about to go out, there was a knock on the door. "Is Shine at home? I stewed some pork ribs and brought some for you." Aunt Huang from next door was standing at the door with a thermos box in her hand. Leen opened the door, and Aunt Huang handed over the ribs with a smile and patted her on the shoulder. "Xiao Yin, life must go on. Eat something good, and you will feel better." Leen took the ribs and said with a smile, "Thank you, Aunt Huang. I'm much better now and am about to go out for a walk." Hearing her say this, Aunt Huang's smile deepened. "It's good that you've gotten over it. You haven't been out for so many days, and I was worried that you might be depressed. Adjust yourself well, and life must go on." Leen thanked her and was about to close the door when she suddenly stopped and turned around to ask, "Auntie, in your impression, am I a boy or a girl?" Aunt Huang was stunned for a moment, then replied with a smile, "Shine, you have always been a girl. What is there to ask?" Leen nodded gently. "It's okay. I just suddenly wanted to confirm it." Aunt Huang's performance was flawless and definitely not an act. Leen couldn't help but wonder. Not only the ID card in the photo, but even the perception of the people around her was different from what she had previously seen as her gender. What was the reason for this? A supernatural event? Or some kind of miracle? Why did it happen to her? Has anyone else experienced something similar? Leen was confused and shook her head, temporarily putting these questions aside and preparing to go back to her room. Just as she turned around, Aunt Huang suddenly stopped, smiled, and said, "Xiaoyin, I think I saw your express downstairs just now. Don't forget to pick it up." Express delivery? Li Yin was slightly stunned. Recently, she has been immersed in the grief of losing her parents. She rarely touches her phone, let alone online shopping. What could it be? Admission letter? But it's too fast. She looked at the time. It's mid-July now, maybe. "Okay, thank you, Aunt Huang." Li nodded. Aunt Huang waved her hand and said with a smile, "Why are you being so polite to me? I'm relieved to see that you're okay." After watching Aunt Huang go downstairs, Leen took the ribs back to her room and put the food in the refrigerator first. Although she didn't eat breakfast, she had no appetite at all. Then, she found her mother's old sneakers from the shoe cabinet and put them on. Although they were a little too big, they fit her feet better than her own shoes. "I have to go out and buy some clothes and shoes that fit me," Leen muttered softly. Although she didn't pay much attention to dressing up, it was really awkward to wear inappropriate clothes. Coming to the express rack downstairs, Li Yin found a small box with her name on it. The box was very light, obviously not an admission letter. She took a look at the sender and found it was her uncle. Her uncle's house was only a few kilometers away from her, so why did he use express delivery instead of sending it directly? Puzzled, Li Yin returned home and opened the box, which contained two things: a USB flash drive and a stone. She first picked up the stone and observed it. The front was blue and as crystal clear as a sapphire, while the back was carved with complex patterns, with the word Li inlaid in a concentric circle in the middle. "Is this my uncle's seal?" Li Yin remembered that my uncle always considered himself a scholar, so it was normal for him to have a seal. But why did he mail this to me? Li Yin then inserted the USB drive into the computer, which contained only an audio file. After opening it, her uncle's voice came, with obvious trembling. Yin, I don't know if you can hear my voice. Our family may really be in big trouble this time. I know you're hurt by what happened to your parents, but what exactly did you bring home? Take them home? Li Yin frowned, not understanding what her uncle said. She continued to listen, and her uncle's voice became more and more rapid, even mixed with painful gasps. They are not your parents. They are monsters, evil beings, and they should not exist in this world. Li Yin was stunned. The they her uncle mentioned were disguised as her parents? But why did she have no memory at all? She recalled Aunt Huang's behavior just now. In her memory, she had been living alone for a long time. But if what her uncle said was true, what was missing in her memory? Turning her eyes to the calendar on her phone, Li Yin's pupils suddenly contracted. She remembered that yesterday was July 20th, but the date on her phone was August 1st. 12 days of blank memory. Li Yin took a deep breath and continued playing the audio. His uncle's voice was filled with fatigue and despair. Yin, no matter how you escaped, don't go back. They shouldn't exist in this world. The recording stopped abruptly, and Li Yin stared at the screen in a daze. What happened during this period of time? She called her uncle, but the phone was turned off. Her uncle's phone was always turned on 24 hours a day, and now it was turned off, which undoubtedly made her more uneasy. No, she had to go to her uncle's house to find out. Li Yin changed her clothes, went out immediately, and took a taxi to her uncle's house in the suburbs. This is an old residential area, in a remote location. Most of the residents have moved away long ago, leaving only a few elderly people and residents who stick to the area. However, today the community seems too quiet and empty. Li Yin walked quickly towards her uncle's building, passing through the quiet corridor. The closer she got to her uncle's door, the faster her heart beat. The air was filled with a pungent, fishy smell that made people nauseous. Li Yin held the key tightly, took a deep breath, and pushed open the half-open door. The house was in a mess, with furniture overturned and books scattered on the floor. When she walked towards the bedroom, the bloodstains on the bed sheet stung her eyes. She subconsciously took out her cell phone to call the police, but found that there was no signal. At this moment, the door closed silently. A strange laugh came from my ears, cold and sharp, as if the sound was stuck in the throat. Li Yin looked up suddenly. On the ceiling, a twisted monster was staring at her with its hideous mouth wide open. This was an unavoidable nightmare. Just as Li Yin was feeling the changes in her body, she was hit by a strong feeling of dizziness. Her vision became blurred and her body shook involuntarily, as if she was about to fall into the abyss at the next moment. She wanted to grab something to support herself, but there was nothing around her. Li Yin's heart tightened. What's going on? Before she could react, the scene in front of her suddenly changed. The familiar community of number 221 Huajie Road appeared at her feet, and the figures of the neighbors were looming. However, all this collapsed quickly like a dream, replaced by a barren land. Countless figures twisted and crawled on the ground, with strange movements, as if they were performing some absurd ritual. Li Yin looked at it in shock and stepped back unconsciously, only to find that he was still falling. His sight changed again, and a huge blood moon rose from the horizon. The scarlet light enveloped the entire world, and countless black tentacles broke out of the ground and climbed towards the blood moon. The tentacles let out a piercing roar, the sound like a sharp blade slicing through Li Yin's eardrums. Just as everything reached its peak, the surrounding scene shattered into darkness. Li Yin fell into the dark universe, but found that dots of starlight emerged and gathered into galaxy clusters, emitting completely different lights. Some were bright and hot, while others were dim and cold. She seemed to be at the center of the universe, merging with these galaxy clusters. However, a sudden shadow broke the magnificence. A huge black hole appeared in the depths of the universe, madly devouring the surrounding galaxy clusters. Those galaxy clusters let out shrill wails. Li Yin couldn't describe the sound, but he felt his heart being tightened by an invisible force. Then, a monster that could not be described in words emerged from the shadows. It had no fixed form, as if it was woven from countless stars and nebulae, sometimes expanding to cover the entire universe, and sometimes shrinking to a point of light. Its existence was above everything, like the shadow of the universe, swallowing up time and space. Faced with such an existence, Li Yin's mind went blank and his sanity was teetering on the brink of collapse. The monster's gaze made her feel like her existence was being stripped away, and she even began to question herself. However, just as she was about to fall into complete chaos, a cool chill erupted in her body, and everything around her quickly went backwards. Leen suddenly opened her eyes and found herself still in the familiar room, with the gradually disappearing monster corpse in front of her. She gasped and felt the fatigue in her body ease, but the scenes in her mind could not be shaken off. What on earth is that? Li Yin muttered to herself, with indescribable complex emotions in her heart. Hallucination? Impossible. That sense of oppression and familiarity was real. She vaguely felt that she might have some connection with that monster. Li Yin tried to calm herself down, her eyes falling on the axe in her hand. The way this weapon appeared in her hand was extremely strange. She stretched out her hand carefully and found that the axe had disappeared out of thin air. Can it be taken back? She tried to summon it again in shock. Her right hand disappeared into the void and then pulled it out again. Sure enough, the axe appeared in her hand again. She thought, this feels like the space equipment in fantasy novels? However, no matter how she tried, she could not store anything other than the axe. She sighed, it seems that this ability has many limitations. She then turned to check for other clues in the room, only to find a body covered by a curtain next to the bed. Leen opened the curtains and saw a strange man with a pale face and a huge gash on his chest. It was obvious that he had been dead for a long time. Leen took out her cell phone to call the police, but found that the signal had been restored. She calmly described the scene and searched for the books her uncle mentioned before waiting for the police to arrive, but found nothing. Soon, the police arrived at the scene and began to investigate the case. The abnormal traces in the room attracted the attention of the police. Huge claw marks, messy furniture, and fatal wounds on the body, all of which made them feel that the situation was unusual. Officer Liu Jiqiang, who led the team, was particularly concerned about the strange traces at the scene, but he did not get any more clues when talking with Li Yin. Late at night, the police arranged for a female police officer to take Li Yin home. On the way, Liu Jiqiang offered to go with her, and when they stopped at a roadside restaurant to eat, he tentatively asked Li Yin if she had encountered any unusual incidents recently. Li Yin was silent for a moment, then briefly mentioned his uncle's interest in the occult and the disappearance of the books, leading the clues in the direction of a burglary. Liu Jiqiang nodded. Although he still had doubts in his heart, he did not ask any more questions. After the female police officer came back, they finished their meal together and sent Li Yin home. The moment Li Yin closed the door, she heaved a sigh of relief, with complex emotions flashing in her eyes. All this is far more complicated than it seems. The car stopped at the side road of the community. Li Yin pointed ahead and said to Officer Liu, Officer Liu, just park here. Go through the alley and turn the corner to reach the back door of my house. Officer Liu nodded, stopped the car steadily, and said solemnly, Li Yin, go back and be careful. If you find anything unusual, contact me immediately. Thank you, Officer Liu. Li Yin smiled, opened the car door, and prepared to get out. At this time, the female police officer Xiao Wang suddenly called her. Xiao Li, wait a moment. Li Yin turned around and looked at Xiao Wang with some doubts in her eyes. Xiao Wang took out a bag from the car and handed it to her. A rich aroma emanated from the bag. These are the buns I just bought. Heat them up and eat them tomorrow morning. Li Yin took the bag. Her heart warmed, and she said gratefully, Thank you, Sister Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang waved his hand and showed a gentle smile. Go home quickly and have a rest early. Li Yin nodded and thanked him, then walked towards the alley with the buns in her hand. Officer Liu behind her slowly started the car and watched her disappear into the night, with a thoughtful look on his face. The alley seemed particularly quiet at night, with only the faint light from the street lamps. Li Yin walked very slowly, and each step was unusually heavy. She had walked this alley countless times, but the atmosphere tonight made her feel a little depressed. Just when I was halfway there, I suddenly heard a woman scream from the front. Ah, don't come over here. Then there were the sounds of hurried footsteps, accompanied by a faint cry for help. Li Yin's expression sternly stopped, and she clenched the bag of steamed buns in her hand. Her first reaction was, did she encounter something again? Recalling her uncle's message and the monster during the day, her heart sank. She summoned a fire axe, held it in her hand, and moved towards the direction of the sound. At the entrance of the alley under the lights, a woman in white was shivering against the wall, and not far away, a tall man was slowly approaching. His movements were full of oppression, and it was obvious that he had ulterior motives. It's not a ghost? Leen breathed a sigh of relief, but also a little disappointed. But this looks like a crime scene, right? Should I be a hero and save the damsel in distress? She didn't rush forward directly, but took out her cell phone and called Xiao Wang. Sister Xiao Wang, there is a situation here. It seems that someone is committing a crime. Xiao Wang's voice on the other end of the phone immediately became serious. Don't be impulsive. Leave there immediately. We will be there soon. Li Yin responded, but after hanging up the phone, she threw the axe in her hand. The axe fell to the ground with a crisp sound, hitting the man's feet, less than 2 centimeters away from his toes. The man was stunned, looking down at the axe on the ground. His expression changed from anger to shock. The woman also stopped screaming in fear, her eyes full of fear, not knowing whether Li Yin was a friend or an enemy. Li Yin stood in the darkness and deliberately lowered her voice and shouted, "I've called the police. You'd better not mess around." When the man heard the sound and saw the axe on the ground, his expression changed, but he did not leave immediately. Instead, he showed a ferocious smile, and his eyes wandered between the woman and Li Yin. A siren sounded in the distance, and the man's face suddenly turned ugly. He gritted his teeth, finally gave up his prey, turned around, and ran deep into the alley. As the sirens approached, Officer Liu and Xiao Wang rushed to the scene. Xiao Wang hurriedly got out of the car and ran to Li Yin. Seeing that she was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, several policemen surrounded the frightened woman and asked about the situation in detail. Li Yin stood aside, watching the scene in front of her, feeling a little complicated. Although the person was saved, she was still confused about the ins and outs of the incident and how she should face these changes. By the time the police had finished handling the case, Li Yin had already taken the opportunity to quietly leave and returned home. After closing the door, she breathed a sigh of relief, put the buns on the table, and turned on the computer. She transferred the audio clips left by her uncle to her phone again and continued to search for clues to supernatural events. Many of the search results were eye-catching, headline-grabbing articles. After browsing for a long time, Li Yin found a forum called Urban Strange Stories that caught her attention. After opening the forum, the page was simple but popular, with all kinds of supernatural experiences and discussions emerging one after another. Li Yin browsed carefully and was suddenly attracted by a title. "It's in our class. Who can save me?" After reading the post, she was inspired. The school mentioned in the post was not far away, so she decided to go there tomorrow to check it out. After sorting out the clues, Li Yin returned to the bedside, looked up at the moon covered by clouds outside the window, and silently planned tomorrow's actions in his heart. Perhaps this is my beginning. The next morning, Li Yin got up, washed up, and decided to go to a nearby clothing store to buy some clothes that fit him. Pushing open the door of the women's clothing store, she was instantly overwhelmed by the dazzling array of skirts, tops, and lace clothes in the lingerie area. Why not go to the men's clothing store across the street? This thought flashed through her mind, but when she thought of her current appearance, she had no choice but to go in. The waiter came forward enthusiastically. "Welcome. Do you need any help?" Li Yin forced a smile. I just want to take a look." Noticing her reservedness, the waiter nodded and stood aside without saying anything more. Li Yin picked out some loose t-shirts and pants that were convenient for movement in front of the clothes rack, bypassed the colorful skirt area, and quickly completed the selection of outerwear. When she stood in front of the lingerie section and saw all those lacy bras and brightly colored designs, she froze. She took a deep breath and walked towards the simpler sports underwear area. Finally, at the waiter's suggestion, she chose a few sets of sports vests and boxer briefs, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. After checking out and returning home, Leen put on her new clothes and looked at herself in the mirror. Although the clothes she chose were ordinary, they looked much neater and cleaner. The girl reflected in the mirror looked petite and cute with a slight blush on her cheeks, which made Leen feel a little uncomfortable. She tried to tie her hair into a ponytail, but failed clumsily and had to give up. After getting dressed, she went to the police station to learn about the latest developments in her uncle's case. In the hall, Xiao Wang and several colleagues were discussing the case. When they saw Li Yin coming, they smiled and joked. "Wow, our little hero is here so early." Li Yin scratched his head and asked awkwardly, "Sister Wang, is there any progress on the attack case yesterday?" Xiao Wang shook his head. "That person ran fast, and we haven't caught him yet. But the victim provided a description, and we have drawn a portrait of the suspect. It's only a matter of time before we find him." Li Yin nodded without disturbing him any further. After confirming that there was no new progress in her uncle's case for the time being, she left the police station and went directly to the school mentioned in the post, Municipal Middle School. Standing at the school gate, Li Yin was a little nervous. After all, she had never tried to sneak into a girls' school before. If she was discovered, what would she be regarded as? However, looking down at her current appearance, she felt that it was not a big problem. As soon as I walked to the door, I was stopped by the security guard. "Student, please show your student ID." I'm here to look for someone." Li Yin tried to explain, but seemed a little helpless under the other party's questioning. She had no choice but to step aside, took out her phone, and sent a private message to the poster. "I'm a ghost exorcist. I'm at the school gate now. Can you come out to pick me up?" After sitting aside and waiting for a while, Li Yin began to feel nervous. After all, it was a closed school, and the poster might not be able to see the news in time. While hesitating, Li Yin decided to find a place to climb over the wall and enter the school. She quickly went around to the alley, and after confirming that there were no cameras around, she lightly jumped over the wall and landed steadily on the school lawn. She adjusted her breathing, looked around to make sure that no one had discovered her, and quickly walked towards the teaching building. As soon as I entered the teaching building, a teacher-like person came towards me. "Student, why are you not wearing a school uniform? Which class are you from?" Li Yin was stunned for a moment, then made up a story. I'm new here, and I haven't received my school uniform yet." The teacher believed it and said with a smile, "Then I will take you to the academic affairs office to get your school uniform." Li Yin waved her hands quickly. "No, I'm going to the bathroom first." After saying that, she turned around and ran away. She didn't want to go to the academic affairs office and be discovered. As she was running, a girl in school uniform suddenly grabbed her clothes. Li Yin hurriedly stopped and looked at the girl in front of her. The girl said timidly, You are going in the wrong direction. The toilet is not here." Li Yin then realized that the person in front of her was Yu, the poster of the post. After the two confirmed their identities, Yu excitedly pulled her and quickly ran away from the teacher's sight. "Are you really a ghost exorcist?" Yu looked Li Yin up and down, her eyes full of confusion. "It's me. Now take me to see the classmate you mentioned," Li Yin said calmly. Yu nodded and took Li Yin to the classroom upstairs. She explained carefully, "That guy always sits in the last row by the window. I really don't know what to do." When Yu brought Li Yin out of the classroom, Li Yin looked inside through the window of the back door, and his eyes suddenly widened. In the empty seat in the last row by the window, there sat a vague figure, as if shrouded in a layer of gray mist. The student next to him was talking to the thing as if nothing unusual had happened. "Oh shit, it really exists," Li Yin exclaimed in a low voice, with a hint of excitement and fighting spirit in his eyes. Yu had been staring at Li Yin's expression. When she saw her slightly open mouth, her heart tightened and she asked in a low voice, "Sister, what did you see? Is there really something dirty in the class?" Li nodded and said in a low voice, "Yes, and more than a little." She looked up at the thing on the ceiling of the classroom, frowned, and held back the churning in her stomach. It was a half-man without a lower body, hanging upside down from the ceiling. It was not hung by ropes, but by ruptured intestines. Blood-red veins extending from those intestines covered the entire ceiling like spider webs, wriggling under the light, as if they had life. What's even more disgusting is that this person's mouth was cracked to the ears, and dozens of thin tentacles grew out of the bloody mouth, connecting to the top of the head of every student below. He looked like a puppeteer, turning the entire class into a weird performance. Yu noticed Li Yin's discomfort and asked cautiously, "What does it look like?" "You definitely don't want to see it." Li Yin swallowed, trying to calm the discomfort in his stomach. At this time, several girls came out of the classroom and passed by, talking and laughing. Yu immediately froze, but still greeted them calmly. Li Yin stared at those girls. They looked no different from ordinary students, except there were tentacles connected to their heads. Li Yin whispered, "I guess only those who are parasitized by the tentacles can see that non-existent classmate. But why aren't you parasitized?" Her expression became solemn, and her right hand was slightly clenched, ready to draw an axe from the void at any time. The halfling on the ceiling seemed to be aware of Li Yin's presence, and its gray eyes slowly turned towards her with some unfathomable malice. The bell rang, and Yu looked around the classroom, hesitating whether to go back. Li Yin grabbed her hand and said, "Don't go, it's dangerous. Ask for leave, and leave here first." Yu Yuner was frightened by her tone and nodded. Just as she was about to walk towards the head teacher, she was stopped by Li Yin again. Li Yin said in a deep voice, "Don't get close to her. She is no longer a human being." Following Li Yin's gaze, Yu Yuner looked at the head teacher, only to see that the man looked normal. But Li Yin saw a completely different picture. The head teacher's skin was covered with wriggling tentacles, and his eyeballs were not a normal structure at all, but were made up of countless tiny tentacles, twisting and wriggling, making people's scalp tingle. "Come with me. I'll take you out," Li Yin said in a low voice. She brought Yu Yuner to the school wall, and after making sure that there was no one around, she picked up Yu Yuner, jumped lightly, and climbed over the 2.5 meter high wall. Yu Yuner was completely stunned by this move and looked at Li Yin with shock on her face. "Sister, are you really a ghost exorcist?" Li Yin put her down without responding. He took her directly to a nearby restaurant, ordered 2 drinks, and began to think about what he had just seen. The tentacle monster in the classroom was too weird. It controlled the entire class of students without showing strong aggression. Are the students connected by the tentacles dead or alive? If I kill that ghost, will it affect their safety? These questions made Li Yin unable to act rashly for the time being. Yu Yuner looked at Li Yin's frown and carefully broke the silence. "Sister Li Yin, what's your name?" "I don't know it yet." Li Yin, Li as in dawn, Yin as in music. Li Yin collected his thoughts and answered simply, "What a great name. My name is Yu Yuner. My birthday is in November, the same age as my sister. By the way, sister, do you really know the magic of exorcising ghosts? Can you show it to me?" Li Yin looked around and confirmed that there were no cameras or other people. Then he raised his right hand, and with a thought, his right hand disappeared. The cut was neat and smooth, as if it had been swallowed by a black hole. Yu Yuner was dumbfounded. Is this a superpower?" "That's about right." Li Yin smiled slightly and then retracted his right hand. "I'll show you the specific method tonight." Yu Yuner nodded, her eyes full of admiration. "Sister, how long have you been doing this? You must have seen a lot of ghosts, right?" "Yeah, it's been a long time." Li Yin thought of the monsters from last night, coughed and said, "I just dealt with one. It was like a car accident scene, bloody and messy." "What about school?" Yu Yuner asked more carefully. Li Yin picked up a napkin and drew a simple picture of a half-man hanging upside down from the ceiling and manipulating tentacles. Seeing this picture, Yu Yuner gasped and covered her mouth with both hands. "Sister, it's too scary. How is it formed?" "I don't know either. It could be resentment left over from some reason." Li Yin asked, "Have any students died in your school in recent years?" Yu Yuner thought about it and shook her head. "I haven't heard of it." Li Yin didn't say much, just nodded. After that, the two chatted for a while, and Yu Yuner seemed to relax gradually and began to talk about her life. When talking about her family, Yu Yuner mentioned, "My father teaches at Linhai University. He is Zhang Hairen in the Department of Chemistry. My sister is also a student at Linhai University, majoring in biology." "Zhang Hairen?" Li Yin was stunned for a moment. The name sounded familiar. It seemed that she had seen him and her parents interact with him before, but she couldn't remember clearly. Yu Yuner explained, "I was adopted by my father. I grew up in an orphanage when I was young and was later taken to my current home. My sister was another child in the orphanage back then, and we have a very good relationship." "What's your sister's name?" "Suji, a biology student at Linhai University. She's very talented." Hearing the name, Li Yin nodded and kept the information in mind. After chatting for a while, the sky gradually darkened, and Li Yin stood up. "Stay here and don't run around. I will pick you up after I deal with the ghost tonight." Yu Yuner nodded, watched Li Yin leave, and silently prayed that she was safe. Li Yin carefully climbed over the wall to enter the girls' school, avoiding the surveillance cameras and patrol officers, and quietly came to the 4th floor. She stood outside the door of Yu Yuner's class, peeped in through the window, and found that everything in the classroom seemed normal. The teacher was correcting homework, and the students were quietly studying with their heads down, with only the rustling sound of the pen tip rubbing against the paper echoing. However, when she looked up at the ceiling, the disgusting sight made her stomach churn. The ghost was still hanging upside down, with its intestines entangled around its body like ropes, and the ceiling was covered with blood-red tentacles like spider webs, which seemed to be wriggling slightly in the darkness. Li Yin frowned, wondering in her heart, what is the purpose of this thing? Are these students dead or alive now? She decided to hold off for the time being and take action after school in the evening to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. At 8:30 in the evening, the bell rang on time, and students poured out of the classroom one after another, and the corridor was filled with laughter. Li Yin found a secluded corner and hid there. After the last student left, she quietly entered the classroom. Pushing open the classroom door, there was silence inside, and the ghost was still hanging on the ceiling. As Li Yin entered, it slowly turned its body, and its pair of gray and dead pupils stared at her. Li Yin did not take action immediately, but asked tentatively, "What are you? Why are you here? What is your purpose? Can you understand me?" The ghost did not respond, but just hung there quietly, with a strange light flashing in its gray eyes, as if observing Li Yin's every move. Li Yin sighed softly, realizing that it might not have self-awareness at all, and was just a monster with residual malice. "Forget it. Since we can't communicate, let's just solve it." Li Yin flipped his right hand, and a fire axe appeared out of thin air. He walked towards the classroom, and the axe blade flashed a cold light under the dim light. The ghost seemed to feel threatened, and the tentacles in its mouth waved violently like a living thing. A tentacle shot towards Li Yin, but before it got close, she chopped it off with a precise axe. The tentacle at the broken end quickly shrank, as if it had never existed. With the appearance of the fire axe, the ghost's body began to tremble violently, and the remaining tentacles danced wildly, and even a hint of fear could be seen in its gray pupils. It let out a sharp roar, and the sound waves shook the windows in the classroom slightly. Li Yin was not scared, but seized the opportunity, approached quickly, and chopped off the tentacles one by one with his axe. Each chop was accompanied by a crisp sound, and the tentacles quickly dissipated once they were broken. In less than a few minutes, all the tentacles were cleared away, and the ghost's body looked helpless and weak. Its body swayed like a dead leaf in the wind, but it could not break free from the ceiling. "It's over." Li Yin looked up, looked at it coldly, swung the fire axe, and chopped it hard on the head. The axe blade cut through it as easily as cutting tofu, and its head split open instantly, with countless thin threads pouring out of it. These threads were its flesh and blood, still wriggling to try to repair the wound. But as soon as they were touched by the axe blade, they immediately stopped moving and turned into nothingness. Li Yin did not stop. She chopped several times until the ghost's body completely turned into star-like light and disappeared, and the blood-red veins covering the ceiling also faded away. Finally solved, she breathed a sigh of relief, but the doubts in her heart still lingered. This ghost didn't seem to be formed naturally, but more like someone deliberately placed it here. The school uniform it was wearing was not the style of the local school, and there seemed to be a bigger secret behind it. Li Yin took out her cell phone, called Yu Yuner, and briefly told her, "It has been handled. You can come back." Yu Yuner on the other end of the phone was full of vigilance. "Sister Li Yin, are you really you? The king of heaven and the tiger of earth?" Li Yin held her forehead in her hand speechlessly. "Your father's name is Zhang Hiren. You drank 4 glasses of juice and 3 servings of ice cream from me this afternoon, and had diarrhea and went to the toilet 3 times. Is that enough?" "Ah, stop talking, I believe it." Yu Yuner finally felt relieved and ran to the school gate to meet Li Yin. "Yuner, do you have the contact information of your class teacher?" Li Yin's tone became serious. Yu Yuner nodded quickly and took out her cell phone to call her class teacher. However, the phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. "Sister Li Yin, the head teacher wouldn't really..." Yu Yuner's voice trembled. Li Yin did not answer, but immediately called 110 and reported the situation at school to the police. After hanging up the phone, she said to Yu Yuner, "Take me to see your classmates and make sure they are okay." The two came to the student dormitory and found that the atmosphere downstairs was normal, but when they approached the dormitory of Yu Yuner's class, the air around them seemed to solidify. The doors of the 5 dormitories were all closed. The only girl standing at the door was knocking anxiously. Zhang Qingyao opened the door quickly. Li Yin took the key from Yu Yuner and carefully opened the door. The room was dark, and after the lights were turned on, Li Yin saw 5 students lying quietly on the bed, breathing evenly, as if they had just fallen into a deep sleep. Yu Yuner tried to wake one of them up, but he didn't respond, as if he was trapped in a dream by some force. Li Yin tried the axe's scent, but there was nothing unusual. She sighed, "Let's call an ambulance first. This situation can only be handled by a doctor." Soon after, the ambulance and the police arrived. Li Yin learned that Yu Yuner's head teacher had been confirmed dead, and the cause of death was extremely bizarre, and the police were still investigating further. Sitting on the roadside outside the school, watching the ambulance leave, Li Yin had more questions in his mind. Where did these ghosts come from? And why? At this moment, she was gently tapped on the shoulder. She turned around and saw Officer Xiao Wang's face. It was obvious that the officer was also surprised. "Xiaoli, why are you here?" Li Yin smiled awkwardly. "I came to the school to relax with my friends, but I didn't expect to encounter these things." Xiao Wang sighed. "It's been really rough lately. Even a girls' school has had this kind of thing happen. You high school seniors should take care of your health and not be crushed by stress." Leen nodded, but she knew in her heart that all this was not as simple as pressure. The intervention of the National Security Bureau instantly shrouded the case in mystery, and Li Yin's intuition also became extremely sensitive. In the morning, she leaned against the window and watched as the discussion on social media about the mass coma incident at the number 3 girls' middle school was gradually suppressed by official statements, and she once again confirmed her guess. This matter is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. National Security Bureau? She silently repeated the name in her mind. Although Li Yin had never come into direct contact with this organization in her life, she could sense that there were some unspeakable secrets behind this name. Inside the police station, the busyness continued. Officer Liu's team was forced to suspend their investigation, and in return they received a cold order from the National Security Bureau to take over the case. The atmosphere in the police station became somewhat depressing because of this news, especially for Officer Liu, whose brows were filled with resentment. He tried several times at the case team meeting to push for some follow-up investigations, but was suppressed by the director. Officer Xiao Wang also obviously sensed the change in atmosphere. He occasionally chatted with Li Yin in a low voice, his words vaguely revealing his helplessness about the case. "Xiaoli, we can't help you with this matter for now. Those guys from the National Security Bureau, TSK, they act like ghosts. No one knows what they are investigating." Li Yin pretended to be relaxed and asked, "Then, are they also handling my uncle's case?" Xiao Wang shook his head. "I haven't heard about it yet, but I think they may have all the relevant information in their hands. Don't worry, Xiaoli, we will definitely try our best." The silence of the forum made Li Yin feel frustrated. In the past few days, she has tried her best to search the forum for those seemingly real supernatural posts, but her repeated failures made her gradually doubt that all this might not be as simple as she imagined. Are supernatural events rare? Or are they deeply hidden? She muttered to herself as she scrolled through the posts. Suddenly, a new post caught my eye. The title was concise and powerful. "Help! I've been dreaming about a place lately, but when I woke up I found that I was covered in dirt." Li Yin's eyes lit up and he clicked on the post and quickly browsed it. Li Yin frowned slightly after reading the post. The overlap of dream and reality made her alert. Soil? Nanjiao factory? This clue is interesting. She quickly left a message to the poster. "I have some experience and can help you take a look. Can you send me the exact location of the factory?" Soon, the poster responded with the specific location, an abandoned cement factory in the southern suburbs. That evening, Leen quietly went to the southern suburbs. The ruins of the cement factory looked particularly desolate in the afterglow of the evening. The abandoned buildings whimpered in the wind, and the empty ground was overgrown with weeds. Leen stood at the gate of the factory, feeling the dead silence all around him, his body slightly tense. There is definitely something wrong here. She judged secretly in her heart, exerted a little force with her right hand, and a familiar fire axe appeared from the void. She walked into the factory, her feet making rustling sounds, and the ruins around her were faintly chilly. When she arrived at the door of an abandoned warehouse, she suddenly stopped. There was a row of clear footprints on the ground in front of the door. The footprints were of varying depths and were obviously newly left, leading into the darkness inside the warehouse. Li Yin clenched the fire axe and murmured, "Interesting." Li Yin took a deep breath, stepped on the rustling ground, and followed the footprints to approach the warehouse step by step. The door of the warehouse was half open, and it was dark inside. You could vaguely hear the low, whistling sound of the wind passing through the worn metal plates. Standing at the door, she stopped, adjusted her eyes to the dim light, and tried to identify what was going on inside. No one? Impossible. She whispered to herself. The direction of the footprints was clearly visible, leading to the depths of the warehouse. Leen gently swung the axe, lowering the blade to avoid reflecting light, and walked into the warehouse. The interior of the warehouse was dark and damp, with a strange smell. The air was filled with a smell of decay and wet soil. The ground was full of cracks, and grass grew tenaciously from the gaps. Li Yin's footsteps were light and slow, and each step was careful not to make any unnecessary noise. Near the center of the warehouse, she saw some strange traces. A few pieces of freshly turned soil were scattered on the ground, and the soil was mixed with dark red traces, like coagulated blood. Further ahead, at the end of her sight, a small figure vaguely appeared. Is this a person? Li Yin's heart instantly rose to her throat. The figure looked very small, like a child, with his back to her, standing next to a broken machine in the deepest part of the warehouse. Li Yin calmed down and called out softly, "Hello, is anyone there?" There was no response. She slowly approached, raising the axe in her hand slightly, ready to defend at any time. As she got closer, she finally saw the appearance of the child clearly. It was not a human. It was only about the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child, with pale, almost transparent skin, slender arms hanging on both sides of its body, and messy hair like dead grass. Even more strange was that its feet did not completely touch the ground, but were slightly suspended in the air, as if being dragged by an invisible force. It suddenly turned its head, revealing a bloodless face, sunken eye sockets, and cracked corners of its mouth to its ears. Dark red liquid oozed from its mouth, and it muttered something in a low voice. Li Yin nervously gripped the fire axe and spoke in a cold voice. "What are you? Why are you here?" The child did not answer, but continued to whisper, his voice rising and falling with a strange rhythm. The air around him seemed to vibrate, and the temperature in the warehouse dropped suddenly. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, let out a sharp howl, and pounced towards Li Yin. Li Yin didn't hesitate at all. He swung his right hand vigorously and chopped the fire axe in its direction. The axe blade cut through the air and collided with the arm of the thing, which instantly let out a piercing scream. Its arm was cut off at the root, and a thick black smoke with a pungent smell came out from the broken end. It's really not an ordinary ghost. Leen secretly judged that this guy was stronger than the previous classroom ghost and much faster. After being hit by the axe, it did not retreat immediately. Instead, it let out a series of low roars and moved rapidly in the warehouse, making it almost impossible to catch. Li Yin held his breath and listened attentively to the movements around him. At the same time, he held the axe tightly in his right hand, alert for the next attack. Sure enough, it rushed out from the corner again. This time, its mouth opened wider, revealing its densely packed sharp teeth, and it bit down fiercely on Li Yin's neck. Li Yin snorted coldly, dodged sideways, and took advantage of the situation to strike back with the fire axe, hitting it accurately on the back. The thing let out a shrill scream. Its body twitched, and it fell to the ground, its limbs struggling like a worm. While it hadn't fully recovered yet, Li Yin stepped forward decisively and chopped at its head with an axe. The blow was so powerful that it directly cut its head in half. There was no flesh and blood inside the head, only a mass of dark substance like some kind of thick liquid. As the head cracked, the thing's body quickly began to disintegrate, turning into specks of black light and eventually dissipating into the air. Li Yin breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and murmured, "Another. What are these things?" She looked at the ground. After the black substance dissipated, it left behind some strange patterns like some kind of symbol. She quickly took out her cell phone to take a picture, and at the same time secretly decided in her heart that she must find out the origin of this thing when she returned. Just as she was about to leave, footsteps were heard outside the warehouse. Leen vigilantly put away the fire axe, hid aside, and quietly observed the person coming. 2 men in black uniforms appeared at the door. They had sharp eyes and some professional equipment in their hands. They scanned the surroundings and talked in low voices. People from the National Security Bureau. Leen instantly realized who these people were. His heart beat faster, and he quietly retreated to the back door of the warehouse. The taxi driver's voice suddenly stopped. His smile froze on his face. His eyes became dull, as if he remembered something he didn't want to mention. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became weird. The middle-aged man noticed that something was wrong with the driver, frowned slightly, and asked calmly, "Brother, what did you think of?" The driver's Adam's apple moved up and down, as if he was hesitating whether to speak. After a few seconds, he slowly said, "It's not that nothing happened. A few days ago, a very scary thing happened in the community." "Tell me about it." The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze from the window and stared at the driver seriously. The driver whispered, "A few days ago in our community, an old lady, well, how should I put it? She died in a very strange way." "How is it so strange?" The middle-aged man looked more serious. "The old lady lived alone, and her children were away from home. She was usually in good health. But in the middle of the night, her neighbors heard loud crashes and screams and called the police. When the police arrived, they found the old lady dead in the living room, and her body was abnormal. What's abnormal? The middle-aged man's voice was low and oppressive. The driver's forehead was covered with sweat, and he whispered, "I heard that the old lady's face is all gone." The face is gone? The middle-aged man's tone condensed. Yes, it's as if she was skinned alive. Her entire face is bald with bones exposed, and the walls of her house are covered with strange symbols drawn in blood. There's no one in the room, but the doors and windows are closed. I don't know how the murderer got in and out. The driver said tremblingly, obviously frightened. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, then asked, "How did the police handle it?" "I don't know either. This kind of thing is usually blocked very quickly." Anyway, during those few days, the community was full of police officers, as well as some people wearing strange uniforms with ugly faces. They refused to tell anyone who asked. The driver paused, as if remembering something, and added, "However, I heard that there's a girl in the community who's a bit strange. She seems to be running to the police station all the time recently." "Girl?" The middle-aged man immediately grasped the point. "What's her name?" "I don't know about that. The girl is pretty. I heard that she seems to be an orphan. Both her parents died." The middle-aged man leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. This series of clues seemed to push his mission in a more complicated direction. At the same time, Li Yin had arrived at the young man's residence. The air in the room was stuffy and damp, with a rotten smell. The corners were filled with messy items. The floor was covered with dirt and stains. And in the middle of the room, there was a messy bed with the bedding almost torn to pieces. She squatted down and carefully examined the marks on the ground. She could vaguely see some dragging marks in the soil, as if something had crawled down from the bed and into the depths of the room. "This place," Li Yin murmured softly, tightening the fire axe in his hand. Her eyes fell on a mirror on the wall. The surface of the mirror was covered with a thin layer of dust, but she could vaguely see that something was wrong in the mirror. It was not her reflection. She suddenly turned her head to look at herself in the mirror, only to find that the figure in the mirror gradually distorted, revealing a pale and cracked face, with the corners of her mouth cracked to her ears, and her eyes empty and cold. "You really know how to pick a place." Li Yin sneered and gripped the axe tightly. "Come out. Don't make me dig you out." The strange reflection in the mirror began to distort slightly, and the pale and cracked face showed a strange smile, and then like a drop of ink spreading in water, the entire mirror surface was covered by darkness. The next moment, a slender but strange hand slowly stretched out from the mirror, and then the whole figure emerged from the mirror. "Kill you?" The low murmur echoed in the room, carrying endless resentment and chillness. The monster's body was thin and deformed, as if made up of twisted shadows and rotten flesh, and it exuded a disgusting smell. It has no feet and is suspended above the ground. The air around it seems to be polluted by its presence, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Li Yin frowned and gently clenched his right hand, and a fire axe appeared out of thin air in his palm. A faint light flowed on the axe blade, like a sharp cold light in the darkness. "Forget it if you don't want to come out. Now that you're here, don't go back." Li Yin sneered, swung the axe, and chopped straight at the monster's head. The monster let out a sharp and piercing howl and quickly retreated backwards, but the wind pressure caused by the axe blade still cut a crack in its body. A stream of black smoke came out of the crack, accompanied by a foul smell. The monster seemed to be completely enraged. It opened its mouth and let out a sharp howl that hurt Li Yin's eardrums. Its body began to expand rapidly, and several black tentacles extended from its body, rushing towards Li Yin frantically. Li Yin snorted coldly, turned his body slightly, and swung the axe blade towards the tentacles. Wherever the cold light passed, the tentacles were cut off and turned into black smoke that dissipated into the air. Her movements were smooth, and the axe blade was swung like a violent storm, leaving the monster no chance to fight back. "Is that all you can do?" "I'm so sorry. You have to pay the tuition fee today." Li Yin swung the axe again, this time aiming directly at the core of the monster. The axe blade hit the monster's chest accurately, and at that moment, the whole room seemed to tremble. The monster screamed miserably. Black smoke poured out of the crack, and its body began to disintegrate rapidly. With the monster's final scream, its body completely turned into specks of black light and dissipated into the air. The room returned to calm, leaving only a faint smell of blood in the air. Li Yin took a breath, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and murmured in a low voice. This thing is indeed a little different from the one in the classroom. It's even more weird. She looked around the room and found that after the monster disappeared, there were some strange symbols on the wall, like traces of some kind of ritual. Leen immediately took out his cell phone to take pictures of these symbols, and secretly decided in his heart that he must carefully investigate the origins of these patterns when he returned. Just as she was about to leave, something strange flashed in the mirror again. Li Yin turned her head sharply and found a line of distorted blood words vaguely appearing in the mirror. "He will find you." Li Yin's face changed slightly. He clenched the fire axe and stared coldly at the mirror. "Really? Then I'll wait." After saying that, she smashed the mirror with an axe. The fragments splashed on the ground, reflecting her determined eyes. "No matter who you are, if you dare to come, I will chop you down." Leen calmed down and made sure there was nothing unusual in the room before slowly putting away the fire axe. She looked down at the broken mirrors on the ground. The glass that once reflected the strange images was now just ordinary fragments, reflecting the dim light. This thing is not simple. There must be something controlling it behind the scenes. Leen murmured in a low voice. She opened the door and walked out of the room, only to find that the area had been blocked by the police. In the distance, Officer Zhao, who had just interrogated the young man, was walking quickly towards her and was shocked when he saw Li Yin. "Xiaoli, why are you here?" Li Yin smiled and spread his hands, saying, "I heard that this man had done bad things before, so I wanted to come and see what happened." Officer Zhao glared at her and said, "This kind of thing is not something a little girl like you can handle. What if something goes wrong?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. By the way, I got rid of the thing in the room." Li Yin said slowly, his tone as calm as if he was talking about what he had eaten tonight. When Officer Zhao heard this, his expression suddenly became complicated. He did not believe in any supernatural events, but the cold air coming out of the room and the traces of symbols on the wall made it difficult for him to draw conclusions. "You said you dealt with it? What was in there?" Officer Zhao asked in a low voice. Li Yin thought for a moment and said briefly, "Some abnormal existence, similar to an evil spirit or a curse. There may be some strange power controlling that person. His so-called art of killing is probably related to these things." Officer Zhao frowned even deeper and was about to ask something else when he was interrupted by a colleague beside him. "Brother Zhao, take a picture of the things in the room. These symbols are really creepy." Li Yin whispered to Officer Zhao. "These symbols are important and may be the key to some ritual. I took a few photos and will go back to study them. Maybe I can find more clues." Officer Zhao nodded and sighed. "You were such a headache. Go back and remember to rest early and stop running around." Li Yin smiled and turned to walk out of the blockade. She knew that this matter was far from over. After leaving the blockade area, Li Yin took a taxi and leaned back in the back seat to rest. However, the bloody words and the monster in the mirror kept appearing in his mind. "He will find you. Who is he?" Li Yin had countless questions in his mind. Thinking of this, she took out her cell phone and flipped through the photos in the album. The symbols looked very complicated, like some ancient writing or abstract patterns. "Perhaps the answers to these things can only be found in my uncle's books." Leen made up her mind to resort the information left by her uncle after returning home. She had a vague feeling that these strange things were not independent individuals, but were pulled by some greater force to form an invisible web, and she was deeply trapped in it. At night, in an abandoned factory far away from Linhai City, a blurry black shadow stood in the empty factory, staring at the mirror in front of him. Li Yin's figure appeared in the mirror. The black shadow laughed in a low voice. "I found you." Chapter 10, Human Skin Blanket. Officer Liu led his team to the community where the young man lived. They stood downstairs and observed the surrounding environment and residents. The community looked very ordinary, with residents coming in and out, all busy with their own lives. After entering the building, they came to the young man's home. The room was in a mess, as if the owner had just experienced a fierce struggle, and there was a foul odor, which made the young female police officer cover her nose. "What a smell! It stinks!" She was young and couldn't smell it, but Officer Liu next to her was very familiar with the smell. "This is the smell of rotting meat, commonly known as corpse odor." Officer Liu frowned and walked solemnly towards the bedroom described by the young man. The moment he opened the door, his face turned extremely pale. The female police officer rushed out covering her mouth and couldn't help vomiting. Inside the bedroom, on the bed, there was a human skin blanket made up of more than a dozen human faces. These people's faces were twisted and hideous. Some had their eyes wide open. Some had their mouths open, as if they were terrified and screaming. Every face was filled with pain and struggle, which was creepy, and the stench was even more disgusting. Officer Liu tried hard to stay calm. He took out his cell phone and wanted to call the police station to explain the situation, but his cell phone had no signal at this time. Damn it, I should have changed my phone a long time ago. He put his old phone back into his pocket and shouted to the female police officer outside the door. Quick, notify the people in the bureau. This may involve a criminal case, and it is very serious. We must send reinforcements immediately. The female police officer nodded, picked up the phone with a pale face, and started dialing. She now knows what kind of horror and evil is hidden beneath this seemingly ordinary residential building. Officer Liu stood at the bedroom door, his heart filled with anger. He has been in this profession for many years and has never seen such a cruel and perverted case. Good. What a murder artist. You are challenging the bottom line of the law. Officer Liu's voice was trembling. He couldn't imagine that a person could do such a heinous act. No, Brother Liu, my phone has no signal. The voice of the female police officer made Officer Liu's heart sink. He quickly walked to the window and opened the curtains, only to find that the entire community was shrouded in deathly silence, as if shrouded by some invisible force. How could this happen? He muttered to himself, feeling a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. At this moment, the human skin blanket in the bedroom suddenly moved, as if something was crawling underneath. Officer Liu immediately took out his service gun and walked cautiously towards the human skin blanket. The female police officer wanted to stop him, but he stopped her with his eyes. Officer Liu squatted down and gently lifted a corner of the human skin blanket with the barrel of his gun. Underneath was a bloody face, with eyes, nose, and mouth sewn together to form a horrible smile. He couldn't help but gasp. The owner of this face was obviously dead, but the face seemed to still be breathing, and the twisted smile seemed to be mocking his incompetence. Brother Liu, this... The female police officer's voice trembled slightly. Officer Liu did not answer. His eyes were fixed on that face, but his body was in a trance, and he almost fell down. Having been a police officer for so many years, he has seen all kinds of cases, but such a heinous method of committing a crime still made his mind go blank. He took a deep breath and pulled the human skin blanket aside. Underneath was a brutally dismembered body, with the limbs and torso separated and placed in different positions, as if performing some horrific ritual. Officer Liu frowned even deeper. This case was obviously beyond his imagination. He took out his cell phone again and tried to contact the bureau, but there was still no signal. Thinking of what the young man said, the squirming face behind him, and the current strange situation, Officer Liu had a bad feeling in his heart. He hurriedly grabbed the arm of the frightened female police officer next to him and wanted to get out eagerly. But he suddenly discovered that the policewoman's body was extremely stiff, and even though he pulled hard, he couldn't even move her arm at all. Officer Liu's heart tightened. He turned back suddenly and was horrified to find that another face had grown on the policewoman's face. The face was twisted and hideous, like a demon crawling out of hell, making people want to scream. He shook off the policewoman's arm and stepped back, gripping the gun tighter in his hand. But at this moment, the air in the entire room seemed to become sticky, and something was approaching quietly. Officer Liu heard a slight sound coming from behind him. He turned around suddenly and found a hideous human face crawling strangely on the wall. It opened its mouth towards him and revealed an extremely terrifying smile. He felt a chill in his heart and wanted to shoot, but found that his arms became extremely stiff, as if they were restrained by something. Looking down, Officer Liu was horrified to find that a face had grown on his arm, without him knowing when. The face was tightly connected to his skin, as if it was meant to be there. Its eyes were tightly closed, its mouth slightly open, greedily breathing in the stench in the air. What the hell is this? Officer Liu's mind went blank. He wanted to shout, but his throat was blocked by something, and he couldn't make a sound. He suddenly felt a pain in his back, and his clothes bulged into abnormal shapes, as if something was trying to come out from behind him. He struggled hard, trying to get rid of this strange situation, but his body became heavier and heavier, and his back hurt more and more. That thing is about to come out. The clothes on his back had been torn, and human faces were wriggling on his back. They were twisted and hideous, but malice as real as it seemed burst out from their empty eye sockets. They roared and screamed in pain, but because they had no throats, no sound could be uttered. Officer Liu could clearly feel them moving on his back, and the feeling of nausea and terror almost made him collapse. The pain in his back was getting worse and worse. His skin was torn inch by their struggles. Blood mixed with broken flesh covered the floor. Officer Liu's consciousness began to blur. His body gradually gave up, struggling in extreme pain and fear. Desperate roar echoed in the corridor, but received no response. It seemed that on this ordinary morning, there was no living person in the entire building. Gradually, Officer Liu fell into despair. His breathing became slow, and every breath was accompanied by severe pain. Hallucinations began to appear before his eyes. Those distorted faces seemed to be laughing at his helplessness. Their laughter echoed in his mind, in his internal organs, and in the empty room like the echoes of hell. The female police officer next to her had already fallen to the ground, and her life or death was unknown. Am I going to die here? Officer Liu's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Just as his consciousness was gradually becoming blurred, a painful roar came from not far away, along with the familiar voice of a young girl. And what is this so disgusting? Chapter 11 Clues. A few minutes ago, Li Yin stood outside the community and looked inside. The residents coming and going looked normal. There were even a few middle-aged women sitting in front of the gate, fanning themselves and commenting on her. This girl is so pretty. Yes, I have never seen such a pretty girl in all my years. It's just that her clothes are not pretty, and it's a pity that she has a small face. I don't know whose family it is. Why don't you buy some nice clothes for your daughter? Li Yin lowered her head. The clothes she was wearing were all chosen a few days ago. The styles were not very new, but they were very comfortable to wear. Is it weird that I dress like this? She didn't know. After all, she was the only child in the family, a boy at that. She had never been exposed to these things, and no one was teaching her now. Who cares? As long as you feel comfortable. I walked into the community without any obstruction and followed the signs to find the home the young man mentioned. This is an old neighborhood. The buildings are all of uniform gray and white color and look like they are quite old. The corridors are also dirty and have a musty smell. Leen observed for a while and confirmed that there was no surveillance and no one around, so she summoned an axe and held it in her hand. After 2 encounters with monsters, she has been able to confirm that her axe has a very obvious suppressing effect on those monsters, which is what is commonly known as warding off evil spirits. It has the same effect as black dog blood and glutinous rice. As long as she held the axe in her hand, she felt extremely at ease. No, she felt extremely at ease even without the axe. She didn't know why, and she couldn't control it, but she just looked down on those monsters from the bottom of her heart. I really don't know why. Holding an axe, Li Yin slowly walked to the door. This is very strange. Didn't 2 police officers come to investigate in advance? Why is the door closed? Am I in the wrong place, or have they gone back? Li Yin frowned and knocked on the door gently, but there was no response. She tried turning the doorknob and found that the door was not locked. Strangeness. When she pushed the door open, a strong smell of blood hit her in the face, almost making her vomit. Fortunately, I didn't eat breakfast. Leen quickly covered her mouth and nose and looked around. Even if she had never seen the world, she knew there was definitely something wrong here. She cautiously poked her head inside, and when she reached the bedroom, a dark shadow suddenly pounced towards her. Leen subconsciously swung the axe, and the black shadow was directly cut off a piece of his body by the axe and let out a painful roar. At this time, she also saw the appearance of the black shadow clearly and couldn't help but make a sound of disgust. And what is this? So disgusting. The black shadow was exactly the human skin blanket that the 2 policemen saw in the bedroom. But now it seemed to have life and turned into a living monster. Its body was made up of human faces, which were twisted in pain and crying. Blood was flowing out of every hole. Its body, like a lump of flesh, was wriggling on the floor. Each face was screaming silently, and its empty eye sockets were filled with fear and despair, as if asking Li Yin for help. That indescribable look would probably scare anyone to death at a glance. Even Li Yin couldn't help but take a step back. Compared to the previous 2, this one is obviously much more disgusting. Li Yin was stunned when he inadvertently saw 2 people lying on the floor, twisting and struggling like drowning people. Isn't this Officer Liu, who is in charge of my uncle's case? What is he doing? But now is not the time to pay attention to these things. She turned her attention back to the monster. The axe strike just now seemed to have seriously injured the monster. It was now lying on the ground, constantly twisting its body and struggling in pain. There were obvious cracks and gaps on the body that was made up of a human face, and blood and minced meat were mixed together, looking extremely disgusting. Leen immediately stepped forward to finish off the opponent. His body, strengthened by the strange energy, made it effortless for him to swing the axe. The monster was hit against the wall with the back of the axe with a bang, and then hit again. The monster's face was smashed to pieces. It screamed in pain, and its body kept twisting, as if trying to escape from this terrifying fire axe. Leen didn't give it any chance. He chopped it down with an axe, cleanly and neatly splitting it in half. The monster stopped struggling and lay on the ground, motionless. The faces that made up its body began to decompose, falling off one by one, and finally turned into a pile of rotten meat and skin. Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Yin couldn't help but feel nauseous. What the hell was this thing? How could it decompose on its own? She walked over carefully and poked at the pile of rotten meat with the axe. The monster was indeed dead, and a light spot floated up and merged into her body, but the rotten flesh on the ground had not disappeared. Wait, these pieces of meat are not made of monsters? They are real human faces? Is the young man who calls himself a murder artist really a murderer? Could his trophies be these human faces? This person deserves to die. She turned around and looked at the two policemen. They were motionless. Leen walked over and checked their breath. They were still alive, just fainted. He dragged them both to the sofa in the living room, took out his cell phone, and called the police station, told them the situation here, and asked them to send someone to pick up the two policemen. She didn't tell anyone about the human skin monster. After all, it involved her own secret, and even if she told him, no one would probably believe her. After hanging up the phone, Leen walked around the house to see if he could find anything useful. In the bedroom closet, I found a strange thing. It looked like a severed finger, made of stone, about the same size as a real finger, and looked extremely delicate. He picked it up with his sleeve and looked at it carefully. When he saw the bottom of his fingers, Li Yin's pupils suddenly shrank. There is a symbol painted on the part below, which should be the base. The symbol is very simple, a concentric circle with an inverted triangle in the middle and 3 marks around it that seem to have been cut by a knife. But this symbol is surprisingly 80% similar to my uncle's seal. She quickly took out the photos on her phone and compared them together. Sure enough, except for the word Li in the middle and the 3 extra marks, the rest were almost exactly the same. This is definitely not a coincidence. There must be some connection. Could it be that this young man who claims to be a murder artist is connected to the group of people who kidnapped my uncle? Or is it that he and his uncle? Leen didn't dare to think about it any further. Instead, he took a few photos of the severed finger and then put it back in place. I don't have the ability to investigate the meaning of it, and I don't have the chance to contact the young man again. It's better to hand it over to the police. Maybe they can find out something. At this time, sirens sounded outside the door. Murder and hiding a body is no small matter. The police took it very seriously and dispatched a lot of people who arrived extremely quickly. The 2 policemen who fainted were sent to the hospital, and Li Yin was taken back to the police station to take a statement and explain the case. She was busy until the afternoon before being released, and that was when she had no suspicion at all. After stretching, Li Yin prepared to go home to check the forum, continue looking for ghost killers, and wait for the police investigation. The moment the middle-aged policeman woke up in the hospital, he jumped up from the bed and looked around vigilantly, as if he was not in a hospital, but a dangerous battlefield. He's an experienced policeman who has faced life and death countless times, but this time, his heart is filled with unspeakable fear. He clearly remembered the changes in himself, those hideous human faces, those painful roars and cries, as if they were all echoing in his ears. Lao Lu, how are you? His colleague's voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned around and saw his colleague who was also pale, but with concern in his eyes. Are fine? Lu Jiqiang tried to make his voice sound calmer. What on earth was that monster? The colleague was stunned. What kind of monster is this? Lao Lu, are you confused after sleeping? Another colleague who had a good relationship with him also laughed. I say, Lao Lu, we have been doing this for so many years. How can you still be scared to death? I admit that the scene in the room was indeed terrifying, but it shouldn't be as scary as you, right? Lu Jiqiang frowned tightly, looked at the colleague who had just spoken and asked, Did you go to that house? Can you tell me about the scene inside? Recalling the scene in the room, the colleague still had a lingering fear on his face. He had never seen such a scene in his 20 years of work. The condition of several newcomers in the team was not much better than Lao Lu, and those in serious condition are now receiving psychological counseling. The walls were covered in blood, and the ground was littered with piles of minced meat. In the meat, one could see skin tissue that looked like a human face. How many people had to have been killed to create a scene like that? The colleague's voice was trembling, and it was obvious that the horrific scene was still lingering in his mind. Officer Liu fell silent. He remembered the sound he heard just before he fell into coma and the flash of the fire axe. He was very familiar with the voice. It was Li Yin, the little girl who had recently lost her parents and her uncle. It was she who saved me? How did she do it? Also, those face skins, what are they? Thinking of this, he quickly reached out and touched his back and found that there was no wound, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Hallucination? The door of the ward opened and a colleague walked in. Brother Liu, you're awake. How do you feel? I'm fine. Is there anything you want to talk to me about? The chief asked me to ask you to come over. I see. Chapter 12, I'm here to cooperate with you. The middle-aged policeman came to the chief's office. The chief was sitting behind the desk thinking about something. He looked up when he heard the voice and saw Officer Liu coming, but his brows did not relax. Old Liu, sit down. How do you feel? Officer Liu shook his head and said straight to the point. I'm fine, Chief. You called me here because you know something? What did I see? The director wanted to say something, but now he could only sigh. Old Liu, don't worry about this matter. Whatever you saw, forget it. Now, I need you to rest and let the professional department handle other matters. Officer Liu's pupils shrank slightly. Another department again? Chief, what are you hiding? You know what I saw, right? The director stood up, walked to the window, looked at the bustling crowd outside, and slowly said, Lao Liu, there are some things that we cannot interfere with. I know you are experienced and capable, but this kind of thing is far beyond our capabilities. We are just ordinary people. Officer Liu fell silent and finally nodded. Chief, we have known each other for so many years. You know my character. At least, tell me which department should take over this matter. Abnormal Bureau. Abnormality Bureau. Officer Liu couldn't help but frown. He had been working in the system for more than 20 years, but had never heard of this department. But he didn't ask any more questions. His brows relaxed, as if he had really let it go, and said easily, Director, I don't need to sign a confidentiality agreement, right? The director turned around and saw Officer Liu's expression. He also smiled. You don't need to do that. Go back and have a good rest. Do you want me to give you a few days off to relax? No, I'm busy and don't have time. Leen sat in the restaurant flipping through her phone, browsing the latest urban legends on the forum to see if there were any that made sense, so she could go and take a look. This forum has been launched for less than a month, but its popularity in Linhai has surpassed most of the old forums. The reason is simple. It satisfies the curiosity of modern people. Not only her, many young people are forming groups to check in at the locations in the story. With the promotion and publicity of some anchors, even some people from other cities come here to play. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. Although it has promoted the development of some tourism industries, if they encounter real ghosts, their lives may be in danger. While eating, I was flipping through the pages of the forum, and suddenly an article from half a month ago popped up with a hot sign below it. The title looks familiar. Is the artist walking in the darkness a hero of the night or a cruel demon? The story tells of a young man who, having seen the ugliness of human nature, decides to punish those who have committed many evil deeds in his own way. He will appear at night, peel off the skins of those criminals, and let them show their true faces to the world as a warning. The previous comments were all sarcastic towards the author, saying that his story was old-fashioned and had no novelty, and making fun of the many loopholes in his story. They asked why he had exposed the faces of so many people but was not visited by the police, and there was no relevant notification at all. However, this article has now gone viral because the police reported that they had actually caught a face-peeling murderer, shocking the entire city. Li Yin frowned when he saw this article. There is something wrong with the time of publication of the article. How did the author know about the person the police just arrested today? And he published the article. Could it be that the murderer himself sent it? If not, it only proves that he has accomplices. Leen narrowed his eyes, feeling that he had found a clue. He clicked on the man's profile picture to chat privately, but found that the man's account had been banned, leaving only one article. Li Yin really wanted to swear now, but she was a well-mannered person and held back. I took 2 big mouthfuls of rice. I don't know why, but ever since I became a girl, food has been particularly delicious to me, as if I haven't eaten delicious food for a long time. Obviously, what my mother cooks is delicious. The senior sister Su Ji that Yu Yuner mentioned then. Speaking of Yu Yuner, this girl has been sending me messages whenever she has free time recently, and she keeps clamoring to become my apprentice and learn skills, and to follow me to fight demons and defend the way of justice. Leen felt that this guy might have read too many novels and watched too many TV dramas. After finishing my meal, I stood up and prepared to go to the police station again to provide the clue on the forum. This is the limitation of not having your own intelligence channels. Once you can't find anything online, you're at a loss and can only rely on the police. Speaking of which, there are ghosts in the world. Are Taoist priests and monks who exorcise ghosts also real? Are there any related organizations? Just as she was daydreaming, a phone call came in. It was Officer Liu. Hey, Uncle Liu, did you find anything? Li Yin, where are you? I want to talk to you about something. I'm on my way to the police station. Shall we talk there? No, I came out to find you. Although it was a bit strange, Li Yin still told him his location. Not long after, a car stopped in front of the restaurant, and a middle-aged policeman got out. He was forced to take a day off and was now wearing casual clothes and driving his own car, but anyone who saw his face would subconsciously think that he must be a policeman. Officer Liu sat down opposite Li Yin. He asked for a glass of water and then got straight to the point. Li Yin, this morning, you saved me, didn't you? Li Yin raised her eyebrows. You are not unconscious? Unconscious, but I heard your voice. You are indeed a police officer. After saying this, both of them were silent for a while. Li Yin spoke first. So, what do you want from me? Do you want to take me back for investigation? Officer Liu shook his head. No, I was forced to take leave, and this case has been handed over to other departments. We have no right to investigate. Other departments? Well, it's said to be the Abnormal Bureau, but I didn't find any such department in the system. Hearing the name, she could probably guess that this should be the department specifically responsible for dealing with ghosts. But even Officer Liu, who was in the system, couldn't find any relevant information, which shows that it must be a confidential department. Why are you telling me this? Officer Liu, why did you call me here? Officer Liu looked directly into Li Yin's eyes. His meeting seemed so young to him. Judging from her appearance, she might have just entered puberty. Her experience was so bizarre, even miserable, but she had the ability to fight against those strange monsters. This made Officer Liu a little unsure of what attitude to use when talking to her. I want to cooperate with you. Officer Liu's words made Li Yin silent again. This was an answer she had not expected. She had thought Officer Liu would persuade her to join a secret organization, or at least warn her to stay away from such things. But she had not expected that he would actually offer to cooperate. What kind of cooperation do you want? Officer Liu took a deep breath, as if to organize his thoughts. Li Yin, you are special. I know this very well. You have abilities that ordinary people like us don't have, and the world seems to be getting out of control. I hope you can help us protect those innocent people. Li Yin took a sip of the drink and shook her head. You are lying. This is not what you were thinking, right? Officer Liu was stunned. He didn't expect the girl in front of him to give such an answer. If you can't show sincerity, then I'll leave. I don't have any special abilities, and I can't protect innocent people. This is the duty of you police officers. Officer Liu took a sip of water and smiled for the first time. I'm not lying. This is indeed one of my purposes. Your uncle's disappearance is likely related to a certain cult organization. They may have powers beyond common sense. I want to investigate them, so powers beyond common sense are indispensable. Cult? Leen lowered her head in thought. She had too little information. Even if Officer Liu said the word cult, she could only force the association, but had no way of connecting the clues together. Why do you think it's related to a cult? Are there any clues? Well, I was in charge of a case 10 years ago in which many things happened that could not be explained by common sense. Later, it was taken over by my superiors, and the case was hastily handled. This has always been a knot in my heart, but in Li Yin's case, I found some similarities. Li Yin did not ask what the similarities were, but instead asked, You trust me? No. Then why did you seek cooperation with me? Because I have no choice. Li Yin smiled. But I trust you. Officer Liu was stunned. Why? Because you're a police officer. Officer Liu lowered his head and sighed. He recalled the case from 10 years ago. Those familiar people died before his eyes. Their struggles and helplessness seemed to be vivid in his mind. Yes, I'm a policeman. I must find out the truth. Officer Liu raised his head again, and there was something more in his eyes. Then do you know why I don't trust you? Why? Li Yin, In my impression, you should be a man. Chapter 13, Exchange of Information. Li Yin's mind went blank in an instant. But she forced herself to calm down, and there was no change in her expression. Officer Liu, what do you mean? Who had been paying attention to Li Yin's expression, scratched his head awkwardly and said, I don't know either. When your parents' funeral was held, I went with a friend, Professor Zhang from Ocean University. You should have an impression of him. Professor Zhang? Zhang Hiren? Yu Yun's adoptive father. Leen really didn't remember this incident. At the time, she was completely immersed in the grief of her parents' death and was almost isolated from everything in the outside world. I should have seen you once at that time. My memory is pretty good. In my impression, you seem to be a boy of medium height with fair skin, not the little girl you are now. After saying that, he emphasized, I'm not saying you're short. Li Yin. It would be fine if you didn't emphasize it, but now that you do, I'm more concerned about my height. But her focus now is not on this matter, but on her own gender. What is going on? Aunt Huang said that in her memory, she has always been a girl. The photos on her phone and all the records around her were displayed in this way, and she thought she had traveled to an identical parallel world. But now a policeman told me that he remembered what he looked like in the past. So, you went to the database to check? Officer Liu nodded. All the information shows that you are a girl, from childhood to adulthood. Can you tell me, is this my illusion? Leen did not reply, but took out her mobile phone, opened the photo album and placed it on the table, then took out her ID card and placed them together. The avatars and photos above all show that the girl in front of you is always her and no one else. Leen didn't plan to tell this to anyone else, not even the police. It's not that I don't trust the police, but telling her about this will not help at all except getting her into more trouble. And this is her biggest secret. Even she doesn't want others to look at her differently. Officer Liu looked at the photo and ID card and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that my memory is really confused. I'm really sorry. I've been under a lot of pressure recently. Li Yin shook her head, indicating that she didn't take it to heart. Are you interested in learning more about that evil cult? Tell me about it. Officer Liu took a deep breath and began to talk about the case he was in charge of 10 years ago. It was an ordinary murder case, but there were many things that didn't make sense. The victim's death was extremely tragic, and there were no scars on the body, as if someone had sucked away his vitality with some unknown force. You may think I'm crazy if I tell you this, but I really felt that their souls had been taken away and only a shell was left. Leen didn't say anything, but just listened quietly. She knew that for Officer Liu to say such words, he must have gone through some unknown struggle in his heart. Among the dead, there was one who was my childhood playmate. We were sitting together the day before, celebrating his landing, and he died in front of me the next day, but I couldn't do anything for him. For the past 10 years, I've been trying to find out the truth, why those people died, why he died. Officer Liu raised his head. His eyes were red and tears were welling up in his eyes, but he tried hard not to let them fall. He put his cell phone on the table. It was a model from 10 years ago, very old, and even the paint on the outside was almost gone due to bumps and scrapes. He opened the photo album, which contained a set of photos he had kept for 10 years, which were the crime scene at that time. I found a lot of traces at the crime scene. I don't know what these traces are. I asked many seniors, but no one knew. Leen looked at the photo and saw some strange lines on it, which looked very familiar to her. In my uncle's villa, the monster left the same traces when it crawled. She didn't take it seriously at the time, but now when she saw the photos the police took out, she realized that this might also be some kind of clue. Seeing Li Yin's expression, Officer Liu knew that she had discovered the common ground. You have seen these patterns in Li Yin's villa, right? Do you know how they appeared? This is very important. Li Yin nodded silently. I know, but you may not believe it. Officer Liu stood up excitedly. He had been looking for these patterns for a very long time. Every day after work, he would spend several hours searching the internet for similar pictures, but to no avail. I didn't expect that there would be a clue today. I believe it. After experiencing a human face growing on my body, why wouldn't I believe it? A human face growing on the body? Leen suddenly realized that when he saw the two policemen twisting on the ground, he seemed to be trapped in an illusion, just like the criminals. So, this ghost's ability is to make people hallucinate? Why doesn't it work for me? Could it be that my axe has this effect? Or am I also able to ward off evil? Suddenly noticing the burning gaze in front of him, Leen coughed and said, I'm sorry, my mind is a little active and I kept you waiting for a long time. Well, I know how it was formed. It was a monster or a ghost that left something like footprints when it moved. Then she told Officer Liu about her encounter with the monster in the villa. Listening to Li Yin's description of the monster's appearance and its strange movements and attack methods, even though he was mentally prepared, Officer Liu couldn't help but gasp. It's too weird. If I encountered this, I would definitely be in great danger. So, this mark was left by a ghost? This made Officer Liu a little discouraged. He had always thought it was an important clue, but he didn't expect it to be just footprints. Leen didn't know how to comfort him, so she could only silently flip through the photos on his phone to see if there were any other clues. Officer Liu was only slightly depressed for a moment before he cheered up again. I'll go to the scene to investigate and see if there are any similar traces. By the way, Li Yin was the mass coma case at the number 3 girls' high school last week, also caused by a ghost. Leen nodded. Did you figure it out? No, I just think it's very strange. So you didn't go there to meet your friends, but to get rid of the ghost, right? Yeah, about the same. How long have you been doing this? Is this possible? It's to exorcise ghosts. I said, the day we first met a week ago was the first time I encountered a ghost. Do you believe it? Officer Liu looked into Li Yin's eyes and sighed slowly. I believe it, but I find it hard to believe that a little girl like you, not only were you not afraid after seeing a ghost, but you even dared to take the initiative to look for the ghost afterwards, in order to find clues. Lilin nudda silanli. She couldn't say that she could kill monsters and level up, right? Have you found any clues? That ghost was wearing a school uniform, the same style as the schools in the counties and towns near Linhai. But your colleagues in the Bureau said that there have been no cases of student deaths or disappearances in the surrounding area recently. He immediately thought of the strangeness of the incident. Why would a ghost wearing a county school uniform appear in a girls' school in the city? If it didn't come here by itself, then it is very likely that someone put it there. Officer Liu frowned, recalling the cases in recent years. In his memory, there was indeed no similar case, but he was not 100% sure. After all, cases in the county town were generally not reported to their city bureau unless they were particularly serious cases. I'll go back and look through the files. Maybe there will be clues. Li Yin, what are you looking at? He saw Li Yin staring at his mobile phone intently, so he looked over out of curiosity and discovered that it was a photo he had taken at the scene. It looked like a symbol randomly carved by a child, very inconspicuous, in the corner of the wall. A circle with an inverted triangle in the middle and 3 marks around it that looked like they were carved with a knife. Li Yin did not answer, but silently took out his mobile phone and turned to the latest photos. Don't go to the scene. Go and interrogate the murderer before he's transferred. Can you do that? Saw the photos on Li Yin's phone. He couldn't believe his eyes. Where did you see this? In the closet of the murderer's house. Officer Liu took a deep breath and stood up. Okay, let's go back to the police station now. If we are any later, we might really be transferred. Wait, I have other discoveries. Li Yin told Officer Liu the story he had seen on the forum and also shared his own guesses. Officer Liu attached great importance to the possibility that the murderer had companions and said he would go back and investigate the account immediately. After seeing Officer Liu off, Li Yin returned to his seat, sipping his drink while checking something on his phone. In fact, she did not completely trust this policeman who suddenly came to her. After all, it was too abrupt. Without any preparation, he asked her to cooperate right away. No one would let down their guard. However, she could feel that the policeman did come with sincerity, and there was nothing wrong with the story he told. These could be searched on the internet, and she could even see a photo of Officer Liu at the time. After thinking about it, she sent the recording saved in her mobile phone. Of course, it was intercepted. A reply came quickly. This was left for you by your uncle? When was it made? It was mailed to my home a week ago. Why didn't you take it out earlier? It can be seen that Officer Liu is very dissatisfied with this matter. If this information had been obtained earlier, perhaps things could have turned around. However, Li Yin's case has now been handed over to higher authorities, and he can only conduct the investigation in private. By the way, Li Yin, you took your mother's surname, right? Right. The woman you saved in the alley last time said that the criminals were scared off by a fire axe, but I didn't find any related items afterwards. Is that your ability? Okay, I won't ask anymore. Putting down the phone, Li Yin couldn't help but sigh again. He is indeed a veteran policeman with 20 years of experience. His insight and action are so sharp. In addition, Officer Liu actually remembered what I looked like in the past. There was nothing wrong with his description. That was definitely my past self. So, it's not the world that has changed, but me. So, and Huang lied? Why? What's her reason? Or does it vary from person to person? Does anyone else know? She opened her chat app and saw only a few friends scattered around. I changed schools several times during, but because we didn't spend much time together, My relationship with my classmates was average. I never added them as friends, and I left the group after graduation. Only the homeroom teacher is left on the friend list. But she was not very familiar with this head teacher, and she was not even sure whether the other party remembered her name. It would be quite embarrassing if I didn't remember. After all, it's only been over a month. She gritted her teeth and sent a message to her head teacher. Teacher, I'm Li Yin. Do you still remember me? After a long time, the other party replied. Remember, you were the transfer student in the second half of the semester, right? What's the matter? The corners of Li Yin's mouth twitched. She could guess that the head teacher must have been looking through the previous list during this period, but she didn't care. Teacher, let me ask you a strange question. You can't remember whether I was a boy or a girl. The head teacher opposite was stunned and looked at the list carefully. Of the name Li Yin, but she felt a little strange when she saw the photo. There was such a good-looking classmate in the class, so she should have a deep impression of her. Why couldn't she remember her? Of course it's a girl. Miss Li is so pretty. How could the teacher make a mistake? Seeing this reply, Li Yin couldn't help but sigh. Damn, it was only at this point that she realized the importance of interpersonal relationships. I don't even have a friend to ask. Hateful. She looked at her friend list and saw a gray avatar. It was her childhood friend. She hadn't had any contact with him since they separated in elementary school. It was as if he had disappeared. This person may be the only one I can call a friend. Chapter 14, Haunted Hotel. In the evening, Li Yin received a call from Officer Liu, who brought an important clue. I interrogated him this afternoon, but didn't find out anything useful. However, I found a message on his phone. It seemed that he had made an appointment with someone to meet at the Binhai Hotel on the outskirts of the city. Maybe there will be some clues there. Let's go check it out tomorrow. Why wait until tomorrow? Inconvenient. Li Yin. My goodness, this is indeed inconvenient. If Officer Liu hadn't told me, I wouldn't have thought of this. However, she had an impression of the name of the Binhai Hotel on the outskirts of the city. I took out my phone and opened the forum to take a look. Sure enough, this was one of the most popular posts on the forum right now. It told the story of a strange thing that happened in a suburban hotel. Many people had left messages below, saying that they wanted to form a team to check in and explore. She had been planning to go there before, and the reason she was interested in this post was because she saw that there seemed to be several talented people in the comments who were discussing heatedly with netizens and said they wanted to go and see the situation in person. She was quite curious about these people, mainly wanted to know how other people dealt with ghosts and how they differed from her own. Now that he knew there might be something unusual at the Bingang Hotel, Li Yin decided to set off immediately without further delay. Sitting in the taxi, I took out my phone to find out the details of this story. The story is very simple. It's about a strange incident that happened to a person while staying in a hotel. Can you imagine what it feels like to be scared and call the police in the middle of the night? I'm not a local. I came here on a business trip. It was getting late. I just found a hotel to stay in. I was quite tired at night, so I simply washed up and went to bed and soon fell asleep. However, not long after, I was awakened by a strange noise. The sound was like someone scratching a blackboard with fingernails, sharp and piercing, and very uncomfortable to listen to. At first, I thought it was the noise coming from the next room, so I didn't pay much attention to it, turned over, and continued to sleep. However, the sound became clearer and closer, as if someone was standing by my bed. I finally couldn't stand it anymore, so I turned on the light and sat up, but found that there was no one in the room except me. I thought I had misheard or was hallucinating, so I lay down and continued to sleep. However, not long after, the sound appeared again, and it was clearer and harsher than before. I felt like I was going crazy. The sound seemed to pierce directly into my mind. The pain was indescribable. I decided that I couldn't go on like this, and I had to find out where the sound was coming from. I got out of bed and began to check the room, leaving no corner untouched. However, no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find the source of the sound. I left the room and went to the front desk, but the door wouldn't open, as if someone had locked it from the inside. I used all my strength, but the door didn't budge. I felt panic. Am I trapped in this room? I shouted loudly, but there was silence all around and no one responded. After that, I seemed to faint. When I woke up, I found myself lying on the bed and the sound disappeared, as if it was just a dream. I drank some water and went back to bed. Before I closed my eyes, the sound came again. I found out where it was. It was scratching at the door in the house. It wanted to go out, so I opened the door for it. But it's not out. It's in my brain scraping my skull. I can hear it. It's saying, I can still see you. This story seems unremarkable, full of the flavor of a low-quality horror story. with no beginning or end. What really made it popular on the forum was the residents' comments. This store had a major incident a few years ago. Two of a family of three died, and the youngest daughter went missing and her whereabouts remain unknown. What do you mean missing? The body hasn't been found yet. I think it's in the hotel. Anyway, I don't dare to stay in that hotel. I had a friend who didn't believe in superstition and insisted on taking me on an adventure. As a result, we really heard strange noises at night, and we ran away in the middle of the night. Didn't someone say that they could hear someone scratching at the door at night? Maybe it was the missing little girl who was trapped in the hotel. Some netizens checked the incident they mentioned, and unexpectedly they found it, which was exactly the same as what the residents said. A family of three stayed in a hotel and did not go out for 3 consecutive days. On the third day, the two adults committed suicide unexpectedly, and the youngest daughter disappeared mysteriously and has been missing since then. The police conducted a large-scale search and investigation, but they never found the little girl's body or any valuable clues. This incident was widely reported by the media and attracted widespread attention from the society. But as time went on, people's attention gradually shifted, the hotel reopened, and it seemed that everything had returned to normal. Netizens were shouting in the comments, saying that they had only just found out about such a weird thing. So they were lining up to watch the show and even encouraging people living nearby to go explore. When Li Yin arrived, there were already quite a few cars parked in front of the hotel, and groups of people holding cameras could be seen. She didn't want to be photographed, so she found a mask and put it on her face. Avoiding the crowd, Li Yin prepared to go directly into the hotel lobby. When I passed by the door, I heard the conversation of those people. It was obvious that they were all here for adventure, and they brought a professional with them. In the middle of the crowd was a middle-aged man wearing a black windbreaker. He looked mysterious and held a compass in his hand, which he kept turning, as if he was looking for something. His eyes were deep, as if he could see through everything, giving people a chilling feeling. "This is our expert, Mr. Zhao," a young man holding a mobile phone introduced to the audience in the live broadcast room. He has many years of exploration experience and is proficient in various supernatural phenomena. With Mr. Zhao here, our main purpose today is to capture the ghost that is causing trouble in the hotel alive and give the audience a perfect explanation. Li Yin couldn't help but take a few more glances at this so-called expert, but didn't see anything special about him. After all, I'm a novice, and it is my first time to meet other. Well, how should I call it? What? Exorcist? Or medium? Forget it, just call me a colleague. It is normal that you cannot tell the depth. Moreover, his method seemed a bit non-mainstream, different from what was shown on TV. The hotel is not small in size and is luxuriously decorated, making it a prominent landmark in the suburbs. But since that incident, the hotel's reputation has been affected and business has not been good. Although the hotel claimed that it has been renovated and everything has returned to normal, many people still dare not stay here. The popularity made the hotel owner very happy, and he even came to the lobby in person to welcome these explorers and media, just to prove in front of the camera that there was no problem with his hotel. However, some people also told him that he could make a lot of money by taking advantage of this wave of popularity and converting the hotel into a theme hotel. But the boss was still a little hesitant. He was already middle-aged and no longer dared to make changes. Leen checked in at the lobby and took the elevator to her room. I opened the door and found the room was very clean, just like an ordinary hotel. I put down my luggage, sat on the bed, took out my phone, and started to read the stories and reviews about this hotel carefully. In addition to the disappearance, there have been several other paranormal incidents at the hotel. Some people have heard strange laughter at the end of the corridor, some have seen vague figures in the bathroom, and some have heard knocks on the door in the middle of the night, but there was nothing when they opened the door. They spoke in a very serious manner, and Li Yin watched with great interest. It was now evening, and the boss said that dinner would be arranged. Li Yin went to the restaurant to fill his stomach and observe the conditions of other people to see if he could hear any useful information. The restaurant was already full of people, most of whom were tourists and media who came to explore today. They sat together and excitedly discussed the upcoming expedition, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. Li Yin found an empty seat and sat down, ordering a simple dinner. While she was eating, she observed the people around her. The so-called expert, Mr. Zhao, was particularly eye-catching. He seemed to keep a certain distance from everyone with a serious expression, and he kept observing the entrance of the restaurant and the surrounding environment from time to time. Soon, the hotel owner came over with a glass of wine, thanked and welcomed everyone. He said some polite words, focusing on introducing Mr. Zhao, calling him an authority in the spiritual world, and said that with Mr. Zhao here, Everyone will be safe tonight. Mr. Zhao smiled and nodded without saying much, but his eyes revealed a kind of confidence and mystery that made people feel in awe of him. In addition, there are people who claim to be detectives, Taoist priests, and reporters. There are all kinds of people there. They gather in groups of 3 or 5, or sit alone in a corner. Most of them are holding their mobile phones to broadcast live. Their purpose is the same: to get attention. After dinner, the tourists began their own adventures. Some searched for clues in the corridor with flashlights, while others took out various equipment to try to capture supernatural phenomena. Chapter 15 Master? Awesome. Leen didn't know whether these things were useful or not, but she didn't take any action. After all, she didn't have any means of detection like spider sense. She could only sit here and wait until the ghost appeared. If there is one, kill him. If not, wait until Officer Liu arrives tomorrow and conducts a thorough inspection of the hotel. Wait, can Officer Liu search without a search warrant? Never mind. This is what Officer Liu should worry about. She believes that her partner is very reliable. What he had to do now was to increase his strength as much as possible. The ghosts he encountered now were very weak and could be killed easily, but who knew if there would be stronger monsters appearing in the future? And she always felt as if there was a shadow hanging over her, making her feel a little uneasy. In addition, the cult mentioned by Officer Liu is still hiding in the dark and may pop up at any time. He must not take it lightly and must try his best to increase his strength and be prepared to deal with greater crises, while also finding his uncle. The area in the middle of the restaurant was bustling. Leen looked over and saw that it was where Master Zhao's team was. It seemed that they were about to take action. Leen was quite looking forward to Master Zhao. If he was an expert, she could learn a few tricks from him and make a lot of money. But why does it feel like there are fewer of them? I saw there were more than a dozen people just now, but now there are only 6 left, including the Master. The Master seemed to be preparing something in the middle. Apart from the few people watching, their leader should be the young man holding the mobile phone, who seemed to be a host. Shen Feiyu is a very famous outdoor anchor. With his boldness and humorous style, he has accumulated a large number of fans on the live broadcast platform. He heard about the supernatural events in the hotel some time ago, so he immediately organized this expedition, hoping to add fuel to his live broadcast career. He was holding up his phone and said to the camera, "Dear viewers, this is our exploration site today. It is said that a bizarre death occurred here, with 2 dead and 1 missing in a family of 3. Since then, many paranormal phenomena have occurred. But don't worry, with our expert Mr. Zhao here, everything will be fine." The camera turned to Mr. Zhao, who was holding a compass and searching for something intently. He frowned and shook his head from time to time, looking mysterious. There is indeed something wrong with this place. There is a powerful, evil ghost entrenched there, but it can't make any waves in my hands. Upon hearing this, Shen Feiyu immediately agreed excitedly. That's right. With Mr. Zhao here, we will definitely be able to catch that ghost. Let's open everyone's eyes. Dear ones, please give Mr. Zhao some gifts, and let us witness this exciting moment together. Because Mr. Zhao still needs some time to prepare, Shen Feiyu decided to interview other guests in the restaurant first to make the live broadcast more interesting. He looked around the restaurant and happened to see the girl sitting in the corner. She looks like a high school student and wears neutral clothes. Even with a mask on, he can feel the unique temperament emanating from the girl. The audience in the live broadcast room were all shouting, "Go and chat with her. I want to meet this little girl. Satisfy you." With a confident smile, Shen Feiyu walked towards the corner where Li Yin was. His steps were brisk, as if he couldn't wait to start chatting her up. "Hi, little sister. Are you here alone?" Shen Feiyu greeted her enthusiastically, while pointing the camera of his mobile phone at Li Yin, hoping to allow the audience to see her appearance better. Li Yin raised her head and looked at the stranger who had come out of nowhere with some surprise. She did not take off her mask, but just shook her head silently, without saying a word. Shen Feiyu was attracted by Li Yin's temperament and didn't care about her cold attitude at all. He continued to ask, "Are you here for adventure too? Do you want to join us? Our team is very strong. With Mr. Zhao, an expert, we can definitely guarantee your safety." Li Yin continued to shake her head. "No, I can do it by myself, and I'm not really interested in those paranormal phenomena." Shen Feiyu was a little disappointed, but he didn't give up. "It doesn't matter. Even if you are not interested, you can still come and explore with us. After all, one more person means more strength. And our live broadcast is very interesting. You can also come and watch it." This time, Li Yin did not reply, but turned her head away. Her attitude was already very clear. Shen Feiyu didn't continue to pester her after seeing this. After all, He wasn't the type of person who would pester someone. The main purpose of this outdoor live broadcast was not to chat up, but to explore. Smiled at the camera. It seems that this little sister doesn't want to explore with us. But it doesn't matter. There are more exciting content waiting for everyone. Now, let's follow Mr. Zhao's steps and enter that mysterious area together. The camera turned to Mr. Zhao again. He had prepared all the tools and was standing at the entrance of the corridor, waiting for everyone to arrive. However, at this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the depths of the corridor. Upon hearing the sound, everyone immediately looked in the direction of the sound with vigilance. They saw a vague figure suddenly appear from the end of the corridor and quickly disappeared from sight. "What is that?" Shen Feiyu exclaimed. "It's a ghost," someone shouted in horror. Mr. Zhao looked serious and cold. He quickly took out a talisman from his bag, muttered something, and suddenly a golden light shot out from his sleeve and shone in the direction of the black shadow. Unfortunately, he was a step too late, and the corridor was already empty. Mr. Zhao's talisman obviously had no effect. Most of the comments were exclaiming that there really was a ghost. However, a few people were questioning whether they were just making things up, and it was all a script. He could only cough awkwardly and explain to the camera, "Don't worry, it's a ghost. It's not that easy to catch. You didn't know it because you weren't there. I was scared to death just now. I didn't expect there are really ghosts in the world." Although Shen Feiyu's words were a bit exaggerated, the audience seemed very satisfied with his reaction, and the complaints in the barrage gradually subsided. Li Yin frowned on the side. "What was that black shadow just now? Why does it look so much like a human to me?" It was the kind of person wearing a black cloak that covered his face, and he ran quite fast. But was he a ghost? Due to her lack of experience, she really couldn't judge. The three ghosts he had seen looked completely different. But even if each ghost looked different, wasn't it said that the one who died in the hotel was a little girl? The one just now, no matter how you looked at it, it looked like an adult, right? Never mind, just follow and see. While she was thinking, Master Zhao had already set off with a group of people, and their destination was the room where the little girl died. Leen also followed and stood behind the crowd, ready to see what Master Zhao was capable of. In front, Master Zhao was talking to Shen Feiyu about his discovery. "I've observed that there are some issues with the feng shui layout of this hotel, which has resulted in excessive Yin energy and is likely to attract ghosts." Master Zhao pointed to a corner of the corridor and said seriously, "Also, I just felt a strong sense of resentment. I'm afraid the cause of death of this little girl is not simple." His voice was not loud, but it was just loud enough for the people in the live broadcast room to hear. Upon hearing this, Shen Feiyu immediately asked excitedly, "Master Zhao, what should we do next? Is there any way to catch that ghost?" Master Zhao pondered for a moment and said slowly, "It is not easy to catch this ghost. I need to place some spells and magic tools in the room to trap the ghost, then use some special methods to lure it out and take it down in one fell swoop." After hearing this, Shen Feiyu quickly said to the camera, "Great. Master Zhao really has a solution. Let's get started." Just as everyone was heading towards a room on the third floor, the door of a room was slammed shut with a loud bang, and the entire corridor instantly fell into darkness. Only the talisman in Master Zhao's hand emitted a faint light, illuminating the path under their feet. Everyone was startled by this sudden change and gathered together nervously, not daring to move. Shen Feiyu pretended to be nervous and swallowed his saliva. He looked at Master Zhao carefully. "Master Zhao, what's going on? Is the ghost here?" Master Zhao looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "It seems that this ghost has already noticed our arrival and started to take action. Don't panic, stay calm, and arrange the talismans and magic tools according to the method I told you before." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately took action and began to arrange the talismans and instruments according to his instructions. Li Yin was also assigned a small incense burner and asked to place it in the corner of the corridor. She took a closer look at the small incense burner and felt that it was nothing special. Moreover, the material was not good. The metal edges were not cleaned up, and it was a bit prickly. Is it because I don't have any knowledge? She tried again to inject the strange energy in her body into the incense burner, but still no change occurred. Strangeness? Just as they were nervously and orderly arranging the spells and instruments, a low and strange singing voice suddenly came from the end of the corridor. The singing voice was ethereal and melodious, as if it came from another world. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked nervously in the direction where the sound came from. Master Zhao's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "This is the song of the ghost. Don't panic, stay calm. I will cast a spell to trap her." It was not until now that Li Yin regained some spirit. She had also heard this strange singing at her uncle's house. Although it was different, there were at least some similarities. Upon seeing this, Master Zhao immediately waved the talisman in his hand and muttered something. There were no special effects, but the lights in the corridor returned to normal and the singing gradually stopped. The whole live broadcast room was filled with 666, expressing their admiration for Master Zhao. Shen Feiyu also took the opportunity to say, "It seems that Master Zhao is indeed a man of real ability. Everyone, come and give him some gifts to express your gratitude." Li Yin looked at this scene with a hint of shock in his eyes. Holy shit, I don't understand what happened at all. The ghost was suppressed just like that? It hasn't even shown up yet. Is this how a proper exorcist would do it? Awesome. In comparison, I still haven't even found where the ghost is, which makes me feel a little ashamed. Chapter 16, If you don't want to be killed, retreat. Master Zhao looked calm and composed, as if he had just done something insignificant. What just appeared was just a trace of its resentment. We must find its true form before we can completely eradicate it. After saying that, Master Zhao took the lead and led everyone to the room where the little girl had died. Some people have gathered here, including the man dressed as a Taoist priest in the restaurant just now, who is also broadcasting live on his mobile phone. Dear viewers, we have now come to the room that is rumored to be haunted. It is said that the little girl died mysteriously here. The host, who looked like a Taoist priest, said to the camera. His voice had a hint of mystery, as if he wanted to create a tense and weird atmosphere. Master Zhao glanced at him calmly, without saying much, and began to carefully observe the layout and furnishings in the room. His eyes were sharp and deep, as if he could see through all illusions and appearances and directly perceive the essence of things. Shen Feiyu looked around curiously, trying to find anything unusual. However, the boss had already renovated the entire hotel, so how could there be any trace of the past? She's still here? Suddenly, Master Zhao's voice broke the silence, his eyes fixed on a corner of the room, as if he saw something indescribable. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked towards that corner nervously, but saw nothing. To Li Yin, who was standing at the door, she couldn't help but scratch her head. Is the gap so big? Others use magic to catch ghosts, but I still use physical means. How about finding some time to go to a Taoist temple and ask some questions, learn some professional knowledge? But at this moment, she suddenly heard a sound behind her and reached out to grab it. I actually caught a transparent line in the air. I pulled it gently, and a sound of ouch came from the corner of the corridor. Looking at the fishing line in her hand, Li Yin was confused. She pulled the other end, which seemed to be tied to the door handle. He took a step back and walked out of the room, pulling the fishing line, and the door closed. What is this for? Just when she was confused, there were sudden exclamations and screams in the room, followed by the sound of banging on the door. The door lock was turned with a click, but it seemed to be blocked by some force and could not be opened. In the room, Master Zhao's calm voice rang out. Don't panic, this is a ghost. I have trapped it in this room, and it can't get out. When Shen Feiyu and the others heard the voice, they immediately felt relieved, gathered in the corner of the room, and looked at the middle-aged man nervously. Master Zhao, what should we do next? Master Zhao pondered for a moment and said, Now, I need to use a special method to lure out this ghost and take it down in one fell swoop. However, this process may be a little dangerous, so everyone should stay calm and don't panic. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded to show that they understood. Master Zhao began to take out some strange props from the bag he was carrying, including incense, candles, talisman paper, and a small copper bell. He placed the props one by one at the door, lit the incense and candles, muttered something, and was about to start the ritual when he heard the sound of the door lock, and then the door was pushed open from the outside. The master raised his head and confronted Li Yin with a confused look on his face. Both of them saw confusion in each other's eyes. Shouldn't I come in now? At the back, everyone who was about to start the performance froze in place. Isn't this script wrong? Shouldn't Master Zhao cast a spell and successfully lead out the ghost? An actor gets possessed, everyone exclaims, and after many twists and turns, the ghost is successfully taken down, and everyone is happy? So who is this girl? I'll deduct her salary later. Seeing this, Shen Feiyu quickly came out to smooth things over. Master Zhao is really amazing. He can scare away the evil spirit attached to the door with just a magic weapon. It's amazing. Master Zhao, I really admire you. As he spoke, he secretly winked at Li Yin, signaling her not to talk too much so as not to ruin the situation. Li Yin shrugged helplessly. She now understood that these people were just here to put on a show. There was no master, no exorcism. They were all acting. Could it be that they made up the story? No, the incident from that year can be found on the internet, so it should be true. There was no point in staying here any longer. Li Yin felt lost, said sorry, turned around, and left the room. Master Zhao didn't seem to care about this episode. He continued with his ritual, muttering to himself, and the copper bell in his hand made a clear and pleasant sound. The lights in the room began to flicker, and everything was going according to the script. The person was controlled. The master tried to suppress him, and finally, he succeeded in catching the ghost. A perfect ghost-catching live broadcast ended here, winning cheers and gifts from the audience. Okay, I have successfully lured out and suppressed the ghost, he said lightly, his tone revealing confidence and calmness. Master Zhao is indeed worthy of his reputation. This time it is all thanks to you. Everyone, come and give him some gifts to express your gratitude. The Taoist priest who was broadcasting live just now also stepped forward and complimented Master Zhao. Master Zhao is truly a god. When you cast the spell just now, I clearly felt a surge of righteousness that made the ghosts and monsters retreat. As cultivators of our generation, we should take Master Zhao as our role model. My brother, you are too kind. These are just some small tricks. It is not worth mentioning. The audience in the live broadcast room were also shocked by Master Zhao's methods, and they all knelt down and offered gifts. Master Zhao accepted the gifts with a smile of satisfaction on his face. But at this moment, the door that was originally open slammed shut again, and the sound was so loud that everyone was startled. Then, there were strange screams and banging sounds coming from somewhere in the room, as if something was struggling frantically inside, trying to escape. Master Zhao and Taoist Wang also shuddered, looking at Shun Feiyu in doubt, asking him with their eyes. This part is not in the script. Shun Feiyu was also bewildered, not knowing what was going on. He hurried to the door and wanted to open it to see what was going on outside, but he found that the door had been locked by something and would not budge no matter how hard he tried. With a sound of shattering, the collision sound suddenly stopped and the room returned to calm again. But the strange atmosphere became even stronger. It seems something escaped. Shun Feiyu knocked on the door anxiously and called out to the people outside, but received no response. At some point, the live broadcast room was forced to close due to lack of signal. Just as everyone was panicking, the piercing sound rang out again. This time it was not screaming or collision, but a sharp sound like nails scratching on a blackboard, which made people's scalps numb. The sounds grew louder and more frequent, as if countless claws were frantically scratching the door, trying to rush out. Master Zhao and the Taoist priest surnamed Wang no longer cared about their image. They pressed themselves against the wall with expressions of fear on their faces. Shun Feiyu was so frightened that his whole body was shaking and he could hardly stand. What on earth is going on? Is there really a ghost in this building? Has our behavior angered it? And is it coming to take our lives? No! Director Zhang, are you kidding me? Stop it. The live broadcast room is disconnected. Open the door quickly. Shun Feiyu finally couldn't bear this fear anymore. He began to shout loudly, hoping that the person outside the door could open the door and end this horrible night. However, the only response he got was the harsh scratching sound and endless darkness. The fear in everyone's hearts reached its peak, and they began to regret why they came to this damn place and why they participated in this stupid live broadcast. The piercing sound was getting closer and closer, as if it was no longer scratching the walls and doors, but their skulls. Every sound made their scalps tingle and their hearts and livers break. They seemed to have seen the twisted and hideous face of a ghost lying on top of their heads, scratching their scalps frantically with sharp nails and lifting up their skulls. Ah! Stop! Stop now! What the hell is going on? Open the door quickly. I want to go out. I don't want to die here. It's all your fault. Shun Feiyu, if you hadn't brought us here to act, no one would have gotten into trouble. Driven mad by fear, the crowd began to bang on the door desperately, trying to open a way to survive, but they found that no matter what they tried, the door did not move at all. Master Zhao, think of a solution quickly. Shun Feiyu finally couldn't bear the endless fear and shouted to Master Zhao loudly. But there is no Master Zhao. He is just an ordinary person in an internet celebrity company and is the top star in the superstitious track that the company is prepared to promote at a huge price. Even the Taoist priests next to them are just colleagues in their company. They often work together to do some live performances to earn the attention and tips from the audience. But this time, they really encountered something unknown, and those so-called skills and props were useless in the face of real horror. Master Zhao and the Taoist priest, surnamed Wang, were also sweating profusely. Although they often performed ghost exorcism scenes, those were all arranged in advance. They knew where the ghosts were and when they would appear. But this time, they really felt fear. The feeling of unknown and out of control made them more desperate than anyone else. Taoist Wang had already joined in banging on the door, while Master Zhao was huddled in a corner with his head in his hands, his face covered with snot and tears, and there was a pool of yellow liquid under his body that gave off a foul smell. The scratching sound extended from outside the skull to inside the skull, as if something was scratching their brains frantically, making them feel excruciating pain. This kind of pain is more unbearable than any physical injury. They feel as if their nervous system is completely destroyed and can no longer bear any pain. Help! Someone let me out! There really is a ghost. There really is a ghost. I don't want to die here. Everyone has completely fallen into despair and fear. They no longer have any reason or judgment, and are left with only the instinct for survival and endless fear. However, no matter how they shouted and struggled, the door remained tightly closed, as if it were a natural barrier that completely isolated them from the outside world. Shen Feiyu's heart was filled with regret and despair. He held his head tightly, snot mixed with tears flowing all over his face, and his eyes were dull and lifeless. He knew that he had really gotten into trouble this time, and he was afraid that all of them would die here today. At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise from the door. Everyone looked and saw a red-headed, white-bladed fire axe hitting the door hard. As the axe blade was pulled out, light instantly poured into the dark room. As if they had grabbed a life-saving straw, everyone desperately squeezed towards the hole created by the axe, and even fought each other in order to get more light. The voice of the girl outside the door sounded like the sound of nature. If you don't want to be hacked to death, step back. Before everyone could react, there was another loud bang on the door, and the axe broke through. The metal security door seemed as fragile as paper in front of the ordinary fire axe, and a big hole was torn in an instant. Shen Feiyu and the others saw this and quickly retreated, fearing that they would be injured by the fragments on the door. As they retreated, the hole in the door became larger and larger until the entire door was split open, revealing the corridor outside. At this time, everyone could see clearly the appearance of the girl outside the door. At that time, there was a girl wearing neutral clothes. She was not tall, with not-so-long hair tied into a heroic single ponytail. She had a mask on her face, so her face could not be seen clearly, but the indifference in her eyes and the axe on her shoulder made everyone feel reassured from the bottom of their hearts. She was like a ray of hope, illuminating the endless darkness and fear in everyone's hearts. No one noticed that as the axe appeared, the voice in the mind disappeared. "Who are you?" Shen Feiyu recognized the person outside the door. It was the girl who refused the interview in the restaurant. Li Yin glanced at him, then glanced at Taoist Wang and Master Zhao one by one, and then spoke without any emotion in her voice. "I heard that this place is haunted. Who can tell me where the ghost is?" Chapter 17, Speculations. A few minutes ago, Li Yin was walking towards his room in disappointment. Her face was burning, half because of anger and half because of embarrassment. Damn it, I thought this Master Zhao was really capable, so awesome. All those things like exorcising ghosts from a distance, using yellow talismans to suppress evil, setting up formations to catch ghosts. That little stove was still in my bag. I actually thought it was amazing at the time. I didn't expect it was all fake. Thinking about it now, Li Yin's face is getting hot. It's so embarrassing. This must not be known to others. Just as she was walking towards her room, the lights went out without warning. The open window at the end of the corridor slammed shut, and there was a violent knock on the door of a nearby room. Li Yin frowned. Are those people still playing tricks here? Are there cameras nearby? Are they trying to play a prank on me? She didn't take it seriously and prepared to go back to her room to rest and ask Officer Liu about the interrogation. But at this moment, the door next to them was suddenly pushed open, and several sweaty, pale-faced men and women stumbled out, their eyes full of fear, shouting, "There is a ghost! There's really a ghost! Run!" Li Yin could even smell a whiff of urine when they passed by her. She looked in the direction where the people ran out. The room was already in a mess. The shelves with various filming equipment were all pushed over, and the expensive-looking cameras were smashed to pieces. There was broken glass and props all over the floor. Li Yin felt something was wrong and instantly summoned his axe, chopping it down on the wall next to him. At the moment the axe fell, One could clearly see a wisp of black air dissipating under the sharpness of the axe blade. The light is on. This hotel is indeed haunted. Li Yin ignored those who escaped and went straight into the room. After walking around the room, I still didn't find anything unusual. I turned back to find those people to ask about the situation, but found that they had already run away. He scratched his head in annoyance. His ability to ward off evil spirits could be quite annoying sometimes. Even if he encountered a ghost, he would notice it a little later than other people. Or even if the ghost didn't show up, he would be completely helpless. I tried putting the axe back and feeling around the house, but still found nothing. Then she thought of Master Zhao and his group. They were still in the room inside and there was no sound at all. Did they encounter something? So she came. Because they couldn't open the door, they resorted to some violent means, but from the reactions of these people and the smell in the house, one could guess that they must have encountered something. Can anyone tell me what happened here? Her words seemed to wake up everyone. Some screamed, some rushed out, and some wanted to rush over and hug her. Without exception, these people were kicked back by Li Yin. Shen Feiyu stood up bravely, trying to make his voice sound calmer. Mississippi. This is what happened. Master Zhao, who we invited, said that this place is haunted, so we came here to investigate. Unexpectedly, we really encountered such a thing. Until now, he still wants to maintain the image of the company's anchor in front of outsiders. He recounted everything that had happened to them, from the knocking and scratching at the door to the piercing voices in his head. After hearing this, Leen had a guess. It was another illusion, similar to the one in the murderer's home. Is there anything in common between the two? For example, she thought of the monster made up of dozens of human faces, and her expression suddenly became somewhat ugly. No, I must be overthinking it. There is only one little girl who died here. It is impossible for them to be so shameless. Otherwise, the hotel would not be still open. After saying all this, Shen Feiyu pulled Master Zhao and Taoist Wang and prepared to leave with everyone else. They couldn't stay in this hotel for even a second. They just came here to perform. Who knew that there would actually be a supernatural event? Damn, even if they couldn't film it, they could still brag about it for the rest of their lives. Leen stood at the door and looked inside to see what was going on. Mainly because this group of people are really unhygienic, so the floor is a bit dirty. Just then, a shrill scream came from downstairs, followed by crying and cursing. Leen hurried down to take a look and found that the people screaming were the ones who had just run down, and the reason was the hotel gate. The glass door that was intact when I came in has now completely disappeared, leaving only a wall covered with bloody handprints and scratches. All other furnishings remained unchanged. Only the gate disappeared. No. Leen turned around and looked around. Even the window had disappeared. I took out my cell phone and checked, and sure enough, there was no signal. The people who had just thought they would be able to escape were now shrouded in despair again. They felt like they were trapped in a box with nowhere to escape. Shen Feiyu didn't dare to touch the bloody wall, but shouted loudly. Where's the boss? What the hell is going on? Didn't you say there are no ghosts in your hotel? As he cursed, a weak voice came from the front desk. The boss. He left after dinner, saying he had something else to do. The person who spoke was a girl who looked young. She was wearing casual clothes and was hiding behind the counter with her hands clasped together and fear in her eyes. Shen Feiyu stopped cursing. Even if he called the boss over now, it would probably be of no use. He looked in the direction of Li Yin. The girl had just saved everyone like a god from heaven, and the shock she gave him was indescribable. Now he could only hope that the girl could create another miracle. Li Yin walked forward slowly, stretched out his hand, and measured the bloody handprint. It was a little smaller than his own hand, and it seemed to be the handprint of a little girl. Thinking about what had happened in the hotel and the sounds that Shen Feiyu and the others heard in the room, Leen already had some vague guesses in his mind. She turned her head, looked in the direction of Shen Feiyu, and asked, Who among you knows more about the case that happened in this hotel? Tell me about it. Hearing her voice, the director who planned this live broadcast shrank his neck. Talking about her death in the ghost's lair is like going to the toilet with a lantern, seeking death, isn't it? Finally, Shen Feiyu stood up and said, I know something about this case. Seeing him stand up, the director next to him couldn't help but pull his clothes. He is the company's top star and a popular anchor. If something happens to him and he dies here, even if he escapes, he will be killed by the boss when he returns to the company. It would be better if I were the one dying. No, it's better to be alive. No matter what company you are the top star of, go to hell. Therefore, he just gave a reminder and did not take any other action, continuing to act like a coward. 5 years ago, a family of 3 checked into this hotel. They carried their luggage and booked a room for 3 days like ordinary tourists. The 2 adults came out to eat every day, but the child never showed up. The waitress felt strange at the time and wanted to go in to check under the pretext of cleaning, but was sternly refused. She went to find the boss. The director next to him interrupted him, looking suspicious. "How do you know so much?" Shen Feiyu glanced at him and said, "The waiter at the time personally broke the news." "Director, didn't you even collect the information?" The director turned his head and stopped talking. Shen Feiyu knew that his story was a bit long, so he just skipped to the end. 3 days later, the girl's parents jumped from the roof of the hotel and died on the spot. Their daughter's whereabouts were unknown. The surveillance showed that the girl had never left the room, but she seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. The police lifted up the floor of the room and smashed the walls, but still found nothing. Leen also knew these, but not in such detail. During these 3 days, there were no strange noises in the room? No, otherwise the waiter would have known. How is the soundproofing in the room? It's okay, but if it's too loud, people outside will definitely hear it. At this point, Shen Feiyu added, "We just did a test in the room." Leen shook her head. "No, I couldn't hear any of your voices in the corridor just now." "Could it be a ghost?" Master Zhao said hesitantly. He used to be a staunch materialist, but what happened tonight made him begin to waver. His words were funny, but no one at the scene could laugh. Leen didn't reply. She was almost sure of her thoughts. Turning to look at the wall, there was no fluctuation in his voice. "We are now experiencing everything that the girl experienced before her death." After hearing Li Yin say this, others also reacted. The sounds of banging and scratching the door, plus the bloody handprints, the windows and doors that have become walls. Isn't this a concrete representation of the girl being locked in the room, struggling desperately and calling for help? Everyone's heart tightened and fear loomed over their heads again. They themselves felt as if they were in an inescapable nightmare, surrounded by invisible terror. Then, what should we do now? The director's voice was trembling, and he was obviously scared out of his wits. Li Yin didn't look at him. She had another guess in her mind. She didn't hear any sound in the corridor at that time. If her guess was correct, then this phenomenon must be a concrete manifestation of the situation at that time. There may be no problem with the room now, but at that time, the girl was shouting and calling for help with all her might in the room. Why couldn't the outside world hear any sound? She might be locked up somewhere in the room, but the girl's voice was so sharp. How could the outside world not hear it at all? Could this be related to the room? Or to the boss? She had no way to confirm her guess for the time being, so she could only put her doubts in her heart and wait until she could contact Officer Liu to investigate. It's so convenient to have a policeman as a partner. In addition, what do the banging sounds, scratching sounds on the door, and later the sound of nails scratching bones that Shen Feiyu and the others heard in the room mean? Chapter 18, You Are the Ghost. If this is really a replay of what happened 5 years ago. Li Yin turned his head and looked at the 20 or so people in the hall, scanning their faces one by one. His scrutinizing eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, making everyone unable to help but avoid his gaze. Since this is a reenactment, what we are experiencing now is only the beginning. It is completely unclear what will happen next, but everyone swallowed nervously. Li Yin observed their reactions, narrowed his eyes, and continued. However, since we want to recreate the scene from 5 years ago, there are still 2 things missing. What? Shen Feiyu couldn't help but ask. He now obeyed Li Yin's every word. He did whatever she said and didn't dare to refute it at all. Others also looked at Li Yin curiously, waiting for her next words. Li Yin smiled slightly, but there was a bit of indescribable mystery in her smile. The girl's parents are gone, and those 2 beasts took her life. The girl's parents? They had previously guessed that the hotel's ghost might be the missing little girl, but she was not the only one who died here. The suicidal couple with strange behavior also died here. But what does it mean without the girl's parents? While the others were still confused, Shen Feiyu opened his eyes wide and spoke. You mean to say that next the girl's parents will also turn into ghosts and appear? Li Yin glanced at him and didn't nod. To recreate the scene, we naturally have to go through everything that happened at that time. Now that the girl's parents are missing, they will definitely show up. Shen Feiyu couldn't help swallowing his saliva, feeling a little scared. Then, will they also? Leen didn't answer, but just looked at him coldly. Shen Feiyu instantly understood what she meant. This couple will appear here, among these people, and will die here just like them. This thought made everyone shudder, and fear enveloped them again. If this is true, then aren't these people doomed? Everyone thought they would be safe after escaping from the room, but they didn't expect that a bigger crisis was quietly approaching. Li Yin did not tell them that she had guessed another possibility. That is, the girl's parents have already appeared among this group of people. So what should we do now? The director's voice was a little tearful. He had completely collapsed and had no idea how to face the horror that was about to happen. We can't just sit there and wait for death. We must take the initiative, find them, and end it all. At this point, Taoist Wang actually showed a bit of courage. He stood there, really worthy of his yellow robe. The others also nodded. Although they were filled with fear, they also knew that this was the only way out. Li Yin looked around and finally looked at Shen Feiyu. Do you know the information of that couple? What are their characteristics? Shen Feiyu took out a photo from his mobile phone, which was a report of the incident that year that he had saved. Li Yin compared the photos and scanned the faces of everyone at the scene one by one. From the appearance alone, I couldn't tell anything and could only silently watch to see if there was anything unusual about the people present. When people are afraid, only by sticking together can they feel a sense of security, so everyone decided to act together and go to room 302, which was the room where Master Zhao and his team were performing at the time. When they arrived at the door, they felt a little scared when they saw that the door had become intact for some reason. Especially those people from the internet celebrity company, they already have a trauma about this room, and they're all hiding behind it, not wanting to go in. Everyone looked at Li Yin, as if this little girl, who was probably less than 1.6 meters tall, had become their backbone. Li Yin didn't say anything, but walked in first with an axe in hand. At this time, Taoist Wang spoke again. Little Master, I think we should send some people outside, so that we can have someone to respond if anything goes wrong, right? Everyone turned their eyes to Li Yin and asked for her opinion. Li Yin glanced at Taoist Wang and nodded. Voluntary. At this point, everyone was in a dilemma. On the one hand, they felt that this house was very strange and that they might be in danger if they went in. On the other hand, they felt that it would be more dangerous if they were not with the girl. In the end, most people chose to stay outside, including Master Wang and Master Zhao, who had just spoken. Unexpectedly, Shen Feiyu chose to follow Li Yin into room 302. He was accompanied by the director and several unfamiliar faces. Seeing that no one wanted to come in, Li Yin turned around and closed the door. This move startled everyone who walked in. They turned around to look at Li Yin, only to see that she had a calm face, as if the person who had just closed the door was not her. What are you doing? The director couldn't help but speak, with a hint of fear in his tone. Li Yin glanced at him and said calmly, since we are recreating the scene, we have to make it as realistic as possible. Haven't you ever seen a horror movie? In ghost movies, doors are a very important element. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help swallowing, and their fear of Li Yin increased a little more. They originally thought that Li Yin was a reliable person who could lead them to escape, but they didn't expect that she was so crazy that she wanted to recreate this horrific scene. But at this moment, Shen Feiyu suddenly said, Li Yin, I've noticed something's wrong with you. Did you deliberately bring us into this hellhole? What's your purpose? Shen Feiyu's sudden attack stunned everyone, and they didn't know what was going on. But he continued, Li Yin, you didn't plan to take us out from the beginning, right? I noticed something was wrong with you since we were in the restaurant. Now I suspect that you are not human. Shen Feiyu's words instantly made the atmosphere tense, and everyone else was stunned by his accusation. They originally thought that Shen Feiyu was on Li Yin's side, but they didn't expect that he would attack her at this moment. When you think about how calm and composed Li Yin had always been, and how a weak little girl could actually carry such a big axe effortlessly, now everyone began to doubt Li Yin's identity. Led by the director, everyone retreated in fear, trying to stay away from the girl and the axe that was shining with cold light. How do you know my name? Li Yin looked at Shen Feiyu. A sneer flashed in her eyes, and she walked over slowly. Every step made Shen Feiyu's heartbeat faster. I thought you were very smart, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. The girl's voice sounded calm, but every word seemed to be fished out of an ice cellar, making everyone present feel bitterly cold. She walked to a position about 2 meters in front of Shen Feiyu, raised her head slightly, and looked at him, with a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. Shen Feiyu was a little scared by the look in the eyes of the girl who was 2 heads shorter than him, but he still said with all his strength, Don't think I don't know that you have been using us from the beginning. You brought us here on purpose, just to... Before she finished her words, Li Yin suddenly attacked. She was so fast that she was in front of Shen Feiyu in an instant, and the axe in her hand chopped directly at his neck. Shun Feiyu widened his eyes in horror. He never expected that this seemingly weak girl would actually kill someone. However, the axe did not hit his neck, but stopped only a few centimeters away from his neck. He was greeted by a whip kick, which directly knocked him away, and he fell to the ground, retching. Seeing this scene, everyone became even more desperate. Damn it, this guy is really not a human. Can a normal person just start fighting? Can he kick someone away with one kick? Leen didn't care what these people thought, but continued. This room is used to imprison the little girl. For her, the door can't be opened no matter what. It's like a ruthless iron wall blocking her way to survival. After saying that, Leen turned around and looked at the door that he had smashed. Unknowingly, it had been restored to its original state. But I've opened it just now. Do you think the little girl will stay here? Shun Feiyu struggled to get up and said with difficulty, "What do you want to say?" According to the rules from 5 years ago, only one type of person could freely enter and leave this room, and that was the girl's parents. Now we are recreating the scene from 5 years ago. The girl at the front desk just now is playing the role of the waitress, and the person I rescued is playing the role of the murdered girl. Didn't you notice? Have all of you here never been to this room? Everyone looked at each other and noticed this problem. Now that the girl has escaped, her fear will not allow her to come back again. Li Yin fixed her eyes on Shun Feiyu, with a smile on her face. So, Shun Feiyu, why did you come in? What role do you play? Chapter 19, Master Wang. What's wrong with you? When the people outside the door who had not entered saw the door closed, they couldn't help swallowing. This Li Yin is truly a man of great skill and courage. They secretly admire him in their hearts, but they dare not approach him rashly. A brave man leaned over the door and listened inside, but heard no sound. He panicked, fearing that the people inside were in danger, and turned back to consult his friend, but was horrified to see that the last door quietly opened and countless dark arms stretched out from the room, waving in the air as if trying to grab something. Immediately afterwards, a shrill scream was heard. The sound was full of despair and pain, making people's scalps numb. Everyone was terrified by this scene, and they retreated in fear, trying to get away from the door. However, those dark arms seemed to have found their target, and they rushed towards the crowd frantically, trying to drag them into the endless darkness. "Run!" Someone shouted, and everyone woke up from their dream and turned to run away. They ran very fast, fearing that they would be caught by those arms. However, no matter how fast they ran, those arms could always find them accurately, as if their whereabouts had already been known to the other party. Master Zhao looked at the horror right before his eyes and was so frightened that his face turned pale. His legs went weak, and he could hardly stand. But he still reached out and pulled Taoist Wang, who was also motionless next to him, but was surprised to find that he didn't move. When he turned around, he happened to meet Taoist Wang's blue-white eyes. There was no trace of blood on his face, and he had a weird smile on his face, which looked extremely creepy. Master Zhao was shocked and felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He asked in a trembling voice, "You, what's wrong with you?" Taoist Wang did not answer, but just smiled at him. His blue-white eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He slowly raised his hand and pointed behind Master Zhao. Master Zhao looked back and was immediately frightened out of his wits. He saw those dark arms had already caught up with them, less than a meter away. They had nowhere to escape and could only watch those arms getting closer and closer. Looking further back, many people had been caught by the ghost hands and dragged into nearby rooms. Screams continued to be heard from the corridor, but as the doors closed, the screams quickly decreased. Master Zhao finally overcame his fear and rushed forward, banging on the door of room 302, shouting, "Help! Come out! They are coming! Open the door! Help!" However, no matter how he knocked or shouted, the door seemed dead silent, and there was no response. Taoist Wang stood beside him, not moving, just looking at him quietly. His eyes were full of indifference and ridicule. This is the person you trust? How ridiculous. To give your life to someone else and unconditionally trust him to lead you to the light. Ridiculous. He was talking about Master Zhao, but it seemed as if he was also talking about himself, and his tone was full of self-mockery. After saying that, Taoist Wang stretched out his hand, and countless ghost hands emerged from the darkness behind him and grabbed Master Zhao. Fear, despair, become part of her strength. Just when the ghost hand was less than half a meter away from Master Zhao, the tightly closed door suddenly opened with a click. He turned his head in surprise, and a fire axe flew past his nose and flew into the group of ghost hands. The axe seemed to carry an invisible force, shattering the ghost hands that touched the axe and turning them into black smoke that dissipated into the air. Finally, it was nailed to the concrete wall with a loud noise. Master Zhao stared at the scene blankly, as if he had seen a savior god. The fear in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by an indescribable excitement and relief. Taoist Wang felt the ghost hand collapse, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes, but then it immediately turned into resentment. "Who are you? Are you from the Abnormal Bureau? Why are you here?" Hearing the words Abnormal Bureau, Li Yin immediately became interested. He flashed in front of Master Wang and punched him in the stomach before he could react. Then he reached out and grabbed the axe handle that was chopped on the wall, raised the axe blade, and gently put it against his neck and asked calmly, "Do you know the Abnormal Bureau?" Taoist Wang felt the cold touch on his neck, but a mocking smile appeared on his face. "I know your axe is special and can cause direct damage to me. But you dare not kill this man. I know the rules of your Abnormal Bureau." After he said that, Leen probably guessed who the black energy that was chopped in the corridor was. Without hesitation, he raised his leg and kicked him on the ankle. With a crisp click, Taoist Wang fell directly to the ground. "Who told you I was from the Abnormal Bureau?" Even though he suffered a heavy blow, Master Wang's expression did not change at all. The body was not his, and he had no sense of pain. He knew in his heart that this woman named Li Yin must be cheating on him. Sure enough, Li Yin spoke again. "You have a very good psychological quality, much better than the one inside." "Which one is inside?" A hint of doubt flashed across Taoist Wang's face, but he soon understood what Li Yin meant, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. You bastard. What did you do to her?" "Kill it. It's a ghost that wants to harm people. Why should I let it go?" Li Yin looked down at Taoist Wang, who was lying on the ground, and said calmly, "This is the first time I've encountered a ghost as intelligent as you. If I hadn't had to, I wouldn't want to kill it. It would be great if I could catch it and study it." Taoist Wang lowered his head. Li Yin's words made him more certain of his guess. As long as he didn't come out, she couldn't do anything to him. Li Yin continued to ask, "You know what happened here, right? Why did you become ghosts and stay here? And everything about this place?" Taoist Wang raised his head with an inexplicable look in his eyes. "What happened here is not what you can imagine. Don't investigate any further, leave. I will ask her to let you go." Li Yin raised her eyebrows. "She you were talking about is your daughter?" Taoist Wang nodded. "You are such a beast." After saying that, Li Yin smiled and said, "Okay, open the door, I'm leaving." Taoist Wang was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. "Do you think I will believe you? You don't believe it? Should I believe it?" Li Yin stood up and told Master Zhao behind him, "Go get a rope and tie it up." Although Master Zhao was a little scared, he still went ahead and got a rope. His hands were shaking when he came back. He carefully handed the rope to Li Yin. "Little master, can Lao Wang still be saved?" "It should be fine, as long as he doesn't cause any trouble." Li Yin tied up Taoist Wang tightly with a rope, leaving a piece of the rope for himself to hold. "You just stay in there, don't come out, or I'll kill you. If you don't come out, wait for me to kill your daughter. Then I'll hand you over to the Abnormal Bureau. Don't come out." After saying that, she no longer cared about Master Wang's reaction, grabbed the rope and dragged it behind her, then turned around and asked Master Zhao, "Where are the others? Where did they go?" Master Zhao then remembered the people who were dragged away by the ghost hands, and quickly said, "They were all dragged into the nearby rooms by the ghost hands." Just now, a lot of ghost hands suddenly stretched out from the room in the corridor, and everyone they touched was dragged away. Li Yin frowned after hearing this. Is this the second scene being played out? The girl escaped from the room, but was dragged back by her demon parents. Why is there a ghost hand in every room? She was dragged into every room. Why? Chapter 20. I'll kill your daughter first, then I'll deal with you. As Li Yin thought about it, he picked up the axe and walked towards one of the rooms. He kicked it once, but it didn't open, so he chopped it with an axe and it opened. Master Zhao leaned over to take a look, but was so frightened that he fell to the ground the next second. 4 people were dragged into the room. 3 of them fell to the ground, and the room was covered in blood. What was even more terrifying was that they all lost an arm. The arm was thrown in front of the door, covered in blood, as if it had been torn off by something with great force, and the cross-section was very irregular. Another person was kneeling on the ground, with several ghost hands holding down his body, while several others were tearing his arms, as if teasing their prey, tearing them off bit by bit, leaving blood marks on his arms. The man roared desperately into the air, his voice becoming hoarse and filled with fear and powerlessness. Li Yin did not go in, but just stood at the door and watched everything quietly. Master Zhao was so frightened that he was shaking all over and kept backing away until his back hit the wall. Then he stopped. How? How could this happen? His face was pale and his lips were trembling, and he was obviously very frightened. Li Yin did not show any surprise, as if she had already guessed it all. Do you know what's going on? Master Zhao looked at her, his eyes full of fear and confusion. Li Yin turned to look at him, shook her head, and said nothing. Holding the axe, she dragged Taoist Wang into the room, waved her hand, and all the ghost hands in the air disappeared. He came up to the man and patted his shoulder. Don't be afraid, I will save you. After that, she turned and walked towards the door and said to Master Zhao, go find some bandages and hemostatics. I'll go save the others. But Li Yin knew that he was afraid that the ghost hand would appear again and drag him into the room, leaving him in such a miserable state. Putting down the axe, Li Yin reached into her pocket and took out a yellow talisman that she had picked up from the ground earlier. At that time, she thought it had some miraculous effect, but she didn't expect it to be a scam. Now is a good time to use it to deceive its owner. He tried to inject a little of his own strange energy into it, and then handed it to Master Zhao. I have blessed it. No ghost can hurt you with it. She didn't know whether it was effective or not, but Master Zhao obviously believed it. He held the yellow talisman in his hand as if it were a treasure and did not dare to delay for a moment before running downstairs to find a medical kit. Li Yin used an axe to chop the door of this room into pieces and immediately went to the next room. The situation in this room was much better. Only one person had his thigh torn off and blood was gushing out. The others were huddled together in a corner, shivering. Help him stop the bleeding, otherwise he will die soon. Li Yin threw down these words and hurried to the next room. There are 7 rooms on this floor. She seemed to have thought of something. Her face became extremely gloomy and her eyes were full of murderous intent as she looked at Taoist Wang. Because they were rescued in time, the people in the following rooms were not harmed. It seemed that the ghost hand was injuring people according to a certain pattern or in a certain order. The frightened crowd finally came to their senses and mustered up the courage to carry the injured person to the corridor and take measures to stop the bleeding. Li Yin looked at the 4 people lying on the ground and frowned. We have to get out quickly, otherwise these people will die from excessive blood loss. What's the next scene? At this moment, the 7 doors in the corridor were restored and closed at the same time, and bursts of shrill screams were heard from them, as if countless ghosts were struggling in pain. The people around who had originally calmed down fell into panic again. They huddled together, as if only in this way could they find a sense of security. Master Zhao's face was pale. He tightly held the yellow talisman that had been blessed by Li Yin. It was his only life-saving straw. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded beside his ears. He didn't hear it clearly the first time, but he couldn't help but repeat it the third time. Find me? I'm in the room. Where am I? Choose one. After he finished speaking, he noticed that the faces of the people nearby changed because they all heard the same sound. Master Zhao swallowed and said, What do you mean? Just let us guess which room it is hidden in. If we choose wrong, we will die. Li Yin looked down at the quiet Taoist Wang and suddenly asked, You all do all this for a purpose, right? What is the purpose? To become a ghost. Taoist Wang did not reply, but just lowered his head quietly, as if he had fainted. Seeing that he didn't speak, Li Yin didn't ask any more questions. She raised her head and looked at the rooms in the corridor one by one, her face becoming colder and colder. Ignoring the panic screams of the crowd nearby, Li Yin dragged the rope that tied up Taoist Wang in his left hand, held the fire axe in his right hand, and walked straight to the first house. He kicked the door open and threw Taoist Wang's body inside. Find out where you put it yourself. Taoist Wang's face was uncertain. What do you mean? What are you looking for? Li Yin's face showed anger for the first time. You dismembered your daughter with your own hands. You hid her arms, legs, torso, head and internal organs in 7 rooms. How did you torture her in her life to treat her like this after her death? Are you human? Seeing that Taoist Wang remained silent, Li Yin said no more. He walked into the room with the axe and then closed the door. The room was instantly plunged into darkness, and she could feel a force tearing at her arms, but the force was very small, almost like a massage. He ignored it and looked around the room. Then he swung the axe violently and smashed the wall with the back of the axe. In just one move, a big hole appeared on the wall, but there was nothing inside. Change to another place and try again. Soon the whole room was smashed to pieces, but still nothing was found. Li Yin sighed, walked out of the room, smashed the door, and shouted to everyone, "Go downstairs, I'm going to let the ghost out." After hearing what she said, who would dare to stay here? They all rushed downstairs. Even the unconscious Shin Feiyu and several people who had lost their arms and legs were carried down. Seeing that everyone had left, Li Yin took an axe and started to destroy things. Doors, walls, glass. She smashed everything she saw, using her energy-strengthened body to smash the entire third floor to pieces. Following the procedure was too slow. What she wanted to do now was to overturn the table. Of course, the load-bearing walls were not destroyed, otherwise the entire building would have collapsed and no one below would have survived. Just as she smashed the wall of the last room, a cold air suddenly rushed out of the room, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. Leen immediately felt a strong sense of malice coming towards her. She could feel the emotional fluctuations that were so strong that they seemed tangible, mixed with resentment, disappointment, confusion, anger. But the most common feeling was fear. These had no effect on Li Yin, but she could also feel that these were the despair and helplessness that the little girl experienced before she was abused to death. He gripped the axe tightly in his hand and chopped hard at the gloomy wind. Bang! The miserable screams resounded throughout the entire building, and even the people in the lobby on the first floor could hear them clearly. When the dust cleared, Li Yin could see the ghost's true appearance. It was no longer recognizable from its appearance before birth. Its skull was split in half from the middle and turned to the sides like petals, with only skin and flesh connecting them at the neck, revealing the dark brain and white bones inside. Its upper body was crawling on the ground, with its ribs abnormally turned outward to support its body. Its internal organs were all over the ground and were dragged out as it moved like a mollusk parasitic on its body, wriggling constantly. Its limbs were shriveled and twisted, as if they had been squeezed by something heavy for a long time. The original shape could no longer be seen, and only skin and bones were connected by twisted joints. Its fingers and toes became abnormally long and thin, bent at impossible angles, as if trying to grab anything it could cling to. The girl's eyes had turned into two black holes, with no whites, no pupils, only bottomless darkness that could swallow up all light. It roared. The sound was sharp and shrill, like a blade cutting through glass, hurting people's ears. Looking at this extremely twisted monster, Li Yin remembered the first ghost she encountered, the one that attacked her at her uncle's house. In appearance, the two were somewhat similar, but she didn't think much about it. After all, she had seen too few ghosts and couldn't tell the pattern among them. Li Yin looked down at Taoist Wang, only to find that the man was actually smiling. We succeeded. It really turned out what we wanted. Taoist Wang laughed crazily, his eyes flashing with twisted and excited light. His laughter echoed in the empty corridor, giving people a creepy feeling. This person really needs to be tortured. Li Yin withdrew his gaze and looked directly at the monster in front of him. Unlike its beastly parents, it was clear that it had lost all consciousness, leaving only endless despair and fear before death. Li Yin loosened his grip on the rope, took 2 steps forward, turned around and looked at Taoist Wang again. "Are you going to escape?" At this time, Taoist Wang had recovered from his madness. He smiled, as if he had gained the greatest satisfaction. "Why should I run away? My experiment was successful. My most perfect work is right in front of me. Why should I run away?" Experiment? Li Yin keenly captured the key words. This guy actually used his own daughter's life for experiments, causing her to become the monster she is today in extreme pain. Simply worse than beasts. By the way, do you know Feng Qi? Feng Qi is the murderer who calls himself a murder artist, Officer Liu told her this afternoon. Feng Qi? Who is that? Come to think of it, the timing doesn't match. Feng Qi started committing crimes in recent months, and by then this guy had already been dead for several years. He ignored him, gripped the axe handle tightly with both hands, and faced the monster that suddenly pounced on him. Without any fear, he swung the axe to meet the monster's sharp claws. There was a slight puff sound, and the monster's arm broke, leaving only a piece of skin attached. Dark red blood splattered all over the wall. Li Yin was not surprised. So far, she had never seen a ghost that could not be chopped down by her axe. Obviously, this one was not much stronger than the previous ones. However, this gave Taoist Wang a great shock. He stared with disbelief written all over his face. He couldn't accept this result. His work was so vulnerable. In his eyes, this ghost was the product of all his efforts and expectations, and it should be extremely powerful and invincible. However, reality gave him a loud slap in the face. His work was like a fragile paper tiger in front of Li Yin, vulnerable to a single blow. "Who are you? What is this axe of yours?" After one of its hands was chopped off, the monster let out a shrill scream, but its other hand grabbed towards Li Yin even more frantically, while it opened its big mouth full of fangs. Li Yin dodged sideways and at the same time chopped the monster's head with an axe, causing it to roll out again. Without waiting for it to get up, he took 2 steps forward and chopped its neck with an axe, completely smashing its head apart. The monster let out a scream that was not like a human voice, and then its body twitched violently, but it never fell down. Leen didn't give it any chance. He swung the axe and smashed it hard on its body until it was smashed into pieces and no intact organs could be seen. Only then did he stop. He took a breath and was about to use his axe to turn over the pile of rotten meat to see if it could be moved when a cheer erupted from downstairs, and someone shouted, "The door is open. The door is open, run." It looks like it's dead. In order to prevent herself from coming back to life, Li Yin gave it 2 more hits. If you didn't know better, you would have thought she was making handmade beef balls. He didn't stop until the light flew into his body. "Okay, now tell me everything you know." Li Yin turned around, ready to interrogate the monster inside Taoist Wang's body, but found that Taoist Wang was already lying on the ground, motionless. "I was paying attention to him just now, but I didn't see anything coming out of his body." Li Yin was curious, so she walked over and poked it, then sniffed its breath and found that it was still alive. So, shit, this guy and the monster his daughter turned into are one and the same. If his daughter dies, then they all die. Li Yin didn't want to say anything anymore. It was because he lacked experience. Next time, when he encountered a similar situation, he would definitely ask questions before killing anyone. I took out my cell phone and checked the time. It was now past 1 in the morning. I didn't expect that more than 5 hours had passed. After calling the police, he looked downstairs. Most of the people trapped in the hotel had already run away. Only the injured and a few people from the internet celebrity company remained. Master Zhao was stretching his head and looking upwards, as if he was looking for something. When he saw Li Yin, his face suddenly lit up with joy, and he wanted to come up to see how his good brother, Master Wang, was doing, but he was a little scared. He had just escaped with great difficulty, and if something happened again, it would be too late for him to regret. However, after some psychological struggle, he decided to run up to check on his brother, holding the blessed yellow paper talisman in his arms. Looking at the 3rd floor, which looked like it had been visited by an entire demolition team, Master Zhao couldn't help swallowing. What exactly happened here? Little Master, how is he? Master Zhao no longer has the calm and composed look he had before. Now he is just a disheveled middle-aged man, and his pants are even wet. Li Yin subconsciously moved away. "I don't know. You'll have to ask the doctor. By the way, did you call an ambulance?" This tone, Master Zhao suddenly felt that this girl who saved everyone didn't seem so reliable. Moreover, the tone of voice now is quite different from when he was trapped just now. After careful recollection, it seems that his voice now is more normal. The indifference and indifference before always gave people a deliberate feeling. "I called him, and he said he'll be there soon." "That's good. Now take him down. I'll go get my things." Her luggage was still up there. She thought she would have to stay here for several days before encountering a ghost, but she didn't expect the hotel to be torn down on the first day. Leen did not feel the slightest bit of guilt about demolishing an entire floor of the hotel. After all, the police would have to demolish the floor in order to find the girl's body. She had figured it out. This hotel owner was definitely not a good person. Otherwise, how could the evil couple dismember their daughter and hide her in 7 rooms? The owner must have helped them. So why would they do this? Is it some kind of evil ritual? Also, I heard the name of the Abnormal Bureau again. It seems that it is really an official organization to deal with these ghosts. Do they know about my uncle's affairs? Should I contact them? Leen carefully weighed the pros and cons and ultimately gave up the idea. It is better not to contact them rashly before figuring out the nature of this organization. Wait, Li Yin frowned. She suddenly remembered that in the forum story, there seemed to be a sentence at the end. "It's in my brain," it's saying, "I can still see you." What does this mean? Forget it. It doesn't matter. The ghosts are all dead. If you have any tricks, use them in hell. Li Yin stretched and rubbed his stiff face. She felt that pretending to be aloof wasn't that cool. The main thing was that she needed to establish a strong enough image in the hearts of these people so as not to do irrational things out of fear and despair. Chapter 21. Conversation at the barbecue restaurant. Soon the ambulance and police arrived. When they saw several people lying in front of the hotel, they couldn't help but gasp. What on earth happened here? The tragic scene frightened the police and medical staff, especially the situation on the third floor, which was even more unbelievable for them. They wouldn't doubt it if someone detonated a bomb here. Leen met an old acquaintance downstairs, Officer Liu, who had just been separated from her partner for less than half a day. When he saw Li Yin, Officer Liu could already guess what had happened and couldn't help but sigh. Encountered them in the past 10 years or so, but now they are happening all the time. Li Yin saw Officer Liu and reached out to greet him. Hey, isn't this Officer Liu? I knew you wouldn't be able to wait and come tomorrow, so I came here to investigate in advance. Officer Liu shook his head helplessly. No, I couldn't get through to you just now, so I thought you might be here, so I came to check it out, but I didn't expect you to be here. What's going on in there? Li Yin shrugged. It's terrible. Several people's arms and legs were torn off by ghosts. I'm not wrong. You definitely don't want to see how miserable those people are. Putting this aside, is there any new clue about feng qi? Speaking of this topic, Officer Liu's face became more serious. Let's find a place to talk. There happened to be a barbecue restaurant opposite that was not closed, so Officer Liu greeted his colleague, and they sat down in the barbecue restaurant. Leen wanted to order some skewers to satisfy his craving, but the boss and the waiter had already run out to watch the fun, so there was no one to entertain them, so they had to give up on this idea. Officer Liu asked straight to the point. Li Yin, what happened here? Can you tell me? Li Yin still called the waiter, ordered something, handed the menu to Officer Liu, and said, Don't worry, the matter you are investigating is more important. Let's talk about that first. Officer Liu nodded, took the menu, ordered a few bottles of beer and some skewers, and then began to say, After I told you the news about the hotel in the evening, I rushed back to continue interrogating feng qi. Some of the things he said made me very concerned. Li Yin became interested. Oh, tell me about it. He was frightened to death by the monster, and his words were all nonsense. Many of his sentences were incoherent, but he remembered one thing very clearly. About a cult? No, from what he said, he doesn't know what a cult is, and that finger isn't his. Not his. Yes, he is not pretending. What happened to the body disappearing? He doesn't know. He has never thought about it. He has always believed that his behavior is in line with social moral norms, so he will not be held accountable. Instead, he should be praised. Li Yin was confused. I didn't expect this guy to be a psychopath. So, the body disappeared out of thin air. Officer Liu shook his head. No, he also revealed another piece of information during our conversation. He once had a friend with whom he had a very good relationship. He said that his artistic inspiration came from the guidance of that friend. Li Yin frowned. Are you suspecting that everything he did was deliberately guided by that friend? The body was handled by the friend, and the finger also belonged to the friend. Is he the member of the cult? Yes, I think so, but I can't find the evidence now. What's your name? I don't know. He said they were online friends, and they kept calling each other by their online nicknames. What's your screen name? When I was about to ask, he was taken away by the abnormal bureau. Coming so fast? Li Yin frowned. The clue was cut off. She was very depressed. She could only ask other questions. What do people from the abnormal bureau look like? Are they the same as normal people? Officer Liu gave her a strange look and said, What difference can there be? You can't be a superhuman, right? Li Yin scratched his head. I was just asking nonsense. Please continue. The man who took him away was probably about my age. He was wearing a black suit and had a square face. There was nothing special about him, but at this point, Officer Liu couldn't help swallowing his saliva. But I always feel that he gives me a strong sense of oppression. It's a very confusing feeling, Li Yin. Do you understand this feeling? Li Yin shook her head blankly. Ever since she first saw a monster at her uncle's house, no ghost has ever had the ability to affect her. Not to mention the feeling of oppression, she has never even seen the illusions that ordinary people can see. Officer Liu sighed and stopped dwelling on the topic. Also, I have had someone investigate the forum you mentioned. It's backed by a very clean company, so there's nothing wrong with it. As for the account that posted the murder artist story, the person hid it very well, and even we couldn't find out much information about him. But I asked the technical experts in the Bureau for help, and we did track down some clues. The last time this person appeared was Linhai University. He looked up at Li Yin and reminded her, Li Yin, you got into Linhai University, right? Be careful when you go to school. Li Yin nodded silently, feeling that her college life would not be so easy. Wait, the university is starting? Holy crap, I'm a girl now, And my previous profile also showed that I was a girl, so I'm gonna live in a girl's dormitory? Is it so exciting? What should I prepare? Should I wear a pair of sunglasses to pretend I'm blind? Seeing Li Yin's emotions somewhat confused, Officer Liu also sighed. After all, she is still a child, so it is normal to have such a reaction. I'll send you Professor Zhang's contact information later. Save it. He teaches at Linhai University. It shouldn't be a problem to ask him to take care of you at the university. By the way, Uncle Liu, is the Professor Zhang you mentioned Zhang Hiren? That Li Yin knew the name Zhang Hiren. After all, Li Yin's parents had worked with Professor Zhang and they were friends. It was normal for a child to have heard of him. Well, you're friends with your parents, right? I don't know about this, but the only sober child in the incident at the number 3 girls' high school a while ago was Professor Zhang's adopted daughter. She was the one who called me over. Professor Zhang has an adopted daughter? This was the first time Officer Liu had heard of this. Although the two were friends, they did not have much contact due to work reasons. Okay, Leen, can you tell me what happened tonight? Do you have any clues about Feng Qi's contact? Leen nodded. I haven't found any concrete evidence, but I have a rough guess. Recounted in detail the story she had seen on the forum, how she had set out to the hotel, and everything she had experienced afterwards. Upon hearing that the parents had dismembered their daughter for some experiment and hid her in 7 rooms, turning her into a horrible ghost, Officer Liu was so angry that his face turned blue. Such people are not worthy of being parents. They are worse than beasts. But apart from that, he also felt it was a bit of a pity. If he could really catch one of the 2 beasts, he might be able to learn a lot of inside information. Are you sure he died along with the ghost the little girl turned into? Instead of escaping into someone else's body? Leen nodded. I could feel him coming out, and I was always keeping an eye on his movements. There was no chance of him escaping. Officer Liu sighed. It was yet another unsolved case. This feeling made him very depressed. But I have another guess. Leen told his guess about the hotel owner and asked the professional in front of him to help analyze it. You think the hotel owner is an accomplice? Officer Liu frowned and analyzed this possibility from Li Yin's narration. The more he analyzed, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. I will investigate him as soon as possible. Are there any other details? Leen recalled and remembered what the ghost that controlled Taoist Wang said to Master Zhao at that time, about the topic of trust and betrayal. I suspect that their actions were also directed by someone. There may be a bigger conspiracy behind them, and maybe they're just pawns. Officer Liu felt the same way. Do you think they are the same people behind the murder artist? I don't rule out this possibility. It's hard for me not to associate the method of actively turning people into ghosts with a cult. While they were talking, the barbecue and beer were served. The two ended the topic and started chatting about some ordinary family matters. Officer Liu held out a beer to her. Would you like a drink? Although the person sitting in front of him was a petite girl, he always had the feeling that the person he was talking to was not a little girl, but one of his battle-hardened colleagues. Not until he said this did he realize that a girl was out late at night, and he was serving her wine. This was not something a policeman should do. On the other side coughed. No, I don't like to drink, no. No. Officer Liu was a little surprised. Aren't you already in college? School early. By the way, Uncle Liu, you have checked the information. How come you don't even know these? Ahem, I didn't notice. Uncle Liu, aren't you still at work? Is it okay to drink? I'm off work. I just came to see. As the two chatted, the topic turned to ghosts. Speaking of this topic, Officer Liu sighed. To be honest, the more I investigate, the more powerless I feel, especially after seeing what happened on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Li Yin, was that you who did it? Li Yin nodded silently. You won't ask me to pay for it, right? Probably not. As long as your guess is correct and that boss really has a problem, he might even give you a certificate of honor or something. This was, of course, a joke. What they were investigating now could not be made public. Even for what happened tonight, he would have to have someone silence the person involved to prevent the incident from spreading and causing panic. He sighed. Whether facing ghosts or anomalies, ordinary people seem so powerless. Sometimes I even wonder, what is the meaning of our existence? Is it to protect ordinary people, or just to maintain the order of this world? By the way, Li Yin, do you? Before he finished speaking, he saw a small incense burner with half of its lid exposed from a cloth bag nearby. He couldn't help but reach out and take it out. What is this? Where did you get it from? Seeing this, Li Yin didn't know what to say for a moment. He couldn't tell others that he believed in a fake master. Could he? That would be too embarrassing, and his image would be shattered. Ahem, this was given to me by a master. Master. Officer Liu immediately became interested and took it in his hand to play with it carefully. The palm-sized incense burner looks quite delicate, especially in the dark light at night, when it is easy to overlook the details. Can this exorcise evil spirits? Li Yin scratched his head. I don't know, it should not work. Officer Liu obviously liked it very much. He asked with a smile. Do you have many of these things? If you have any extra, can you give me one? I also have some ability to protect myself. It's fine to give it to you, but don't expect it to save your life or anything like that. It's just a work of art. Officer Liu didn't hear a word of this. For a person who could demolish an entire floor with her bare hands, could the mysterious things in her bag be ordinary crafts? He himself did not believe it. Thanks. This barbecue is on my table. Please help yourself. Ha! Uncle Liu is so generous. Then I won't be polite. By the way, Uncle Liu, if you hear of any supernatural cases in the police station, remember to tell me and I will help you handle it. You are quite diligent. Chapter 22 Enrollment. The incident at the suburban hotel did not cause any stir on the internet. That night, Officer Liu applied for the power to block the news and used some special means to delete all the online posts about the hotel's strange stories. He announced to the public that he had found the decisive clues to the case from 5 years ago, and he had reopened the case and was investigating it to the end. Originally, the suburban hotel was not a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities, and there were not many guests on normal days. It was only recently that it gained some popularity. Even if something like this happened, not many people paid attention to it. At most, there were some conspiracy theories about the hotel on the forums, and netizens would only treat these as stories and laugh it off. Officer Liu returned to the police station and went directly to the chief's office. Chief, the hotel owner ran away. I'm applying for a wanted warrant. Run away? What happened? When did it happen? Last night when I took people to check, he was gone. According to our investigation, he may have fled to another place. The director frowned. This matter is a bit strange. The hotel owner has been running here for many years. How could he suddenly run away? Is there something we don't know about? Officer Liu nodded. Yes, I have a guess that the hotel owner is very likely the murderer who killed the little girl and her family of 3. We can't just let it go. The director took a deep breath and said, this guess is a bit bold, but we cannot rule out this possibility. I will immediately approve the arrest warrant and do my best to hunt down the hotel owner. In addition, I will also report to my superiors and ask for support. This case. Before he could finish, Officer Liu spoke up. The relevant departments will take over, right? I understand. I won't interfere any further. The director was amused after hearing this. You guys have learned to answer quickly? Okay, since you can let it go, it's good. How are the people who were injured last night now? Fortunately, the rescue was timely and no one died. The broken arms and legs were also saved through surgery. However, there were some problems with their mental state. Officer Liu sighed and said, after encountering something like this, their lives may never go back to the way they were before. In the hospital, Shun Feiyu and Taoist Wang were placed in the same ward. Taoist Wang was still in a coma, and apart from a broken ankle, there were no obvious external injuries on his body. Shun Feiyu's condition was much worse. Several of his ribs were broken and his face was covered in bruises, as if he had been beaten up, but he had no memory of it at all. Sitting in front of the bed were the director and the company's boss, both looking worried. The director called his boss that night and explained everything clearly. At first, the boss was a little skeptical, but since his top anchor was indeed in the hospital, he hurried over from another place. As he walked, he was thinking whether he could use this incident to create some hype and publicity. Whether it was true or false, it would bring in traffic. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became, and he felt that this thing definitely had potential. But as soon as he arrived at the hospital, the police came to his door and asked him not to spread the matter. Otherwise, he would be held legally responsible. The boss was immediately discouraged. He was a businessman and naturally knew his priorities. If this matter got out and caused panic, his company might be affected, not to mention the hype. The boss sighed and could only suppress his thoughts and concentrate on dealing with the matter at hand. Seeing the boss coming, the director stood up quickly as if he had seen his backbone. Boss, you're here. The boss glared at him and said, how did you take care of Feiyu when I was away? How could something like this happen to him? The director suddenly felt aggrieved. You can't blame me for this. Who could have thought that something like this would happen? Besides, I was there at the time, and I was injured too. The boss ignored him and walked to Shun Feiyu's bed. Feiyu, how do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Shun Feiyu touched his face, feeling very strange. It's nothing serious, but why does my face seem to have been hit? Master Zhao next to him shook his head. I don't know. I didn't enter that room at that time. Who went in then? Director. Everyone looked in the direction of the director, asking what happened. Don't look at me. I don't know either. The director turned his face away. He really knew, but could he say it? At that time in 302, Li Yin did not hold back at all, punching the man hard and deforming him. Although he didn't know why, he didn't dare to ask. It looked like a proper exorcism process. Didn't he see that the ghost that possessed Shen Feiyu came out by itself in the end and was solved? There is definitely no problem with the process, but I really can't tell. Seeing that he didn't know, the boss turned to Taoist Wang. This Master Zhao is his company's newest business and a carefully cultivated talent. After a live broadcast, some were unconscious, some were unable to perform magic. The loss was simply too great. He glanced at the middle-aged man peeling an orange next to him. He was as peaceful as he could be. Now, he really didn't look like a master at all. Master Wang, what happened? Are you okay? Master Zhao nodded. The doctor said he is just in a coma and should wake up today. What's wrong with him? He is possessed by a demon and wants to kill me. Ghost. Until now, the boss still doesn't believe that several people in his company really encountered a ghost. This kind of thing is really beyond his understanding. At this time, the door of the ward opened and two doctors walked in. They both looked unhappy and had confusion in their eyes. Hello, Mr. Shen. How do you feel now? Shen Feiyu shook his head. It doesn't seem to be a big deal, just a little pain on my face. The doctor obviously didn't come to ask this. He looked at each other and asked, Mr. Shen, how is your mental state now? Are you experiencing auditory hallucinations? Hallucination? The doctor nodded. Now many patients who have left the hotel have told the hospital that they have auditory hallucinations and heard someone say in their heads. Shen Feiyu swallowed and asked, What? Say, I can still see you. Master Zhao didn't listen to a word the doctor said. He was searching on his phone where he could buy a fire axe, the same model that Li Yin had in his hand. There is no other purpose, just to ward off evil spirits. Soon it was September and school started. Li Yin was naturally busy during this period. He looked for stories that seemed reasonable on the forum every day, and then took a taxi to check the situation. But after more than 20 days, they only found one ghost, and the others were all playing tricks, which made her very unhappy. However, Officer Liu was very helpful. He accurately screened out 3 unusual locations from the call to the police and contacted Li Yin to handle the matter. These ghosts were all very weak. 2 of them were even just illusory shadows, as if they had just taken shape. However, there is one thing worth mentioning. It was a call from a fisherman to the police, saying that a half-human, half-fish monster was found by the river. After listening to Li Yin, I became interested all of a sudden. Half-human? Half-fish? Isn't that a mermaid? Which child hasn't read the story of the Little Mermaid? Although in reality, the existence of mermaids seems to be just a fairy tale. But in this special case, Li Yin couldn't help but feel excited. She immediately contacted Officer Liu, confirmed the details, and took a taxi directly to the scene. When we got to the area, we found out that it was not a mermaid, but a monster. A monster made of pixel blocks. There are some human features here and some fish features there, but they do not interfere with each other and are extremely disgusting. Li Yin killed it with an axe and returned to the hotel with a gloomy face. Never believe in fairy tales again. Now she is sitting in a taxi on the way to school. She wasn't nervous about killing ghosts, but the start of school made her nervous. The main reason was that she would have to live in a girls' dormitory for the next few years, which was a bit too stimulating for her, as she hadn't even held a girl's hand in the past decade or so. Just thinking about what life will be like next makes me blush. She could only look down at her phone and continue browsing the forum. There have been some bizarre stories on the forum recently, especially the story of the axe murderer on the homepage, which is the most popular. The reason is that many netizens have seen similar things with their own eyes, and some can even describe the scene at that time vividly. It was a rainy night near an old street in Chongqing district. It is said that there was thunder and dark clouds. Pedestrians on the street had already hidden in their homes, and only a few shops still had their lights on. At this moment, a figure holding a fire axe appeared. He was wearing a raincoat, a hat, and a mask on his face, which almost covered all his facial features. He walked to a store, raised the axe without any warning, and chopped the shutter door of the store fiercely. His strength was abnormal, and he smashed the shutter door into pieces in just a few strokes. Then a shrill scream came from inside, and the sound could be heard for several kilometers. It was so scary. I didn't dare watch what happened afterwards, for fear that he would discover me and kill me too. But I have photos. Attached below is a photo of a rolling door. In the photo, the originally solid rolling door has been hacked into pieces, looking horrible. It can be imagined that the scene at that time must have been extremely chaotic and thrilling. Many netizens left messages asking questions below, and some searched for the latest police reports but found no relevant content. Brother, I saw someone similar. I'm a fisherman. I saw with my own eyes a man chopping a thing that looked like a human to death with an axe by the river. But when I called the police, they said I was seeing things. Can you describe the characteristics? I couldn't see him clearly because he was wearing a raincoat. He seemed to be not very tall, about 1.6 meters. Fuck, that's what I saw. I saw it too, just before. These eyewitness reports aroused the curiosity of netizens, who speculated whether he had developed a psychological distortion because of his short stature. Some people even made up a story about a demon carrying a huge axe, walking on the streets late at night, and any creature taller than it would be ruthlessly chopped off by the axe. The netizens laughed out loud. Haha, it's over. I'm 1.7 meters tall, and it must have cut 10 centimeters off me. It's terrible. I have long legs, and it will chop my neck directly. I'm 1.5 meters tall. Does it need to be connected to me? Li Yin looked at this story and felt that it was quite credible, except that the location was a little hard to judge. The ghosts I encountered before were all in fixed locations, so I could just go there and fight them. But this time they were wandering around the whole city. Maybe they were high-level ghosts that I had never seen before. What's more, it actually uses the same weapon as me. I would feel guilty if I don't kill it. It's just rainy night? Rolling shutter? Riverside? Why does it look so familiar? She browsed the forum again and found that there was a strange trend coming from nowhere recently, with a large group of people discussing the evil repelling effect of fire axes. Fire axe to ward off evil? What the hell is going on? Leen looked at the discussion on the forum and couldn't help but hold his head with his hand. Why do I always feel that these things have something to do with me? The killing of ghosts during this period was not without gain. In addition to her increased strength, the entrance to the space where she held the axe seemed to have become larger. This made her very excited. Although she couldn't put her head in, she could put an arm in. If things continued like this, would she be able to put her entire body in one day? Without thinking too far ahead, she immediately reached her hand in and felt around to see if she could find anything useful. For example, weapons like this fire axe. As a result, she did touch something, and when she took it out and looked at it, she wanted to curse on the spot. Another fire axe, exactly the same? What's the point of having two axes? Cosplaying as a berserker? Those ghosts can't even take one of my axes, so isn't the second one a waste? Finally, she figured it out and decided to keep it as a backup. The car stopped near the school. Leen got out and looked at the bustling crowd, feeling a little scared. I carried my luggage to the new student registration office and found my college. There was already a long queue in front of the reception desk of the School of Life Sciences and Technology. But compared to other colleges, there are much fewer people here, probably only a dozen or so. It wasn't even a queue, they were just standing there in groups of 3 or 4 waiting for people. Leen had checked before coming here and found out that there were only about 300 undergraduate students in the entire college, divided into 5 departments and 4 grades. You can imagine how unpopular the entire major is. The reason why she chose this is because this is the major her parents are in. She has been influenced by it since she was a child and is quite interested in this area. Seeing a new student coming, the senior student standing next to the reception desk immediately came up to greet her warmly and skillfully helped her to complete the admission procedures, get the dormitory key, etc. He is obviously a very capable person and makes a very good first impression. Schoolgirl, which department are you from? Her voice was soft and pleasant. She was about the same height as me, about 1.6 meters, but with high heels on, she looked a lot taller. Oh, I'm from the Department of Bioinformatics. Leen looked at her name tag and saw that she was a junior named Suji, who was in the same department as him. Suji? Bioinformatics. That's one of the most difficult majors in our college. You have to work hard, junior sister. Suji seemed very happy about having a junior schoolmate because he didn't recruit anyone last year. Leen quickly raised her hand. Senior Suji, my name is Li Yin. I'm friends with Yuna. She was just talking to me about you, so I came to help her see how your life is going in college. When Yuna heard that Li Yin had started school, she planned to come along with her in order to see her beloved sister. However, because she officially entered her 3rd year of high school, the teacher refused to give her any leave, so she had to ask Li Yin to help her. Suji was also stunned, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. You are Li Yin. Yuna has mentioned you a lot recently, saying that she has a very capable sister who admires you very much. I didn't expect to finally meet you today. You are even more beautiful than in the photos. Leen felt a little embarrassed by her praise and said with a smile, "No way, senior sister. You are really beautiful." Because Li Yin had specifically asked him not to tell anyone about his identity as a ghost exorcist, not even his closest people. Yu Yuner was very obedient. She patted her chest and guaranteed with an expression that said, "I understand everything," and added something else. "I understand the rules of the underworld, and I won't tell anyone about this." Li Yin felt that this guy must have read too many novels. The two of them complimented each other for a few words, and their relationship immediately became much closer. "By the way, Li Yin, my teacher mentioned you before, and asked me to wait for you to report and take you to his place to reminisce about the past." Li Yin was a little confused. "Who is your teacher?" "My teacher's name is Feng Shuaji. He is the vice president of our department, and I think he was a colleague of your parents." Chapter 23, Late Night Ghost Stories. Following Suji, the two came to an office in the experimental building, and Li Yin met Suji's teacher, Feng Shuaji. He looked older than his parents, with gray hair, but he was in good spirits and had bright eyes. Seeing Li Yin coming in, Feng Shuaji immediately stood up and walked forward to greet her. "You are Li Yin, right? You look exactly like your mother when she was young." "Come, sit down." He asked Li Yin to sit down and asked Suji to pour a glass of water. Li Yin sat on the sofa, somewhat stiffly. She had heard her parents talk about Professor Feng, who was even more unfamiliar than Professor Zhang. She didn't know what he wanted to talk to her about. Feng Shuaji looked at the girl opposite him with a warm smile on his face, as if he had seen an old friend. "I also heard about your parents' situation. It's a pity that I didn't expect something like this to happen." Li Yin was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Thank you for your concern, teacher. My parents in heaven would definitely not want to see me so depressed. I will try my best to cheer myself up." Feng Shuaji was very pleased with her words. "Okay, it's good that you think so. Speaking of which, your parents and I have a very good relationship, and I have watched you grow up. Now that they are gone, as your senior brother, I also have the responsibility to take care of you." Li Yin waved her hand quickly. "No, teacher. You are too polite. How can I trouble you?" "How is it a trouble? Your parents helped me a lot when they were alive. Now they are gone. I will do my best to help wherever I can." Professor Feng's smile seemed so kind and sincere that Li Yin felt embarrassed to refuse. "I may not be at school often. If you encounter any troubles or don't understand something, tell your senior. She will try her best to help you." Feng Shuaji pointed at Suji next to him. Suji smiled at Li Yin. She did not feel that the task assigned to her by the teacher was a nuisance. Instead, she felt that taking care of such a cute little girl would be a very interesting thing. Li Yin had no choice but to agree with a smile. "Then I'll trouble Uncle Feng and senior sister." Li Yin felt a little overwhelmed by the two people's enthusiasm. The main reason was that she really had no impression of Professor Feng and had never heard her parents mention him. Now suddenly such a master uncle appeared and said he would take care of her. It always felt a little weird. On the contrary, senior sister Suji gave me a much more sincere feeling. She was also very gentle and very comfortable to get along with. No wonder Yuna keeps talking about him every day. He is indeed an outstanding person. I took out the key and looked at the house number on it, followed the instructions to the dormitory door, and carefully pushed the door open. Inside was a neat four-person room that was quite spacious. Except for the bed by the window, which was covered with a sheet, the rest of the beds were still bare. Leen walked over and took a look. The name on the bed was Sun Tingting, so it should be her roommate. I put my luggage on the other bed, and while I was sorting it out, I was trying to think about how to greet my roommate. In the past 10 years, she had not only made any female friends, but she had even spoken to very few girls, which made her feel a little helpless for a moment. She had called Officer Liu before. Professor Zhang was a very easygoing teacher, but unfortunately, he was not from her college and only taught graduate students. Just then, the dormitory door was opened, and two girls walked in while chatting. One of them was over 1.7 meters tall, with short hair, wheat-colored skin, and looked very healthy. People who didn't know her would probably mistake her for a sports student. The other one is a more ordinary girl. She is about 1.6 meters tall and not short, but she looks like a petite girl standing next to the short-haired girl. She has fair skin, big eyes, and looks very smart. The two were stunned when they saw that there were already people in the dormitory. Then the short-haired girl showed a bright smile and strode over. "Hi, hello, my name is Lu Qing. She's my friend Wang Yu. We are classmates. You are also in our department, right?" Leen quickly stood up and nervously shook the hand that Lu Qing extended to her. "Hello, My name is Li Yin, and I'm from the Department of Bioinformatics. How about you? We are both in the Department of Microbiology, both in the School of Biology. There is no difference. After all, there are really few undergraduate students in this college, and even the number of doctoral students is higher than that. It is normal that your roommate is not in the same class or even department as you. Li Yin, are you a local? Well, I'm a local. How many people are there in your department this year? 4, right? How about you? More than a dozen. That's considered quite a lot. Since the major is so unpopular, it is not surprising to recruit only a single-digit number of students. Even if there is no student, it is not surprising. They're already quite satisfied with having more than a dozen students. There are only 4 students in your class. Forget about skipping classes or sleeping in. The teacher will be able to see it at a glance. Wang Yu, the shorter girl, smiled smugly, as if it would be easy for her to skip classes since there were only a dozen people in her class. Lu Qing sighed. Did you come to college just to skip classes and sleep in? If you haven't even experienced skipping classes, it's like you haven't been to college. Li Yin had just met them, and they didn't have much in common, so they chatted for a while and then continued to pack their things. They started talking about the senior student who was in charge of reception at the door. Lu Qing, have you heard? The senior who just received us is actually the legendary genius girl Suji. Last year, a paper from their department was included in an internationally renowned journal, and she was the first author. Wang Yu said with admiration. Lu Qing was also amazed. Really? That's amazing. I always thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. Although she is only a junior, she is already participating in national research projects with her supervisor, the vice president of our college. That's amazing. The last roommate was a somewhat shy girl, Sun Tingting, who was staying in bed number 2. When she came in, she was holding a thick book in her hands and looked very hardworking. Seeing that there were already 3 people in the dormitory, she pursed her lips nervously, then greeted everyone with a smile. Hi everyone, my name is Sun Tingting. Thank you for your guidance in the future. Her voice was a little low, but very sincere. The 4 people introduced themselves to each other and got to know each other briefly. His 3 roommates all looked normal. There was no clique forming or scheming like in TV shows, which made Li Yin feel a little relieved. Although roommates may not necessarily become friends, at least they should not become enemies. Lu Qing and Wang Yu have cheerful personalities and quickly became familiar with Li Yin. The 3 of them began to talk about their respective interests and hobbies and future plans. Li Yin took out her cell phone and called Professor Zhang, intending to ask about his whereabouts and go visit him. As it turned out, Professor Zhang was not in Linhai as he was on a business trip, so the visit had to be postponed. In the evening, the 4 of them went to the cafeteria to have dinner together and then strolled around the School of Life Sciences. The area belonging to their college is not large, not even as big as, but the orange building looks very nice and has a sense of design. The 4 of them simply familiarized themselves with the environment and then returned to the dormitory. As they had a lot to do today, they were all quite tired, so they turned off the lights and lay down on the bed around 8 o'clock. Li Yin continued to read the forum on her mobile phone, while Sun Tingting was reading a book with the nightlight on. I guess that's how she became nearsighted. At this time, Wang Yu, who was lying on the opposite bed, suddenly asked, "Are you interested in supernatural events?" Lu Qing couldn't help but hold her forehead with her hand. "It's late at night. Can you change the subject? Don't scare the new roommate." Li Yin put down her phone and raised her head. "Interested. Wang Yu, have you encountered any supernatural events?" Wang Yu didn't expect that Li Yin, the youngest in the dormitory, was also a fan of supernatural stories. Lu Qing covered her face, feeling that she would not be able to sleep well at night from now on. I didn't expect to meet someone like me here." Wang Yu sat up happily. "I haven't encountered it, but I have heard of a few true stories. Do you want to listen to them?" Li Yin was just worried about not having a place to kill ghosts, so she immediately became interested. "Tell me about it." The first one is what I heard the last time I went to the hospital. It's super scary." She added, "I have a bad stomach, so I go to the hospital often. A chief physician told me that personally." Lu Qing was speechless. "If you find it scary, just don't say it." Wang Yu waved her hand. "Oh, it's okay. It's not scary if you talk about it. This is a true story. It happened to many people in that hospital. The story begins with a few patients in the hospital. They seem to have encountered something horrible and were all sent to the operating room. I don't know what the operation was, but the operation was successful and their lives were saved. But just when they thought everything was back to normal, horrible things happened one after another. First, those patients had hallucinations after the operation. Sun Tingting also put down the book in her hand and raised her head to listen to Wang Yu's story. When she heard terrible things happening one after another, she couldn't help but shrink into the quilt. Lu Qing saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. This is the reaction a girl should have. Looking at Li Yin, who was sitting cross-legged with a look of interest, and Wang Yu, who had already stood up and danced, it felt like these two might be fake girls. Wang Yu's story continued. They were all crazy, scratching their scalps, banging their heads against the wall, and some even wanted to saw open their skulls. After questioning, they learned that they had seen a ghost, and the ghost lived in their skulls. They said that their skull caps were gone and had been eaten by the ghost, and now wanted to get out, so they had to saw open their skulls to let the ghost out. At first, the hospital thought they were having a stress reaction after the operation, so they injected them with sedatives, but it was useless. They still kept scratching their heads, and some even scratched their scalps off. And the scariest thing is, the situations they described were all the same. Even the descriptions of the ghosts were the same, and they could even hear the ghosts whispering in their heads. Having said this, Wang Yu paused and looked around the dormitory to see the effect. Sun Tingting was the most cooperative. She had curled up in the quilt and was shivering. Lu Qing also turned around and played with her mobile phone facing the wall, but it was not difficult to tell from her trembling shoulders that she was also very scared. On the other hand, Li Yin had a calm face and even frowned slightly, as if she was not very satisfied with the story. This surprised Wang Yu a little. After all, this was a horror story she had specially prepared, but she didn't expect the effect to be so poor. What are the whispers? Wang Yu felt like she couldn't continue, but she still gritted her teeth and said in a sinister tone, "You saw me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qing turned around and asked suspiciously, "Wang Yu, didn't you say that last time?" Wang Yu scratched his head. "Really? What did I say last time? Think about it yourself." After saying that, she turned away again, obviously dissatisfied with her best friend's hobby. What happened next? How did the hospital handle it? Leen asked. Wang Yu sighed. Then the hospital invited a master, who was said to be a Taoist priest. After he came, he just walked around the patients and found the root of the problem. It turned out that the patients had gone to explore an ancient house before and accidentally touched the evil spirits inside. The evil spirits entered their bodies and hid in their skulls. The Taoist priest set up an altar and performed a ritual to drive away all the evil spirits in the patient's bodies, and then they returned to normal. Li Yin twitched the corners of his mouth, looking disbelieving. The previous part of the story seemed quite plausible, but the last part involving the Taoist priest and the evil spirit just didn't sound real at all. Wang Yu hurriedly said, "Li Yin, don't disbelieve it. This is a true story." Moreover, the Taoist priest's method was also magical. He drew a few talismans and pasted them on the foreheads of those patients, and then began to chant. Not long after, those patients began to calm down and stop scratching their heads. Li Yin was even more unconvinced. "Is the Taoist priest you were talking about surnamed Wang or Zhao?" Wang Yu shook her head blankly. "I don't know, Li Yin. Do you know any Taoist priests?" "I don't know him. Don't talk nonsense." She doesn't want to talk about the hotel at all now. Seeing that Li Yin was not scared, she could only come up with another story. "Ahem, listen to me. I have another story about a smiling man, and it's terrifying." Li Yin leaned against the wall, took out his cell phone, and checked. A senior student had sent him a message asking if he was used to living in the dormitory and if he needed any help. After she gave a brief reply, she continued to listen to Wang Yu's story. "I saw this story on a forum. It was a personal experience posted by a housewife." "Forum?" Li Yin asked. "Is this the Linhai Urban Strange Stories forum?" Wang Yu was surprised. "Li Yin, you also know? I've been paying attention, but I haven't seen the story you mentioned." Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and continued. "This sister has been married to her husband for more than 2 years. Her husband works in a multinational company and has a good income. They are very loving. Until one day, her husband came back very late, looking pale and dazed, as if he had been frightened by something. She asked him what was wrong, but her husband said nothing, just hugged her tightly and kept shaking. Since then, her husband seemed to have changed. He stayed at home all day, didn't go to work, didn't talk to her, only smiled at her occasionally, and became very sleepy. She thought her husband was too tired from work and needed a rest, so she stayed by his side and took care of him, hoping that he would recover. However, as time went by, she found that things were not that simple. One night, she woke up in the middle of the night and found her husband was not in bed. She got up to look for him, but heard strange noises coming from the bathroom. She walked over carefully and found that the bathroom door was ajar. Through the crack in the door, she saw a scene that she would never forget. Her husband was standing in front of the mirror with a strange smile on his face. The person reflected in the mirror looked exactly like her husband, but his face was pale and his eyes were empty, as if he was a corpse. She screamed in fear, and her husband turned around and saw her, but he still had that weird smile on his face and walked towards her. Li Yin raised her eyebrows, feeling that this story was somewhat real. Why didn't she see it? And then what happened? Wang Yu spread her hands and said, she updated the news several days later, saying that her husband was under a lot of work pressure during that period and had some mental problems, but he is fine now. Li Yin was speechless. How come all your stories have endings? Don't you know that horror stories are no longer scary if they have endings? Okay, go to bed. Sun Tingting also turned off the nightlight, but it was not difficult to tell from her expression that the girl was terribly scared tonight. By the way, Li Yin, your tone sounds like a boy. Do you have a brother at home? Li Yin's body, which had huddled in the quilt, suddenly froze. Holy shit, you can even hear that? Is a girl's sixth sense so strong? Ahem, no, did you hear it wrong? Wang Yu also lay down in the quilt and said to Lu Qing, you should learn more from Li Yin. He is so cool. You can tell from his voice that he is a very cool person. Lu Qing put down her phone and turned around. Didn't you say before that I was a tomboy and asked me to change? Huh, I met a girl who's cooler than you. You gotta work harder. Chapter 24, Military Training, and Uncle Wang. Li Yin's relationship with her roommate has been at a stalemate these days. She knows nothing about the celebrities, cosmetics, and gossip that girls like to discuss, and she can't get a word in. Especially when they talked about love. Li Yin would hide as far away as possible, for fear of being called on and questioned. Another thing is military training, the first lesson for freshmen at the beginning of the school year. Many girls are quite nervous about this. Every day, they discuss what kind of clothes they should wear, how to put on makeup to look natural, how to avoid getting tan during military training, etc. Li Yin seemed quite calm about this. He still lived his life at his own pace every day, eating when he was supposed to, sleeping when he was supposed to, and he didn't have too many expectations or worries about the military training. Sun Tingting and Wang Yu both thought she was a little strange. Wang Yu even asked Li Yin privately, aren't you worried about the military training? I heard it's very strict, and you might get a very dark tan. Li Yin felt that it didn't matter whether she had black spots or white spots. She had never paid attention to makeup or skin. As for whether she was tired from the military training, you can smash down an entire floor with an axe. So why are you afraid of the intensity of military training? Joke. Lu Qing's attitude towards military training is similar to Li Yin's. Her skin is wheat-colored and she has good physical fitness, so she is looking forward to shining in the military training. Many interesting things happened on the first day of the military training. Some freshmen fainted after standing in the hot sun for a while because they were not well prepared. They were rushed to the infirmary by the instructors and classmates. Some students, although they had good physical fitness, were exhausted and panting at the beginning of the military training due to lack of exercise. They couldn't even stand steadily. However, among all the freshmen, some seemed more calm and confident, like Lu Qing. She not only stood straight, but also was energetic and always had a smile on her face. The instructor was very satisfied with her performance and often used her as an example to encourage other students. Li Yin stood at the end of the team, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. She didn't want to be in the spotlight. There was no need for that, and it might even make others hostile. In the evening, after a day of training, Wang Yu was too tired to stand up, but he still dragged his heavy body, took a towel and shower gel, and prepared to go to the public bathroom to wash off the sweat. Li Yin, are you going? Let's go together. Li Yin was hiding in the bathroom, changing clothes at this time. Hearing the sound, he poked his head out. Where are you going? Bath. A public bathroom? Where else can we go? Li Yin imagined a scene in a public bathroom, where young girls took off their clothes without any defense. Standing in the water, under the steaming mist, revealing their fair skin and graceful figures, they laughed and joked with each other, and discussed various private topics together. Phew. No, this is too exciting for me. I won't go. You guys go. Li Yin's voice was a little trembling, but she still tried her best to look normal. Wang Yu came over and touched Li Yin's arm, and was surprised to find that his roommate's body was not sticky at all, but rather cool, as if he had not sweated at all during the day's military training. Li Yin, you feel so cool. Do you have any secret? Wang Yu's curiosity was aroused, and he couldn't help but move closer, trying to find something special about Li Yin. Li Yin quickly stepped back and used her clothes to cover her barren chest. Although there is nothing it's still better to block it. I don't know why, but I feel shy when others see me. But do you feel cold? Leen really didn't know and hadn't noticed. She reached out and touched her arm, and it seemed no different from usual. There's no secret. It's just that my physique is a bit special, right? I was born with a cold body. She could only make up stories. After hearing her say this, Wang Yu's envious expression disappeared in an instant and was replaced by pity. Then it must be very painful when you have your period, right? Remember to prepare more warm babies and hot water bottles. Also, drink more hot water to avoid catching a cold. Oh, okay. I remember. About Li Yin not going to the public bathhouse. He thought that it was Li Yin's first time living in the dormitory and was not used to the public bathroom. So he didn't ask much and jumped to enjoy the hot bath with his things. Leen fell in a deep thought. I've been a girl for more than a month now, right? Will I have my period? Thinking about the continuous bleeding debuff for a few days every month, Li Yin felt terrible. Putting all these worries behind her, Li Yin took some clothes and went out. After standing outside for a whole day, she felt a little uncomfortable, so she went to a hotel to take a shower and came back to bring some food for her roommates. The night market near the university is always bustling, with all kinds of snack stalls, small commodity stores, and entertainment venues lined up, brightly lit and bustling with people. In this place full of youthful hormones, there are naturally many hotels of various kinds. Leen randomly found a single room, locked the door, closed the curtains, walked into the bathroom, and turned on the faucet. The warm water poured over her body made her feel much more relaxed. Wash every part carefully, as if trying to wash away the fatigue and discomfort of the day. Gently wiping the water droplets off her body, Leen couldn't help but sigh. It has been more than a month since she became a girl. From the beginning, she would blush when going to the toilet, to now she is too lazy to take a shower. The changes during this period can be said to be huge. I reached out and touched my chest. It was flat, but a little soft. She is quite satisfied with her figure. At least she doesn't have to spend time adapting to the two big water belts on her chest, nor does she have to go online to learn how to wear underwear. A sports vest is all she needs. It saves a lot of time. Otherwise, it would take several days to get used to it, just like when I just lost the gyroscope. After taking a shower and changing clothes, I sat on the bed and waited for my hair to dry naturally. I opened my phone and replied to my senior student's message of concern, and then continued to browse the forum. On the first night of school, she found the story Wang Yu told on the forum. It was the same as what Wang Yu said. The woman finally clarified that she had taken her husband to see a psychologist and that he was recovering well now. However, netizens did not buy it and posted conspiracy theories in the comment section. One could even see several netizens saying that they had encountered similar situations in an attempt to attract the poster's attention and dig out more inside information. However, since she announced a week ago that her husband was fine, the poster has not posted on the related topic again, and has not even responded to comments from netizens. Maybe I don't play on the forum anymore. As for the other story Wang Yu told, she did not find it on the forum, so it must have been made up by her. Thinking of the ending, Li Yin wanted to laugh. It sounded like the standard ending of a domestic horror movie from 10 years ago. There was nothing new about it. I closed the forum and sent a message to Officer Liu. Do you have any clues about the hotel owner? The reply came quickly. No, he seems to have disappeared. We checked the surveillance cameras near the hotel and his home, but did not find any trace of him. We are investigating further to see if there are any other clues. Leen sighed. The clues found now were all broken. The feeling of being about to find the truth, but suddenly losing direction was really uncomfortable. What about the Abnormal Bureau? Have you asked for me? I asked the director about it, but whenever I mentioned it, he would keep silent. I couldn't force him to answer. Okay, have there been any supernatural incidents recently? I'll help you deal with it. There haven't been any supernatural incidents, but there have been a number of missing persons cases in this city recently. We are investigating. If it is related to those things, I will contact you. Okay. After taking back the phone, Li Yin touched her hair, which was already dry, and tied it up with a hairband. She picked up her things, got up, and went out to check out. Walking in the bustling night market, her mood seemed to be infected by the lively atmosphere around her, and she temporarily forgot her previous troubles. I walked along the snack stalls and looked at the various snacks. I couldn't help but feel a little greedy. Buy all. I had a day of military training today. Although I am not very tired, I still need to reward my stomach in the evening. I prepared to go back to the dormitory with 2 large plastic bags of delicious food. Because the night market is on the side of the school, it would take a long detour to go back from the main entrance, so Leen planned to take a shortcut back to the dormitory. As soon as she got away from the crowd, the scene in front of her made her frown. There was a taxi parked under a street light. A person was standing in front of the car, walking towards the street light. Under the street light, there was a woman in a skirt lying there, motionless, seemingly unconscious. Li Yin frowned, feeling that something was wrong. He put the plastic bag in one hand and clenched his free right hand, ready to take out the axe at any time. When she got closer, she was surprised to find that she knew the person standing there. Uncle Wang? What are you doing? Uncle Wang is her neighbor who lives on the same floor as her family. He is in his 50s and usually drives a taxi. Hearing the sound, the man standing there turned around and looked over with a smile on his face, which looked a little weird under the street lights at night. When he saw Li Yin standing here, the smile on his face widened again. Isn't this little Li Yin? It's so late. Why are you here alone? Li Yin did not answer his question, but walked around to the street light, squatted down, and checked the person lying on the ground. This is a middle-aged woman with ordinary looks. At this moment, her eyes are closed, her face is pale, and her brows are furrowed, as if she is having a nightmare. Uncle Wang, what's going on? Leen asked with a frown. Uncle Wang sighed, a helpless expression on his face. I don't know either. I dragged her here, and she suddenly fainted. I called 120, but they haven't come yet. Leen nodded, stood up, and looked around. The location here was a bit remote, and the street lights were not particularly bright, giving people a gloomy feeling. When he looked at the woman on the ground again, her brows had relaxed and her eyebrows moved slightly, as if she was about to wake up. Leen, you know that we taxi drivers often meet all kinds of people, and sometimes we encounter some strange things. After this woman got in the car, she was very nervous. I asked her what was wrong, but she didn't say anything. Then when we got here, she suddenly fainted. Uncle Wang said, and sighed again. Maybe there's some disease? It's possible. Uncle Wang nodded. It's so late, Leen. Why are you here alone? Uncle, take me home. I'm starting school now. I'm here to study and live in the dormitory. Leen pointed to the teaching building next to them. Uncle Wang looked in that direction with a thoughtful look in his eyes. At this moment, the woman on the ground woke up and looked around in confusion. What's wrong with me? She asked, her voice a little weak. Uncle Wang hurried forward to inquire about the situation. Seeing that everything was fine, Li Yin greeted Uncle Wang and turned to walk into the school. After watching Li Yin leave, Uncle Wang looked down at the woman on the ground, his face returning to a forced smile. He spoke slowly, without a trace of emotion in his voice, but combined with his expression, it seemed particularly strange. Welcome to this world. Chapter 25, New Clues. Li Yin returned to the dormitory and, just in time, heard Wang Yu complaining. There are so many people in the bathroom. I waited in line for an hour and still couldn't get a spot. No wonder little Li Yin doesn't want to take a shower. I won't go next time. Li Yin walked in with a smile. When her roommates saw the plastic bag in her hand, their eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, little Li Yin, how many delicious foods did you buy? Wang Yu immediately sat up from the bed and asked excitedly. Li Yin raised the plastic bag in her hand and said with a smile, I've been in military training all day today, and I feel exhausted, so I plan to treat my stomach. Do you want to have some? She didn't feel that tired. She just said that to make herself look more normal. Of course. Other roommates also gathered around. No one could resist kebabs, especially those from the roadside stalls at the university, which were simply irresistible to college students. Sun Tingting smelled the scent of shower gel on Li Yin and asked in confusion, Li Yin, did you go out to take a shower? Well, I booked an hourly room and used the bathroom to take a shower before checking out. Wow, Leen, you are so smart. You don't know, there are so many people in the public bathroom. I will go with you next time. I'm going too. The 14-day military training passed quickly. The three roommates all got a lot tanned, but they all seemed to be in good spirits. Only Li Yin's skin did not change at all, still fair and delicate, which made Wang Yu extremely envious, and she kept asking Li Yin if she had any skincare secrets. But when this question was asked, the other two roommates wanted to laugh. Who is Li Yin? The only thing in her closet that has anything to do with cosmetics is a bar of soap. She uses it to wash her face and hair, but her skin is not oily at all, and her hair is very smooth. She doesn't even need shampoo or conditioner. Let's look at Wang Yu, who wears the most cosmetics in the dormitory. Although her skin color is quite fair compared with a group of little Cole girls, she spends a lot of time and energy on makeup and skincare, but she still gets acne frequently, which makes Wang Yu herself very distressed. Every time she saw Li Yin's porcelain doll-like skin, she couldn't help but want to know the secret. Leen, just tell me. How do you take care of your skin? Wang Yu asked as she reached out to touch Li Yin's face to see if it was really as smooth and delicate as it looked. Wow, so smooth and soft. Li Yin, your face feels great. Really? Let me touch it too. Can I touch it? Li Yin endured the dirty hands of her roommates with empty eyes, feeling that they seemed to treat her as a big doll. Okay, stop pinching me. I haven't used any skincare products. Maybe it's natural. Tisk, natural beauty is the most annoying thing. Although Wang Yu said this, he had to admit in his heart that Li Yin was telling the truth. At this time, a voice came from the direction of the teaching building. Zayok Swimi, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The four of them looked and saw that it was Senior Su Ji who came. The military training was over, and they were planning to go out for a good meal to reward themselves. They heard that the senior happened to have nothing to do, so they invited her out to keep in touch. Su Ji smiled and walked up to the four of them. Looking at their faces that were tanned from military training, he joked, "It seems like your military training was really hard. You're all tanned like this." "Yes, senior sister, we are exhausted." Wang Yu complained exaggeratedly, and at the same time reached out to pinch Su Ji's face. "But seeing how beautiful you are, we think it's all worth it." Su Ji was amused by Wang Yu's behavior. She gently slapped Wang Yu's hand away and said, "You little girls are so sweet. Well, now that everyone is here, let's go." The five of them left the school together and went to a nearby restaurant. The environment of the restaurant was very nice, and the dishes were very rich. The five of them ordered a large table of dishes and began to enjoy the food. "Senior, what are your plans next?" Leen asked while eating. Suji thought for a moment and said, "The school has a research project that needs manpower recently, and I plan to sign up for it. In addition, I may also go for an internship, but the details depend on the situation." "Scientific research project? Isn't that amazing? You really are worthy of being my senior." Wang Yu looked at Su Ji with admiration. Su Ji is her role model. A big reason why she applied to this university and this major was because of her. Su Ji smiled and said, "It's nothing, just participating in the research. Besides, this project will require the efforts of many people to succeed. That's better than us. We don't even have the chance to participate." Sun Tingting sighed. Li Yin's cell phone vibrated. She took it out and saw that it was Officer Liu. In the past half-month, Officer Liu has been missing. He is tracking down the escaped hotel owner. It is said that he has some clues and has even gone on a business trip to another province. "Li Yin, I'm back in Linhai. I didn't find the person, but I found an important clue." Li Yin felt like a boss, as his subordinates came back from business trips to report to him. However, after the report, I turned from a boss into a thug. Whenever someone said there was a problem, I would rush over to deal with it. However, this time it was not a small monster found in the city for her to deal with, but it might be related to a cult organization hidden in the dark, so she had to take it seriously. "Where are you now? I'll come find you." "Police station. Wait for me for an hour. I have to make a report first." "Okay." In the police station, the dusty Liu Jiqiang was called to the director's office to report on his business trip. "This guy is very cunning. When we track him down, he always manages to escape one step ahead. Moreover, he seems to have a complete plan of hiding and escaping, and he manages to successfully avoid our pursuit every time." Liu Jiqiang reported the situation with a serious expression. This was an opponent he had never encountered before and was very tricky. However, he did not report the clue he found. Only he knew this clue. Once reported, given the director's style of doing things, there would be only one outcome: stop the investigation and hand it over to the relevant department. "We need to find this man as soon as possible. Otherwise, he may continue to endanger society." The director frowned. He knew very well that the escaped hotel owner was an extremely dangerous person. If he was not arrested and brought to justice as soon as possible, the consequences would be disastrous. Based on the joint investigation between me and the local police, we determined that he fled to the northeast. Next, I hope that the local police can step up their investigation efforts and strive to bring him to justice as soon as possible. Liu Jiqiang reported his thoughts. The director nodded seriously. He paid more attention to this case than any other recent case, not even the murder artist case. After all, the murder artist Feng Qi has been arrested and handed over to the higher authorities, who have also controlled the impact of the incident. However, the hotel owner, who is under their responsibility, is still on the run. There was a huge public outcry online about this incident, with constant accusations against the Linhai police, which put a lot of pressure on the director. "Okay, I understand." The director nodded, affirming Liu Jiqiang's work. "You've worked hard. Go back and rest first. We will continue to follow up on this case and strive to solve it as soon as possible. Back in the office, Lu Jiqiang sat at his workstation, rubbing his temples, reviewing the recent investigation in his mind. Over a period of more than 10 days, he set out from Linhai and cooperated with police from 3 provinces to track down this person. But this man was able to evade pursuit while committing crimes on the run. It was hard not to remind him of his accomplices. Moreover, his accomplices were definitely not ordinary ones. They might be. Recalling the clues he had discovered, he was now 100% certain that this man had a close relationship with the unknown evil cult hiding in the dark. Experiment? Using human lives for experiments is really cruel. Lu Jiqiang muttered to himself, the anger and uneasiness in his heart growing stronger and stronger. He couldn't imagine that there were people in this world who would take human lives for so-called experiments. Those innocent victims are just pawns in their hands, manipulated at will or even sacrificed. He strongly suspected that the murder artist Feng Qi might also be part of these people's experiment, but was just a small fry who didn't know the inside story and was abandoned. The hotel owner is most likely a key figure, so he spared no effort to save his life. He may have key information in his hands. Looking back now, those so-called roving crimes might not have been committed by him himself, but were deliberately created by the cult organization he belonged to cover him up, allowing him to successfully escape the police pursuit. This evil cult. How powerful does it have to be able to keep this person alive despite the police's full-scale pursuit? Lu Jiqiang felt powerless. He was just an ordinary policeman. Facing such an opponent, all he could do was to hold on to a clue and try his best to find out the truth. But perhaps soon an order will be issued from above to transfer the case to the relevant department? The Abnormal Bureau. What kind of department is it? Can I transfer in? Closing his eyes, scenes from 10 years ago came to his mind. His friend died tragically in front of him. The despair and confusion in his eyes before death questioned his heart. Why can't you stop this? Why couldn't you save us? Why? The truth hasn't been found out yet. After opening his eyes, Officer Lu let out a long sigh, but his eyes became more determined. He took out his phone and sent a message to Li Yin. Where are you? I'll come find you. It's at the restaurant in front of the school. Just come over. After dinner, the senior and 3 roommates prepared to go shopping in the mall, but Li Yin did not go with them. One of my elders is coming to see me later. You guys go ahead. I'll wait for him here. After hearing what she said, the few people did not insist and left after saying goodbye. Li Yin leaned back in his chair and flipped through his phone. The forum had been very quiet recently, with few new posts. Even if there were a few hot posts occasionally, they were quickly debunked or confirmed to be rumors. This made Li Yin feel helpless and conflicted. The appearance of ghosts means someone's death, but if there are no ghosts, I don't know how to become stronger. What should I do? Knock, think about it carefully. Why am I like the devil cultivators in the novels about cultivating immortals? Turn people into ghosts and turn ghosts into energy. Damn, this idea is so horrible. I can't even think about it. Sure enough, what the novel said was absolutely right. The difference between the righteous path and the evil path is only a thought away. Just as she was daydreaming, a message notification suddenly popped up on the top of the phone. Seeing this icon, Li Yin was stunned. 30 minutes later, Officer Lu sat opposite Li Yin. He didn't look very good because the traffic near the university was too congested, and it took him 10 minutes to find a parking space. Just as I was about to get straight to the point, I noticed Li Yin's strange expression. What's wrong? Are you tired from the military training? Since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, he made a joke to lighten the atmosphere. Li Yin shook her head. Uncle Lu, just tell me what you found. What's the situation of that person now? Lu Jiqiang nodded. It is now basically certain that there is a huge organization behind him. Your uncle's kidnapping case, the case of murder artist Feng Qi, and the Bingang Hotel case may all be related to this organization. And they did all this for experiments. He did not explain in detail what the experiment was because he did not know, but he found some clues. He briefly talked about his experiences during this period and then went straight to the point. Li Yin, when I was tracking, I found a burned document. I saw a place name on it. It is near Linhai, called Luoan Town. Thinking of the school uniform on the ghost in the girls' school classroom that you told me about last time, this is very likely one of their experimental sites. Luoan Town? Li Yin raised his head, and the expression on his face became even weirder. She put her phone on the table. On the screen was a chat app page. Her childhood friend, who she hadn't contacted for 6 or 7 years, had just sent her a message. My family has returned to the town to worship our ancestors. Luo Anjin, are you still in Linhai? How about coming to get together? Chapter 26, heading to the town. Had lost contact with his childhood friend for several years, and she even thought that he was dead. Why did he suddenly appear again today? And what a coincidence. The news coincided with the news brought by Officer Liu. Even the location was the same. This made Li Yin feel a little strange, but she didn't know what was strange. After seeing the message on his mobile phone, Officer Liu was relieved. He was really afraid that a large-scale casualty incident like the hotel or the murder artist case would happen in the town. Now it seems that some people can even go back to worship their ancestors, so there should be no problem. Do you have classes tomorrow? How about we go investigate tomorrow? In order to avoid the chief's sight, he did not choose to contact the police station over there to inquire about the situation. He did not have any friends there, so he could only go and check it out in person. Why not go today? Leen asked casually while picking up her phone to send a message to her childhood friend. I have to go back and write a report, and a friend is coming to visit, so I don't have time today. You're quite busy. Is your friend Professor Zhang? Is he back from a business trip? Well, I haven't seen him for a long time. I want to talk to him. Leen understood his thoughts. For people like them who had few friends, it was indeed a pleasant thing to be able to reunite with old friends whom they hadn't seen for a long time. She now also wanted to rush to Luan town to see what had become of her childhood friend. Then let's go tomorrow. After saying this, the atmosphere suddenly fell into a brief silence. Leen looked up in confusion and found that Officer Liu was looking at her with strange eyes. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Officer Liu twitched his lips and said, I guess you'll take a taxi and run over there in a while, right? Li Yin's mouth twitched. You really understand me. Officer Liu didn't know what to say, but he still trusted Li Yin's abilities. As long as the supernatural incidents he gave her were handled, they would never be left overnight. Okay, go and be careful on your own. Rest assured, after seeing off Officer Liu, Li Yin took a Didi and headed for the town. The driver was a middle-aged man, very talkative. He kept chatting with Li Yin about interesting things and customs of Linhai City along the way. Little girl, what a coincidence. Usually, taxi drivers here are reluctant to go to Luan because it's too far and the road is not easy to travel. But what a coincidence. I was just about to go back and was looking for someone who could take me the last trip. And I bumped into you. I guess we were destined to meet. The driver laughed as he spoke, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Li Yin smiled politely and didn't say anything. The driver continued, My family is in Luan, and I haven't been back for several years. Today, I suddenly received a message from my cousin, saying that something happened at home and my uncle was seriously ill, so he asked me to go back to see him. Speaking of his hometown, the driver sighed a little. This town is full of memories and emotional ties for him. Although he has not been back for many years, every time he mentions it, there is always an indescribable sense of intimacy in his heart. Li Yin listened quietly, occasionally nodding in response. She was not very familiar with Luan town. She had only been there a few times when she was a child with her childhood friend's family. In her impression, the town was not big and was close to the river. There was nothing fun in the town, but the outdoor environment was very good and she liked it very much. Little girl, you are not from Luan town, right? Are you going there for tourism? Li Yin shook her head. My friend's family seems to be holding an ancestor worship ceremony and invited me to come over for a gathering. Ancestor worship? The driver was a little confused. He couldn't remember which family in the town had the custom of ancestor worship. What's his family name? Qin. The driver suddenly realized. Old Qin's family. Before my family moved to Linhai, I heard that his family had become prosperous and moved to the capital. I didn't expect that they would come back to worship their ancestors. Did they move to the capital? Li Yin was stunned. This was news she didn't know. It turned out that she had lost contact with her childhood friend's family because they moved to the capital? But why didn't this guy send me any messages? I thought he was dead. By the way, uncle, do you know how their son is doing now? So? The driver was stunned. I haven't heard that he has a son. Isn't it a daughter? Li Yin was also stunned. Daughter? That guy has a sister? I haven't heard of it either. She took out her cell phone and prepared to send a message to her childhood friend to ask, but she saw that the profile picture had turned gray again. She had to give up and wait until she got there. The car continued to drive, and an hour later it drove out of Linhai and onto a winding country road. The scenery on both sides gradually changed from high-rise buildings to a rural landscape with green trees and vast farmland. The driver seemed to be very familiar with this route. He drove the car easily and shared interesting stories and memories about Luoan town with Li Yin from time to time. He talked about the happy times when he was a child catching fish by the river and running in the fields, as well as the old shops and scenery that have gradually disappeared in the long river of time. Li Yin listened quietly, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Although she was not from Luan Town, the driver's narration made her feel as if she was in that rural world full of vitality and vigor. There were not many cars on the road, and the driver was driving steadily. Li Yin was drowsy in the back seat when he was suddenly awakened by a horn. Looking up and forward, there is a car. At this time, the driver also said, "Let's take a break at the gas station ahead. I just need to refuel." Li Yin nodded and had no objection. At the gas station, two drivers were smoking and chatting, and they seemed to know each other. We were talking about Luan Town. Coincidentally, the other driver was also from Luan Town, and his experience was similar. Today, a relative suddenly contacted him and asked him to go back to the town. He also said that he met several other people on the way who were also returning to Luan Town. They were all wanderers who had not returned for many years and suddenly received news from home. Hearing this, Li Yin raised his eyebrows and realized that something was wrong. Why did so many people suddenly want to go back to Luan Town? If it was just one or two people, it would still make sense, but including myself, there are four of us. This is definitely not a coincidence. Except for himself, they were all from Luan Town, and from their conversation, it seemed that they were usually busy in Linhai, but they decided to return to Luan as soon as they received the call. Is this normal? What about yourself? Li Yin recalled how he felt when he received the news in the restaurant, and his brows immediately frowned. At that time, I was definitely surprised to receive a message from my childhood friend whom I hadn't seen for a long time, but at that moment, I actually had the urge to leave on the spot. This thought coincided with my actual thoughts at the time, so that I didn't react immediately. But thinking about it afterwards, this was not normal. So, they were influenced? Some force was guiding them back to their homeland? Is this the cult experiment Uncle Lou mentioned? Or is it some kind of ghost? But no matter what, this trip is going to be interesting. This was the first time she had seen a power that could affect her for a moment. Maybe I can really catch a big fish this time. Chapter 27: Strange Car Accident Scene. After refueling, the two cars drove one after the other. Li Yin sat in the back seat and admired the rural scenery through the car window. As the car drove, she gradually felt the atmosphere of Luan Town. It was a long-lost sense of intimacy, as if she had returned to her childhood. After passing a sign, the buildings of Luan Town could be seen ahead. As soon as we entered the town, the car braked suddenly. Li Yin stretched his head to look and couldn't help but frown. Is this caused by an accident? I guess so. The road ahead was no longer drivable. All I could see were car wreckage and debris. A rough count revealed that there were at least a dozen cars, and the debris was everywhere. The driver got out of the car and looked ahead with a frown. This is not right. I remember that the road in Luan Town is very wide, and there is usually no traffic jam. Why are there so many car accidents today? Li Yin didn't say anything. She walked to a car and looked at the deformed front of the car with a frown on her face. These cars all had one thing in common. The front of the car was severely deformed, as if it had hit a concrete wall, but there were clearly no obstacles around. At this time, another driver's voice came from not far away. "Dude, what's going on? Is this a pileup?" Li Yin looked in the direction of the sound and saw that there were quite a few people standing at the corner of the road. They were pointing in this direction, and some of them were taking photos and videos with their cell phones. Seeing the three people coming over, one of them chuckled and said, "3 more. Do you think they will be the same as those people?" Li Yin's enhanced hearing made her hear this sentence clearly. She raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at the person who spoke, only to see that person's eyes were teasing, as if he was waiting to see a good show. This guy must know something. The driver had already moved over, ready to ask the man about what was going on, but when he got closer, he discovered that there were a few acquaintances among the crowd of onlookers. "Old Tan, you guys are back too?" A middle-aged woman waved to the driver, with excitement and joy on her face. Obviously, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The driver also recognized her. He exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Zhao, why are you here too? Didn't you go to the provincial capital?" Sister Zhao smiled and nodded. "Yes, something happened at home, so I came back to visit." As she spoke, her eyes fell on Li Yin, and she asked curiously, "Old Tan, who is this?" "Oh, this is a passenger I picked up. He's going to Lao Qin's house to worship his ancestors." The driver gave a brief introduction. Li Yin listened to their words and looked at their expressions and movements, and always felt that something was wrong, something incongruous. Turning back to take a look at the accident scene, she understood what was wrong. suddenly chatting about family matters at the scene of a car accident. It's understandable that Sister Zhao might be used to the current situation. But what's going on, Mr. Tan, the driver? Don't you want to find out the situation? There's also this group of people. A rough observation seems to show that they are divided into two groups. One group is similar to Sister Zhao. They have smiles on their faces, chatting with the people around them as if the car wreckage in front of them does not exist. The other group had gloomy faces and stood next to the cars on the roadside, not saying a word. At this time, Leen also noticed the cars on the roadside. There were private cars and taxis. The license plates were from all over the place. They probably rushed back after receiving the call. Then why are they gathering here? At this moment, a cry of surprise came from behind. What? I can't get out? What do you mean I can't get out? I still have to go to work on Monday. If I can't get out, won't this kill me? The voice belonged to the car driver we met on the road just now. He seemed to have found someone familiar on the other side and got some information. Isn't the road right here? There's nothing blocking me. I'll drive away now. After saying that, without waiting for others to stop him, he quickly ran back to his car, started the engine, reversed, turned, accelerated, and then with a bang, it seemed as if he hit an invisible wall. The front of the car shattered instantly, and the whole body of the car began to tremble. The driver's face changed, and he ran over quickly. He saw that the driver of the car had fainted with blood on his head. It seemed that he was hit hard. Everyone was talking about it, and the scene became even noisier for a while. Sister Zhao was happily discussing the fact that another person had died, but the faces of the people on the other side were extremely grim. Li Yin frowned as he looked at the deformed front of the car. Judging from the car collision just now, the town seemed to be covered by some invisible cover, which could only be entered but not exited. And from the distribution of the car wreckage, it can be inferred that the cover is constantly expanding. The first wreckage has expanded by more than 300 meters. Can I go out? Leen didn't know, but now was not the time to experiment. Firstly, there were too many people around, and it was inconvenient. Secondly, even if he went out, he wouldn't be able to solve the problem. The problem must be inside. Wasn't he here to investigate the anomaly? The current situation showed that something did exist in the town, and it was indeed very powerful. In other words, a lot of energy can be provided after killing it. Thinking of this, Li Yin became excited. The people next to her couldn't help but shook their heads when they saw the curve of the little girl's mouth. Such a cute little girl. It seems there is no hope. Li Yin watched from afar the driver, Lao Tan, dragging the injured person out of the car with great effort. Because the car had a strong energy absorption system, the entire front of the car was shattered. The driver's head was stuck in the broken windshield, blood gushing out, and it seemed that he was breathing out more than breathing in. Old Tan cried and pulled, but he couldn't pull it out by himself. He turned around and shouted to the people behind him, but they were all indifferent. Some of them even sneered, as if they were enjoying a tragedy. Leen thought about it for a moment and was about to help when someone grabbed her arm. Turning back, she saw a woman who looked to be in her 30s, shaking her head at her. Don't go, don't do unnecessary things. Leen looked into her eyes and frowned. What is superfluous? You know something, right? The woman stopped talking and just kept shaking her head. Seeing that she was not going to speak, Leen stopped asking questions, broke free from the woman's hand, and walked straight to the driver, Lao Tan. With her help, the injured person was successfully rescued and laid flat on the ground, but Old Tan was devastated to find that the person had stopped breathing. Call 120. Help! Old Tan took out his cell phone tremblingly, but found that there was no signal. He looked around anxiously, hoping to find someone else who could help. However, the crowd watching seemed accustomed to this, and some were even laughing and discussing how the car accident was not spectacular enough. Leen also took out his cell phone to check, but of course, in this situation, this broken signal was definitely unreliable. Looking down at the corpse, her eyes suddenly widened, and she saw colorful bands of light floating on the corpse. The light bands floated into the air and seemed to be slowly dissipating. This light strip looks familiar. The color is a bit like the experience points that come from killing ghosts. This thought made her feel a little horrified. Killing ghosts gave experience points, so did killing people also give experience points? No, that's impossible. Li Yin hurriedly shook his head, trying to dispel this absurd thought, but his hand reached out uncontrollably to the top of the corpse's head and gently touched the light band. There was no pleasure of energy rushing into the body, but instead a memory appeared in the mind. These are the memories of the corpse before his death, including his wife, children, and more importantly, work. Before he died, his strongest desire was to leave the small town and return to Linhai to keep his job. The picture disappeared, and Li Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no increase in energy, otherwise what would happen to me? No one would believe me if I said I was not an evil cultivator. But have I awakened a new ability? Otherwise, why didn't the body seen at the scene of the Feng Chi case have this kind of light band? Or does it only happen to people who have just died? Looking at the gradually dissipating light, Li Yin felt that the latter guess was more reliable. She looked down at the body, lost in thought. Could it be that these lights are actually the obsessions of the dead? Or souls? I feel like this ability has no other uses except for being a detective. Chapter 28, Diary of a Childhood Friend. The man was dead, very dead, and within a few minutes an ambulance took away the body. Leen also left the edge of the town and walked slowly on the street. The town did not seem to be affected by the car accident. The shops on both sides of the street were still open, chatting and laughing to attract customers, and there was nothing unusual about the pedestrians around. It seemed to be an ordinary town. I took out my cell phone and took a look, but there was still no signal. I had no way to contact my childhood friend, so I could only walk over to check. Where is it? Following the path in his memory, Li Yin came to an old house on the edge of the town. This old house is hidden in a lush bamboo forest, with black tiles and blue bricks, simple and quiet. Li Yin stood in front of the door, looking at the slightly mottled wooden door, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged in her heart. When they were young, they were very naughty. When they saw such a high door, they competed to climb up. As a result, a piece of the wood on the door was kicked down, which made the old grandfather who was still alive at the time so angry that he started cursing. Gently pushing the wooden door open, it made a creaking sound, as if awakening long dormant memories. In the yard, the flowers and plants were still lush, but it looked a little desolate. Leen walked along the path, and every step made a rustling sound on the green grass. I walked to the main house and opened the door, and a musty smell hit me in the face. The furnishings in the house were simple but well organized. She walked to an old table and gently stroked the surface, as if she could feel the warmth of her childhood friend. "Are you there?" Leen asked softly, but the only response she got was an empty house. This made her a little depressed. It seemed that her guess was correct. The one who sent her the message was not her childhood friend, but a ghost lurking in the town. "How dare you lie to me? No matter who you are, I must give you up." The sound of the girl's gnashing teeth echoed in the empty house. She hated the ghosts in the town so much that she wanted to tear them into pieces right away. After calming down, Leen walked around the house, trying to find some clues. Suddenly, she found a tattered book on the bookshelf, which looked very familiar. It was the diary that her childhood friend often used to hold. She hurried over, picked up the diary, and opened it, only to see the dense handwriting of her childhood friend. The handwriting was ugly, but it gave her an extremely familiar feeling. It's that guy's handwriting for sure. She still remembered everything recorded before. The two of them acted up together, went to school together, and got scolded together. They came to a small town to play, slacked off together, went on adventures in the wild together, and slept in the same bed when they were tired of playing. That time seemed like it was just yesterday. They were carefree then, and their laughter and sunshine intertwined together, forming the most beautiful memories. As I turned the pages of the diary, the style of the following pages became different. "Li Yin, why haven't you replied to my message yet? I'm leaving, and I won't see you again. You bastard. Why didn't you come to see me off? I really have to leave. If you don't come, I will never be friends with you again. Wow, you bastard. I'm leaving tomorrow for the capital. They said I might die, but I don't want to die yet, you bastard. I know you will definitely come to my house, and you might see this diary. Li Yin, I'm telling you, I'm done with you. I won't talk to you anymore. We are not friends anymore." Seeing these diaries, Li Yin's eyes became moist. She seemed to be able to see her childhood friend's mood when he wrote these words, from expectation to disappointment, to despair and anger. Every word was like a needle piercing her heart, making her feel extremely painful. I might die. Could it be that she left the small town and went to the capital to seek medical treatment? Is she suffering from an incurable disease? Thinking of this possibility, Li Yin closed his eyes in pain. But she had no impression of the news in the diary. She really didn't receive any news. I continued to look through the diary, wanting to know more. Suddenly, her eyes fixed on a line of words. "Li Yin, be careful. It seems that there are really ghosts in this world." Slowly closing the diary, she couldn't imagine what her childhood friend had experienced before she left. But since she mentioned ghosts, it was obvious that she had seen or heard something. but it shouldn't be a problem. After all, according to the driver, Lao Chin's family has moved to the capital. The good news is that my uncle and aunt should still be there. They just moved. The bad news is that I don't have their contact information. Damn it. Find some time to go to the capital to look for him. Yes. Ask Officer Liu. He should be able to find the address. Thinking of this, Li Yin cheered up again and decided to put this matter aside for the time being and solve the problem at hand first. He put the diary in his pocket and left the old house. The sun had already set. Li Yin touched his stomach and felt a little hungry, so he prepared to go to the town to get something to eat. She remembered that there were several delicious snack bars near the school, but she didn't know whether they were closed now. The Chin family's old house was not very close to the school, and it took about 15 minutes to walk there. However, Li Yin walked quite fast, making sure to reach the snack bar before her stomach growled. When passing by the hospital, I was surprised to see an acquaintance, the driver Lao Tan. He was sitting on the ground, listlessly smoking a cigarette when he heard footsteps stopping in front of him. Lao Tan looked up and saw his passenger. "It's you. Have you found the people from Lao Chin's family?" Seeing Li Yin shaking his head, Old Tan laughed bitterly. "He's dead. The hospital didn't try to save him and sent him directly to the morgue. And my cousin, there was no one in the hospital ward because he was also in the morgue." Li Yin was silent for a moment, then began to comfort him. "My condolences. What about your cousin?" "I don't know. There's no signal on my phone. I just went to his house, and there was no one there." He finished smoking the last bit of his cigarette, threw the butt on the ground and stomped it out, then stood up. "Want something to eat? I'll treat you." Leen nodded. "I'm just about to go to the school to eat something. Let's go together." The two walked one after the other, neither speaking. Old Tan is still trying to come to terms with the change in his worldview and the fact that there are supernatural events in the world, while Li Yin is wondering where he can catch the ghost and kill it. The school is at the easternmost part of the town. Not many people live here, and the snack bar also serves students. The two walked into a shop that was open for business. There were no customers inside. There was only a middle-aged woman cleaning the table. When she saw the two people coming in, she smiled warmly. "Come on, what would you like to eat?" Leen ordered some special snacks, while Lao Tan ordered a bowl of beef noodles. The driver still had a frown on his face, his head down, looking at the table and his mobile phone from time to time. "Little girls, you have a strong ability to accept things, so you may not think it's a big deal. But whether it's the invisible wall outside the town or the strange news that made us return to the town, these..." He was a little incoherent. He was clearly over 50 years old, but when faced with such a thing, he simply couldn't accept it for a while, and he couldn't even describe his current mood. "Uncle Tan, are you a local?" Leen suddenly asked. Old Tan nodded. "Yes, I grew up in a small town. Later, I got a driver's license and started driving a taxi." Leen asked again. "Have you heard any rumors about the town? Like legends, stories, etc.?" Old Tan shook his head. "I haven't heard of it. The town has always been very peaceful, and the population is not large. Any incident in anyone's family will spread far and wide, so there is no secret." "How many years have you not been back?" "It's been 3 or 4 years. I haven't been back since my dad passed away." "Have you heard from your relatives or neighbors that there have been any outsiders coming here or investing?" "Outsider." Old Tan closed his eyes and recalled carefully, then nodded. "Yes, I heard that last year, a team of university professors came to the town for an inspection and gave a speech to the students at school." University professors coming to inspect? Leen didn't know whether this message was useful or not, but he still kept it in mind. "Uncle Tan, what are you going to do?" Old Tan sighed again. "Let's live in the car. The house here has been sold, and there's no one at my cousin's house. There's no cell phone signal, so I don't even have money to stay in a hotel." "That's right, my cell phone has no signal, and I don't have any cash on me. So where should I live?" The two of them thought of something at the same time, looked up at each other, and took a deep breath. "Oh shit, how am I going to pay for my meal?" Chapter 29, Professor Zhang and the Snack Shop. The previous chapter was changed. In the evening, Lu Jiqiang drove back home and saw a familiar car parked downstairs. Professor Zhang was leaning against the car looking at his phone. When he saw his friend coming back, he waved and said hello. "Old Lu, long time no see. What have you been busy with recently?" Officer Lu was no longer surprised that his professor friend would come downstairs to wait in advance. He parked the car and walked over with a smile. "Are you busy investigating a case? Why aren't you watching the news?" Linhai has been in a turmoil lately, with a lot of things happening. Officer Lu looked up and down at his friend whom he hadn't seen for many days, and found that he had lost a lot of weight since the last time they met, but he was in very good spirits. "Let's go up and talk." The two bought some food and wine at the supermarket downstairs and went upstairs together. Officer Liu's home is located on the 5th floor of an old residential building. Although it is not large, it is warm and tidy. The two put the food and wine on the coffee table, sat on the sofa, and started chatting. Mr. Zhang, how was your business trip? Judging from your expression, you must have gained a lot, right? Zhang Hiren laughed. Indeed, it is more of an academic discussion and field investigation than a business trip. Professor Fong from our school and I went to the Northeast and jointly conducted in-depth research on a geological anomaly with the universities there. Geological anomaly? Officer Liu became interested. He had recently come into contact with some supernatural things with Li Yin, and he was now very sensitive to the word abnormal. The main reason is that it coincides with the name of the Abnormal Bureau. Well, there is a disturbance in the magnetic field there. The animals are unusually violent, the growth rate of plants has greatly accelerated, and some deformities have also appeared. The most important thing is that this phenomenon only occurs in that area, and the surrounding environment is not affected at all. What are the results of the investigation? The initial speculation is that it was caused by unknown minerals underground, but no samples were found, and there were no abnormalities in the radiation test. It's very strange. Professor Zhang showed a look of regret on his face. If time was not limited, he really wanted to investigate there for a longer period of time. Such phenomena were too rare. If they could be studied thoroughly, perhaps some secrets deep inside the earth could be uncovered. This is a temptation that every scholar cannot resist. But Officer Liu thought of some other possibilities. What if it is not the minerals that affect the local magnetic field, but some kind of supernatural phenomenon? Then all this seems to make sense. He looked at Professor Zhang beside him and felt somewhat fortunate. That kind of horrible thing would have been fatal even for a strong man like him, let alone a professor who was over 50 years old. Fortunately, he did not step into that world out of curiosity. Otherwise, his only friend would be in danger. Since you haven't investigated it clearly, why are you still so happy? Officer Liu took a sip of wine and asked curiously. Of course there is an unexpected gain. It was Professor Fong again. We still had some time on our way back. He heard that a new species was discovered near Linhai, so we went to take a look. We didn't expect it to be true. Zhang Hiren said as he took out a notebook from his bag, turned to a certain page, and handed it to Officer Liu. Look at this. This is a photo taken by Professor Fong. This fish is very strange. The body color is mottled, the scales are very hard, the eyes are bulging, and there are 4 very long teeth in its mouth. What's even more strange is, look here, it actually has 2 tentacles on its abdomen. They are not whiskers like catfish, but tentacles that can bend and twist. Some of them are like organs that only mollusks like octopuses have, but there are no suckers. I have never seen such a fish in any literature. We speculate that this may be some unknown new species. When it comes to topics of interest, Professor Zhang can talk endlessly. Officer Liu listened quietly, picked up the photo, looked at it, and then put it back with a strange look on his face. This fish looks so ugly. I will never eat it even if it tastes so good. Where did you find it? Do you know law in town? We found 3 in the river nearby, and it's not an isolated case. We can basically rule out the possibility of mutation. Professor Fong took the samples back to the laboratory and plans to conduct more in-depth research. Professor Fong is really amazing. It is said that his biology laboratory has recently received a large international project. I remember that Xiao Lu and Xiao Li's children are in the School of Biology, right? I will talk to Professor Fong and see if I can apply for him to be an auditor. Professor Zhang spoke a lot again, then took a sip of beer and said with a smile, Xiao Lu's son has contacted you recently, right? Take good care of him. It's not easy for that child to lose his parents. The Xiao Lu he mentioned was Li Yin's father Lu Wenba. Officer Liu, who had investigated Li Yin's information, naturally knew this. But, old Zhang, you must have remembered it wrongly. Isn't Xiao Lu's family a daughter? Professor Zhang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and waved his hands. Impossible. How could I remember it wrong? I still have the photos that Xiao Lu sent me. After saying that, he took out his cell phone, opened the photo album, scrolled down to find the photo, and was stunned the moment he clicked it. Wow, it's really a daughter. The couple kept calling her son. I thought it was a boy. Officer Liu also laughed. He didn't expect that his highly educated friend would make such a mistake. By the way, Lao Zhang, when did you have a daughter? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't I tell you that you can't look at so many photos of my moments yourself? When will you post on WeChat Moments? My daughter taught me. Don't you know how to do it? Officer Liu took a look at his old mobile phone. It's not that he doesn't know how to use it or doesn't want to look at it. It's just that it's too slow and he can't open it. Inside the snack bar, both of them felt a little uneasy. Old Tan suddenly had an idea, stood up and said, "I still have some change in my car. I'll go get it." Li Yin was immediately alert. "Where is your car?" "On the edge of town." "You don't want to run away?" At this time, Leen saw the Wi-Fi password posted on the wall. He felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly took out his mobile phone to connect. Seeing the prompt of successful Wi-Fi connection on the phone screen, Li Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that there was still Wi-Fi, even though the phone had no signal. "I tried to send an emoticon to my roommate group, and the little circle I sent kept spinning and finally turned into a red exclamation mark. Finished." Leen turned around and found that the proprietress was already walking over here with a bowl of noodles and some snacks in her hands. She waved her hand and asked with a smile, "Annie, why is there no internet on your Wi-Fi?" "Wi-Fi?" The proprietress stood there, the expression gone from her face, looking at the two men with confusion in her eyes. Olton also asked at this time, "Girl, what's going on with the invisible wall outside the town? There is no signal on the phone, but I see you're not panicking at all. Did you notify us or something? Can you tell us?" He didn't notice that the boss lady's face was not right and continued to say, "I don't know what happened. I was suddenly called back by a message, and I couldn't get out. I didn't bring any cash this." Snap. The proprietress' arms were hanging down, and the bowl of noodles and snacks were scattered all over the floor, but she didn't even look at them. Her eyes were gray as she stared at the two people in front of her, and the color on her face was slowly fading. Li Yin became alert instantly, stood up, squinted his eyes, and looked warily at the proprietress, who suddenly became abnormal. The sudden change scared Old Tan. He took 2 steps back, looking at his bewildered face. "You are from outside? No money." Her voice became as harsh and unpleasant as nails on a blackboard, making people's scalps numb. Her neck seemed to grow longer. Her skin turned dry and yellow, and the blue blood vessels underneath bulged out like earthworms, and her whole appearance became more and more weird. Looking at the changes happening to her, Li Yin smiled. "After searching for a needle in a haystack, it finally comes to you without any effort. I didn't expect to run into a ghost while eating. Is this good luck or bad luck?" Li Yin stepped into the town and saw the bustling scene on the street. He found something wrong. They can't go out, and there is no signal on their cell phones. So why do they just live their lives as if nothing happened? Considering the reactions of those who received the message, it is very likely that the residents of the town were affected, just like those who received the text message. The classroom ghost in the number 3 girls' high school has difficulty controlling an entire class. Look at this one in the small town. It can influence the entire town and can even extend its tentacles outside the town. Its strength should not be underestimated. "Uncle Tan, close the door." Li Yin gave the order without even turning his head, but he heard footsteps gradually fading away and someone yelling, "Help! There's a ghost!" Looking back, I saw that Old Tan had actually run far away, but he did not forget to close the door. "Okay, you want to use me as a shield, right?" Leen was almost so angry that she laughed, but this was exactly what she wanted. The axe at the female ghost who was rushing towards him. From the top of her head to her shoulders, half of her body was chopped off. The ghost girl's movements froze instantly, and countless things that looked like maggots flowed out of her wounds in clumps, looking extremely disgusting. And it looks a little familiar. It's at least 50% similar to the classroom ghost. The ghost really came from here. It should be from the school. Leen made an instant judgment that if it was the mastermind behind the scenes, it was too weak, even weaker than the classroom ghost. So there must be more than one ghost in the town. Thinking of this, Leen no longer held back and chopped the female ghost into experience points in just a few strokes. Then she took the axe and went to the kitchen to see if there was a second one. The result disappointed her. She found nothing but some ordinary ingredients and kitchen utensils. She walked out of the snack bar and found that Lao Tan had disappeared. She couldn't even hear his voice. He must have run far away. I returned to the snack bar and sat down in my seat. I just stretched my muscles, and now I feel even hungrier. There are some ingredients here. How about making myself a meal? I just don't know if it's still okay to eat things that ghosts have used. Chapter 30, Ning Zhu's bed. At this time, the role of my second axe becomes apparent. The first one must be very dirty because it is used to kill ghosts. Is it okay for me to use the second one to cut vegetables? This axe is so sharp and can also drive away evil spirits. If there is anything unclean in the food, it can surely be eliminated at once. Isn't it killing two birds with one stone? The more Li Yin thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea, so he immediately stood up and went to the kitchen. The snack bar is not big, only about 10 square meters in total, but it has everything you need. He rummaged around with his left hand and pulled out an axe. Looking at the smooth axe blade, Li Yin felt a little regretful. If I had known I would not have taken that one back, I would not be able to tell them apart now. Forget it, it's all the same. I took it to the sink, turned on the faucet, and was just about to wash the axe when I smelled a fishy odor and quickly pulled my hand back. There's something wrong with this water. Not to mention what will happen if you eat it. Just smelling it makes me feel like I'll have a stomachache. Fortunately, the female ghost boss exposed herself just now. Otherwise, if I ate the food she made, I would have turned into a jet fighter, right? Li Yin went to the bathroom again and took a look. The water from the faucet was still fishy and smelly. It looks like a problem with the water plant. Let's go check it out tomorrow. It's dark outside now, and I'm not familiar with the way to the water plant, so I can't find it. Sitting back in the chair, Li Yin thought for a while, then stood up again, walked to the kitchen faucet, and wiped the fingerprints on it with his sleeve, and did the same in the bathroom. He opened the door, wiped the handle, and then left the snack bar. The main reason is that he is afraid that by the time the town's problems are resolved, the people in the town will wake up and investigate, and they will treat him as a criminal suspect. Even with Officer Liu's support, he still had to prepare for a rainy day. So, where are we staying tonight? Back to the Chin family's old house? But no one has lived there for 6 or 7 years. There are 2 layers of dust, and there are countless spiders. Forget it. Just take a stroll and have a look. I don't know where that bastard Loudon has gone. If I meet him, I will definitely beat him up. Walking slowly on the street, she visited shops one by one. Most of them were closed, and the few that were open had no one inside. Aren't you afraid of being stolen? Li Yin was a little confused. Where did all the people go? However, she saw that there was a supermarket that was still open and there was no one inside, which made her a little happy. She took 2 well-packaged loaves of bread, 2 bottles of water, picked out a chicken foot and a sausage, put them in a plastic bag, and left the supermarket. It's not stealing. I'll pay once my phone has a signal. Looking at the plastic bag in his hand, Li Yin thought for a moment and went back to get some more bread and water for tomorrow's breakfast. I came to the main road and squatted on the side of the road looking at the school gate. I was thinking about how to investigate and where to sleep today while eating bread and gnawing on chicken feet. When I turned around, I happened to meet the eyes of a young girl. Both of them were stunned. The girl was thinking, this girl looks so cute. Why does she act like a little hooligan? Li Yin was shocked by the appearance of the girl in front of him. Ever since she became a girl, her standard for girls have become higher, for no other reason than that her face is really pretty. But the girl in front of him was not inferior to himself now. The only flaw was that she had a bruise on her face and a bandage on her head, as if she had been beaten. However, this does not affect her beauty, but instead adds a bit of pitiful temperament. There is such a pretty girl in this small town. Can I go and ask for her contact information? Oh, by the way, there is no internet now. What a pity. The two passed each other. The girl walked into the school, and Li Yin watched her figure disappear and continued to eat chicken feet. After eating the bread and drinking some water, I felt about 8/10 full. Then I stood up and threw the garbage into the trash can. Li Yin has already decided where to go tonight. Carrying the remaining food, he came to the side wall of the school, found the blind spot of the surveillance, jumped with ease, and landed gently. Perfect. Compared to the several schools I attended in high school and the number 3 girls' high school in the city, this place is much smaller. It only has 1 teaching building and a student dormitory, and the rest are football fields and basketball courts. There are not many rooms with lights on in the student dormitories. After all, the school is not closed, and most students live within 2 kilometers of their homes and can go back by riding bicycles. The dormitories are prepared for children from nearby villages. Leen walked around outside the teaching building, but found the door locked and unable to get in. She then wandered to the dormitory building, looked around, found a washed and dried school uniform, took it off, and put it on herself. Although it is a bit big, at least I can get into the dormitory without being discovered directly. She walked into the gate and smiled at the dormitory manager. The manager looked up at her, seemed a little confused, but didn't say much. She just nodded and signaled that she could go in. Li Yin was delighted. It seemed that her school uniform worked. At least it did not arouse the suspicion of the dormitory manager. She walked quickly into the dormitory building, looking for a suitable room. She remembered all the rooms with lights on in the dormitory building just now. She couldn't go to these rooms. She would look for the remaining rooms to see if there was no one occupied and stay there for the night. The dormitory building was very quiet. No one could be heard talking or making any noise, as if the entire building was empty. Wandering in the corridor, I clearly saw that there were about a dozen rooms with lights on in the dormitory building, but there was no one in the corridor. Do they go to bed so early? Just then, the door next to him opened with a click, and a young girl walked out. The two looked at each other and were both stunned. This person turned out to be the girl I met at the school gate just now. The girl was still in a daze, but Li Yin had already reacted. She had wanted to ask the girl for her contact information just now, but she didn't have time to act. Now that she had met her, she certainly couldn't miss this opportunity. He walked up quickly, put one hand on the door frame, showed what he thought was a handsome smile, and said to the girl, "Hi, we meet again. What's your name? Can you tell me your contact information?" The girl couldn't help but burst out laughing. She felt as if she was being hit on by a girl who was half a head shorter than her. No one would be angry if such a cute girl approached them, right? They would just think it was cute. Before she could reply, she saw the little girl retract her arm and talk to herself. "What the hell am I doing? I need her contact information now. What's the point of getting to know her? By the time the problem is solved and she wakes up, she will definitely not remember anything, and there might even be complications. Forget it. I'd better find a place to sleep, get up early tomorrow, and go to the edge of the town to wait for Officer Liu. At least tell him the situation in the town and prevent him from coming in. Wait, why don't I try to see if I can get out? Then I can call him? Knock, I didn't remember, I'll try it later." Seeing the little girl was about to leave, the young girl hurriedly stopped her. "Wait a minute, you. Are you from outside? What do you mean by solve it?" Li Yin turned around warily. She remembered that the proprietress had asked the same question before she was alienated. Could it be that such a lovely girl, actually? But when she saw the girl's expression, she was a little surprised. There was no change like bulging eyes or dull skin, but there was tension, anticipation, and some uneasiness. Li Yin raised his eyebrows and asked hesitantly, "You are from outside too?" Hearing Li Yin's words, the girl who had been so cautious just now jumped up immediately. When she saw the little girl at the school gate, she felt that she was a little different from the people in the small town, especially her movements, which were mostly uninhibited. And he was obviously not a student of this school, yet he appeared in the dormitory building, wearing an ill-fitting school uniform. The girl was almost certain that she had sneaked in. That's why the question just now occurred. "Yes, I am from outside too, and I've been trapped here for 2 weeks. Are you new here, little sister?" 2 weeks? Leen didn't expect that the abnormality in the town had started so early. After losing contact for half a month, the outside world didn't notice it at all. This was very abnormal. Could it be that there is actually a channel in the town that can connect to the outside world, making the outside world believe that everything is normal here? If it really exists, the mastermind behind it is very likely to be there, and the most likely place is the police station or the government building. I'll go check it out later. I just got here this afternoon. Beautiful lady, what's your name? My name is Ning Zhu. What's yours? Ning Zhu was very interested in this little Lolita who looked very small and cute, but spoke in an old-fashioned manner and didn't even look like a girl. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How could she be so cute? Li Yin. The sound of high heels was heard on the stairs. Li Yin looked in the direction of the sound and saw a shadow gradually emerging at the corner of the stairs. Ning Zhu suddenly became nervous when he saw the shadow and hurriedly tried to pull Li Yin into the room. However, after pulling for a while, he found that the little girl seemed to have nails on her feet and did not move at all. I could only anxiously say, "Hurry into the room, otherwise it will be too late if you are discovered." Leen naturally wouldn't completely trust someone he met for the first time. Even though she was super pretty, he wasn't someone who would be easily seduced by beauty. However, she didn't think that this person named Ning Zhu could cause any harm to her, so she decided to follow her in to see the situation. Leen entered the door. He began to look around. It was a 6-person dormitory with bunk beds, a table, and a cabinet. It was a very ordinary dormitory, but there was only one bed with bedding. Ning Zhu closed the door gently and looked around, as if looking for a place to hide. But the room was so small, and there wasn't even a bathroom. Where could he hide? Finally, she saw the quilt on her bed, and an idea suddenly occurred to her. "Hurry, lie down in it. She will come in soon." Looking at the fragrant and soft quilt, Li Yin couldn't help swallowing. Even from such a distance, she could smell the girl's body fragrance. In order to observe what the Shi Ningzhu was talking about was, and to learn more information from the girl, Li Yin climbed onto the bed obediently and lay down under the quilt. Then Ningzhu quickly took off his shoes and got into bed. The quilt was not very big, and it was a single bed, so the two of them were pressed tightly together with almost no space between them. When had he ever been so close to a girl? Li Yin blushed. Smelling the fragrance lingering around her nose, she couldn't help but nod her head. She was right. It was indeed very fragrant. The door to the next room slammed shut, and the footsteps got closer, stopping in front of the door. Then there was a click, the door lock was opened, and a figure walked in. Li Yin could feel that Ning Zhu's whole body stiffened for a moment, but she still tried to keep her voice calm. Annie, are you here to check on me? Why are you here so early today? Zhenglan, you're sleeping so early? The aunt's voice sounded emotionless and sinister, somewhat like the tone of a snack bar owner, not like a human. Besides, Zhenglan? Isn't her name Ningzhu? Li Yin frowned and became more alert. I feel a little uncomfortable today. It might be my period. The woman at the door did not doubt it, but asked. Just now, someone from outside the school ran in, right in the dormitory building. Did you see it? Ningzhu shook his head. I was in the dormitory the whole time, and I didn't see anyone come in. The woman paused for a moment, as if trying to find clues from Ningzhu's expression, but she obviously didn't find anything unusual, and then said, well, forget it. You should go to bed early. After saying that, she turned and left. The door closed, but Ningzhu did not relax at all until the sound of high heels went upstairs. Then her tense body gradually relaxed, and she exhaled deeply. That was a close call, Li Yin. She was looking for you. You would be doomed if she was found. Ningzhu sat up and looked at the little lowly who was curled up in the quilt. Li Yin climbed up from the bed, leaned on the ladder of another bed, looked into Ningzhu's eyes and asked slowly, your name is Ningzhu? Then, who is Zhenglan? Chapter 31. The Office and the Abnormal Bureau. Ningzhu could also guess what Li Yin was thinking. After all, they had just met, and it was impossible for them to easily trust a stranger. Instead of explaining directly, she took out a student ID and handed it to Li Yin. Li Yin took the student ID and opened it. It was indeed Zhenglan's name that was written on it, but the photo was not of the girl in front of her, but of an ordinary-looking girl with short hair who looked a little heroic. It looked familiar, but Li Yin couldn't remember where he had seen it. Li Yin was a little confused. Your name is Ningzhu, but why are you holding Zhenglan's student ID? Why do the teachers who checked the dormitory mistake you for Zhenglan? Ningzhu spread her hands and said, my name is Ningzhu, but in school, no, the role I'm temporarily playing in this town is Zhenglan. Acting, Li Yin raised her eyebrows slightly, feeling something was wrong. Why would you do this? Ningzhu did not answer, but asked, Li Yin, can you tell me what you meant by solved before? Li Yin looked into her eyes, judging in his mind the possibility that she was the mastermind behind the incident. What if it wasn't a coincidence that I met her at the school gate? Well, but later he came to me again, saying that it was Ningzhu who arranged it, which seemed a bit forced. I'm working with a policeman to come to Roan Town to investigate. He will arrive tomorrow, and I'll wait for him at the town entrance, explain the situation to him, and ask for support. I'm sure the matter will be resolved soon. Li Yin's half-truthful words made Ningzhu unable to tell the truth from the falsehood. But there is still a doubt. Then Li Yin, what is your identity? Li Yin was speechless for a moment. She had actually forgotten her appearance again. If she had pretended to be a police officer before, someone might have believed her. But now, I am a freshman. Ningzhu was speechless. Listen to what you were saying. I asked you what you had for breakfast, and you said you slept well last night. Isn't this irrelevant? You want to solve with your identity as a freshman and cooperating with the police? Li Yin, are you from the firm? Ningzhu tentatively said the word, and then stared closely at the other person's expression, trying to see something. She did see the change in the little girl's expression, but it was not surprise but confusion. What is an office? Her expression doesn't look fake at all. Li Yin was not pretending. Did she really not know what a law firm was? It was irrelevant. You do not know? Have no idea. Real. Then I can't tell you. Li Yin hurried forward, took Ningzhu's arm, blinked her big eyes, and spoke in a low voice while shaking Ningzhu's arm. She looked as well-behaved and cute as she could be. Sister, just tell me, what exactly is an agency? I'm so curious. Please tell me, okay? This is called taking advantage of your own strengths. Although Li Yin herself felt a little disgusted, she tried her best to collect information. Ningzhu was a little dizzy from being shaken. No, where was that cool little girl who was squatting on the roadside, chewing chicken feet, and came up to me and pushed me against the wall? Where was the scary little girl who had a suspicious look on her face just now, as if she would attack me if I said something wrong? You change your expression too quickly, don't you? How old are you? Does it matter? Leen stopped talking and just stared at Ning Zhu with her big eyes, as if to say, you understand. Looking at the little girl's expectant eyes, she couldn't help but feel a little shaken. Being involved in something like this, it would be hard not to know afterwards, right? I can tell you, but don't tell anyone else when you get out of here. Got it? I know. Leen nodded repeatedly, as obedient as a kitten. Her big eyes sparkled with curiosity and desire, as if saying, tell me quickly, sister. Ningzhu took a deep breath and patted Li Yin's hand gently, motioning her to sit down. Then he whispered, the agency is an official civilian organization that handles supernatural events. It is responsible for handling some simple ghost and supernatural events and accepts unified dispatch from official departments. Members usually have certain special abilities or knowledge and can deal with various supernatural phenomena. An officially managed civilian organization that deals with supernatural events? Li Yin repeated, frowning slightly, as if digesting this information. She had only heard of the official department that dealt with supernatural events before, namely the Abnormal Bureau, but this was the first time she had heard of a non-governmental organization. Moreover, why would the authorities allow non-governmental organizations to handle such matters? Isn't this asking for trouble? Li Yin was full of doubts, but Ning Zhu did not give her too much time to think, and continued. The world we live in is not as simple as it seems. There are many things that ordinary people cannot imagine, and these things often involve some supernatural and supernatural forces. For example, this small-town incident is a large-scale, supernatural incident. So, Ningzhu, you're from the firm? You also have special abilities? When he saw the little Lolita had loosened her arms and her tone had returned to normal. She looks so cute, but why does she have such a bad personality? But this question, Ningzhu scratched his head and glanced to the side. Can you show me? Leen has always been interested in this kind of thing. She has long wanted to see how other people exorcise ghosts, just like the fake masters and fake Taoist priests last time. If she had more experience, how could she be fooled by them? It's embarrassing just to think about it. Also, it turns out that these people with special abilities in the folk are not called exorcists, but agencies. Damn it, I even claimed to be a ghost exorcist in front of Yuna before. If she knew this, she would laugh at me for days. No, there must be other names for it among the people. Ghostbusters for sure. Ningzhu coughed, took out a walnut from the bedside that seemed to have been polished for a long time, and showed it to Li Yin. This is a power passed down in our family. You see, it's just an ordinary walnut, but when it hits a ghost, it will have a special effect. It's a magic weapon. Magical weapon? Li Yin has learned her lesson now. Unlike the small incense burner she had just accepted, she was deeply skeptical about this walnut. She took it and looked at it, but didn't feel anything special. She tried to inject a little energy from her body into it, and the walnut in her hand actually glowed. Li Yin looked at the walnut in her hand with some surprise. It seemed to become active under the energy she injected, emitting a faint light, as if it had life. What is this? She looked up at Ningzhu, her eyes full of curiosity. Ningzhu was also a little confused. I have been learning the family-inherited skills for more than 10 years, but there has been no improvement. Why do they shine so fast in your hands? This? Ningzhu hesitated for a moment, then tried to explain to Li Yin. This is a magical weapon passed down in our family. It usually requires special blood or abilities to activate it. It seems that you may have some special talent that caused the walnut to react in your hand. Now Li believed Ningzhu in front of him and knew that she had the real thing. The little girl was in a very good mood when she met her colleagues for the first time. However, she said that it was inconvenient to show off her abilities. By the way, Ningzhu, do you know the Abnormal Bureau? You know about the Bureau of Abnormalities, then why don't you know about the agency? Ningzhu was holding a walnut and looking at it left and right when she heard Li Yin mention this name that was very familiar to her. Well, my police friend told me, but he doesn't know what the Abnormal Bureau is either. So that's how it is. After all, the police are also a department within the system, so it's normal to hear about it occasionally. The Abnormal Bureau is the official department responsible for managing and dispatching the firm. They have a lot of data and information about supernatural events, and they are also the backing and support of our firm. When dealing with some major or complex supernatural events, the Abnormal Bureau will coordinate various firms to take joint actions to ensure that the incident can be properly resolved. Ningzhu's explanation gave Li Yin a clearer understanding of the abnormal situation, but she was a little disappointed. Was it just responsible for dispatching and management? She thought the Abnormal Bureau would have more mysterious and powerful abilities. But since there is a department responsible for managing civil affairs, is there also an official department that handles supernatural events? Do the people in the Abnormal Bureau also have extraordinary abilities? Not necessarily. Not all personnel in the Abnormal Bureau have extraordinary abilities. Some of them have special abilities or have undergone special training and have the professional knowledge and skills to deal with supernatural events. Of course, the Abnormal Bureau also needs ordinary personnel to support and manage the entire organization, including administrative, logistics, scientific research, and other work. Leen nodded. From these words, it can be inferred that this department has been established for a long time and is an organization with a complete structure. It's unbelievable that with so many people involved, the level of confidentiality was maintained so high that even the police didn't know. If that's the case, then why hasn't anyone come to deal with the affairs of this town? Chapter 32, Contact Officer Liu. Speaking of this topic, Ningzhu also sighed. Li Yin, you chose to come to this town yourself, right? Li Yin knew what she was going to say. In order to save time, she talked about sending information to the town and guiding those people back to the town. After hearing this, Ningzhu couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the situation was far more serious than she had imagined. But what she said was not what Li Yin thought. You know, I'm from an agency. In mid-August, an agency received a request for help from a town resident and came to check on them. However, several days passed and there was no news from the people. Then my father and several other friends from the agency came to investigate, but they also disappeared. I was worried about my father's safety, so I came here to find him. Leen nodded. She was a good girl, just a little stupid. Your father and people from several law firms have disappeared, and you didn't contact the Bureau of Abnormalities, but came here on your own. Aren't you courting death? How many offices are there in Linhai? 13. So much? Li Yin thought that there were very few people with special abilities, but she didn't expect that there were 13 law firms in Linhai alone. This was really beyond her expectations. Then why don't you contact the Abnormal Bureau? Ask them to send someone to handle it. Ningzhu sighed. It's not that I don't want to contact them, but the Linhai Abnormal Bureau doesn't have a manager right now, and the ones left are just ordinary clerks. Compared to me, they're even less capable of handling this matter. What happened? I can't tell you. It's confidential. In other words, even if he contacted Officer Liu, no reinforcements would come. Li Yin thought about it and decided that he had to contact Officer Liu to stop him from coming in. Otherwise he, an ordinary person, might be in danger here. I understand it all. So let's get back to the topic at the beginning. What do you mean by acting? She waved her student ID card. And who is Zhenglan? Speaking of this, Ningzhu sighed. I don't know either. Don't know? Then what's the matter with this student ID? She might be a student in the school, a senior, who is missing or dead. The teacher here might have mistaken me for Zhenglan and brought me back to school. But you look completely different. I was also confused at first, but after going through some things, I found that in this small town, it seemed like everyone was playing their own role. Role? Li Yin frowned, not quite understanding what Ningzhu meant. Ningzhu nodded and continued to explain. Yes, roles. Everyone lives according to the roles they set, just like acting in a play. After I came here, it seems that I was also involved in this play and was forced to play a certain role. So you were playing Zhenglan? What if you are from outside and don't have a role? Ningzhu pointed to the west in the direction of the town entrance and said, when you entered the town, did you see a group of people over there? Leen nodded. There are two groups. Ningzhu was not surprised. One group has smiling faces, and the other group is crying faces, right? The ones who are smiling are people who have a connection with the town. That is, they have a role. The ones who are crying are outsiders, such as friends and lovers brought back by residents, because without a role, they dare not enter the community. Are those smiling people controlled by the town? Yes, based on my observations, they may no longer be themselves. What would happen if someone who doesn't dare to enter enters? You'll die. Ningzhu suddenly thought of something and stared at Li Yin blankly. Why were you able to come in? Li Yin tilted her head. Didn't you come in too? So I'm thinking there might be another supplementary rule. If a resident disappears in a small town for some reason, a role will be vacant, and people from outside will fill this vacant role. Ningzhu expressed his guess. So you should have filled someone's vacancy without realizing it. After saying that, Ningzhu looked Li Yin up and down. The arrogant way he gnawed chicken feet when they first met, the wall banging afterwards, the tone of his voice, and the fact that he stole someone else's school uniform to wear. You're not playing a gangster, are you? Li Yin. You. What you say is really unpleasant to the ear. The two of them have now established basic trust, and Li Yin has also told her about his plans. I'm going to go check out the government building. The town has been closed for so long, and no abnormalities have been found in the outside world. There must be a way to contact the outside world. I suspect the culprit behind all this is there. Wait, Li Yin, since you said that the outside world doesn't know about the abnormality in the town, then why did you and the police you mentioned come to investigate? Li Yin hesitated for a moment, thinking that Ning Zhu was from the firm and might know something. So she said, "We are investigating an unknown cult, and the latest evidence points to law in town. So we are here." Ning Zhu, do you have any information on domestic cults related to ghosts and monsters? Ghost-related cults? Ning Zhu frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head. I haven't heard of it, but I can try to contact my father's friends. They may have some relevant information. After all, our firm also has some resources in dealing with supernatural events. The two of them can now barely be considered partners on the same front, and the other party is a law firm and can take commissions. So Ning Zhu's suggestion is very good. After the small town matter is over, they can try to outsource the investigation in this area to them. The two chatted for a while, and Li Yin prepared to leave. He would first go to the edge of the town to see if he could get out. If he could, he would contact Officer Liu to explain the situation and ask him not to come in. If not, he would talk about it tomorrow. Wait, Li Yin, you want to go out? Li Yin turned around. Can't you go out? It's very dangerous outside at night. People in the town hardly go out at night. But if someone is found secretly going out, they will be suspected of not having a role and will encounter terrible things. After hearing her say this, Li Yin wanted to go out even more and was particularly interested in the horrible things she mentioned. It's okay. I'll be more careful. Seeing that Li Yin was determined to go out, Ning Zhu hesitated for a moment and handed over the walnut. Take it and use it just like you did just now. Light it up and throw it over. It can cause considerable damage to the ghost. At least it can protect yourself. Li Yin took the walnut and saw Ning Zhu's worried eyes, and she felt a little touched. No wonder this girl could run here to find her father regardless of the danger. In addition to her courage, kindness is also indispensable. Otherwise, how could he easily hand over something he had inherited from his family for the safety of a stranger? What about you? Ning Zhu pulled out a small wooden sign from his lapel and said with a smile, Don't worry, I have another one. Thank you, Ning Zhu. Li Yin thanked him solemnly, then turned and left, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. Climbing over the wall and walking on the night street, Li Yin was thinking about the affairs of the office and the abnormal bureau. She had learned a lot of information tonight, and she needed to digest it quietly for a while. In her opinion, the abnormal bureau and the firm are definitely not the only ones responsible for handling these strange incidents. Just like the incident in the small town this time, the entire Linhai firm was wiped out at once, and the abnormal bureau couldn't find anyone to rescue. Should they just leave it alone? In addition, she was also very concerned about the support from the Linhai Abnormal Bureau mentioned by Ning Zhu. If all the relevant personnel of a city could be dispatched, it must be that something big must have happened. I'll let Officer Liu check it out later. Finally, there was Zheng Lan, who looked somewhat familiar to her. I looked down at my school uniform, and it was indeed the same as the one worn by the classroom ghost of the number 3 girls' middle school. Could it be this? Li Yin put the two faces together. But because the classroom ghost's appearance had changed so much and didn't look like a human, it was impossible to see the similarities. As she was thinking, she came to the edge of the town. She observed that those smiling people were not here. Those who stayed were outsiders. They had already hidden in their cars and did not dare to get close to the town. In addition, Lao Tan's car disappeared, probably because it drove into the town. After all, he is related to the town, and to normal people, it is always better inside than outside. Avoiding everyone's sight, Li Yin walked straight forward. She didn't know how big the town was or where its boundaries were. She could only hold her mobile phone to check the signal while stretching one hand in front of her to prevent hitting her head. I walked for more than 200 meters and still appeared without any resistance, until I walked 350 meters when a message suddenly popped up on my phone. It's an advertisement. There's a signal. I'm out. Li Yin quickly looked around and found a secluded place to call Officer Liu. At this time, Officer Liu had just seen Professor Zhang off and returned home drunk. He sighed that home was still comfortable. He prepared to take a shower and have a good sleep in bed before setting off to investigate the small town tomorrow. As a result, when I saw the caller on the phone, I sobered up halfway on the spot. Hey, Xiaoli, how's your investigation going? Leen chose not to waste time talking to him and directly told him all the information collected in the town. Officer Liu put aside the matters concerning the office and the abnormal bureau for the time being, but the fact that people could only enter the town but not leave, and that some kind of force was controlling everyone in the town, made him frown. Li, what do you think of the situation of the townspeople? Li Yin said seriously, it's not optimistic. I just killed a ghost an hour ago in the snack bar. I don't know how many ghosts are left in the town, but they are not few. And the drinking water they are using is also problematic. It stinks. If you drink it, you will definitely get into trouble. Officer Liu knew the seriousness of the matter, so he stood up and walked out, not to the town, but to the police station. Li, how can I cooperate with you? The police department can't handle this kind of thing. Let's go find the abnormal bureau. This is a big deal. As far as I know, more than a dozen people have died. Prepare for the follow-up work. I will continue to stay in the town to investigate. Let's contact each other around 10 o'clock tomorrow. Okay, be safe. After hanging up the phone, Officer Liu felt overwhelmed. The situation in the small town was far more serious than he had imagined. More than a dozen people had already died. This kind of thing would be a major case that would shock the whole country in any place. What's more, this case involved supernatural powers, which made him feel unprecedented pressure. Moreover, what happened in the small town this time was almost certainly the result of a cult experiment, and it is very likely that the tragedy of 10 years ago will be repeated. It was like this again. It was happening right in front of him, but he could do nothing about it. This feeling of powerlessness made him clench his fists. Go find the director. He knows about the abnormal bureau. By the way, is it possible for me to join the abnormal bureau? The moment he picked up a gun and became a policeman 20 years ago, he hasn't felt so eager for power like this in a long, long time. Chapter 33, The Evil at the Waterworks. After ending the call, Leen thought for a moment and sent him another message. Remember to bring me some cash tomorrow. There's no signal on my phone inside, and I don't have money to buy food. Not knowing whether Officer Liu saw it or not, Leen muttered to himself as he walked back to the town and headed towards the government building. It is now past 8 o'clock in the evening. According to normal working hours, there are not many people in the government building, and only a few offices on duty are still lit. Leen squatted in the bushes and observed for a while, confirming the location of the security guard and the camera before quietly going around to the window at the back. There is a window on the second floor that is not closed, which is perfect for sneaking in. He found the right spot, jumped lightly, climbed onto the edge of the window, looked inside, confirmed that no one was there, and then flipped over. Without alarming anyone, the government building has 4 floors in total. If possible, she would like to go to the security room where there are surveillance cameras that can monitor the situation in the entire building. Unfortunately, there is always someone in the security room, so it is not convenient to go there. Leen walked along the corridor, looking in each office. She was looking for a ghost that looked similar to the classroom ghost. Considering the scene where the classroom ghost controlled Yuner's classmates and their reactions after waking up, the residents of the town are likely to be controlled by similar means. How big is this ghost? How many tentacles does it have to spew out of its mouth? More importantly, is the classroom ghost also part of the experiment? A little white mouse. However, the timing of their appearance seems a bit off, as they're too close. But if it has been around for a long time and has only recently started to move, then that seems reasonable. There was nothing unusual on the second floor, so she went to the third floor, where there were 2 offices still on duty, which were her main focus of observation. Through the small window on the door, Leen carefully observed the situation inside. In one of the offices, a middle-aged man was looking through documents, while someone in another was flipping through his phone. It's normal, but there's no internet in the small town. What is he playing? His movements seemed like he was watching a short video. Leen took out his mobile phone and checked to confirm that there was no signal. He then put his ear to the door, but still heard no sound. Could it be him? Leen narrowed his eyes, wondering how he could see what was going on with his phone. Just then, a voice came from the office next door. Xiaoqi, help me get today's meeting outline. I'll put it on your desk. Okay, right away. Then she saw the person in the room put down his phone, picked up a document, and walked towards the door. Leen quickly dodged and hid in the corner. When the man entered the office next door, he immediately rushed into the room and picked up his phone to check. Just now she clearly saw that the man's hand was not on the power button, but when she looked over, the phone screen was black. Leen tried pressing the power button, but there was no response. Hey man, what were you swiping at that dead phone? Leen understood that these people were indeed in a controlled state, repeating their past actions without purpose, similar to NPCs. I guess this person used to like slacking off and playing with his phone at work? With no results, Leen quickly left the office and headed towards the fourth floor. There was a room on the fourth floor that she cared about very much, which was the mayor's office. If we were to say who has the ability to make the town appear normal to outsiders, this person is undoubtedly the most likely suspect. When I arrived at the office, I looked through the small window. There was no one inside and no ghosts either. It was pitch black and looked like an ordinary office. I tried pushing the door, but it wasn't locked. Leen looked around and quietly walked into the office. She didn't dare turn on the lights and only observed the surrounding environment with the dim light from the mobile phone screen. Every time this happened, she would think it would be great if she could enhance her night vision ability, which would save her a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, I don't have this ability. I flipped through the documents on the table and saw that the date on them was August 7th. The other documents were similar. It seemed that the mayor had not come to work in the past half month. Is he dead, or has he become a ghost? Unfortunately, there were no more clues in the office. At most, she got to know what the mayor looked like. She was a little frustrated to find something unusual in the government building, so her next stop was the water plant. Taken from the office, Li Yin came to the water plant located on the outskirts of the town. Here than in the government building, and even the security office has no lights on. He walked in with arrogance, first went to the security room to check and make sure there was no one there, then went in to turn on the surveillance camera, found the video, and spent half an hour quickly browsing through the video content of the past month. In the picture, except for a few workers coming in and out occasionally, it is empty most of the time and seems extremely deserted. Until a week ago, the 4 workers who frequently appeared in the video disappeared and have not been seen since. According to the rules of the small town described by Ning Zhu, when a role disappears, someone else will take its place, but the positions of these 4 people and the mayor seem to have always been vacant. There are so many people outside the town. Is there no one suitable for the jobs of these 5 people? After turning off the surveillance, Li Yin came to the gate of the water plant and still found a window upstairs and jumped in. Then he went straight to the clock-in area downstairs and couldn't help frowning when looking at the attendance sheet. There are only 13 workers in the water plant, and until Friday, all of them clocked in for work as usual. This does not match the surveillance information. At least 4 people haven't come to work for a week. So why does the attendance record show that they punched in every day? Is there anyone who helps them punch in? Leen hasn't graduated yet, so she doesn't know the answer. She can only keep it in her mind for the time being and go to the place she cares about most, the water supply equipment. The tap water in the town all smells fishy, which must be related to the water plant. She guessed that the problem might be with the water supply equipment. Leen came to the core area of the water plant, the water supply workshop. As soon as she entered the door, a strong fishy smell hit her in the face, making her cover her nose. There are rusty pipes and equipment everywhere, and it looks like they haven't been maintained for a long time. She followed the pipe all the way up and came to a huge pool. This should be the deep treatment area, responsible for filtering and purifying the water. But the scene before her made her feel a little nervous. The water in the pool was a strange dark green color, with a thick layer of oil floating on the surface. As we got closer to the pool, the stench became stronger, making it almost impossible to breathe. Li Yin frowned. With water quality like this, how could there not be problems? I looked around the pool carefully, trying to find the source of the problem. At this time, she noticed one of the water supply pipes, which should be the pipe from the raw water treatment equipment. When I looked closer, I saw that the tube was continuously spewing out an unknown liquid, which was black in color like ink and was flowing into the pool. These liquids were obviously not of normal water quality, and the fishy smell they emitted was even stronger than that of the water in the pool. It seems that the root cause lies in the raw water treatment area. Leen followed the pipeline forward and soon arrived at the raw water treatment area. This is the first step in tap water treatment, responsible for removing impurities and harmful substances in the water. Standing above the pool and looking down, even Li Yin, who had seen many disgusting ghosts, gasped in disgust at this scene. I saw a huge ghost lurking in the pool. Its body was swollen and white from being soaked in the water, and its skin was covered with purple spots. Its belly was 3 or 4 meters high, and its hands and feet could not be seen. When it sat in the pool, its head was even exposed, and it had 4 heads. 3 of them were lying in the pool, gulping down water, and the last one had a rotten, smelly mouth wide open, constantly spitting out black liquid. In the direction where it is spitting, there are several water pumps working, directing all the black water to the deep treatment area behind. All subsequent processes, except the water supply scheduling system, stopped working. In other words, The water that residents of the town drink is a diluted form of this stuff. Li Yin frowned, pinched her nose, and wondered, could it be the culprit of the town incident? Were all the people who drank the water controlled? But this doesn't explain the problem of small-town role-playing. Moreover, the cult's experiment has not yet surfaced. Since it is an experiment, there must be an experimenter, right? Where is he hiding? What is the purpose of the experiment? While thinking, Leen dodged a stream of black water by moving sideways. Ghosts below had noticed her presence. 3 of their heads turned towards her at the same time, making shrill roars, as if warning her not to come closer. Li Yin withdrew his thoughts. Regardless of whether it was the source of the town's problems, it was at least a force that he should get rid of first. But this thing is in the water. How should I fight it? This is the disadvantage of only being able to fight in close combat. If you can't hit the enemy, you'll be useless. Li Yin observed the edge of the pool, trying to find a safe position to attack the 4-headed ghost. She noticed a raised platform on the edge of the pool that seemed to be able to serve as a temporary foothold. She approached the platform cautiously, ready to jump on it. However, the 4 ghosts seemed to have sensed her intention, and one of their heads suddenly popped out of the water and pounced on her with its mouth wide open. This head is really big, half a meter high, and a big mouth occupies half of the face. It is full of densely packed, uneven teeth. Just looking at it is enough to make one's scalp numb, and it also has a strong stench. Hey, you dare to come over here by yourself? Li Yin immediately took out an axe and used the skills she learned from the internet to split Mount Huashan. Oh, sorry, I'm holding the axe upside down. Pung, puff. Half of the ghost's head was smashed to pieces by her blow. The roar of pain and fear resounded throughout the water plant, and the water pool began to tremble. It seemed to want to escape, but its huge body and shrunken limbs did not allow it to do so. He could only struggle in the water and let out shrill howls. Leen didn't give it any chance. He quickly jumped onto the platform he had just seen, adjusted his posture, held the axe with both hands, and chopped it down again. Puff! The axe blade went straight into the ghost's neck, but because his neck was connected to his body, it was too thick and could not be cut off. Li Yin was kind-hearted, and to ease its pain, he quickly pulled it out and hit it again. One of its heads was chopped off and fell into the pool with a plop, splashing water. Seeing this, she quickly jumped to the side of the pool to hide. She didn't want to be drenched in this disgusting liquid. When the splashes subsided, she was in trouble again. The platform was now covered in sticky black stuff. It looked wet and slippery. It was obviously impossible to stand on it. So how could I attack? Throw the axe? He touched the walnut in his pocket. This thing can be used for long-range attacks, and the way to use it is to throw it over. But there is only one, and it is Ning Zhu's heirloom, so I'm a little reluctant to use it. Forget it, let's think of other ways. She quickly looked around and found an iron rack on the side, which was a place to store tools. There were many tools such as hammers and shovels in it, which should be able to be used. He avoided the splashing black liquid, quickly ran to the shelf, then took out a hammer and tried to inject the energy in his body into it. Leen didn't know whether it was successful or not. The hammer didn't react, but he didn't have time to care about it now. So he threw it hard towards the still struggling ghost. Bang! The ghost was hit hard on the head, leaving a wound of moderate size from which black water flowed. It works! Li Yin was excited about the new ability he had developed, and immediately followed suit, continuing to use the objects around him to perform long-range attacks. At the same time, another idea came to her mind. Quickly go to the control room, turn off the water inlet pump, and turn on all the water outlet pumps at the same time. The liquid in the pool quickly drained, revealing the huge body of the 4-headed ghost. Its disgusting body was exposed to the air and began to emit an even stronger stench, which was almost unbearable. The one with 3 left was still roaring, as if accusing her of brutality. Li Yin ignored him and quickly removed the large steel pipe from the equipment next to him and threw it over. This one weighs several hundred pounds. Although it is a bit difficult to hold, it is still no problem to throw it over. After throwing 5 of them and creating several temporary footholds, Li Yin summoned the axe again and jumped over. For the next 10 minutes, the water plant continued to echo with the screams of ghosts and the dull sound of axes entering flesh. The sound gradually became smaller until it disappeared. Li Yin stood on the pipe, breathing slightly heavily. This was the most exhausting battle she had ever fought, not because the ghost was so strong, but because it was a bit big and had extremely strong vitality. Death vitality? Anyway, it was very difficult to kill, and the position was not good, so it took a lot of effort to attack it. but it does have a lot of energy, and 1 is stronger than 4. Bathed in the energy, the slight fatigue in my body disappeared, and even my mind became clearer. I took out my cell phone and checked, but there was still no signal. It seemed that this was not the cause. I recalled what the driver Lautan said, that once a group of university professors came here to investigate and also visited the school. So now she has set her sights on the school principal. This guy is a big suspect, but I can't find his house. I'll talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 34, Sharing a Bed. After leaving the water plant, it was almost 10 o'clock. Leen walked back to school along the path, climbed over the wall, went around to the clothes drying area, took off her dirty school uniform and hung it up, then picked out a clean one to put on. Leen tugged at the collar of her clothes and nodded with satisfaction. This one fit her better. Look up and see if there is an open window that can let you in. By the way, did you jump out of windows a bit too much today? You're already familiar with it. Li Yin found a room with an open window that looked like the bathroom, climbed in, quietly came to the door of Ning Zhu's dormitory, knocked, waited for a while, but no one responded, knocked again, but still the door didn't open. This girl is quite vigilant. Li Yin thought about it. Is there any secret code? Ahem, the king of heaven and the tiger of earth? As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened with a click and a cute head popped out. It looked around and then pulled Li Yin in. Why did you come back just now? Did you encounter any danger? Ningzhu looked at her whole body again and again to see if she was injured, and the concern in his eyes was so genuine. Li Music, this girl is so nice. Apart from her parents, she is the first one who cares about her so much. It's okay, I'm just going out for a walk. Leen told her about going to the government building, but did not mention going to the water plant. One reason was that he was afraid that she would worry, and the other was to hide his ability. She didn't want to reveal her power to kill ghosts so early, at least until she had seen other people's methods. The original plan to go to the police station was also canceled. The main reason was that although they were under control, there were indeed guns there. Leen wasn't sure if he could withstand the bullets physically. If not, he might be shot if he was discovered. It's better not to take risks. It doesn't matter if I didn't collect any clues, as long as you are okay. Ning Zhu patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Her breasts were not small, and she was only wearing a slim-fitting vest. In this shot, her breasts were so big that Li Yin couldn't take her eyes away. In the past, she would definitely not dare to look at a girl's body like this. But now, she is also a girl and does not need to avoid suspicion. Yay! Ningzhu noticed Li Yin's eyes, followed her gaze, and quickly covered his chest. She always felt that the look in this little girl's eyes was not like that of a girl, but rather a bit. It must be my illusion. How could such a cute girl be associated with a little hooligan? In order to eliminate the strange feeling in his heart, Ningzhu could only talk about other topics. Li Yin, you just said that you have something to ask me. What is it? Oh, I was so focused on looking at the beauties that I forgot about the important things. Li Yin slapped his head, looked away, and smiled. Is there any way for me to sneak into the school and become a student? I want to investigate the principal. He's a big suspect. Break into the school? Ningzhu frowned and thought. She had been very cautious during her time at school, fearing that she would be exposed. Naturally, she had not collected much information. She didn't know if there were any vacancies in the school now. However, she seemed to have heard a few days ago that a classmate downstairs had not come to school for a long time, so maybe a role had become vacant. Let me ask for you. The teacher is also in this building. Wouldn't that be risky? It's okay. As long as you don't do anything that goes against your role as a student, there will be no problem. I'll go with you. After they discussed their excuses and took their self-defense items, they headed for the first floor, where Ning Zhu's homeroom teacher was. Ning Zhu knocked on the door first, chatted with the teacher for a while, and then called Li Yin in. Teacher, this is my sister. Something happened at home, and she can't go to school for the time being. I want her to go to our school. Do you think it's okay? Li Yin pretended to be a good girl, lowering her head as if she had done something wrong. The teacher looked her up and down, then nodded. Okay, there is an empty seat in the class downstairs. Take her to the academic affairs office tomorrow to complete the formalities. Ning Zhu was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Thank you, teacher. Go back if you have nothing to do. Don't run around so late. Got it? Goodbye, teacher. After saying that, Ning Zhu took Li Yin's hand and ran upstairs quickly. Li Yin was a little confused. How could he get in so easily? What happened to the agreement that if he didn't get a role, he would die? The two returned to the room, and Ning Zhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the most risky thing she had done since she came to the town. If she was not careful, both she and Li Yin would be in trouble. At least that's what she thought. Seeing Li Yin's puzzled look, Ningzhu explained what happened downstairs. However, after listening, Li Yin felt lucky, but also felt a little depressed. Including the number of people killed in car accidents outside the town, more than 20 people have probably died here. Wait, so many people died, except for the 4 people at the water plant. Where are all the bodies? Are they all in the hospital morgue? Is there enough space? The hospital in the small town doesn't look big, so even if it could accommodate all the patients, it would probably be full. No, in the evening, Lao Tan went to the morgue and he didn't show any abnormality. So the morgue is very big? Or there are no other bodies in the morgue? This is strange. I have to go to the hospital tomorrow. At this time, Ningzhu's voice came over. Okay, Li Yin, go to bed. Tomorrow is Monday, and you have to get up early for school. Li Yin was in high school. She felt that getting up early was okay, and she could just attend morning self-study as usual. But after graduation, she immediately became lazy. When she thought about having to get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning and sit in the classroom for class, she felt terrible. Hey, just pretend it's not a real class, it's okay. Ningzhu had already taken off her school uniform and threw it on the chair, then took off her school uniform pants, tidied her hair, and sat on the bed. By the way, Li Yin, don't use the water here. I don't know why, but it stinks. You'll definitely get a stomachache if you eat it. Also, don't eat the food sold outside. You might as well not eat it because it's made with this water. Given the water quality in the town, it was not surprising that Ningzhu found something abnormal. Even if he had solved the problem with the water plant, the town's water would not be restored in a day or two. It's okay. I brought food. She pointed to the plastic bag she had placed on the other bed, which contained 2 loaves of bread, 2 sausages, and a bottle of water. As for the chicken feet, they were a bit fragrant, so I ate both of them in the evening. Did you bring it in from outside? Li Yin shook her head. You have cash. Li Yin shook his head again. Ningzhu stared at the little girl's eyes again, and really couldn't understand where such a cute girl learned these things. Oh, forget it, let's go to sleep. She lay down on her bed first, and then patted the place next to her. There was no other way to not sleep in the same bed, because there was only one quilt here. Besides, neither of them was fat, and Li Yin was especially small, so it was no problem for them to sleep in the same bed. This made Li Yin feel embarrassed, because he had never slept in the same bed with a girl before. Of course, his own bed didn't count, and the time he had just dodged the dormitory Annie didn't count either, because it was too short. I didn't expect that the first time would be with a girl as beautiful as Ningzhu. It would be a lie to say I wasn't excited. Ahem, Ningzhu, can I really get into your bed? Otherwise, do you still want to sleep on a hard bed? In no mood. Then come quickly. You have to get up early tomorrow. Oh. Li Yin walked to the bed shyly, took off her shoes, moved to the inner seat, and lay down. The scent of milk and flowers still lingered at her nose, making her feel a little dizzy. I imitated my roommate's tone and asked, Ningzhu, you smell so good. Are you using any perfume? Ah, do you smell? Ningzhu blushed and quickly raised her arm to ask, No, I haven't taken a shower for a long time. Maybe it's the smell of sweat. Is there such a pleasant smell of sweat in the world? Li Yin felt a little surprised. After all, he was just ignorant. But speaking of taking a bath, I chopped off the snack bar ghost and the water plant ghost today, and they're still so disgusting. Will there be a smell on my body? But there is no place to take a shower now. If I sleep in the same bed with a girl for the first time and she complains that I smell, I will be so ashamed. Change the subject. By the way, Ningzhu, how do you usually solve the problem of eating? I have a cupboard full of snacks. Did you get it from the supermarket outside? Your bread was stolen. No, it's pay later. I'll pay once I get a signal. Ha, I'm kidding. I found the snacks and cash in those cars outside of town. No one else knows about it, so they're all mine. Hey, you're so smart, huh? The two of them turned their backs to each other and stopped talking. Leen moved his body and felt Ningzhu on the other side also moved. Turning their heads, the two looked at each other. Ningzhu pursed her lips and smiled. Li Yin, do you know what I'm thinking? Li Yin also smiled. About me? Well, I was wondering, who are you? You don't know the agency, but you know the Abnormal Bureau. You are not afraid of supernatural phenomena and ghosts at all, and you even take the initiative to contact them. Who do you think I am? She placed a finger on her lips as if thinking. Li Yin, you are the heir of a hidden sect? You came out to gain experience, right? Looking at her eyes full of expectation, Li Yin felt that her brain might be broken. Why were her thoughts so similar to Yuna's? Maybe she had read too many novels. You call me stupid in your heart. You figured it out? They both laughed at the same time. Ningzhu reached out and gently pinched Li Yin's cheek and said with a smile, Li Yin, you're so cute. Why are you so mean? Li Yin felt a little itchy from being pinched and slightly turned her head to avoid it. What's wrong with it? I never tell lies. By the way, did you use up that walnut? Li Yin twisted his body, reached into his trouser pocket, took out the jade-like walnut and showed it to her. No, this is your treasure. I can't bear to give it away. Ningzhu reached out and pinched her face again. You should keep it. It's very dangerous here without any means of self-defense. What's wrong? Nothing. Thank you, Ningzhu. It's okay. We are comrades now. It's what we should do. Ningzhu turned over, head upwards, and exhaled. You know what, Li Yin? I was almost suffocating during this period of time. No one could talk to me. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Maybe I talked a little too much. Please don't mind. It's okay. I'm so happy to be able to chat with such a pretty girl like you. Ningzhu turned around and saw the little girl with a dazed look in her eyes. She couldn't help but teased her. You always speak in this tone. Could it be that you like girls? Li Yin turned her head upwards awkwardly. Ahem, Ningzhu, have you found any clues about your father here? Seeing that Li Yin changed the subject, Ningzhu felt a little disappointed, but when she talked about her father, her expression became a little solemn. No, they should be hiding. The uncles are very powerful. It is impossible for them to be in danger. Li Yin was very much looking forward to the methods Ningzhu mentioned. It would be great if she could get a glimpse of them. By the way, how did you get the injury? Well, I accidentally fell. That's not important. I also wanted to ask you, why do you have a tattoo on your chest? Li Yin quickly covered her chest and said in a shy voice, You actually peeked at my chest, Ningzhu. You are really a pervert. Pa, what's so good about your flat chest? I mean the tattoo. Could it be that yours is the mark of some sect? It's a birthmark. You saw it wrong. Chapter 35, Quiet School. The next day, they got up early and went to the academic affairs office to complete the admission procedures for Li Yin. Fortunately, I had my ID card with me, otherwise there would be no way I could do it. I wanted to ask you yesterday, whose school uniform is this? I found it downstairs. Okay, let's just assume you found it. Why does it seem to be a different item from the one I saw last night? That one is dirty. Shouldn't I change it? The two chatted as they came to the academic affairs office. The enrollment was smooth, and they didn't even need their ID cards. They went straight there to get a set of school uniforms and a student ID card. It didn't matter if it was the person themselves or if the uniform fit them or not. They just got it anyway. Li Yin first opened the student ID and took a look. It was a fat girl with her name Huajie, and she was in the first year of high school. Hey, why is it the first year of high school? Ningzhu also came over to take a look and couldn't help laughing when he saw the grade column. Haha, Li Yin, I feel like if there were no more places in the junior high school, it would be more appropriate for you to go there. Li Yin rolled her eyes at her and felt that she had made a bad friend. What she cared about was not this, but that she had almost forgotten everything she learned in the first year of high school, especially the liberal arts knowledge, of which there was nothing left. If she was asked this question in class, she would not know the answer to any of the questions. She would be too embarrassed to say that she was a top student who was admitted to Leen University with high scores. Afraid of bringing shame to my parents, I took out my school uniform and measured it. I didn't even need to look at the clothes to know that the pants could be pulled up to my chest. Oh my God, is this girl named Huajie a giant? It's better to wear what you have now. As for the original owner of the school uniform, I believe she must have other clothes to change into. The two returned to the dormitory, ate a little, and then went to the teaching building to prepare for class. I passed by the entrance of the dormitory building. I saw two confused classmates staring at the clothes drying area. One of them was holding a dirty school uniform, and the other had nothing in his hands. Ningzhu was a little curious, but Li Yin didn't even dare to look over there and just pulled Ningzhu away. They separated at the staircase of the teaching building. Ningzhu went to the 4th floor, and Li Yin stayed on the 3rd floor. There are very few students in the town. The high school department occupies the 3rd and 4th floors, and the junior high school is on the 1st and 2nd floors. There are not many classes in total. Class 3, Grade 1. Li Yin looked at the house number and found that he was not in the wrong place. When I entered the classroom, there were not many people sitting inside. I found a seat by the window, according to the name on the corner of the table, and sat down. This location has a wide view, and you can see the mountains in the distance and the scenery of the town. It is very suitable for daydreaming. Putting his school bag in the drawer, Li Yin rested his chin on his hands and waited quietly for class. Since we arrived early and there was still a lot of time, most of the students were chatting and the classroom was very lively. But Li Yin felt that these people were secretly looking at her, and there were a few girls gathered together, and she didn't know what they were talking about. Li Yin concentrated her attention and heard words like fat pig, stinky, bitch, etc. She felt helpless because she knew that the disappeared character was dead, and if she played this character, she might be committing suicide. This society always has certain prejudices against fat people, especially in the campus environment, which is full of competition and comparison. But these are just speculations, and she has no intention of taking revenge for this little who die. There are more important tasks. Finally, the class started. A middle-aged female teacher walked into the classroom and called the roll with a roster. Butterfly. Leen stood up. Here. The female teacher was stunned for a moment, then looked up and said, "Okay, sit down." After calling the roll, the teacher began the class. Although Li Yin didn't understand much, she listened with great interest, feeling that it brought back memories of her freshman year in high school. Especially in the subsequent math and physics classes, Li Yin performed even better, and was even able to easily solve problems that stumped the entire class. However, there were more discussions around him, and the words used made Li Yin frown. It was not until noon that Li Yin walked out of the classroom with his head held high and went to find Ningzhu. When I reached the stairs, I saw the girl approaching. I stretched out my hand to greet her, but saw another girl following behind her. The girl was very thin, her skin was sallow, her hair was messy, and she looked somewhat malnourished. More importantly, she also had several bruises on her body, and it looked like she had been beaten. Leen took 2 quick steps to Ningzhu's side, leaned over her shoulder and asked softly, "She is?" Ningzhu sighed. Students from small towns are often bullied in class. I was afraid that she would get beaten, so I took her with me. Not from outside? No. Leen nodded. She had probably guessed what was going on, and even the source of Ningzhu's wounds. This guy is really kind. What are you going to do? Send her back to the dormitory. Okay. Li Yin turned around and greeted her, but the girl was a little shy and kept her head down and didn't dare to look up. Li Yin didn't care. She recalled the discussion she heard in the classroom, those words like fat pig, stinky, and bitch. It was obvious that this girl had suffered similar insults. Why bother? We are classmates, and will be separated in 1 year. Why do we have to do this? She didn't quite understand. During her 3 years of high school, she kept changing schools due to her parents' work. She didn't stay in any school for long, and didn't even have any friends, let alone school bullying. After walking a short distance, they arrived at the dormitory building. Ningzhu stopped, turned around and said to the girl, "Go back. Be careful in the future, and don't let others bully you again." "Yeah, I know, thank you." The girl bowed her head to express her gratitude, then hurried into the dormitory. The two also returned to the room. Li Yin ate some of Ningzhu's snacks to replenish his energy, then got up and prepared to go to the principal's office to observe the situation. "I'll go with you, so that we can both take care of each other." Ningzhu's tone was full of worry. In her eyes, Li Yin was just an ordinary person who had no power to resist ghosts. After all, she had several treasures passed down from her family, so she had a certain ability to protect herself. In response, Li Yin decisively refused. "No, I have experience in infiltration. Bringing one more person will make it easier to be discovered. Didn't I come back from the government building last night?" After convincing Ningzhu, Li Yin walked out of the dormitory normally and came to the teaching building. Her current identity is a student, so it is reasonable for her to enter the teaching building. No one stopped her all the way to the 4th floor. As for the office area on the 5th floor, she made sure that there was no one there and went up directly. The principal's office happened to be right in front of him. Li Yin did not go in immediately. Instead, he observed for a while to confirm that the principal was inside. Then he checked each office to see how many teachers were there. This time she came not just to inquire about the situation, but to test the principal's attitude and talk to him directly. If there is no problem with him, at most you can just scold him a few words. If there is a problem, capture him on the spot and solve the trouble of the town. If it is a ghost, then it will be even simpler because there is only one ending for a ghost, which is to turn into experience points. There are not many people in the office area on the 5th floor. After all, teachers also have to go home for dinner and usually come to work at working hours. After confirming that there was no problem, Li Yin pushed open the door of the principal's office and walked in, then turned around and closed the door. The principal was sitting in front of the computer working on something. He looked up when he heard the voice and asked, "Student, what's the matter?" Li Yin looked him up and down and found nothing different about him. He was just an ordinary middle-aged man. I walked to the computer again and looked at it. The screen was black, and there was no battery at all. At this time, the principal also stood up and frowned and asked again, "Student, what can I do for you? This is the principal's office. If there is nothing important, please don't come in casually." Li Yin smiled slightly, turned to look at him, and said straight to the point, "Hello, principal. I came here to ask you a few questions." The principal frowned and said unhappily, "Student, it's lunchtime now. You should go and have a rest instead of disturbing me while I'm working. If you have any questions, you can wait until class time to go to your homeroom teacher or subject teacher." Leen didn't care about his attitude and started asking questions directly. "Principal, were you the one doing the experiment? Are you a member of the cult?" "What cult member? What are you talking about, classmate? If you don't have anything to do, please get out." "No." Leen frowned. "Wasn't he the mastermind behind this?" "Principal, what's going on with the hood outside the town? What's going on with the residents? What's going on with the rules? Do you know the ghost at the water plant? Where is the mayor? Why was Zhenglan beheaded? Where is he?" As each question was asked, the principal's expression became more and more strange and terrifying. After the last question, Li Yin took a step back to create some distance. Her guess was correct. The principal was not a human. He was a ghost like the snack bar owner. As long as he showed doubts about the town's problems and behaved abnormally that was inconsistent with his role, he would turn from a human into a monster and kill the person who discovered the problem. Are they ghosts with self-awareness like the hotel's parent ghosts? Are they ghosts attached to a more powerful ghost? Li Yin had some guesses in his mind, and the next step was to confirm them one by one. Watching the principal gradually mutate into the same appearance as the snack bar owner, Li Yin did not hesitate. Before he could roar, he took out his axe and freed him. Much weaker than the four-headed ghost at the water plant, and even its experience points are pitifully low. Looking at the principal slowly disappearing, Li Yin leaned on the axe and felt a little melancholy. Even the principal was not the mastermind, so who was the biggest suspect? The missing mayor? Or the director of the hospital? By the way, will the death of the principal have any impact? Will the teachers find out? No meeting this afternoon? That should be fine. After returning to the dormitory, he told Ningzhu that the principal was a ghost, hid his axe, and attributed the credit of defeating the principal to Walnut. This made Ningzhu feel a little proud, but he immediately became frowning again. If it is discovered that the principal is dead, the school will be in chaos, and our situation will probably become even more difficult. Li Yin patted her shoulder and comforted her. "It's okay, just make the best of it." "That's easy to say." The two chatted about what to do if there was a chaos in the school, and when the time came, they got up and went to school. They met the girl in the corridor, and the three of them went to the teaching building together. However, Leen always felt that he had forgotten something unimportant because he was so obsessed with studying. It wasn't until the end of the second get out of class in the afternoon that she remembered it. "Fuck, I made an appointment yesterday to speak to Officer Liu at around 10 a.m. At this moment, the political teacher on the podium also noticed Li Yin's abnormality. Perhaps he thought that the child was absent-minded, so he asked directly, "Student who die, please answer this question. In the current context of globalization, how can China actively participate in international cooperation and exchanges and promote the building of a community with a shared future for mankind while maintaining national sovereignty and security?" Li Yin. At the same time, in the Linhai police station, Officer Liu was sitting uncomfortably in the chief's office. Sometimes he looked at the call logs on his phone, sometimes he looked at the door. He was waiting for two things. One was the phone call from Li Yin, which had been delayed for 4.5 hours. Could it be that she was in danger? The other was someone from the Abnormal Bureau. The director heard about this last night and immediately used his connections to contact the leader of the Linhai Abnormal Bureau and explain the situation. They also take the town's problems very seriously and said they would send people to investigate. However, the investigation team is not in the city now and needs to be temporarily transferred. But this adjustment took most of the day, and Officer Liu was as anxious as an ant on hot pan. Chapter 36. Ready to flip the table. Just when Officer Liu could no longer sit still and was ready to head directly to the town, the door of the director's office finally opened. The director walked in first and then welcomed the two in. When Officer Liu saw the two people coming in, his breathing paused. Even from 2 meters away, he could smell the strong smell of blood and the murderous aura on the other person. The smell of blood is real, but the murderous aura is a feeling. Although it was not as terrifying and chaotic as the middle-aged man who took Feng Qi away, the feeling was still uncomfortable. These two people are quite strong. This was the first impression they left on Officer Liu. Although it was not known who was more powerful between them and Li Yin, it was obvious that they were not ordinary people. What's even more surprising is that one of them only has one arm. To be precise, the left elbow joint downwards had completely disappeared. The wound was wrapped in gauze, and red could be faintly seen. What had they been through? A fierce battle? Even losing an arm was a bit too tragic. Officer Liu quickly stood up and saluted. The chief and the two men nodded and motioned for him to sit down. Sitting on the sofa, he looked at the two investigators from the Abnormal Bureau, a young man in his 20s and a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. The young man who lost his arm spoke up. Officer Liu, describe the information you have obtained. We will set out to take a look in a moment. Officer Liu hesitated. Comrade, do you need to treat your arm? The young man frowned, looked at his arm, and shook his head. It doesn't matter. Let's talk about business first. Officer Liu nodded, took a deep breath, and told everyone all the information about the town. He describes in detail the town's anomalies, including changes in residents' behavior, the emergence of rules, and deaths. But there was no mention of Li Yin, and instead the surviving residents were used. Listening to Officer Liu's narration, the young man who lost his arm, an investigator from the Abnormal Bureau named Wang, he frowned. The middle-aged man next to him, named Chen Jinza, nodded and pondered from time to time. Even they had never encountered such an incident in the past. It was obvious that the ghosts in the town were not ordinary ghosts. The two men, who had just returned from the frontline battlefield, were still feeling frightened. They looked at each other and saw the uneasiness in each other's hearts. The ability to seal off an entire town and control the behavior of tens of thousands of people in the town is very likely to be the same as the large-scale pollution that broke out in Yunnan City. This conjecture made them all a little frightened, and the young team member Wang, he even started to tremble all over. Captain Chen, if that's really the case, we can't handle it. Let's contact the higher authorities. Chen Jin's face wasn't looking good either, but now both the Bureau and higher authorities were a bit tied up. If he reported hastily, because of a little speculation, it might delay important matters. He could only shake his head. No, at least we have to investigate before making a decision. You know the situation on the front line. We can't cause any more trouble for the Bureau. Wang lowered his head and stopped talking. When Officer Liu saw the two men were silent, he became even more anxious. Even if they didn't say it explicitly, we can tell from their expressions that what happened in the small town is definitely not a small matter. Coupled with Li Yin's loss of contact, Officer Liu became increasingly uneasy. Li Yin died in the small town at a young age because of the so-called information he passed on. He would be blamed for it. Comrades, is the situation in this town really that serious? What should we do? Chen Jinza took a deep breath and looked up at Officer Liu. We will investigate, please rest assured. However, we may need your help. Officer Liu nodded immediately. Of course, I will do my best to help. Chen Jinza nodded and stood up. Then please get ready. We will set off to the town as soon as possible. Officer Liu immediately stood up and began to arrange vehicles and personnel, preparing to go to the town with the members of the Abnormal Bureau. Before leaving, Officer Liu couldn't help but ask, Comrades, can you tell me how you handle these unusual incidents? Chen Jinza glanced at him and said calmly, We have our own methods and means, which you can understand as a special science. However, the specific details cannot be disclosed. Officer Liu gritted his teeth and asked, You too, do you think it's possible for me to join you? Chen Jinza paused, turned to look at Officer Chen, stretched out his hand and pinched his arm and shoulder, and asked, How old are you this year? 47. 2 years older than me. Ahem. How long have you been exposed to abnormal events? It's been 10 years since I first came here. 10 years? Chen Jinza was a little bit unbelievable. Have you been investigating? You're lucky enough to be alive. As for whether you're qualified or not, it's not up to me to decide. It depends on whether you have the qualifications. When things over there are over, go to the Bureau for a test. Maybe you'll have a chance. Hearing him say this, Officer Liu became excited. Thank you for your appreciation, Captain. What is the specific time? Not necessarily. It may take a month or several months to get notified. We have waited for 10 years, so 1 or 2 months won't make a difference. The opportunity to get in touch with a deeper abnormal world is right before his eyes, and Officer Liu is more excited than anyone else. As long as he could join the Abnormal Bureau, he might be able to find more clues, or even legally investigate the case from 10 years ago. This was extremely important to him. The police station dispatched a total of 3 police cars. Officer Liu drove one of them, carrying 2 investigators from the Abnormal Bureau and leading the way. By the time they drove out of the city, the sun had already set, so they would probably have to wait until night to get there. There were fewer cars on this side, so Officer Liu relaxed while driving. He reached into his pocket, took out a small incense burner, and handed it to the 2 people behind him. 2 captains, can you help me take a look at this incense burner? What he took out was the thing he had asked for from Li Yin. The other party said it was useless, but he always carried it with him as a treasure, thinking that it might save his life at a critical moment. The injured Wang, he was closing his eyes to rest and recover from his injuries, while Chun Jinzi reached out to take it, holding it in his palm and examining it carefully. Officer Liu, who gave you this? A friend of mine got it from somewhere, and he said it has the effect of exorcising ghosts and evil spirits. Of course, he made up what he said. He was afraid of involving Li Yin, so he could only make the information as vague as possible. Chun Jinzi smiled and put the incense burner back on the seat in front of him, shaking his head. Some methods handed down from ancient times can indeed have a certain effect on ghosts, but unfortunately, this incense burner is probably just a work of art. Hearing him say this, Officer Liu was a little disappointed, but he still put the incense burner back into his pocket. Compared to the 2 investigators from the Abnormal Bureau he just met, in his heart, he still trusts Li Yin more. The classroom was silent. Everyone was looking in Li Yin's direction. Li Yin stood there, squinting his eyes at the teacher. The physics teacher on the stage was very angry. He slammed the podium hard. His face was extremely gloomy, even a little gray. He shouted loudly, "Who die? What do you mean? Say it again. If you don't want to listen, get out." Li Yin looked around the classroom and finally fixed her eyes on the teacher. She said calmly, "Did I answer the question correctly? What did they mean? Mocking, insulting, scolding? I can hear the voices from the front row. As a teacher, you can't have heard them, right?" The teacher's face froze, and then he became even more angry. "Who die? Don't make a fuss. I'm teaching a class. It's normal for them to be absent-minded. What qualifications do you have to blame me here?" Li Yin pretended not to hear and continued. "I didn't provoke them, nor did I provoke you, right? Why are you targeting me? Is it because I'm fat? Or because I'm ugly? From teachers to students, everyone dislikes me? No wonder I disappeared. You are the murderer, right?" As soon as these words were uttered, the whole class became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Under Li Yin's gaze, everyone began to behave in a strange way. Li Yin's face looked very ugly. He closed his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. "I'm sorry, I heard it wrong. I shouldn't have disturbed the order of the class. I apologize to you." After saying that, she didn't care about the alienation of the people around her and sat back in her chair. As these words were spoken, the alienation of the people around him came to an abrupt halt and gradually returned to normal. Even the ridicule and abuse that had been stagnant for a while continued. Retracted his leg that had been stepping out of the podium, and the gradually ferocious expression on his face returned to normal. He looked at Li Yin with no more malice in his eyes and said lightly, "This will not happen again." Li Yin did not answer, but lowered his head and made a judgment in his heart. She acted out that scene just now not to defend who die, but to test whether there were any problems with these people. Ever since she killed the ghost principal, she had a bad guess in her mind. Maybe it wasn't because she was lucky that the snack bar owner and the principal she met were ghosts that could be detected by language, but everyone in the town is dead. Now these residents who act like NPCs and repeat their past habits are all ghosts. Even she found this guess difficult to accept. In the mayor's office, she had already taken a look at the situation in the town. Not counting those who had returned from outside, the town's permanent population was as high as 13,000. These people are all dead. Even when she knew that her uncle was kidnapped by a cult, she was not as angry as she is now. 13,000 people died because of some bullshit experiment, and after death they were trapped in their beloved hometown, repeating their past lives day after day, unable to leave, unable to be free. If Ning Zhu had not been afraid that she would cause a riot and put her in danger, she would have taken out her axe and freed these suffering souls. And these are all energy. Killing all the people in the town, God knows how much energy that would require. I'm afraid that by then I'll be able to fit one more person into my own space, right? Leen couldn't even imagine how strong he could become. Although I don't know why these ghosts give so little energy, there are still more than 10,000 of them. Just thinking about it made her tremble with excitement. No, I can't explain to Officer Liu if I kill them all. I have to leave 2 of them as witnesses. So, is there any hope for them? When the bell rang for the end of class, Li Yin was the first to rush out of the classroom. People around her avoided her, as if her body was as huge as her school uniform and could knock over everything. She quickly ran upstairs to look for Ningzhu, only to see that their class was empty, with no one there. Looking back at the football field below, it turned out to be a physical education class. She quickly ran downstairs to find Ningzhu. When she passed by classmates who were walking upstairs, she vaguely heard some words like being beaten, "You deserve it," and Zhenglan. Li Yin immediately became alert, turned around, and wanted to grab the classmate who was talking, but she dodged her. "What are you doing? Don't touch me." Li Yin didn't care about her attitude, but asked directly, "What happened to Zhenglan? Where is she?" The girl was obviously frightened by her huge size and stammered. Behind the dormitory building, she was beaten for meddling in other people's business. Li Yin ignored the man and jumped down from the second-floor window. After a few quick steps, he arrived near the dormitory building. As they got closer, the angry voices could be heard. "Zhenglan, are you mentally ill? What does my search for my sister have to do with you? Why do you mind my business? Who do you think you are?" Li Yin turned the corner and saw 3 ruffian boys cornering 2 girls. Upon closer inspection, they saw that they were Ningzhu and the skinny kid from Noon. Ningzhu was holding the girl tightly behind him and facing the 3 boys. Li Yin noticed that among the 3, 2 were wearing school uniforms, and they were obviously high school students, and might even be the girls' classmates. "Zhenglan, don't be so ungrateful. Who do you think you are? Why are you meddling in other people's business? What does it have to do with you if we beat her up?" The leading boy shouted and raised his hand, wanting to slap Ningzhu. Ningzhu reacted quickly, dodged sideways, grabbed his wrist with his backhand, and kicked him in the stomach. It was obvious that this girl had practiced. The boy screamed and curled up on the ground. The remaining 2 people became angry when they saw this and wanted to go forward to help. They both had sticks in their hands, so Ningzhu, who was unarmed, was obviously at a disadvantage. Leen looked up at the nearby wall and confirmed that these people had found a good place without any surveillance. Anyway, she wanted to overturn the table now, so it didn't matter whether these people lived or died. He summoned an axe and walked out. "You 3. When they turned around, Li Yin did not hesitate and chopped the leading man on the shoulder with an axe. Sure enough, no blood spurted out, only those insect-like tentacles. After confirming that he was not a human, Li Yin killed him with 1 axe. The same procedure was followed for the remaining 2 people. Even if they wanted to escape, they were pulled back by Li Yin and chopped to death, leaving them no room for escape at all. Ningzhu was stunned by this scene, and the girl behind him fainted directly on the ground. Seeing this, Li Yin couldn't help but frown. What's going on with this woman? Is she also a human? To make a judgment now. So Li Yin ignored her and looked at the stunned Ningzhu with what she thought was a hearty smile. "Ningzhu, are you okay? Did I get here in time? Are you injured anywhere?" Yes. This is what it means to be a hero and save a beautiful girl. I want to follow the process." Ningzhu looked at the 3 bodies on the ground and couldn't help swallowing. "Li Yin, how do you know they are ghosts? How did you beat them to death? This is a long story. The school is no longer safe. You need to leave now." Li Yin looked down at the corpse on the ground, feeling a little strange. The energy had been absorbed, but the corpse was still there. And the sound of police sirens happened to be heard on the street outside the school. Someone called the police. Chapter 37, Cutting Down a Street. As expected, Li Yin was caught by the police and was arrested on charges of murder. She didn't struggle because she wanted to see what else this town could come up with. Sitting in the detention center, she could still hear the heart-wrenching cries outside the police station. "Give me back my son's life. Police comrades, you must severely punish the murderer. My son was only 19 years old. He was beaten to death like this. He was wrong. My son studies so well and is so well behaved. There must be something wrong with this woman. She must pay with her life." Listening to these noisy noises, Li Yin was confused again. She originally guessed that these ghosts in the town, like the ghosts in the hotel, were repeating scenes from their previous lives. But what was going on here? Someone had killed their son in the past? Who did it? Zhenglan? Who died? It seems like neither. I don't know whether Zhenglan was beheaded before or after her death, and she died before or in the middle of the town's alienation. Otherwise, why is there no character for Zhenglan in the town? The same goes for Hu Dai. From the attitude of her classmates towards her, it can be felt that this chubby girl has a very soft personality and doesn't seem like the type who would fight with others. So who killed these people? He peeked into the town's detention center and saw that his was the only room with the door closed. The prisoner is not here, and the person who is locked up is me, an outsider. So, Could it be that the perpetrator was not a resident of the town, but an outsider? That person is gone now and is not in the town detention center. His identity may be the culprit who conducted this experiment in the town, leading to the alienation of all the residents in the town and the beheading of Zhenglan. Leen originally came to the police station to see if he could lure out any big fish or trigger a key plot or something like that. Now it seems that he was overthinking. The key to breaking the deadlock should not be in the police station, so there is only one last place left, the hospital. In her opinion, there must be a final boss in the town. Releasing shields, controlling ghosts, sending messages are all methods used by that ghost, but the key is that she can't find where it is. Li Yin was already getting a little impatient. If she really couldn't find it, she was going to overturn the table. I don't believe that even if I kill all the ghosts in this town, the thing won't come out. Just as he was about to take out his axe to chop open the prison door, he heard a group of footsteps coming towards this side. Leen quickly put his axe back and prepared to observe for a while. Unexpectedly, this group of people wanted to escort her to court for trial. What time is it now? And is it so fast to submit for review? When Li Yin was taken out of the detention center and escorted to the court, it was already completely dark. Outside the court, there was still a group of noisy family members. When they saw Li Yin being taken out, they immediately surrounded him, crying and cursing one after another. Li Yin was escorted by 2 policemen through the crowd. She ignored the noise around her and looked up at the court building, feeling that this place also needed to be investigated. As soon as he entered the court, Li Yin smelled a foul odor. After taking a few steps, 3 corpses came into view. They were the combination of the gangster and the school bully. However, there was a big difference between their bodies and the wounds they inflicted themselves. They were not beheaded or smashed, but all cut in half. It looked exactly the same as the cause of death of the classroom ghost. Is this the real cause of their death? Li Yin frowned. This was definitely not a coincidence. It was very likely that they all died at the hands of the same person. Who is this person? I can chop a person in half, but it is definitely not so smooth and neat. It is mainly because of the weapon. The axe is not suitable for chopping things. Don't stop, go in. Escorting Li Yin saw her stop, urged her, and then quickened his pace to bring her into the court. The courtroom was already full of people, and almost everyone cast their eyes towards Li Yin, with all kinds of emotions in their eyes. Anger, sympathy, pity, disdain. At the same time, there were the curses and cries of family members, the comforting voices of judicial police, and the courtroom was in chaos. She still said she didn't kill anyone. She beat my son to death. This woman is too cruel. She must pay with her life. In the plaintiff's seat, the families of the 3 gangsters began to cry again, accusing Li Yin of being the murderer. Li Yin frowned and captured the key information. Woman. She never denied that she killed those 3 ghosts. Could it be that they were talking nonsense? Obviously not. This trial was not about me, but about the real murderer who happened at the same place some time ago. The one who caused all this was a woman, or rather, one of them was a woman. The judge frowned and signaled the judicial police to maintain order again. Then he struck the gavel and declared the court open. The prosecutor began to read the indictment, accusing Li Yin of intentional homicide with cruel means and serious circumstances, and he should be punished more severely. Li Yin listened expressionlessly without any reaction. She was analyzing the intelligence in the indictment. The actual place where the incident happened was not the school, but a small path in the back mountain, not far from the Qin family's old house. The time was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The perpetrator was an adult female, but her name seemed to have been hidden by an unknown force and turned into the character she played, Huajie. The modus operandi was extremely cruel, cutting the 3 people in half. However, before the police arrived, the woman did not leave, but just stood there, as if guarding something. Also, the woman is not local. Seeing that Li Yin did not respond, the judge asked, Defendant Huajie, do you have any objection to the criminal facts and charges in the indictment? Li Yin shook her head. No objection, I did kill them. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the courtroom. The judge also frowned and said in a deep voice, Defendant Huajie, are you admitting your guilt? Li Yin nodded. Yes, I killed them. Why did you kill them? Li Yin glanced at him calmly. Because they deserve to die. This statement immediately caused an uproar in the courtroom. The family members in the plaintiff's seat stood up excitedly, loudly accusing Li Yin of being a murderer and demanding that the court impose a severe punishment. The judge also frowned, but he did not continue to ask the question. Instead, he turned to the prosecutor. Prosecutor, what do you think of the defendant's confession? The prosecutor nodded. Although the defendant admitted her crime, her attitude was very cold, and she showed no remorse. This shows that she did not have a correct understanding of her behavior and did not realize her mistakes. The judge nodded in agreement and looked at Li Yin again. Defendant who died, do you have anything to say in your defense? Li Yin stood up, looked around the courtroom, and with a slight effort he broke free from the restraints on his wrists. He glanced coldly at everyone present and spoke slowly. You are all dead, but you are still here deceiving yourself and others, thinking that you are still alive. Stop carrying out this meaningless trial. It's time to end it. After she finished speaking, she stretched out her hand, and 2 fire axes instantly appeared in her hands. The terrifying aura emanating from them made all the ghosts present unable to maintain their human form. The shrill screams resounded throughout the venue, and the courtroom instantly fell into chaos. Li Yin ignored the ghost screams. She held the 2 axes tightly and started to kill the closest one. The 2 ghosts who had just escorted her were instantly torn apart, followed by the family members on the opposite side, the bailiffs beside them, the onlookers, and the judge. Ghosts fell one after another under Li Yin's axe. She was extremely fast. Anyone who was touched by her 2 axes would die. The whole courtroom instantly turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. But Li Yin's eyes were always as cold as ice, as if all this had nothing to do with her. The ghosts that were close to the door had already rushed out, and their roars caused the surrounding residents to constantly change. They were ready to see what was causing trouble in the court, but when they got closer, they saw the ghost corpses that had not yet disappeared on the ground, and the 2 axes that exuded an extremely terrifying aura. They were instantly frightened out of their wits, and they screamed and turned around to flee. After Li Yin chopped down the ghost in the court, he walked out and chased after it. At the same time, in the school, Ningzhu was so anxious that she was about to cry. Li Yin was taken away by the police for helping her. It is very likely that her identity will be exposed, and that will be the end. She wanted to help, but the school had been blocked by the police, and no one could get out. Ningzhu didn't know what to do anymore, and was extremely anxious. When she saw her homeroom teacher coming over, she quickly went to greet her, hoping that the teacher could help her think of a solution. But at this time, even a teacher couldn't let anyone go, let alone one of the people involved. Moreover, the principal has disappeared, and the entire school is now in a state of disarray. Ningzhu looked at the blockade over there, gripped the wooden sign in front of her chest, gritted her teeth, and prepared to force her way in. Although she had only known Li Yin for 1 day, this girl was mysterious, brave, smart, and occasionally eccentric, and she even teased her. But in her heart, she had already regarded her as a friend, the only person she could trust in this strange town. She couldn't just watch Li Yin being taken away and do nothing. The wooden sign on his chest glowed blue. Just as Ningzhu was about to take action, he saw a large group of people running towards him on the street outside the school. There were at least hundreds of them, and they seemed to be shouting something. What's going on? Everyone looked over there, and as they got closer, everyone could see their faces clearly. They all had grayish-white skin, scarlet eyes, and horrifying roars coming from their mouths. They waved their broken limbs and rushed towards the school. These are not people. They're actually a group of ghosts. She was about to remind the students and teachers around her to close the door quickly, but when she turned around, she saw that this group of people were also experiencing the same mutation. A chill rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, and Ningzhu felt as if her brain was being strangled by something, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. The surrounding scene seemed to be paused. All movement stopped, and only the roaring ghosts were approaching. Staring blankly at everything in front of me, a guess suddenly came to my mind. Could it be that there is no living person in the entire town, and all of them have turned into ghosts? Without giving her time to think, the mutated ghosts around her rushed forward with roars. She thought she was going to start a battle with the ghosts on the opposite side, but after running a few steps, she seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying and ran back at an even faster speed. Completely ignored Ningzhu's existence. Ningzhu looked carefully and saw that among the group of ghosts in front of him, broken limbs and arms were constantly flying, accompanied by roars mixed with pain and fear. An area around there was soon cleared. In the middle of the ghost group, in addition to the corpses on the ground, there was a thin figure with black liquid dripping all over his body. He was holding 2 fire axes. The axe blades were shining coldly, and the axes were covered with the blood of evil spirits. It was extremely terrifying. The 2 axes in the man's hands seemed to have turned into terrifying scythes of the god of death. Every time he swung them, he would take a life. The ghosts and monsters knew that they couldn't get close, so they kept retreating, but the man had no intention of letting them go and chased after them with 2 axes in hand. She was extremely fast and caught up with the slowest one in just a few steps. She swung her axe and cut it in half in an instant. The other ghosts were so frightened by this that they sped up, trying to escape from this horrible place. But they were too slow, and every time the axe was swung, a ghost would fall down. The bloody smell filled the air, making the temperature around seem to drop a few degrees. There were no ghosts around the man anymore. It slowly turned its head with a hint of red light in its eyes, like a hunter eyeing its prey, and set its sights on Ning Zhu. Ning Zhu felt as if it was laughing at her. The premonition of death kept hitting her nerves, leaving her no time to think, and she turned around and ran. Then the following scene was played out on the street, like the starting stage of a marathon, with a man running madly in the front and a large group of twisted ghosts chasing him relentlessly from behind, and finally a strange man holding 2 axes, chasing and hacking at the ghosts in front. Although Ning Zhu looks like a weak little girl, she is actually quite fast when running. Even a large group of ghosts can't catch up with her. The only one that was close was the ghost that the little girl turned into at noon. She no longer looked like a human being. Lying there motionless, she looked like a corpse. However, there was an expression of human-like fear on the corpse's face, and her eyes even seemed red. I was scared and cried. It reached out to pull Ning Zhu, who was running in front of it, wanting this human who had protected it for several days to protect it one last time. But how could Ning Zhu possibly spoil it? He protected her before because he saw his own shadow in it and thought it was a human. Now you, a ghost, are asking me for protection? Are you dreaming? She took off the wooden sign from her neck, grabbed the end of the rope, swung it and smashed it on the ghost. With a scream, the girl ghost fell to the ground and was trampled by the large group behind her. Finally, she died under Li Yin's axe. Li Yin was a little confused when he chopped it down. Could a ghost fall flat on the ground? Or was it a ghost who was trying to do something bad and tripped up his companions because he couldn't outrun me and used them as a shield? Hey, he's still so bad even after he dies. He deserves to be killed. That ghost just now looks familiar to you? Chapter 38, Boss. I want to learn how to cultivate immortality. Li Yin chopped the little ghost on the ground to death with an axe, and then kicked its body towards another ghost in front that looked somewhat familiar. The ghost was tripped while running and fell to the ground. Li Yin stepped forward instantly, held its head with one hand, and lifted it up, examining it carefully. Hey, isn't this our biased physics teacher? How did he become so dead? As he spoke, he casually swung the axe in his other hand and chopped off both of its legs. As for the head, it had turned into blood due to the subsequent friction with the ground. When I picked it up and looked at it again, it looked even more familiar. It was exactly the same as the ghost I first saw at my uncle's house. A ghost nearby saw this and wanted to run away immediately, but how could Li Yin let go of these walking energies? The advantage of 2 axes is that when one axe is thrown, the other can be used. The axe flew out instantly and nailed the fleeing ghost to the ground. Li Yin ran over, pulled out the axe, lifted up the ghost's head, and shook off the blood. Sure enough, it was my dear classmate who was calling Huajie a fat pig just 2 hours ago. You are uglier than the butterfly on your student ID card. How dare you criticize me? Li Yin threw the ball back and hit another one. When he looked closely, he saw that it was the girl who was standing in a daze in the clothes drying area in the morning. Her school uniform was still dirty. Feeling a little sorry for her, he decided to give Li Yin a quick death by killing her with an axe. Look at the one next to it. Fuck, old Tam, when did you die? Why didn't you tell me? I wanted to find this guy and beat him up, but I didn't expect that when we met again, we would be separated by death. What a pity. What she didn't know was that not long after Laughton closed the door and ran out that night, he was discovered by nearby ghosts and torn into pieces. When he reappeared, he was already an ordinary taxi driver in the town. But Li Yin went everywhere on foot and never took a taxi, so the two of them had no chance to meet. Within a few minutes, the entire street was littered with corpses, all of which were dissipating ghost corpses. The influx of energy made Li Yin no longer feel tired. Instead, the more he fought, the more energetic he became. Seeing that there was no ghost left on the street, Li Yin shook off the thing on his body that might be ghost blood. This thing is really annoying. The ghosts I killed before clearly had no such thing. The small town ghost body has nothing but white tentacles. Now it's covered in stuff and looks super dirty. From the supermarket nearby. Feeling a little hungry, I took another bag of spicy strips and walked out while chewing, standing on tiptoe to look for the remaining ghosts. It's a pity that these ghosts were either scared and hid away, or they were all dead. In short, there was not a single one left on the street. Ningzhu also disappeared. She was just curious. Why was this girl running? She ran faster than a ghost and disappeared in a flash. I think it's this side. Leen looked in the direction of his memory, and sure enough, he saw the girl squatting in a corner, swinging the wooden sign in her hand into a windmill. There were several knocked-down ghosts around her. Judging from the marks on the bodies, it seemed that they were cut by swords. One of them even had his neck chopped off. It seems that the wooden sign in Ningzhu's hand is really not an ordinary thing. Only, why didn't the ghosts on the ground disappear? Was it because they were as special as the three hooligans, or... Hearing the footsteps stop in front of him, Ningzhu lowered his head and quickened the waving speed of the wooden sign in his hand, while shouting loudly, don't come over. I'm not afraid of you. Don't kill me." Hearing her trembling voice, Li Yin raised a wicked smile, put away the axe, and suddenly shouted, "Ghost." Then he suddenly pounced forward and knocked Ningzhu to the ground, rubbing her continuously. Ningzhu was frightened out of her wits by this sudden action, and the wooden sign in her hand fell to the ground. She struggled desperately to get rid of this scary weirdo. However, Li Yin clung to her like an octopus, making her unable to move. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm not a ghost. I'm a human." Li Yin patted Ningzhu's back with a smile, and felt her body shaking constantly, and couldn't help but feel a little funny in her heart. Ningzhu heard the voice, and then she dared to look up at Li Yin. When she saw the familiar face, the fear in her heart was slightly relieved. "You are Li Yin?" she asked uncertainly. Li Yin nodded, climbed up from Ningzhu's body, looked down, and saw that the black stuff on his body was rubbed all over her. He felt a little sorry for the girl. "Yes, it's me. Why are you hiding here alone? Where are those ghosts?" Ningzhu lowered his head embarrassedly when he heard this. I was scared, so I ran here. Those ghosts, I don't know where they went." Li Yin smiled, bent down to pick up the wooden sign that fell on the ground, handed it to Ningzhu, and pulled her up from the ground. "It's okay. I killed all the ghosts. There's nothing left now." Before he could finish his words, Li Yin was suddenly stunned. Everything in front of his eyes went dark, and countless points of light lit up in the darkness. Those were actually all eyes. Pairs of scarlet ghost eyes occupied the entire world. She didn't feel there was anything scary. If there was anything scary, it was what she saw when she fell into hallucination when she absorbed energy for the first time. No matter whether it was the absurd dance in the front, the bloody world in the middle, or the huge phantom at the end that seemed to be entrenched in the entire universe, any one of them was 10,000 times more terrifying than these eyes. At this moment, Li Yin felt something pulling him. It was a very strange feeling. It didn't feel like it was pulling his body, but his soul. But unfortunately, it didn't move. Li Yin didn't want to be looked at by these things anymore, so he waved his hand, opened the axe space, and reached in to take out his weapon. As a result, as soon as the space was opened, the surrounding darkness trembled instantly, and those scarlet ghost eyes were full of fear. They seemed to have seen something unimaginable and horrible, and they wanted to get away frantically, but they were just eyes connected together. So how could they possibly escape? Leen looked at his right hand. He didn't expect that the axe's evil repelling effect was so strong that it could even suppress this thing. Then she saw that the black world began to turn white from the left, and the space in her right hand seemed to have a suction force, pulling these horrible ghost eyes into the space. Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded from the back of the town, accompanied by the sound of cracking earth and rocks, and the whole town seemed to be shaking. Li Yin frowned slightly and looked in the direction where the sound came from. He saw a huge black figure slowly rising from the dust. It was huge, like a small mountain, and its whole body exuded an extremely terrifying aura, which made people shudder. Ningzhu, who was standing next to him, fell to the ground. She had also seen some ghosts with her father. Most of them were like the ordinary ghosts in the small town. They were very weak and had no powerful abilities and could be easily dealt with. A small number of them had special abilities, but they were just special abilities. But the black figure in front of her made her feel an unprecedented fear and despair. It's not just because of its huge body and terrifying aura, but also because of the endless malice emanating from it. It even made her feel that what she was facing was not a ghost, but a god. It is an existence that humans can only look up to. Just looking at it can't help but make one feel despair and want to crawl on the ground. Even before its entire body was revealed, the black mist on its body had already enveloped the sky, giving people an extremely depressing feeling. The ground of the town began to tremble the moment it appeared, as if it could not bear its weight. The surrounding buildings also began to shake and could collapse at any time. Ningzhu could even feel that every cell in its body was craving for blood and life, as if it could devour the entire town in an instant if it wanted to. Li Yin's expression turned serious. She had long guessed that there might be a ghost hiding in the town that was secretly controlling everything. In her opinion, it might be the Plath version of the classroom ghost Zhenglan, or a hotel ghost, a powerful individual that carried other conscious ghosts. But she never expected that this ghost would be so huge, bigger than any ghost she had seen before. Looking up at this monster that was 40 meters tall, Leen couldn't help but gasp. This thing is so disgusting. The monster that broke out of the ground was not a normal ghost. It was more like a fusion monster. Its body is made up of countless twisted and roaring humans. It has no lower body, and the part above the waist is sewn together to form a huge body. Its face is covered with densely packed eyes, and each ghost eye is filled with madness, fear, and chaos. As its entire body was exposed in the air, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out, like countless people screaming in a low voice, or like the chirping of tens of millions of insects, making people's scalps tingle. In just a moment, the bodies of those people outside the town began to mutate. Countless white tentacles stretched out from their bodies, pierced their skin, and waved wildly in the air as if trying to grab something. Those who were originally struggling and screaming seemed to have lost consciousness at this moment, allowing the tentacles to wreak havoc on their bodies. Ningzhu covered her ears with her hands and tried not to listen to those voices, but the sounds seemed to be able to penetrate her body and reach deep into her soul, making her feel extremely scared and desperate. Li Yin looked back, took out an axe, and chopped it in front of the two men. The sound was still there, but the noise that could penetrate the soul was gone. The monster didn't even look at Li Yin. It moved its huge body slowly in the opposite direction. It's running away. But when it moved to the edge of the town, it was still blocked by the outer shield. The huge body, like a mountain of flesh, was twisted and stuck to the invisible cover. Its densely packed eyes were spinning wildly, as if looking for a breakthrough. Countless arms were flapping constantly. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not break through the seemingly invisible but indestructible barrier. Seeing this, Li Yin frowned. Why can this barrier stop, even this monster? Why can it stop everything? Could it be that it wasn't released by it? The one who really trapped the townspeople was the experimenter behind the scenes? Leen picked up another axe and prepared to go up and fight with the thing, but she didn't know how powerful this ghost was, so she was a little unsure. The ghosts we dealt with were all of the same size, and most they were small-scale examples like the water plant ghosts. They looked big but had no strength at all, and I could crush them with my strength. But can he break through the defense of this monster, which is 40 meters long? Before she could make a move, a loud sound of water breaking suddenly came from the river beside the town, and a man soared into the sky and stood in the air with an imposing manner. Several loud laughs came from below at the same time. "You ghost, your true form has finally been revealed. Ha ha ha. Let's see where you can escape." Of course, Li Yin and the others couldn't hear it from such a distance, but Ningzhu recognized the identity of the man in the sky and couldn't help but shout in surprise. "It's Uncle Yi. My dad and the others are fine." Li Yin's eyesight was much better than Ningzhu's. Looking at the figure in the sky, she couldn't help but take a breath. The man was dressed in a plain white robe, standing in the air, holding a 3-foot green sword with a sharp cold light in his hand. His face was stern and his eyes flashed with sharp light, as if he could see through all illusions. "Damn, a swordsman. This is so cool." Then she thought of her axe and quickly put it behind her back, feeling a little embarrassed to see people. "And it can even fly. Boss, I want to learn how to cultivate immortality." Chapter 39. The Terrifying Clone. Seeing someone going to deal with the ghost, Li Yin retreated to the back, ready to see how these people from the office would deal with a monster as big as a mountain. In the distance, by the river, 6 middle-aged men looked at the strange monster on the edge of the town, all with solemn expressions on their faces. One of them threw away the raw fish in his hand, spat again, and couldn't help cursing. "Because of this thing, I've been eating raw fish for 2 weeks and finally forced it out." The man had muscular body and bronze skin that shone in the sun. His hair was short and hard, like steel needles, with each strand standing up, giving people a wild and tough feeling. At this moment, he was holding a huge iron hammer in his hand. The hammer was almost half his height and was covered with mottled rust, but it revealed a heavy sense of power. Although they didn't know why the monster showed up on its own initiative, it was good news for them. But they had never expected the size of the ghost to be so huge, far larger than any ghost they had ever seen before. Obviously, the strength is not the same. To be honest, he really didn't have the confidence that he could defeat it. No, it should be said that even if all 7 of them attacked together, they may not have a chance of winning. Ningtanen stared at the huge monster with a sharp gaze and slowly said, "Everyone, the purpose of our trip is to destroy this monster. Now that it has revealed its true form, we can no longer hesitate." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man rushed towards the monster first, raised the hammer in his hand high, and then smashed it down, bringing up a gust of wind. Bah! A loud bang shook the earth and sky, and the hammer collided with the monster's body, making a deafening sound. However, the monster seemed to have no feeling. It just shook its body slightly and continued to crash into the barrier at the edge of the town. The burly man was shocked. He could feel how powerful his attack was, enough to split mountains and rocks, but the monster in front of him seemed to be unharmed. How powerful is it? Yi Shu, the sword cultivator in the sky, did not hesitate. He moved and turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the monster. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand shone with cold light under the moonlight, as if it could cut through everything. But in the end, it stabbed the monster's tentacle and failed to penetrate even the skin. Seeing this, the other 5 also rushed forward and each launched their strongest attack. Some of them took out a few clay figures from their arms and threw them on the ground. They turned into clay giants more than 2 meters tall, just like real people. They were covered in mud, exuding a heavy breath, and waving their huge fists to smash at the monsters. Some can even gather huge fireballs, which are extremely powerful but have no effect on monsters. For a moment, bursts of earth-shaking noises erupted at the edge of the town, and the whole town seemed to be shaking. However, the monster was like an unshakable mountain. No matter how they attacked, they could not cause any harm to it. At this moment, the monster suddenly let out a deafening roar. The sound was like thunder, which hurt everyone's eardrums. As its roar subsided, a powerful aura emanated from it, instantly knocking the 7 people away. The 7 people fell to the ground, spitting out blood, with looks of horror on their faces. They didn't expect that this monster was so powerful. Even the 7 of them working together couldn't cause any damage to it. Instead, they were injured by a single blow. How is this possible? A middle-aged man stared at the monster with eyes wide open in disbelief. The 7 of them were already the most powerful among the dozen or so firms in Linhai, but facing this monster, they couldn't even break through the defense. Uncle Yi, holding the sword, gritted his teeth and kept analyzing the possible weaknesses of the monster. He flew into the air again, muttered something, pinched his fingers to make a hand seal, and a figure exactly like him gradually appeared beside him. "It's a clone," Li Yin exclaimed. She was not blind, so she could naturally see that Uncle Yi was definitely not a liar like Taoist Wang and Master Zhao. Although it seemed that he did not cause any substantial damage to the monster, his sword skills were truly impressive to her. Not only can it fly, it can even create a clone. So cool. In addition, there seemed to be a fire scene over there just now, accompanied by explosions, and it was obvious that someone else had taken action. Li Yin was pulling Ning Zhu towards the monster. Otherwise, she would be at a great loss if she couldn't see the entire battle. "Ning Zhu, did you see that? The clone technique. I wanted to learn this since I was a kid." "Of course I saw it. Uncle Yi is the strongest person in Linhai office. With him around, there will be no problem." Li Yin pulled Ning Zhu and ran very fast, with excitement flashing in their eyes, as if they were chasing a visual feast. The monster's huge body became clearer and clearer in their eyes. Its ferocious face, thick tentacles, and the constantly surging black mist all made them feel an unprecedented shock. After summoning his clone, Uncle Yi controlled the clone to move forward and restrain the monster, while he himself stayed behind to accumulate his ultimate move. He was going to test whether the monster's eyes were a weakness. The others also saw his intention, except for Ning Zhu's father, Ning Tianan. The other four all summoned a clone and began the second round of siege on the monster. Li Yin was very fast. In a few minutes, he had reached the edge of the town. He picked up Ning Zhu and jumped lightly onto a building. He found a place with a good view and started to watch. Ning's they can actually split themselves into two. Is this a common ability? Can you do it? Ning Zhu was just shocked that Li Yin could jump so high, but then he saw a man on the battlefield. He pulled Li Yin's arm and said excitedly, Li Yin, look, that's my dad. My dad is fine. Li Yin looked in the direction she pointed and saw the only middle-aged man who had not summoned a clone. However, the ability he displayed was also very interesting. He could actually summon 5 stone monsters. In his hand can emit sword energy. The small fan can create strong winds. And even the fire starter hanging on his waist can produce a large flame, which looks extremely cool. It just didn't hurt. Is your father a weapon refiner? Also, can he split himself into two? Why are you paying attention to the clone? Ningzhu was a little dissatisfied. In her opinion, her father was super strong. Why did it seem like this little girl Li Yin didn't admire him at all? The clone is just a basic ability that many people have. What's so surprising about it? If you want to learn it, I can teach you. Leen looked at Ningzhu in shock. You can do it too? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have learned it a long time ago. Ningzhu felt a little embarrassed by her burning gaze, so he turned his head away, coughed twice, and then said, You didn't ask me? Leen quickly grabbed her hand, her eyes full of curiosity. Sister Ningzhu, is the clone permanent? Does it have a sense of touch, combat power? Can you summon it for me to see? Ningzhu plus hit. Facing such a lovely girl, she really couldn't bear to lie to her. She could only stammer, ahem, that, actually, I don't know how to. Li Yin's face visibly fell, and even her tone was filled with disappointment. You can't do it? This tone deeply hurt Ning Zhu's self-esteem. She immediately straightened her chest and retorted, I just haven't learned it yet. I know all the formulas and hand seals. If you want to learn, I can teach you now. Really? Sister Ning Zhu, will you really teach me? The little girl blinked her starry eyes and shook Ning Zhu's hand. Ning Zhu was a little dizzy from her shaking, but the pride in her heart made her ignore this discomfort. She straightened her chest and said seriously, Of course it's true. I will definitely do what I promised you. The formulas and hand seals were not difficult, and Ning Zhu taught them to Li Yin quickly. Li Yin also learned quickly, and the two practiced while watching the battle in the distance. Uncle Ye's clone has completed the test, and it turns out that those eyes are not weaknesses and the tentacles are extremely difficult to cut off. For a moment, everyone is in trouble. The only thing to be thankful for is that the monster seems to have no intelligence and only knows how to attack based on instinct. Apart from the tentacles and eyes, there is nothing special about the monster. Thankfully, the monster didn't seem to take them seriously and only swung its attacks randomly, its main focus still on the indestructible barrier. Ning Zhu was spinning around anxiously on the rooftop, but as an ordinary person, she would not be able to help since even her father could not deal with this monster, and might even become a burden. As for Li Yin, she was still practicing the art of clones. She felt that she had grasped some of the key points and was about to succeed. Ning Zhu, is that Uncle Yi a cultivator from some big sect? Like from Shushan or Kunlun? Their flying swords and clones are so cool. Li Yin asked excitedly while practicing the clone technique. Ning Zhu looked at Li Yin as if she was a fool. She now understood why Li Yin looked at her like that at the beginning. It was indeed stupid to ask such a question. There are no such things as big sects or immortals. Whether it's Shushan or Kunlun, they are all from novels and myths. They don't exist in reality. Li Yin was a little disappointed. But the people in your office all have these magical abilities, such as splitting into two, flying, and flying swords. Isn't this also from novels and myths? No, these are all family methods, and the principles are different from what you think. I can't explain it to you for now. People from the Abnormal Bureau have visited those legendary places and conducted on-site investigations. Those immortal cultivation sects do not exist, but Shaolin, Wudong, and the like are real. It is said that the Abnormal Bureau there is in charge of them, and they all have very powerful methods. What about the spirits in the Northeast? Are they real too? Well, you can understand it as follows. Things that actually exist in reality have a certain probability of being true, and things that are made up in novels are basically false. I see. It's really magical. Li Yin did not ask any more questions and concentrated on concentrating his own clone. This feeling is amazing, as if separating something from your body and then reshaping a new self. Uncle Ye's clone was hit hard by the monster and was shattered into pieces, turning into starlight and dissipating in the air. He frowned, not expecting the monster to be so powerful that even his clone couldn't withstand its attack. The other people also retracted their clones, and solemn looks appeared on their faces. The monster seemed to be angered by them as well. It waved its tentacles more frequently, and the black mist became thicker. Ning Tian held the wooden sword in his hand and swung it out, sending a stream of sword energy straight towards the monster. However, the moment the sword energy touched the monster, it was swallowed up by the black mist, without causing even the slightest ripple. Who is this monster? Why is it so difficult to deal with? Ning Tianan couldn't help but curse. Uncle Yi said in a deep voice, "We have already tried it before. Those eyes and tentacles are not weaknesses. If we want to defeat it, we can only find its body. The real body? It's covered in people. It's so annoying. Who knows which one is the real body?" This person was right. The most difficult thing about this monster was not its defense, but the countless people struggling on it. They were waving their arms in pain. Some were crying, some were screaming, and most were roaring in despair. It was very upsetting to watch, and it was difficult for people to calm down and think about countermeasures. They even had to divide their strength to maintain their composure. Otherwise, they would be taken advantage of by the sound, and something extremely bad would happen. These are all residents of the town. Do you still consider them human beings? Well, just when they were at a loss, an extremely chaotic force suddenly erupted from a building behind them. This force swept in like a violent storm, as if filling the entire world. Even the indestructible shield covering the town was instantly shattered by the impact of this energy. Endless energy even formed a huge vortex in the sky, which was so huge that it could almost swallow everything. The monster seemed to feel threatened by this force as a large amount of scarlet liquid gushed out of its body. It was the blood that overflowed from the 7 orifices of the tens of thousands of humans that made up its body. In just a moment, the painful faces on its body turned pale and powerless, as if they had lost all vitality. In the sky, Uncle Yi fell directly to the ground under the impact of this energy and fell into a coma. The others were not much better off. One of them even tried to resist with his own means, but he could not hold on for even a moment. He vomited blood, and his life or death was unknown. Upstairs, Ning Zhu, who was holding the fire axe and was about to pick it up to try out its magical properties, stared blankly at Li Yin in front of her. Beside her, a phantom slowly solidified, and the chaotic energy that seemed to be able to destroy everything emanated from the clone's body. Li Yin frowned, his expression more solemn than ever before. "What do you?" Chapter 40 Guess and Solution. The huge energy vortex was clearly visible even to Officer Liu and others who were dozens of kilometers away. What is that?" Officer Liu's voice was trembling. He was just an ordinary person. Faced with this scene that seemed like a natural disaster, he felt nothing but fear and powerlessness, without even a trace of curiosity. Chun Jinza and Wang Yi in the back row leaned their heads out and looked at the energy vortex, and they all gasped. This kind of extremely terrifying and oppressive feeling had never been seen even in Yunnan City. They seemed to be in a huge storm and could be swallowed up by this energy at any time. Chun Jinza was somewhat fortunate that the energy was in a small town far away from the city. If it had appeared in the center of Linhai City, the casualties it caused would probably be no less than that of Yunnan City. Wang Yi's entire body began to tremble. "Captain Chen, let's ask for support. This is definitely not something you and I can handle." After all, he was still young and had only been an investigator of the Abnormal Bureau for a few years. He had just returned alive from the hell on Earth in Yunnan City, and his fear of the unknown had reached its peak. Chun Jinza looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky with his brows tightly furrowed. "Officer Liu, you take Xiao Wang and wait here. Give me the car, I'll go see what's going on. Wang Yi, you contact Director Li and ask him to ask for help from the capital. This matter must not be delayed. Otherwise, something bad will happen in Linhai." Wang Yi nodded and got out of the car decisively, but Officer Liu did not get out. Instead, he said firmly, "Captain Chen, I will go with you." Chun Jinza glanced at him, and thinking of the old policeman's determination to join the Abnormal Bureau and that there was really no time to waste, he immediately nodded in agreement. Officer Liu had a serious expression on his face. He picked up the walkie-talkie to contact the police car behind him and asked them to stay where they were. He then increased his speed and drove towards Luoan town. Li Yin was sure that the thing in front of him was definitely not himself. So, what did I summon according to Ning Zhu's instructions? It even made me feel fear from the bottom of my heart. This was the second time this happened since I became a girl and mastered the power to kill ghosts. The first time was the illusion I saw at my uncle's house, and the second time, Li Yin frowned. She now had two guesses, both of which made her feel a little suffocated. First, this thing is the great horror in the illusion that seems to have wrapped the universe into itself and was pulled out of the endless void by oneself. This is not something she made up. In her opinion, there is indeed a similarity between the two auras. The second guess was that I remembered what my uncle mentioned in the recording about the things he brought home. According to my uncle, it was an evil monster that shouldn't exist in the world, but I didn't find any trace of it at home. She has always kept this incident in mind. Could it be this thing that appears now? Whatever its identity is, it cannot continue. Watching the self in front of him gradually opening his eyes, Leen made a prompt decision and stopped using the clone's ability. As a strange feeling was retracted into the body, the clone in front of him that exuded a terrifying aura also dissipated with the wind. The vortex in the sky was still there, spinning slowly, and the energy fluctuations it emitted alone were enough to make the arrogant fusion ghost crawl on the ground, unable to move, and the blood flowing out was almost forming a small stream. Li Yin breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he could take it back, otherwise he might be in big trouble. I touched the tattoo on my chest and felt a little hot there, but other than that, there was no other feeling. Then he turned his head and looked at Ningzhu beside him, only to see that her mouth was wide open enough to fit an apple. Her pupils were wide open, and she looked as if she had seen a ghost. Li Yin was suddenly at a loss for words, and stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. "What's wrong? Are you stupid?" Ningzhu finally came back to his senses, swallowed his saliva, and said in a trembling voice, "You, what kind of ability do you have? It's too exaggerated. Isn't it a clone? You call this a clone? Did I learn it wrong?" Ningzhu didn't know what to say. She turned around to look at the situation below and almost cried. "My dad has fainted. What should I do with Li Yin? Think of a solution quickly." Li Yin stood up, stretched, looked at the half-dead monster, and felt that a large amount of energy was waving at him. "Don't worry. Leave the rest to me." After saying that, Li Yin jumped down from the roof, stretched out his hand, and an axe appeared out of thin air. She had just crazily slaughtered all the ghosts on the street, so she naturally gained a lot. Her physical fitness did not improve much, as if she had reached a bottleneck. This time, what was enhanced was the size of the space. Although she hadn't had time to explore yet, she could feel that both the opening and the accessible area had become much larger. Therefore, Li Yin now wants to experiment with the use of space, and the mountain of meat in front of him is perfect for it. She first came to the 7 unconscious people, sniffed their breath to confirm that they were okay, then picked up one in each hand, quickly returned, and placed them next to Ningzhu. After going back and forth 3 times, it was finally the turn of the weapon refiner. He carefully picked it up and carried it on his shoulder. He moved as if he was carrying a fragile antique, afraid that it would be broken by accident. Who told him to have a pretty daughter? If other uncles also have pretty daughters, Leen wouldn't mind giving them VIP treatment. After settling people from several offices, Li Yin stood in front of the monster. Looking at the dead faces on it, Li Yin couldn't help but grin. It was simply a hill made of corpses, covered in blood and rotten flesh, and emitting a disgusting stench. To be honest, she was a little disappointed now. From the battle just now, it can be seen that the masters of these firms are indeed powerful. Not to mention Uncle Yi, who can stand in the air and fly freely. Even the mage who was making fireballs and the strong man holding a hammer below, their strength should not be underestimated. It's just that their penetration attributes are a bit low. When they hit the monsters, they're just thunder but raindrops and cannot break the defense. Leen looked down at his axe and felt a little unsure. Just showed off in front of Ningzhu. It would be too embarrassing if I didn't break down now. However, facing a 40-meter-high mountain of flesh, even if all the damage he dealt was real damage, it would only cause scratches on the opponent's body. However, she also thought that there must be some kind of core in the monster's body that gathered these living corpses together, and what she had to do was to destroy it. Right away, swinging the axe and making a tentative chop. It's a familiar feel. The feeling of a hot knife cutting butter made her unable to stop. It was obvious that there was no difference between her axe hitting the big ghost and the small ghost. But this wound is really small. She couldn't help but frown. The size of the wound was just like a small cut on this huge mountain of flesh, and not even much blood came out. Moreover, after the skin of the corpse was chopped off, the corpse inside was still moving and dared to show its fangs and claws. However, It wilted the moment it saw the axe and tried desperately to drill in, but was pulled out by Li Yin and killed with an axe. Too slow. Li Yin put the axe beside him and looked at his hands. With a thought, the invisible space opened up and a hand reached out to the monster's body, trying to put the monster's body in. It's a pity that it failed. When she was pulled into the dark space by this thing, just now, the suction from her right hand seemed to swallow up the darkness. She thought that as she became stronger, the space would be able to accommodate other things, but it didn't work. Just when she was feeling a little disappointed and was about to close the space, she suddenly saw that the body touched by the space suddenly stopped howling, as if it had lost its soul and turned into an empty shell, and even slipped off the monster's body. In Li Yin's eyes, he waved his left hand horizontally, and in an instant several corpses fell off the fused ghost. There were no scars on the body, but it just stopped moving as if it was asleep. Feeling it was fun, Li Yin waved his hands quickly. Every time he swept across a place, the corpse there would lose its life and slowly slide down. The effect is a bit like peeling an onion, and it's just as irritating to the eyes. The originally huge mountain of meat was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The zombies in the monster's body seemed to have their lifeblood strangled. They wailed and shrank towards the core, trying to escape from this terrifying palm. Ningzhu was stunned. She simply couldn't understand what Li Yin was doing. The image of this petite and lovely girl seemed to be constantly changing in her mind, from an ordinary person at the beginning to a genius later, and then she might be the eldest daughter of a hidden family. Later, she was seen holding 2 axes and killing ghosts on an entire street, and even she was scared to death. She looked like a god of death with blood all over her body. However, now, she refreshed Ning Zhu's cognition again. What the hell is this method? Ning Zhu felt numb. He had practiced hard for so long, but he couldn't even master the most basic clone, let alone the family-inherited skills. And Li Yin not only learned it in just a few minutes, but also summoned something so terrifying that even the giant fusion ghost was scared half to death. She looked up at the sky. The vortex there had not disappeared yet, and was still emitting extremely terrifying fluctuations. And below, Li Yin had already decomposed the monster as huge as a hill into a pile of corpses. Li Yin stepped on the corpses and walked step by step to the center of the monster. She could feel an extremely chaotic energy here, which was probably the core of the monster. After pushing aside the last corpse, the scene in the middle made Li Yin frown. This is a woman who looks young, about 20 years old, about the same age as senior sister Suji. These were the only clues that could be used to identify the person, because starting from her neck, her entire body had mutated, becoming deformed and twisted, as if eroded by some indescribable force. The skin was a sickly grayish-white color, and the surface was covered with countless cracks and scars, as if it had undergone a horrific human experiment before death. Sticky liquid oozed from the cracks, emitting a disgusting odor. Its body was abnormally large, with twisted limbs and sharp bone spurs growing on its joints, as if it had been forcibly stretched and twisted by some force. Leen always felt that this head seemed to be photoshopped. In addition, she also noticed that there was a familiar organ on the monster, which was the thin tentacles like hair covering its back. Each tentacle was connected to a nearby corpse. It looked exactly like the classroom ghost in the number 3 girls' middle school. Leen squatted down and looked carefully at the monster in front of her. She could feel that the chaotic energy was emanating from the monster continuously, as if it was an inexhaustible source. And the monster seemed to be sleeping. Even though he placed the axe on its shoulder, it still showed no signs of waking up. Leen took out her cell phone and took a picture of the monster's face, preparing to ask Officer Liu to check her identity when she returned. Then he stood up and swung the axe without mercy, ready to end the life of the deformed monster. However, just as she was about to take action, the monster suddenly opened its eyes. Those were a pair of eyes filled with despair, pain, and madness, as if they carried countless unspeakable nightmares. Leen didn't expect that the monster was still conscious, but his hands did not stop moving at all, and he chopped the monster's neck with great force. No blood spurted out, but instead countless white tentacles scrambled to climb onto the axe, but they turned into ashes the moment they touched the axe. Li Yin retracted the axe and chopped down hard at the same spot again. The monster's body was much harder than those ghosts. Although it could still break through the defense, every attack felt like hitting hard rock, causing her arms to ache. What kind of monster is this? Li Yin put down the axe, opened up the magical space, and hit the monster's head. No effect. Instead, the monster's eyes became clearer. The confusion and madness disappeared, replaced by bewilderment. It's like waking up from a dream. Leen knew that he couldn't delay any longer. If the monster was fully awake, it would be extremely difficult to deal with. She took a deep breath, gripped the axe handle tightly with both hands, swung the heavy axe again, and chopped down hard at the monster's neck. This time, she used all her strength. The axe drew a sharp arc in the air and hit the monster's neck with a sound of breaking through the air. The monster let out a shrill scream, and its body began to tremble violently. At its neck, white tentacles surged wildly, trying to resist Li Yin's attack, but the axe was too sharp and the tentacles were cut off one by one. Finally, under Li Yin's continuous attacks, the monster's neck was completely split open, and a stream of black energy gushed out from the wound, along with a pure black crystal. The crystal flew towards her at an extremely fast speed. Li Yin was instantly alert and raised her axe to block it. Unexpectedly, the hard axe was directly pierced by the crystal and flew straight towards her with the remaining force. What is this? Li Yin's heart was filled with alarm, and he raised his right hand urgently. An axe base appeared, and he tried to suck it in, but it still had no effect. The black crystal actually turned, bypassed her right hand, and instantly rushed into her chest. To be precise, it hit the tattoo on her chest. There was no feeling of pain as her body was pierced. Just as she was touching the place where she was hit and feeling confused, an incomparably huge amount of energy suddenly exploded in her body. What comes with it is a torrent of countless fragmented memories. Leen struggled to suppress the energy to prevent it from wreaking havoc in his body. All the memory fragments were blurry, but the only remaining strong will was something that even Li Yin could clearly feel. It's love. Chapter 41 returned to Linhai. Officer Lu's car slowly stopped at the edge of the town. The two men looked at the pile of corpses and their hearts sank. Even though Officer Lu has 20 years of experience in handling cases, he still couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Chen Jinzhou on the side was even more furious. He had just experienced such a scene in Yunnan City. He did not expect that the same tragedy would happen again on the land he protected. He took a deep breath and tried his best to stay calm while raising his vigilance to the highest level. His experience in Yunnan City told him that only a monster with a pollution level of over 50% could cause such a tragedy. One of these monsters can destroy a medium-sized city. Even if all the combat forces of the Linhai Abnormal Bureau and the office were mobilized, they might not be its match. Thinking of this, Chen Jinzhou felt a little desperate. He was afraid that today was the moment for him to sacrifice himself for his country. Even if he had to completely mutate, he must keep this monster in the town and never let it reach Linhai. Officer Lu, step back. I'm going to be very dangerous. Stay as far away from me as possible. Before Lu Jiqiang understood what Chen Jinzhou meant, he saw him take off his shirt. The moment he saw his body, Officer Lu's pupils suddenly contracted. Captain Chen, who has an extremely powerful aura, actually has a huge scar extending from the top of his head to his waist, as if it split him in half vertically. Then he saw Chen Jinzhou take out a small box from his trouser pocket, took out a pill from it, and swallowed it into his mouth without hesitation. A heart-wrenching sound came from Chen Jinzhou's mouth. His mouth opened wider and wider in the sound of pain, and his neck seemed to be bent by some force, making his mouth level with the scar on his body. As Officer Lu watched in horror, his upper body split open into a giant mouth full of sharp teeth. The huge mouth slowly opened, making a creepy roar, as if it was going to swallow everything. A large amount of red liquid gushed out of its mouth, and countless twisted tentacles emerged from its body. On each tentacle, there was an eye. They emitted a dark green light, as if they could see into the abyss of people's hearts. In the darkness, a strange light flashed, like thousands of ghost lights dancing, which was creepy. Officer Lu was so frightened by this sudden change that he quickly took a few steps back, fearing that he would be attacked by this monster. Chen Jinzhou had completely turned into another creature at this time. His upper body was replaced by a huge mouth, while his lower body maintained a human form, which looked extremely strange. Officer Lu, please leave here. The next battle will be very dangerous. After saying this, regardless of whether Officer Lu heard it or not, Chen Jinzhou, who had turned into a ghost monster, jumped up and flew towards the direction of the mountain of corpses. Lu Jiqiang stared blankly at Chen Jinzhou, who had disappeared from his sight, his heart filled with shock and confusion. Is this the method used by the Abnormal Bureau to fight against ghosts? How terrifying it is. What kind of pain did he go through to be able to fight like this? Can I really be one of them? When Chen Jinza arrived at the mountain of corpses, he saw the corpse of the monster on the ground at a glance, and his pupils shrank immediately. He had never seen such a polluting creature before. Judging from its aura, it was not a human polluter at all, but a ghost. But how could a ghost mutate to such an extent due to pollution? This completely went against his previous understanding. Standing next to its corpse, Chen Jinza could feel a sense of oppression coming from his soul. The rank of this monster is far above mine. Even in Yunnan City, he had never seen such a powerful existence. But such a monster that was so powerful that he had almost no desire to resist, now had its body torn apart. Who killed it? He turned his eyes away from the corpse and looked towards the town ahead. The once prosperous town has now become a deserted city. Even a bird or a bug has disappeared. They have all become food for the monster and become one of the tens of thousands of corpses under its feet. With a quick glance, I actually saw something moving. Could it be a pollutant? Chen Jinza instantly became extremely alert and headed over there. At this time, Li Yin and Ning Zhu were moving the 7 uncles from the office onto the truck one by one, preparing to take them away from this hellhole. The main concern is that these people might have some health problems and die if they're not rescued in time. Li Yin, do you have a driver's license? Li Yin glanced at her and pointed to her own height. Do you think I look like someone who can drive a truck? Ning Zhu bit her lip and said, I can't drive either. Li Yin, you seem to be in pain. Is it really okay? Li Yin was trying to do 3 things at once. Suppressing the energy in his body that could potentially run wild at any time, resisting the attacks of memory fragments, and also paying attention to calm Ning Zhu's emotions. Ning Zhu also noticed that Li Yin was not in a good condition, so he did not ask her about her powerful abilities and monsters. Li Yin took a deep breath and tried to look normal. It's okay, don't worry, I'm just a little tired. She didn't want to make Ning Zhu worry, and at the same time, she was silently calculating the time in her heart. Although that energy was powerful, it seemed to be slowly fading, and those memory fragments were slowly becoming quiet. As long as you hold on for a while longer, you should be able to return to normal. Ning Zhu, you get in the car first. I'll move the rest of the people in. Li Yin said. Ning Zhu nodded and climbed into the cab of the truck. Li Yin continued to carry the remaining people. She moved quickly and soon got everyone into the car. Just as she was about to get in the car, she suddenly felt a powerful force coming towards her. Besides, Li Yin's face darkened, and an axe instantly appeared in his hand. Although there is an extra hole on it, there is no sign of damage around it, and it does not affect its use at all. His figure disappeared in a flash, and when he appeared again, the axe blade had already hit the monster's head. As soon as Chen Jinza arrived here, he saw a figure flash past his eyes. The sound of breaking wind coming from above his head made him feel the threat of death. He quickly turned his head to avoid it, and at the critical moment, the axe blade brushed the edge of the tentacle and hit the ground. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the ground, and smoke and dust rose up. Chen Jinza widened his eyes and quickly stepped back, looking at the figure slowly walking out of the smoke and dust, his heart filled with shock. It turned out to be a girl who looked only 14 or 15 years old. She was holding a fire axe and exuded a powerful aura. He could feel that this girl was no weaker than that monster. Then he saw the middle-aged men lying in a pile in the pickup truck at the back and the terrified girl in the driver's seat. He knew this girl. She was the daughter of Ning Tianan, who worked at the Ning family office under the Linhai Abnormal Bureau. In an instant, he had figured out what was going on. He quickly stretched out his hand and shouted, Stop! Stop! I'm not an enemy. I'm Chen Jinza from the Linhai Abnormal Investigation Team. His huge mouth that was stretched to his belly was naturally extremely loud, and even Ning Zhu, who was in the car, could hear it. Chen Jinza? Uncle Chen? When Ning Zhu heard the voice, he immediately jumped out of the car. He saw Chen Jinza's horrible appearance at a glance and turned pale with fright. Uncle Chen? Uncle Chen? How? How did you become like this? She stuttered. Ning Zhu obviously did not completely believe what the monster said. In her impression, Uncle Chen had always been a gentle middle-aged man. Occasionally, when she followed her father to the Abnormal Bureau to report, she could get candy and snacks from him. Chen Jinza did not answer, but used the tentacles that stretched out from his mouth to look around, looking for possible dangers, while at the same time being wary of the little girl in front of him who was full of murderous intent. Be prepared for the fire axe that could fall on your head at any time. Li Yin had no intention of continuing to take action. With just a slight movement, the energy and memory fragments in her body seemed to be unable to be suppressed. She did not dare to take any more risks. What are you looking for? A monster? Chun Jinza looked at Li Yin and nodded. Where is the monster that turned the town into this? Dead, on top of the pile of corpses. Didn't you see it? Li Yin let out a long sigh. She felt very uncomfortable inside and even stopped paying attention to her tone when she spoke. You are the only monster left in this town. If you're not a monster, then there is no one left. Chun Jin's eyes on the tentacles were fixed on Li Yin's expression. One of the benefits of having a lot of extra eyes is that he can tell whether a person is lying from their subtle expressions. And now, his ability told him that the girl in front of him was not lying. At least in her mind, there were no monsters in the town anymore. Thinking of this, Chun Jinza slowly controlled the tentacles on his body to retract into his body, and his huge mouth slowly closed, revealing a relatively normal face. Although it was still a little scary, it was much better than before. Seeing this familiar face, Ningzhu was finally sure that the horrible monster in front of him was the familiar Uncle Chun. Ningzhu, what happened to you? Father and the others? Why are you here? Although the huge mouth was closed, the pain of the body being torn in half was real. Ningzhu hid behind Li Yin and told her everything about how his father and his friends came to investigate the town but disappeared, how he went to look for them, and then how a terrifying ghost appeared and how his father and his friends fought against it. However, she concealed the part about Li Yin, as she felt that Li Yin probably didn't want other people to know about her abilities. Chun Jinza glanced at the girl in front of him who was leaning on an axe, and knew in his heart that she must have contributed to solving the problem here, but she didn't mention it, so it was not convenient for him to ask now. I could only take out my cell phone and contact Officer Liu outside and ask him to drive in. Shocked when they saw the small hill formed by the residents of the town. This is no longer a realistic scene. This is hell. Hell on earth. Policewoman Xiao Wang was bragging to her colleague some time ago that after seeing the human skin blanket, nothing could scare her to vomit anymore. But when he saw the scene in front of him, his eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Officer Liu arranged for her to drive everyone in the office as well as Li Yin and Ningzhu back to Linhai. This journey would take more than 2 hours to drive, so the wounded could not be carried in a truck. They found an intact bus nearby and carefully transferred the wounded there. Others stayed in the town to continue their investigation. Li Yin and Ningzhu also got on the bus and sat in the last row. Ningzhu looked at the girl leaning on him with her brows tightly frowned, and his heart was full of worry. She didn't know what was wrong with Li Yin, and she had no way to share her pain. She could only hold her hand tightly, hoping that this would give her some comfort and strength. Although the two had only known each other for 1 day, they had experienced the life and death of the town together, and she had already regarded the girl as one of the most important people in her heart. Seeing the pain on her face, Ningzhu felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Li Yin felt a pair of soft hands holding her tightly. Although her physical discomfort made her feel painful, the care from Ningzhu made her feel a little comforted. She was gradually sorting out the fragments of her memory. Although it is still impossible to see the specific appearance clearly, some fragments can be captured. This is actually a story about 2 girls falling in love. No, it should be unrequited love. The girl who was the core of the giant fusion monster had an extremely strong love for another girl during her lifetime, which did not dissipate even after her death. Chapter 42. Something is wrong with Li Yin. Deep in my memory, the picture is blurry as fog, with only the vague outline of a school emerging. There were 2 girls who were classmates and friends, and they were like sisters. They listened to the teacher's teachings together in the classroom. The sunlight shone on the university desks, reflecting their youthful faces. They shared delicious food together in the cafeteria, and laughter echoed in every corner of the cafeteria. They strolled hand in hand in the streets and alleys, looking at the dazzling array of goods, sharing every bit of life with each other, and those little secrets were like shining pearls, carefully treasured in their hearts. That period of time was like a melodious piece of music, so beautiful that it made people intoxicated, and as carefree as the clear blue sky without a trace of haze. The woman quietly hid her feelings and never revealed them to the other party, but just let them bloom quietly in her heart. However, the peaceful picture was broken in an instant, as if a huge rock was thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves. The scene of the laboratory suddenly flashed with all kinds of strange instruments flashing cold light, and the creepy monster. The atmosphere of fear and despair filled every corner. In the picture, A man's figure emerges and presents the two sisters with a cruel choice. The two options are like two sharp blades. No matter which one is chosen, one of them will die. Could it be that this is why she turned into a monster? Was it because of that cruel experiment? The fragments of memory were still being pieced together in disorder. They quarreled fiercely, not for the right to survive. On the contrary, both of them were trying to take the danger on themselves and wanted to leave the hope of life to the other. Even so, the woman's feelings not only did not diminish, but became even stronger. She hid it from the other party and resolutely threw herself into the horrific experiment. The experiment was horrific, and the pain was like a surging tide that completely drowned her. But she held on with her strong will, just to protect the person she loved. As for whether the experiment was a success or a failure, Li Yin had no idea. But judging from the miserable state of the town and the woman's mutation, the possibility of failure was very high. Li Yin let out a breath lightly. The emotion seemed to still linger in her heart. The amazing thing was that it blended with the energy in her body, making the already powerful energy even more difficult to control like a surging wave. What is going on? Li Yin frowned. She knew very well that all this must be related to the mysterious black crystal. However, the crystal disappeared without a trace as soon as it flew into her body, as if it had never existed. No matter how hard she searched, she could not find any trace of it. Li Yin, what's wrong with you? Ningzhu saw that Li Yin's face was getting paler and paler, with cold sweat oozing out of his forehead, and he became even more worried. Li Yin kept her lips tightly closed and did not respond. At this moment, all she wanted to do was find a quiet place to explore the source and characteristics of this energy. The bus sped along the highway and soon left Luan town and arrived at a nearby county town. Officer Xiao Wang and Ning Zhu worked together to rush the unconscious man to the hospital. Originally, Ning Zhu planned to have Li Yin get a checkup as well to prevent any hidden injuries, but was rejected by Li Yin. I'm fine, I just want to find a place to rest. Officer Xiao Wang happened to be walking out of the hospital. Hearing the conversation between the two, he quickly stepped forward and waved to Ning Zhu. Are you all exhausted? Go and have a rest. I'll take care of you here. You can come back tomorrow morning. Although she was full of doubts about why Li Yin appeared in such a dangerous place, seeing that Officer Liu did not ask any more questions, she tactfully did not ask any further questions. Ning Zhu was truly exhausted. This night's experience had been too thrilling. He had countless questions in his mind that needed to be answered by Li Yin, but Li Yin's current state was obviously not the right time to ask. In addition, the doctor told him that his father and others only had minor skin injuries and would be fine after a good night's sleep. She felt relieved and nodded gratefully to Officer Wang. Thank you, Sister Wang. I'll take Li Yin to rest. Ning Zhu carried Li Yin on his back and found a place to stay. Although the room is not large, it is clean and tidy, and the bed is soft and comfortable, as if it has a magical power that makes people deeply attracted once they lie down and don't want to get up. Ning Zhu carefully placed the girl on the bed and asked again with concern. Li Yin, are you really okay? You look so pale. Li Yin forced a smile. She didn't know what her current situation was. The energy and memory fragments in her body seemed to have merged into one. The originally violent energy had become docile at this moment. But there were only a few inexplicable thoughts that kept impacting her mind like a tide. This feeling is not uncomfortable. She didn't understand what was going on, but at this moment, for some reason, I'm really fine, Ning Zhu. Go get some good sleep. You must be exhausted today. Seeing the bathroom, Ning Zhu instantly became alert. During her time in the small town, she hadn't taken a bath for 2 weeks because the water was so smelly. On weekdays, we can only rely on the limited amount of mineral water to brush our teeth and wash our face, which is extremely luxurious. Now that she was safe, she felt that she had already smelled terrible. Chapter 43, I Will Be Responsible. An entire night had passed since we arrived at Luoan town. Chun Jinza, along with Wang Yi and Officer Liu, investigated the town all night, while the others were on guard outside to prevent any vehicles from mistakenly entering the town. This matter must be blocked. More than 10,000 people died in a small town. If this were to spread online, the panic it would cause would be far beyond anyone's imagination. But the good news is that most of the people in the town have died, so it is much easier to block the news. Thinking of this, Wang Yi couldn't help but close his eyes in pain. What a disaster. What a tragedy. Luoan town, a once quiet and peaceful town, has now become a dead ruin, with corpses piled up like mountains and the smell of blood filling the air, making it hard to breathe. Officer Liu found the town's resident records in the government building and handed them over to the police outside to verify the death list. There were tens of thousands of corpses lying there, so it wasn't difficult to do it, but the cruelty and pain involved were unbearable. The policemen did not say much, but just carried out their duties silently. They knew that this was their duty and the reality they had to face. Chun Jinza looked at the big pit on the edge of the town, then raised his head and looked at the energy vortex still circling in the sky, guessing the relationship between the two. Wang Yi came to the pit, estimated the depth in his mind, and couldn't help but take a breath. Judging from the appearance, it is as deep as 50 meters. It is simply an abyss. Wang Yi, when will the support from the capital arrive? It will be soon. The higher authorities attach great importance to the situation here. A replacement perfect controller is expected to arrive in an hour. Candidate for the perfect controller? Chun Jinza sighed a little. Only people of this level would have the ability to thoroughly investigate the affairs of Lan Town, right? You know, it took 4 perfect controllers to contain the disaster in Yunnan City within the urban area and prevent it from spreading. There are only 9 people with such abilities in the country. In his opinion, each of them has the power to destroy the world, so powerful that it is unimaginable. Only he raised his head and looked at the energy vortex in the sky, and the expression on his face became even uglier. For some reason, in his perception, the energy in the sky seemed to be of a higher level than this. Where does this huge energy and the dead monsters outside come from? At this time, Officer Liu was using his cell phone to contact the bureau, asking his friends there to help investigate someone. That was the culprit that caused the Luoan Town incident, the monster lying on the pile of corpses. He was also present when Chun Jinza and Wang Yi were moving the body. He was responsible for moving the head, so he took the opportunity to take pictures. He knew that the events here were related to the cult's experiments. Since it was an experiment, there must be a result in the end. It was obvious that this mutated girl was the result of an experiment. As long as we have her identity information, it is very likely that we can follow the clues and find clues about the culprit who caused all this. In addition, he had another doubt. The message from Li Yin the night before yesterday. He was so anxious that he didn't think about it and drove all day yesterday. It was not until now, after confirming that Li Yin was safe, that he could calm down and think about this matter. Professor Zhang, did you tell me that you and your colleagues from school had come to Luoan Town some time ago? And you brought back new species and that disgusting aquatic product sample? But according to the town blockade time provided by Li Yin, they should be trapped in Luoan. So how do they get back to Linhai? Thinking of this, Officer Liu's expression became extremely gloomy. He really didn't want to doubt his only friend, but all these coincidences forced him to doubt. Could it be that Professor Zhang and his group are really related to the events in Luoan Town? He remembered that Li Yin had asked him to investigate which university in Linhai had sent a team of professors to Luoan Town to give lectures in previous years. He didn't know whether Professor Zhang had been there, but the seeds of doubt had already been planted in Officer Liu's heart. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew that he couldn't jump to conclusions based on speculation alone. He had to find solid evidence before he could make a judgment. Who knows whether they came to Luoan Town? It makes sense if they just went to the nearby river to obtain samples and did not enter the blockade area. After saying hello to Chun Jinza, Officer Liu prepared to go to the river to see if there really were those disgusting fish. In the river, the people who were originally on the edge of the town and were mutated by the monster's crazy whispers were blown into the river hundreds of meters away by the aftermath of the battle. They did not die from the fall, but have been in a coma until now. As the monsters died and the battle stopped, it gradually woke up. When he opened his eyes, the eyes that were originally black and white were now blank. Looking closely, it was not the white of the eyes, but countless tentacles wriggling under the skull. Just then, Officer Liu came to the river, squatted down, and gently touched the water surface. The flowing river water splashed against his palms, and the cool feeling made him feel a little better. The river water is crystal clear, and occasionally a few small fish swim by. It looks no different from an ordinary river. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he suddenly noticed that something seemed to be wriggling at the bottom of the river. Officer Liu opened his eyes wide and looked carefully, only to see a huge shadow slowly moving at the bottom of the river. Not a fish. He was startled and quickly reached for his waist, ready to draw his gun. But the shadow was even faster. It suddenly jumped up from the bottom of the river and rushed straight towards his face. He already had the gun in his hand, but before he could aim, a huge shadow appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Officer Liu felt a black screen before his eyes, and then he was knocked away by a huge force and fell to the ground. I felt like every bone in my body was about to fall apart. I struggled to get up and looked at the creature that had just rushed out of the river. Without hesitation, he fired continuously, bang, bang, bang. But the monster in front of him did not dodge or evade. The bullets hit its body like a drop in the ocean, and it didn't react at all. Only then did Officer Liu have time to take a closer look. He saw that the monster was in human form and was even wearing clothes, but its skin was covered with cracks, and tentacles grew in the cracks. Each tentacle was constantly wriggling, and it looked extremely disgusting. What the hell is this? He had never seen such a disgusting creature. It was even scarier than the monsters in horror movies. The monster seemed to be angered by the gunshot. It let out a shrill roar and pounced towards Officer Liu. Officer Liu quickly stepped back and continued shooting, but the monster seemed to feel no pain and continued to approach him unaffected. "Captain Chun, save me!" Just as the monster was about to pounce on Officer Liu, a red light fell from the sky and directly knocked the monster away. There was a loud bang, as if a cannonball had hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Officer Liu was breathing heavily, feeling grateful for having survived the disaster. When the smoke cleared, a figure appeared before his eyes. It was a girl in military uniform, over 1.7 meters tall and slender, but her face was terribly gloomy. She had seen the tragic state of the town from the sky, and the shock of 10,000 corpses was something even she could not ignore. What's more, this is her hometown. When she comes out, what should I tell her? The girl turned her head to look in the direction of Officer Liu and forced an ugly smile. "Are you okay, Uncle Policeman?" Officer Liu looked at the monster being held in the girl's hand like a little chicken and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "No, it's okay. Are you a support from the capital?" The girl nodded. "It's me. Did you fly here? What nonsense are you talking about? How can a normal person fly? Of course he came here by plane." "Ahem, Ningzhu, good morning." "What do you mean early? Li Yin, what happened to you yesterday? Your ability, what's with that axe?" "Li Yin, who are you?" Li Yin immediately came out of her loss. She also knew that pursuing a girl cannot be forced, and one has to take it slow. "Since I have done something wrong, I must not escape. Besides, I like a pretty girl like Ningzhu very much." While thinking, Li Yin pulled one hand out from under the quilt, raised it above his head, and with a slight wave, an ordinary-looking fire axe appeared in his hand, which made Ningzhu marvel. Is this something like the clone technique, created out of thin air, or is it stored in some other dimension, so you can take it out when you need it? It should be a different space. His spatial ability? Can it store things? No, you can only put down the axe. Any axe can fit in there? You can only release the 2 axes I summoned. He always felt that this ability was useless. However, she had seen with her own eyes the power of these 2 axes. Even if her spatial ability was useless, with the axes, Li Yin was definitely not ordinary. Is this your superpower? Why do you ask? Isn't it different from yours? It's completely different. Ours are all passed down from generation to generation in our family. There are very strict inheritance conditions, and it is very demanding to use them. Looking at the way Li Yin summoned it casually, it could only be considered as the legendary superpower. Isn't yours a family inheritance? No, it just happened suddenly. Ningzhu exclaimed in amazement. It really is a superpower, right? I didn't expect that there are really superpowers in the world. Li Yin didn't know why she was so surprised. Even ghosts and monsters of that kind, as well as offices in the Abnormal Bureau, exist. Why did you label me as special just because I summoned an axe? Ningzhu, can you tell me about ghosts in your firm? Chapter 44. Keep asking, ask everything. Ningzhu blinked her big eyes. She really didn't understand why Li Yin had such strong power, but didn't even know these most basic knowledge. What do you want to know? Everything. For example, the reasons why ghosts are formed and their classification. The reason for its formation? Ningzhu organized his words and said slowly. We are actually just guessing the reason for the formation, but it is very likely. It is now recognized as the mainstream theory. The reason for the formation of ghosts is it the extreme emotion before a person dies? Don't you know this? Ningzhu was stunned for a moment, then angrily pinched Li Yin's waist. The hand was just there, and it was pinched. Ningzhu stepped back a little. Yes, you guessed it right. It is because of the strong thoughts before a person dies. The classification of ghosts is also derived from this. For example, People who die in despair will become despair ghosts, and people who die in fear will become fear ghosts after death. Their abilities are also different. Li Yin raised her eyebrows and said, "Are there any extremely happy people who turned into ghosts after death? By the way, are there really people who die happily?" Speaking of this topic, Ningzhu chuckled and said, "Of course there are, but I haven't seen them. There are very few in our country. It is said that the free country on the other side of the earth is full of such ghosts. It's outrageous." Li Yin imagined what was going on and couldn't help twitching her lips. She probably guessed it. From this, she became more certain that the ghost in her uncle's house must have been placed there deliberately. This cult is truly extraordinary, as it was able to transport a ghost from across the ocean to this side to harm people. You just said that ghosts have different abilities. Can you tell me more about that? Yes. Ghosts generally have relatively simple abilities. For example, a ghost formed by fear will drag people into a scene they have experienced before, causing them to die after experiencing the cause of its death. A resentful ghost can create hallucinations that are difficult to break and are more troublesome. A hateful ghost will set very strict rules in the area. Generally, these rules are related to the things it hated most when it was alive, and those who violate them will be killed directly. An angry ghost will kill people directly and has strong direct combat capabilities. It is a very troublesome ghost. Li Yin nodded as she listened. Creating illusions should be the ability of the stitched monster in Feng Qi's home. The classroom ghost Zheng Lan seemed to match it. The angry ghost had also seen the mermaid by the river. Without saying a word, it came up and attacked directly. It was extremely irritable. Could this be the anger of the fishing man's air force? But what surprised her the most was that the little girl who was abused to death by her parents in the hotel did not hate her parents before she died. Even if she turned into a ghost, she was only afraid of pain and torture. It was really easy for those two scumbags to die immediately. By the way, is the formation of ghosts related to the legendary souls? Ning Zhu shook his head. I don't know, but for now there is no evidence to prove the existence of the soul, so I can only assume it doesn't matter. Okay, what's the ability of the ghost you just mentioned who died of happiness? We usually call this kind of ghost a bliss ghost. I heard about it from Uncle Chun. He dealt with one in the past. It is said that its ability is very troublesome. After entering a certain area, you will hear crazy laughter all the time. Even if you cover your ears, it will be useless. The laughter will continue until the ghost is killed. Once the contact time is long, people will go crazy and laugh along with it, and they can never become normal again. Leen nodded, confirming that the ghost was the bliss ghost. However, Ning Zhu said that the ghost would not stop laughing until it died. But why did it stop laughing when he took out the axe? Isn't it still bullying the weak and fearing the strong? By the way, do ghosts have consciousness? How is it possible? There has never been a recorded ghost that can retain its consciousness before death. After that, both of them fell silent. Li Yin thought of the ghosts of her parents in the hotel, while Ning Zhu thought of the residents in the town before they mutated. Well, let's go back and ask Uncle Chun and the others. This matter is a bit strange. Ning Zhu didn't know what to say. He couldn't say that he was short-sighted, right? This would put his father's reputation at risk. Seeing that Ning Zhu didn't know about this either, Li Yin changed the subject. Ning Zhu, your Uncle Chen, what's the matter with his transformation? Thinking of that disgusting transformation, not only Ning Zhu, but even Li Yin couldn't help but grin. That's really disgusting. Compared with him, the mutation of the girl who fused the ghost core is not worth mentioning. She is even a little handsome. Ning Zhu's face turned pale, and he shook his head. I'm not sure either. The Abnormal Bureau's methods are generally not revealed to our office. They are very mysterious. This is the first time I've seen Uncle Chen show such an attitude, but aren't they using the same method as you? No, the methods used by our firm have been passed down for hundreds or thousands of years, but the Abnormal Bureau has only been established for less than 100 years. Compared to theirs, which of your methods is stronger? I haven't seen Uncle Chen take action, but I was fortunate enough to see the other members of the Abnormal Bureau fighting once. I don't think they are much stronger than my father and his team, but he is just an ordinary member of the team. In this way, the overall strength of the Abnormal Bureau is very strong. Lee nodded. The fact that they have been able to develop into such a powerful force in just 100 years was enough to prove that the methods used by the Abnormal Bureau were very effective. Since the Abnormal Bureau is so powerful, why do they need to integrate civilian affairs offices to assist them in handling abnormal incidents? Speaking of this, Ning Zhu's mood became a little depressed. This is about the side effects of the Abnormal Bureau's methods. It is said that those who use this special method in the Abnormal Bureau will not live for more than 10 years. It is a very dangerous power. The more frequently it is used, the faster the death. Unless it is absolutely necessary, they try to avoid fighting. That's why they need to integrate civilian agencies like us and use our traditional methods to assist them. This was basically consistent with Li Yin's own guess. In her opinion, Uncle Chun was very strong, much stronger than ordinary ghosts, especially the chaotic aura on him, which was not like a ghost, but rather somewhat similar to the mutant girl at the core of the fusion monster. I guess it must have cost a lot to gain such power. So the price is life? Ning Zhu continued. I have an older brother who is very talented. He is much better than me at learning the family traditions. But later he secretly took part in the test of the Abnormal Bureau without telling his father. The results showed that he was highly adaptable and was recruited to the capital. We haven't heard from him for 4 years. Thinking of Uncle Chin's transformation, Ning Zhu couldn't help but shudder. She couldn't imagine whether her brother would become like that. Leen didn't know how to comfort her. After all, Uncle Chin's transformation was really disgusting. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken out her axe and delivered a fatal blow the moment they met. Ning Zhu was feeling a little depressed. If they met again, that guy would have turned into a monster with a big mouth and a belly full of tentacles. He would definitely have to stay away from him. Li Yin, I lied at that time. I don't know the tricks passed down in our family. I can't learn them no matter what. Even my wooden plaque and walnuts were made by my father for me, and I can't even use them properly. Li Yin gently hugged her shoulders and said softly, It's okay, Ning Zhu. I will protect you in the future. Ning Zhu buried his face in Li Yin's barren chest. Even Li Yin could clearly feel the warmth on his face. Thank you, Li Yin. After a long while, she continued, I also took tests without my father's knowledge, hoping to change the current situation through other methods. But my adaptability is only 2, which does not even meet the most basic requirements. Leen didn't ask her about the content of the test, but just patted her back gently. You can ask this kind of question at any time. Anyway, I still have a lot of time with Ning Zhu in the future. Ning Zhu, tell me about your firm. What are your so-called methods? She now has a question in her mind. Since the abilities used by the Abnormal Bureau are so dangerous, why not vigorously promote the agency's methods? Is the firm complacent and unwilling to pass on its capabilities? Or do their capabilities really have their limitations and weaknesses and cannot meet the needs of the Abnormal Bureau? Ning Zhu nodded. Li Yin, the agency's methods may be different from what you think. The way of becoming stronger through practice in novels does not actually exist. Whether it is our Ning family's ghost exorcism technique, Uncle Ye's wind-controlling sword technique, or the methods of several other agencies, they are not based on practice to become stronger, but on inheritance. Li Lin's mo tuisha. No, we are both firms, so why is your name so much lower than that of Yufeng Jinju? It feels like one is a sect in a novel about cultivating immortals, and the other is a fortune teller setting up a stall under the overpass. Inheritance? Yes, if you want to obtain the inheritance, you must become a disciple and be recognized as a disciple by the master. When teaching methods, every step must be approved by the master. It must be a complete approval from the bottom of your heart, without even a trace of doubt. Otherwise, you cannot use it. That's how I am. Seeing that Ning Zhu was a little depressed again, Leen quickly touched her head, comforted her, and motioned for her to continue speaking. The reason why I said that the way to become stronger is not to practice is because there is only one way for us to gain strength, which is to follow the steps and formulas passed down completely without any changes. If you don't imitate them well, the effect will be greatly reduced. But as long as you imitate them and get the master's recognition, you can use the power. The principle is still unclear. Leen suddenly realized that this feeling was somewhat similar to the sacrificial dances of the past. As long as they followed the set steps and postures, they could connect with the gods and gain power. No wonder it is called a means rather than a force. It turns out there is such a limitation. So, your methods can't become stronger. They can only become weaker, right? It's not that it's getting weaker, but with the death of the master, the means of inheritance will be lost little by little and gradually lost. Ning Zhu shook his head. This method can't be passed down through written records because there are many places that need to be felt with the body. A tiny deviation in movement may cause the power to fail to be activated. Only by teaching step by step and letting the disciples feel the subtle changes can they master it. It's really amazing. No one in the country has not popularized the firm's means. First, its power is limited and it cannot solve all abnormal incidents. Second, it is impossible to popularize it. The hand-on teaching alone greatly limits the development of the firm's means. What's more, it is impossible for a teacher to fully recognize his disciples without a long period of getting along. Neither the country nor the individuals in the firm have the time to waste. However, she is still very interested in Uncle Ye's wind-controlling sword technique. After all, who hasn't dreamed of becoming a graceful swordsman when they were a kid? Chapter 45, Officer Xiao Wang, My Lifesaver. There were several more helicopters outside Luan town. In addition to the girls who came for support, many researchers also came. Everything about the town amazed them, especially the mutated monsters and the huge energy vortex in the sky. One of the researchers wearing glasses couldn't help but exclaimed, "My God, the purity of this energy is even better than the one we brought back from Antarctica. Can I take it back? It might be helpful for our research." "Take it back? Don't be ridiculous. We can't even get close to the scale of this energy vortex, let alone extract samples. I'll ask the leader later. Maybe there's a way." The group of researchers came to the corpse of the mutant monster again and made a preliminary assessment. The test results made everyone look serious. Is this a ghost? How could a ghost mutate to this extent? Did she eat the source of pollution directly? Even if you eat the source of pollution directly, it's impossible for your entire body to mutate. Could it be that he mutated while alive, and after death he became a ghost but still maintained his previous form? There is no such precedent. It is impossible for polluting organisms to become ghosts after death. This is common sense. A group of researchers argued endlessly, but they all agreed on one thing. The body must be transported back to the capital for investigation. One of the researchers took the instrument and tested the mutant monster. He couldn't help but frown. The source of the pollution is not on its body. It is very likely to be in the town. We will apply for large-scale testing equipment and expand the search range. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous to stay here. Everyone looked at the mutant humans trapped in the special cages, and they all agreed with his point of view. They all knew about the tragic situation in Yunnan City. If Linhai were to happen again, the entire country would be in crisis because they would be unable to cope with the situation. By the way, where's its head? Who is responsible for carrying the body? Where is the head? The researcher called Chen Jinzhou over. He was also puzzled by this. It was just placed here, and no one moved it. It was placed together with the corpse a few minutes ago. How could it disappear? On the other side, Officer Liu was standing in front of the huge pit and looking down. His savior, the girl in military uniform, had just jumped in and said she wanted to investigate. "But I can't see the bottom of this pit at a glance. Is it really okay to jump in?" Thinking of the girl jumping off the plane, Officer Liu felt relieved. The girl walked at the bottom of the pit. The darkness did not affect her vision at all. She looked around sharply as if she were walking in daylight. The space at the bottom of the pit is much larger than imagined. It seems like a huge underground cave, surrounded by all kinds of strange stalagmites and stone curtains, emitting a faint light. The girl kept walking. She had only one goal in mind: to find the source of the pollution. Where is Xiaoqin's home? I have to go see if the diary she told me about is still there. That kid actually dared to let our Xiaoqin down. If I find him, I will definitely teach him a lesson. The girl was obviously in a bad mood. She kicked a stone away while muttering, feeling a little annoyed. If Xiaoqin knew that his hometown had become a dead city, he would feel so sad. And her childhood sweetheart, I don't know whether he is dead or not. You talk about him every day without considering my feelings at all. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind from the front, mixed with a strong smell of blood, rushing straight towards the girl. The girl snorted coldly without dodging or evading. Her arm instantly burst into flames, but there was no sign of her clothes being set on fire. If you looked closely, you could see a layer of fine scales covering her skin. The whole arm no longer looked human. With a casual grab, the thing that was rushing towards her was caught in her hand. No matter how hard the thing struggled, the girl did not move at all. An angry ghost? Why is it here? The girl wasn't the analytical type, so she simply snapped the neck, held the head in her hands, and continued to explore the underground pit. Unfortunately, there was nothing below except this ghost, and not even a trace of pollution could be detected. Even she knew that this was not normal. Let's wait until the large-scale detection equipment is delivered. The girl held the ghost head in one hand, and then quickly jumped up. After a few jumps, she reached the top and threw the ghost head to Officer Liu. Found it below. Investigate his identity. Officer Liu held the cold head in his hands and felt his scalp tingling. He turned around and looked at his face and was stunned. He had just seen this face in the government building. It looked 80% similar to the mayor of the small town. Zheng Feng'an? He did not immediately reveal the identity of the deceased, but nodded in agreement. In a hotel in the county town, Ning Zhu was wiping the wrinkles on his neck vigorously in front of the mirror, and his head was full of black lines. When did this girl get it there? Why can't it be wiped off? If other people saw this, they would... No. Ning Zhu poked his head out of the bathroom and shouted to Li Yin, who was still in a daze on the bed. Go downstairs and buy me some Band-Aids, quickly. Li Yin stopped thinking and looked up blankly. Ning Zhu, are you injured anywhere? Why are you using a Band-Aid? Ning Zhu blushed. Stop talking nonsense and go. Okay. Li Yin quickly lifted the quilt to look for her clothes and saw a small red flower on the bed. Suddenly he understood. A happy smile appeared on his face, and his movements became more agile. She put on her clothes and ran downstairs to the supermarket. Standing in the daily necessities area, facing the various types of sanitary napkins, she couldn't help but feel troubled as it was her first time as a girl. Which one should I buy? I don't know. I haven't used it before. Speaking of shopping, she suddenly remembered that she still owed money to a dead person in the small town. Unlucky. I quickly took out my phone and sent a message to Officer Liu. Please go to the supermarket at the school gate to return some money for me. For loaves of bread, 2 chicken feet, 2 sausages. Officer Liu was stunned when he received the news. No, the town is gone, everyone is dead, and you still want me to help you pay back the debt? Are you really a 5-star good citizen? After sending the message, Li Yin nodded with satisfaction, picked up 3 packs of large Band-Aids at random, and ran back to the room excitedly carrying the plastic bag. Ning Zhu looked at the things the little girl handed over, then looked at her expression as if she was seeking credit, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. All I want is a Band-Aid. What did you buy? A sanitary pad? I put this on my neck and went to the hospital. Then he would be sent to prison as a mental patient. But she really didn't dare to explain this matter. It was too embarrassing. Moreover, the little girl's eyes were so pure that people couldn't bear to tell her the truth. I could only sigh, wash up, and go downstairs to buy it myself. After leaving the hotel, the two had breakfast and walked to the hospital hand in hand. Leen lowered his head and continued to think about things. The main thing is that the energy in the body is gone, and he hadn't become stronger yet. He just disappeared out of thin air. What are the black crystals that flew into the body? Why did they fly out of the monster's body? Why is there such a strong energy? Now that I calm down and think about it, that energy actually feels vaguely familiar to me. Ning Zhu, do you think those people in the abnormal bureau will become stronger by killing monsters? Ning Zhu stopped and reached out to touch Li Yin's forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think you were playing a game? You want to become stronger by beating monsters? Li Yin chuckled and asked, then do you think there are some cores or something like that in the ghost body? Ning Zhu didn't know why she asked that, so he shook his head and said, probably not. My dad and his friends have dealt with a lot of ghosts, but I've never heard him say that ghosts have cores. Really? I see. After you kill a ghost, does its body disappear immediately, or does it remain where it is? Ning Zhu was even more confused. Li Yin, you must have killed a lot of ghosts, right? Why do you ask this? Just asking. Of course they stay where they are. They dissipate very slowly, usually taking 2 or 3 days to completely disappear. That's why the Abnormal Bureau has a department dedicated to handling and stacking the corpses of ghosts. I see. The two came to the hospital and sent a message to Officer Xiao Wang to inquire about the situation. But I heard laughter from the other side. The voices were very familiar. It seemed that everyone in the office had woken up. The burly man who was holding the hammer before bowed to Officer Wang and said, "Thank you, Officer Wang. It's really thanks to you this time. Otherwise, everyone in our office might have died there. No, I was just responsible for sending you to the hospital. The one who actually saved you was Xiao Li and a little sister named Ning Zhu." Ning Zhu? Everyone was stunned and looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the back. Hearing the name, Ning Tianan, who was peeling an orange, paused and looked up in confusion. Why did my daughter come here? Officer Xiao Wang shook his head. I don't know either. Brother Liu said that Ning Zhu seemed to be carrying you onto the truck, preparing to take you away from Luan. Truck? Everyone was stunned again, and they felt a headache just thinking about it. Lao Ning, can your daughter drive? No way. She's only years old, and I haven't taught her how to drive. Everyone looked at each other, feeling somewhat fortunate, and at the same time really regarded Officer Xiao Wang as their savior. If it weren't for this beautiful and kind policewoman, I and others would probably not have seen the sun today. Excuse me, young lady. Has the matter of law in town been resolved? The person who spoke was Uncle Yi in a white robe. He was the most embarrassed one, having fallen from the sky and was covered in dirt. Even his white robe was no longer white, but his master's temperament had not changed at all, which made Officer Wong feel in awe. If you're talking about the bodies outside, they've indeed been dealt with. At this point, she couldn't help but sigh heavily. This is the first time I've seen such a scene. Tens of thousands of bodies. A small town. All the people just disappeared quietly. Masters, what exactly happened over there? Everyone was silent, and no one answered the question. When they joined the Abnormal Bureau with their family members, they all signed an agreement that prohibited them from revealing anything related to ghosts to ordinary people. Even the police, in their eyes, still belonged to the category of ordinary people. Ning Tian could only change the subject when he saw this. Officer Wong, where's my daughter now? I want to go see her first. Officer Xiao Wang glanced at his phone and said, he just sent me a message saying he's at the hospital entrance. He should be here soon. Just as he finished speaking, the door of the ward was pushed open, and Ning Zhu walked in with Li Yin. Dad, Uncle Yi, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? Ning Zhu looked at everyone with concern. These are her elders, the uncles and aunts who watched her grow up. Now that she sees that they are safe and sound, she can finally put her mind at ease. Ning Dinan got up from the bed and patted his clothes. It's nothing, it's just that your Uncle Yi hit his head and broke it. The doctor said it was just a skin injury, and he just needs to rest for a few days. Ning Zhu naturally also saw the gauze on Uncle Ye's head. She was relieved when she heard her father say this. The only person lying in the ward was not happy. What do you mean it's okay? I still have a headache now. What happened? I fainted in an instant, and when I woke up, I started to have a headache. Recalling the feeling at that time, everyone couldn't help but tremble. The energy fluctuations, which seemed like a natural disaster, swept across the entire battlefield in an instant. They didn't even know what they were facing and fainted directly. Ning Tianan saw his daughter's slightly lowered eyes, and his heart moved, but he didn't say much. Instead, he turned to look at the short girl next to his daughter and asked with a smile, "Who is this little friend?" Ning Zhu looked down at Li Yin and found that she was also looking at her. Her big eyes were full of anticipation, as if she was waiting for her introduction. Ning Zhu blushed and coughed dryly. Her name is Li Yin. She is me, my new friend. The smile on Ning Tianan's face widened. He knew that due to family reasons, his daughter had few friends at school. Now that he saw his daughter finally made new friends, he was naturally very happy. Although Li Yin felt a little disappointed, she still nodded obediently. Hello, uncle. My name is Li Yin, and I am Ning Zhu's best friend. She deliberately emphasized the word best to highlight her uniqueness. Ning Zhu obviously understood what the little girl meant, and her face turned even redder. At the back, the sturdy man scratched his head and said, By the way, the dream I had last night was really weird. It seemed to be Lin Hai, and everyone in it was standing still and laughing in a creepy way. As soon as he said this, everyone else looked over and asked, Did you have this dream too? The same to you? Yeah, me too. I thought I was the only one dreaming. This dream is so weird. It doesn't even feel like a dream. It's too real. They all looked up, as if they were waiting for something. Everyone was discussing the topic of dreams, but they couldn't come up with any useful information. They just felt it was a little unusual. At the door, Ning Zhu took Li Yin's hand and asked softly, Li Yin, do you want to join our firm? Chapter 46, Is it a circus? Li Yin smiled, looked into Ning Zhu's eyes, and said softly, Do you want me to join our firm? Ning Zhu, why does this little girl always want to tease me? She looks so cute, but I always feel like she has bad intentions. What else did you say in the morning? Let's try again. Ning Zhu's face turned red, but there were so many people in the ward, so she could only hide her thoughts. She coughed and said seriously, Li Yin, this is not something I want or not, but you must choose to join or apply for an office at the Abnormal Bureau. The country has regulations that all extraordinary people like us who have real talents and knowledge must be managed by the Abnormal Bureau. Otherwise, using their abilities is illegal, which is equivalent to illegal possession of guns. So serious? It was the first time that Li Yin heard that using his own abilities was actually illegal. Ning Zhu nodded. Just like Uncle Xiong and Uncle Ye's abilities, even if they are not used to kill ghosts, they are fatal when used on humans. If they're used on ordinary people, it is a crime. The country needs unified management to prevent people from using these abilities to do evil. Uncle Xiong is the middle-aged man holding the sledgehammer. Li Yin has also witnessed his destructive power, which is indeed not to be underestimated. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then asked, "Can this matter be delayed?" "Yes, but the inspections in Linhai may become very strict during this period. You'd better be careful when using your abilities and don't get caught." After saying that, Ningzhu thought for a moment, took out a small black ID from his bosom, and handed it to Li Yin. "This is my office ID. You can use it first. Anyway, I don't know those tricks. If someone checks you, just show this to him, and there will usually be no problem." Leen looked at Ningzhu's cute little face on the ID and felt warm in her heart. "Well, thank you, Ningzhu. I will think about it carefully. Don't force it." The topic discussed by the people over there had changed from nightmares to where to go for a good meal when they returned to Linhai. They hadn't had a proper meal for a long time, and they had fought an intense battle yesterday, so now they were starving. Ningzhu quickly handed over the porridge and buns he was carrying so that they could eat them first. "Xiaoning, let me tell you, if it weren't for your Uncle Yin, we really wouldn't have been able to hide for so long. During this time we hid under the river and ate fish every day raw. Oh, my mouth is fishy just thinking about it now. Go out for a meal? It's my treat. No, the food here is not as good as that in Linhai. Let's go back and eat. By the way, where's my hammer?" Everyone was talking at once as they packed up their things and stood up, ready to go back to Linhai. Officer Xiao Wang was still driving the bus, and the others found places to sit. Li Yin and Ningzhu sat in the corner of the last row, leaning against each other and whispering. "Azu, Xiao Ning still sounds better. That doesn't sound good. Are you my elder? Don't learn from Uncle Bear and the others. I'm a few months older than you, but you're small." Li Yin rubbed Ningzhu's hand, thinking about her name, and the more he thought about it, the happier he felt. "Azu, your name is really nice. Who gave it to you? What does it mean?" Speaking of this topic, Ningzhu's face darkened. He looked at his father, who was sitting in front of him, and said through gritted teeth, "Yes, my dad said that this name was given to me to have the good character of being willing to break but not bend." Li Yin was stunned. "It would rather break than bend. Isn't it referring to poplar trees? My dad never went to school." Leen never imagined that her father-in-law, who looked gentle and refined, like a classical scholar, had never been to school and was illiterate. "He's still arguing with me. He even went out to show off." Leen didn't know what to say. Now she really wanted to slap herself twice to tell herself not to be so rude a few minutes ago. "I can only change the subject. Azu, does your body still hurt?" She always thought that Ningzhu was injured in the battle in the town, so she felt some pain when getting out of bed in the morning. So she held her hand tightly with heartache. "It doesn't hurt anymore? Don't take such risks next time, okay? If anything happens, be sure to inform me immediately, and I will help you handle it." Li Yin's gentle voice diluted Ningzhu's shyness, and she hummed softly. The two took out their phones and added each other as friends. Ningzhu was a little confused when making the notes. He glanced at Li Yin secretly and happened to see that she had typed 4 words in the notes column. Her face turned red immediately. She didn't expect this little girl to be so bold. She had noticed it in the small-town school back then that this girl definitely liked girls. She didn't admit it at that time, but now it seems that she has probably been attracted to me for a long time. A little happy. So I typed in the remarks column, "Little rascal, we are getting along with him." At this time, Li Yin sent 2 photos, which were very similar, except that there was an extra word Li in the pattern in one of the photos. "What's this? You don't know either?" Li Yin thought that Ningzhu, who worked in the firm, would know something. Ningzhu looked at the 2 photos on the phone with a frown on his face, obviously trying hard to recall relevant information. After a while, she shook her head and said softly, "I really don't know what this is. I've never seen it before. I'll go home and look through the materials to see if I can find any clues." Leen nodded. "Azu, you are so nice. By the way, during your time in the office, have you heard of a cult related to fingers?" "Finger?" She immediately thought of something else. "It's not Ningzhu. It's just that last night was 2. Well, the pattern just now was found at the bottom of a sculpture that looked like a finger. It is very likely the symbol of a cult. I am tracking it down." Ningzhu breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head. "I'll check it for you when I get back. Given our relationship, even if I haven't really joined the firm yet, you can still come to me if you have any problems. If you find any traces of ghosts, be sure to notify me, and I will deal with them immediately." Ningzhu was a little confused. "Li Yin, why are you so keen on ghosts? Others are avoiding them, but you're actively looking for them?" Li Yin smiled and said, "It's nothing to say. Did you see the news last month? It was about a murder that happened in an old neighborhood on the outskirts of the city. Ningzhu nodded. This incident caused quite a stir on the city's internet. Even if one hadn't paid special attention to it, one must have seen it. The incident happened at my uncle's house. The deceased was his neighbor, and my uncle is missing. I suspect that this is related to the cult, so I am investigating this matter. Ningzhu held Li Yin's hand and comforted her. Li Yin, don't worry too much. We will help you find your uncle. I will also help you get to the bottom of the cult. With me here, nothing will happen. Li Yin didn't plan to continue the topic, but asked, which school does Aju go to? I'll come to you when I have time. No, I'll stay at home. Ningzhu lowered his head, with a hint of loss and helplessness in his voice. Li Yin frowned, thinking that the girl he liked might have been bullied. His tone was filled with hostility. Why didn't you go up? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll help you teach them a lesson. Ningzhu looked at Li Yin's angry face and couldn't help laughing. He shook his head gently. No one bullied me. Wasn't my brother recruited to Beijing for training because of his extraordinary talent? I benefit from the policy and don't need to take the exam, so there is no need for me to go to school. Is that so? Li Yin breathed a sigh of relief. It's pretty good. The Abnormal Bureau uses their lives to protect the safety of ordinary people. It's reasonable for their families to enjoy such a policy. We can't let people bleed and cry, right? By the way, where's our office? I have to go and see it when I have time. I'll send you the location in a moment. By the way, what is the business model of the firm? Are matters concerning ghosts kept secret from ordinary people? Will anyone really find you? Speaking of this topic, Ningzhu was also helpless. There are some, but they are very few, and most of them think we are a law firm. A small number of them come to us for exorcism and summoning of spirits because of headaches, fevers, colds for their children, and dizziness. Normally, we may not meet a real customer for several months. It is basically a job assigned by the Abnormal Bureau, and you can get a bonus after completing it. If you take the job yourself, you can not only get a bonus from the Abnormal Bureau, but also get the customer's remuneration. In addition, you can also get a certain subsidy from the Abnormal Bureau every month. Lee nodded. It seems that working in a law firm is not easy. It is a job that is risky and dangerous. Then how do you tell whether the ghost a customer encounters is a real ghost? Do you have any means of detecting it? No, I always ask first, and if I think it's true, I go directly. Won't it be in vain? Many times we fail, but even if there is a little danger, we have to go, otherwise it may cost many lives. What if I have multiple tasks at the same time, and I'm too busy to handle them all? Then let's work overtime. Everyone's life matters, so we'll save as many as we can. But there's basically no time for overtime. There aren't that many ghosts in the world, and Leen Hai's money isn't enough for the office to share. Li Yin's mouth twitched. She felt that there were obviously a lot of ghosts, not counting the small town. She killed nearly 10 in a month. I have another question. Ghosts are kept secret. How can you ensure that the victim won't reveal the secret after you get rid of the ghost? Ningzhu shook his head. We can't guarantee it. This is the work of the Abnormal Bureau and has nothing to do with us. All right, the two chatted. Time passed quickly, and the car had already driven into the spacious road along the sea. Li Yin looked down at her phone. When she added Ningzhu as a friend just now, she saw that the messages on the chat app were almost blown up, and there were dozens of missed calls. They were all calls from my roommates. It seemed that I had lost contact with them for 2 days and nights, which made them very worried. Li Yin, where have you been? Aren't you sleeping in the dormitory tonight? The dormitory inspector is here, and you're not here. We're so worried. Why don't you reply to the message? Where have you been? Li Yin, are you missing? If you've been kidnapped, deduct 1. I'll call the police for you. I'm calling the police. I'm really calling the police. I've already told senior sister Suji, and she said to go to the police station and ask. The police said you were fine. How did he know? If you were fine, why didn't you reply to the message? Leen looked at these caring messages and felt a little amused and helpless. I quickly sent a message in the dormitory group. 1. Wang Yu. Lu Qing. Sun Tingting. Li Yin. Li Yin has really been kidnapped. Lu Qing, go call the police. Our little Li Yin has been kidnapped. Looking at her roommates who were playing tricks in the group chat, Li Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just went for a walk in the countryside. There's no signal there. I'm fine. I'll be at school soon. Have you guys eaten yet? Not yet. Let's go together when you come back. By the way, senior sister Suji said she has something to talk to you about. She told us that she will ask you to go see her when you come back. Putting down the phone, you can see the main entrance of the school in front of you. Li Yin, You really don't want to have dinner with us? Well, something happened at school, so I have to go back first. Remember to send me the address, and I'll come to visit you when I have time. The bus stopped at the school gate. Li Yin said goodbye to a group of uncles and aunts she had just met. As soon as she got off the bus, she saw two female classmates standing below, staring at the bus with a dazed look on their faces. Breaking out inside for some unknown reason, Uncle Xiong was holding a sledgehammer and was facing Uncle Yi, while Uncle Yin next to them was rolling a fireball and eager to try. The girls were all stunned and pulled Li Yin's clothes and asked blankly, "My little classmate, Lin Hai, is going to perform in the circus recently? Good man, you think Uncle Bear is a rock in your chest, right? Ahem, there should be. You can pay attention to it." After saying that, Li Yin turned around and ran, but she still heard the two girls behind her excitedly discussing and making an appointment to go to the circus together. Li Yin ran a long way before she dared to take out her cell phone to send a message to Ning Zhu, asking what was going on. Ning Zhu's reply made her laugh and cry. "You called Uncle Xiong uncle and Uncle Yi uncle, and now Uncle Xiong wants to be Uncle Ye's brother. He is not happy about it, so we started a fight. Are you children?" Chapter 47 Attack. Come to think of it, to learn these methods of the firm, one must be a person of pure mind. If one cannot devote himself wholeheartedly to honing his skills, how can he be as good as his master? After entering the campus, Li Yin thought for a moment and sent a message to Senior Suji, asking if she was in the laboratory. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Maybe he was busy, so Li Yin didn't bother him anymore and went back to the dormitory first. In the dormitory, Wang Yu and Lu Qing were sitting together eating melon seeds and watching TV series, while Sun Tingting was reading a book. Seeing Li Yin coming back, the three of them surrounded her in surprise. "Li Yin, you're finally back. We almost thought you were kidnapped," Wang Yu said exaggeratedly, giving her a big hug. Li Yin smiled and patted Wang Yu on the back, then turned to Lu Qing and Sun Tingting and said, "I'm sorry to have worried you. I just went for a walk nearby, but I didn't expect the signal there was bad, so I didn't get back to you in time." Lu Qing's eyes widened. "Walked around? You disappeared for a day and 2 nights. Where did you go?" Li Yin was somewhat helpless. "It's just some personal matters it's hard to talk about. But I'm really fine. You see I'm back safe and sound, right?" Sun Tingting, who was usually taciturn, looked at Li Yin seriously this time. "Li Yin, if you encounter any difficulties, you must tell us. We are roommates and should help each other." Li Yin felt warm in her heart and nodded. "Don't worry, if I really need you, I will definitely find you. Let's go out for hot pot later. Lu Qing will treat us." "Okay, I'll take a break. I'm a little tired from the car ride." After chatting with his 3 roommates, Li Yin washed his face and lay down on his bed, closing his eyes to sort out the gains of the day and a half. First of all, the abnormal situation was revealed through Ning Zhu's mouth. But apart from the transformation of Uncle Chun, which was a bit unexpected, she felt that the abnormal situation did not reach the height she had expected. However, this department is like the police, responsible for solving problems during times of peace and stability. Above this, there should be a superior or parallel department with more powerful forces to deal with emergencies. The headquarters may be in Beijing, and Ning Zhu's brother was taken there for training. There are also firms whose methods are very peculiar. They do not require the accumulation and practice of energy. They can release powerful forces by simply following the passed-down movements, hand seals, and mantras. The reasoning behind this was completely beyond her comprehension. Even the authorities don't understand it clearly, so why should we get involved? However, the identity of the firm is necessary. Otherwise, future actions will be very troublesome. She did not choose to directly agree to Ning Zhu joining her family's firm. The reason was very simple. She wanted to go to Uncle Yi to ask. After all, they can fly. This is so cool. Even if I can't fly the sword, I can still fly by stepping on the axe. Why does it feel a bit low? Putting aside the wild thoughts, this trip to Luan Town not only failed to solve the mystery, but instead added more doubts. Especially his own clone. What exactly is it? Why does she have such a terrifying aura? What is the energy vortex emanating from her body? Li Yin didn't know, but what she understood was that this ability of hers must not be used lightly before it was fully understood. Otherwise, it would very likely cause an extremely serious disaster. If that was really the monster he saw in the illusion, he was afraid that the whole Earth would be in trouble. In addition, she also paid great attention to the reason why the energy in her body disappeared strangely. The magnitude of that energy far exceeded the results of my hard work over the past month. If I could absorb it all, I couldn't imagine how powerful I would become. But it disappeared mysteriously, which made the girl very depressed. How much should I leave? Putting aside his depression, Li Yin recalled what he had asked Ningzhu this morning and confirmed his own uniqueness. The corpses of ghosts will not disappear quickly, and no one can kill monsters to level up. What am I then? A special physique? And my abilities are indeed very different from those of the people in the office and the abnormal bureau. Even she herself didn't understand what this ability was. But one thing is certain, my ability is definitely related to becoming a girl. So, what's the matter with becoming a girl? I thought of my uncle being taken away, the monster in the recording, and the cult's experiments. Leen had reason to suspect that all this was the work of a cult. Now everything is back to finding clues about the cult. When Officer Liu comes back, give him the photo of the mutant girl and ask him to investigate the girl's identity. He should be able to find some clues. But could this really be something a cult could do? Not only did they turn me into a girl, but they also changed all the information about me in the world. With such power, why would he do experiments like the mutant girl? Does it make sense? And why did you turn me into this, and yet you still don't contact me? Could it be that they didn't do it? There were so many questions that Li Yin couldn't help but sigh. Now we can only regard it as the work of a cult. Find them out and force them to tell us where my uncle is before we can do anything else. At this time, a message popped up on the mobile phone, sent by Ningzhu. I'm home now. Li Yin smiled and sent her a kissing emoticon. Have a good rest. I'll send you a video tonight. Ningzhu sent a and Li Yin smiled happily. Without disturbing others' rest, he put down his phone. Wang Yu, I'm going to take a nap. Call me when it's time for dinner. Okay. In Luoan town, people watched as the box containing the mutant ghost corpses was lifted onto the helicopter, and the girl in military uniform also jumped on board, carrying the mutant human. She is not in a very good mood now, which is strange. I just went to the Qin family's ancestral home, but I didn't find the diary that Xiao Qin mentioned. In other words, the guy is most likely still alive and has already known about Xiao Qin's affairs. This made her very unhappy. But that guy hasn't been to Beijing to look for Xiao Qin for such a long time. Either he is dead or he doesn't want to meet Xiao Qin. He is a scumbag. This made her a little happy again. Don't tell her when you get back. Just put it off for a while. Don't rush. Putting the cage next to her, she waved to Chun Jinza below and said, I'll escort the sample back and come back later. Chun Jinza saluted the girl and watched the helicopter slowly rise into the air and gradually disappear from sight. The girl sat by the window, looking at the scene below, feeling a little depressed. She thought she could fight something here, but in the end there was only an angry ghost, and the target was killed by something unknown. It was really boring. She said to someone next to her, Go back and help me check for someone named Li Yin. She should be a freshman this year, and she's in Lin High. Li Yin? Okay, I'll help you check when I get back. A man who looked like an officer next to her nodded in agreement. He glanced at the cage and asked curiously, What are they going to do with this mutant human? The girl shrugged. What else can we do? Of course we'll leave it to the lab to study. We've never encountered this level of mutation before. Maybe we can find something new from it. The officer nodded in agreement. Indeed, this mutation was very strange. Not only could it be seen in human form, but there was no sign of pollution. If we could find some valuable information from it, it would be a major breakthrough for the entire country. At this moment, the plane's radar suddenly issued a shrill alarm. Report to the commander. The radar shows that an unidentified flying object is approaching us rapidly. The pilot's nervous voice came from the communicator. The girl frowned, stood up, and walked to the window. And sure enough, she saw a black spot in the distance that was rapidly enlarging. She had a bad feeling in her heart. This speed was definitely not something that an ordinary flying object could achieve. Get ready for battle, the officer gave the order decisively, picking up a pistol and ready to respond to emergencies at any time. At the same time, he directed the soldiers next to him to move the mutant human in the cage to a safe place to prevent it from suddenly going crazy and causing chaos. The black spot was getting bigger and clearer. When it finally appeared in front of everyone, everyone was stunned. It turned out to be a person. To be more precise, it's a monster. It is about 1.8 meters tall, with its body covered with black mutated cuticle and huge and ferocious black wings on its back. Looking closely, it is actually a disgusting aggregate composed of tentacles entangled together. 3 tails extend outward from the spine, and the ends of the tails are shining coldly, like knives or blades. One of the monster's hands maintained a normal human appearance, but the other arm was extremely long, as if it had turned into a long whip. What was even more terrifying was that where the palm had originally been was now a gigantic sickle that was 2 meters long. The sickle flashed with a cold light, as if it could easily tear apart anything that stood in its way. Its eyes were bloodshot, emitting a chilling light, and its human-like face was full of ferocity and brutality. The monster opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. The sound waves hit the helicopter as if they were real, making the ears of everyone in the cabin buzz. A gleam of excitement appeared on the girl's face. Flames rose. Fine scales covered her whole body, and her arms became non-human. Just as he was about to rush out to fight the monster outside, he suddenly realized that he was in the sky and couldn't fly. Moreover, there were so many people on the plane. Once the monster found an opportunity and destroyed the plane, everyone on it would die. At the moment when she was distracted, the monster swung its giant scythe towards her. The pilot of the helicopter barely dodged it, but he was also frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing this, the girl frowned and her arms changed again. Her muscles bulged into a huge organ similar to fish gills, with flames rising inside. The next moment, the flames dyed the entire sky red. When the fire gradually faded, the monster had disappeared. Just as the officer breathed a sigh of relief, a loud noise suddenly came from under the helicopter, and then the entire body began to shake violently. The 3 tail blades suddenly tore open the armor at the bottom of the helicopter, like a sharp dagger piercing into the soft belly. Then it flexibly rolled up the box containing the mutant ghost corpse, flapped its wings quickly, and disappeared into the sky. This sudden change left everyone stunned. A moment later, the girl's angry shout resounded through the heaven and earth. But she was just helpless and furious. Her remaining rationality restrained her and prevented her from rushing out. It would be terrible if she tried to lure the tiger away from the mountain. And I can't catch up. At the same time, the 4 people in Li Yin's dormitory finished their delicious hot pot and walked back. No one expected that Sun Tingting, who looked the most quiet, could actually eat the spicy food the best, and Lu Qing, who looked like a tomboy, couldn't even eat a single bite of spicy food. As for the remaining 2 people, they had no dietary restrictions, and everything tasted delicious. After saying goodbye to her roommate, Li Yin came downstairs to senior sister Su Ji's dormitory and sent her a message. "Is Senior here? I'm downstairs." Not long after, a familiar figure appeared in the dormitory building's main door. Su Ji, with his messy hair, waved at Li Yin with a tired smile on his face. "Shaoli, you're back? Let's go to the lab." "Senior, didn't you get enough rest? You look so tired." Su Ji just shook his head. "I went to bed early last night. I don't know why, but I felt very sleepy. I just woke up now," Li Yin said with concern. "Doing experiments is important, but your body is the capital of revolution. Senior sister, you should pay more attention to rest and don't be too tired." Su Ji smiled and rubbed Li Yin's head. "I know, little housekeeper. Let's go to the laboratory." "Why go to the lab?" "The teacher brought back samples of a new species and asked us to record the data starting tomorrow. Since you're back, I'll take you on a tour first." New species? Li Yin was a little surprised, but what surprised her even more was why a freshman like her was asked to participate in such an important experimental project. This was an opportunity that many masters would not be able to obtain, right? "But senior sister, I don't know anything. I haven't even started learning yet." "It's okay. I'll teach you." When they arrived at the door of the laboratory, Suji took out the key and opened the door. There were 3 large water tanks inside, which should be the so-called new species. "Is it a fish?" Li Yin stood on tiptoe and leaned over the water tank to look, but she shrank back after just one glance. "It is indeed a fish, but it looks so ugly. I definitely won't eat it." Chapter 48, No Way. Li Yin leaned over to take another look and felt that this fish was not a new species, but rather a mutant creature. "Senior, isn't this really a mutation caused by radiation or something?" She also thought that this kind of fish was ugly, but facts would not lie. The teacher brought back 5 samples in total. The appearance of each fish was basically the same. Some were big and some were small. By comparing them, we could also see the difference in development between mature and juvenile forms, which is consistent with the characteristics of a new species. "Don't worry, the teacher has tested it, and there is no trace of radiation. It is a normal organism." "Is this a normal creature?" Just by looking at the appearance, Li Yin could think of the mutant girl in Luan Town and Uncle Chin's transformation. It was hard not to make that connection. What do these guys eat? Do they bite people? "It eats meat, a bit like a piranha, but it doesn't show any aggression towards humans, so it's relatively safe. Oh, so that's it? Leen stretched out his hand and touched the water surface. The ugly fish in the water immediately came closer and was quite obedient. Where did you find this fish? In a tributary of the Huajie River. Near Luan Town. Luan Town? Li Yin is now particularly sensitive to this name. The river next to Luan Town is indeed a tributary of the Huajie River. When she was a child, she went fishing with her childhood friend, but she had never seen one as ugly as this one. Did Professor Fong discover the fish? When did it happen? It was just brought back yesterday. Professor Zhang and Professor Fong made a special trip there. Professor Zhang? Professor Zhang Hiren? Yes. Do you know him too? Well, the professor is a friend of my parents, and I had the honor of meeting them once. Senior sister, do you know if they went along town? Suji thought for a moment and said, probably not. The professor and his colleagues wanted to take the samples back to the laboratory as soon as possible, so they didn't stay for long. They just took the samples and came back. Leen nodded, thinking that she must have been overthinking it. By the way, senior, have you visited Una these days? She talks about you every day. I went to school to see her yesterday. She's a senior now and is very busy, so I didn't stay long. Thinking of the girl's reluctant look when he left, Suji sighed helplessly. This girl has loved to stick to me since she was a child. Even after we separated and grew up, she hasn't changed at all. The little girl who had followed behind him since childhood and called him Sister Suji in a soft voice was finally about to usher in an important moment in her life. Senior sister, last time Yuna asked me about your preferences, and she said that she would pursue you vigorously in college. Yuner did say this, but she asked Li Yin to keep it a secret. Li Yin felt that it would be much more useful to talk about this matter openly rather than hiding it, so he simply betrayed his little friend. Suji's face was visibly red, and she quickly turned her head away, her voice trembling. Ew, what are you talking about? How could Yuner say such things? We are sisters. You must have made it up. Li Yin smiled and nodded. Yeah, I made it up. Senior sister, please don't tell Yuner, otherwise she won't talk to me. Suji did not answer. The blush on her face faded away after a long time. She turned her head and coughed and asked, Shaoli, how did you and Yuner know each other? Online friends. We both like to read supernatural stories. We discussed them together on a forum a few times, and we became familiar with each other after a while. Is that so? Senior sister Suji did not dwell on this matter, but turned to the cabinet next to her and took out a few books. Okay, start studying. If you don't know anything, how can you be my assistant? Isn't today a holiday? Li Yin's mouth twitched. Senior, you are taking revenge. Who told you to tease a senior? You deserve to be punished. Now, let's start learning about new species. Looking at Li Yin's depressed expression, Suji smiled and patted her head. Okay, I was just kidding. Senior sister is not angry. Then let's start with lesson 1. Your name will be included in the paper when the time comes. Yeah. In the evening, Li Yin returned to the dormitory, carrying the materials given by her senior. The scene in the dormitory was basically the same as in the morning. Wang Yu and her partner squeezed on a chair and watched TV series for the whole afternoon, while Sun Tingting was still studying. Li Yin, what did you do this afternoon? Wang Yu looked at the big school bag on the girl's back curiously and felt that it could break her waist. I took classes with my senior for the whole afternoon. She seemed to have an observation experiment and needed to write a paper, so she asked me to be her assistant. She had tried her best to make the matter sound light, but it still caused exclamations from her roommates. Being Su-senpai's assistant? That's awesome. Li Yin, you have the opportunity to participate in the experiment when you are only a freshman. Aren't you too lucky? After all, she and the senior are in the same department, and she is the only student in the class. I'm so envious. Can I still change my major now? By the way, there is a lecture by Professor Fong tomorrow. Go to bed early tonight and don't miss it. Li Yin ordered a takeout and lay on the table to browse the forum. I haven't checked the forum for 2 days. There are no useful posts updated. Even the story of the smiling man was pushed up again. The reason is that a netizen took a photo of the smiling man at night, which looked a bit like the uncanny valley effect, so netizens dug up the post again. However, this is just netizens' self-entertainment. The person does not look like a ghost or a mutant. He is just an ordinary person who was photographed smiling. But this is normal. Ning Zhu said that there are not so many ghosts in Linhai. The fact that he encountered more than a dozen of them can only be considered as good luck. Miss Ning Zhu. Why isn't it evening yet? Li Yin is now looking forward to video chatting with his girlfriend in the evening. even though they have only been separated for less than a day. I took out my cell phone and sent a message to Officer Liu, asking him when he would be back. As a result, there was no response yet, and it seemed that they were still dealing with the matters in Luan town. After all, tens of thousands of people died, and it would not be something that could be dealt with in a short period of time. After eating takeout and reading for a while, at around 7 o'clock, Li Yin ran to the bed with headphones in hand, and even covered her head in front of the surprised gazes of her 3 roommates. What is this girl doing? I don't know. Is he watching something indecent behind our backs? What are you thinking about? Not long after, there were whispers coming from above. The 3 people below did not make a sound, but all listened carefully with their ears tilted. But Li Yin's voice was too soft, and she was covered by the quilt, so I couldn't hear anything. Ning Zhu sat on a chair, flipping through the information on the desk, and went straight to the point. Regarding that symbol, I checked our family's information, and it does appear. The earliest time was 30 years ago, when my grandfather hunted down an evil office employee who had a similar tattoo on his body. Ning Zhu showed the photo to Li Yin. It was of a man, and there was indeed an identical tattoo on his shoulder. The second time was 13 years ago, when my family's agency cooperated with the police to investigate a missing child case. The location was the Linhai Child Care Center on the outskirts of the city. In the photos my father took at the scene, I found this sign. It was drawn on the ground by a child. Seaside Child Care Center? Is it an orphanage? Did senior sister Su Ji and sister Yu Yunu ever live here? But this is not important. What is important is why the child knows the cult symbol and can draw it. Is this related to the cult? After remembering the name, Li Yin planned to look it up later. The last time was 10 years ago, the Linhai residential building poison gas case that shocked the whole country. That was what was said to the public, but the truth was that it was a ghost causing trouble, and that ghost was very unusual. It was said that it was still alive a second ago, but suddenly turned into a ghost, and the aura on its body was abnormally evil, completely different from the common ghosts. At that time, it took the support of the 5 Linhai offices and the Abnormal Bureau to take it down, and dozens of people were killed and injured. I saw a similar pattern in the photos at that time, but my family's information did not record what this pattern represented, and it seemed that no one noticed it. This last time, was it the incident that Officer Liu mentioned? It forced him to embark on the path of investigating the cult, and the investigation lasted for 10 years. Li Yin was a little touched. The data accumulated by the firm over the past few decades must be quite huge. Ning Zhu was able to look through it in such a short time and find relevant records from it. She really took her words to heart and went all out to investigate. Who wouldn't like a girl like this? I'm sorry, Li Yin. I didn't find any useful information. I'll ask Uncle Yi and the others tomorrow. Maybe they know something. Li Yin, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you talking? She talked incessantly for several minutes, but the screen on the other side was not only too dark to see the person's face, but there was also no sound at all, which made her a little depressed. I'm talking about serious matters. Can you please wait a while before you act funny? Thank you, Azu. Are you exhausted from looking up all this information? Go and take a rest. This information is very useful. What's the use? You just know how to fool me. Ning Zhu got up and lay back down on the bed. Li Yin took the opportunity to observe the room. The layout was simple and warm. There were several landscape paintings hanging on the wall, adding a touch of artistic atmosphere. There were some books and stationery on the desk, making it look neat and tidy. Ning Zhu was lying on the soft bed at this moment, covered with a light blue quilt, looking comfortable and cozy. Your room is so clean, Azu. Ning Zhu smiled and said, well, I like to keep things tidy. It makes me feel better. I just checked the address of our office. Is it in a small building in the suburbs? Yes, there is a brand. How can we attract customers in such a remote place? There's nothing I can do. It's not making any money, and if I move to a bigger place, I won't be able to make ends meet. Just wait for me to join. I'm good at finding ghosts. Are you sure you want to join the firm? Wait until Saturday. Below, the 3 roommates looked at each other and huddled together to discuss in a low voice. Wang Yu, is Xiao Liyin video chatting with someone on it? Lu Qing, it seems so. I heard some chatting. She went up there with headphones on. Sun Tingting. With whom? Senior sister Su Ji. Lu Qing. No, she looks so happy. It's obvious that they have a special relationship. Wang Yu. Not ordinary? What else could it be? Sun Tingting suddenly asked. Do you think it could be her boyfriend? Wang Yu and Lu Qing looked at each other, both showing shocked expressions. Xiao Liyin usually looks very quiet and is indifferent to people. It seems that there is always a sense of distance between them. I didn't expect that she is in love, and he's the first one in our dormitory. Considering that she was missing for 1 day and 2 nights, this possibility is even higher. Wang Yu said tentatively. Maybe. Li Yin is usually so low-key. If she is really in a relationship, she will definitely not tell us easily. Sun Tingting was a little worried. Little Li Yin is still so young. What if she was deceived? Hey, Tingting, she's just small. Lu Qing's gossip fire was burning. She quickly climbed onto the bed, first tossed the quilt around, pretending to be going to bed, then quietly lifted a corner of Li Yin's quilt and looked inside. It was pitch black inside the quilt, and I couldn't see anything. Lu Qing moved closer and finally saw the picture on Li Yin's phone. In the picture, a girl is lying on her side on the bed. She has long, straight black hair and a sweet yet heroic look. She is looking at the screen with a smile, and it is unknown what she is saying. Lu Qing was stunned. This seems to be a girl? Then she saw Li Yin waving at the phone. Good night, Aju. Have a good rest. I'll call you tomorrow. Yeah, love you. Lu Qing. Seeing that Li Yin was about to hang up the phone, she returned to her bed at a very fast speed, sank into the quilt, and opened her eyes wide. What the hell? Could it be that? Thinking of that possibility, Lu Qing quickly patted the two people below. Wang Yu and Sun Tingting poked their heads out and just saw Lu Qing's confused look on her face. Qing, what's wrong with you? Why are you so anxious? Lu Qing took a deep breath and lowered her voice and said, I just saw the picture on Li Yin's phone. The person she was video chatting with seems to be a girl. What? Wang Yu and Sun Tingting both exclaimed and hurried over. Sun Tingting guessed in disbelief. Although Li Yin usually looks cold, she probably doesn't like girls, right? Lu Qing shook her head. I don't know either. I just saw her profile, but it was definitely a girl. Wang Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. What do you think? Could it be Li Yin's friend or sister? After all, we don't know her family situation. Just as he finished speaking, the quilt opposite was lifted up. The three of them looked over and saw that Li Yin's face was flushed with a happy smile on her lips. Case solved. Chapter 49, It's Still Looking at Me. Leen didn't care what her roommate was thinking. She took out her cell phone and searched for Linhai Child Care Center. There are 4 children's welfare homes in Linhai. This is the smallest one, and its location is very remote, even more remote than Ningzhu's office. It is not organized by the government, but is spontaneously founded by some caring people and jointly organized with the Civil Affairs Department. It mainly accepts orphans who have been abandoned by their parents and wander the streets. It is an old children's welfare home in Linhai. A child missing case did occur there 13 years ago, but the specific circumstances were not widely reported and were only mentioned in some sporadic news. Reports at the time mainly focused on the number of missing children and the search efforts, but little was said about the causes and progress behind the incident. Is this hidden? Even the law firm has been mobilized, so this matter must be related to ghosts. Let's go there on Saturday or Sunday. I sat up and prepared to go to the bathroom, but saw my 3 roommates turning their heads away in panic. Li Yin looked at their strange behavior and couldn't help laughing. What's wrong? What's your reaction? She touched her face and wondered if she had just smiled too foolishly and scared them. Wang Yu laughed dryly a few times. Nothing, it's just, I was startled when I saw you suddenly sit up. Lu Qing also echoed. Yes, that's right. Li Yin looked at them speechlessly, then got up and went to the bathroom. After she left, the 3 of them immediately gathered together and started chattering, combining clues such as Li Yin never went to the school bathhouse to take a bath, blushing when she saw them and others changing clothes, and making a sound to remind them when they went to the toilet without closing the door. They came to a surprising conclusion. Li Yin might be a lesbian. However, this conclusion is not difficult to accept, mainly because for a little Lolita like Li Yin, who is so cute to the point of being unfair, it would be a waste for any man to have her for free. Instead, it seems more reasonable for her to be with a girl. The 3 of them looked at each other and decided to keep this secret in their hearts. No one could tell it to anyone, not even themselves. Otherwise, if Li Yin cares a lot about this matter, it will be too awkward to get along with her in the future. The next day, the 4 of them got up early and went to the classroom. Today is the first day of school. Professor Fong, as the vice dean, is here to give an open class to all students in the School of Life Sciences. Everyone was looking forward to it. After all, this professor was a nationally renowned biologist with great achievements in the field of biotechnology. Not long after, someone came to the seats next to them. They were 4 girls from the next dormitory. One of them looked very sleepy and lay down on the table as soon as he arrived. Lu Qing came over and asked curiously, "What happened? Didn't you sleep well last night?" She remembered that this classmate was usually very lively. She could be seen fetching water or helping roommates bring meals. She was always full of energy. She didn't expect her to be so listless today. "I don't know. I went out the night before yesterday and became very sleepy when I came back. I think I might have been infected with something unclean," one roommate said jokingly. Yes, that's what we say in my hometown. If you go out at night and meet a yellow fox, you will be fascinated by it and come back listless and sleep all day." "What is a yellow skin?" "Weasel." "Ah, is the weasel so charming? I think it looks pretty ugly." Everyone was talking and laughing, diverting the topic, and no one paid attention to the girl anymore. "Isn't it just sleeping? If you want to sleep, then sleep. It won't kill you." The open class started on time. Professor Fong's teaching style was very humorous, which made the students laugh from time to time, making the originally serious atmosphere relaxed. The purpose of the college arranging his speech is to enable freshmen to quickly understand the teaching content of the School of Life Sciences and cultivate related interests so that they can better devote themselves to future studies. He first introduced the history and current situation of the School of Life Sciences, and then focused on the cutting-edge fields of biotechnology, including gene editing, bioinformatics, synthetic biology, etc. The students listened with great interest, and their curiosity and desire to explore unknown areas were aroused. Then some of the latest research results in biology were demonstrated, including the development of anti-cancer drugs, the application of new agricultural biotechnology, etc., allowing students to see the huge potential of biotechnology in solving practical problems. After a class that lasted nearly 2 hours, everyone felt unsatisfied and felt they could still learn. Leen couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this professor was so popular among students. What he talked about was indeed very attractive. In the next few days, Li Yin followed Senior Su Ji in the laboratory to study and record data. In 3 days, Officer Liu only sent one message. "Something happened here. The Abnormal Bureau has completely blocked the area. I will be back on Friday." Seeing this message, Li Yin frowned. Something happened in Luan Town again? Could it be that a new monster had escaped and started a riot? The town was completely blocked off, and even Officer Liu couldn't contact the outside world. "But I can't go back to Luan Town now, so I can only wait for Officer Liu to come out and ask him clearly." After waiting for a whole day, the news finally came in the evening. When I picked it up, I saw that it was sent by Yu Yuner. "Sister Li Yin, I don't have class tomorrow. I'm going to come find you. Shall we go on an adventure?" "Exploration?" "Yes. I found some supernatural events on the forum, and they seem very real. Let's go check it out. Maybe there really are ghosts." Li Yin was a little surprised. This girl was not afraid at all after experiencing the ghost incident in the classroom. She even dared to actively look for supernatural events and go see ghosts. She was really brave. "No problem. Forward the post to me later, and I'll see if it's true. Then it's a deal. I'll come find you tomorrow and take me on an adventure. You looking for me, if not your sister Sue? Don't you want to chase a girlfriend?" Leen felt that this girl's way of thinking was a little different from that of ordinary people. Just after the chat ended, another message popped up, sent by Ningzhu. "Are you free tomorrow? Want to go out and play or visit the office?" Li Yin raised her eyebrows. "Is Azu asking me out on a date? That definitely takes time. I'll go find you? Well, I'll wait for you at the office." After sending the message, Li Yin immediately switched to Yu Yuner's chat box and typed, "I don't have time tomorrow. Let's make an appointment another day." Yu Yuner had already forwarded the link, but received a message like this, which made her extremely angry. "Sister Li Yin, how could you go back on your word? You promised to go on an adventure with me. How could you go back on your word?" Li Yin ignored her and was reading the forwarded post. The title is "The Residential Building Opposite My House." The content seems a bit perverted. It is a record of the OP's observation of a room in the building opposite. On September 3rd, the moonlight shone in front of my window. I looked up and caught a glimpse of the empty residential building across the street. The building has been dark since I moved here, like a silent giant, standing there quietly. But tonight, one of its windows was lit. I was slightly startled, and I felt a little uneasy. On September 4th, I paid special attention to the residential building. The light was still on, but strangely, no matter when I looked at it, I could not see anyone moving. I began to wonder who lived there and why he was so mysterious. On September 5th, why was the light still on? Was there anyone inside? I've been thinking about this question since the day before yesterday. The window seemed to be looking at me. Every time I looked up, I could see it. September 6th, I can't forget it. Even if I don't look at it, even if I close my eyes, my mind is full of that lighted window. Even if I fall asleep, it will appear in my dreams. What is going on? I decided to find out. I walked to the front of the building, but found that the door was locked. It seemed that no one had been there for a long time. I knocked hard on the door, but there was no sound at all. On September 7th, I couldn't sleep, and it was still on. I suddenly figured it out. There was something wrong with that window. It wasn't me observing it, but it was observing me. How could I have such an idea? Am I crazy? On September 8th, I forced myself not to look at it, not to think about it, and tried to return to my normal life, but I knew it was still watching me. I regretted it. I shouldn't have observed it. It seemed to come to me. On September 9th, I was entangled by something. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. It must be real. Is it under the bed or in the closet? Why not? When did a crack appear on my wall? Why is the light so dim my curtains are gray? No. This is not my house. I opened the curtains, and what did I see? Someone in the building opposite is looking at me with a telescope. Who is it? It's me. On September 10th, I had a nightmare. I dreamed that I ran to the building opposite. It was so real that I couldn't tell whether it was a dream or reality. But I really felt that there was something in my house. It was watching me, hiding in the cracks in the wall. September 11th, it came to me. It was those eyes. It was eyes. Bloodshot eyes. Why did it always appear in the corner of my sight? I was hiding. How could it find me? I was hiding. September 12th, ha ha ha. It's still looking at me. It's still looking at me. Why is it looking at me? Where is it? Outside the window, under the bed, in the closet? They all think I'm crazy, but I know I'm not. It must be there, still looking at me. I know. I know. So you are here. The story ends here, and the comments below are all curses, saying that the author of the post is a eunuch, a pigeon, and that the story has a bad ending. The author has not given any follow-up developments so far. Leen read it from beginning to end and felt that it was not a ghost story, but that the person had mental problems. This symptom is like schizophrenia. But since Yuner wants to see it, then take her to see it, but not tomorrow. Do you have time tonight? Go explore some adventures. Yuner replied with a shocked expression. Sister Li Yin, are you playing so big you dare to go at night? Yeah, it has a more atmospheric feel. No ghost she targeted could survive a night. Now that you have discovered it, you must hurry to get the energy, otherwise if you are too late it may be snatched away by others. Moreover, the ghosts that have been defeated can be exchanged for money by Ningzhu, which can increase the performance of his own firm, killing two birds with one stone. Wait! The ghost I killed dissipated on the spot. How can I exchange it for money? Can I record a video? Yuna didn't reply to the message for a long time, probably because she was scared. Just when she was about to take back her phone and return to the dormitory, a message finally came. When she opened it, it turned out to be Officer Liu, not Yuner. Come out and talk. Li Yin was a little surprised. You came out? Well, I just got to the police station. Something bad happened there, and us ordinary people were sent back. Where can I find you? No. Wait at the police station. I'll come out to find you. Chapter 50, We Are Still Partners. Li Yin said hello to his roommates, saying that he would be back later, and then took a taxi to the police station. In the cafeteria, the three roommates looked at each other, with expressions as if they had seen through everything. The three of them put their heads together and discussed quietly, why don't we go over and see what kind of person he is? That's not good. If Li Yin finds out, she will definitely be angry. Besides, we don't know where she went. If we follow her now, we won't be able to find her. Oh, that's right. What a pity. Next time Xiao Lin goes out on a date, we must go and check it out. If the other person is a man, we will help Xiao Lin to check it out. If it's a woman, the three of us will run away. Sun Tingting scratched her head. Yeah, why are you running so fast? I think little Leen is very cute. Even if she looks at her and likes her, there's no reason for it, right? The other two stared at her until Sun Tingting felt embarrassed being stared at, and then they lowered their heads helplessly. Because they have the same idea. I don't know what kind of magic this little Leen has, but it's impossible to hate her. Could it be that I am also a lily? The three of them sat in the cafeteria in silence and began to doubt themselves. Leen arrived at the police station. He happened to see Officer Liu walking out of the main entrance with a tired look on his face, so he stretched out his hand and greeted him. Uncle Liu, let's find a place to chat. When Officer Liu saw Li Yin, he smiled and waved his car keys, motioning her to follow. Li Yin sat in the back seat, while Officer Liu was in the driver's seat. He lit a cigarette, thought for a moment, and then put it out. I contacted the people from the Abnormal Bureau, and they gave me the opportunity to take the test. Leen nodded. Yeah, it's good. This incident was a huge shock to me. All the people in a small town died suddenly. The bodies were piled up like a mountain. Even before you informed me, no one in the entire police station had heard of this incident. Are you beginning to doubt your own abilities? No, I'm starting to doubt this world. What a Chinibuline. What's the meaning? Nothing. Uncle Lou, did you see the transformation of Captain Chun from the Abnormal Bureau? What do you think? Officer Lou's hands trembled, and he put the unlit cigarette in his mouth and took a puff. It's scary, scarier than ghosts. So you're still planning on joining the Abnormal Bureau? Officer Lou was silent for a moment, then uttered a from the tip of his nose. In the face of those things, ordinary people are too weak. I need to be able to protect myself. Even if it turns into a monster? Li Yin, your abilities are different from theirs, right? Li Yin did not answer, and Officer Lou did not continue to ask questions. Instead, he took a deep breath, as if to suppress the heavy feeling, and continued to move forward. They were both silent for a while, and finally Officer Lou was the first to speak and break the silence. I didn't tell the Abnormal Bureau what we know. Li Yin raised an eyebrow. Are you afraid of exposing my abilities? I know your abilities? Go on. Once I tell everything, the person responsible for investigating this matter will definitely not be me, which goes against my original intention. Officer Lou sighed. Whether I cooperate with you or contact the Abnormal Bureau, my ultimate goal is to bring the criminals of that year to justice with my own hands. Li Yin looked at his back, a smile on her lips. Do you want to avenge your friend personally? Officer Lou put the cigarette in his mouth again. I am a policeman. Li Yin waved her hand. All right, let's not talk about this. Uncle Lou, help me find someone. Who? Li Yin found the photo and showed it to him. Officer Lou was stunned. Is this what the mutant monster looked like when it was alive? You know? Well, I was in charge of carrying her head at the time, so I took the photo secretly. The blockade of Luan town was related to it. Li Yin frowned. It's alive? No, its body was kidnapped. I don't know the details, but I heard it was a flying monster, very powerful. Even with the support and escort sent by the capital, it was still kidnapped. Flying monsters? Support from the capital? Can you tell me more about them? Officer Lou shook his head. I don't know about the monster. I haven't seen it with my own eyes. But after the monster appeared, many people from the capital were sent to patrol. Those people gave me a very strong feeling. Even Captain Chin couldn't compare to them. As for the support from the capital, she was a girl who looked to be around 20 years old. Officer Lou described in detail the appearance and characteristics of the Beijing support, as well as the extraordinary abilities she demonstrated in dealing with the mutant monster incident. Hearing that she could release fire and jump directly from a plane dozens of meters high, Li Yin was suddenly amazed. Pretty cruel. If a real fight breaks out, I guess even my father-in-law and the others will get beaten to a pulp. Can she still fly? I asked. What did you ask? She said that those who can fly are not normal people. Li Yin. Hey, doesn't Uncle Yi look normal? Why would he say that? Is there some secret hidden in this that I don't know about? Find some time to go to Uncle Ye's office to inquire. Okay, let's get back to the matter of the monster. Since you are responsible for carrying the head, you must have investigated her identity, right? Who is she? Li Yin brought the topic back on track. Before that, I have to say that her head is also missing. She just disappeared out of thin air before the body was transported. Therefore, the people in the Abnormal Bureau do not know her information. It's good news for you. Li Yin's mouth twitched. It wasn't you who did it? No. Why don't I believe it? However, Li Yin did not say it, and signaled him to continue talking about the identity of the monster. Officer Lou did not reply, but took out his cell phone. Because it was so slow, it took him a minute to find what he wanted, and then he handed it to the girl in the back seat. Li Yin took the phone with some confusion, and saw a missing person notice on the phone. The photo on the missing person notice was of the girl who turned into a monster. Li Yin never expected that she could find it on the internet, otherwise she would have used a browser to recognize the image. Continuing to read the content of the missing person notice, her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. A familiar name appeared in the information pushed below, Zhang Hairen. She is Professor Zhang's daughter? Officer Lou in front shook his head and said, No, she is a student. Li Muyi is an orphan who earned money and worked hard to get into college. If Professor Zhang hadn't been looking for her, no one would have known about her disappearance. Li Yin frowned. Uncle Lou, does this Li Muyi have any brothers or sisters? No. Then at school, Are there any female classmates you have a close relationship with? Why do you ask? Looking for clues. Officer Liu shook his head. I don't know. I'll find time to ask Zhang Hairen. Li Yin heard something wrong in his tone, raised her head and asked, Do you have anyone you suspect? Officer Liu was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and said slowly, Yes, I suspect that Zhang Hairen is the instigator of all this. At least he is one of them. After saying this, the nearly 50-year-old man pursed his lips tightly and said, I only have these two friends. Leen silently handed him the phone and shook her head. We have no evidence. I'll find the evidence. Leen didn't know what to say, so she could only continue to ask. Li Muyi, which orphanage are you from? The one in Linhai? No, it is said to be from the mountainous area. It's not easy to get into Linhai. Uncle Liu, why do you suspect Professor Zhang is the murderer? I'm not sure, but... He opened his phone again and handed a photo to Li Yin. It turned out to be the symbol of a cult. Where did you find it? In the mayor's office in the Luan government building. Mayor's office? Because of the tight time at that time, Li Yin did not search carefully and did not expect that such a thing would appear there. Come to think of it, if a cult chooses a testing site and puts aside random crimes, the only people left are those with special identities. He's missing. No, he turned into a ghost and was killed by the girl who came to support him from the capital right below the pit. Became a ghost? Isn't Luan town full of ghosts? Besides him, are there any other ghosts under the pit? No, just this one. This is strange. All the other residents of the town became part of the monster that Li Muyi transformed into. Why was he the only one left? Because of his special identity? Then why did he die? You told me that the ghost in the number 3 girls' high school in the city was wearing the uniform of Luan Town School. She was a girl, right? Well, do you want to say that her name is Zhenglan? Yes. Besides that, she has another identity, the mayor's daughter. This is something Li Yin didn't know either. No wonder Officer Liu suspected that Professor Zhang was the murderer. So this is the case. So you suspect that the reason Zhenglan appeared in Yuner's school was for revenge. I didn't find the mayor's wife on the death list of Luan Town. She should still be alive. It is very likely that she was the one who did all this. Any clues? No, I'll check. Li Yin understood Officer Liu's current feelings. After 10 years of investigation, the murderer might be his only remaining friend. The closer he got to the truth, the more difficult it would be for him to bear this blow. Li Yin did not tell him in person about her intention to test Professor Zhang's idea. He didn't even tell the people in the abnormal bureau about these things, which shows how deep his obsession is. If he said such things now, I'm afraid the cooperation would break down on the spot. When you have time, just go there quietly. Just then, the cell phone rang. It was a voice call. Li Yin picked it up and was a little dazed. Why is Yuna looking for me at this time? Do you know that you and your father are now suspects? Who's calling? Li Yin showed the incoming call notification. Professor Zhang's daughter, Yu Yuner. What does she want you for? Have no idea. Li Yin answered the phone, and a breathless voice came from the other end. Sister Li Yin, where are you? Come out quickly. I'm at the gate of your school. Li Yin, what are you doing at the gate of our school? Didn't we agree to go exploring tonight? No way, Sister Li Yin. Are you going to go back on your word? It took me 40 minutes to get here by bike. The corners of Li Yin's mouth twitched. She had thought that the girl didn't reply to the message because she didn't want to go, but she didn't expect that she was going to ride a bicycle. I'm not at school now. I'm at the police station. You can get there in another hour by bike. As soon as the words fell, there was a cry of ah, followed by a wailing. How could you do this? It took me 40 minutes to ride here, and I have to ride for another hour? I will be exhausted to death. Ha, I'm just kidding. I'll take a taxi back. You wait over there. By the way, does senior sister Suji know that you're here? I told her that I was going shopping with you and sleeping in my sister's dormitory at night. Hey, this girl is quite good at seizing opportunities. Okay, I'll go back now. After hanging up the phone, Officer Liu looked over and asked curiously, What do you mean by adventure? His tone had returned to normal. He was an adult after all, and he hid his emotions very well. Li Yin briefly talked about the forum article forwarded by Yu Yuner. Officer Liu couldn't help but frowned. This forum again? Are there any clues about the signal found in Linhai University during the Feng Qi case? Li Yin spread his hands. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. How can there be any clues? That's right. Officer Liu hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, Can you take me there? Hey, you with thick eyebrows and big eyes are actually interested in adventure. I didn't realize it. This place may not be haunted. It doesn't matter. Officer Liu coughed. He also felt that this kind of thing was a little inappropriate for his age. But since I am about to join the abnormal bureau, I have never seen a ghost until now, except for the hallucination I saw in Feng Chi's house. I don't know what the test in the abnormal bureau is like. If it has something to do with ghosts, I'd better be mentally prepared in advance. The car started and drove slowly on the road. It was very quiet in the car as both of them were thinking about their own things. Li Yin did not tell anyone about the memory fragments she saw. It was not because she did not trust Officer Liu, but because she felt that their cooperation was about to end. What are you going to do after you find a real murderer? Li Yin asked. Officer Liu seemed to know what Li Yin was thinking and said with a smile, "Join the abnormal bureau and start a new life. By then, our cooperation will be over." Officer Liu opened the car window and took a deep breath. Yes, although we are all looking for traces of the cult, our ultimate goals are different. I am an ordinary person and can only do what I can. This cult is too big, and just the tip of the iceberg is enough to destroy people like me countless times. I just want to find the murderer of that year, bring him to justice, and avenge my friend. And you still have a longer way to go. Leen looked out the window with a smile on her face. At least, we are still partners until the murderer is arrested. Chapter 51 Adventure? The two arrived at the gate of Linhai University and saw Yu Yuner sitting on the flower bed at a glance. Officer Liu lowered the car window and shouted over there, and a little girl came over happily. She actually knew Officer Liu, and she came up to him and called him Uncle Liu sweetly, which made him feel a little embarrassed. He just said that Zhang Hairan was his only friend. Before this, he didn't even know that his friend had adopted a daughter. It's a bit embarrassing to be called Uncle now. However, Yu Yuner didn't care. She had a good impression of Officer Liu. She had heard from her father before that Uncle Liu was a good man. She was not at all shy and just opened the door and got into the back seat. Sister Li Yin, is Uncle Liu going with us? Uncle Liu is a policeman, right? How did you two know each other? Li Yin continued to make up a lie based on the identity she had fabricated before. We are in a cooperative relationship with the police. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to take action, right? Yu Yuner admired him. Yes, that's amazing. Officer Liu in front turned back in surprise. Li Yin, did you tell Yuner about your identity? Li Yin winked at him and said, under the circumstances at that time, only by revealing your identity can you gain Yuner's trust. Officer Liu nodded and turned back. He already knew that this girl must be lying. After working together for more than a month, he couldn't say that he was familiar with Li Yin, but he still had some understanding of her. This girl, 2 out of 3 sentences are not true, and the remaining sentence might be half true. However, this only applies to topics concerning identity and ability. There has never been any problem with intelligence. Where is the place you were talking about? Is it far? Yuna took out her phone and looked at it. It only takes an hour to drive there. It's not far. It's just a little bit remote in an old neighborhood. The car drove towards the suburbs. Li Yin leaned back in her seat and looked at her phone while listening to Officer Liu's probing of Yu Yuner. She didn't have much contact with Yu Yuner. Her first impression of this girl was that she was cheerful, straightforward, and not scheming. But no one knew whether she was really as innocent as she seemed. After all, you can't judge a person by his appearance. But Officer Liu was professional. He kept testing the situation along the way, but he didn't find any flaws until he arrived at the old neighborhood. It made him doubt himself. Is this girl too scheming, or is my level too low? Or Yuna, there's really no problem. What about Zhang Hairan? Did he not tell his daughter about all this? Or did he mean that he was innocent? Officer Liu really hoped it was the latter, but now, all the clues pointed to him, and Yu Yuner's one-sided statement alone was not enough to prove his innocence. The car slowly drove into the old neighborhood. It was an old neighborhood, and the buildings looked a bit dilapidated. There were a few electric vehicles and bicycles parked on both sides of the road, but apart from these, there was nothing else. Looked at it curiously, Li Yin observed and found that there was indeed a building at the back of the community with no lights on. It should be the one mentioned in the article. While she was observing the situation, Yu Yuner had already run to the old man who was enjoying the cool air to inquire about the situation. Uncle, is there anyone living in that building? I heard that a light was turned on in one house recently. Is that true? Which house is it? Yu Yuner's little mouth is very sweet, and she can call people. Several old men like her very much and are willing to chat with her. Little girl, you're asking about that building. That building has been empty for a long time. No one lives there. As for the lights you mentioned, I've never seen them. Haven't you seen it? But I clearly heard that someone went in and the lights were on. Yu Yuner pouted in disappointment, as if she didn't quite believe what the old man said. The old man waved his hand and said with a smile, "Little girl, did you see it wrong? That building has been empty for a long time. How could anyone live in it? Did something bad happen in there? Why is no one living there? Ah, you young people just like to imagine things. There's nothing bad about it. A few years ago, that building was rated as a dangerous building. They said it was too old and dangerous to live in, so it was sealed by the government and the residents moved out." "Thank you, Uncle. I understand." Yu Yuner smiled sweetly and turned back to the car. She was a little frustrated that she didn't get any useful information, but she still had to go in and take a look to see if there were any ghosts. Should we look for the owner first, or should we go explore the room in the dangerous building directly? Yu Yuner's enthusiasm was not dampened at all, but became even more excited. "Can I find the owner directly?" Leen was a little surprised. The article didn't mention the poster's specific home address at all. Did this girl send a private message? Yu Yuner pointed to the dangerous building and said, "Didn't he mention which house had the light on? We can figure it out by working backwards." Leen smiled but said nothing. Officer Liu said, "Let's go to the dangerous building first. If there is anything dirty, it is more likely to appear here." That's true. The three of them came downstairs and looked up, only to see that the outer wall of the dangerous building was mottled and peeling, and most of the windows were broken, with dark holes as if countless pairs of eyes were staring at them. A gust of cold wind passed through the room, making a whooshing sound and bringing a slight chill that made people shiver. Yu Yuner was a little scared, but when she saw Sister Li Yin standing next to her with a calm expression, she was not afraid at all. After all, Sister Li Yin is a ghost exorcist. She actively seeks out ghosts and destroys them. She can definitely protect herself. She followed closely behind Li Yin and Officer Liu, and the three of them walked up the stairs carefully. The stairwell was dark, with only the faint moonlight filtering through the broken windows to illuminate their way forward. Every floor was empty, the doors were closed, and the building was very quiet, amplifying the sound of their footsteps countless times, echoing in the empty corridor, giving people an extremely depressing feeling. Yu Yuner held Li Yin's hand tightly. Her palms were slightly sweaty. It was obvious that she was still a little nervous about this kind of adventure. Finally, they arrived at the house mentioned in the article. The door was half open, as if waiting for their arrival. Leen signaled them to stop. She gently pushed open the door, and a cold breath hit her face. The curtains in the room were drawn, and it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. I tried to turn on the lights, but unfortunately the building had been without power for a long time, and the lights did not come on. Officer Liu and Yu Yuner also noticed the problem. Since the entire building had no electricity, why was there light in this room? I took out my phone, turned on the flashlight, and illuminated the surroundings. I saw that the room was covered with dust and cobwebs, with no furniture, only piles of miscellaneous items. It was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. "There doesn't seem to be anything special here," Yu Yuner said somewhat disappointedly. Li Yin did not answer, but came to the window, touched the material of the curtains, lifted the curtains a little, and looked at the glass. It didn't look like there would be any light source. Moreover, the curtains are red, not gray as described by the OP, and the bedroom doesn't look like it's habitable. However, there are quite a few gaps in the wall. So either that guy is mentally ill, or there really is a ghost in this house. On the other side, Officer Liu was also checking for traces in the house. He lay on the ground skillfully, carefully observing the dust and traces on the floor. As an experienced policeman, he has a keen insight into the investigation scene. "There are some footprints here," Officer Liu said, pointing to a few fuzzy marks on the floor. "They look like they were recently left." Li Yin and Yu Yuner came closer and saw some shoe prints. Although they were not very clear, they were definitely newly left. Could it be left by the owner of the post? Yu Yuner guessed. "I can't be sure. The site has been vandalized. There are 4 or 5 types of shoe prints alone. I guess explorers like us have been here before?" As soon as these words came out, Yu Yuner immediately wilted. "Since other people have been here and nothing happened, I'm afraid there really is no ghost here." She found it hard to accept that her first adventure had such an ending. Officer Liu ignored her thoughts and continued investigating the scene. Soon he found new traces in the kitchen. Someone has sat here before. It was a woman. In the corner of the kitchen, there was a wooden board with fresh indentations and some tiny fiber residues, which looked like someone had sat there to rest not long ago. Officer Liu squatted down, carefully observing the indentations and fibers, frowning slightly. Judging from the marks, it should be a woman, heavy, and probably between 1.6 and 1.65 meters tall. Leen looked at Yuner and asked, "Is the host a man or a woman?" Yuner shook her head blankly. "I don't know, no one mentioned it, but judging from the writing style, it should be a man, right?" Officer Liu obviously did not agree with this statement. The most taboo thing in investigating a case is preconceived ideas and subjective assumptions. You cannot easily draw conclusions without solid evidence. Could it be left behind by explorers? But why is she sitting here? Officer Liu stood up and looked around the kitchen, then squatted down to simulate the vision of a person about 1.6 meters tall and looked around. This place is not ordinary. If you look inside from any window outside, you will feel that this is an abandoned kitchen, empty and with nothing in it. The person sitting here can observe the situation of all the windows around through the gap. If someone approaches, she can discover it at the first time. It is suitable for temporary rest, but lacks an escape route in an emergency. On the other side, Li Yin had already summoned an axe and was wandering around the rooms. If there really was a ghost, I would probably be scared and run away at the first moment, but unfortunately nothing like that happened. It seems that there are really no ghosts here. "Yuna, come here," Li Yin called out, and Yuner came over, not knowing why. "Sister Li Yin, what's wrong?" Li Yin opened the curtains and pointed at the residential building opposite and said, "Do you see that residential building? See if you can figure out the location of the owner's house." Yuner stared blankly at the opposite side. The windows were densely packed and brightly lit. At least half of the windows were lit, forming a sharp contrast with the dilapidated building. After looking at it for a long time, her whole face fell. "I'm sorry, Sister Li Yin. I was just bragging. I can't figure out the specific location of the host's house." Li Yin leaned his hands on the windowsill and looked down at the lighted window below. The poster said that he saw the window by looking up, and the word he used was eye-to-eye contact. This house is on the 5th floor, so his house should be on the 4th floor. Looking further down would be like looking sideways or looking down, and it also rules out several rooms that are farther away. Unless you use the wrong word. He dreamed that he came to this room, and when he opened the curtains, he saw someone on the opposite side observing him. If you can see it directly, Leen stretched out his hand and drew a circle on the 5 windows on the 4th floor. This should be one of these rooms. 2 of the rooms had lights on. One had curtains drawn, and the other 2 seemed uninhabited. After listening to Li Yin's analysis, Yuner felt that there was no problem. They called Officer Liu, and the 3 of them set out for the poster's home to see if they could find out anything. Arriving on the 4th floor, Yuner chose the room with the curtains drawn, knocked on the door, and waited for a while, but there was no response. "I knocked again, but still no one opened the door. Is he not at home? It could also be that he is afraid to open the door." At this moment, the door of the next room was opened with a creaky sound. The sound of the door opening was extremely sharp and piercing, echoing far away in the silent corridor. However, the voice-controlled light on the ceiling was inexplicably turned off at this moment, making the corridor, which was already not very bright, even darker. The door opened, but there was no light from the room shining into the corridor, and no one came out. It just lay quietly open, like a bottomless cave, waiting for someone to step in. Yuner shivered unconsciously. She felt an inexplicable chill coming from behind, causing her to shrink her body involuntarily. Leen also narrowed his eyes, alert for something bad to happen. Snap! At this moment, a pale hand suddenly stretched out from inside the door, and its fingertips gently tapped on the door panel, making a crisp sound. Then there was the sound of metal hitting the ground, making a crisp sound. Ahem! Why is the light still off? An old voice came from the room, and the voice-controlled lights in the corridor lit up. An old lady came out of the room. She obviously had bad legs and was leaning on a cane. Her face was full of wrinkles, but her eyes were bright, and she looked very energetic. As soon as she went out, she saw 3 people standing next to her blankly, with surprised expressions on their faces. "Are you his friends? What do you want from him?" The old lady's question interrupted the 3 people's days. Li Yin was the first to come to her senses. She walked forward and answered politely, "Well, Grandma, we are his friends. Isn't he at home today?" "He's definitely not at home. The guy was taken away by the hospital. They said he was mentally ill and dug out his own eyes at home. He should still be receiving treatment in the hospital." Yuner and Officer Liu looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Li Yin, however, looked as if it was just as expected. "Grandma, do you know which hospital he went to?" The old lady smiled and nodded. "There is only one mental hospital here. He must have been sent there. You are his friends. How come you don't even know about this kind of thing?" Li Yin smiled and ignored it and sent the old lady away. Then he turned to the two people behind him and asked, "Shall we go? To the mental hospital?" Yu Yuner hesitated. "There are no ghosts here, right? Is it necessary to watch? Let's take a look. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains." Chapter 52 Suwei. The three of them arrived in front of the mental hospital. Yu Yuner looked up at the slightly old building and exclaimed, "Wow. This place is even more eerie and terrifying than that dilapidated building. Can we go in?" Leen lowered her head and checked on her phone, then nodded. "Sure. This is an open hospital. Family members are allowed to visit. We just need to not cause any trouble." The three of them walked in. The hospital was very quiet, with only the occasional whispers of patients and the footsteps of doctors and nurses. Officer Liu looked around and whispered, "The atmosphere here is indeed a bit depressing, but it seems that the management is fairly standardized, so there shouldn't be any major problems." The three of them came to the front desk and asked which ward the poster was in. When the nurse on duty heard that they were there to visit a patient, she immediately shook her head and said that it was past visiting hours and they could not enter. Then, under the surprised gazes of the two, Officer Liu took out his police ID from his pocket and said to the nurse with a smile, "We are here to investigate something and need to see the patient." Li Yin looked at him with amusement. She didn't expect that Officer Liu, who looked so dignified, rigid, and inflexible, would actually use the resources at hand to achieve his goals. "It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Are you talking about Mr. Suwei?" Seeing the police officer's ID, the nurse suddenly became nervous and asked quickly. Although she didn't know why the police brought two children to investigate the case in the middle of the night, she expressed her respect for the police. Officer Liu nodded. "Yes, that's him. How is he now? Can I visit him?" Mr. Su's emotions are relatively stable, and he won't do anything to hurt others. But his mental state is a little abnormal, and he may not be able to communicate normally. The nurse whispered, "However, I can take you to see him, but please keep quiet and don't irritate him." The three followed the nurse, passed through an isolation door, and came into the hospital. The hospital is divided into two parts. One part is the general ward area, which is responsible for the care and observation of patients who have recovered. The other part is the semi-closed ward area, which is specifically for those patients with serious conditions, violent tendencies, or self-harm tendencies. They are now going to the semi-enclosed area. Li Yin and Yu Yuner, this is basically no different from what is shown on TV, and many ghost stories take place here. However, the hospital was very clean and the lights were bright, so it didn't feel eerie at all. Just when Yu Yuner was secretly relieved, there was a sudden bang sound from the side, as if something hit the iron door with a loud noise. The little girl was startled and quickly hid behind Li Yin. Li Yin looked inside through the window on the iron gate. There stood a man with an expressionless face. His hands were bound behind his back, and even his eyes were covered. There was a bandage on his head, and blood was faintly flowing down his forehead. In addition, for some reason, the iron door here was covered with several layers of plastic cloth, making it look like a makeshift isolation ward. The nurse also noticed the man's condition, uttered a cry of alarm, and quickly picked up the intercom to call the doctor. "Director Chun, the patient in Ward 109 has broken free again and started to hurt himself. Please come and take a look." After hanging up the intercom, Li Yin and the other two heard dense footsteps in the corridor. Officer Liu couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with this guy?" The nurse sighed. "He was transferred from a large hospital in the city some time ago. I heard that he might have been infected with some unknown virus, which caused mental abnormalities. There are several other patients with the same symptoms as him. Because there are too many patients over there and the hospital has no idle wards, he was transferred to our hospital." Seeing that Officer Liu was a policeman, the young nurse did not hide anything and told him the patient's condition. Li Yin and Officer Liu did not find it strange. If the mental disorder was really caused by a new, unknown virus, it would definitely be necessary to block the news to avoid causing unnecessary panic. Especially symptoms like this that affect the human brain can easily trigger associations among netizens. "It looks like a zombie," Yu Yuna murmured. If she were asked to compare which one is scarier, zombies or ghosts, she really couldn't tell. After all, both are quite scary. Officer Liu did not ask any more questions. This was not the purpose of their visit. Besides, since the hospital had blocked the news, if she, a young nurse, leaked it, she might get into trouble. Why not go back and ask the director? That guy must know something. Why do I always feel like I've been on a business trip, and Linhai has a lot more things to do, and I don't even know? No. Ever since I met Li Yin, things have been going on in Linhai. Wherever this girl goes, there are problems. As they were thinking, The four of them came to a ward on the second floor, where was the author of the story, the residential building opposite my home, Su Wei. The nurse came to the window and called softly, "Mr. Su, have you rested?" After all, the patients here are all mentally ill, so the nurses will pay special attention to their tone and attitude so as not to irritate them. Rustling sounds were heard from inside. A man with gauze wrapped around his eyes groped his way to the window. "Miss Nurse, what do you want from me so late at night?" His voice was gentle, and it felt completely different from the madness he had experienced on the forum. It was also not like what the nurse had said, that he was unable to communicate normally. But the empty eye sockets beneath the gauze proved the truth of the story to the three people. "A police officer wants to know something from you. Can you cooperate with him?" The nurse said gently. Su Wei was stunned for a moment. "Okay, what do you want to talk to me about, police comrade?" Officer Lu stepped forward and symbolically showed his ID. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Lu Jiqiang from the Linhai City Police Department. We have something we want to know from you." The nurse consciously moved away to leave enough space for the two of them. Su Wei was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, Officer Lu, what do you want to know?" Officer Lu observed his mental state and found that apart from his blindness, he seemed to have no other problems. This made him feel a little strange. If it was really as what was said on the forum, then Su Wei's mental state should be very bad. But now it seems that he did not show any signs of madness or self-harm. There were no obvious wounds on other parts of the body except the eyes. Officer Lu shook his head, suppressed his doubts, and asked, "Mr. Su Wei, can you tell me what happened in the residential building opposite your house?" Su Wei was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "Officer Lu, do you believe that there are ghosts in this world?" Officer Lu frowned and did not answer. Su Wei continued, "Actually, I don't believe it either, but there are some things you really can't help but believe." He took a deep breath and began to tell his story. It is basically the same as the article posted on the forum, but there are some differences in details. For example, in his description, he actually saw a hideous ghost crawling out from the crack in the wall and then disappearing into the mirror. From that day on, eyes appeared in every corner of the house, blood-red eyes, all staring at me. No matter where I hid, they could find me. During that time, I was in extreme fear and despair. I felt like I was being watched by something, and there was no escape. Su Wei's voice trembled as he seemed to recall those unbearable days. I even began to doubt whether I would become one of them. The experience, he told himself, was very similar to the story, so it should not be made up. Perhaps there really was a ghost in his house. Did they hurt you? No, they just look at me every moment. I can feel them looking at me even when I close my eyes. Then why did you dig out your eyes? Su Wei was silent for a moment. As long as I don't have eyes, I won't be able to see them, right? And I found that my eyes are exactly the same as theirs. Leen felt a little strange. This was the first person who had survived the attack by ghosts, unless he is really mentally ill. So you were taken to the hospital, and those eyes disappeared, correct? Hearing Li Yin's voice, Su Wei was stunned. "Miss Police, your voice sounds so young." Li Yin. It seems that this guy's mental problems have indeed been cured, and he has even learned to tell jokes. To be precise, after I dug out my eyes, the feeling of being watched disappeared. After saying that, he added, "This feeling is wonderful, as if I was suddenly freed. Although I can't see, at least I don't have to suffer from those eyes anymore." From his tone, it seemed that he did not feel any pain or despair about losing his eyes. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. Li Yin thought for a moment and continued, "Except for those eyes, the ghost you mentioned didn't hurt you directly?" "No, I've only seen it once." "The ghost you were talking about, is it a male or female ghost?" "It should be a female ghost. She's very fat. If it's a human, it should be over 200 pounds. "Is it giant view?" "No, her body is normal. She's just fat, but definitely not the kind of morbid edema that occurs in gigantism." Su Wei tried hard to recall, wanting to give Li Yin a more accurate description. Li Yin fronat. This description reminded her of someone. So I continued to ask, "Are there any other characteristics of the female ghost? For example, the clothes she wears, the scars on her body." Su Wei didn't know why the female police officer with a young voice was so interested in the ghosts he described, but he was already grateful that there was someone who believed in his experience. So he thought about it carefully and said, "There are no obvious signs of death, but there are many knife wounds on the arms, which are suspected to be self-inflicted. He has medium-length hair and wears a very loose sportswear, which looks a bit like a school uniform. Other than that, there are no obvious features." Yu Yinner was a little impressed. This man was really amazing. He could remember the characteristics of so many female ghosts, even when he was extremely frightened. Obesity, school uniforms. Li Yin repeated these two words and narrowed his eyes. Mr. Su, let me ask you another question. Is it true that you continued to pay attention to the dangerous building because the lights were on in the windows? Su Wei was stunned for a moment, then fell silent. After a long while, he said no. Why is that? Was silent again. It was not until Officer Liu urged him that he continued reluctantly. It was probably on the 8th. I saw a woman over there, changing clothes. Officer Liu. You Yuner. No, I thought you were here for some scary reason, but it turned out you were just peeping? Leen did not show any surprise or dissatisfaction, but asked thoughtfully. One last question. How old is that woman? Su Wei hesitated. Maybe. See. Officer Liu, this man is beyond saving. Arrest him. Su Wei was anxious. I didn't mean to see it. I just took a look accidentally. It's not against the law. It shouldn't be against the law. Li Yin's face darkened. Stop talking nonsense. Speak now. I'll tell you. I didn't see clearly, but he should be not young, probably in his 40s, about 1.6 meters tall, not fat or thin, and in good shape. Okay, shut up. Li Yin took a deep breath and already had the answer in his mind. Where are your house keys? With the nurse. Li Yin winked at Officer Liu, who understood and called the nurse to get the key. Let's go back. Li Yin turned around and walked out. She wanted to confirm whether her guess was true. Behind him, Su Wei heard footsteps fading away and quickly shouted, Officer, I won't be arrested, will I? My injuries haven't healed yet, and I still have to stay in the hospital. Li Yin waved her hand and said, No, just take care of it and don't do this kind of thing again. Thank you, officer. The three of them got the keys and got back in the car. Officer Liu asked, Are we going back to Su Wei's house? Well, let's go over there to confirm something. Did you discover anything? Li Yin glanced at Yu Yuner and shook her head. Let's go back and take a look. Chapter 53, Is This Killing Someone with a Borrowed Knife? The three of them drove back to the old neighborhood. Li Yin glanced in the direction of the dangerous building. The entire building was dark, and there were no lights. He withdrew his gaze, went to the 4th floor, and opened the door. There was no strange smell in the room. Even the blood that spurted out when Su Wei dug his eyes had long since dried up and turned into brown marks. Li Yin turned on the light, and the light illuminated the dim room. The room is not big, only about 50 square meters, but it is divided into 2 bedrooms and a living room, and the space seems a bit cramped. The walls of the bathroom were covered with dark red bloodstains, which were mottled and shocking. Li Yin walked to the mirror and carefully examined the bloodstains. They had dried and solidified into hard shells, but she could still imagine how Su Wei had dug out her eyes in an extreme way. I looked in the mirror and didn't find anything special. Coming to the bedroom again, Li Yin put his hands on the wall and rubbed it gently. Although it was an old neighborhood, the wall of this room should have been repainted very clean, and there was no gap, as he said. Is the ghost no longer here? Li Yin stretched out his hand and summoned his axe, swinging it around the room. The result was the same as what happened with the dangerous building. Nothing showed up. This is a bit strange. Could it be that he has been taken away? If so, then wouldn't it be a waste of my trip? He turned around and signaled Officer Liu and Yu Yuner to retreat outside the door for the time being. He then stood in front of the window and looked at the window of the room in the dangerous building. She had a guess in her mind. If this guess was correct, she might meet an acquaintance and introduce an important person at the same time. After watching for about 3 minutes, a light suddenly appeared in the gap of the window and then went out immediately. As expected, I guessed it right. I turned around suddenly and saw a crack on the originally intact wall. Wisps of black air came out from the gap, and there was a pair of eyes flashing red lights staring at him. Li Yin did not summon the axe directly, for fear of scaring the ghost away, so he just stared at it quietly. Snap! A hand stretched out from the gap. The hand was very fat, and it was hard to imagine how she could stretch it out from such a narrow gap. The scene was extremely visually impactful. When she completely came out and stood in the room, Li Yin could only look up at her. The ghost was about 1.77 meters tall, and just as Su Wei described, very fat and wearing a school uniform. There were no obvious fatal injuries, but there were many wounds and bloodstains on its arms. This is a hate ghost, and the way to activate it is simple. Just stare at the room it is in for more than 3 minutes and it will appear. But it seems to have no attacking ability. Whether it creates illusions or shows its true form, it is all for intimidation. At most, it will deceive the peepers and dig out their eyes. What a gentle person. On Li Yin's lips, and he summoned an axe in an instant. With a wave of his hand, the axe slashed down, and the female ghost's head and body were separated, without giving her a chance to react. Even Officer Liu and Yu Yuner at the door did not see clearly what happened. After doing all this, Li Yin turned the axe in his hand, carried it on his shoulder, and with his other hand gently caught the flying head of the female ghost and placed it on the cabinet beside him. Then he took out a card from his pocket and placed it on its head. There was a picture of a chubby girl on the card. She looked cute, and her name was Huajie. "Why are you here?" "I forgot to take something." "Put it away." Looking at the girl's smooth movements, the two people at the door were a little confused. "Li Yin, this is..." "I found her student ID card in Luoan Town." "Luoan Town?" Officer Liu was alert and kept silent. Li Yin watched the ghost's body slowly dissipate, feeling a little emotional. She didn't know this girl named Huajie very well, but she could figure out a rough idea from the triggering rules and abilities she displayed after she became a hateful ghost. This girl most likely committed suicide, and the reason must be related to her figure. During her lifetime, she was ridiculed and even bullied because of her figure. Over time, she developed a strong sense of inferiority, feeling that everyone was laughing at her and making fun of her bloated figure. Maybe one time, someone took a picture of her through the curtains and posted it online, causing her to completely collapse. So what she hated was not people, but the ubiquitous feeling of being watched caused by her inferiority complex. Even after becoming a ghost, he had no intention of harming anyone. He just wanted others to have a taste of what it was like. Quite interesting. Li Yin gave his guess a full score. But no matter what, ghosts are ghosts and should not appear in a society of living people. Is this the end? Yu Yuner asked in disbelief. She felt that everything happened too fast. The ghost had just appeared and crawled out for only a few seconds when it was chopped to death with an axe. Its head was cut off, and a card was placed on its head as a humiliation. What does this mean? Well, it's over. Let's go and take a look over there. Leen walked past the two people and headed towards the dangerous building first. Officer Liu pondered the identity of the female ghost and the woman he spied on according to Su Wei. Yu Yuner reached out and touched the restored wall, but still felt it a little unreal. Turning around, the ghost girl's body had disappeared without a trace. Even the small card was gone. I couldn't help but sigh that Sister Li Yin was so strong. She was worthy of being a senior ghost exorcist. The three of them came to the room in the dilapidated building. Li Yin went straight to the kitchen and lifted up the garbage pile, revealing a hole underneath that led directly to the fourth floor. Officer Liu widened his eyes. He didn't know what kind of force was needed to break through the wall of a one-story building, but this just confirmed his guess. Moreover, after seeing this, he had a rough guess about the identity of the woman Su Wei mentioned. Go down and take a look? Before he could finish, Li Yin jumped down first. I turned on the flashlight and looked around the room, but I didn't see any people or ghosts, only some daily necessities. I picked up a package and took a look. From the dust on it, I could tell that these were recently opened. Just now, when she was chopping Butterfly to death, she discovered that although this ghost's fighting ability was very poor, it had an extremely interesting characteristic. Before the rules are triggered, it is almost in a state of disappearance, unable to be detected. Even his own axe was useless. The trigger condition is peeping, so it is very appropriate to use it as an early warning device. Officer Liu didn't dare jump down. He was old, and it was dark down there. It would be a shame if he got hurt. Yu Yuner was eager to try, but was stopped by Officer Liu and had to give up. Sister Li Yin, did you find anything down there? Let's go. Let's talk outside. As Li Yin spoke, he found the door to the fourth floor, chopped it open with an axe, and walked out. She was really afraid that the building would collapse and bury them. This was already a dangerous building, and they were drilling holes in the ceiling. Wasn't this courting death? She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she got in the car. Officer Liu asked, did you find anything down there? Li Yin shook her head. Someone used to live there, but now there is no one there, and she probably won't come back in the future. Officer Liu thought so too. Yu Yuner next to her was confused and was still guessing the woman's identity. Sometimes she said she was a foreign spy. Sometimes she said she was an evil ghostwriter. Her imagination was running wild for a while. Li Yin and Officer Liu did not say anything, but just listened quietly until they passed a milk tea shop, and then Li Yin signaled to stop the car. He felt his pockets but didn't have any cash, so he could only look at Officer Liu in the driver's seat. Officer Liu had no choice but to open the handbox and take out two $10 bills and hand them to Yu Yuner. Go buy something to drink. Buy whatever you want. Uncle will treat you. Yuna got out of the car happily and turned around to ask, Sister Li Yin, Uncle Lu, what are you drinking? I don't mind. Li Yin's mind was not on this, and she responded casually. Officer Lu thought about it seriously and said, Taro Paste Bobo. Hey, you're pretty trendy. Yuna made an okay gesture, turned around, and ran towards the milk tea shop. Li Yin took out his cell phone helplessly and transferred another 50 yuan to Yuna. Otherwise, with that 20 yuan, it would probably only be enough to buy one cup. Officer Lu was surprised. So expensive? Li Yin was puzzled. You know about Taro Bobo, but don't you know the price? I heard it from a colleague. Okay, let's not talk about this. Li Yin, you sent Yuna away. Do you have something to say? Li Yin nodded. Let's start with the discovery. I know that ghost. She's a freshman in Luoan town, named Hu Dai. I played her in Luoan at that time. Officer Lu nodded and motioned for Li Yin to continue. I know that there are 2 vacancies in Luoan Town School. One is the mayor's daughter, Zhenglan, and the other is Hu Dai. Zhenglan only has the upper body when she turned into a ghost. She can't move. She must have been placed in the number 3 girls' high school in the city. I guess the same is true for Hu Dai. She explained the triggering rules of the hateful ghost and the usefulness of Butterfly's abilities in anti-reconnaissance. So, the one who brought them out is most likely the mayor's wife, a survivor of Luoan Town. The one Su Wei saw should be her, but there is one thing I can't figure out. I remember that the mayor of Luoan Town had white hair and should be close to retirement age, but the woman Su Wei described was only about 40 years old. Officer Lu looked at Li Yin, who was analyzing the situation seriously and couldn't help coughing. Yes, that's it. Ah! Li Yin raised his head and stared. Officer Lu nodded, confirming that she had heard correctly. Okay. Do you have information on the mayor's wife? Yes, I have investigated. Her name is Han Xiuli. She is 41 years old, 1.63 meters tall, and she teaches English at Luoan Town Middle School. She is the head teacher of the 1st grade. It can almost be confirmed that the woman Su Wei saw was Han Xiuli. Before the town was transformed, she ran out with 2 ghosts, and her purpose was most likely revenge. So she put one ghost into Yuna's classroom in an attempt to get her daughter's revenge, and kept the other one with her to prevent her from being tracked by the cult members. She must be a former cult member, and her skill in controlling ghosts is not something that ordinary people can master. In addition, the mayor finally appeared in the pit instead of becoming a member of the fusion monster. Could it be an internal conflict within the cult? The mayor's family did not want to die, or because the other party accidentally killed Jinglan. So all these things happened afterwards. And the mayor, after turning into a ghost, went to challenge Li Mui? Why wasn't he killed? Was it because he was too weak and wasn't discovered? From the traces, it seems that she didn't live here for more than 3 days. She probably ran away the day she was spied on, leaving only Hu Dai behind. What frightened her like this? I don't know. It could be the monster that took Li Mui's body, or it could be another cult member. She should have already fled Linhai. As for why she came back, it's probably because she found that the ghost her daughter had turned in had lost contact, so she came back to check. Officer Lu opened the car window and stretched one hand out of the window, looking up at the starry sky, and sighed. Now, as long as we catch her, everything will be clear. Well, you are good at this. Is there any other ghost in her? If so, am I in danger? I don't know. You can ask the Abnormal Bureau for a list of agencies. Their methods are quite magical. Maybe they can sell you tools to protect yourself. Is it expensive? Probably not cheap. I said I'm from the Abnormal Bureau, but I can't get it for free. They are so poor. All right. Li Yin turned her head and looked in the direction of the milk tea shop. Yuna was chatting with the clerk there and seemed to be having a very happy conversation. This girl seems to be able to get along with everyone and is a natural social butterfly. Uncle Lu, don't you think this is too coincidental? Officer Lu turned his head and frowned. What do you mean? We just came out of Luoan Town and got some clues. When we were about to track down Han Xiuing, her clues came to us. And the one who sent the clues was your suspect, Professor Zhang's daughter. Officer Lu also reacted and frowned even more deeply. Do you suspect that everything that happened tonight was all Yuna using us to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Or maybe they're just trying to lead us into a trap? Li Yin retracted her gaze, closed her eyes, and thought for a moment. There is another possibility. Yuna is also someone else's knife. She knows nothing and was just pushed in front of us. And the person who pushed her was the Urban Ghost Story Forum. I'll go back and investigate this company more carefully. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Lu. After saying that, Li Yin stopped talking and Yu Yuner came back skipping with 3 drinks in her hand. She and Li Yin both had low-sugar tea, while Officer Liu had the taro bobo he ordered. Yu Yuner handed the milk tea to Officer Liu and couldn't wait to insert the straw, take a sip, and a satisfied expression appeared on her face. Delicious. Li Yin was amused by her appearance and reached out to ruffle her hair. Little greedy cat. Yu Yuner giggled and said to Officer Liu, Uncle Liu, high-sugar foods are not good for your health. I'll help you change them to low-sugar foods. Officer Liu was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yuner is really sensible. Uncle will take note of it. The relaxed atmosphere returned to the car, and the 3 of them chatted and laughed as they arrived at the school gate, said goodbye to Officer Liu, and the 2 also parted in front of the dormitory building. Yu Yuner couldn't wait to get close to her sister. Li Yin watched her go away and returned to her dormitory. When I passed by next door, I saw 3 girls sitting together chatting. The girl who liked to sleep and had already gone to bed early. As soon as she opened the dormitory door, she was immediately fixed with 3 pairs of eyes. Her 3 roommates looked at Li Yin with suspicion in their eyes. Xiao Li Yin, you came back so late. What were you doing? Wang Yu pushed Li Yin to sit on the chair and squatted beside her with a curious look on his face. A stroll with friends. Li Yin had already thought of an excuse and took out a photo from her mobile phone to show them. It was a photo of Yu Yuner. The little girl was quite photogenic and looked particularly cute in the photo. Lu Qing asked curiously, Is this your sister? I guess so. She is the daughter of Professor Zhang from the college next door and a friend of my parents. I see. You look so young. Are you a high school student? Underage. Not yet an adult. 3 sounds of people gasping for air were heard in the dormitory. Little Li Yin, you're having a great time. But Li Yin doesn't seem to be an adult yet, so there's no problem. Li Yin, what are your plans for tomorrow? Speaking of tomorrow, Li Yin's expression immediately became a little excited. He looked at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. It was time to go to bed. So I stood up and walked to the sink. My friend asked me to go out and play. I have to go to bed early. The 3 people behind looked at each other and nodded in unison. This reaction is correct. It must be a date. We have to go and see. Chapter 54, you big-headed ghost. It was just daybreak, and Wang Yu was still hugging the quilt and dreaming, but she heard the rustling sound of someone getting out of bed next to her. I opened my sleepy eyes and looked towards the wash area, only to see a little girl brushing her teeth and washing her face there. Has Xiaolin gotten up so early? Wang Yu rested her chin on the iron railing, closed her eyes, and squinted for a while, until the sound came from under her bed. She opened her eyes again. What is Xiaolin looking for? I quietly stuck my head out from the gap in the railing and saw Li Yin holding a small bottle and trying to figure out how to open it. Isn't that my makeup remover? The little girl tried twice and didn't open it, so she turned her attention to the moisturizing spray next to it. This time he successfully opened the lid, sprayed it on his arm, and then leaned in to smell it. This doesn't smell good either. Wang Yu heard Li Yin mutter something, then put the moisturizing spray back to its place and skipped out of the dormitory. As the door closed, the sound of quilts being lifted was heard from the other 2 beds. Lu Qing even came over and shook her bed. Yeah, hurry up and get up. Xiao Liyin has left. We have to leave quickly. When Wang Yu heard Lu Qing's voice, his eyes widened immediately and all sleepiness disappeared. Damn, I was so sleepy that I forgot everything. She quickly got out of bed, and when she put her hand on the table, she touched a piece of paper. When I picked it up, I saw vigorous words written on it. Yeah, I used some of your perfume. I will treat you to something delicious when I come back. Hey, this word is really beautiful. Wang Yu thought of Li Yin's strange behavior just now and was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Has this girl really never worn makeup? How come she can't even tell the difference between perfume and moisturizing spray? The 3 of them washed up in a hurry and ran out without even putting on makeup. They ran all the way to the school gate panting and just happened to see Li Yin standing there waiting for the bus. They also quickly ran to another intersection to hail a car. Until the 3 of them got into the taxi, Li Yin's car had not arrived yet. Wang Yu could only explain to the driver. When the driver heard that he had to follow the car in front, he immediately became excited. I automatically imagined a big drama of catching an adulterer and was ready to be the first to watch it. The 3 of them were speechless. Ahem, it's not what you think. It's just that my roommate seems to be dating someone, and we're going to help her check it out. When the driver heard this, he felt a little disappointed. Oh, when young people fall in love, they have to carefully check whether the other party is reliable. Don't worry, I've been driving for so many years, I guarantee that I will follow you steadily and won't let the other party find out." The driver was indeed quite capable. He kept a proper distance along the way, following the car that Li Yin was in at a close distance. But the more I drove, the more I felt something was wrong. Don't other people go to the city center for dates, to bustling, fun places? Why did you go to the suburbs? Are there any attractions here? In my impression, there are only old buildings here. It is not easy to find a good restaurant, let alone have fun. The car finally stopped in front of an old residential area. The three got out of the car and looked up at the old buildings in front of them, their eyes full of confusion. "What's fun about this place?" One you couldn't help but mutter. The other two also shook their heads. If they were on a date, they would definitely turn around and leave when they saw such a place. The three of them looked at each other, then walked in and glanced at the time at the same time. "It's only 6:30 in the morning. Is there a date this early? Is the other person awake?" When I walked into the community, it was quite prosperous. Many old men and women had already gotten up and started morning exercises. Some were pulling their reluctant children to school. There were also young people rushing to catch the morning bus to work and were sitting in breakfast shops eating, full of the breath of life. The three of them walked in and found that Li Yin had walked into a store. He looked up at the sign above and became even more confused. What does the Ning family office do? Law firm? Or detective agency? Lu Qing, who had sharp eyes, took a look inside and did not see any typical decorations of a modern office. Instead, she noticed some wood carvings, walnuts, small ornaments, and the like. "It doesn't look like an office, but more like a collection of antique shop. Let's go in and take a look." At the same time, Leen had already arrived at the office. This was also her first time here. Although it looked small on the map, it was actually not that big. Her first impression of the office was the same as that of her roommates, that it was like a collection of antiques. The furnishings inside were all antique, with some calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls, various collections of antiques on the counter, and some books. "Good morning, Uncle." Leen stood at the door and greeted the middle-aged man behind the counter. Ning Tianin was sitting on a chair fiddling with walnuts. He looked up when he heard the voice and said in surprise, "Isn't this Xiaoli? Are you here to play with my daughter? She's upstairs and probably hasn't gotten up yet. You can just go upstairs." He knew that his daughter had been calling the girl in front of him every day these days. He could see his daughter smiling more and more. As a father, he was happier than anyone else. Naturally, he did not object to his daughter's contact with Li Yin. "Well, then I won't bother my uncle anymore. I'm going to go play with Ning Zhu." Li Yin responded obediently, turned around, and went upstairs. Looking at the girl's excited back, Ning Tianin couldn't help but sigh that it was great that his daughter could make such a friend. There are 3 rooms on the second floor. One has its door open, which should be Uncle Ning's room. The other one is empty. Li Yin tiptoed to the door and tried pressing the doorknob. Not locked. Yay! She pushed the door open and walked in quietly, afraid to disturb Ning Zhu's sleep. The room is decorated in a warm and simple style. The desk by the window is filled with books and notebooks, giving it an academic feel. Apart from that, there are only 2 wardrobes and a bed. Leen walked to the bedside and saw Ning Zhu lying there quietly, sleeping peacefully, like an angel. She sat beside the bed, quietly looking at the sleeping girl, her heart filled with happiness and a little pride. "See? This is my girlfriend." "What? You saw it? Don't look." Suddenly, Ning Zhu's eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she was about to wake up. Li Yin held her breath nervously, afraid of disturbing her. However, the girl did not wake up. She just turned over and continued to immerse herself in a sweet dream. Li Yin breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly remembered something. He turned around nervously to take one look, then pricked up his ears to listen for any footsteps coming up the stairs. After confirming that Uncle Ning was still sitting downstairs, he turned around and continued to stare at Ning Zhu's peaceful sleeping face. His eyes moved downward, passing over the straight nose and landing on the pink lips. She felt her heart beating faster, and an inexplicable urge surged in her heart. I couldn't help but move closer and could almost smell the faint fragrance emanating from Ning Zhu. That is the unique body fragrance of a young girl. We've both done that, so it should be okay to kiss. Kiss once, right? Leen licked his lips. His heartbeat seemed to be magnified countless times at this moment. He approached cautiously, afraid that his breathing would disturb her. Ning Zhu's breathing was steady and even, and her sleeping face was like a quiet painting, making people reluctant to disturb her. Li Yin's hand touched the hair on her forehead, and the soft touch made her heart beat faster. She tucked the strand of hair behind her ear and slid her fingers along the girl's perfect cheek, finally landing on her lips. Feeling the soft touch of her fingertips, Li Yin was a little dazed, as if she was appreciating the most exquisite work of art in the world. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and gently pressed his lips against hers. The moment their lips touched, Li Yin's heartbeat almost stopped. He carefully touched Ning Zhu's lips with the tip of his tongue, as if tasting delicious candy, afraid that he would accidentally wake her up from this beautiful dream. The breaths of the two intertwined in the air, with a hint of ambiguity and sweetness. The girl's heartbeat became faster and faster, and she gently hugged Ning Zhu's shoulders, as if to firmly grasp the beauty of this moment. Suddenly, Ning Zhu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and Li Yin was so scared that she quickly retracted her lips and looked at the girl nervously, fearing that she would wake up. But Ning Zhu didn't seem to have any intention of waking up. She just turned over and continued to immerse herself in her sweet dream. Li Yin breathed a sigh of relief, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was a close call. I was almost discovered, but I felt a little lost. I feel like it's no big deal if I'm discovered. We have such a good relationship, and a kiss will only make it better, right? Not long after, Ningzhu slowly opened her eyes and happened to meet the eyes of the girl lying in front of her bed. Instead of being surprised or flustered, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You're here so early? Why didn't you wake me up?" Leen shook her head seriously. "You are so beautiful that I was infatuated with you without realizing it." Loquacious. Ningzhu sat up and stretched her body. Her slender, yet well-proportioned figure looked so beautiful wrapped in her pajamas. Even vaguely see the obvious waistline under the buttons. Why didn't I notice last time in the hotel that Az's belly looks so good? Maybe it's because there are so many beautiful places and I haven't seen them all. Ningzhu also noticed Li Yin's gaze and her face turned a little red. She didn't mind being seen by Li Yin. After all, they were, well, besides, my figure is not bad. I exercise every day, so let her look at me. Still a little shy, though, mainly because this girl's gaze was so unscrupulous that it made her face feel a little hot. Azu, want a good morning kiss? Ningzhu, didn't you kiss me just now? Li Yin was surprised. You know? Ningzhu's face turned even redder. How could she not know about this? It would be fine if you kissed her, but you even stuck out your tongue. It's so embarrassing. Even if I woke up, I couldn't open my eyes at that time, right? How embarrassing. But the little girl in front of her was obviously not satisfied. She had already climbed onto her bed, put her arms around her waist, and her eyes were full of anticipation. Well, Aju, how about we do it again? Good. Woo. What a big-headed ghost. I haven't even brushed my teeth yet. Not dirty, very fragrant. Go, go, go. Downstairs, the sound of a door opening rang again. Ning Tianan looked up in surprise, not understanding why so many people came so early in the morning. Seeing that they were three unfamiliar girls, he thought they were customers, so he quickly stood up from behind the counter, smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes, and asked with a smile, "Good morning, three girls. Are you in any trouble?" Wang Yu looked around the store curiously and muttered, "It really seems to be a cultural relic store. There are so many ornaments, but they are not very pretty." She was talking about the wooden carving on the shelf, which showed a burly man holding a big knife with a ferocious face, as if he was trying to break free from the wood. However, the carving technique is rough and the knife marks vary in depth, obviously made by a novice. Several other ornaments are similar, all in the shape of human figures, but they all appear stiff, unnatural, and lifeless. Ning Tiannan's mouth twitched. These were not ordinary wooden sculptures. As long as he threw them out, they would become puppets more than 2 meters tall, and it would be no problem to defeat ordinary ghosts. But there was no need for him to explain it to ordinary people, unless they had encountered a ghost. Lu Qing came to the counter and asked curiously, "Uncle, I see the sign of your store says agency. Is it like the detective agency in the movies, helping to solve all kinds of difficult and complicated problems?" Ning Tianan nodded, then shook her head. "It's not a detective agency, little sister. Our store specializes in solving problems related to supernatural phenomena, whether it's ghosts, monsters, or other supernatural events. As long as you need it, we can provide help." Wang Yu next to him asked in a low voice, "What do you mean?" Sun Tingting replied in a low voice, "It's a charlatan." Ning Tiannan's face turned dark, and Lu Qing's face also turned dark. "No, could you two not plot loudly in front of others? I'm dying of embarrassment." Ning Tianan, "Our firm is real." Lu Qing, "I believe you." Ning Tianan. He felt that in his 40-plus years of working in the industry, He had never been hurt as badly as he was today. If it weren't for the regulations of the Abnormal Bureau, he would definitely perform a magic trick of turning beans into soldiers for these three ignorant girls on the spot. Just then, a voice came from upstairs. "You big-headed ghost." The four of them were stunned, and then smiles appeared on their faces. Ning Tianin felt that his daughter had a good relationship with her friends, and they were playing and joking around. The three roommates confirmed that Li Yin was here to look for her girlfriend. "Look, there are photos of girls on the wall. What a heroic and beautiful girl." I left the office feeling very satisfied. For some reason, I felt relieved. They were very pleased that the little sister in their dormitory was not taken advantage of by the pig, but took the cabbage from someone else's house. "That girl is so beautiful," Sun Tingting said with admiration. The other two also nodded. Wang Yu poked Lu Qing next to him and said with a smile, "It feels like Qing Qing's version of Plath." Lu Qing. Wang Yu encouraged. "Qing Qing, you have to work harder. Come on, you big head ghost." "Yes, that's it." Chapter 55, As Long as My Daughter Likes It. After seeing off the three little girls, Ning Tianin sighed. This situation has been going on for more than a day or two. The Abnormal Bureau does not allow too much to be revealed unless it is confirmed that the guest has really encountered ghosts. Otherwise, even if he is suspected of having real talents or skills, he can only bear it and refute a few words at most. He sighed again, left the counter, went to the kitchen in the back, took out some fruit from the refrigerator, washed it, put it on a plate, and went upstairs to give it to the two girls so that they could eat while chatting. Thinking of his precious daughter, he felt depressed again. A few days ago, my daughter dug out an old imperial calendar to discuss the issue of naming. He says he is uneducated but likes to show off. I carried the plate up to the second floor and found that my daughter's door was open, and I could hear faint conversation coming from inside. At this moment, he was still thinking that the name Ningzhu was very nice and had a good meaning. "Look, it would rather break than bend. It would rather break than bend. It would rather bend than bend. Ningzhu, bend." In the room, Ningzhu had already changed his clothes and washed up. He sat on a chair and showed Li Yin the information about the cult that he had found earlier. But it is obvious that Li Yin's focus is not on this. "Azo, where are we going to go later? How about I take you to visit our school? Or how about we go shopping? I heard there's a new dessert shop nearby that's pretty good." Ningzhu was a little speechless. "Aren't these the information you were looking for? Why don't you care at all?" Li Yin chuckled and said, "The information Azhu found is very useful, especially the information about the orphanage. When I have time, I will go there to see if there are any clues." Ningzhu's face turned slightly red, and she spat softly. "Slippery tongue. Since you don't want to watch, go out and have breakfast. I'm hungry." "Okay, let's go. I'll treat you. By the way, Azu, do you have any specific information about the mass death case 10 years ago? I want to know the situation. You'll have to ask my dad about that. The case is sealed in the Abnormal Bureau, and we're not allowed to keep paper files." "Is that so? Then ask my father-in-law later." "What father-in-law? Don't yell. What if my dad hears you?" "It's our dad." The conversation between the two was overheard by Ning Tianan, who was at the door. He stood at the door holding a plate, not knowing what to do for a moment. Am I really getting old? Am I even hallucinating? My daughter found herself a girlfriend? I know that my daughter lost her mother when she was young and grew up by herself. She must have lacked maternal love, so it was expected that she would take this path. But isn't the girl you're looking for a little too young? Can you find motherly love in a little girl who is half a head shorter than you? Ning Tianan was confused. Looking at the fruit in his hand, he decided not to go in, but went back downstairs. Sitting in the chair, this elegant middle-aged man is now very melancholy. He always felt that he owed something to his daughter, so he unconditionally supported all her choices. He didn't even stop her from taking the Abnormal Bureau's test behind his back. In comparison, liking girls doesn't seem that difficult to accept. He thought he was a relatively open-minded father, but he always felt a little strange and couldn't get over it. He took out his old cell phone, put his finger on the dial button, and wanted to contact his eldest son, but this guy had been out of contact for several years, and there was no news at all. Each and every one of them makes me worry. Ning Tianan took out his pipe, put it in his mouth, and took a deep breath, but no smoke came out. There was no tobacco in it, which meant he had quit smoking. He figured it out a little and knew why he felt strange. The main thing is that he doesn't know this girl, Li Yin, at all. He has only met her twice, but she wants to kidnap his daughter. Which father can feel good about this? No, I have to find out more about this girl's background. When I have time, I will ask my daughter what she thinks of her. If you really like it, I have no objection. There were footsteps on the stairs, and the two walked down hand in hand. Ning Zhu didn't see what his father was thinking and casually said hello. Dad, good morning. Let's go out for breakfast. What do you want to eat? Ning Tian nodded slightly and forced himself to smile. Well, you guys go ahead. I'll go eat by myself later. You guys be careful. Then we'll leave first. After watching the two people leave, Ning Tian sat on the chair, picked up his cell phone, and put it down again. He now wants to give himself 2 big cunts for not knowing how to use a smartphone. If you can't even search for something, what use are you? Li Yin, she should be a good girl. Very well behaved, but I don't know if she has the talent to inherit our family's means. His son had gone to Beijing to get involved in the unusual affairs, and his daughter had no talent in this area. If he couldn't find a suitable person to inherit, the Ning family's skills might be completely lost in a few decades. In the breakfast shop, Ning Zhu looked at Li Yin, who was sitting opposite him, and asked the question again. Li Yin, why don't you agree to join our firm? Is there something hidden? Li Yin is inserting 2 straws into a cup of soy milk, imitating the function of couple straws. Hearing Ning Zhu's voice, he raised his head and smiled. Actually, there is no special reason. I just want to go to Uncle Yi to ask if he can teach me his family's methods. What are Uncle Ye's methods? Ning Zhu was a little confused. Do you want to learn sword? No, I want to learn to fly. Aren't girls generally more interested in doing handicrafts? But it's so cool that you can fly. Ning Zhu was silent for a while, then sighed. Okay, I'll take you to Uncle Yi to ask him this afternoon, but I can't guarantee that he will teach you. Uncle Ye's family's methods are rather peculiar, and there are many restrictions. Uncle Ye's personality is also a bit strange, and he may not be the kind of person you imagine. What kind of people? A cool and elegant swordsman. Isn't it? No, it turns out not to be. Li Yin became even more curious and couldn't wait to find out what secrets this flying uncle had. Why was he described as not a normal person by the girl who came to support him from the capital? People say that normal people can't fly, even she herself can't fly, so there should be very few people who can fly. Among the people I know, the only one who can fly is Uncle Yi, so I guess he is the one you were talking about. The two returned to the office and found that Ning Tianan was not at the front desk or in the kitchen. It should be in the workshop. I'll take you to see it. Is this where those magical props are made? Doesn't it have to be kept secret? Li Yin was very curious about Ning Tianan's fighting style. Last time in Luan Town, he felt that he could produce unexpected effects by taking out an inconspicuous object just like Doryman. Anyway, without my father's approval, others won't be able to tell what I did, so there's nothing to keep secret. Yes. The two came to the workshop, where there were several quaint tables with various tools on them, as well as some unfinished props and semi-finished products. Polishing a piece of metal plate attentively, as if he was making a new prop. What is this? Leen asked in a low voice. A reconnaissance tool. If a ghost appears, there will be a clue on it. Li Yin's eyes lit up. Isn't this what he needs right now? Because there is no means of detection, unless the other party is a monster like Li Muyi, whose aura explodes as soon as he appears. He can only use his eyes to find it. It's too troublesome. Leen asked expectantly. Can you give me one? Ning Zhu shook his head. Maybe you need to make an appointment. Usually, this kind of thing is customized by people from the Abnormal Bureau, and my father doesn't have any stock. Li Yin was not disappointed, but continued to ask. Can our family heirloom props be used by everyone? Are there any restrictions? Not everyone can use it. For example, in the Linhai office, only Uncle Yin can use the prop. However, there are many people in the Abnormal Bureau who can use it. According to them, it seems that they just need to inject some kind of energy in their body into it, which is different from our activation method. Some kind of energy? Li Yin became more interested in the abilities possessed by the Abnormal Bureau. He wondered if the energy they used was the same as his own. Ning Tinan heard the voices from this side, looked up, saw his daughter and Li Yin coming back, greeted them, and the smile on his face became much more natural. You're back. Come on. Shally, are you interested in handicrafts? He planned to try whether Li Yin had talent in this area. If she did, that would be great. Passing on the family skills to the person his daughter liked would not be considered as passing on the family skills. He could just let Li Yin learn from him. It doesn't matter if she doesn't have it as long as my daughter likes it. Li Yin nodded quickly. How dare she say she's not interested? This is her future father-in-law. Even if she got 0 points in handicraft classes when she was a child, she has to bite the bullet and go now. Ning Tinan smiled, took out a piece of wood and tools from a drawer beside him, and placed them in front of Li Yin. Come, I'll teach you the most basics first, the small wooden sword. Wooden sword? Li Yin's eyes lit up. because she saw with her own eyes that her father-in-law was holding a small wooden sword and swinging out sharp sword energy. Although it didn't do much damage, it was the second coolest trick on the scene. Ning Tianin began to explain to Li Yin the basic steps of making a small wooden sword. He carefully taught her how to use the tools, how to polish the edges of the wooden board, and how to adjust the balance of the sword. Li Yin also studied hard and prepared to make it and give it to Ning Zhu as a gift. Ning Zhu, who was standing by, looked at the two people's focused expressions, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. If Li Yin could really learn the tricks of my family, then, even if I were with her in public, no one would say anything. After all, in the firm system, nothing is more important than inheritance. The landline at the front desk rang, and Ning Zhu hurried over to answer it. Generally, only two types of people will make this call. The first type is high-quality customers who are referred to seek help. The other type is those who come for tasks from the Abnormal Bureau. When she hung up the phone and turned around, she found that her father and Li Yin had already walked out of the workshop. "Are you from the Abnormal Bureau? What happened?" Ning Zhu's face was a little serious. "Two missions. The Abnormal Bureau is investigating. Let us stand by and be ready for battle." "Two?" Ning Tianan was somewhat surprised. "No one is grabbing it. Uncle Yi and the others are still recovering from their injuries, and the people from the other families have been transferred to Lan Town. What about the specific mission information?" Ning Zhu picked up the paper used for recording and handed it to his father, saying, "There is a wandering ghost that has hurt 5 people, but none of them were fatal. The Abnormal Bureau speculates that it may be a hateful ghost, but the specific triggering rules are unknown. We need to help track down and subdue this ghost." "And the other one?" "The other one only told us to stand by, but didn't say what the specific action would be." Ning Tianan's face turned serious. He knew that a situation where there was no clear mission content usually meant that something big was about to happen. "Okay, I'll get ready to contact the people from the Abnormal Bureau. I'll leave the store to you guys." "Well, be safe, Dad." "Rest assured." After Ning Tianan hurriedly left with the props, Ning Zhu turned to look at Li Yin and asked curiously, "Why did you come out so quickly? Did you learn it?" Talking about this, Li Yin scratched his head awkwardly. "Ahem, this thing is a little more difficult than I thought." Chapter 56, Intelligence from the Mental Hospital. Ning Tianan was not in the store, so the two of them had no way to go to Uncle Yi. Because there can't be no one in the store. If someone comes for help at this time, but can't find anyone, someone might die. Therefore, the firm's principle is that life is paramount. We must be on call at all times and respond to every request. Li Yin sat at the front desk, her hands on her chin, watching Ning Zhu busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. The smell of food wafting from time to time made her stomach rumble. "Are you hungry? Wait a moment. It will be ready soon," Ning Zhu said without turning his head, his hands moving without slowing down at all. Leen nodded, feeling a little melancholy. The date plan was ruined, and she could only watch the store here, but she was also very happy to have the opportunity to be alone with Ning Zhu. "You can even have a lunch made by Azu. Isn't this just too happy? My Azu is super virtuous." At the dinner table, the two sat opposite each other. Ning Zhu served Li Yin a bowl of soup and placed it in front of her. "Try this. This is my best pumpkin soup." Li Yin picked up the bowl, blew away the hot steam gently, and tasted it in small sips. The sweet taste of pumpkin spread in her mouth, and she couldn't help but close her eyes and enjoy this wonderful moment. "It tastes good." Li Yin praised generously. "It's not a couple filter. It's really delicious, much better than my own cooking, and even not inferior to Aunt Huang next door." Ning Zhu smiled. Seeing Li Yin enjoying herself, she also felt satisfied and a little happy. "If we really get together in the future, can we enjoy such time every day?" Ning Zhu couldn't help but start looking forward to his future life. There is still a long way to go, so take your time. "Azu, are you and your father-in-law the only ones running our office? Why don't you hire some people to help run the store? That way you can relax a little bit, right?" Ning Zhu shook his head. "The Abnormal Bureau does not allow it. Even people who have experienced strange events can't do that." "No." Ning Zhu smiled and shook his head. 90% of people who have had relevant experiences are scared out of their wits and live in fear all their lives. The slightest disturbance will make them panic, and they are simply unable to engage in relevant work. What about the remaining 10%? In a mental hospital? In that case, how does the Bureau of Abnormalities ensure that they don't leak relevant information?" Ning Zhu shook his head. "The Abnormal Bureau has their own methods I don't know." After dinner, Ning Zhu took the dishes and went to the kitchen, and Li Yin followed to help. The two of them worked together very well. and they really felt like an old married couple. Azu, do you think my father-in-law will agree with us? Leen suddenly asked. Hearing this, Ningzhu stopped what he was doing, lowered his head, and thought for a while. I don't know, maybe. Dad is very good to me. If I bring it up with him, at least he won't object. So, when are you going to tell your father-in-law? No. Why? I won't tell you. Then I'll tell you. Don't say that. After washing the dishes, the two returned to the counter to answer the phone. Ningzhu was polishing a piece of wood with a small file. Her movements were very gentle, as if she was carving a work of art. Li Yin lay on the table, staring at Ningzhu's profile in a daze. The more I watch it, the more I like it. Azu, what are you doing? Li Yin was a little curious. I remember Ningzhu said that she didn't have good talent and didn't have the ability to inherit the family skills, so why did she pick up these tools now? Ningzhu did not stop what he was doing and replied with a smile. I don't know why, but I've been feeling a little inspired lately, so I'm going to give it a try. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Why did you come out so quickly in the workshop just now? Have you learned what Dad taught you? Speaking of this topic, Li Yin turned his head away somewhat embarrassedly. She didn't want to tell Ningzhu that she accidentally broke the tool. Although her father-in-law didn't say anything, it would be a shame if it was someone's heirloom. I could only say vaguely, well, I just tried it out, but it doesn't seem to be suitable for me. Aju is more suitable for doing this. Ningzhu heard this, raised his head and looked at her, and said with a smile, Really? Oh, by the way, Aju, the props made by our family can be used by the combatants of the Abnormal Bureau. Why haven't the top leaders paid much attention to them? If the combatants can be equipped with things like this, it will greatly improve their combat effectiveness, right? Ningzhu had also thought about this question, but after she came into contact with the family's inherited methods, she roughly understood it. It's probably because it's too difficult to make. My father spent more than 30 years making only 600 props. This efficiency is simply not enough to meet the needs of the Abnormal Bureau. Lilin Nudda. She had thought that these props would be difficult to make, but she didn't expect it to be so difficult. It takes an average of half a month to complete one, and my ability is not particularly outstanding, so I can only add icing on the cake. No wonder it wasn't taken seriously. Unless changes can be made so that ordinary people can use it. Wait, since ordinary people can't use them, why do Az's wooden signs and walnuts seem to work just as well in her own hands? Li Yin asked this question. Ningzhu didn't know much about this matter. These two things were handed down from our ancestors. The skills used are now lost, and there are only these two items left. Li Yin was a little touched. Azu, you are so nice. Ningzhu stopped what she was doing, gently tucked her scattered hair behind her ears, and smiled with a hint of doubt. What's wrong with me? Nothing. By the way, you didn't throw away the walnuts from last time, did you? Li Yin rummaged through his pocket and took out a handkerchief. Inside was the magical walnut. It could be seen that it had been well preserved. Ningzhu reached out and prepared to take it and have a look. Unexpectedly, the half-extended hand was caught by the little girl, who then gently pulled it so that their faces were almost touching, so close that they could feel each other's breath. Ningzhu's heartbeat accelerated instantly, and a blush appeared on her face involuntarily. She saw the triumphant smile on Li Yin's face, realized what was going to happen next, and slowly closed her eyes. Sure enough, the next second, a soft touch came with a faint fragrance, which was the unique smell of Li Yin. Ningzhu felt an inexplicable emotion in her heart, nervousness, anticipation, and even a hint of sweetness. Responded cautiously, afraid to ruin this beautiful moment. It was unknown how long it had been before Li Yin reluctantly let go of the girl in his arms. Looking at her blushing cheeks, his heart was filled with pride. Azu, your lips are so soft, Li Yin said with a smile. Ningzhu's face turned red like a ripe apple when she heard this. She hit Li Yin lightly and said, You don't talk nonsense. Let's go out and play when Dad comes back in the evening. Where are we going? Eat, watch a movie, and then find a place to rest. Ningzhu. Li Yin. I noticed that your little head is full of dirty things. Who did you learn this from? Of course I learned it from my Aju. Come on, Aju, give me a kiss. No more kissing. Until the evening, there was still no news from Ning Tianan. Ningzhu was not worried. This kind of situation had happened frequently before, otherwise she would not have waited a week after her father disappeared to look for him. Li Yin brought a folding bed from somewhere and placed it behind the counter. She was now lying comfortably on Ningzhu's legs and looking at her cell phone. Officer Liu sent a document regarding the blockade notice of Linhai Mental Hospital. It was similar to what the nurse said. That area was indeed blocked. At first, only a few patients with self-harm tendencies were sent to the hospital. The doctors did not find the cause of the disease and could only admit them for observation. But before long, more and more patients of the same type came. In just a dozen days, the mental hospital was overcrowded. They could only urgently contact a large hospital in the city for consultation. However, even with the use of the most advanced equipment, the cause of these patients' illness could not be found. In addition, their symptoms were exactly the same, so they could only be temporarily diagnosed as some unknown brain infectious disease. Subsequently, an application was made to blockade the hospital, isolating it from the outside world, and waiting for experts from all over the country to come for consultation. In the notice, the patient's symptoms were specifically stated so that the police in charge of the blockade would know who to let in. Seeing the patient's statements above, Li Yin couldn't help but frown. She had actually heard of these. I saw a ghost. It must be a ghost. It lives in my head and has eaten my brain. It has eaten my skull too, and now it wants to get out. I have to let it out. I can hear it, and it's still whispering in my ear. As soon as I close my eyes, I can see it. It must be a ghost. It's still talking. Stop it. I'll let you out. Stop it. It can still see me. It can still see me. All patients showed a tendency to self-harm, attempting to bang their heads against hard objects. They could feel pain normally, and there was no sign of intracranial hemorrhage or brain injury. In addition to the symptoms in the head, they also showed symptoms such as panic, depression, insomnia, and some patients even had hallucinations, saying that they saw the people around them turned into ghosts. Seeing these symptoms, Li Yin immediately thought of the ghost story told by Wang Yu. The old-fashioned plot that she rated as a rubbish ghost movie plot from 20 years ago turned out to be true. And this last description reminded her of a previous incident. Hotel ghost? Yes. That's the sentence that was used at the end of the article on the forum. After hacking to death the ghost that the little girl had turned into, she wondered why this ghost did not show similar abilities. Could this incident be related to the hotel ghost? Or is it another similar experiment conducted by the cult? What is the purpose of their experiments? Simply to cultivate ghosts to harm people? In addition, she remembered that the people who were injured in the hotel were sent to Linhai City 3rd Hospital for surgery, the same hospital where Wang Yu went to see a doctor for stomach problems. Later, he was probably transferred to a mental hospital for treatment. Does this matter have anything to do with them? Judging from the symptoms, the one causing trouble might be a vengeful ghost. But the illusion created by the resentful ghost should cover a certain area, right? Why would there be symptoms of contagion? And judging from the fact that they were still able to talk normally, it seemed that there was no fainting phenomenon similar to that which happened to Officer Liu and his men at Feng Chi's house. This is a bit strange. Also, my roommate really can't tell stories. I could have gotten just one sentence wrong, otherwise I might have noticed this a long time ago. Ning Zhu felt a little tired, so he put down the block of wood in his hand, stretched himself, then retracted his hand and touched Li Yin's little head. It is furry and feels very good. It is a pleasure to touch. He lowered his head and saw the little girl's solemn expression. The last time I saw Li Yin with this expression was in Luoan town, when she summoned that terrifying clone. Thinking of the terrifying aura that seemed to come from a chaotic nightmare, Ning Zhu couldn't help but shiver, and his voice became tense. Li Yin, has something happened? You look so scary. When Li Yin heard the voice coming from above, she turned around, but only saw half of Ning Zhu's face and her plump body. So big, she couldn't control her evil little paws and touched it, but was pushed aside by Ning Zhu. I'm asking you something serious. Stop touching me. Li Yin rubbed his face in disappointment, sat up and shook his head. It's nothing serious. My informant just found a ghost and asked me to deal with it. Ning Zhu was a little surprised. You have an informant? Are you really the eldest daughter of some powerful faction? Li Yin chuckled. If I were a young lady, I would definitely be the first one to support Aju. Ning Zhu, I'm just kidding. A friend of mine seemed to have encountered a ghost, so he asked me to help deal with it. Li Yin stood up and said, Azu, I'm going to go out for a while, and we'll be back soon. You should be careful at home. We'll close after 6:30. Although Ning Zhu also wanted to go, she still had the task of watching the store. She wanted to say be careful, but she didn't need to worry about Li Yin's strength at all. I could only nod. Well, go quickly and come back soon. Li Yin waved her hand, walked to the door, and suddenly turned back and smiled. Azu, if our dad doesn't come back tonight, can I sleep in your room? Ning Zhu. Then where do I sleep? I'll hold you while I sleep. Ning Zhu's face felt a little hot, and he lowered his head without refutation. Go quickly and come back soon. Chapter 57. The Strange Operating Room. Li Yin arrived at the gate of the community and sent a message to Officer Liu. What's the situation at the mental hospital now? Do you have a way to let me in? A reply was quickly sent back. I just left there. I couldn't get in. People from other departments took over. We can only maintain order on the periphery. The specific situation is unclear, but it is said that the situation inside is somewhat serious. The conditions of those patients are getting worse and worse. Some have even started to attack medical staff. Which department? The Abnormal Bureau. No, it was the National Security Bureau. They directly took over the blockade of the mental hospital and sent professionals to investigate. The professionals they were talking about were most likely from the Abnormal Bureau, and the second incident mentioned in the phone call this morning should be about the mental hospital. It seems that the people in the Abnormal Bureau did not take the matter of the mental hospital too seriously. Otherwise, why would they let the people in the office be on standby instead of contacting the masters in Luan Town? But even if he couldn't get in, Leen still had a way to find out some of the internal situations. She took a taxi and headed to a mental hospital on the outskirts of the city. There are still several patients who were transferred there in isolation. If we can communicate, we will ask about the situation, but if it turns out to be just what I guessed, it will be a bit troublesome. She always had a feeling that this matter was not going to be a small matter. The one causing the chaos is most likely not a vengeful ghost, but something more dangerous. It was already past 7 when we arrived at the suburban hospital. It was still as deserted as last time. With the setting sun and the old building in the shade, it looked a bit eerie. Leen walked forward, pushed the door, and found that it was locked. It's a bit strange. When they came yesterday, it was already around 8 or 9 o'clock, and the hospital was still operating normally to prevent anyone from coming for medical treatment, but being turned away. What happened today? Leen came to the window and looked inside through the glass. There seems to be no one. She frowned, took out her cell phone, and planned to contact the person inside according to the phone number on the wall to ask about the situation. But just then, she heard a strange sound, which seemed to come from inside the hospital. The sound was like something whispering or moaning or wailing. Leen didn't hesitate and kicked the door open, then turned around and closed it to prevent the mentally ill patient from escaping. The hospital was very quiet and dim, abnormally dim, darker than outside, giving the hall a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. The lights in the corridor were dim and flickering, as if they would go out at any time, leaving only deep darkness. The air was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant mixed with an indescribable stench that made people hold their breath involuntarily. The mottled stains and peeling paint on the wall seemed to be the traces of time, but also like the beginning of a horror story. The occasional faint moans were like calls from afar, making people shudder. It was normal to hear groaning sounds in a hospital, but in such an extremely quiet environment, it was very abnormal to have only this one sound. There was no one at the front desk, and the wards along the way were all closed. There was no one in sight, as if everyone had disappeared. Following the sound, I found an operating room at the end of the corridor. The sound came from inside. Whispering, murmuring, moaning. What's even more strange is that during a normal operation, the lights on the wall should be on, but now it is completely dark, with only some dim light coming from inside the operating room, as if it were a dark cave luring people to go deeper into it. Leen dodged sideways into the surveillance blind spot, and when he came out, he had an axe in his hand. I walked straight to the door of the operating room and found it was not locked, so I knocked and asked, "Is anyone there? Can I come in?" The thing inside was obviously stunned. They had heard of knocking on the door, but they had never heard of such courtesy when entering the operating room. But before they could reply, Li Yin pushed the door open and walked in, holding the small notebook given by Ningzhu in her hand, pretending it was some kind of powerful certificate. "Don't move. The Abnormal Bureau is investigating the case. Everyone hold your head and squat on the ground." There were 7 people in the operating room, 4 standing, 2 lying, and 1 squatting with his hands and feet trapped. This is obviously abnormal. Whose operating room has a squatting nurse? But what was even more abnormal was that the 4 people standing there were covered in blood and wounds, as if they had just experienced a battle. Especially the heads. Each one was wrapped in gauze, as if someone had cut open their heads. Moreover, they were not wearing surgical gowns, but ordinary white coats, which were worn crookedly and stained with blood, and were obviously put on in a hurry. I looked at the person on the operating table, and I didn't recognize him. Like the nurse squatting on the ground, he had his hands and feet tied up, his mouth stuffed, and was looking at me for help. All his hair was pulled out, and someone drew an irregular circle on the top of his head with a marker, with a faint bloodstain on it. Is this a craniotomy? Then look at the person lying next to you. Oh, isn't this Su Wei? He was fine yesterday. How come he got stabbed? His hair was also pulled out, and there was a shocking wound on his head, as if he had been hit hard by a blunt object, leaving a hole. His face was pale, his eyes were closed, and he seemed to be in a deep coma. I don't know if he can be saved. When he looked at the nurse again, he actually recognized her. She was the one who led them yesterday. Seeing Li Yin coming in, the young nurse's eyes lit up with hope. She spit out the food in her mouth and shouted to Li Yin, "Miss Police, they are severely mentally ill patients. They escaped from the isolation room. Save me. They want to hurt me and even plan to perform a craniotomy on me." It was only then that the four men in white coats responded. Their expressions were extremely numb, even a little dull, as if they had lost their souls. The four of them slowly turned their heads and looked at Li Yin. There was no life in their eyes, only deep emptiness. One of them grinned, revealing his bloody teeth, and laughed. "Police? Haha, it's useless even if the police come. We're not afraid." The other one raised the scalpel in his hand and waved it towards Li Yin with a cruel smile on his face. "Since you are here, don't even think about leaving alive." The expressions on the four people's faces were exactly the same. All of them were crazy smiles, as if some force was tearing the muscles and skin on their faces, making their smiles twisted and weird. This reminded Li Yin of the urban legend about the smiling man that he had recently seen on a forum. However, there is an obvious difference between the two. The other one is smiling, as evidenced by the photos, while this one is laughing wildly, and it's creepy. Seeing this, Li Yin was not in a hurry, and even put down the axe in his hand, and asked the nurse over there, "Miss Nurse, I hurt them. I won't be held legally responsible, right?" The nurse was stunned, then quickly shook her head. "Of course not. They are mentally ill, and they just wanted to kill me. You came to save me, so of course you don't have to take responsibility. Besides, aren't you a police officer?" Leen nodded, having almost forgotten this setting. The four people opposite each held a scalpel, a saw, a hammer, and a needle and thread, and slowly approached Li Yin. The smiles on their faces became more and more ferocious, and there was a crazy light in their eyes. Li Yin remained unmoved, standing where he was, observing them quietly. One of them approached her with a hammer in his hand and a grin on his face, as if he wanted to perform the same craniotomy on her as Su Wei had done. But before he could reach Li Yin, his whole body went limp and he fell to the ground with a thud, without making any sound. As he fell, Li Yin rushed out instantly and kicked one of them in the stomach. The man flew backwards and hit the wall behind him with a bang. Before the other two could react, Li Yin's movements were so fast that they could not catch up. He took a quick step forward, grabbed one of the men's wrists, twisted it hard, and the scalpel slipped out of his hand. Then he kneed the man and knocked him to the ground. The last man wanted to fight back with a saw, but was stabbed in the thigh by the scalpel thrown by Li Yin. He ended the fight with a right punch and then stepped on his chest, making him completely unable to move. The whole process took only a few seconds, and the four laughing mentally ill patients all fell to the ground, without any sound. Li Yin clapped his hands, picked up the axe on the ground, glanced at them coldly, then looked at the nurse and asked, "Why do they want to kill you?" The nurse looked pale and said in a trembling voice, "I don't know either. They suddenly rushed into my duty room, tied me up, and planned to perform a craniotomy on me. I was really scared. I don't know why they did this." Li Yin cut her rope and continued to ask, "Where are the others in the hospital? Why are there only 3 of you?" Talking about this, the young nurse couldn't help but burst into tears. Several doctors were killed. They were chased by this group of people, their heads were smashed, and they were dragged into the ward. I don't know where the other patients are. I just ran out of the duty room and met them. How did they get out? I remember that door was made of iron, right? Speaking of this, the nurse who was untying the doctor's rope suddenly remembered something and said hurriedly, "A man came in at around 4 o'clock with a bunch of keys and a work ID. He said he was a new doctor and came to find his way. We didn't think much about it at the time and let him in. Later, he went to the isolation room, and soon we heard screams. When my colleague ran over to see, he found that all the mentally ill patients had run out, and the new doctor was nowhere to be seen." "Is there any surveillance?" "Yes. I'll take you to see it." "How many patients have escaped?" "There were 6 people in the quarantine area, and I only saw 4 of them. I don't know where the other 2 went." "Look at the surveillance camera. There's no rush. Take care of his wounds, or he'll die in a moment." Li Yin pointed at Su Wei lying on the ground, signaling them to pay attention to the injured person. The guy didn't even have the strength to groan. The nurse and the doctor who had just untied the restraints rushed forward to check Su Wei's injuries and tried to provide emergency treatment. Leen walked out of the operating room, holding an axe, ready to look for the remaining two mentally ill people who had escaped. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and looked at it. This is the only method she has now to detect whether there are any ghosts nearby. As long as there is no signal on the mobile phone, it is basically stable. Sure enough, there was no signal. Who rushed in front of her and knelt down in an instant was not killed by her, but he just fainted suddenly. She was also confused. But now I think about it, it might have something to do with my axe. The axe can ward off evil spirits, so I killed it. So, these people are possessed? So far, I've only seen two ghosts that can possess people, and they're the parent ghosts in the hotel. It's quite troublesome to hide in the human body and not come out. So, Li Yin stood at the door for a few seconds, then suddenly turned around and chopped the black shadow at the door to pieces with an axe at lightning speed. Then he rushed forward suddenly, and before the other three ghosts could react, two of them were killed. The last one was knocked to the ground by Li Yin's walnut. The axe danced wildly, chopped it into a ghost pig, and finally put the axe blade against its neck. Looking at this familiar face, Li Yin asked coldly, "Tell me what's going on?" The black shadow under the axe was exactly the same as the mother ghost that possessed Shun Feiyu in the hotel. Chapter 58, What the hell are you? Officer Liu drove the car slowly on the small road. He just went back and asked his colleagues there about the situation inside. The situation is indeed not optimistic. It is said that some doctors inside have already developed similar symptoms, and the protective clothing has no effect at all. Fortunately, they did not attack anyone, but just talked nonsense and behaved strangely. He didn't know much about ghosts, and the only living ghost he had ever seen was the fat ghost that Li Yin took him to see yesterday. However, he still felt that this matter was most likely related to ghosts. Just then, a thump-thump-thump sound suddenly came from the front, as if some diesel farm machinery was driving onto the road. How can this be possible? Officer Liu immediately slowed down the car and looked forward. He saw a middle-aged man driving a shabby open-top SUV not far ahead. There was nothing wrong with the license plate, and there was an annual inspection mark and a compulsory traffic insurance mark on the front windshield. However, the car was really too broken, as if it had just been driven out of a garbage dump. No matter what, stop them and check it out. It would be bad if something goes wrong. He parked the car on the side of the road, put on his police uniform and hat, and was about to stop a car when he saw something very conspicuous placed on the car. A huge iron hammer. He had seen this hammer before. It was in Luan town. He had moved it to the bus himself. He still remembers the weight of the hammer. According to Captain Chun, this is a magical weapon of a powerful person in the firm. Look at the driver of the broken car again. Isn't he one of those middle-aged people who are unconscious? Someone from the firm came to handle it, so there really is a ghost inside? Officer Liu stopped trying to stop the car and took out his cell phone to call Li Yin to let her know. As a result, I tried to call several times, but couldn't get through, so I had to give up. This was not the first time he had encountered this situation. Almost every time he couldn't get through, it was because the girl had encountered a ghost again. If it were before, he might have been a little worried, but ever since he saw the terrifying thing in Luan town and the strength of killing a ghost with one axe yesterday, he felt that there was nothing to worry about. That girl is extremely powerful. After watching the wrecked car go away, Officer Liu got into his own car. He had just started the car and had not driven far when he heard a terrified shout from the alley next to him. What? What are you doing? Help! Someone come quickly. Officer Liu immediately became alert, quickly parked the car on the side of the road, drew his pistol, and approached the entrance of the alley. When he arrived, he saw a figure committing violence against a young woman. The woman had stopped shouting, and her hands and feet were hanging down. She must have fainted. Officer Liu rushed forward without hesitation and shouted, "Stop! Police!" Hearing the shout, the man paused, seemed frightened, and ran into the alley without looking back. Officer Liu did not chase after the man immediately, but instead ran to the woman and quickly checked the situation. His breathing was normal, and there were no obvious injuries, except for a small spot on his forehead that seemed to have been pierced by a needle. The cause of his coma was unknown at this time. In this case, he immediately stood up and chased in the direction the man fled, while using the walkie-talkie to call nearby colleagues for support. The man didn't run fast and was soon cornered by Officer Liu. "Don't move! Police! Put your hands up!" Officer Liu shouted loudly, while raising the pistol in his hand and pointing it at the man. The man seemed intimidated by his aura. He stopped and slowly raised his hands. Officer Liu approached cautiously, ready to subdue the man. The man raised his head, his face showing no fear or panic, but a grim smile, as if his plan had succeeded. Seeing this smile, Officer Liu stopped moving forward instantly. Alarm bells rang in his heart, and he raised his pistol and pointed it at the man in front of him. If he made any unusual movement, he would shoot without hesitation. It's no wonder that he is so vigilant. After all, the things he has come into contact with recently have made him, an ordinary person, feel insecure, even with a gun in his hand. Come. The man suddenly spoke. His voice was low and hoarse, as if it came from the depths of hell, making people shudder. At the same time, he stretched out a finger and pointed to his forehead. Come on, hit here, and let me out. Hearing this, Officer Liu subconsciously took a step back. He remembered the oral statements of the patients in the mental hospital in the materials. If this person escaped from the hospital, it might be related to ghosts. I can't handle it myself. When the man saw the police retreat, the smile on his face became even more ferocious. Since you don't want to fight, then become a part of us. As soon as he finished speaking, the two doors around him suddenly opened with a bang, and several dark shadows rushed out from the doors and pounced towards Officer Liu. Officer Liu's pupils shrank, and he quickly adjusted the muzzle of his gun and fired several shots at the shadows. But the bullet seemed to hit the air and had no effect at all. Seeing this, he quickly stepped back while looking intently at the black shadow. Those were actually ferocious human hands. These hands seemed to have no substance, floating in the air, and suddenly stretched out towards Officer Liu, trying to drag him into the darkness. He had heard of this scene Leen told me about in the barbecue restaurant. Not good. Officer Liu wanted to escape, but it was too late. The ghost hand was too fast and appeared in front of him almost instantly. He could only try his best to wave the gun in his hand and try to repel these ghost hands. However, these ghost hands had no substance at all, and his struggle was in vain. At the end of the alley, the man's laughter was deafening, and he seemed to be eager to see the police being dragged into the darkness. Officer Liu was already feeling a little hopeless. He was afraid that he would be in great danger today. However, at this moment, a white light suddenly lit up in the pocket of the police uniform, and the oncoming ghost hand was like foam meeting fire, and it instantly turned invisible. Officer Liu was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. He quickly took out a small incense burner from his pocket. It was something that was once considered rubbish by all the masters. It was the so-called handicraft he asked for from Li Yin. Haha, I knew that what Li Yin had in his hand must be something extraordinary. Fortunately, I didn't listen to Captain Chun and threw it away. Otherwise, I would have died here today. Officer Liu secretly rejoiced in his heart. He held the small incense burner tightly and felt the warm light emanating from the burner. This light seemed to have a magical power that made the surrounding darkness less scary. When the man saw the light emitting from the small incense burner in Officer Liu's hand, his face suddenly changed, and even his wild laughter froze in an instant, replaced by fear and anxiety. Well, what is this? Officer Liu did not reply. While the ghost hand did not dare to move forward, he immediately changed the magazine and prepared to give the man in front of him 2 peanuts to taste. At this moment, footsteps were suddenly heard behind him, followed by 3 yellow beads flying towards the ghost hands at lightning speed. The bead drew an arc in the air and hit the ghost hands accurately. The parts that were touched immediately turned into black smoke and dissipated into the air. Then another one flew over and hit the man directly. The man immediately let out a scream. Black gas continued to emerge from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he fainted on the ground. Officer Liu looked back and saw an elegant middle-aged man standing not far away with a gentle smile, holding an unfired yellow bead in his hand. Comrade police officer, are you okay? Are you injured? Next to the middle-aged man, a woman in uniform walked towards him quickly. He recognized this uniform. It belonged to someone from the Abnormal Bureau. When Officer Liu encountered the crisis, the unconscious woman had already woken up. She quickly checked her body and the valuables she carried with her, confirmed that there was no loss, and hurriedly ran out of the alley. Even though there was no loss, she was extremely angry now. No one would let it go if they were knocked unconscious for no reason, especially since she was not usually a good-tempered person. If her cell phone hadn't run out of battery, she would have called the police right now. Coming to the street, he hailed a taxi and sat in it. Let's go to the nearest police station. I want to report a crime. The driver was a middle-aged man, cheerful and kind. Okay, please fasten your seatbelts. As soon as the car started, the woman spoke again. Wait a minute. Let's not go to the police station. Let's go to the hospital. The driver was still cheerful. His expression didn't change at all. Okay, please fasten your seatbelts. Stop talking nonsense and start. Can you take responsibility for delaying my work? The driver didn't say anything else, but drove steadily. The car was driving on a busy street. The woman was sitting in the back seat, her heart filled with anger. Recalling the scene of being pressed against the wall by that madman just now, her anger was difficult to calm down. Touching the wound on her forehead, she became a little scared, fearing that the man had some infectious disease. So she rushed to the hospital for a checkup. Suddenly, she felt that something seemed to be wrong with the car. The speed was getting slower and slower, and the route was not heading towards the hospital, but becoming more and more remote. Her heart tightened, and she quickly looked at the driver. The middle-aged driver's expression remained unchanged, and the smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to be forever frozen on his face, like a wax figure. Under normal circumstances, I might think that this uncle is a good person to talk to, but now he just feels extremely weird. It was as if the person driving the car was not a human at all, but a monster in human form. What? What do you want to do? She reacted. The car had already stopped in the dark. Click. The crisp sound of unbuckling the seatbelt was particularly harsh in the darkness. The woman cursed him as a lunatic while unbuckling her own seatbelt, intending to quickly leave the car. But the car door was locked by the driver, and she couldn't open it no matter how hard she tried. The woman's fear grew stronger and stronger. She looked at the driver's face, which always had a smile on it, and suddenly realized that she might have encountered something unclean. What on earth are you going to do? I'm warning you. Open the car door quickly. Otherwise, I'm going to call the police. After hearing what the woman said, the driver seemed touched. He also unbuckled his seatbelt and slowly turned around, but the smile on his face did not change at all. As the woman looked on in horror, the driver's mouth opened wider and wider. His mouth was not filled with the normal red color, but pitch black, like a bottomless black hole. With just one glance, the woman's eyes became empty, as if her soul had been sucked away by that mouth. The middle-aged driver slowly closed his mouth. The black hole in his mouth disappeared, and the familiar smile appeared on his face again. He smiled softly, sat back in the driver's seat, and continued to drive the taxi through the darkness as if nothing had happened. Welcome to this world. At this moment, the phone rang. The middle-aged driver picked it up and heard a woman's voice. Xiao Wang, when will you be back? We are ready to eat. Hearing this voice, the driver's smile widened a little. Okay, Sister Huang, I'll be there right away. In a suburban mental hospital, Li Yin looked at the ghost shadow under his axe blade, feeling somewhat confused. You don't know me? The female ghost was obviously frightened. When had it ever seen such a cruel person? He attacked right away as soon as he came in, and his physical fitness was simply not that of a normal person. He was faster than a ghost, and more insidious than a ghost. He actually hid outside the door and waited for them to come out, then suddenly attacked them and caught them off guard. And that axe was definitely not an ordinary thing. Just placing it in front of it almost scared it crazy. It was a trembling that came from the origin, a fear engraved deep in its soul. Moreover, the limbs that were cut off by it could not be restored. The broken limbs disappeared completely and had no connection at all, as if they had never belonged to it. I really don't know you. Please forgive me. I have never hurt anyone. Leen turned her head and glanced at Su Wei, whose head was gradually covered with colorful light bands and couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. As expected of a ghost, he tells lies without even thinking before he starts. However, the personality of this ghost is exactly the same as what I remembered. Timid, cowardly, with poor psychological quality. He was obviously a ghost, even more cowardly than humans. He easily tricked himself and ran out of Shun Feiyu's body, ready to escape. Compared to her, the male ghost was much more difficult to deal with. What happened to you? Aren't you dead? Why are you here? Why did you split into several parts? Li Yin pointed at several unconscious mentally ill patients on the ground and continued asking. But the female ghost still shook her head. No, I don't know. When I woke up, I was in this man's brain. I asked him to let me out, and then I possessed him. I really didn't want to hurt anyone. I just wanted to help others get free. Leen looked down at the 4 mentally ill patients. They all had one thing in common, a cut on their head. So, are these mentally ill patients constantly self-harming and banging their heads against hard objects because there are ghosts in their heads that have bewitched them in order to free themselves? And from what it said, there are more than 1 or 2 ghosts like theirs, so people with the same symptoms have the same ghost living in their heads. Will also reproduce. This is a bit scary. Li Yin spoke again. Her tone was extremely cold. What on earth are you? Chapter 59, it's okay, my son-in-law. I don't know. How do you reproduce? Reproduction? How is it born? Why is it in their heads? What is the transmission mechanism? Have no idea. Tell me what you know about the truth about the hotel experiment. I don't know about this. Li Yin couldn't stand it any longer. What the hell are you doing here, cosplaying? You don't know anything. What's the point of having you? Now she only had one last question left, so she suddenly leaned close to the ghost's ear and whispered, Professor Zhang, is he one of yours? The female ghost was stunned for a moment, her eyes full of confusion. Professor Zhang? Zhang Hiren? No, I don't know. Li Yin. What do you know? Tell me what you have to say, or you will die. The female ghost looked very painful and wanted to cover her head with her hands, but unfortunately her arms had been chopped off by Li Yin, so she could only curl up in pain. I remember my daughter. Her name is Qi Xiaorin. She's a very cute girl. Where is she? Where is my daughter? Looking at her painful expression, Li Yin had an indifferent expression. It seems that these resurrected parent ghosts have no memories of the past, only the same personalities and goals, which means that although they have been resurrected, they are no longer the same people they once were. With a raised axe, it shattered into pieces. Li Yin turned and came to Su Wei. This guy is dead, and the colorful light band above his head is more than 1 meter high. The young nurse next to her was crying bitterly, watching a living person die in front of her. She felt extremely scared and helpless. The doctor next to him also sighed repeatedly. The skull was smashed, the brain was all over the floor, and the treatment was not timely. In this case, even if the city's experts and professors came, there was nothing they could do. Li Yin patted the nurse's shoulder, reached out to touch the light band in the sky, and a memory flooded into his mind. I looked at it carefully, but didn't find any important information. It mainly talked about how terrified he was before he died. He couldn't see, and was dragged out of the ward and thrown into the operating room to have his head opened up. A big hole was smashed in his head, but he didn't know what had happened. He still begged the doctor for mercy, saying that he was cured. Pitiful. Li Yin comforted the two and asked them not to go out for the time being. Then he walked out of the operating room with the walnut in his left hand and the axe in his right hand. She discovered that Az's inherited skills were indeed unique. Although they were much less lethal than her own axe, each one had unexpected effects. If possible, I will ask my father-in-law for a few items to expand my skills. Otherwise, every time I go out to fight monsters, I have to swing an axe to chop them, but when I encounter a hiding ghost, I will be at a loss and can only stare blankly. Leen first went to check out several isolation wards, for were empty, and the remaining 2 contained 2 disemboweled corpses. There were no light tapes, so he must have arrived too late. He continued to walk around, kicking open the locked ward door as he walked. Everyone inside was in a coma, and several of them had their hair plucked out and circles drawn on their heads. They should be the next batch of operation subjects. As for the cause of coma, it should be the work of one of the 2 ghosts. I remember that the male ghost had demonstrated the ability of his ghost hands. If their abilities were different, it should be a female ghost who caused people to fall into coma. If we continue to analyze, we can see that these resurrected parent ghosts do not even have independent personalities. Their actions are illogical, and they can only cut people's heads in a fixed way. Apart from being able to communicate, they are no different in essence from those unconscious ghosts. For example, Su Wei, the doctor and the nurse had nothing to hide, but they still had to investigate. So, what is the mode of transmission? Contact with the real ghosts of the parents? And the real body of the daughter ghost? Daughter ghost should also be resurrected. And these ghosts are all its minions, sharing the same mother body. This ability is somewhat familiar, and is somewhat similar to the situation of Li Muyi, the mutant girl in Luan Town, and the residents of the town. Now that I think about it carefully, the 2 parent ghosts were also quite interesting. Although they were 2 accompanying ghosts, it doesn't mean they won't die unless the daughter ghost dies. Otherwise, the male ghost would definitely not have had that expression when he found out that he had killed the female ghost. After they die, there must be some price to pay for their resurrection. Or they didn't know that they could be resurrected, and they really thought they were going to die. So where did they resurrect? A brief thought. Li Yin thought of the suspicious people, namely Xin Feiyu, who was possessed at the beginning, and Taoist Wang. Both of them met the conditions of being trapped in a hotel, being possessed, and being treated in the 3rd hospital. As for whether they were transferred to a mental hospital later, she was not sure, but for things like this, she could find out by just checking on her phone. Remember, They were all internet celebrities, so if something happened, there would definitely be related articles on the internet. I took out my phone and took a look. There is still no internet. It seems that the ghosts in the hospital have not been completely killed. There are probably two left, which came from the brains of the two people who died in the isolation ward. I thought it would be difficult to find them, but the fact was that these two ghosts didn't know how to hide, and they didn't possess anyone, so they were easily caught by Li Yin. Another round of torture confirmed that they indeed had no memories of the past. Li Yin tried to tell them how they dismembered her daughter with their own hands, but one of them went crazy on the spot. The other one wanted to resist, but was taken away with an axe. I took out my cell phone and saw that there was a signal. 3 missed calls and a bunch of messages popped up. 2 of them were from Ning Zhu, and 1 was from Officer Liu. As for the messages, most were from her roommates, asking her if she would return home that night. Go back and live? What a joke. I still need to stick with my Azu. How can I go back to live there? Thinking of Azu, Li Yin's fighting spirit was ignited on the spot. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. We must find the 3 of them and kill them before 10 o'clock. No one can stop us. Thinking of this, he hurried downstairs and asked the doctors and nurses to check the surveillance. After getting the photos, he sent them directly to Officer Liu to investigate his identity. He then called a car and prepared to go to Linhai Mental Hospital. I hope to meet my father-in-law here by chance. If not, I will use Az's ID to get away with it. I believe that the comrades in the abnormal bureau over there will give me some face. The first task Ning Tianan received was to deal with a ghost that was roaming around Linhai and committing crimes, the same one that attacked Officer Liu. They checked surveillance footage and questioned the victims, and ultimately came to a conclusion that was unbelievable to everyone. That ghost has self-awareness. This is incredible. Whether it is an office with hundreds or thousands of years of history, or the Abnormal Bureau with a national integrated big database, there has never been any similar ghost record. The people in the Abnormal Bureau took this matter very seriously, and even put the mental hospital, which was causing a lot of trouble, on the back burner. They had to give priority to catching this ghost. All the firms in Linhai, Mr. Ning has the most means, so he was assigned to carry out this task. At the same time, they called Mr. Xiong, who was less seriously injured, and went to the mental hospital for investigation. The yellow bead that Ning Tianan threw out just now is a kind of ceiling prop. Unless it is a particularly powerful ghost, it will be suppressed by it. Several investigators from the Abnormalities Bureau were conducting a detailed investigation on the unconscious man. But no matter how they tested him, the final result was that he was just an ordinary person, nothing special about him. But they had also seen the ghost hand with their own eyes. Mr. Ning, do you think this person is using some kind of family-inherited method? Ning Tianan couldn't come to a conclusion on this issue. Family skills cannot be used to do evil. Otherwise, the ability will gradually become ineffective. But this has a prerequisite. That is, no one knows, do it secretly. As long as it is not exposed, it will be fine. And this person seems to have both. Before, he would attack people from the dark, using some unknown means to make them unconscious. But he did not take the next step and just left. But now he is openly attacking the police. His behavior seems illogical and puzzling. Listening to their conversation, Officer Liu weighed the pros and cons and decided to tell them what he knew about the ghosts of his parents and their possession abilities. As for the source of intelligence, he directly attributed it to Chun Jinza. After all, Captain Chun is still on duty in Luan Town. We don't know when he will be back. There will be no evidence. After hearing what Officer Liu said, everyone at the scene looked serious. Ghosts with self-awareness can possess living people and even bring the dead back to life. Such an existence is too dangerous. Impressionnant danger. Fortunately, it has now been successfully captured. Mr. Ning, we need to take your topaz sphere back with this person and give it to the higher authorities for research. I'm afraid we won't be able to return it to you in a short time. It's okay. If you need this orb, I'll give it to you. I'll go support Mr. Xiong now. Is that okay? The staff of the Abnormal Bureau nodded and said, of course, once the incident is resolved, we will settle the remuneration for the 2 commissions with you. Ning Tianan nodded slightly, showing an indifferent demeanor. In fact, I was thinking, what gift should I buy for my daughter after I get paid? Should I prepare one for a girlfriend as well? As a father, I still don't even know the family situation of my daughter's girlfriend. Will she look down on my family's gifts? Then give your daughters more pocket money and buy them whatever they like. Well, I used to worry about what expression I would use if my daughter brought home a young boy one day. Now, I don't have a boy anymore, but I brought a girl back home, and she calls me father-in-law. How can I not agree? The staff of the Abnormal Bureau nearby saw Ning Tianen frowning and sighing, and thought he was worried about the condition of the patients in the mental hospital, and they were all a little impressed. As expected of the head of a long-established law firm in Linhai, Master Ning, who is known as a scholar, is so caring about others, which is really rare. How could they know that Ning Tianen was only thinking about his daughter's marriage at this moment? At this time, Officer Lu next to him suddenly asked, "Master, are you going to investigate the Linhai mental hospital?" Ning Tianen nodded. "Does this officer have any other information to share?" Officer Lu shook his head. "I have a friend who knows some tricks. Can you bring her in as well?" He still remembered what Li Yin said at that time. Since there was an opportunity now, he naturally had to fight for it. Ning Tianen frowned. He knew everyone in the Linhai office. If someone who was free heard about the mental hospital, they would definitely take the initiative to apply to the abnormal bureau. It would be impossible for them to let a policeman come to them for help. Could it be that he is an idle person with special abilities? This is no small matter. But he still asked calmly, "What's her name and where is she now?" Officer Lu said in surprise, "Call Li Yin. I can call her over right now." "What's your name?" Ning Tianen suddenly widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. "My name is Li Yin." Officer Lu was a little unsure about the man's attitude and repeated it hesitantly. The staff nearby didn't know what was going on here and came over to ask. Ning Tianen thought they had heard what Officer Lu said and was afraid that the people from the Abnormality Bureau would misunderstand Li Yin as an unregistered person with special abilities and define him as a criminal. So he waved his hand and explained, "Nothing, my son-in-law." Now it was Officer Lu's turn to be shocked. "What?" Ning Zhu lay listlessly in the shop. He stopped carving the wood in his hands and threw it aside, refreshing his phone over and over again. This little Li Yin, why didn't she reply to messages after being out for so long? Did something happen? Should I go check it out? But I don't even know where she is. What should I do? Ning Zhu felt a little anxious. As the sky outside gradually darkened, she did not prepare to close the shop, fearing that Li Yin would not be able to get in when she came back. At the same time, he could also be the first to see Li Yin when she returned. Just as she was waiting anxiously, footsteps were heard outside the door. Ning Zhu looked up happily, only to find a man standing at the door. In the night, only his silhouette could be seen, and it looked a little blurry. He stood at the door of the store, motionless, as if he was afraid of the sculptures displayed in the store and did not dare to step in easily. The man at the door was about 1.8 meters tall, with a sturdy build. He was wearing a black windbreaker, giving off a mysterious feeling. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the night, constantly scanning the store as if looking for something. There's something wrong with this person. Ning Zhu frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. His hand has already grasped the wooden sign in front of his chest. Chapter 60, It's You. Li Yin sat on the steps in front of the hospital waiting for a car. In the hospital behind her, doctors and nurses were treating those who were in a coma. Fortunately, he is just unconscious and he should be fine after resting for a while. The 4 mentally ill patients with cuts on their heads had no symptoms of intracranial hemorrhage, so their lives were not in danger. As for whether they would become more mentally ill due to concussion or brain damage after waking up, it is hard to say. He took out his cell phone and searched for information about Shun Feiyu. As expected, Shun Feiyu and Master Wang have not done any live broadcasts for a long time. The reason given by the company was that they were not feeling well and needed to take a temporary break. There are many posts discussing this matter on the internet, and many people speculated that they were unable to live broadcasts because they went to explore the haunted hotel and were contaminated by unclean things. The company tried its best to clarify this kind of speech and stated its right to pursue legal action against the rumor mongers. However, the public opinion on the internet did not subside, but intensified. They are saying that they are trying to cover up the truth. Some people even dug up some strange scenes when Shun Feiyu and Master Wang went to explore the hotel, especially the live broadcast that was suddenly disconnected at the end and never restored, which was regarded as solid evidence. Li Yin felt a little speechless and checked the background of this company again. As expected, it is a new company, and the main reason why Shun Feiyu was able to grow big is that the investors behind it are rich. But looking at them like this, they really have no experience in dealing with public opinion. If you are still arguing with netizens at this time, aren't you admitting that what they said is true? They might as well just hire some internet trolls to post comments like it's all a script, hype, it's all misery, and so on, and soon no one will mention the matter anymore. So, where are they receiving treatment? Can we contact the company to ask about the situation? While I was searching online for the phone number of the person in charge of the company, a message popped up on my phone. It was sent by Ning Zhu. Li Yin, there is a strange man standing at the door of the store. He has been standing there for 5 minutes. I don't know what he wants to do, so I didn't dare to open the door. Seeing this sentence, Li Yin's pupils suddenly shrank. The first thing she thought of was the people who were possessed. How did they find Aju's store? Why did they go there? What was their purpose? But now, no matter what the purpose is, anything that attempts to hurt Aju must die. She quickly called Ningzhu, but the caller said, "The number you dialed is powered off. Please try again later." Boom! For the first time, a strange energy stirred her whole body. An invisible force gathered around her, and the air became a little heavy. The abundant power made the girl's skin somewhat transparent, and her eyes sparkled with stars. She seemed to be in a mysterious realm, and everything around her seemed a little unreal. The next moment, the girl no longer existed in front of the hospital, leaving only a faint, gradually fading starlight outline. Running about 2 kilometers, Li Yin stopped suddenly. No, it's not possible. It's at least 10 kilometers from here to Azu. I'd be exhausted if I ran there. When I turned around, I saw a taxi parked on the side of the road. The driver was staring at me with shock. "Fuck Superman." Li Yin opened the door and sat on it without saying a word. "Let's go to the Ning family office." The driver turned her head blankly. "You are a sprinter? Stop talking nonsense and drive." The car started slowly, and the driver kept asking, "Are you training? It's too fast. Will you be in the Olympics next year? If you participate in the sprint, won't you win the gold medal?" Li Yin listened to the incessant chattering in her ears and became extremely anxious. She just wanted the car to go faster and faster. She was afraid that if she arrived a step later, Ningzhu would be in danger. "Driver, can you go faster? I'm really anxious." Li Yin couldn't help but urge. "Oh, it's already very fast. If we go any faster, we'll be speeding." Although the driver said this, she still increased the speed. The car sped through the night, and the scenery on both sides quickly receded. 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the community. Li Yin rushed in, pushed open the door of the office, and summoned out the axe, ready to start chopping as soon as he entered. Except Ningzhu, no one inside would be left alive. But the scene in the office made her a little confused. 10 minutes ago, seeing the tall man pushing the door open, Ningzhu nervously clenched the wooden sign in his hand, ready to fight at any time. But the man did not attack her suddenly. Instead, he stood at the door and asked politely, "Hello, is this the Ning family office that handles supernatural events? I need help." Had actually seen this man before. When Li Yin came in, he saw a man sitting in front of the counter, frowning and thinking, and Ningzhu, who was taking notes behind him. "This?" Ningzhu looked up in surprise. "Li Yin, you're back. This is Mr. Zhao, a guest who came to seek help." Li Yin fixed her eyes on the man and was stunned again. "Master Zhao. Isn't the man sitting in front of the counter the fake master with a strong aura who was in cahoots with Shun Feiyu in the hotel incident?" Master Zhao saw Li Yin walking in, especially the axe she was carrying. An expression of surprise immediately appeared on his face. "I really didn't go to the wrong place. This firm must have the real stuff. Little master, we meet again. I've been looking for you for a long time, but I couldn't find your contact information anywhere. Now that I see you, I am finally relieved." Ningzhu was a little surprised. "Li Yin, do you know him?" Li Yin nodded. "I encountered this in a ghost incident I handled before. This master is quite good at performing." Ningzhu also laughed. "I've watched his live broadcast. I still haven't figured out how he did that trick of him making golden light fly out of his sleeves." Listening to the conversation between the two girls, Master Zhao could only smile awkwardly. Li Yin turned to look at him and asked, "Okay, tell me the reason for your visit. Is it related to Shun Feiyu?" Speaking of this, Master Zhao's face turned a little ugly, nodded, and then shook his head. "I want the little master to save my brother, Wang Peng." "The original Taoist priest Wang? Well, he seems to be possessed by a ghost and has become very scary now. Please save him." Li nodded. She had noticed as early as when she was in the hotel that the two of them had a very close relationship. Master Zhao thought of asking them for help first, which showed that he was really anxious. It just so happened that she was also looking for the whereabouts of Taoist Wang and Shun Feiyu. Without further ado, she waved to Master Zhao and said, "Let's go. Take me to find him. We'll tell you the details on the way." Master Zhao's face was full of gratitude. "Okay, little master, I'll take you there right away." Ningzhu also stood up at this time. "I'll go with you." Li Yin was a little confused. "Doesn't the office need someone to look after it?" "That's a problem." Ning Zhu thought for a moment, turned around, and went inside to get a roll of tape, wrote a string of phone numbers on a piece of paper, and ran to stick it on the door. Okay, just leave my abnormal bureau number, and everything will be fine. The main thing is that this business is really profitable. The fake master gave 100,000 yuan right away. If the exorcism is successful, there will be a balance of 200,000 yuan. With such a large sum of money, even if most of it is saved, the rest can be used to go out and play with Li Yin for several days, and there is no need to worry about not having money to pay the bills. In her opinion, even though Li Yin was actually a few months older than her, this girl looked really young. When she was with her, she always felt that she was playing the role of an older sister. Of course you have to make the payment yourself. Li Yin was a little worried. Azu, this might be very dangerous, you. It's okay. I have the ability to protect myself. As he spoke, Ning Zhu took a bag, put a few sculptures from the window into it, and took out a peachwood sword and a few yellow beads from under the counter. Then he made an okay gesture to Li Yin. Let's go, I'm ready. Although Li Yin was curious about Ning Zhu's purpose in taking these things, he did not ask any further questions. When I walked out of the community, I found that the taxi had not left yet. The young lady was craning her neck to look inside. When she saw Li Yin coming out, she stretched out her hand to say hello. You didn't pay. Li Yin. Knock, I was so anxious that I forgot about it. Told Li Yin in detail about the situation of Shun Feiyu and Taoist Wang. They are very pessimistic now. I noticed 2 weeks ago that they seem to be not themselves anymore. At first they were just talking nonsense, but later it became more and more terrible. Sometimes they even quarreled with themselves, as if there were several personalities in their brains. But later it became more and more terrible. The things in their heads seemed to run out and occupy other people's bodies. For example, the company's boss, the doctors they hired, the aunt who took care of their daily life. As long as they were around, they seemed to be more and more abnormal. Ning Zhu frowned. Then how come you are okay? Speaking of this, Master Zhao perked up a little, took out a yellow talisman that was well preserved and even vacuum sealed in a plastic bag, and said gratefully, thanks to the little master for giving me the talisman paper that he blessed, and the same evil-repelling magic weapon. He lifted the hem of his windbreaker, revealing a fire axe hidden inside, which looked exactly like Li Yin's. Ning Zhu stared at Master Zhao, then at Li Yin, his eyes full of suspicion. Li Yin, tell me, do you have your own sect? The Axe Gang or something like that? Li Yin was speechless. What are you thinking about? There is no such thing. Master Zhao, please continue. She didn't believe Master Zhao's nonsense at all. She even secretly took out the walnut and injected some energy into it. Little master, please don't make fun of me. I'm not a master. Just call me Xiao Zhao. Li Yin twitched the corners of her mouth. Looking at the man who looked older than her father, she really couldn't call him Xiao Zhao. While he was speaking, Li Yin stood up from the back row and placed the activated walnut on the shoulder of Master Zhao in the front row. At the same time, she held her right hand loosely, ready to chop anything out to death. But Master Zhao just tilted his head in confusion and didn't react at all. Li Yin sat back somewhat awkwardly. Okay, I was overthinking it. You continue. Master Zhao nodded. Everyone in that villa is no longer themselves. Their words and deeds have become extremely strange. They often get together, as if they are plotting something big. Recently, it has spread to the entire villa area, and now, at this point, he swallowed and said, I haven't been back for 4 days. Before I left, it was basically like hell on earth. Li Yin raised her hand. Tell me in detail what it looks like inside. Shun Feiyu and Wang Peng seem to be conducting some evil ritual. They fused many people together and turned them into something like an egg. Master Zhao's tone was filled with horror. The terrifying scene was still lingering in his mind. The egg was suspended in the middle of the living room, emitting a red light. There seemed to be something squirming inside, sometimes stretching and sometimes curling up. It was so scary to see. Then why did they let you out? They didn't stop me. Leen already had a guess in his mind. But no matter what, the ghost that caused this incident should have been resurrected in the villa area. The young lady driving the car was already scared out of her wits by this story, and asked in a trembling voice, what on earth are you doing? Ning Zhu smiled and waved the peachwood sword in his hand. It's for exorcising evil spirits. A charlatan. Ning Zhu. Li Yin's cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a message from Officer Liu. The content of the message made her feel a little overwhelmed. Li Yin, I met a man. Guess what he said to me? That man said that you are his son-in-law. Huh? Did he recognize the wrong person? Li Yin. You mean a middle-aged man who speaks in a very literary way. You know him. Li Yin couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. How did they meet each other? By the way, Zhu, why did your phone say it was turned off when I called you just now? Hearing Li Yin's question, Ningzhu remembered that because she was worried about the safety of her lover, she had been refreshing her phone all night, and the battery had run out long ago. Just as she was about to charge it, Master Zhao was standing at the door. It should be out of power now. Chapter 61, the same old saying, come out and die. Leen walked into the villa area, with Ningzhu beside her. Azu, do you really want to follow me in? I don't know what the situation is in there. What if? She was not afraid of not being able to win, but her methods were too simple and all of them were focused on attacking. If the enemy had the opportunity to take advantage of her, Ningzhu, as an ordinary person, might be in danger. Ningzhu smiled confidently. There's no such thing as a chance. Leen, I haven't had the chance to tell you yet since the last time I did that with you. That's what I seem to have an extra energy in my body. I can mobilize it and activate the props made with our family's inherited methods. As he spoke, Ningzhu pulled out the peachwood sword, injected a little energy into it, and then swung it towards the sky. A sword energy broke through the air, drew an arc in the sky, and disappeared into the distance. This move surprised Li Yin. I didn't expect that my own Zhu, who was just an ordinary person the last time I saw him, could already wield sword energy in just a few days. But that energy, Li Yin thought about the violent energy that disappeared when he woke up. She thought about it for several days, but couldn't figure out where he went. Did it enter Zhu's body? This made Li Yin happy. Energy doesn't matter. You can accumulate it by killing monsters. Nothing is more important than using this energy to get the person you love back on the path she longs for. But there was one thing Ningzhu didn't say, which was that the energy in his body seemed to only decrease, not increase. What if one day I run out of use? Well, I have to do this and that with this girl. It seems pretty good. The two of them walked in the villa area and immediately felt an unusual atmosphere. It was quiet all around, as if all the sounds were swallowed up, with only the occasional sound of the wind, which brought an inexplicable sense of gloom. Not long after walking, Li Yin felt a number of cold gazes around him. With a casual glance out of the corner of my eye, I saw pairs of eyes hiding in the shadows, flashing a faint green light. No shapes were visible, but just black mist. That's easy. Li Yin squatted down, stretched out his hand, and dug out a piece of cement from the ground, then kneaded it into small pebbles in his hand. He raised his head slightly, looked at the eyes hidden in the shadows, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He picked out a few pieces at random, injected energy into them, and threw them out. It seemed like she didn't use much strength, but the cement blocks flew in all directions like bullets. There were only a few whooshing sounds, and the cement blocks hit the target accurately, stirring up clouds of black mist. Those eyes that were originally shining with a faint green light disappeared instantly under the impact of the cement, as if they had never existed. Ningzhu, who was standing beside him, was so surprised when he saw this scene that he couldn't close his mouth. I didn't expect that Xiao Liyin was so strong that she could even crush cement. No wonder she almost broke herself apart that night. It's a bit unbearable. The two continued to go deeper and soon arrived at the villa that Master Zhao mentioned. Without turning on the lights, the entire villa was in darkness, like a haunted house where monsters could rush out at any time. Ningzhu stepped forward, took out a wooden sculpture from the bag, injected a trace of energy into it, and then placed it on the ground. There was a flash of light on the wooden sculpture, and it instantly grew into a warrior wearing armor and holding a long sword. Under Ningzhu's command, they rushed straight towards the villa gate. But just before the wooden warrior was about to hit the door was open from the inside. Li Yin recognized the person who opened the door. It was Shen Fiyu. His face was ruddy and he looked very healthy. How could he look like he was possessed by a ghost? Seeing the wooden man coming towards him, he couldn't hide the fear on his face. He stepped back repeatedly, but was still knocked away by the wooden man. He fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Ningzhu suddenly panicked. She didn't know Shen Feiyu and thought he was an ordinary person who was accidentally injured by her. But I immediately realized that if what Master Zhao said was true, there would be no normal people in this entire villa area, not to mention the area at the center of the incident. Thinking of this, the girl no longer felt any guilt. She immediately commanded the wooden man to kill the man, waving the big knife in her hand wildly, as if she was going to chop the man in half. Stop! I told you to stop! Shen Feiyu was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly, waving his hands continuously in an attempt to make the wooden man stop. But the wooden man didn't stop at all and chopped straight down with a knife. Clang! The wooden sword hit the ground, making a metallic sound, but Shen Feiyu was unharmed. Of course, Ningzhu would not kill people so easily. They came to save people, not to kill people. She looked at Li Yin next to her and asked in a low voice, "Who is this person? What's the situation?" Li Yin did not answer, but took out the walnut. If the stone is thrown over, it will definitely pierce through both the person and the ghost. This is when the Ning family's props come in handy. The feature that it is only effective against ghosts is extremely useful. Ningzhu knew what Li Yin wanted to do and quickly stopped her. He handed over a yellow bead, which was not valuable, and there were plenty of them, but there was only one walnut. Li Yin took the beads and looked around, reluctant to use either of them. Shen Feiyu had already stood up, his face full of fear, his voice trembling. Were you called by Zhao Jingtao? What did he say to you?" The two turned to look at him, neither choosing to answer. Shen Feiyu continued, "That guy is no longer Zhao Jingtao. He has become very strange since he came out of the hotel last time. He often sits there and talks to himself, and sometimes he suddenly sneers. At first I thought he was under a lot of work pressure and had some mental problems, but later I found out that the matter was far more complicated than that." Shen Feiyu's voice was trembling. Is he possessed by a demon?" Li Yin smiled and said calmly, "Keep acting. Don't stop. That female ghost used Shen Feiyu's body to act with me and even tried to incite those people to attack me. Do you know what happened to her?" After hearing these words, the fear, tension, and confusion on Shen Feiyu's face all disappeared, replaced by an extremely gloomy look. Li Yin noticed the change in his expression, and the smile on her face deepened. "You were exposed from the beginning, you know? I don't know how normal people would react when they see such a tall wooden man who can move and attack, but they definitely won't stand up and start explaining and shirking responsibility like you did. Aren't you curious about how he moved? And it's standing next to you, pointing a knife at you. How dare you stand up and face me?" Shen Feiyu still didn't speak, but raised his hand. Dozens of ghost hands suddenly appeared around him and pressed the wooden man to the ground in an instant. Seeing this, Li Yin exclaimed, "You are the male ghost, right? Do you remember what happened at the hotel? Is it the real one? The beast that didn't even dare to show its head under my axe? Who gave you the courage to stand in front of me again? These copies?" As he spoke, Li Yin grabbed another handful of cement blocks and threw them casually, and wailing sounds instantly rang out around him. "You are so stupid. Do you think you won't test whether there is something in Master Zhao's body before I come? Wait, you are not stalling for time, are you?" Li Yin finished speaking. Her figure had disappeared from the spot. In just a moment, all the ghost hands controlling the wooden man were shattered. When the black fog dissipated, Shen Feiyu had been pressed to the ground, with a fire axe pressing on his chest, making him unable to move. Li Yin stood up and smiled. "You can't move, right? You can't come out? Wait a moment. I'll go in and kill your daughter, then come back to see if you can still survive." At this moment, Shen Feiyu suddenly laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, Li Yin, right? You don't think you can kill me? I said the experiment was successful. We are no longer ghosts, but have become more advanced beings. We are gods, existing within the rules. No one can kill us. You can't do it. They can't do it either. Haha." Li Yin looked down at him and felt that this guy might be crazy. Suddenly, black fog surged around, and a large group of split bodies of the parent ghosts appeared again. This time she did not choose to use stones, but instead prepared to use the ability she discovered in the town. He extended his right hand, and the invisible axe space expanded instantly. It felt no different from before, but Li Yin was stunned. She suddenly remembered something that made her feel cold. After killing so many ghosts in the town, the opening of the axe space became much larger. At that time, she was still thinking that after the incident was resolved, she would find a place to study it carefully and see if she could go in and explore. But why did I completely forget about this matter? It was as if some force had deliberately erased her memory and made her ignore certain things. It's not just the axe space. There's something else that makes her even more unbelievable. In the past, every time I killed a monster, I would enjoy the feeling of energy seeping into my body and making it stronger. At the same time, I would calculate the amount of energy of this ghost and compare it with other ghosts. Since when did I forget this habit? Moreover, the energy given by killing ghosts seems to have decreased. It's not like that, it's just become less, probably only 1/4 of what it used to be. Without counting these split bodies, The energy they provide is so negligible that there is no need to calculate it. Just look at the butterfly that was killed yesterday. Its strength is definitely not inferior to the mermaid ghost, but the energy it generates is not even as good as the fake ghosts that appear in large numbers in the town. It's unbelievable. Where did this energy go? Why did I ignore these details? What was controlling me? This feeling reminded her of those disgusting parasitic insects in nature, such as the diploid trematode, parasitic wasp, and wireworm. They parasitize in the host's body and reproduce by controlling the host's behavior. Leen shook her head, getting rid of these thoughts from her mind. Now was not the time to think about these things. She looked up at the split bodies of her parents' ghosts around her. With a wave of her right hand, the invisible space swept over these ghosts. All the black mist that was touched by it disappeared, as if it was swallowed by an invisible black hole. There was no scream, and even resistance was impossible. She was a little worried just now. If she put 10,000 ghosts in the town, would it be full? Now it seems that it is far from reaching its limit. Ningzhu looked at the black fog disappearing in patches, recalled the scene just now, and couldn't help but exclaimed. She had never seen this side of Li Yin before. She was ruthlessly sharp-tongued, and every word she said was so sharp that it could break the defense of a ghost. Didn't you see that he started talking nonsense later? There is also Xiao Li's ability, which makes me feel relieved every time I see it. With a wave of his hand, the ghosts disappear immediately, which is much cooler than chopping them with an axe. What she didn't notice was that there was a dark shadow on the ground slowly approaching. While Li Yin was killing people everywhere, it had already crawled to Ningzhu's feet, suddenly jumped up, rushed into Ningzhu's body from behind, and then was completely devoured by the energy in the body. Ningzhu turned around and scratched his back, feeling a little itchy as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. Shen Feiyu on the ground suddenly widened his eyes. He was horrified to find that the connection between him and his wife had been cut off. It's broken again. The plan just now was to let his wife occupy the body of the girl so that Li Yin would be afraid to act rashly. That's why he came out to attract fire and buy time for his wife. But who could have thought that Li Yin's movements were so fast that she subdued him in an instant? He had no choice but to let his split body come out to delay time. The plan was about to succeed, but his wife suddenly disappeared. He suddenly raised his head and glared at Ningzhu. You! What did you do to her? Ningzhu looked confused and had no idea what he was yelling about. Was Li Yin really mad at him? He started talking nonsense again. Li Yin quickly swallowed up all the black fog around him and then closed the space. I'll find some time to go in and explore and see where the ghosts that were sucked in have gone. It would be great if we could find them. They'll be backup energy. If you can't find it, you will never use this ability again. Waste. He picked up Shen Feiyu, who was lying on the ground, and pinned the axe on his clothes. He smiled and said, I still say that. Don't come out. No matter whether you will be resurrected or not, you will die if you come out. Oh, by the way, let me ask you something. Do you know Professor Zhang? Zhang Hiren. Chapter 62 Situation in the Villa. As she asked this question, Li Yin's eyes were fixed on Shen Feiyu's face, not missing any slight change in his expression. What Professor Zhang? What Zhang Hiren? The expression on Shen Feiyu's face remained basically unchanged, still filled with fear, anger, and hatred. The fear is about the axe. The anger may be because of being beaten by oneself, and I don't know what the hatred comes from. Li Yin did not rush to draw a conclusion, but continued to ask, what experiment did you conduct? Who was in charge? This time, Shen Feiyu showed a trace of confusion on his face, which made Li Yin frown. You are a member of a cult, right? What is the name of the cult? Are the concentric circles and triangles the symbols of the cult? Shen Feiyu's face was still confused, and Li Yin probably guessed something. You are not the real body? What body? I see. It turned out to be true. Either this guy is also a split body, or the truth of his resurrection is that his memory has been split into countless parts. Each one is him, and each one is not the complete one. As for whether there is a parent ghost with complete memories, Li Yin is not sure. Moreover, why can they be resurrected? What is the mechanism? If they are killed now, will they come back to life in the future? Is there any complete solution? Li Yin looked down at Shen Feiyu in her hand, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Let me ask you another question. Have you always been in Shen Feiyu's body? Or is this body shared by both of you? Shen Feiyu. Leen discovered the last time they met that this guy was surprisingly stubborn and wouldn't say anything even when he was about to die. But she had already guessed it. Combined with what Master Zhao said, the initial abnormalities occurred in Shen Feiyu and Taoist Wang. It seemed that there were several more personalities in their bodies. These personalities were the ghosts of their parents who split into different individuals. So, they're the source? No. On the second, Shinfeiyu also conducted a live broadcast, but at that time, he had already heard the ghost story of the hospital from his roommate. What is the source and how is it spread? If it is really transmitted in the same way as the virus, as the doctor said, I'm afraid this matter will not be small. There is no way to detect them. If just one falls, a large number of them will multiply in secret, and we will never be able to deal with them all. Wait, endless experience points. Doesn't that feel good? If reproduction didn't depend on humans, she would really like to raise a few. You don't want to tell me, right? If you don't want to tell me, just go in and stay. Li Yin waved his right hand, and the space opened up, covering him. When he retracted his right hand, Shinfeiyu had already fainted. Oh, it's quite useful, but it doesn't give any experience points. Ningzhu, who had followed, saw this and ordered the wooden man to pick up Shinfeiyu's body and walk out, preparing to send him to Master Zhao. At the same time, he summoned a wooden man and a clay man to guard him, ready to deal with any crisis that might arise. Leen, are they self-aware ghosts? How is that possible? I've never heard of such beings. Ningzhu's tone was full of shock. Obviously, what happened here was beyond her understanding. Azu, do you still remember the cult I told you about? The one with concentric circles? Yes, I said that I came to Lantown to track down the records of the cult's experiments. They conducted an inhumane experiment there. As for the results of the experiment, Ningzhu also saw it. No one survived in the entire town. The two of them had already reached the depths of the villa, and the scene in front of them made them frown. Leen sighed. My guess was right. At that time, I was wondering whether the experiment conducted in the hotel was related to the experiment in the town. Now it seems that it is true. What appeared in the villa hall was a huge ball of meat. Just as Master Zhao said, the flesh ball was red all over and full of blood vessels and meridians. Those meridians were still twisting and wriggling as if they had life. You can also see a human body, arms, eyes, and even a face on it. It was like a bunch of red plasticine being kneaded together forcefully by something. But even so, these people are still alive. They are still reaching out their hands, blinking their eyes, and showing expressions of fear. Seeing the two people coming, he even stretched out his hand, wanting to ask them for help. Li Yin scanned the exposed parts of her face one by one, and her eyes suddenly fixed. Among the group on the right, there were several people she had seen before. They were the company employees who had cooperated with Shinfeiyu in the hotel, and even the director was among them. Thinking of what Master Zhao said, that the villa is the private property of the company's boss, I'm afraid there are a few people left in this internet celebrity company. No wonder the online public opinion about Shinfeiyu's suspension is so amateurish. The person has been replaced by a split ghost. How professional can it be? Call. This is what I guessed. The hotel experiment might be the precursor to the town experiment. They obtained the experimental data here, and then carried out the town experiment, which led to the current results. Leen thought for a while and added, it is also possible that the hotel experiment failed, so they carried out the town experiment. No matter who they are, no matter what their purpose is, such cruel experiments should not be carried out. Everyone involved is innocent, whether it is the residents of the small town, the employees, or the patients in the hospital. They have all become victims of this crazy experiment. After hearing what Li Yin said, Ningzhu looked at the meatball in front of him again and found that it indeed had many similarities with the fused ghost in the small town. There are also those split ghosts that look the same, which are also very similar to the mutated ghosts transformed by the town residents. They all want to create ghosts with self-awareness. This is exactly what Li Yin is guessing now. They even have the same core. One is the ghost of a daughter who was dismembered and killed, and the other is Li Muyi, who is suspected to be a member of a cult. From what the father ghost said at that time, it can be analyzed that the experiment should have failed, and as failures, they were abandoned by the person behind the scenes. As for why the hotel ghost was restarted later, perhaps it was to attract the attention of the abnormal bureau and buy time for the town's experiment. Is the recent surge in supernatural events in Linhai also due to the same reason? What about the Urban Ghost Stories forum? Ningzhu then asked, is the experiment in the small town considered successful? If it was not successful, have they already started a new experiment in another location? She felt a little worried when she thought that the tragedy in the small town might happen again. Leen didn't know that so far, their investigation into the cult was only limited to the surface, and they had not even caught a single person except the hotel owner. The only clue now is Zhenglan's mother. Li. As long as she is caught and Professor Zhang is confirmed to be a suspect, he will kill her without hesitation and capture her. It all depends on whether Officer Liu can help. If he runs away again, I will just kill him, even if it is confirmed to be a misunderstanding later. Then, I don't know what to do. These people, are they hopeless? Should we attack them directly? Ningzhu looked at those faces that contained a glimmer of hope amidst fear. Although she felt a little bit reluctant, she was not a saint, and she would not show mercy to the enemies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have knocked down the thin girl he had been with for several days with a wooden sign and used it as a roadblock. It's not like he would just chop Shen Feiyu's head with his sword as soon as they met. Call the people from the Abnormal Bureau and ask them to come and handle it. Weighing the pros and cons, Li Yin decided to give up taking direct action. First, these people seem to be still alive, and killing them rashly might cause trouble. The second is to kill it directly. Maybe it will be resurrected somewhere. And the people in the Abnormal Bureau may try to use means such as sealing it. Or, what if the Abnormal Bureau has a way to save them? Ningzhu also felt that this was a good idea and planned to contact the Abnormal Bureau first. Unfortunately, there was no signal here, so he summoned a particularly large stone man and sat on it to go outside to make a phone call. Leen looked at Ningzhu, who was leaving quickly, and felt a little emotional. The Aza family has many methods and functions. Turning her head to look at the meatball, she knew that there must be something growing inside, perhaps the resurrected daughter ghost. But what does it matter? What kind of storm can a ghost stir up? Kill it if it comes out? He casually threw a stone, scattering a ghost that was watching from behind, and slowly walked to each room to check, looking for the figure of Taoist Wang. These rooms no longer show any signs of human life, but instead look like the nests of some animals. The room was covered with strange graffiti and symbols. There was a pile of clothes in the corner, and some unknown liquid was flowing on the floor, emitting a disgusting smell. Li Yin observed the symbols on the wall. Many of them were related to cult symbols, but they were either painted over or had a big cross drawn on them. It seems that being abandoned in the first place has caused the parent ghost to be quite resentful towards the cult. And among this group of split ghosts, there must be at least one that knows what happened back then. Where would it be? If they hadn't made such a big deal out of it, perhaps there would still be a possibility of cooperation between them. Unfortunately, now both the Abnormal Bureau and the office, and even the police, are paying attention to this matter. The accidents they caused are too big, and their danger and uncontrollability cannot be ignored, so they can only be eradicated completely. And Leen really doesn't want to cooperate with this kind of thing. It's disgusting. After searching several rooms, they finally found the unconscious Taoist Wang in a small toilet. As the leader of this group of splintered ghosts, he had almost no injuries on his body, not even a trace of a cracked skull on his head. After testing it with a walnut, he saw black smoke coming out of his body, and Li Yin's face turned black as well. Hiding inside and preparing to attack me? You're asking for a fight. He simply opened up the space and sucked it in, then handed it to the wooden man to send it outside. Li Yin continued to search in the villa. According to Master Zhao, the split ghosts that ran out of Taoist Wang and Shen Feiyu's bodies possessed at least the company boss, the housekeeper, and the doctor. But now, the bodies of these people are not here. Master Zhao said that he could still hear the sound of quarreling, but it was not complete chaos, so he could infer that not many people ran out, and guessed that there should be about 6 or 7. If there are 2 people, the main personality of the parent ghost will split into more than a dozen people, occupying the bodies of different people. Now the 2 on Shen Feiyu and Taoist Wang have been eliminated, and the boss, the housekeeper, and the doctor have also been confirmed to be infected. Where did the rest go? Among the 3 of them, is there any split entity that knows about the cult? A little speculation leads to the conclusion that the boss and the doctor are definitely not the same. One tries to maintain normalcy in the company, while the other mass-produces clones in the hospital. Only the housekeeper is still missing. The person who caused chaos in the suburban mental hospital should be one of them. While thinking about it, Li Yin returned to the meatball, took out a few stones, injected energy into them, and threw them around the meatball to prevent any ghosts from taking the opportunity to do unnecessary things. Then she took the last clay figurine and left the community. Seeing that there was a signal, I called you Yuner. Is Yuna home? Wow, Sister Li Yin, how did you know that my sister sent me back? She told me to focus and study hard, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get into your school. Li Yin also had the same feeling. It seemed that Yuna was interested in everything except studying, especially when it comes to finding out about senior sister Suji Once he gets his hands on her phone, he would send her messages and ask several times until he is satisfied. I just got home. What's up, Sister Li Yin? Do you want to go out for an adventure? Well, apart from missing her senior classmate Suji, this girl's biggest interest is adventure. Don't always think about adventures. Study hard. Otherwise, if you fail to get into Linhai University, you will cry. Wow, I'm crying now. Leen shook her head and stopped joking with her. She asked directly, Yunner, are you at home? Is your father at home? Chapter 63. My sword will kill all the evil spirits in the world. Where is this place? The black shadow walked cautiously through the alley, and everything around him seemed familiar to him, like by the sea. But it clearly remembered that it was still in the villa a second ago, being held in the hands of that terrifying woman. It didn't know what the axe pressing on its body was, but the terrifying waves emanating from it made even itself, who had become an immortal being, feel the fear deep in its soul. It was as if the axe could really kill him completely. Thinking about it now, I feel a little scared. Fortunately, she didn't chop herself with an axe, but used some unknown means to teleport herself here. What is her purpose? And where is this place? Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of us, a fat man. The black shadow's face lit up with joy, and he suddenly pounced forward, intending to occupy the man's body first and go out to find out the situation. But at this moment, the bloated man turned around suddenly and grabbed the black shadow's neck. The man looked like an ordinary person, but his eyes were pure black, and he had a creepy smile on his face. He opened his mouth, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. He was clearly smiling, but in the eyes of the dark shadow, he looked like a ferocious beast ready to eat anyone. Who the hell are you? Let me go. I order you to let me go. The black shadow's struggle seemed so powerless in front of the man. He smiled gently, but did not relax the strength in his hands at all. He spoke slowly with a strange pronunciation, like an adult who has just learned to speak, enunciating each word, and even a little non-standard. But to the ears of the black shadow, it sounded like the whispers of an evil spirit from the 9 nether hell. Another one. Time to eat. He wants to eat me? The black shadow only felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, making his non-existent hairs stand up. It wanted to escape, but the man's hands were like iron clamps, tightly clamping its neck, leaving it no room to move at all. The man slowly approached, and the black shadow could even smell the fishy odor coming from him, a smell he had never smelled since he became a ghost. I am obviously a ghost. Why do I still smell? The man opened his mouth, and his neat white teeth had disappeared, replaced by jagged and sharp teeth that filled the entire mouth. The shadow could feel the teeth slowly approaching his neck. It screamed in fear. No, don't eat me. I am immortal, and it's useless for you to eat me. Let me go. But its struggles were of no avail, and its screams of extreme fear echoed in the narrow alley. Except for a few passers-by who glanced over here, no one chose to rescue it. Yes, just a little envy. Yu Yunner was a little confused. Sister Li Yin, why are you asking this? Just asking. At home. It's Saturday and my dad doesn't have classes at school, so he came back. Is that so, Yuna? What's wrong, Sister Li Yin? Li Yin lowered his head and thought for a moment, then continued. Be careful tonight. Don't go out alone, and look out the window to see if there are any strange people. Yu Yunner was a little confused. Haha, Sister Li Yin, what are you talking about? I live on the 16th floor. Who can climb up from the 16th floor? Having said this, she suddenly shut her mouth. Obviously, anyone who could climb up from the 16th floor could not be a human. The person Sister Li Yin was talking about was not a human being. The little girl felt a chill running up her spine. Just as she was about to ask, she heard Li Yin on the other end of the phone continue speaking. Yuna, this matter? Sister Li Yin, what did you say? Nothing. Just be careful. Li Yin hung up the phone with an expressionless face, making it impossible to see what she was thinking. On the phone, she didn't say anything, such as asking Yuna not to tell her father about this. If Yuna is not a cult member, then this statement is tantamount to alerting the enemy. If she is a cult member, her identity and whereabouts would have been exposed long ago, and there is no need to hide anything. She had never thought of hiding her tracks in front of the cult. It could even be said that it would be the best outcome if the cult members came forward to die. As for Yuna's safety, she didn't need to worry at all. If they were members of a cult, a mere splintered ghost wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in their hands. If not, why would the split ghost come over there? He picked up the phone again and called Officer Liu, saying straight to the point, Uncle Liu, do you have time now? Take the people from the Abnormal Bureau and go to Professor Zhang's house to guard it. There may be unusual movements there tonight. Leen briefly expressed her thoughts, and Officer Liu took it very seriously, saying that he would go and stake out the situation immediately. Don't be discovered, Uncle Liu. He knows you, and if you are discovered, your plan will fail. I know. Officer Liu sighed and continued. I have already found the person you asked me to investigate. He is the chief surgeon of the 3rd hospital. He was the surgeon who performed the surgery on the injured in the hotel incident last month. There is no record of his transfer, and he is still a doctor at the 3rd hospital. Where is he now? I don't know. Maybe he went home from get off work? What's your home address? Exist. At this point, Officer Liu was silent for a moment. In the same neighborhood as Zhang Hairen. Li Yin sighed. Is this a coincidence? Have no idea. He's possessed by a ghost, and it's not just an ordinary ghost. I'll rush over now. Maybe I can find something. Good. You don't have to go. By the way, are there people from the Abnormal Bureau near you? Ask them to take some capable people to the Yek Internet Celebrity Company and the Cleaning Housekeeping Service Company to take a look. The situation there should not be much better than that of the mentally ill. Well, if there is any news, remember to inform me. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Officer Liu seriously discussed the matter with the investigator from the Abnormal Bureau next to him. The Abnormalities Bureau has attached the utmost importance to this incident and even contacted people in Luan Town, requesting them to send people over for support. In addition, several heads of the firm who were recovering from injuries were also asked to come out to help. By integrating the existing intelligence, they came to the same conclusion as Li Yin's guess. The ghosts they faced this time were probably more difficult than ever before. If not handled properly, it might even become the biggest disaster in Leen Hai's history. The main problem lies in its ability to reproduce and possess, which is simply too difficult to deal with. And now they have no idea of a complete solution. If we miss one of them during the treatment, I'm afraid that the tragic situation in Leen Hai Mental Hospital will be repeated again before long. He quickly reported the latest ghost hideout, but now there were reports of supernatural events in various places in Leen Hai, and even the Abnormal Bureau was overwhelmed. There are not enough people. On the other side, Li Yin and Ning Zhu waited for the staff from the Abnormal Bureau to come and take over, and then followed the map given by Officer Liu and rushed to the community where Yu Yuno lived. Squatted at the corner of the stairs in Yu Yuner's house for a while, and then went straight to the doctor's house. There is no point in waiting now. Even if the ghost possessing the doctor appears in the community, it cannot prove that there is something wrong with Professor Zhang. In that case, let's go straight to the doctor's house, capture it, and see if this split body is the part that has the memory of the cult and the experiments. If not, kill him. Yes, he was killed. But the result was that the two of them came back empty-handed. There was no one in the house at all. The man did not go home. Plans really can't keep up with the speed of change. There was no time to waste here, so I could only call Officer Liu again and ask someone to stake out the place. They went to another location, which was the Internet Celebrity Company. Now we are racing against time. We must find the split of the original body and find out the whereabouts of the cult before others finish dealing with it. But I can't just tell others to let the boss go and leave it to me. So we can only speed up. When they arrived at the Internet Celebrities Company, they just happened to see a middle-aged man in a stylish robe, chasing the company's boss with a sword in his hand. If you don't know, you might think that the boss owes him a lot of money. Leen felt that the image of Uncle Yi as a swordsman in her mind was shattered, and she didn't want to learn from him anymore. Azu, what's going on? Ning Zhu coughed awkwardly and explained, Uncle Ye's flying ability is too conspicuous, so he was banned from flying in the city by the Abnormal Bureau. Moreover, Uncle Ye's family skills, such as sword energy and sword formation, are too powerful and can easily cause serious damage to buildings, so it is not convenient to use them indoors. What about the flying sword? This is very useful indoors, right? I fell from the sky last time and hit my head. It hasn't healed yet, and I can't use it. Li Yin. It turned out to be my fault. Fortunately, the sword immortal filter was saved. Seeing that Uncle Yi had forced the boss into a corner, he was about to chop him down with his sword, definitely killing both the man and the ghost on the spot. Li Yin hurriedly shouted, Uncle Yi, spare his life. Unfortunately, Uncle Ye's sword was too fast, and he chopped the black shadow out with one strike. It hurts ghosts, but not people. What a good sword. As expected, each law firm has its own unique approach. Uncle Yi put away his sword, stood with his hands behind his back, turned around, and looked over. Seeing that it was Ning Zhu and the little girl he had met in the hospital last time, his face was still calm. My sword can kill all the evil spirits in the world. This ghost possesses mortals and kills people. It must be killed. Li Yin. Ningzhu. Why do I always feel that there is an extremely immature atmosphere coming towards me? Is it my illusion? Or is this the necessary temperament of Uncle Ye's family inheritance? I can't learn it. But now is not the time to talk about this. Li Yin hurried to the split body to check the situation. This guy had half of his body cut off by a sword and was slowly disappearing. But he was still shouting something. I will return to the world again soon, with more powerful power, and make the whole world feel the real terror, and so on. A fairy tale drama together. Li Yin took the time to ask questions about the cult. It was obvious that this split body knew nothing about it. But even if he didn't know, he would pretend to know in order to save face. Li Yin understood that this guy was the split body of his father when he was a child. He came here with all his middle school memories and became a boss. No wonder he dares to confront netizens. He's just a little kid. What is there for him to be afraid of? Nearby, Ningzhu learned from a conversation with Uncle Yi that Linhai had been sealed off and not a single car could leave. The abnormal bureau, the office, and even all the police personnel were dispatched to begin a citywide investigation. I'm afraid that one or two of them will be left behind, or run away to other cities, counties, or towns to develop, and eventually cause a tragedy like the one in Luan Town. Luan Town also sent a lot of people to support, but the strongest one did not come. The main reason was very simple. Her ability was too destructive and could not be used in the city. At the same time, she lacked reconnaissance means. Since the ghosts in Linhai were just troublesome and not powerful, there was no need for her to go and provide support. Ningzhu was a little confused. Why would a strong person like her stay in Luan Town? Is there any danger over there? Uncle Yi nodded. You also saw the energy vortex that appeared in the sky of Luan Town at that time, right? They have found a way to store it in Beijing and are going to take it back for research. But it seems that something else has set its sights on it. Yesterday, they tried to snatch it away. The two sides fought fiercely. After a few minutes of fighting, half of Luan Town was destroyed. Ningzhu widened his eyes. On the one hand, he was shocked by the swiftness of the actions in the capital, and on the other hand, he was amazed at their strength. I'm afraid that even Xiao Liyin wouldn't be able to cause such great damage. Who dares to snatch things from the hands of the officials? What is the result? Uncle Yi shook his head. It's not a human. It's said to be a monster. It looks extremely scary, and it can suppress Captain Chun and the others with its aura. I don't know what it is exactly. After all, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. As for the result, the monster was injured, but it snatched a can of energy and disappeared. It can be said that no one gained anything. Ningzhu couldn't help but take a breath. That the people in Luan Town are all elites from the capital. They were able to snatch a can of energy and escape unscathed in such a situation where there are so many experts. How terrifying must the strength of that monster be? Li Yin had already asked all the questions, and at the end he didn't forget to make another move and gain some experience points. Uncle Yi, where are you going next? Uncle Yi looked at the short, strange girl who tilted her head to greet him and silently commented in his heart that she was very outgoing. I'm going to go to the housekeeping company. Old Yin there is more seriously injured than me. If there are too many ghosts, I'm afraid he won't be able to handle it. What about you? Do you need me to give you a ride? Ningzhu looked puzzled. Uncle Yi, have you taken the driver's license test? No. Are you allowed to fly in the sky? Neither do I. Ahem, Uncle Yi, how about this? We'll go to the housekeeping company. You go to the mental hospital for support, and after we solve the problem here, we'll go meet you. How do you think? Uncle Yi looked at Ningzhu in surprise. Girl, are you? Ningzhu giggled, took out a horse-shaped wooden sculpture from his bag, and threw it on the ground. A tall horse instantly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, Uncle Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. I knew that you must have talent, and I was right. The old Ning family has a successor. Okay, girl, then you go. Be careful, I have to go and have a good chat with old Ning. After saying that, Uncle Yi soared into the air and disappeared between the buildings in the blink of an eye. Li Yin, aren't you not allowed to fly? Ningzhu, violations will result in deduction of points. Li Yin, ah. Ningzhu, you still have to pay a fine. Li Yin, ah. So Uncle Ye's family is the most financially strapped among all the firms in Linhai. Have you paid all the fines? Chapter 64, The Monster Appears. On the road from Linhai to Luan Town, there were several military vehicles driving around, with many researchers eager to get started sitting inside. None of them expected that this trip to Luan Town would bring such an unexpected gain. That's an intelligent ghost, never seen before, and it's said that it can reproduce infinitely. Although it might be a bit troublesome to handle, such an experimental subject is exactly what they dream of. One of them answered the phone, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. You said that the mother of this ghost has been found? It's an egg? Okay, I know, we must protect it. I will bring it back to Beijing for research. After hanging up the phone, he had even thought about how to use it. Once it was transported back to the capital and his operation principles were thoroughly studied, he would develop this thing into a training device for newcomers, allowing all newcomers to experience the most realistic battle with ghosts in a safety belt environment. In short, novice training. But more importantly, ghosts with intelligence are too dangerous. According to the news coming back from there, the fighting ability of this group of ghosts is very weak. They can summon ghost hands to fight, but the strength of most of the ghost hands is not even as strong as that of ordinary people. But if its birth was not an accident, but ghosts began to evolve themselves, more dangerous and powerful ghosts with intelligence might appear in the future, and the disaster caused might be no less than the spread of pollution. In the car, many researchers have begun to complain that the driver is driving too slowly. As for why he didn't take a helicopter, isn't it because they are afraid of being attacked by the monster? If you were attacked on the ground, there are still places to run, but if you were attacked in the sky, there is really nowhere to escape. After Uncle Yi left, Ning Zhu put the horse away. It was not comfortable to sit on, and it didn't run very fast. It was okay for two people to ride on it for a romantic moment, but it was a pure torture to use it for traveling. Li Yin put one hand around Ning Zhu's lower back and lifted her legs with the other hand, holding her in his arms like a princess. Ning Zhu did not struggle, but instead wrapped his arms around her neck and rested his cheek on her shoulder. Li Yin is much faster than a horse. Although he can't fly, he can jump very high. As for why you don't have to memorize it, no one else should interfere in the affairs of the young couple. Li Yin mobilized the energy in his body, filling it into every cell of his body, and his skin and body gradually became somewhat transparent. Last time, I didn't study my new form carefully because I was concerned about Ning Zhu's safety. Although I didn't study it carefully now, I have almost mastered the basic usage. Starting is simple and quick. The feeling of power filling the whole body makes Li Yin feel very comfortable. Even the air around him seems to become fresher. Ning Zhu stretched out a hand and gently stroked Li Yin's clear skin. Looking at her current appearance, he murmured, Li Yin, do you know? You are so beautiful like this. Li Yin was delighted when she heard that, and kissed him with her lips pouted. Asa, you are beautiful too, give me a kiss. Ning Zhu did not refuse, and kissed Li Yin lightly on the lips, and said with a smile, Okay, let's go quickly, otherwise your monster will be killed by Uncle Yin in a while. Li Yin didn't continue to act funny. He pushed off the ground, and quickly jumped between the buildings with Ning Zhu. In a residential building, a little girl couldn't sleep, so she sat by the window holding her doll and looking at the stars. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she saw two people hugging each other in the sky, jumping and flying between buildings. Mom, look, there are two magical girls in the sky. A woman's voice came from the living room. Stop watching cartoons and go to bed. Be good. You have to go to school tomorrow. The little girl was still staring blankly outside. No, Mom. I really saw it. They were kissing. There was silence in the living room for a while, and then footsteps were heard. The bedroom door was opened, and a woman walked in angrily holding slippers. This little girl who didn't read serious things must be taught a lesson today. The two of them soon arrived near the housekeeping company. Leen dissipated the energy in his body and exhaled. This form is a bit tiring mentally. The energy needs to be controlled and covered throughout the body at all times, and one must concentrate. Otherwise, it will easily be deflated and return to its original state. The two held hands and walked on the road in front of the housekeeping company. It was quiet here, and they both felt an unusual smell. Uncle Yan's methods are very violent and difficult to control. They use something similar to mental power to restrain and control the tattoos on their arms. The left hand controls thunder, and the right hand controls fire. Every battle is very noisy. Once they almost blew up a building. He has never been so quiet before. Could it be that the fight is over? At least some cigarettes? The two looked at each other and quickened their pace to enter the housekeeping company. As soon as they entered, they stopped instantly. The company's lobby was filled with dead bodies. These corpses looked very strange and were very similar to the meatballs in the villa. However, they were not spherical, but long strips, and they also emitted black gas. It looks like a fusion of ghosts and humans. This? Ning Zhu covered his mouth and looked at the scene in disbelief. Leen squatted down and ran his hand over the corpse. There were signs of electric shock and burning, but these were not the real fatal injuries. Turning his head to look at the 3 holes in the middle of the meat strip and the marks on the end that seemed to have been cut by some sharp weapon, Li Yin frowned. Azu, besides Uncle Yi, is there anyone else in the Linhai office who can use slashing techniques? Ning Zhu shook his head. My father is half, but other than that there is nothing else. Li Yin stood up, summoned an axe, and walked inside. Azu, follow me closely. Uncle Yin may be in danger. Ning Zhu nodded and quickly followed Li Yin's pace. Inside the company, minced meat was seen everywhere, and there was a long trail of blood. The monster that left all this behind seemed to be chasing, but also seemed to be running away. But it was obviously hurt. The two followed the bloodstains all the way to a warehouse behind the company. The bloodstains disappeared here, and it was still quiet inside. Li Yin pushed the door open with one hand, and the moonlight poured in through the door, illuminating the scene inside the warehouse. After seeing the scene in the warehouse clearly, their pupils shrank on the spot. The warehouse was filled with minced meat and blood all over the ground, and at the edge of the warehouse, a huge fusion monster was lying there. Its appearance is 70% similar to the fused ghost in Luan town, but it is much smaller. At the same time, the black gas steaming from its body is proving to them that this monster is not only a fusion of humans, but also ghosts. But that's not the main thing, because it's dead. And in the center of the warehouse, there was a man standing. To be more precise, it was a humanoid monster. It is about 1.8 meters tall, with its entire body covered with black mutated keratin. There are 10 pitch-black bone spurs on its back, which when spread out look like a pair of broken wings. Its back was covered with tiny black tentacles, which stretched forward, with a black shadow tied to them. It's a split body. The bone wings, the ends of which are inserted into the corpse of the fused monster next to it. Hearing the sound from this side, one of the tails was pulled out suddenly, and the cold light flashed in the moonlight, and blood kept dripping from it. Uncle Yin. Ning Zhu saw a bloody figure lying next to the fusion ghost in the corner of the warehouse. It was Uncle Yin who came to the housekeeping company to deal with the ghost. Although he was worried about the current situation of this elder, Ning Zhu was not an impulsive person. He took 2 steps back, summoned the wooden man and the clay man, waved his hand, and controlled the 2 puppets to rush forward. She knew very well that her 2 puppets could not be a match for this monster. Even Uncle Yin and the fusion monster were easily defeated. How could she handle it with her basic means? She did this just to test the monster's power and collect information for Li Yin. If the monster is really stronger than she imagined, she would just pull Li Yin away. The monster turned its head and looked over. It had a face similar to that of a human, but it was full of hideousness and violence. Its pair of scarlet eyes swept across the 2 puppets, and the tail behind it swung violently. A cold light flashed in the dark night, and the wooden man was instantly shattered into pieces, and the clay man was also shattered into pieces. However, at this moment, Li Yin had already appeared in front of him, energy surging around him, his hands tightly grasping the fire axe, all his strength concentrated on one point, and he swept away fiercely. The monster didn't seem to expect her speed to be so fast. In an emergency, it used its legs to dodge to the side, while the bone wings behind it gathered at one point to block the axe that was chopping down on it. Bite! Snap! Li Yin and the monster both showed surprised expressions on their faces. Li Yin didn't expect that this monster's defense was so high, even not inferior to the mutated Li Mui. The monster didn't expect that he could be injured by a single blow. The tail behind it swung violently, aiming directly at Li Yin. Li Yin had anticipated this and ducked to avoid the sweeping attack. He gripped the axe handle tightly with both hands, stood up and swung the axe from top to bottom. Snap! The cuticle on the tail was split open, revealing the white bones inside. Feeling the pain, the monster quickly retracted its tail, stretched out the bony wings behind it, and wrapped black tentacles around them to form a pair of real wings. Then it flapped its wings violently, causing a strong wind to blow in the warehouse, and minced meat and blood covered the sky. Li Yin didn't dodge or evade. He raised his axe and rushed straight to the monster's face. The monster's 3 tails attacked again. Li Yin could clearly feel that its combat experience was far superior to his own. The ends of its tails were sharp, and every attack was aimed directly at his blind spots and vital points. At the same time, She was not sure whether her defensive capabilities could withstand the monster's attacks. Can only defend passively. At this moment, the monster's right hand suddenly changed. The black tentacles surged and entangled, quickly turning into a huge sickle. He raised it slowly and swung it down suddenly, but the target was not Li Yin, but the entire warehouse. It actually split the warehouse in half. The broken wall collapsed with a loud bang, and the monster flapped the wings behind it, accelerating and disappearing into the night. Leen looked up at the direction the monster left, but did not choose to chase it. She couldn't catch up, and the monster was very powerful. Far more powerful than any ghost he had ever faced before. However, she still has a trump card that she has not used, which is her terrifying clone. Even the fused ghost that Li Mui transformed and it could be scared to death, so I don't believe that I can't defeat this thing. Retracting his gaze, Li Yin quickly rushed to the pile of meat, pulled Uncle Yin out, and then quickly evacuated the warehouse. The night was dark, the stars were twinkling, but the warehouse behind the housekeeping company was in a mess. Li Yin stood in front of the ruins, thinking with his head down, while Ning Zhu was checking Uncle Yan's injuries. Uncle Yin was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable, but after examination, it was found that most of the blood was contaminated by the self-fusion monster, and only the blood on his head was his own. There was no problem with his breathing and pulse. He probably did not fight the monster directly, but was knocked into the wall and hit his head. Why is it the head again? Ning Zhu was a little helpless. Uncle Yan's family's methods mainly relied on mental control and restraint. As a result, he injured his head in both battles. It seemed that he would need to rest for several months. Looking up at Li Yin, she saw that her face looked very bad. Ning Zhu quickly ran over to check her condition and felt her whole body, but she didn't find any wounds. However, she still asked worriedly, Li Yin, what's wrong with you? Are you injured anywhere? Li Yin felt a little itchy when she touched him. If he wasn't covered in blood and flesh, he would have hugged her and sucked her. Nothing, just thinking about something. Li Yin shook her head and her expression returned to normal. Is Uncle Yin seriously injured? Let's send him to the hospital first. Ning Zhu was still a little worried. Don't you have to hurry to find the split body? Li Yin shook her head again. No need. He has already been silenced. Chapter 65, I'll make it up to you when I get home. What does it mean to be silenced? Ning Zhu glanced at the ruins of the warehouse and said, You mean the monster's target is the split body? Because this split body is the one that has the information about the cult and the experiment. Lee nodded. It's probably this. Otherwise, why would that monster appear here? It can't just be... Yes, I guess it's the one that attacked Luan Town. It's most likely a force controlled by a cult. Ning Zhu took a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that the evil cult they were tracking down was such a terrifying existence. The monster hadn't even shown its full strength just now, but it was already so terrifying. If it had used its full strength, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Looking at the girl beside him, Ning Zhu felt much more at ease. Compared with that monster, it is obvious that his own little Li Yin is stronger. Although it didn't use its full strength, Li Yin didn't summon that terrifying clone either, and he was suppressing the opponent throughout the whole process. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. So what should we do next? No big deal. Li Yin spread his hands. It has nothing to do with us now. The rest is left to the abnormal bureau. But Li Yin took out her phone and called Officer Liu. Are you at the villa? No, what's wrong? Give the phone to the abnormal bureau personnel next to you. Officer Liu did as he was told, and soon a young female voice came from the phone. Hello, may I ask who is this? I'm Ning Zhu from the Ning family office. We just encountered an extremely dangerous monster behind the Huajie housekeeping. It injured Yin, Uncle Yin, the one who used the fireball, and it also dismantled the mobile warehouse and flew away. We couldn't catch up. Now it should be heading to the villa where the mother monster is. Let me ask, are there any experts there now? The person from the abnormal bureau was silent for a few seconds, and then said, No, let the people over there retreat. This monster is extremely dangerous. It will be useless if ordinary people go. Thank you for the news, Miss Ning. I will report it to my superiors. After hanging up the phone, Leen no longer cared about the affairs of the abnormal bureau. The monster could fly, and its speed was extremely fast. It was too late for her to rush over now. And we have already reminded them to retreat, so we have done the most we can. After working all night without any results, Li Yin felt a little depressed. It's really unpleasant to feel the clues slipping through your fingers. However, seeing just the tip of the iceberg of the cult's true strength did give her a big shock. She was not sure whether the monster just now was the same one that attacked Town. If not, how many monsters of this strength did the cult have? It seems that my assessment of cults was a bit optimistic. This force is far more mysterious and powerful than he imagined, and their purpose is by no means as simple as he imagined. Town is just the tip of the iceberg. The true power of the cult may be hidden in deeper darkness. What I need to do now is to improve my strength. Otherwise, if 4 or 5 of those monsters appear at the same time, I may not be able to handle them all. Only throwing these thoughts out of his mind, Li Yin looked at Ning Zhu, who was standing beside him with a worried look on his face, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No matter how many problems I have, I cannot show them in front of the girl I love. It will break my heart to see her worried expression. Let's go, Aju. Call Uncle Yan's family, and we'll take him to the hospital first. By the way, will our dad be home tonight? If not, how about I stay in your room? Ning Zhu was a little confused, not knowing why the topic suddenly turned to this. Li Yin, aren't you going to kill ghosts anymore? Don't kill him. Leave it to the abnormal bureau. But what if the split body of the housekeeping company is not the one that has the information? Think about it. Didn't it say it was immortal? Then why didn't it go for revenge, but hide here all the time? Leen didn't say anything, but lowered her head to pick up a piece of cloth. The pattern on it was the same as that of a hospital gown. It's gathering strength. Although I don't know why they didn't choose to merge in the hospital, but placed him in a housekeeping company. It doesn't matter anymore. The ghost was taken away, and there is an 80% chance that he will die. The clues end here, and there is no need to continue the investigation. Ning Zhu could sense that behind Li Yin's smile was a sense of loss and powerlessness, but she couldn't say anything to comfort her now, so she could only put the matter aside for the time being. The two called the police patrolling nearby and sent Uncle Yin to the hospital. At first, when the police saw the 2 people covered in blood, he was a little wary until he saw Ning Zhu's ID card, and then he felt relieved. Tonight, the superiors issued a notice that once you see the documents with the office and the abnormal bureau written on them, you must fully cooperate with the operation. After arriving at the hospital and undergoing a series of examinations, Uncle Yin was admitted to a ward. He really just hit his head. It's nothing serious. Wait until he wakes up to see if he has symptoms of dizziness and nausea. If not, he can go home. After Uncle Yan's family arrived, the 2 of them left the hospital hand in hand and walked on the way home. She knew that there might be many ghosts waiting to be killed in the mental hospital and the 3rd hospital, but she just couldn't muster up the energy. Tonight, she felt a little tired. It is now 12 o'clock in the evening. At this time in the past, there should be a lot of people on the road, but a city lockdown notice was issued tonight, and citizens were required to stay at home and reduce going out. On the road, you can only see some people who got off work late and were driving home, and you can also see the police investigating along the street. My phone vibrated. I opened it and saw that it was a message forwarded by Wang Yu in the dormitory group. The title is very misleading. Linhai is urgently closed down, which is actually related to Linhai Mental Hospital. Is the zombie virus coming? There is a part in the video that secretly filmed a doctor in a chemical protective suit entering and leaving a mental hospital. Standing next to him are soldiers with live ammunition and police officers outside. In the video, the blogger was introducing it seriously, saying that a zombie virus suddenly broke out in Linhai Mental Hospital, which spread extremely quickly and it caused a large-scale infection. The hospital was simply a living hell. As a result, the Linhai government had to close the city to deal with it. Many people forwarded the comments below, saying that it is better to believe it than not, and that they should prepare more food and water at home. Some people were excitedly discussing whether they would have to go to work the day after tomorrow and what weapons would be more fun to kill zombies. Seeing such rumors, Li Yin was speechless. But after thinking about it, maybe to some extent, these split ghosts are more difficult to deal with than zombies. If they are allowed to grow to a certain scale, I'm afraid Linhai will really be in trouble. Fortunately, it was discovered early. This cannot be blamed on the slow response of the Linhai Abnormal Bureau. The main reason is that the internal situation is empty and there is a lack of combat personnel who can conduct on-site investigations, which has led to a passive state in terms of intelligence. Call Leen. Are you asleep? Where are you? Don't go out, it's dangerous. Is this crosstalk? What crosstalk? I'm worried about your safety. Haha, I'm at my friend's house. I'm safe. Sharing a bed? What else? Then, 3 roommates' smirking expressions appeared one after another. Enjoy yourself. I won't bother you anymore. By the way, will you be back tomorrow? Don't go back, play for another day. Have fun. Putting down the phone, Li Yin squeezed Ningzhu's hand and suddenly thought of something and asked, Azu, can the energy in your body recover by itself? Hearing this question, Ningzhu's face suddenly turned red, and she shook her head gently. No. Li Yin was delighted when he saw the blush on her face, but he did not show it immediately. Instead, he quietly mobilized a little bit of energy in his body and tried to inject it into her. She could feel the energy she controlled being quickly devoured by a more powerful force. Li Yin raised her eyebrows and decided not to tell Azu about this matter. Otherwise, she might lose a lot of benefits. It must rot in the stomach. Blinking her eyes, the little girl tried her best to look concerned. Azu, give our dad a call and ask him if he will be back tonight. Ningzhu was a little confused. Why do you care about this? You've used up a lot of energy tonight, right? Let's go home and make up for it. Ningzhu did not answer, but took out his cell phone and called his father. Unfortunately, because we are in a mental hospital, there is no signal. She called someone she knew in the abnormal bureau and got the following answer. They may be busy outside these few days. Xiaoning, take care of yourself. Leen lay on her shoulder and listened. When she heard that her father-in-law would not be home for a few days, she immediately became excited. Hold Ningzhu's hand and run home. Even a second late is a waste of time. In the bathroom, Li Yin took off her blood-stained clothes, turned on the shower, let the warm water wash over her body, and thought about the problems that were happening to her. After returning from Luoan town, I really didn't remember exploring the act space at all, nor did I pay attention to the issue of energy again. The act space is understandable since I have never paid much attention to it, but why is the energy obtained reduced? Just now, she was wondering whether the disappeared energy had gone into Az's body. But Az's answer denied this speculation. The energy in her body could not be restored automatically. Where did the lost energy go? Or did I become stronger, so it seemed that I had less energy? Or is there really something parasitic in my body? So why was the energy normal when I first killed the monster? Or was it that the energy was wrong from the beginning and I just didn't know it? So when did this change begin? Leen lowered his head and looked at the tattoo on his chest. He wiped it, but it didn't come off. Was it after the black crystal in Li Mui's body rushed into my body? Is it stealing my energy? Does it have this ability? It's not even afraid of my axe? Or did it start from when that terrifying clone was summoned from Luoan town? Could it be that the thing was really the horrifying shadow I saw in the illusion, and it was awakened by me? Haha, that's impossible. It's a terrifying existence that covers the entire universe. If it came to Earth, wouldn't it explode the Earth in an instant? Do you still need to absorb my little energy? If it appears in front of me, I will pounce on it and suck it hard. It feels so good. At least I can be the number one on Earth. As Li Yin thought about it, he rubbed the tattoo on his chest, but it still wouldn't come off. He stretched out his right hand, opened the act space, put his head in to take a look, but it was pitch black inside and he could not see anything. Shrinking back again, whenever you go in to explore, you must bring a flashlight. Are so many ghosts hidden in there. Kill them all and enjoy some energy. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the bathroom, and Ningzhu knocked on the door. Li Yin, can I come in? I got you some clothes to change. Give me the ones that need to be washed, and I'll put them in the washing machine. Well, the door is not locked as you come in. The bathroom door was opened. Ningzhu poked her head in first. Seeing Li Yin standing there naked and smiling at her foolishly, she felt her face getting hot. Hey, Li Yin isn't shy, so why should I be shy? Ningzhu walked in bravely, put the clothes into the basket next to him, and took Li Yin's clothes from the sink. When Ningzhu touched one of the pieces of cloth, a strange expression appeared on his face. Li Yin, who bought this for you? What she was holding in her hand was Li Yin's boxer briefs. She discovered last time that such a cute girl was wearing such tacky things. Seeing her underwear being held in Aju's hands, Li Yin felt a little embarrassed. She scratched her head and smiled awkwardly. I bought this myself. I feel this kind is more durable. Are you an old-fashioned person? Ningzhu held up the boxer briefs and smiled gently. I'll take you to buy a few sets tomorrow, as well as your underwear. Wearing sports bras all the time is not good for your development. After saying that, she looked at Li Yin's chest again. I feel like this one doesn't need to be changed. Azu, you are so nice. Huh? What is this? Ningzhu saw the pendant on Li Yin's neck. The irregular crystal looked like transparent ice crystals and looked extremely beautiful under the light. Li Yin held up the pendant and introduced it with a smile. This is what my mother brought back from Antarctica. I don't know what kind of stone it is. They tested it and found no radiation. They thought it looked pretty, so they made it into a necklace for me to wear. Ningzhu was a little curious. Li Yin, you have never told me about your family. What do your parents do? He's the captain of the Antarctic expedition team. When Li Yin mentioned her parents, her face looked particularly proud. Although she often traveled around the world with her parents for their work in the past, she has always felt that this job is super cool since she was a child, and she still feels that way now. I don't know why my parents didn't let me choose geography as my major, but biology. Ningzhu looked at Li Yin's expression and felt happy for her. Your parents must love you very much, right? Of course. Having said this, Li Yin thought of the loving couple, and herself who was standing beside them, and looked a little redundant. Ahem, it should be. Are they still in Antarctica now? No, they died 2 months ago. Ah, Chapter 66. Make up for the magic. Ningzhu was a little uncertain, his voice trembling. Li Yin, tell me your parents. My parents were among the victims of the Antarctic expedition team that was released in July. You should be able to find them online. Ningzhu. But Li Yin, Li Yin smiled and waved her hands. I was really sad in the first few days. I felt like the sky was falling. Then I had a good sleep, and I don't know why, I didn't feel sad anymore. Looking at Li Yin's smiling face, Ningzhu felt extremely distressed. It seemed that since the first time we met, this girl has always been cheerful, optimistic, and strong, and never showed any vulnerability in front of others. Whether facing terrifying monsters or unknown dangers, she is always able to face them bravely and even challenge them with a hint of playfulness. But in Ningzhu's eyes, she was like a taut string that could break at any time, yet so tough that it made people feel distressed. He hugged Li Yin gently, rested his head on her shoulder, and said softly, Li Yin, I know you are strong, but sometimes sadness is allowed. Your parents must love you very much. They would hope that you can live a happy life instead of hiding your emotions all the time. Li Yin was stunned. What the hell is going on? I didn't say anything. Why am I being comforted? Ningzhu felt that the girl in his arms seemed to be trembling and hugged her a little tighter with heartache. Li Yin, from now on we are your family, and this is your home. You can tell us your feelings at any time, no matter what's up, what's down, we will be by your side. Li Yin was stunned. Is this Azu confessing to me? Isn't this a bit too sudden? No, shouldn't I be the one to confess to Azu? I've already prepared where to go for my honeymoon. Li Yin's little head was full of thoughts, but her hand moved down dishonestly. She quickly caught it with her hand, lowered her head with a stern look, ready to see what this little girl was thinking and why she was ruining the atmosphere. What I saw was a pouting little mouth moving towards my face. Ningzhu sighed in his heart, but did not refuse. He put his arms around Li Yin's waist, hugged her tightly, and let her lips kiss his. The two of them just hugged and kissed quietly, enjoying each other's warmth. Ningzhu knew that if he wanted to completely open Li Yin's heart, it would take more than just a few days of spending time together. But they still have a lot of time, and even though they still have a long way to go, she believes that one day she will be able to truly enter this girl's closed heart. Li Yin was thinking, my Azu is so fragrant and soft. I want to kiss her for the rest of my life. Gradually, Ningzhu put aside his complicated thoughts and devoted himself to the kiss. She loves herself. Ningzhu didn't think any more about it. He closed his eyes and enjoyed Li Yin's soft lips. I don't know how long it was before her hand accidentally touched the skin on Li Yin's back. She exclaimed and raised her head. Li Yin, you feel so cold. Hurry up and wash, and put on your clothes. Don't catch a cold. Perhaps because she was halfway through the shower and hadn't dried yet, Ningzhu felt that Li Yin's body was particularly cold, so she urged her to put on her clothes quickly. Li Yin didn't answer, but pulled her out. There's no time to take a shower, Azu. It's almost 1 a.m. If we don't hurry up, it will be dawn soon. Officer Liu was driving towards the neighborhood where Professor Zhang lived. Even though Li Yin said that there was nothing worth paying attention to over there, he still wanted to go there and take a look in person. Half an hour ago, the villa area was attacked by monsters. Only 5 minutes after Li Yin gave the notification, the monster had crossed more than 10 kilometers and landed in the villa area. The investigators there didn't even have time to evacuate before they came face to face with the monster. However, it seems to have no interest in ordinary people, and its target is directly the eggs of the monster mother. Although its target was known in advance, Linhai was currently unable to stop its actions. The only support from the capital that can fight against them is still far away in Luoan town, and it will take at least an hour for them to arrive, by which time the opportunity will be gone. There was also Li Yin, who not only couldn't make it in time, But the girl also seemed unwilling to expose her strength to the abnormal bureau. Officer Liu sighed. He knew very well that this was not something he should get involved in. After all, he was just an ordinary person. He was already lucky to be able to follow Li Yin and continue to investigate the cult that caused the tragedy 10 years ago. The car stopped at the intersection, and Officer Liu got out and walked to the gate of the community. The gate of the community has been locked. Several security guards are standing at the door, staring outside nervously, and noisy sounds can be heard from the walkie-talkies in their hands from time to time. He did not choose to go over to negotiate, but sat on the side of the road, lit a cigarette, and looked quietly at the gate of the community. He hoped that Zhang Hairen was not a member of a cult. After all, he had been with him for so long and thought he knew him fairly well. In his own impression, Zhang Hairen has always been a gentle person, passionate about his work, and caring towards his students. He has never shown any abnormal behavior or words that would make people suspect that he is related to a cult. However, he also knows that cults are often good at disguise, and they may take advantage of people's kindness and trust to achieve their own goals. Officer Liu raised his head, looked at the starry sky, and gradually closed his eyes. The tragic scenes from 10 years ago emerged in his mind, those innocent lives, those broken families, and the unspeakable pain and sorrow. He took a deep breath of cigarette, letting the smoke slowly dissipate in his chest, trying to calm the waves in his heart. But these scenes overlapped together, and finally, Zhang Hairen's face appeared. He put out the cigarette on the ground and put it in his pocket. He stood up and looked in the direction of the community. Over there, a middle-aged man was negotiating with the security guard. The familiar voice made Officer Liu frown tightly. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning. Where is he going? Considering the news from the villa area that the mother eggs were taken away by monsters, he already had some guesses in his mind. He straightened his expression and walked over slowly. Professor Zhang, where are you going so late? Hearing the sound, everyone at the gate of the community looked over. When Professor Zhang saw that it was Officer Liu, he was delighted and quickly stretched out his hand and shouted, Jiqiang, hurry up. Tell them to let me out. I have something urgent to deal with at school. Officer Liu remained calm and shook his head. Lin Hai is under lockdown. Professor Zhang, you should know how serious the situation is now. No matter what the reason, you cannot go out at will. This is to protect everyone's safety and is for the overall situation. Professor Zhang saw that his old friend didn't want to help him, so he became anxious. I really have something urgent to do. Something happened to a student I sponsored, and I have to rush to the school to check the situation. Officer Liu did not say anything, but quietly observed Professor Zhang's expression, as if he was trying to find a flaw in it. But in the end, nothing was found. Oh, all right. Officer Liu pretended to be helpless and walked forward, showing his police ID to several security guards, and successfully brought Professor Zhang out. Let's go, Professor Zhang. My car is just in front. I'll take you there. Professor Zhang wiped the sweat off his head and thanked him with a smile. Thanks to you, Jiqiang. Otherwise, I don't know what to do. Officer Liu smiled and shook his head, patting Professor Zhang on the shoulder. We are all friends. It is my duty to help you. Shall we go directly to the school? Well, the counselor is waiting for me over there. Hey, that kid usually looks optimistic and cheerful. How come he suddenly became mentally ill? Professor Zhang's tone was full of worry. Jiqiang, why are you here so late? Aren't you on duty in this area? Officer Liu shook his head. After all, you live here, and I was worried that something might go wrong, so I came to check it out. Professor Zhang was somewhat touched. Good brother, I will treat you to a meal when I have time. Let's talk about it later. The two chatted as usual, and the car soon arrived at the school gate. He watched him meet up with the teacher on duty at the school and anxiously walked towards the office building. Only when he could no longer see Professor Zhang's back did Officer Liu withdraw his gaze and get back into the car. He laid the chair flat, lit a cigarette for himself, and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't see the flaw. Inside the school, Professor Zhang walked quickly and asked the teacher next to him about the student's situation. It's very bad. The school doctor said that he might have been frightened, which led to mental stimulation. We need to contact a professional psychologist as soon as possible for diagnosis and treatment. The teacher on duty said with a worried look on his face. After hearing this, Professor Zhang frowned. In his impression, this classmate has always been a brave person, and even if he was frightened, he would not be like this. What scared her? Was it a prank by her roommate? No. According to her roommate, she went to the public restroom and became abnormal after coming back. Public restroom? Yes, they said that if they usually want to go to the bathroom at night, they don't want to disturb others, so they go to the public bathroom. but this is the only time something went wrong. Is there any surveillance video? Yes. I'll record a clip and show it to you. Professor Zhang took the phone and frowned at the picture on it. In the corridor of the girls' dormitory, the girl rubbed her eyes and walked towards the bathroom. When she came to a window, she suddenly stopped and stared out the window blankly. Suddenly, she let out a scream, then fell to the ground suddenly, her body twitching continuously. Then there was the sound of a door opening, and the students around came out to check. This is what happened. Professor Zhang's expression was the same as that of all the teachers who saw the surveillance video. Confused. Did she see something? In the sky? Professor Zhang glanced in the direction of the dormitory building, then turned to look to the other side. What's in that direction? The teaching building of the School of Biology? At 9:30 the next morning, Li Yin sat up and stretched his body. Feel refreshed. We fought till late last night, so Asa hasn't gotten up yet. Glancing at the girl who was sleeping soundly next to him, Li Yin's smile gradually widened, and he quietly shrank back into the quilt. Although we can't disturb Aju's sleep, it would definitely be okay to enjoy herself before she wakes up, right? I have to say that Azu has a really good figure. Even with a magnifying glass, you can't find any flaws, which makes her love her. Ningzhu, who was sleeping, felt something cool and soft crawling into his arms. It was very comfortable to hug, but I closed my eyes and felt it, and found that the energy in my body was indeed more abundant, although it didn't consume much at all. But Li Yin insisted on adding, and she couldn't refuse, right? I quickly opened it and saw the little girl busy at work. She didn't even have time to say hello to me. She just blinked and continued with the work at hand. Li Yin, it's already morning, don't he? At 12 o'clock noon, Ningzhu got up from the bed and went to the bathroom to wash up with unsteady steps, while Li Yin lay on the bed playing with his mobile phone. She looked up what happened last night and found that netizens had different opinions, but there was no substantial evidence to prove what exactly happened. The official only said that a new influenza virus was found in the hospital and asked citizens to continue to stay in home isolation to avoid cross-infection. There were naturally a lot of complaints in response to this notice. After finally getting to Sunday, people were thinking of going out for some fun, but they were asked to stay at home in quarantine? No. You must tell me how many days I need to be quarantined. If you let me go tomorrow, I won't do it. Hasn't the quarantine been lifted yet? Li Yin felt the same as other netizens. She still wanted to go out on a date with Azu, to a restaurant, a shopping mall, a cinema, and finally to a small hotel. Delicious. Unfortunately, no store will be open today. Li Yin could only get up and tiptoe to the bathroom. She peeked at Azu, who was brushing her teeth, and while she lowered her head to rinse her mouth, she hugged her. Ah, Li Yin, stop making trouble. It's already 12 o'clock. Hurry, put me down. I haven't rinsed my mouth yet. Chapter 67. The Wind-Controlling Sword Sect. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two were so hungry that they got up and had a meal. Ningzhu even drank 2 large glasses of water, then washed up and went out, preparing to visit Uncle Ye's office. Before leaving, Ningzhu called Uncle Ye's family in advance. A loud female voice came from the other end. Your Uncle Yi came back this morning. He just went out and said he was going to the abnormal bureau to hand in some information. It shouldn't take long. After hanging up the phone, Ningzhu made an okay gesture. No problem. Let's go. Li Yin was a little worried. Azu, I see you're walking a little unsteadily. Is that okay? Do you want me to hold you? Ningzhu rolled her eyes at her resentfully and complained silently in her heart. Who do you want to blame? From last night to now, you have made all the good people useless. The two set off. Ningzhu opened the map, and Li Yin was surprised to find that Uncle Ye's office was not far from her school, about a few kilometers away. Because the city is under lockdown and there are no taxis available, Ningzhu pushed out an electric bike from home. After checking that it had power, the two of them rode it slowly on the road. Li Yin hugged her waist and rubbed his face against her back. She likes this atmosphere. It feels very romantic, like the comics she read when she was a child. But he was riding a bicycle. The two rode for about 20 minutes when they suddenly heard a light from the side. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a middle-aged man with an immortal look standing in the air with a flying sword under his feet. Isn't this the Uncle Yi they are looking for? Seeing that it was indeed an acquaintance, Uncle Yi slowly landed on the ground. With a flash of light under his feet, the sword automatically flew back into the sheath. Exclaimed this was magical. Her eyes were full of little stars. My two friends, where are you going? Do you need me to give you a ride? Uncle Yi smiled, his demeanor revealing an air of a sage. Young friend? Ningzhu was stunned. He called himself Xiao Ning yesterday, Why did he become Xiaoyu today? But she has gotten used to it. Uncle Yi has always been a little weird. Everyone used to say that they couldn't understand what he said, but now it's much better. Uncle Yi, we were just about to look for you. We didn't expect to meet you here. Let's go to your office and talk. Oh, looking for me? Uncle Yi stroked his beard and smiled, looking at Li Yin beside him. He guessed that it might be related to this girl whom he had only met twice, but he did not ask. Of course you can. Please wait for a moment, my friends. I will return your lightning horses to their original positions first. Lightning? Horse? What is that? Li Yin felt that his train of thought could no longer keep up with Uncle Ye's pace. Electric vehicle? Is that a word that cannot be spoken? Uncle Yi summoned the flying sword again, holding the electric bike in one hand, and quickly disappeared from sight. Azu, I remember the first time we met, Uncle Yi was able to stand in the air without stepping on a flying sword. Why does he need a flying sword now? Ning Zhu didn't know either, so he could only shake his head. Maybe he thinks he's handsome. Is it possible? Uncle Yi flew back soon, and at the same time summoned another flying sword, carrying 2 people and flying towards the office. Although it was a low-altitude flight, Leen still felt extremely excited. What happened last night made her realize clearly how important flying is. Whether it is mobility or pursuitability, it is incomparable to that on the ground. If I could fly last night, how could I let that monster escape? Flying in a straight line in the sky is much faster than walking honestly, and it didn't take long before we arrived at the Yi family office. The 3 of them slowly landed in front of a building. Unlike the Ning family office, which was located in a residential area, the location here was much better. It was located on the edge of an old commercial street, surrounded by many shops, so the flow of people should be good. Looking up at the sign, there were 4 powerful characters on it. Yu Feng's sword sect. Wow, so domineering. Then I saw a line of small words below, Yi family office. There was a piece of paper stuck on the glass door, which read, "This is not a script-killing movie. Li Yin." So, what on earth did Uncle Ye's family go through that led to them posting a piece of paper like this on the door? Uncle Yi walked in first, followed by the other 2. Li Yin was amazed by the interior decoration of the office. The antique decoration was elegant yet solemn. Sword manuals were hung on the wall, making the whole hall full of martial arts atmosphere. In the center of the hall was a marble sword training platform, surrounded by wooden racks filled with various long swords and short knives with exquisite shapes, shining in the sun. Leen couldn't wait to pick up one and examine it in his hand. Huh? The scabbard is plastic? I pulled it out and took a look. It had no blade. It looked like a work of art. I picked up another one and looked at it, still the same. Okay, it looks pretty good for decoration. Uncle Yi was about to say something when a loud roar suddenly came from the room. Old Yi, you still remember to come back? Did you go to pay the fine again? How many times has it been this month? The little money our family earned was all used up by you to pay the fine. People told you not to fly in the city, but you refused to listen. The abnormal bureau called again, just now. Someone took a photo of you flying in the sky. Let you have time to pay the fine. Fine. You even rode on a flying sword, and all you do every day is fiddle with your broken sword. You might as well go with your sword. When Uncle Yi heard this voice, an awkward smile appeared on his face. He turned to Ning Zhu and Li Yin and said, "Haha, my wife has a bad temper. Please don't mind it, my 2 friends." Ning Zhu and Li Yin looked at each other and saw the smiles in each other's eyes. It seems that Uncle Yi has some status in the family. It's okay. Uncle Yi, let's go say hello to Annie first, Ning Zhu said with a smile. Uncle Yi nodded and led the 2 into the house. A middle-aged woman was busy in the hall. When she saw Uncle Yi coming back, she immediately stopped what she was doing and glared at him. You still remember to come back? How many times have you paid the fine this month? Our family is so poor that we can't even afford to eat, and you're still causing trouble outside. And your clothes? Do you know how expensive they are? Do you know how difficult they are to wash? Take them off quickly. As she spoke, she threw over 2 pieces of clothing. Uncle Yi held the vest in his arms, with an awkward but polite smile on his face. My 2 friends, please sit for a while. I will go change my clothes. After saying that, he ran into the inner room as if escaping. The middle-aged woman then noticed the 2 people behind Uncle Yi, and a hint of apology appeared on her face. Oh, Xiaoning is here? I'm so sorry to have embarrassed you. My husband just loves to make trouble and always causes trouble for me. Ning Zhu and Li Yin quickly waved their hands to show that they didn't mind, while also looking at Uncle Ye's wife. She looked to be in her 40s with a plump figure, but her facial features were regular and there was a heroic look between her eyebrows. It was obvious that she was also a beauty when she was young. At this time, she was busy tidying up the clutter in the hall, and while tidying up, she did not forget to remind Uncle Yi to change his clothes quickly. Not long after, Uncle Yi came out from the inner room. The sage-like look is gone, replaced by an old-fashioned vest and shorts and a pair of slippers on his feet, which gives him a somewhat mundane vibe. Aunt Yi was still a little dissatisfied and grumbled. "And your hair and beard, find time to get them trimmed. Every time you wash your hair, you want to use a whole bottle of shampoo. You used up the new one I bought in just a few days, and it stinks if you don't wash it." Uncle Yi touched his nose awkwardly, but did not answer this time. His beard and hair are his treasures. He has to keep them no matter what. Li Yin was laughing as she watched from the side. She didn't expect Uncle Yi to be like this at home. He was quite down to earth. Uncle Yi no longer paid attention to the image issue, but took the two to the reception room and asked with a smile, "My two friends, what is the matter with you coming here this time?" Li Yin stood up quickly and said, "Senior Yi, I saw you flying freely in the sky last night. Do you know how to fly with a sword? I'm very interested in this and hope to get some advice from you." In order to increase the success rate, she deliberately chose to talk to him in the way that Uncle Yi liked. Uncle Ye's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he coughed. "When my Yufeng sword sect accepts disciples, we look at their aptitude and talent. Not just anyone can learn." Li Yin understood and took out 300 yuan in cash from her bag and handed it over. Uncle Yi raised his eyebrows when he saw this, but he pretended to be embarrassed on the surface. "Oh, how can this be embarrassing? My Yufeng sword sect has strict rules for accepting disciples. You can't just pay some money and learn." However, his hands were unambiguous. He quickly put the money into his pocket, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Li Yin was delighted. It looked like there was hope. He quickly struck while the iron was hot. "Senior Yi, I know you are an expert and you won't care about this little money, but I really want to learn the art of flying with a sword, and I hope to get your guidance." Uncle Yi took the money, pulled out a hair from his head, and flicked it gently, and the other end of the hair was wrapped around Li Yin's wrist. Li Yin could not help but feel inferior to such exquisite control of details. It seems that Uncle Yi is really seriously identifying his own potential. Li Yin had no specific idea of how strong his body was. He can throw a steel pipe weighing several tons with his bare hands, and can probably kill a cow with one punch. Looking at Uncle Yi, who was closing his eyes in deep thought, Li Yin's eyes were full of anticipation. But Uncle Yi frowned slightly and shook his head from time to time. "Although my friend's physique is good, it's a pity that you are a little old. Are you an adult?" Leen nodded. "Soon." Uncle Yi sighed, as if he felt a little regretful. After adulthood, impurities in the body settle and the meridians solidify, so it is difficult to practice and progress is slow. Moreover, flying with a sword requires being accompanied by a sword from childhood and cultivating the sword spirit. You are just starting now, so I am afraid it will be difficult to achieve anything. Li Yin felt a little confused. "Isn't it enough for your firm to just imitate the method? Why did you come up with things like meridians, impurities, and sword intent? Why do I feel like I'm being fooled?" Uncle Yi coughed and said, "Besides, our Yufeng sword sect has an ancestral precept. Well, it is passed down to males, not females." Li Yin was a little confused and turned to look at Ning Zhu beside her. Ning Zhu also looked confused. "I didn't go there, didn't he tell me?" Li Yin turned her head back and recalled what Uncle Yi had just said. She seemed to understand something. "Good man, it turns out you, old man, are trying to cheat me out of my money." But she still wanted to try again. He quickly said, "Uncle Yi, actually you can treat me as a man and try it?" Uncle Yi was stunned, looked up and down at the petite and cute girl in front of him, smiled, and shook his head. Ning Zhu's face turned slightly red, and she felt that this girl had something else in her words. The two argued for a while, but in the end Li Yin was unable to get his 300 yuan back. After sending the two juniors away, Uncle Yi felt a little guilty. "I never thought that a great sword master like me would fall to the level of cheating children out of their money. This is really damaging to my Taoist spirit. But today's fine has been settled, so I don't have to be scolded by my wife." When he was happily preparing to go back to his room to maintain his sword, his wife came back angrily from outside. She just wanted to talk to her friends nearby, and learned that the half-dead snack bar on the next street has recently moved to a snack stand in front of the university, specializing in fried skewers, and has earned more than 90,000 yuan a month. "The money my husband earns in a month, including the commission and the subsidy from the Abnormal Bureau, is not even enough to make up 1/3 of this. No, I have to send him to learn how to make fried skewers today. The tuition fee is only 300 yuan. How come there is 300? Just enough for tuition. Chapter 68, Investigating the Orphanage. The two walked out of the office with helplessness on their faces. In fact, Li Yin had already prepared herself mentally for the possibility of not being able to learn the job before coming here. After all, the firm's methods were very difficult to learn. For example, the one at Azu's house, although you can activate it yourself, it is basically impossible to make the same prop. Even if the appearance can be imitated, after injecting energy, it can at most be thrown like a stone and hit people without any special effects. Uncle Ye's family's wind-controlling sword technique. Unlike Azu's family's method, which is more inclined towards assistance and prop making, the wind-controlling sword technique gives people the feeling that it must be practiced from a young age. Before coming here, Aju also said that the wind control sword technique can only provide basic abilities to the user. Even if one gets the recognition of the master and obtains the same power, it cannot be achieved overnight. What is more important is to enhance one's own strength through continuous training. The only method in Linhai that has no known upper limit. In other words, means are just the entry point, a way to activate potential. What is more important is swordsmanship and mentality. It seems that it is really difficult for me to calm down and learn a sword technique. However, Li Yin was still a little unhappy that he was cheated out of 300 yuan for no apparent reason. At this time, Ning Zhu beside him asked, Li Yin, I wanted to ask you yesterday morning, why do you want to learn other people's methods? Li Yin was puzzled. What do you mean? A person can only master one method. If you learn other methods, the one you already have will lose its effectiveness. Is there such a saying? Well, so. Ning Zhu looked at her strangely. So, your spatial ability is really a superpower, right? Li Yin scratched his head. There was nothing to hide. He chuckled and said, it is indeed a superpower, but it is of no use. People can't get in, and things can't be put in. It seems that only my axe and ghosts can be put in. Ning Zhu had seen this before. Where did the ghosts that were taken in go? Are they all alive in there? Is the space inside big? Can you get in? Leen nodded. I should be able to get in. I stuck my head in before and took a look. It was pitch black inside, and I couldn't see anything, so I didn't explore further. As for whether the ghosts inside are dead or alive, and how big it is, I don't know. I see. It was the first time that Ning Zhu heard of superpowers, and he felt it was a little strange. Where do we go now? Well, I'm going to go to the Linhai Child Care Center. Didn't the information you helped me find last time mention this place? I feel like there might be some clues hidden there. Let's go then. Is it far? I'll use the navigation. The two of them found a shared bicycle on the street and rode to a sparsely populated area in the suburbs. Then Li Yin carried her in a princess hug. The location of Linhai Child Care Center is not too remote. It is considered an old city area. Nowadays, there are mostly factories and warehouses here, and there are fewer residential buildings, but it is not an uninhabited area. It is slightly different from the photos I saw on the map. This place looks more dilapidated, and even looks like it has been abandoned for a long time. The barbed wire on the fence is rusty, and the wall is covered with graffiti and model marks. Because there was no doorbell, Li Yin chose to use his own method of infiltration. He jumped on the top of the wall while holding Ning Zhu, then flipped over and landed steadily. It was eerily quiet here. Apart from the occasional sound of wind, there was almost no sound. The two walked through the empty yard and came to a seemingly abandoned building. The door to the building was locked, and there was a "Do Not Enter" sign on it, but it was obvious that no one had been there for a long time. Leen gently pushed the door open, and the door hinges made a harsh creaking sound, as if telling of the desolation of this place. Fearing that there might be bugs, the two men walked in cautiously, and a musty smell hit them in the face. The room was full of dust, and there were some broken toys and furniture piled in the corners. It seems that no one has been here for a long time. This children's welfare home ceased operations 3 years ago. Due to financial problems, it could no longer be maintained, and the children were transferred to other welfare institutions. Leen came to a place that looked like an office. She broke the door lock with a little force, and the inside was also covered with dust. He walked to the window, opened the curtains, let the sunlight in, then turned around and began to investigate. The office is simply furnished with a filing cabinet, a desk, and nothing else. I opened the filing cabinet first. There weren't many things in it, just some group photos, an employee handbook, and a few financial statements, all covered with thick dust. Leen first picked up the group photo and looked at it. It showed a group of children smiling happily, with a kind old grandfather sitting in the middle. The time was written in the lower right corner. It was 15 years ago. The oldest of these children is no more than 10 years old, and the youngest is probably only 2 or 3 years old. Li Yin scanned the children's faces one by one, and finally stopped on a child in the corner. Ningzhu also saw the child and confirmed, "She is the child who drew the cult symbol in my family's files." Leen nodded. She looked no older than 6 years old. Calculating the time, she should be the same age as senior sister Suji. I don't know where she went or whether she was adopted. He put the photo away and prepared to find time to ask Officer Liu to check the whereabouts of the child in the photo. I picked up another photo. This time the time was changed to 13 years ago. There were fewer children, probably they were adopted, and the old person in the middle was replaced by a middle-aged woman who looked to be around 40 years old. Has the director of the orphanage been replaced? Well, when the old dean passed away, my grandfather went to the funeral. I was only 4 years old at that time, and my grandfather cried very sadly, so I have a deep impression of him. What is the relationship between this woman and the old dean? I don't know either. I haven't heard Grandpa talk about the old dean's family. Does our grandfather have a good relationship with the old dean? Well, they've known each other for a long time. Li Yin continued to look at the photo. This photo was taken in the year when the child disappeared. It can be clearly seen that the smiles on these children's faces have become stiff and deliberate, and some children even reveal an inexplicable uneasiness in their eyes. What are they afraid of? The new dean? At this time, Leen noticed that there was a familiar face in the photo, a little girl with short hair and a dirty face, standing next to another thin little girl. This person seems to be senior sister Suji. So is that Yuna next to her? It was hard for Li Yin to connect the girl, who was like a little bullied, with the bold and quirky little girl she is now. However, judging from her appearance, the girl next to her is indeed senior sister Suji. Calculating the time, Yuna should be only 4 years old, and senior sister Suji is only 7 or 8 years old. Quite cute. So, they really came from this orphanage. But it cannot be proved yet that this orphanage is related to a cult. Leen put the photo away and moved on to the next one. The time was 9 years ago. The dean was still a middle-aged woman. There were fewer children around, and the Yuna sisters were still there, but the girl who drew the cult symbol disappeared. Unable to find any useful information in the photo, Leen picked up the financial statement again. She shook off the dust and found the densely packed numbers on the financial statements a headache. She was not a finance major and was not good at these things. However, I still looked through it patiently, trying to find some clues. When he turned to the last page, Li Yin's brows suddenly frowned. The last page was dated 3 years ago, when the orphanage closed down. There is an obvious error here, a huge expense, but no notes to explain it. What was such a large sum of money used for? Leen decided to make note of this suspicious point first, and then ask Officer Liu to help investigate the whereabouts of the money after returning. Below the financial statements is a thank you list that records the names of some kind-hearted people who have donated to the orphanage and the amounts of their donations. There were hundreds of people recorded in chronological order, among whom Li Yin also saw several familiar names: Ning Tianan, Fang Shuaji, Zhang Hairen, and Yi Zhuang. Li Yin felt that the last name was suspicious and quickly showed it to Ningzhu. Ningzhu laughed out loud after reading it. This was Uncle Ye's previous name. Later, he went to the police station and changed his name to Yi Lingyun. Hey, I think Yi Zhuang sounds better. I think so too. The two continued to search in the office. There was basically nothing useful in the drawer of the desk, just some reports and daily necessities. Ningzhu accidentally saw that there seemed to be something under the table. He bent down, pulled it out, dusted off the dust, revealing the image underneath. It's a photo. Seeing the person in the photo, Ningzhu couldn't help but exclaimed, "Li Yin, look! Is this the split ghost from last night?" Li Yin hurried over to take a look. There are 3 people in the photo: the new director of the orphanage, a middle-aged man, and a man who looks to be in his early 20s. Li Yin recognized the man's identity at a glance. He was the male ghost from last night, just a younger version. They are mother and son? Li Yin frowned. If his guess was correct, the existence of the orphanage could be basically confirmed, and it was related to a cult. He took out his cell phone and contacted Officer Liu directly, notifying him of his discovery first, and then made his request. Please help me investigate the identity of the new director of the orphanage, whether he is still alive, where he is now, and his family relationships. Also, I want a detailed list of the orphanage's missing and adopted children in the past 10 years. In addition, please focus on investigating the child I circled in the photo. I want to know her current location. Officer Liu also took this very seriously and said he would go to the unit to check the information immediately. He also told Li Yin about what happened last night, and Li Yin said she was not surprised. The fact that the monster attacked the villa and took away the mother body was almost the same as what I had guessed. As for Professor Zhang's hasty return to school, Li Yin did not think that such a thing could be used as evidence. After all, she could just check whether it was true or not when she returned to school. Instead, she was more interested in what the classmates saw. Is there a ghost in the school? I'll go back and investigate. She did not forget the cell phone signal at Linhai University that Officer Liu had found. Could this be related? Officer Liu's voice on the phone became intermittent, as if there was signal interference. Leen picked up the phone and took a look. The full signal bar turned into 2 bars, and then into 1 bar. The call was forced to be interrupted. Something is coming. She was quite experienced with this phenomenon and turned to look in the direction of the gate. Ningzhu also took out his peach wood sword and topaz magic ball. Not long after, footsteps were heard outside the office door, and a young man walked in with a confused look on his face. Who are you? Li Yin disappeared without any hesitation. When he appeared again, he was already behind the young man. He kicked him to the ground. Then a fire axe appeared out of nowhere and pressed on him. The next second after the axe made contact, black mist immediately emerged from the young man's 7 orifices, followed by a scream of extreme fear. Li Yin's lips curled up in disdain. You still want to pretend with me? Don't you think about who killed you in the first place? However, looking at the young man who was trembling all over, screaming constantly, and even incontinent, Li Yin admitted that she was disgusted. The only bad thing about my axe is that every time I take it out, it scares the ghosts half to death, and it's very difficult for them to ask anything. So he replaced the axe with a walnut, and the screaming stopped. Tell me, which part are you from? Do you remember anything about the cult? Tell me everything you know. Seeing that the suppression of the terrifying axe was gone, the young man on the ground wanted to struggle, but was hit by several topaz magic balls from Ningzhu and could not move at all. I don't know what you were talking about. I just came back to check on my home. I didn't expect to run into you. Let me go, or I'll call the police. Li Yin sighed. He didn't expect that even when death was imminent, this ghost was still pretending. However, judging from his words, this guy should be the personality he had when he ran the orphanage. He took out a photo from his pocket, put it in front of the young man, pointed at the woman in it, and asked, "Is this your mother?" The young man shook his head up and down as a nod. "Is your orphanage related to a cult? What is your purpose here if you don't tell me? I will chop you to death." As Li Yin spoke, he summoned the axe for a moment to scare it. But the ghost suddenly stopped pretending, and a familiar look of contempt appeared in his eyes. "Come on, kill me, and this man too. I don't believe you dare to do this. You dare not break the law. If I don't come out, what can you do to me?" He no longer said anything like he is immortal. After all, his mother body had been uprooted, and he didn't know if he could be resurrected if he died. He was scared. Li Music. "Hey, you are quite arrogant." He directly opened the axe space and put it in with one hand. Then he said hello to Ningzhu and said, "I'll go in and meet him. Be safe. Rest assured." After saying that, Li Yin entered the mysterious axe space for the first time with anticipation. Chapter 69, Exploring the Axe Space. The first time Li Yin entered the axe space, he was a little nervous, wondering if there were any good things inside. When the whole body entered it, a feeling of weightlessness came over me, and about 2 seconds later, my feet touched the ground. It was still pitch black around him, and he couldn't see anything. He reached out his hand, and 2 axes appeared in his hands. He put them aside and searched his pockets, but found nothing. The pocket on his clothes seemed to have disappeared, and the walnut was gone. How to light this? Also, where did that ghost go just now? Why is there no movement at all? Li Yin began to feel around. She could feel that there seemed to be walls around her. They were very hard when knocked, and the touch was almost the same as the walls in the real world. After walking along the wall for a while, she touched something that looked like a door. I knocked, and a dull sound echoed in the darkness. This is really a door, made of wood. Why is there a door here? Is my axe space connected to somewhere? Oh, no. Then did all the ghosts I saved run away? Can I still find them? Also, is my axe safe here? Will it be stolen by someone else? Leen thought about it and dispelled the worry. She and Azu had tried it before, and it seemed like the axe had recognized its owner by dripping blood. No one could lift it unless they were granted permission, sort of like the weapon of a certain hammer god. While thinking about random things, he pushed the door hard. You know, with Li Yin's current strength, he can easily crush cement, but when he pressed on this door, it didn't move at all. She was a little bit unconvinced, so she put both hands on the door and pushed forward with all her strength, but the door remained motionless, as if there was an invisible wall blocking it. Hey, can't push it? He covered his entire body with energy and chose not to continue pushing the door. Instead, he picked up the axe beside him and chopped it down with all his might. Snap! The wooden door cracked open, and a beam of light shone into the darkness through the gap. Li Yin was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that this seemingly solid door was so vulnerable. I lay down on the gap and looked out. There seemed to be a corridor outside. It was very clean. I couldn't tell what the decoration style was, and I didn't see anyone. He turned around and looked at the space he was in. There was nothing, just like a rough house with only painted walls. Apart from the door, there were only 4 walls left. It's also very narrow, unable to even fit a bed, and it's impossible to tell what this room is used for. Also, where did all the ghosts I caught go? Why didn't I see any? Retracting his gaze, Li Yin grabbed the gap created by the axe with both hands, and then pushed back hard. The wooden door that was as hard as steel just now was torn off a large piece by her. Looking at the wood chip in her hand, she was a little confused. She didn't know whether it was a good thing or garbage. She could only put it in her axe base first, and see if she could take it out when the time comes. Then he bent down and crawled out of the cave. The corridor outside was spacious, about 2.5 meters high. The walls were inlaid with lamps made of unknown materials, emitting a soft light. Leen looked up. The brightness of the light was just right, not dazzling, and there was nothing strange about the shadows on the wall, so it didn't seem like there was something hidden. There was a portrait hanging on the wall not far away, but she couldn't see the face clearly, so she walked closer to take a look. She was surprised to find that it was not because she was far away, but because the face of the portrait was blurry. This thing hanging on the wall? Why does it feel familiar? Leen was a little confused. He looked around the portrait and suddenly understood. She remembered where she had seen something similar. Isn't it the favorite hanging in school? No matter which direction you look at it, it's facing your portrait. The only difference is that the face in that portrait is clear, while this one is blurry. Leen stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the portrait, but stopped halfway through. She suddenly remembered that she was now in the axe space and everything was unknown. What if there was something strange about this portrait? So he just chopped it with an axe. The portrait cracked with a sound, and nothing unusual happened. Am I overthinking it? Leen scratched her head and left the scene. She was afraid that a dean would suddenly show up and ask her to pay compensation. However, this seems to be a real school. Standing in the corridor, looking to the other end, there is a window on one side of the corridor and a door on the other. A sign with the name of the classroom is hung above the door frame, but I can't see exactly what's written on it. I went to the window and looked outside. From the height of the sun, I could tell that it was about 6 in the evening. But other than that, I couldn't see anything clearly. Everything seemed to be covered with a veil, with only vague outlines and colors, making it impossible to identify the specific scene. Have I come to a low-resolution world? Leen didn't know what it felt like to be nearsighted before, but now she knows. I turned around and walked into the nearest classroom. It was basically no different from an ordinary classroom, but there was no one there. There were textbooks and workbooks on the table, and there were unerased formulas on the blackboard, as if the students had just finished class. Leen picked up a book and flipped through it, but still couldn't see clearly. This feeling is very strange, as if I was isolated in another world, and everything within reach seemed a little unreal. So where did all the ghosts go? Hiding? Leen put the book back to its place, turned around, and left the classroom. She planned to go outside for a walk to see if there was anyone there and ask where this was. But just as I passed the bathroom, a tiny voice suddenly came into my ears. Leen rushed in instantly. The fragile door lock was of no use in her hands. The compartment door panel was directly removed and thrown aside. A fire axe appeared out of thin air in her hand and pointed directly at her neck. I found you. Hiding in the compartment was an illusory black shadow. Leen was a little surprised that the axe could be summoned directly within the axe space, but not too surprised. Her focus was not on this now. Come on, tell me everything you know, or you'll die here. I can't guarantee that you can be resurrected. Of course, this was meant to scare it. Leen herself didn't know what the axe space was. She just wanted to force some clues about the cult out of this ghost. But it was obvious that the ghost was scared mad. He kept screaming, his body trembling, and he tried his best to shrink into the corner. But the ghost just now? The reaction is quite different from the one in the orphanage. It might be the one taken in last night, or it might be something from the fusion ghost in Lawn Town. That's not right. I remember Lawn Town collected a lot of them, probably tens of thousands. Did they all run away from the school? Leen was a little confused. She looked at the creature in front of her and saw that it was taking advantage of her distraction and trying to run away by crawling. Of course, she couldn't let go of the energy that was right at her doorstep, So she chopped it off with an axe and then began to search carefully in the school with the axe in hand. There were quite a few ghosts hiding, and she soon found several of them. Some of them were hiding under the table, some were hiding in the cabinets, and some were even hiding in the big trash can in the bathroom. Leen found them one by one and sent them to paradise. But no matter how they were threatened, they refused to say a word, as if they had really become dumb. She was a little annoyed. These ghosts were more timid than each other. If they continued like this, when would she be able to get any useful information? And what's wrong with this group of ghosts? Yesterday, they were all so energetic and rushed forward without regard for their lives. But why are they so cowardly today? Was he frightened by something? But there is good news. That is, killing ghosts here will not reduce your energy. Although the energy provided by these split bodies themselves is not much, a mosquito is still meat no matter how small it is. She understands the principle of accumulating little by little to make a lot. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind behind her. Li Yin turned around instantly to block it, and a wooden stick was held in her hand. She also didn't expect that there would be a ghost who dared to fight back. But you are a dignified, evil ghost, but you don't use your ghost hand ability, but instead use a wooden stick to attack me. Aren't you looking down on me a little too much? However, Li Yin did not hit it with an axe immediately. Instead, he kicked it to the ground first, and then picked it up in his hand to look for other ghosts. Since this one can fight back, it must still have some consciousness. Maybe it is the one that was just sent in. I'll keep it and ask about it later. Before long, there was no ghost to be seen in the teaching building. Perhaps they had better and could not be found, or perhaps they had all been killed. Li Yin himself didn't know how many ghosts he had locked up. It didn't matter whether he killed them all or not. He could kill the rest next time. Now she was ready to take a look outside the school. Holding the ghost in his hand, Li Yin asked as he walked, "Tell me, which memory are you from? Do you know about the cult? What is the relationship between the orphanage and the cult?" The ghost was held by one hand and seemed to have lost the will to resist. He was struggling violently just now, but now he was as motionless as a dead dog. Li Yin was a little doubtful whether it was dead. After all, these ghosts were now just a ball of black mist, and their faces could not be seen clearly, so it was impossible to tell whether they were dead or alive. However, it doesn't matter even if it's dead. I just want to get some clues from it. These clues can be found out once we find the people in the photo. Li Yin did not stop and continued walking forward, while gently patting it with his other hand. "Hey, are you still alive? Say something." The ghost still didn't react, like a dead object. Li Yin was getting a little impatient. She didn't have time to waste here, as there were a lot of things waiting to be dealt with outside. So, he simply increased the strength in his hands and threw the ghost in his hand to the ground. "If you don't speak, I'll send you to the afterlife." The ghost in his hand did not react to the fall, but a terrified shout came from the bushes beside the wall. "Don't come over. Stay away from me. You ghosts, stay away from me." Leen disappeared from the spot the moment the voice sounded, and when he appeared again, there was a black shadow in his hand. "Hey, so you were hiding here?" She recognized at a glance that this ghost was the one that had just been let in. The difference is quite big. After all, this guy has a face, even if it is incomplete, but at least you can recognize who he is. "Come on, tell me everything you know." Leen had forgotten how many times he had said this, but these ghosts just wouldn't give him face. Either they knew nothing or they were stubborn and said nothing. And those in the act space were all crazy and couldn't utter a single word. Now that she finally has someone who can speak human language, she is a little happy. However, the condition of this ghost was very bad. The black mist on its body was much lighter. Its face was incomplete, and it kept mumbling strange words. I listened closely, and it seemed to be saying something. "Monsters, all monsters. What are they? Where is this? I'm gonna die. Why am I here?" Li Yin slapped him on the head and pulled it directly to the side of the black body. The split body seemed to be awakened a little by the slap and looked around blankly. Seeing that it stopped mumbling, Li Yin's face lit up with joy, and he quickly asked, "What monster did you say? What did you see here?" Hearing the voice, the split body turned around and looked over. The moment it saw Li Yin, the fear in its eyes seemed to solidify. "Who are you? Why did you send me here? This is hell. Real hell. They're gonna eat me. If I'm eaten, there will be nothing left. I will be gone." Seeing that he started to talk incoherently again, Leen quickly slapped it again, pulling its head to the side, just in time to meet the eyes of the black shadow on the ground. In an instant, the split body let out an extremely shrill scream. "Ush, what is this? What did you kill? Aoa." It used its hands and feet together to retreat desperately. as if it had seen something extremely terrifying. Before Li Yin could react, it had retreated to the edge of the school gate. The moment its hand touched the gate, the split body seemed to be pulled back by some force. It only let out a scream and quickly disappeared. Li Yin wanted to reach out and pull it, but it disappeared so quickly that he only had time to touch a wisp of black mist remaining in the air. This guy ran away? No. The reaction just now was obviously not that it wanted to disappear on its own, but more like it was swallowed by something. Li Yin frowned. And what did it say was trying to eat it? What did I kill? Looking down at the black shadow on the ground. Isn't this a ghost? He walked forward, picked it up, looked at it in front of his eyes, and waved his hand to drive away the black fog, but he still couldn't tell whether it was dead or alive. But according to the split body, he should be dead. Scared to death? Now that I think about it carefully, there is indeed something strange. For example, these ghosts dissipate very slowly after they die. Leen lowered his head and thought for a while, but had no clue at all. It was impossible that he really teleported to a school and killed everyone in the school, right? How is that possible? A ghost is so scared of a corpse that it trembles all over? It's impossible, right? Since there is no clue, the only thing we can do is to investigate further. Li Yin came to the school gate, but she couldn't see the outside world through the gap in the iron gate. It was as if the whole world was shrouded in thick fog, and nothing could be seen clearly. Could it be that this school is an independent space, separated from the real world by some force? This is just her speculation and cannot be confirmed for the time being. Li Yin carefully placed his hand on the iron door and pushed it gently. The iron door opened with a creaky sound and seemed to be unlocked. As the iron gate opened, the thick fog outside suddenly poured in, dyeing the entire world white. Weightlessness came again. Chapter 70. Zhu, you actually attacked me. A few minutes ago, after Ning Zhu had given Li Yin instructions, he saw her standing there motionless. I thought she would suddenly disappear from the spot, but she didn't. Instead, she slowly fell backwards. Infiltrating Ning Zhu. He rushed over and hugged her, helped her lean against him, reached out his hand to check her breath, and touched her forehead. There's nothing wrong with him. His breathing is steady and his temperature is normal. He seems to be asleep. Seeing this, Ning Zhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling what Li Yin had said before, his space could only accommodate axes and ghosts. Could it be that only the body could not enter? Now Li Yin entered the axe space with his soul? Ning Zhu shook his head. How could there be such a thing as a soul? But he couldn't explain Li Yin's current situation, so he could only hold the girl's body and stand there waiting quietly. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've seen this girl sleeping. Before, I was always so tired while she was still busy. I really don't know how she could burst out with such powerful strength with such a thin body. She could pinch cement with her bare hands, jump more than 10 meters, and even jump between buildings to travel like in the movies. Ning Zhu smiled, knowing that Li Yin was sleeping and couldn't answer. She was not too worried that Li Yin would be in danger inside. After all, they had fought together several times. To be honest, she had never seen anyone stronger than the girl in front of her. Even the horrible monster in the warehouse couldn't get any advantage at her hands and could only be beaten and flee in embarrassment. Ning Zhu rubbed Li Yin's head and asked curiously, Li Yin, why did you come out so quickly? What was it like in there? Did you find the ghost? Stop playing around. Let's get down to business first. Li Yin was not a person who did not know the difference between priorities. After being naughty for a while, he immediately became serious. Azu, I have a question. After I entered the axe space just now, did my body remain outside? Ning Zhu nodded. Otherwise, how could I carry you here? And he even said it to her. How long have I been in there? About 5 or 6 minutes. 5 or 6 minutes. Li Yin sat up, probably having made a judgment. The time in the axe space is different from the flow right outside. I felt like I had been inside for about an hour, but only 6 minutes had passed outside. If I had this ability in high school, wouldn't it be amazing? At the same time, she also confirmed that nothing from the outside world could be brought into the axe space, even her own body. No wonder the pocket disappeared, and the walnut disappeared after I went in. By the way, what did I wear inside? I didn't pay attention. I was careless. However, leaving the body outside is a bit difficult. Before, she was thinking that if she encountered an enemy she couldn't defeat, she would just escape into the axe space to avoid danger. Now it seems that this is simply seeking death, and this ability cannot be used casually in the future. What if the body outside encounters a crisis while I am exploring the axe space? I won't even know how I died. Azu, what was my physical condition like after I went in? Breathing is steady, temperature is normal, just like sleeping. Is it the same as sleeping? Leen had a vague understanding in his heart. In the act space, whether it was the portraits with unclear faces, the textbooks without actual content, or the city shrouded in fog, it really felt like a dream to her. So, I entered that world through dreaming? What is that world? What scared those ghosts crazy? Where was the split body sucked to? Just now, she was unable to leave the school. When she opened the door and the white mist poured in, her consciousness returned to her body, and she knew nothing about the world outside the mist. Li Yin, what does the act space look like? Did you find the ghost? It's different from what I imagined. The ghost was indeed found, but Leen briefly explained the situation in the act space. And Ningzhu also felt that her guess was reliable. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the origin of that feeling of rejection. What are you going to do? Continue exploring act space? No, wait a minute. Leen shook her head. I plan to investigate the orphanage director first. I'm afraid something might happen if I'm late. Ningzhu agreed. Yeah, that makes sense. By the way, I brought you a present. Leen opened the act space, rummaged around inside, and pulled out a piece of wood. She was a little surprised to see the wooden board really appear in front of her. She didn't expect that she could actually bring it back. Does that mean that other things in school can also be used? Are there any special effects? Thinking of this, Li Yin suddenly became excited, quickly talked to Ningzhu, and entered the act space again. Nothing here has changed. Even the corpses of ghosts on the ground are slowly disappearing. Li Yin ignored all this and ran to the nearest classroom to look around. He took out 2 books, a school uniform jacket, and finally took 2 bags of snacks and threw them in his birthplace, which was the dark, small room. After doing all this, she prepared to open the door of the act space and exit, but failed. Is it possible to exit only through the main door? Glancing downstairs, I saw that the white fog had already spread to the sidewalk. It wasn't moving very fast, but I could feel it slowly advancing. Li Yin thought of something and glanced down at the clothes on her body. There are 2 white center lines on the black pants, and the top is a white short-sleeve shirt with a white sportswear. It looks a bit like a school uniform and is very similar to the one I just took away, except that the one I'm wearing is a little dirty. Could it be that I am possessed by a student? I reached out and touched my face, and it felt the same as before. I then touched my chest and confirmed that it was me. What was going on? She was a little confused. I went downstairs and tried to touch the white mist. Instantly, I felt a familiar feeling of falling, and when I opened my eyes again, I was back in the orphanage. The way to come back is to contact the white mist. Leen didn't think about these things for the time being, but excitedly opened the act space and took out a few things from it. I opened the book and took a look first. Just like in the act space, it was either blank or with blurry patterns, and I couldn't see anything clearly. He put it aside, picked up the school uniform, and touched it, but didn't feel anything special. Then hung it on the wall. Come on, Aju. Try to chop it with your sword energy. Li Yin himself was not sure whether the school uniform had the same effect as the axe, so he had to try it first. Ningzhu didn't say anything. He took out the peachwood sword, injected energy into it, and swung it lightly. The sword energy instantly cut through the air and slashed towards the school uniform. The moment the sword energy came into contact with the school uniform, there was no sound and no sparks. The school uniform was broken into 2 pieces, and it looked no different from ordinary clothes. Li Yin was disappointed. It seems that even the things taken out from the axe space are not all good things, and his 2 axes are just exceptions. Then did the gift I gave to Azu also turn into a piece of broken wood? When I turned around, I saw that the wooden board had been wrapped in Azu's coat and held in his arms. Seeing this, Li Yin felt very guilty. I have been with Azu for several days, but I haven't given her any gift. The only gift I gave her is a broken piece of wood. It's so lame. Looking at the snacks on the ground, Lee no longer held out any hope. He picked them up and opened the package. Fearing that they might be poisonous, he ate 1 piece himself first. Chew, chew, chew. It seems to be just an ordinary snack, and it tastes pretty good. Come on, Aju, have some snacks. She took 2 pieces and handed them over. Ningzhu took them, put them in his mouth, and tasted them carefully. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Li Yin, this snack seems to be able to replenish the energy in my body. Leen, why didn't I feel it? Although it's only a little, it's definitely increased. Is there any more of this kind of snack? Seeing Ningzhu's expectant eyes, Li Yin turned his head away guiltily. No, no more. Really? Ningzhu seemed to see what the little girl was thinking. She couldn't help blushing and reached out to rub her little head. You girl. Just then, Li Yin's cell phone rang. It was Officer Lu calling. The content is very simple. The director of the orphanage has been found. In the next city, Leen didn't expect Officer Lu to be so efficient this time. In order not to alert the enemy, she rejected Officer Lu's suggestion to arrange someone to contact them first and chose to go by herself. Let's go now and go to the next city to find someone. Chapter 71, heading to Ningyi City. That night, the two of them bought high-speed rail tickets to the next city. Li Yin told her roommate that she would not be going back for a few days and asked for leave from Senior Suji. Senior Suji was also helpless about asking for leave, as she was the only student in this major, and if one person asked for leave, the whole grade would have to take a holiday. However, she finally said that she would talk to the professional course teacher. After hanging up the phone, Leen deeply felt the care taken by this senior schoolmate. No wonder Yuna likes her sister so much. She is indeed a very gentle person, and her style is completely different from her childhood photos. Who would have thought that this gentle senior school sister was actually a tomboy with short hair and a dirty face when she was a child? Afterwards, the two of them returned to the Ning family office. Because he didn't know whether this trip was dangerous or not, Ningzhu decided to take some props with him and put the gift Li Yin gave him back home. She planned to use the wooden board to make a sword using her ancestral method. Even if it couldn't be used, she could hang it in the room as a souvenir. After all, this was the first gift Li Yin gave to him, and it was of great commemorative value. When they returned to the office, they were surprised to find that Ning Tianan had returned. I didn't see any injuries on his body, but he looked a little listless and had dark circles under his eyes, probably from not sleeping all night. Hearing the door open, he first glanced at Li Yin with a hint of strangeness in his eyes. The main reason was that someone spread the news, and now everyone in the entire firm and the Abnormal Bureau had heard that the Ning family's precious daughter had found a boyfriend named Li Yin, and had even brought him home to meet his parents. This is no small matter. The Ning family's youngest daughter grew up in their eyes. Everyone can see how well-behaved and pretty she is. In addition, many people in the Abnormal Bureau have not started a family due to work reasons. In their work, they have the most contact with the law office. Those children grew up under their care, so naturally they are very concerned about this matter. Was kidnapped by a young boy without them knowing? Ning Tianan, you can't even do such a simple thing. If we weren't so busy right now, I'm afraid there would be a group of people blocking the door of the office and demanding accusations. Ning Tianan didn't even dare to explain. If this group of people knew that his daughter had brought home a girl, he didn't know how they would scold him. Looking at Ningzhu again, a smile appeared on his old face. I didn't expect that my daughter, who had known nothing about my family's methods for so many years, would suddenly be able to use them. Although it is a little hard to believe, as a father, I am still very relieved. Ningzhu didn't tell her father much about her sudden mastery of her own methods, mainly because she felt that her method seemed a little different from the normal process. It's not based on skill or his father's approval, but on the magical energy in his body. And this energy comes from Li Yin. She didn't want to expose Li Yin's superpowers. Even her father didn't want to tell anyone. This is a secret between two people. While Li Yin was away and Ningzhu was looking for something, Ning Tianan quickly came over and asked, "Girl, can you tell me about Li Yin's situation? Does she also know the methods of the firm? Is she from another city?" Ningzhu thought about it and nodded. "She does know the methods of the firm, but I don't know where she is from." "You don't even know? Why are you so close to him?" Ning Tianan suspected that his silly daughter had been deceived. But this kind of thing seems impossible when you think about it. The firm is registered with the Abnormal Bureau, and you can find it by simply going there and checking. It is impossible to fake it. "Dad, I want Li Yin to join our family's firm. Is that okay?" Ning Tianan was stunned when he heard his daughter say this. Does her family agree with her doing this? Well, her family are all dead. Ning Tianan's breathing stagnated, but he felt relieved when he turned around. After all, the firm is the front line in dealing with supernatural events, and every year people suffer accidents due to encountering powerful enemies. For example, in Luan Town, if Captain Shin hadn't provided timely support, all 6 of us would have been killed at once. But even if you were used to it, when you really face this kind of thing, you still can't help feeling sad. Well, if she doesn't object, I have no objection. Just take her to the Abnormal Bureau to register in a few days. Well, thanks, Dad. By the way, girl, what are you going to do with these things? Go to the next city and find someone. Just the 2 of you? Is it dangerous? Do you need Dad to follow you? No need, Dad. You should have a good rest. If you are quick, you will be back tomorrow. Because of the city lockdown, taking the high-speed rail is rather inconvenient. So Ning Tianin has to find someone to take them to the nearest county town, and then take a 2-hour high-speed rail to Ningyi City. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when they got off the car. The two took a taxi and planned to stay in a hotel near the target person's residence, and then look for him tomorrow. In the car, Li Yin deliberately chatted with the driver. When he heard her say that they were going to Hongxiang Street in Gowning District, the driver's face changed immediately. Why are you going there? It's not peaceful there lately. Not peaceful. Speaking of not peaceful, Li Yin was very interested and immediately started asking about the details. The driver sighed. I'm not trying to scare you. It's very weird over there. Psychopaths aren't uncommon, right? But in one place, over 30 psychopaths appeared in 1 year. Since last year, people have been experiencing mental problems on Hongxiang Street. No one paid much attention to it at first. After all, the mental pressure in the city is high, and it is normal to have 1 or 2 mentally ill people occasionally. But as time goes by, this situation becomes more and more frequent. Almost every once in a while, someone will suddenly go crazy and even do something to hurt themselves or others. The driver's tone was filled with fear and helplessness. Now Hongxiang Street has become a taboo place in the entire Ningyi city. No one dares to approach it easily. The police and doctors have been there many times, but they have not been able to find the cause. Some say it is a feng shui problem, and some say it is a curse. In short, there are many different opinions, but there is no definite answer. After listening to the driver's story, Li Yin raised his eyebrows, feeling that this matter was a bit strange. Somewhat similar to the split ghost that Lin Hai is dealing with. But if they are the same thing and have appeared for a year, the entire Ningyi city is estimated to be full of ghosts and monsters, and it cannot be as peaceful as it is now. And the timing of its appearance was a little wrong. The director of the orphanage left the Lin Hai Child Care Center and came to Ningyi City 3 years ago, which does not match the time a year ago. Li Yin is now more interested in the director of the orphanage. She discovered that there was actually a website here that was similar to the Lin Hai Urban Ghost Stories Forum, with similar functions. Citizens shared the strange events they encountered on it, and many people also posted to ask for solutions or help. The earliest post was made 2 months ago, much later than the Lin Hai Forum. It should be an imitation of the Lin Hai Forum because it is so popular. However, compared with the high quality of the Lin Hai Forum, this one is much worse. Many posts can be seen at a glance to be writing stories and attracting traffic. The storytelling level is not even as good as Wang Yu's. The plots are still stuck on the countryside, ancient tombs, and female ghosts in red. There are even several stories that end with performing rituals to exorcise ghosts, and people who read them feel cheated. Where are you going? Go out and look for ghosts and check out the situation on Hongxiang Street. It's already so late. It's okay, I'll be back in a bit. Well, come back early. Don't worry. Remember to lock the door. Leen put on her clothes, said hello to Ning Zhu, then turned and left the room. Li Yin was walking on the street in Gowning District, which is considered an area with relatively poor urban development. There was no one on the street around 12 o'clock, there was no night market, and all the shops were closed. She took out her cell phone and searched the direction of Hongxiang Street. It was about 1 kilometer away from here, not far, but she didn't plan to go there directly, but to a street next to it. It was written on the forum that something strange had happened there recently. Many people who passed by there at night could clearly hear footsteps behind them, but when they turned around there was nothing. Later, someone was attacked there and a layer of skin was peeled off his back. If it hadn't been discovered early, he might have lost his life. The article she read was said to be the person's self-narration after he woke up. I'm an ordinary paranormal enthusiast and don't live near there. Didn't someone say before that you can hear non-existent footsteps when walking on that street? I was curious and planned to go and check it out. But I didn't expect it to be true. There is definitely a ghost in that place. It followed me, and I could even feel the cold breath irritating my skin. I thought it was trying to lure me back, but I was wrong. Its purpose was not to turn around. Instead, it was to imitate my footsteps. People who have experienced this, haven't you noticed? Its footsteps are becoming more and more similar to yours. Until your footsteps completely overlap, it will catch up with you. Leen didn't have much hope for this story, mainly because a specific case of injury had already happened. How could the abnormal bureau here not react at all? If the triggering conditions of the ghost were so simple, it would probably be killed by the people in the office that day for money. So how could it be her turn? Seeing that there was no one around and no surveillance, Leen jumped up and moved through the night like a nimble cat. We soon arrived at the street where the accident happened. It was easy to spot because there was a cordon and a circle of warning signs around it. The signs read, "Dangerous area, keep away." Leen ignored the warning and came to the intersection. Without further ado, he started walking straight from the intersection, while keeping his ears open to listen to the movements around him. After walking about 50 meters, she suddenly heard light footsteps behind her. At first, she thought it was the sound of wind blowing the leaves, but when she listened carefully, she realized that the footsteps were clearly following her pace. "Here we come." Leen first determined the location of the footsteps, then exerted force with his legs and disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, he had arrived at the source of the footsteps, with a fire axe in his hand flashing coldly in the moonlight. However, when she saw the scene in front of her, she was stunned. There was actually a girl under his axe? Chapter 72 Go, and catch him directly. Leen did not let down his guard just because there was a person under his axe. Instead, he pulled up the hood of his sweatshirt, lifted his collar, and then spoke in a low voice. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The girl was wearing ordinary black clothes and a hat like herself, so her features could not be seen clearly. She was about 1.65 meters tall and very thin. Even through her clothes, one could tell she didn't have much flesh on her body. She seemed to be trembling with fear. This reaction was not normal. If an ordinary person dared to dress up as a ghost and scare people here in the middle of the night, he would definitely not be so timid. The only one who is afraid of his own axe is a ghost. Thinking of this, Li Yin chopped down with the axe without hesitation, but it only hit the clothes. The girl seemed to melt and flowed to the side. Seeing this scene, Li Yin felt disgusted. If this was the agency's method, it would be a bit too weird. The liquid that the girl turned into quickly reshaped aside, but it was no longer in human form. Its 4 sharp legs supported its body on the ground, and its body seemed to be stretched, appearing thinner, while its head was abnormally huge, without a neck. It was directly connected to the torso, occupying most of the body and covered with uneven pits, as if it had been corroded by something. This is neither a ghost nor a human. Was not sure what it was for a moment. Even though he was so scared that he was shaking all over, he still pounced on it. She had a deep impression of this kind of thing, which was a ghost controlled by a cult. Thinking of this, Li Yin stopped observing and reached out to grab a handful of stones from the side, injected energy into them, and threw them out. The stones were like bullets, instantly turning the girl's body into a hornet's nest. But its forward movement did not stop at all. Its liquid ability seemed to make it immune to physical damage, but the holes in its body were constantly burned by the energy attached to it and could not heal. This attack was just a test, and then the axe space expanded to cover it. Still no effect. This proves that the girl is still alive and not a ghost. Her body is still there, but it has been transformed into this appearance. It is obvious that this is the method used by cults. To encounter it as soon as she arrived in Ningyi City, Ning Zhu said that ghosts are not common, and generally speaking, you may not encounter them once every few months. The large-scale appearance of them in Linhai City is most likely caused by the cult sending them there artificially, some to cover up other experiments, some to collect data, and some to cover up something. This street is obviously the latter. Therefore, the events in Hongxiang Street are most likely related to cults. Li Yin raised his foot and kicked the mutant girl who was approaching away, and began to observe the girl's appearance. Now she doesn't look like a human being, but more like some kind of arthropod, a flesh-colored beetle. The face was twisted to the top of the head, and on the front was a pair of fly-like compound eyes. 2 tentacles kept shaking beside the compound eyes, as if searching for something. Living body transformation. This is the conclusion she came to. It seems that unlike the cult experiments in Linhai, which like to target ghosts and monsters, this place seems to prefer to tamper with the human body. In her opinion, this monster was not strong, but the fact that it was still alive was a bit difficult to deal with. Li Yin took out her cell phone and wanted to call Ning Zhu to ask for the phone number of the abnormal bureau here, but she realized that there was no signal because of the ghost appearance. After taking a look, I found it was true and put it back helplessly. The monster was still shaking, as if it was preparing for a battle, or as if it was trembling with fear. Li Yin ignored all that and rushed towards its legs with an axe in hand. In less than a minute, a fleshy worm appeared on the ground. Its 4 legs turned into pools of rotten and smelly liquid the moment they were chopped off by the axe. It was obvious that there was no way to reattach them, but the monster on the ground was still twisting and struggling. Leen looked down at the girl's face on the monster and felt a little sympathy in her heart. The same transformation. He turned from a boy into a little girl, but she turned from a little girl into a monster, and this girl seemed to have self-awareness. From her eyes, one can clearly see despair, fear, helplessness, and pain. She can receive information from the outside world, but she cannot control herself. How sad. Do you need me to help you get rid of it? Li Yin placed the axe on the monster's body and looked directly into the girl's eyes. It seemed that the axe's ability to ward off evil spirits had taken effect, and the girl had regained some control over her body, but she could still only blink her eyes. She also understood Li Yin's words, and her eyes were full of gratitude and expectation. Li Yin sighed his heart, took out his mobile phone to record the girl's appearance, then raised the axe and chopped it down hard. Puff! The enormous force split the monster's body in half, and the body that originally belonged to the girl instantly turned into a pool of rotten meat. There was no blood, no screams, as if the person who had just died was an inanimate object. But Li Yin knew that this body was once a living person. Perhaps because the girl's body had transformed into a monster, she did not feel too uncomfortable when it was her first time killing someone. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly discovered that colorful light bands were floating on the corpse, just like the person who had just died. Li Yin felt some inexplicable emotion in his heart. Is this the first time I have found specific information since I started to track down the cult? It is really not easy. I couldn't wait to touch the band of light in the sky, and a memory flooded into my mind. Although she had known about her ability for a long time and knew that the light band showed the most unforgettable memories of the deceased, she was still shocked by the girl's experience. As expected, this memory was the process of her being forced to undergo transformation. Pain, despair, and helplessness filled the entire memory. There is no name, no specific location, just a dim room and a group of people in white clothes. The girl in pain could not hear any sound at all, and the only thing echoing in her ears was the buzzing of flies. As time passed, Leen could feel that the girl's pain was gradually lessening and the sounds around her were becoming clearer. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out beside her ears, instantly concentrating her mind. Mr. Zhang. It worked, she didn't melt, and she still retains consciousness. Li Yin's eyes suddenly widened. This name reminded her of someone. Professor Zhang. Zhang Hairen? However, this speculation was immediately overturned because the girl turned her head and saw the man's face. It was not the familiar Professor Zhang, but a man who looked to be in his 30s. Never seen it. But it didn't matter, because the girl had already stood up and followed the man out. After passing through a door, a sign on the wall caught Li Yin's attention. There was a line of words clearly written on it. Kongtai Sheng Pharmaceutical. Never heard of it. But now that we know the name, as long as it is a registered company, we will be able to find it. The picture gradually became blurred, and just when Li Yin thought it was about to end, it suddenly became clear again, along with the sound of conversation. You will arrive at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, right? Where's the location? The company? Sure. Haha, after all these years, the old guy is finally willing to give me a copy of the experimental data. What happened? Success? I don't believe it. Send it to me quickly. I can't wait. Then the voice sounded again, ordering the girl to go to Hongxiang Street and guard it, not letting anyone get close and try not to kill anyone. He didn't want to make things worse at this critical juncture. The reason she was sent there was because the ghosts here were killed by people from the office. The scene ended here. Li Yin closed his eyes and thought for a while, then let out a long sigh. The clue has been found. The location is at the headquarters of Kongtai Sheng Pharmaceutical Company. If nothing goes wrong, it is in Ningyi City. I took out my cell phone and saw that there was a signal. There were still 2.5 hours until 3 o'clock in the morning, so Li Yin directly chose to raid the headquarters. The plan was simple. While there were not many people there, they would capture the man named Zhang directly, and then wait for the person who delivered the information to fall into the trap. There is only one step left to catch the real clue of the cult, and Li Yin feels that he has never been so happy as now. Kongtai Sheng is a 30-year-old pharmaceutical company located in the suburbs of Ningyi City. It covers a large area and has a beautiful environment. It is the dream workplace for many job seekers. But no one could have imagined that beneath this glamorous appearance, there were shocking secrets such as collusion with cults, human experiments, and even the creation of ghosts. Li Yin came to the outside of the company wall, took out his cell phone and checked. There was a signal. It's a bit troublesome. I should have caught a ghost to use as a signal jammer. But there is no time for that now, so there should be no one inside. He lowered his hat, then jumped up and went into the company, following the shadow of the corner to the office building. Because only here the lights are on. Using Li Yin's infiltration method, he easily entered through the third-floor window, threw a few stones at random, and accurately cut off the surveillance of the room and corridor, and went straight to the fifth floor. That is the office of the company boss. Instead of choosing to enter from the front, he went to the next office first, then went to the window and observed the situation in the room. You can see a person sitting in the office with his back to the window. You can't see his face clearly. There is a camera in the upper right corner, facing the door. Fortunately, I did not choose to break in through the main entrance, otherwise I would have been photographed. The camera installed in the boss's office is definitely not connected to the security room. It is either in the hands of the boss himself or in the hands of someone more powerful. Anyway, being photographed would definitely be troublesome. Thinking of this, Leen picked up a piece of cement from the wall, flicked it lightly, and it disappeared from his hand in an instant, along with the screen window and the girl's figure. Fortunately, this is an old building and the windows are covered with old-fashioned screens, so it won't make too much noise when it's taken down. While he was thinking this, his hands did not hesitate at all. Before the man could react, he had knocked him unconscious and pressed him to the ground. So easy? This made her a little unbelievable. The cult's headquarters in Ningyi City have such poor security? He only had the mutant girl as a bodyguard, and no other backup? Li Yin frowned and turned the person on the ground over. Oh no, I've been fooled. The man on the ground was not Mr. Zhang in the girl's memory, but a faceless monster. Where his facial features should have been, there were densely packed red pustules. The moment he turned over, the pustules began to expand rapidly. In just one breath, they expanded to the size of a fist. It will explode. Li Yin reacted instantly, but she did not choose to run away. Instead, she took out an axe and chopped off the man's head. But the abscess still didn't stop growing, and it was about to explode, so she could only throw it into the sky with all her strength. Boom! The huge explosion echoed over the city, and the entire headquarters of Kongtai Sheng Pharmaceutical Company seemed to tremble at the loud noise. Li Yin took advantage of this time, picked up the corpse on the ground, jumped down from the fifth floor, and quickly disappeared into the night. This scene was caught by the security guard who was broadcasting live downstairs. The live broadcast room suddenly became lively. The entire screen was filled with comments like WTF. Just because they stayed up late to watch the live broadcast, they witnessed a scene that was enough to reorganize their worldview. Huge fireball appeared in the sky, and the deafening explosion seemed to pierce the eardrums. Then, a strange black shadow was seen carrying a corpse and jumping several meters high. Anchor, you told me this is a special effect. Is your company making a promotional video for you? The anchor is talking. What is that? Call the police. Someone is killing someone and dumping a body. What are you doing standing there as a security guard? Are you sure that's a human? Some people have already predicted that this incident will definitely make the front page news tomorrow, and the person involved, Li Yin, is currently making a phone call in an alley to report that she is safe. Ning Zhu was awakened by the explosion. He knew who caused it without having to guess, and quickly contacted Li Yin to confirm her condition. It's okay. We found a clue here, and it will be over soon. After comforting Azu, Li Yin looked at the headless corpse on the ground and felt a headache. These monsters in Ningyi City have no moral principles. How come they don't disappear after being hacked to death? How can I deal with their bodies? But there is one advantage, that is, after they die, light bands will float out of their bodies, which means that before I kill him, he is still alive in pain. This is why Li Yin was in a hurry to bring the body out. I am really a kind person for helping them get rid of their difficulties. Li Yin felt a little proud, but there are some disadvantages, that is, you will not get energy when you die. It doesn't matter. We have got the clue, and the next step is to arrest the person. We're openly discussing their plan in front of the exploding puppet, so they certainly didn't expect that I could still read its memory, right? An abandoned residential building on the outskirts of the city? It's a good place to start. Chapter 73, Ning Zhu's Power. In the end, Leen decided to call the Abnormalities Bureau and let them handle it. A human-modified monster whose head can explode, it is impossible that there is no abnormality in its body. Just leave it here for the Abnormal Bureau to investigate. She was not planning to contact the Ningyi City Abnormal Bureau right now. If they got involved, it would likely disrupt her plans. After finishing everything here, Leen quickly took off the sweatshirt, leaving only the short-sleeved shirt underneath, then turned the sweatshirt over and held it in his hand, and returned to the hotel to meet Ningzhu. Afraid that she would worry, Li Yin told her directly what happened tonight. Ningzhu didn't expect that he would encounter people from a cult just after arriving in Ningyi City. Are they so rampant now? And the inhumane human body modification is even worse than lean highs. Well, almost. One is to directly transform living people, and the other is to turn living people into ghosts and then into monsters that are neither human nor ghost. It's hard to say which one is worse. Both are things that no human can do. What should we do now? Li Yin threw the sweatshirt on the chair and climbed onto the bed. They only know that someone attacked the company headquarters. They may increase security, but they will never know that I have discovered the location where they traded. We just need to wait for the scheduled time tomorrow night to arrest them. Now, I'm going to take a rest. Ningzhu was a little surprised. Li Yin, how did you know the transaction location? Why are you sure they don't know? Li Yin chuckled. Because I know how to search souls. What is soul searching? Ningzhu was stunned, then laughed. Ha, Li Yin, stop joking. How is this possible? Scientists from the Abnormal Bureau all say that there are no souls in the world. Soul searching or something like that. You must have made it up, right? Li Yin turned over, looked into Ningzhu's eyes, and smiled without saying a word. Ningzhu was a little stunned when she didn't answer, and said uncertainly, No. Can it be true? Isn't this the evil skill in the novel? However, considering that the girl is full of mysteries, it is not surprising that she would use this ability. Seeing Ningzhu's expression of doubt, confusion, and relief, Li Yin couldn't help laughing. She stood up and pinched her face. I'm just teasing you. It's not soul-searching. It's just, I can see a band of light above the head of a person who just died. As long as I reach out and touch it, I can see some of the deceased's memories before he died. What an amazing ability. Is it really a superpower? Ningzhu became more and more curious about how many secrets the girl who shared the same bed with him was hiding. And where did she get her many magical abilities? Even if she asked these questions, Li Yin would not be able to answer them, because she herself doesn't understand the source of her abilities. It should be a superpower. What kind of memory did you see the last scene before death? Well, sometimes it is like that. But I guess it may be the most unforgettable memory of that person. Just like the reformed girl in front of Hongxiang Street. Her memory after death is the experience of being reformed. And the men in Contai Pharmaceutical should have no self-awareness and can only passively remember what they saw and the people they saw. It just so happened that the man with the surname Zhang was the last person he saw before he died, so he remembered it. After listening to Li Yin's words, Ningzhu lowered his head and thought for a while, and suddenly said, It feels a bit similar to the reason why ghosts are formed. Li Yin's eyes lit up. It was true. The formation of ghosts is due to the most painful experience before death, which is actually related to the unforgettable memories that one has seen. Moreover, ghosts do not have colored light bands. Could it be because their colored light bands have turned into substance that is ghosts? To be confirmed. The two chatted for a while, and soon, Li Yin began to snore. At around 8 o'clock, they set out for Hongxiang Street. As soon as they entered the street, they felt something was wrong. To be precise, you don't even need to feel it. You can tell there's something wrong just by looking at the child in front of you who is lowering his head and looks only a few years old. The child was wearing slightly dirty clothes, had messy hair, and had his head lowered, playing with something in his hands. It looks like a small ball. As Ningzhu was observing curiously, the child suddenly looked up, and an empty eye socket came into view. The eye socket without an eyeball was full of dark red blood, while the other side was an intact eye, but it was grayish. Ah! Ningzhu was startled and quickly stood in front of Li Yin. Sister, do you want to play? The little boy seemed not to notice her resistance. He raised the ball in his hand and shook it towards Ningzhu. Li Yin looked at the small ball and the corners of his mouth twitched. This is not a small ball, it's clearly an eyeball. Moreover, it was his own eyeball. Looking at the little boy walking over, Li Yin rummaged through his pocket expressionlessly, took out 2 candies, and threw them over. When the little boy saw the candy, he immediately gave up trying to get closer and turned around and ran away chasing the candy. Ningzhu breathed a sigh of relief. If this child came over, she really didn't know what to do. I can't hit him, but if I don't drive him away, I'm afraid he will suddenly attack and hurt someone. This place is really a bit weird. Are they still alive? Leen nodded. He should still be alive, but he is no different from a dead person. Human body modification? Ningzhu took out a piece of iron plate, injected a little energy into it, and the middle of the iron plate suddenly lit up. Li Yin came closer to observe and saw 4 circles of regularly distributed dots extending outward from the middle of the iron plate. Needless to say, you can see the effect. As long as the ghost approaches, the dot in the corresponding direction will light up. The closer it is, the closer the lit dot is to the center, and the center represents the position of the holder. Azu, Are such investigative methods common in the firm? Ning Zhu shook his head. Among the nearby cities, only my family knows how to do it. Then why didn't it sell so well? The production capacity is too low. My dad can only make one in half a year. I see. However, this kind of good stuff must be snapped up by the abnormal bureaus in various cities, and the price cannot be low. Then why does my girlfriend's family seem to be poorer than mine? My dad wants to save money. He said that when he saves enough, he will take me to Beijing and find a bigger house to open an office. Can we still move? Well, as long as the application is approved, plus my brother has special privileges, the approval will be quick. I see. Leen didn't really want Zhu to move out. Otherwise, she would end up in a long-distance relationship. She would have to take a plane for several hours just to see him. At this time, Ningzhu had also finished the detection and found that there were indeed no ghosts around. No wonder the Ningyi City Abnormalities Bureau didn't find any clues. It's probably just as Li Yin said, these modified people were just ordinary people before they were activated. Let's go and find the director of the orphanage directly. Li Yin had probably guessed that the dean must have a trigger device in his body, the same as the one that exploded last night, and the triggering condition was most likely the information from the cult. Sure enough, the moment the two men came into the room and started asking about her past and the cult, the woman's body began to mutate. Li Yin sighed and said to Ning Zhu, who was standing in front of him, Azu, please go out for a while. Let me handle this. But help me block the things outside. They might attack us together. Okay, Li Yin, be careful. After Ning Zhu walked out of the room, Li Yin turned around and closed the door. She didn't want Zhu to see her killing someone. Although this thing no longer looked like a human, it was still alive. Ning Zhu walked out of the room and threw two stone sculptures on the ground. The stone sculptures instantly turned into warriors holding giant blades, guarding her on both sides. Looking at the people gradually surrounding him, Ning Zhu did not let them fight. Instead, he took the sword from one of them and shook it in his hand. Is this what Leen usually feels like? A sense of power filling her whole body, as if she can do anything. No wonder Leen is so confident all the time. If my strength is greater than hers, I will definitely suppress her every day and make her call me sister at the critical moment. Ning Zhu thought of the method of using energy last night. Since it can be injected into props, can it also be injected into his own muscles? She did it right away. While Li Yin was sleeping, she drew out a stream of energy and controlled it to flow into the muscles of her arm. The instant sense of power was accompanied by intense pain. Ning Zhu almost cried out in pleasure at the feeling of his muscles being torn and then reassembled during exercise. Fortunately, Li Yin was already fast asleep and didn't notice anything happening. When she woke up the next day, she found that her arm strength seemed to have increased a lot, and her muscles no longer felt sore. Instead, she felt full of strength. It seems that my guess is correct. Ning Zhu clenched his fists, feeling the power, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. However, she did not intend to tell Li Yin now. After all, this was just a preliminary experiment and needed further verification and improvement. Moreover, she always felt that with Li Yin's physical condition, she could not stand this painful training method. And this is the only way for me to catch up with the footsteps of my beloved. The incident at the warehouse was a huge blow to her. Ning Zhu didn't want to experience that feeling of watching her beloved one fighting in the front while she was powerless to do anything again. Now is the time to test the results of your cultivation. Ning Zhu, holding a huge sword, faced a group of gradually mutated residents of Hongxiang Street. As a result, he was too tired after killing only a few of them, so he quickly retreated to the back and let the two puppets clean up the miscellaneous soldiers. Hey, how can I become as invincible as Leen just by strengthening myself once? I still have a long way to go. Ning Zhu encouraged himself in his heart, but practicing like this would consume the energy in his body very quickly, and it would be used up in about 3 or 4 days. By then, why does it feel like the mana I replenished last night didn't come in? Is it full? When the two walked out of Hongxiang Street, the entire street was empty. Li Yin was somewhat helpless about this, saying that she didn't want Zhu to see her killing people, but Zhu went crazy and killed people outside, slashing them one by one without even blinking an eye. As expected, this is my favorite Azu, so ruthless. How about it, Li Yin? Did you see any useful clues in the dean's memory? Li Yin nodded. She had gained a lot. She confirmed that this orphanage was indeed related to a cult. The memory begins with a quarrel between her husband and son, and the content of the quarrel is about a cult. Her husband was a member of a cult, but he tried his best to stop his son from joining the cult, and even had a fight with him. It was obvious that the cult did not use doctrine to control its lower-level members. As for what they used, she was not sure for the time being. One thing that was clearly written in my memory was that the woman's son and daughter-in-law were both teachers at Linhai University, in the Department of Literature and the Department of Biology, respectively. Department of Biology? It didn't specify how they came into contact with the cult, but it was obvious that it wasn't his father. The place where they usually work most is Linhai University. The members of the cult are still in Linhai University. As for the man's intelligence, Officer Liu came here with the director of the orphanage. The man has been dead for 4 years. Most of the woman's memories of herself were about helping the cult select qualified children. Once selected, the children would soon be adopted by the men in black. There were only 2 surprises: Suji and Yu Yuner. Suji was chosen first, but the man in black did not appear. Instead, it was Professor Feng Shuaji who appeared. That kind face was exactly the same as the one I remembered him to be, but it always made me feel a little uncomfortable. However, considering that senior sister Suji was admitted to university and became a well-known genius girl, she had no reason to doubt Professor Feng. Senior sister Suji was adopted. Professor Zhang also showed up. He looked very reserved, his face full of embarrassment and introversion, and he seemed like he was not good at getting along with others. It's hard to imagine that such a person is a university professor. The reason why he chose Yu Yuner was very simple. This girl was the quietest in the orphanage. Leen didn't know why the woman was so impressed by these 2 pictures, but it was indeed worth noting. As for what constitutes a qualified child, Leen also has his own judgment. Judging from the first time I met Yu Yuner, that girl seemed to be unable to see ghosts and could not be attacked by ghosts. Wait, what about the second time, when Butterfly turned into a fat ghost? Why could she see it again? Leen couldn't figure this out for the time being. What needs to be confirmed now is where the child who was taken away went and whether he is dead or alive. Leen sent this clue to Officer Liu, and then sat on the roadside with Ning Zhu waiting for the Ningyi City Abnormal Bureau to come and investigate. With a whole street of people dying at once, even the Abnormal Bureau was a little panicked. A few days ago, they heard that something big happened in Linhai, and they were considering whether to send people over to provide support. As a result, the whole street in their city was wiped out today. If the situation develops into the same one in Linhai, I'm afraid they will all be to blame. The investigation was not completed until 4 o'clock in the evening, and the 2 were allowed to leave the scene. They had a meal first. Leen bought 2 pairs of masks and put them on. Then she took Ningzhu to the designated residential building to wait. The 2 of them found a room at random, locked the door, and waited quietly. It was around 6 o'clock when there was a sudden noisy sound outside. Leen looked over and saw that there were quite a few cars parked below. Some photographers with cameras got out of the cars. There was also a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap and holding a notebook who was giving orders. Hurry up and get ready. The live broadcast will start at 9:30. Are the actors in place? Not yet? Call them to urge them. Go and set up the scene first. This is a live broadcast. Don't let anything go wrong. Ningzhu also came over and was a little confused when he saw this scene. Why does it look like a variety show? Chapter 74 is the axe murderer. Wang Li was moving the equipment piece by piece from the car, her face full of excitement and anticipation. Although she is not a big star, as a small assistant of a variety show, she still feels very honored and excited to be able to participate in such a large-scale reality show live. Sister Lee, this time the guest lineup is so strong. I heard that there are several first-line stars. Xiaoli next to her said excitedly, with stars twinkling in his eyes. Yeah, I didn't expect to have the opportunity to meet so many big names, but we still have to do our job well and not make any mistakes. Even so, the program team encountered problems in their early preparations. The old suburban house they had rented was suddenly told to be unusable, and the owner found a body inside, and it was determined to be a homicide scene. The director was so scared that he didn't dare to say a word and quickly changed the location. At the same time, I felt a little relieved. Although this is an adventure-type variety show with a horror atmosphere as its main theme, it is still an act in the final analysis, and we have to respect the wishes of those stars. If I really use that, and something bad happens afterwards, and I am accosted by fans of celebrities, I might not be able to continue my job as a director. Fortunately, they have a backup plan. Although the venue is not as good as the previous one, the program team has taken the time to rearrange it, striving to bring the best visual experience to the audience. After finally moving all the props down, Li sat on a chair to rest and took out her mobile phone to check the local news. She was also paying attention to the explosion last night. First, there was a deafening explosion that was heard by half of the city. Then it was captured on camera of a dark shadow jumping down from the 5th floor and quickly disappearing into the night. That black shadow has now been magnified and analyzed by countless video bloggers. Some say it is a cat, some say it is a special effect, some say it is an elf, and some say it is Batman. Especially the last blogger, who was laughed at by netizens. But his traffic is quite high, and he even became popular. The analysis of a supernatural blogger in Linhai makes a lot of sense. He came to his conclusion based on the black shadow's height, body shape, the axe in his hand, and the headless corpse he was carrying. This is one of the 10 most terrifying legends in Linhai, the axe murderer. According to legend, it was a person born with dwarfism. Because he himself could not grow tall, he hated tall people very much. It only walks on rainy nights and cuts off the calves of anyone taller than 1.5 meters on the road, making them the same height as it. It seems that this rainy night demon has evolved. Not only has his territory expanded to several nearby cities, but even his modus operandi has changed from chopping off calves to chopping off heads. It's just terrible. Netizens' comments were varied. Some felt it was scary, saying they lived nearby and were afraid of having their heads chopped off. Some felt safe lying at home, saying they were only 1.51 meters tall and were very safe. Some did not believe it, saying the figure that flew out did not look short-armed, short-legged, and stout. Instead, it looked very slender and skinny, like a little girl. He about 1.6 meters tall before? How come he's only 1.5 meters tall now? Li is indeed a little panicked now. I'm only 1.67 meters tall. If I were to chop him off from the top, I'm afraid my entire head would have to be dislodged. Woo-woo-woo. It's so horrible that I have to spend the night here tonight. Axe murderer, there are a lot of tall guys here. Don't come looking for me. Li Yin and Ningzhu saw this scene upstairs, their faces filled with confusion. How come they're still here to film? It's so noisy. Can people from the cult still come? However, Leen immediately thought that this might be a trick used by the cult to cover up their illegal activities before the meeting. So the two of them continued to wait here. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening when the production crew had finished their work and were resting while eating box lunches. There are also several RVs parked below, which should be the guests participating in this show. The two of them leaned on the window and looked downstairs. They were not star chasers and did not recognize any of the stars at the scene. They just felt that these people were quite uncultured. Every person who came down would first complain about the environment, then complain about the arrangements of the crew, and finally walk into the scene that had already been arranged by the program team with curses. Look, another one comes down. It's a woman. This guy's makeup is really ugly. Is he here to play a ghost? I think it's possible. They're making a ghost movie? Aju, can you check if there are any ghost movies being made recently? Ah, she's looking over here. Downstairs, the female star who had just got off the car frowned immediately. She looked around with dissatisfaction, as if she was very uncomfortable with such a remote and simple place. Moreover, it was a live variety show late at night, and her beautiful makeup was ruined. If it wasn't for the company's request, how could I possibly come to record a horror variety show? The environment is so dark it's scary. She inadvertently looked up at the upper floor of the residential building and happened to meet two pairs of eyes. The female star's breathing stagnated and her whole body went cold. She felt as if her heart was being held tightly by an invisible hand and could not beat. Then a scream pierced the night sky. Everyone was startled by her and looked over. Li ran over quickly. What's wrong with Sister Chin? Are you feeling unwell? The female star fell to the ground, pointing upstairs tremblingly, her words barely comprehensible. There is a ghost. I saw it. It has 4 eyes, and it's upstairs. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. They all looked upstairs, but they only saw darkness and could not see anything clearly. Li's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? She couldn't be so unlucky that the axe murderer would come here tonight? She quickly comforted him. Sister Chun, don't be afraid. How could this be possible? It's dark upstairs, there's nothing there. But the female star seemed to be extremely frightened. Her face was pale, her whole body was trembling, and she couldn't stand up no matter what. Li Yin and Ningzhu have already shrunk back. They really didn't expect that they would be discovered even when they were peeping at such a high place. They were afraid that the group of people would come looking for them, so they had to move their position and hide in a more remote room. As long as you lock the door, no one can come in. Sure enough, not long after, the director came up with a large group of people to search. He doesn't think there are ghosts in the world. Even if there are things in the building, they are at most homeless people. If he finds them, he can give them some money and let them move out. There must be no problems with tonight's live broadcast. After searching for a while, the director and his team did not find anything unusual upstairs, so they had to return empty-handed and continue preparing for the live broadcast in the evening. The female star's emotions gradually stabilized, and she comforted herself in her heart that she might have seen it wrong or was hallucinating. With everyone's comfort, she cheered up and participated in the recording of the show. At around 9 o'clock, the live variety show officially begins. The guests were divided into 2 teams and entered this legendary haunted house. Of course, this is written by the director himself. Since it is a horror live broadcast, there must be a background story, right? Otherwise, how can the audience feel involved? Each team of guests needs to carry a camera and a flashlight. Their task is to find the key to leave the haunted house within the specified time and uncover the secret of the haunted house. The 8 guests were divided into 2 teams and entered the haunted house one by one. The screen switched to the perspective of each team. I have to say that the horror atmosphere here is quite sufficient. The weird background music and occasional sounds caused the guests to scream, and the number of people in the live broadcast room also increased rapidly. This place is really scary. The female star just hugged her companion tightly. Her face was pale, and there was a tremor in her voice. She got into the role very quickly and didn't look domineering at all. They had been arranged on the top floor, and it was pitch black around them, with only the faint light of the flashlight illuminating the road ahead. The strange noises that came from time to time and the sudden appearance of terrifying scenes made them frightened, as if something would jump out and scare them at any time. Another female star was relatively calm. She held the camera tightly in her hand and tried to record it all. Don't be afraid. As long as we find clues and solve the secret of the haunted house, we can get out. She comforted her companions and encouraged herself. The 2 continued to move forward, and suddenly, the flashlight shone on a closed door. The door was covered with bloodstains, as if something terrible had happened here. The female star's heartbeats accelerated instantly. They looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. One of them stretched out his hand and tried to push the door open. In the room, Li Yin was watching the variety show on her mobile phone with great interest. She felt that this director was quite amazing, and the atmosphere in his live broadcast room was not as scary as when she personally went to catch ghosts. And this female star, although she is not good-looking, her acting is really realistic. A door can scare you like this? Why can't I believe it? Wait, why does this door look so familiar? I turned around and saw that it was the room we were hiding in. Leen quickly flashed to the door, holding it tightly with one hand and closing the live broadcast room with the other. But some light from the phone screen still shot out from the crack in the door, causing the 2 female stars outside to scream and shout that there was a ghost running away. Their live broadcast was an escape room-style game, where they searched for keys floor by floor starting from the top floor, opened the door, and went to the next floor. They also had to look for clues hidden in the room, and finally gathered together to discuss what happened here to see which team's analysis was closer to the real event. Because the scenes are real and the themes are novel, the program has been warmly welcomed by the audience as soon as it was broadcast, and the number of people in the live broadcast room is also increasing. At this time, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room had filled the screen, and the audience said they were scared and asked the director to quickly comfort their idol. But the director was also confused at the moment. He didn't know what happened in that scene just now. He personally arranged this haunted house. He knew where the people were hiding, and he had written it all in the script. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any accidents, right? At this time, the stars in the building were already curtsying to the director's ancestors in their hearts. They were clearly acting out the script, which said there was nothing here, and they were going to create tension, then push open the door and find out it was just a false alarm, so they breathed a sigh of relief and acted weak to attract the audience's sympathy and love. But who would have thought that there was really something behind the door? Such a good director. You have a surprise for us, right? You want to make a reality show out of a horror variety show? Believe it or not, I will flip the table. In the room, Ning Zhu felt helpless. She was using an iron plate for detection. If the cult members use special powers to enter the building, they might be captured. Okay, Li Yin, the time is almost up. Maybe they will come early, so be prepared. Li Yin chuckled, put away his phone, went to the iron plate, and carefully observed the changes on it with Ning Zhu. It was not until about 10:30, when the footsteps on his floor had disappeared, that there was finally a reaction on the iron plate. 2. Approaching quickly. On the right, they disappeared. The sudden change made Li Yin alert quickly. After confirming the disappearing location indicated on the iron plate, he summoned an axe and broke out of the door directly, just in time to meet a young man who was slowly taking shape. "Hey, I caught you." Before the young man could react, Li Yin had already swung his axe and cut off his forearm. Before the man could see the situation clearly, he had already been severely injured. He had no time to react and instantly turned into a pool of liquid, flowing down the crack to the downstairs. "Want to run?" Li Yin's mouth hidden under the mask curved up, and he clenched his fist and punched the concrete under his feet, directly creating a big hole, and the whole building shook. Ning Zhu on the other side was also not idle. He quickly determined the location of the contact person and threw several topaz magic balls at him. The two stone men broke through the wall and rushed forward with an indomitable momentum, while Ning Zhu clung to a wooden puppet, holding a fire axe in his hand, and killed him from the side. Fire axe was lent to her by Li Yin. I don't know why I can't say I give it to myself, and if I say I give it to myself I can't pick it up, the only way is to say I borrow it. Very strange. In the corridor on the 4th floor, the 4 stars were all angry and felt that they were being cheated by the director. Sometimes it follows the script, and sometimes it comes as a surprise, which makes their hearts a little unbearable. Although the surprise only occurred 3 times. Once it was the light from upstairs, once it was a fleeting eye on the wall, and the last time it was a dark shadow floating on the 5th floor. Each time was more horrifying than the last. If it were for the live broadcast, they would have wanted to quit. They were anxious, and the director downstairs was even more anxious. They didn't know why, but there was suddenly no signal and the live broadcast was disconnected. Fortunately, it was only a dozen seconds and now it has returned to normal. But if it happens a few more times, the audience might all run away. He couldn't let the popularity he had worked so hard to build up be ruined because of such a small matter. The director cursed in his heart while urging the staff to check the problem quickly. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the building, and the entire 6-story building shook. Everyone outside was shocked, and even more so inside. The 8 guests were so frightened that they were stunned. They didn't know what was happening and thought it was an earthquake. Immediately afterwards, several people on the 4th floor saw something coming out of the smoke at a very fast speed, like a snake. Just as they were dodging in panic, a fire axe suddenly broke through the dust and hit the female star named Chun next to her ear. The female star was so frightened that she became incontinent and fainted on the ground. It's the axe murderer," someone shouted, and then the others reacted, and screams immediately echoed throughout the building. Chapter 75 Capture. Netizens who were watching the live broadcast were now confused. What's going on? Where's the live broadcast? Did the director go to eat shit? Why is there no signal all of a sudden? I paid to see a black screen? Director, come out quickly. Explain to me, is there really a ghost? Please resume the live broadcast as soon as possible. I am so panicked now. It's all a script. Who then? Yes, it's you. Why are your pants wet? Ha ha. Compared to the laughter in the live broadcast room, the director team was already as anxious as ants on hot pan. They frantically checked various equipment, trying to find out what the problem was, but no matter how they checked, everything seemed intact. Then the only problem is with the stars. As soon as this thought came to mind, the director broke out in a cold sweat. No matter who has problems, the guests can't have problems. Otherwise, is there any point in living? A mouthful of spit from the fans can drown me. Hurry up and go in to save them. Quick, everyone go. The 8 guests in the abandoned residential building are now scared to death. To be exact, there were 7 left. No one cared about the female star who fainted. The other one who was just acting out the sisterly love now ran faster than anyone else and disappeared in a flash. The man running at the end sprained his ankle and was limping, unable to run fast. Seeing that the axe killer behind him had already pulled out his axe and rushed over, his eyes became fierce and he pulled hard the person running next to him. The man was about to run as fast as he could when he suddenly felt a huge force coming from the side. He staggered and fell to the ground. The shrill screams could be heard from outside, followed by a series of angry curses. Woo asterisk asterisk. I'll fuck you. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Li Yin was amused by this scene. If she had not been anxious to catch up with the cult member named Zhang, she would have definitely recorded it with her cell phone and shown it to Azu when she got back. However, the most urgent task was to catch up with the thing named Zhang. It didn't run very fast. If it was on a flat ground, he would have caught up with it long ago. However, there were a lot of debris in the residential building, and he couldn't use his full speed. In addition, its body seemed like liquid, so it was really difficult to catch it for a while. The star on the ground was still cursing, but Li Yin ignored him and just stepped over with the axe in hand. He was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Its target is not me. Woo asterisk asterisk UTM wait to die. I. Before he finished speaking, he saw the terrifying figure holding the axe coming back again. The axe in his hand was raised high, flashing a cold light in the moonlight. He could imagine that if the axe came down, his head would definitely be chopped off. No, I'm 1.75 meters tall, and I can't even save my neck. Brother, please spare my life. I have never looked down on people with dwarfism. I was also very short when I was a child. I'm not even 1.75 meters tall. I'm just wearing a height increasing pad. Please spare my life. Don't chop my calves, and don't look at my head. Hearing his shout, Li Yin paused in her running steps. What the hell? Who is he calling big brother? Who is he calling dwarfism? I'm 1.6 meters tall, if I round it up. Li Yin now really wanted to open this man's head to see if there was paste or tofu inside. And by the way, cut off his calf and stuff it into his mouth. But there was no time to care about him now. Li Yin grabbed a handful of cement blocks from the wall and threw them out. There was a loud bang. Smoke and dust rose up, and the wall was turned into a hornet's nest. The man surnamed Zhang was also obviously frightened. His squirming body paused, and his two irregular eyes were filled with shock. He didn't remember that there was such a powerful monster in the office in Ningyi City. He was strong enough to punch through a concrete wall with his bare hands, and a handful of stones thrown at random had the effect of machine gun fire. And that ordinary axe was so strong that the arm that was chopped off by could not be restored, as if he had never owned that arm. What kind of power is this? Is it from the capital? When did it target me? Was she also the one who did what happened last night? If we keep running like this, we will be caught up sooner or later. We have to think of a way. The man who turned into a puddle of dust quickly made a circle and came to the other side of the corridor. Leen instantly broke through the concrete wall, but only saw the female star lying on the ground, and there was no trace of the puddle of dust. At this time, the female star was slowly waking up. When she opened her hazy eyes, she saw a terrifying figure covered in dust standing in front of her, holding a sharp axe. She screamed suddenly and fainted again. Li Yin observed his surroundings vigilantly, pricked up his ears, and listened carefully to the sound around him, and slowly passed by the female star without even looking at her. He took 2 steps, turned back suddenly, grabbed the attacking claw, and swung the axe in his right hand without hesitation. With a puff, his only remaining arm was cut off at the root. The man let out a shrill scream, and his body quickly began to liquefy. He was about to run away, but his head was grabbed tightly by a small hand and pressed to the ground with a bang. What followed was 3 consecutive axe blows, which chopped off both of its legs and the part below the waist, abruptly interrupting the liquefaction process. Leen chuckled and said, "You're running pretty fast. Keep running." The man grimaced in pain, but where his mouth should be was just a piece of squirming film, which looked extremely disgusting. Leen picked up the axe, stepped on its head with 1 foot, pressed its upper body to the ground, then raised the axe and chopped it down fiercely. The man screamed instantly. His voice was shrill and piercing. But Li Yin had no mercy at all and wanted to chop the cult leader into pieces and feed him to the dogs. But she just knocked the man unconscious and didn't intend to kill him for the time being. After all, the duration of the light band is limited, and looking at memories will reduce your perception of the outside world, so it is not advisable to look at it now. Li Yin searched on the ground and found the female star thrown into a room. After checking, it was found that there was nothing serious except that 1 arm was chopped off and the clothes were stripped off. Li Yin was afraid that she would die from excessive blood loss, so he turned around, tore off a piece of cloth from the woman's own clothes, tied it around her body to stop the bleeding, and then covered her with the clothes on the ground. As for her figure, Li Yin's eyes were full of disdain. She's a female celebrity, but she's far inferior to my Aju. Thinking of this, she did not waste any more time. She found the hole she had just opened and jumped up to support Azu on the battlefield. On Ningzhu's side, the 2 stone warriors she released were already the second most defensive puppets in the house, but the person in front of her didn't take them seriously at all. I saw his arms quickly deforming and turning into sharp tentacles, each of which was like a carefully polished blade, flashing with cold light. As he moved, the tentacles shot out like lightning, heading straight for the vital points of Ningzhu and the stone warrior. So fast, Ningzhu's eyes narrowed. If she hadn't used energy to strengthen her body again today, she would probably not be able to dodge it, or even see the attack clearly. The stone warriors had no time to react before their bodies were pierced by the tentacles. However, these stone sculptures had no so-called vital parts. Even if their heads were chopped off, as long as they were not completely destroyed, they could still continue fighting. Seeing this, Ningzhu quickly distanced himself and used long-range attacks to harass from the outside. At the same time, he threw a few more topaz balls over there. She found that the people over there seemed to have the same characteristics as ghosts, and some of their power would be suppressed by the magic ball. At least they are unwilling to contact. With the help of the light emitted from the magic ball, Ningzhu could see the man's face clearly. Very common, never seen before. Not anyone who is worthy of suspicion, as Li Yin said. At this moment, she suddenly felt a strong, murderous aura coming. Looking up, she saw that the tentacles had broken through the blockade of the magic ball and were shooting towards her. Ningzhu didn't panic at all. He controlled the wooden puppet to stand still and swung the axe in his hand fiercely. There was no sound of metal collision, but it was like a hot knife cutting butter. All 4 tentacles were chopped off by the axe. The man let out a scream. Obviously, the cut-off of the tentacle caused him considerable damage. What is this axe? Almost all monsters encountered for the first time will ask the same question. No one would have thought that an ordinary fire axe with a hole on it could easily break through their defenses and even cause damage that could not heal on its own. Moreover, the terrifying aura emanating from it made him want to turn around and run. Ningzhu had no way to answer this question, but she knew very well that this was a good opportunity. He quickly controlled the 2 stone puppets to suppress him, and he approached quickly with an axe, ready to give him a fatal blow. But at this moment, the man's back suddenly began to wriggle, and 4 tentacles suddenly stretched out. With just one swing, they cut the stone warrior in half. Even the wooden sculpture under Ningzhu was not spared and shattered in an instant. Seeing the tentacles were right in front of him, Ningzhu swung his axe to block them, but found it was too late. The tip of the tentacles was already in front of him, and there was no way to avoid it. At the moment of life and death, the wall under her feet suddenly exploded, and a pair of small hands hugged her legs and waist and brought her out of the tentacle's attack range at the critical moment. Li Yin touched the girl in his arms and confirmed that she was not hurt. Then he turned and looked at the ground. He saw that the tentacles had penetrated deeply into the cement. If they had penetrated Ningzhu, the consequences would be disastrous. She also didn't expect that the monsters here would be so strong. I originally thought that giving an axe to Azu would ensure that it would be foolproof, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated his strength. Li Yin's eyes were full of murderous intent. Because of his momentary carelessness, he put the girl he loved in danger. Now she had only one thought in mind: to grind this monster to ashes. The man seemed to have not expected that his attack would be interrupted by someone who suddenly appeared. Did Zhang run away? Or is he dead? A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and then he moved, and more tentacles stretched out from all over his body, launching a more fierce attack on Li Yin and Ningzhu. Faced with such an attack, Li Yin was not panicked at all. She held Ningzhu in her arms and moved back and forth in the corridor, nimbly dodging the attacks of the tentacles. First, he placed Ningzhu in a safe place. Then the energy covered his whole body, and his eyes flashed dazzling light in the darkness. Just as the man was surprised at the changes in the small figure in front of him, a fire axe appeared in front of him and chopped directly into his chest. The moment he lowered his head, the man suddenly discovered that his vision had been strangely reversed, and even the cracks on the ceiling could be clearly seen. What's going on? Before he could react, his body fell heavily to the ground. It was easy to break the man's neck. Li Yin pulled out the fire axe that was stuck in his chest, raised it high, and without a trace of mercy in his eyes, chopped it down hard, separating his head from his body. Not dead yet? You're lucky, aren't you? Li Yin picked up the head, put it together with a man surnamed Zhang, and prepared to leave. There is still work to do tonight. That is to cooperate with Ningyi City and the Abnormal Bureau to thoroughly investigate the headquarters of Kantai Pharmaceutical. The time was set at 12 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 76, Do you want to know the truth about the world? The stars are now very desperate. They found that the door leading to the 3rd floor is locked, and they can't go down at all if they can't find the key. Fuck the program crew. Open the door quickly. Someone is going to die. One of the stars no longer cared about his image and cursed at the camera. The other person had already run to the window, preparing to jump from the 3rd floor. Before the others could stop him, he had already jumped down, carrying everyone's hopes. Everyone quickly leaned over the window and looked down, and saw the man lying on the ground wailing with his calves twisted. It seems that the mission of going out to ask for help cannot be accomplished. The other people nearby started cursing at the window, calling the person who jumped down a waste and useless, and also asked him to shout more quietly so as not to attract the devil. A female star tentatively took out her mobile phone, but suddenly saw that the signal that had disappeared for several minutes was restored. She quickly called the director, and at the same time thought to herself, since such a big thing had happened, the live broadcast should have been interrupted, right? But the director had forgotten all about this and was running upstairs with a large group of people. The celebrities were broadcast live. The popularity of the live broadcast room directly broke the historical high. The barrage was full of voices of watching the fun. The fans who were just debating with netizens whether the variety show was scripted or not now shouted one by one, "This is all scripted." Watching these two amusement shows together made the netizens who were watching the show say that they were so happy that they couldn't sleep. A few minutes later, the door to the third floor was finally opened, and several celebrity assistants hurried forward to inquire about the situation. The guests vented their fears by beating and scolding each other, talking at the same time. When they heard the name of the axe murderer, everyone's face changed. The timid ones turned around and walked away, fearing that if they walked too slowly, their skulls would be opened. But the director's face now looked extremely ugly. He found that there were only 5 people on the scene. What about the remaining 3? After questioning, we learned that one person jumped off the building and her wailing could be heard. One person fell down and for some reason did not catch up and might have been chopped to death by the axe killer. The last one, Sister Chun, had her head blown by an axe at the beginning. In fact, several guests did not understand the specific situation clearly, but driven by fear, they all said things in the worst possible way. Chen's agent fainted on the spot, and the director looked extremely unhappy. He quickly arranged for people to go downstairs to rescue the guest with a broken leg, while he himself took people to look for the bodies of the remaining 2 guests. Netizens also noticed something was wrong at this point. If it was a script, why did the director come out? And the star who jumped off the building, he really jumped and broke his leg. Are they talking about some axe murder? What is that? A game character? Filming a movie, right? Is it to promote the horror movie that's about to be released? Propaganda chicken feathers? I'm from Linhai. The axe murderer is the most famous urban legend here. It is said that he has killed dozens of people. Yes, I heard about it too. It is said that the recent closure of Linhai City seems to be due to the chaos caused by it. It's probably true. I didn't expect it to escape even when the city was sealed off, and even came to Ningyi City to commit crimes. It's terrifying, as expected of a devil. I'm a fan. That night, the name of the axe murderer became famous across the country as several celebrities were sent to the hospital. At this time, Li Yin had already carried the bodies of 2 cult members and brought Ningzhu to a remote park and began to touch the corpses. A total of 2 severed fingers and a flesh ball were found on the 2 men. Nothing else. What about the information exchanged? Li Yin set his eyes on the meatball and felt that it was very suspicious. As for the 2 severed fingers, she had seen things of this style before in the home of the murder artist Feng Qi, and they were very similar to the wooden finger sculpture. These 2 also have cult symbols carved underneath. The difference is that one of them is silver and the other is yellow. The silver one is the middle finger and the yellow one is the index finger, the same as Feng Qi's. Are there different factions within cults? What do the middle and index fingers represent? Is color a symbol of status? Li Yin put these questions aside for the time being, summoned an axe to execute the man named Zhang, and touched the light band above his head, and a memory appeared in his mind. Another quarrel begins. It seems that in many people's memories, quarrels with others always occupy a large proportion, especially when they lose the quarrel. As the memory gradually became clearer, Leen also saw clearly the face of the person she was arguing with. "Impossible!" she exclaimed in surprise, and Ningzhu quickly stood up and came to her side, his eyes full of worry. Leen, see? The person who appeared in the picture was actually his own father. They argued about whether to bring something back to the country for research. The man surnamed Zhang seemed particularly excited. He insisted on taking it back and said it might be an unprecedented discovery. However, his father strongly opposed it, claiming that the unknown thing was extremely dangerous, and if it got out of control, the consequences would be disastrous. The 2 men each insisted on their own opinions, and the quarrel became louder and louder. Finally, the man saw that no one was on his side, so he picked up his clothes and walked out of the room. There was heavy snow outside the room. Was he in Antarctica?
Li Yin Infiltrating. She really couldn't believe that she actually saw her deceased father in the memory of a cult member. However, she did not rush to draw a conclusion. When she continued watching, the scene had returned to the city. A man approached him. There was a layer of fog on the man's face, as if he had used some means to hide himself. But his voice was clearly audible. "Do you want to know the truth about the world?" After he said this, the scene changed again. The man surnamed Zhang went crazy and ran wildly on the street, shouting some incomprehensible words. Pedestrians avoided him one after another, their eyes full of fear and confusion. He was sent to a mental hospital for hurting others and self-harming, but was later taken out and his mental state returned to normal. He was also given a middle finger made of wood. He joined Confronting Pharmaceutical as a biologist and began to conduct detailed research on the human body. The memory ended here, but Li Yin's brows furrowed even deeper. But there is a bit of good news. My father is not a member of the cult. The man surnamed Zhang came into contact with the cult members after returning to China. My father was just his former colleague. But who was that person? What did he say to make Zhang crazy for several months? What is the truth of the world? Leen raised her head and looked at Ning Zhu beside her. Azu, do you know the truth about the world? Ning Zhu tilted his head in confusion. What did you see? Li Yin shook her head. In his memory, there was a person whose face he couldn't see clearly. He told the truth about the world, and Zhang went crazy for several months. The truth about the world? Ning Zhu thought for a moment and said, I remember that the people who like to say this the most on the internet are those who insist that the earth is flat. That anti-intellectual group? Leen couldn't connect them with the cult at all. Besides, these people were just going crazy on the internet. At most, they would launch a rocket to see what was going on. There was no reason for them to do anything against humanity. We'll talk about this later. Li Yin set her sights on another man. This guy only has his head left, staring at me. Ning Zhu walked over, laughed, and kicked again. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Did you want to kill me? Now, you can only lie here, staring at us with wide eyes, but you can't do anything. As he spoke, he also threw sand in his eyes, insisting on speaking his mind and taking revenge. Seeing that his girlfriend had finished venting her anger, Li Yin walked forward and chopped her in half. When exposed to the colored light band, a memory appears in the mind. Li Yin was surprised to find that this man was actually the husband of the new director of Linhai Child Care Center. He had undergone a face-changing surgery here by Mr. Zhang and turned into a completely different person. My current job is a cleaner at Linhai University. Linhai University again? She was basically certain that there was definitely something wrong with Linhai University, and perhaps there was more than one cult member lurking within it. It is not clear whether they are plotting something or simply using it as a hiding place. Keep watching. After undergoing the transformation, his vision became different from that of ordinary people. He no longer saw a colorful world, but a gray one. Only humans have colors. Some are red, some are green, and they change with time, which looks very strange. The scene changed, and he came to a place that looked like an office. A deep voice sounded, giving him orders. The order was similar to what he knew, asking him to go to Ningyi City to deliver something, which seemed to be a return gift for some previous exchange. The sound had been processed, so it was impossible to tell whether the person was a man or a woman, young or old, but the office was very clear. Leen memorized every detail in his mind and would compare them one by one later and then find out who the owner of this office was. Just when she thought the scene was about to end, a voice suddenly came in. Ding, ding, ding. Teacher, I have sorted out the information you requested. Do you want to take a look? The person knocking was not on the door of this office, but the door next door, and the sound sounded very familiar to her. It turned out to be senior sister Su Ji. The scene ended, and Li Yin confirmed that the cult members were in the School of Biology. Maybe we can catch him if we go back now, but this cannot clear Professor Zhang of suspicion. He is still the first suspect. After all, he appears in cult incidents so frequently that it is hard not to be suspicious. But he appears too frequently and without any disguise, as if he is a scapegoat pushed out by others, an answer put on the table for everyone to see. Is it that the cult members don't know how to hide, or... At this time, Ning Zhu's cell phone rang. It was a call from the Ningyi City Abnormal Bureau, asking them to come over and help them to wipe out the hidden crimes in Confronting Pharmaceutical. The officials of Ningyi City's Abnormal Bureau were also helpless. If they could handle it themselves, they would never ask for outside help to intervene in the city's cases. This would make them appear incompetent. But now the interior is really empty, with only the heads of 7 firms left, and one of them is not good at fighting. They were unsure whether these forces were sufficient to deal with the unknown enemy. That important things would escape while they were waiting for support, so they had to combine all available forces. Chapter 77, Underground Laboratory. The two of them hadn't arrived yet, but the battle had already started. The reason was that their underground laboratory seemed to have received some kind of news and was destroying materials and organizing evacuation, but was discovered by the office staff, who then launched a surprise attack. The power retained in the laboratory was still terrifying, for distorted monsters were rampaging in the corridors of the laboratory. They exuded a disgusting stench, and every time they waved their limbs, it would bring about a bloody storm. These monsters even killed their own people in the underground laboratory. Their crazy appearance made the investigators from the Abnormal Bureau, who were in charge of the outer perimeter security, gasp in amazement. They had never faced such a monster before, and it looked like it had a physical body, not a ghost. Therefore, many methods that worked on ghosts were ineffective against it. Or let's let the police come with guns to support us. I think it should be effective, one of them said hesitantly. He had just used all 5 of his evil suppressing techniques, but the opponent didn't seem to be a demon at all, and the technique had no effect at all. It's useless. Their recovery ability is too strong. The bullets may not be able to penetrate their skin. Even if they do, they can heal quickly. As he spoke, the man raised the peachwood bough in his hand and put a green arrow on it. The tail of the arrow had a few very long, even somewhat cumbersome rooster tail feathers. He bent the bow and shot the arrow, which pierced the monster's head with a streak of light. But within 2 seconds, the wound healed on its own without even a pause in movement. The methods of others were simply ineffective, but another person was even more miserable. 2 of the 3 black dogs she brought to exorcise evil spirits were beaten to death, and she was crying bitterly while hugging the only living one. When will Leen High's support arrive? Didn't they say they would conduct a joint operation? Why haven't they arrived yet? One of them couldn't help but complain, seeing that the monster had killed all the people in the laboratory and was roaring towards them. He could only swing the giant axe in his hand to meet it. However, the axe that was once invincible could only cause shallow wounds on the monsters, and some of them could not even penetrate the defenses. The rest of them also rushed into battle, using all their skills to attack the monster. If it was just one monster, it would be fine. With the 6 of them together, they could still fight. But there were 4 monsters. They could only hold on with difficulty. The peripheral investigators were extremely anxious, but they were just ordinary people. Even if they all rushed forward, it would not have any effect and might even become a burden. I had no choice but to continue making phone calls to ask where the master named Ningzhu in Linhai was. She must have some special means to kill so many monsters on Hongxiang Street. Now the investigators from the Abnormal Bureau can only think this way. If even the masters of Linhai are helpless, once the monsters rush into the city, it will probably cause unimaginable consequences. On the battlefield, a sturdy man holding a huge axe faced the siege of 4 monsters. Even though he had strong defense, he was still beaten all over and cried out in pain. Of the 6 people present, only he could stand in the front row, while the others were limited to assisting in the back. However, their means of attack did not seem to have much effect on the monster. If it were not for the strong man relying on his defensive power to hold on, he would have been defeated long ago. Used the beast-taming ability commanded the last black dog to attack from the side, but it could not cause any harm at all. For the rest of the people, only the peachwood bough had some effect, and the rest were almost useless. Seeing the black dog being attacked again, the woman's mentality completely collapsed, and she shouted, "We can't fight this thing at all. I want to retreat." After saying that, she ignored others' attempts to stop her, and she carried 1 dog in her arms, 1 on her back, and another on her shoulders, dragging the 3 dogs, and ran back. The rest of the people looked grim. If this woman left, they would be no match for these monsters. Just as they were considering whether to adopt a tactical retreat, the sturdy man standing in front of them suddenly let out a scream. His strong body could no longer hold on and was pierced through the abdomen by the monster, and the axe flew out of his hand. Seeing that the monster's next attack was about to fall on him, the strong man's eyes were filled with despair. "I don't want to die yet. I haven't found the axe killer yet, and I haven't proved my axe yet." Just when he thought he was about to die, a silver light suddenly fell from the sky. It instantly cut a monster in half, and there was a sharp sonic boom. Dozens of bullets almost simultaneously landed on the remaining 3 monsters, making bloody holes in their skin. What's even more surprising is that these blood holes did not heal. Before the 5 people could recover from the sudden incident, they heard the sound of horse hooves from the side. Looking in the direction of the sound, They saw a girl riding a strangely shaped wooden horse, running towards them rapidly, holding a red-headed, white-bladed fire axe in her hand, flashing in ordinary cold light. Because it looks like an ordinary fire axe. The sturdy man suddenly remembered something and turned back quickly. Sure enough, the silver light that flew over just now was a fire axe exactly the same as the one in the girl's hand. The monster that was hit by the axe never stood up again, as if it was really dead. Thinking of this, the strong man quickly reached out to grab the axe on the ground. His hand had already touched it, and the wooden handle was no different from that of an ordinary fire axe. He only needed a little force to lift it up, but this force almost made him stagger. No matter how hard he tried, the fire axe on the ground didn't move at all. Seeing this, although he was confused, he had no choice but to give up and quickly dragged his injured body back to the back. The Trojan horse had already rushed into the battlefield at this time. Ning Zhu was surrounded by silver light, and energy filled his whole body. His reaction speed, defense, and strength were all greatly enhanced. However, the situation like Li Yin's, where her body became transparent, did not happen, which made her a little puzzled. But it doesn't matter. She feels like she can do anything now. Although the monster was seriously injured by a stone thrown by Li Yin, it was still extremely ferocious. Seeing Ning Zhu rushing towards him, it roared and pounced on him. It was huge in size, but extremely agile. It arrived in front of Ning Zhu in almost an instant and slapped her on the head with its huge claws. However, this extremely fast attack only produced a wisp of white smoke when it hit the silver light on Ning Zhu's body, and even burned the monster's claws. Seeing this, Ning Zhu's confidence surged. He swung the axe in his hand, and the monster's shoulder fell to the ground. The blood gushed out instantly, dyeing the ground red, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. The 5 office staff members were all shocked when they saw this. They had never seen such a powerful force before. With just one axe, the monster was completely powerless to fight back. Ning Zhu did not stop. She continued to swing the fire axe in her hand. Every swing was accompanied by a silver light, and every time the silver light fell, a monster fell down. Soon, the remaining 3 monsters were killed by her one by one. Li Yin, who was standing not far away, was initially wary of attacks that might harm Zhu. But when he saw her riding a wooden horse and chopping melons and vegetables, a smile suddenly appeared on her lips. She is so heroic and valiant, like a female general on the battlefield. So cool. Love it. Just now on the way here, Asa told her mysteriously that he would show her a powerful fighting form in a while, and told her not to take any action, but just stand by and watch. Leen thought it was some kind of secret technique of the Ning family. She looked forward to it for a long time, but she didn't expect it to be the same form of energy explosion as her own. However, Zhu's control over energy was obviously much weaker than his own. The energy does not fill the entire body, but rather fills the body surface with a large amount of dissipated energy. This will greatly reduce the effectiveness and waste energy. But it doesn't matter, I can just waste this little bit and make up for it when I get back. Ning Zhu also discovered the problem. His energy was being consumed at a very fast rate, more than what he used to strengthen his body. In order to save energy, he deliberately fought on a wooden horse, but the consumption still exceeded expectations. I can only trouble Xiao Liyin. Seeing that all the monsters had been dealt with, the 5 people from the Ningyi city office couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I've heard that Linhai is full of masters. Seeing them today, I find that they are indeed extraordinary. Yes, heroes emerge from youth. This girl is so young, but her strength is so amazing. I really admire her. Everyone praised Ning Zhu's strength, and Li Yin, who was standing beside him, straightened his back. You guys are quite good at talking. If you can speak, please speak more. I love to listen. Ning Zhu's condition at the moment was not very good. She still had some energy, but she found that using the energy in this way could also serve the purpose of tempering her body, so much so that now her whole body was sore. Seeing that the monster had been destroyed, the investigators from the Bureau of Abnormalities rushed into the laboratory to rescue the evidence, and several people from the office followed. They were responsible for protecting the safety of everyone in the Bureau of Abnormalities. Leen saw that Ning Zhu was not in good condition and hurried forward to support him. Ning Zhu no longer concealed his findings and shared his findings as well as the drawbacks. After listening to her story, Li Yin was stunned. Can energy be used in this way? Then she tried to mobilize a little energy and inject it into her muscles. No effect? No, my body had already been strengthened once when I absorbed the energy. Plus, when I used the explosive form, the energy filled every cell. This was much stronger than Az's muscle tempering, but it didn't have such an effect. It seems that this method doesn't work for me. It was confirmed that Aju was fine. It was just a side effect of using energy to become stronger. Not only can it strengthen the body, it can even consume energy in a fixed way. Double happiness? Li Yin settled Ningzhu. He also entered the laboratory. Under Kantai Biopharmaceuticals, 3 floors of basement have been converted into laboratories. The first floor is relatively normal, but in every room of the 2 floors below, you can see glass jars of various sizes. Inside the jars are nothing but corpses. Some are big and some are small. The oldest is in their 40s or 50s, and the youngest is even less than 10 years old. Their bodies all had varying degrees of mutations, and they were obviously failed experiments. The expressions of everyone at the scene were extremely ugly, and their eyes changed when they looked at the researchers on the ground who were killed by monsters. It would be a relief for them to die immediately. It would not be excessive to cut them into pieces. Li Yin was looking for something in the underground laboratory. These monsters are in form and can definitely not be created by normal biochemical experiments. If they were the product of ordinary experiments, they would not be afraid of the energy and axes in their bodies. And their shape reminded her of someone. Li Mui. Although the appearance is very different, in her opinion, the core should be the same thing. It is the black stone that flew out of Li Mui's body. It should be here too. Where will it be? While thinking, Li Yin came to the 3rd underground floor. The people from the Abnormal Bureau did not stop her. After all, they saw the magic weapon thrown by this petite girl, which instantly crippled 3 monsters and directly turned the tide of the battle. I am so impressed by your presence. Who dares to stop me? The 3rd underground floor is mainly an operating room. You can still see people tied to the operating table, their stomachs cut open, their internal organs spilling all over the floor, and half of their faces melted. It is obvious that they are not going to survive. Li Yin came to the operating table, ignored the corpse, and put his hands on the table. This is not a high-tech product with lifting function and various supports found in normal hospital operating rooms, but a gray stone table with some kind of pattern carved on it. It looks abnormal at first glance. Li Yin gently exerted force and pressed his hand directly into the stone platform. The material is common, but it's unclear what it is. She exerted force again and actually lifted it up. Then she discovered that the stone platform was made of spliced pieces, and there was a space underneath, in which a small box lay quietly. Found it. I reached out and took the box out and touched its surface. I still didn't know what it was made of, but it seemed heavy, so it should be solid. Should I open it? If I open it, will another black crystal fly out and enter my body? If not, what will be the impact? Li Yin weighed the pros and cons, took out the axe, and put it aside, while mobilizing energy to protect his body and be alert to deal with emergencies. Then he slowly opened the box. Nothing flew out, and there was no black crystal inside, but a piece of rag. Li Yin was stunned for a moment. A piece of rag? What on earth is this? She reached out and took out the rag and found that it was very thin and very soft. It felt like touching human skin. She tried to inject some energy into it, but failed. In her opinion, this thing was solid and no energy could get in. That's a bit strange. There were footsteps coming from the stairs, and several investigators from the Bureau of Abnormalities walked down the stairs while talking. But suddenly, the conversation stopped, replaced by shrill screams. Looking back, I saw several people fell to the ground for some unknown reason. Their bodies were twitching uncontrollably. Their skin was falling off piece by piece, and the flesh inside was wriggling. It seemed that some strange changes were taking place. Is it because of it? Leen noticed something was wrong and quickly put the cloth back. The moment the lid was closed, the twitching and screaming of several Abnormalities Bureau investigators also stopped. Several people supported each other and stood up, looking at each other, not knowing what had just happened. This change naturally attracted the attention of others, and soon a large group of people gathered at the stairs, asking them what had happened. Several people looked confused. They didn't know what was going on. They just felt something entering their bodies, and then they couldn't control themselves and fell down. But they can't say they are okay now. Their skin is broken like eggshells and blood is constantly flowing out, but they don't seem to feel the pain and still stand there and talk about their feelings. It was not until others reminded him that he realized what was happening and he was helped to the hospital. Leen frowned and looked at the box in his hand. After weighing the pros and cons, he put it aside. But before that, she still used the axe space to cover it as usual, and then see if it works or not. Anyway, this thing is not suitable to keep in her hands. As long as it is opened, everyone around will mutate, so why do I need it? I don't want to take revenge on society. If I accidentally open it, I will have to take the blame. It's better to leave it to the Abnormal Bureau. She called the leader of the Abnormal Bureau and explained the matter to him. Although this man seemed to have no idea what was in the box, he understood the danger of it and immediately said that he would take it back to the Abnormal Bureau himself. At this point, the matter of Conti Biopharmaceuticals has come to an end. There is not much information about the underground laboratory. It is just a simple experimental site. They do not carry out large-scale human experiments like the one in Luan Town. It is just a simple test product manufacturing. Although the means were cruel, the harm was much less than that in Luan Town. Walk out of the basement, take Asa back to replenish his magic, and buy a ticket back to Linhai for tomorrow's train. Chapter 78. Controlling the Wind. The two returned to Linhai the next afternoon. The city had been unsealed and had returned to its former prosperity. Leen first sent Ning Zhu home, watched her lie down on the bed to rest, gave her a farewell kiss, and then went to a nearby restaurant alone. I took out my phone and called Officer Liu. Hello? Are you at work? No, I just finished my work and am taking a rest. I'm back in Linhai. I want to tell you some news. Is there any substantial evidence? Leen thought for a moment and said, no, but it is basically confirmed that the headquarters of the evil cult Linhai is in Linhai University. Then she told the story about the orphanage director, her husband, and the boss of Taikang Taixing Pharmaceutical. Officer Liu was silent for a moment before continuing. I never thought they had the ability to change their appearance. This ability is very dangerous, even more dangerous than a ghost that can possess another's body. He was right. When a split ghost took over a person's body, it would be easy to catch him without the original owner's memory. Moreover, ghosts, even if they had thoughts, their emotions were extremely unstable. It was basically impossible for them to imitate the behavior of the original owner. But humans are different. After a period of training, they can have perfect camouflage ability. With a slight change in lifestyle, they can blend into a new environment very well and leave no trace at all. They can even disguise themselves as people around you or people in high positions. If you let them succeed, the harm they cause will be immeasurable. Can this disguise be detected? I don't know. The one I encountered seemed to have ghost elements in its body, which could be detected by some means. But if you don't want combat power, it would be difficult to simply change the appearance. Officer Liu sighed. Be more vigilant. Do you want me to find out the whereabouts of those children you mentioned? Leen thought for a moment and said, let's check it out, and then asked the local police and the Abnormal Bureau to pay attention. Maybe there are cult members around these children. Thinking of what happened in Luan Town a few days ago, plus what Li Yin said about Conti Biopharmaceuticals, Officer Liu took a deep breath and said, I will arrange it as soon as possible. Well, thank you for your help. This is my duty. By the way, I have two good news. Do you want to hear them? Han Shili has been found. Officer Liu. How do you know? Guessed. What's the other one? Different. Has the Abnormal Bureau testing notification come down? Officer Liu. Can you let me say something? You've ruined my good mood. Officer Liu sighed and said, yes, the Abnormal Bureau has notified us of the test, and the date is set for next Monday. Li Yin was a little surprised. So fast? Which one do you mean? 2. Han Shili was suspected of a burglary in Li County and was photographed. As for the Abnormal Bureau test, it is considered an internal recommendation, so hurry up. Come on, I'm rooting for you. So, does Han Shili need me to catch someone? No, it's pretty much what you said. She's not doing anything wrong. She's just an ordinary person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been caught on camera. I'll ask the local police to cooperate with me in arresting her. Be careful. She might catch one at any time to use, and it would be dangerous for ordinary people to catch her. Officer Liu smiled and said, it's okay. I have the magic weapon you gave me. She can't do anything to me. Okay, as long as you're happy. After hanging up the phone, it was only a little after 2 o'clock. Leen took out a key from his pocket and returned to the door of the Ning family office. Azu has said that this will be my home from now on, so isn't it normal to have one key? He opened the door, went upstairs quietly, came to Azu's door, and poked his head out to peek at his girlfriend's sleeping face. As a result, Ning Zhu was also staring at him with a pair of big eyes. Leen stopped pretending and pushed the door open. She took 2 steps at a time, threw off her slippers, and jumped onto the bed. Like a nimble snake, she slid into the quilt, and Ning Zhu couldn't cover her. Li Yin, please don't. I'm still sore.
Of course, it wasn't Li Yin who did it last night, but it was the after effects of the burst form. In addition, she strengthened her body once again last night while replenishing her magic, so she hasn't recovered yet. Li Yin knew that she was not feeling well, so he did not do anything strange. He just hugged her waist under the quilt and rubbed his head against her, enjoying the softness. Will our dad come back tonight? Li Yin stuck his head out from under the quilt, his arms still hugging Ningzhu, keeping the two of them tightly together. You should come back. I can't stay here overnight either. I have to go back for roll call during the night dormitory inspection, and my leave time is over. Ningzhu felt a little relieved and a little disappointed, and didn't know why. The two of them stayed together until about 4 in the afternoon. Ningzhu fell asleep. Li Yin kissed her on the cheek, left the Ning family office, and took a taxi back to school. Not long after, Ning Tianin came back, and Ningzhu also went downstairs to get some water because he was thirsty. Couldn't hide the smile on his face. When he saw his precious daughter, he burst into laughter. My daughter, your trip to Ningyi City really made me proud. You don't know that the deputy director of Ningyi City called us this morning and praised you for 15 minutes. Tell Daddy quickly, what big thing did you do over there? How did you save the people from their office? Ningzhu felt a little embarrassed by what his father said. He chuckled and said, I didn't do anything. I just killed a few monsters and destroyed an illegal den that used humans for experiments. Ning Tianan was extremely happy and felt that his little daughter was so promising. Just now, someone claiming to be from the Ningyi City office called and asked if we have any axe-making skills. He wants to buy them for a large sum of money. Also, I heard many young people around me say that fire axes can ward off evil spirits. How can such a thing be true? I don't know where they heard it from. Ningzhu immediately thought of the burly man with an axe in front of Kongtai Biopharmaceuticals and quickly shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it's a group of people? Leen only had 2 axes, so how could he sell any extra ones to others? Besides, they couldn't just use ordinary fire axes to cheat people, right? This was no joke. I guess so. By the way, my daughter, you, and that Miss Li, Ning Tianan didn't continue here. He felt that the time was too short and was afraid that his daughter would be disgusted. It is better to wait until my daughter is mentally prepared and let her come to me and confess. What is Miss Li Yin's family secret? Why can't I find any information about the Li family in the system? Ningzhu could only evade this question. I heard from Li Yin that she actually took her mother's surname. Her father's surname is Liu. Is your surname Liu? It's a common surname. We have a family in Linhai, but I've never heard of a child with the surname Li. Dad, how is Li Yin's talent for learning our methods? Very bad. Better than you were back then, Doesn't she have her own family skills? Why does she need to learn from ours? Learn by playing. You kids. Li Yin had already taken a car back to the gate of Linhai University and then went straight to the snack street on the side, preparing to bring some delicious food back for his roommates. Before I got close, I saw a familiar figure. Current leader of the Yufeng sword sect, dressed in green, carrying a long sword on his back, with his long hair combed behind his back, with a calm expression and a temperament otherworldly, looks like a master. He is the great swordsman Yi Zhuang, who cheated him out of $300, Yi Lingyun. Oh no, now it's Master Yi, the owner of the Yufeng fried skewer stall. Wow, Uncle Yi, how did you end up like this? Why don't you, a great sword immortal, go out and slay demons and monsters and set up a fried skewer stall here? It is not in the area designated by the urban management, but has occupied roadside parking spaces. Yi Lingyun raised his head and saw Li Yin, and immediately smiled brightly. My friend, long time no see. Li Yin nodded and walked to the stall. Uncle Yi, what are you doing? Setting up a stall to sell fried skewers. What's wrong? Li Yin looked at the messy stall, and the corner of his mouth twitched. No, Uncle Yi, you are a sword immortal after all. How did you fall to this state? Yi Lingyun said as if it was a matter of course. If I don't set up a stall to sell fried skewers, how can I get the money to practice? If I don't practice, how can I have the strength to sell fried skewers? Lilin, is that the truth? Why don't I understand? Okay, Uncle Yi, give me 20 skewers so I can taste your cooking skills. Of course it's no problem. These 20 skewers are my treat to you. Last time I accepted 300 yuan in cash from you, and I've been feeling bad about it. I didn't expect to meet you again here so I can pay off the karma. The main reason was that his wife heard about this and scolded him, and even didn't let him sleep in bed, saying that it was shameful for him to cheat even the friends of his own relatives and children. He himself felt that it was a bit too much, but he couldn't contact Li Yin,
and he was embarrassed to tell Ning Tianan about it, so he could only keep it in his heart. Uncle, you are too polite. It's just a small matter. I don't take it to heart. The law of cause and effect is extremely mysterious. How can it be a trivial matter? My friend, please do not mention it again, otherwise you will look down on me. Li Yin was chatting with him and inadvertently looked down, but did not see any wheels on the skewer's cart. She thought she was dazzled, so she rubbed her eyes and looked again, but still did not see them. She squatted down and took a closer look, and was immediately shocked by what she saw. There were indeed no wheels underneath, but it was supported by a flying sword. Good fellow, the abnormal bureau doesn't allow you to fly openly, so you fly secretly, right? If you are discovered, won't you be severely punished by the abnormal bureau? Yi Yun also noticed Li Yin's actions and smiled calmly. The mortal world is to train the mind, and the sword practice also needs the atmosphere of fireworks. Setting up a stall to sell fried skewers is not only to experience the various aspects of life, but also to hone your character. Flying swords carrying cars are just a small matter, so don't take it too seriously. Li Yin was a little confused after hearing this, but she didn't ask any more questions. Uncle Yi must have his reasons for doing this. It really is worthy of being the legendary means with no upper limit. It is simply extraordinary. However, at this moment, a commotion broke out at one end of the snack street, and someone shouted, "The urban management is coming!" Upon hearing that, Yi Yun's expression suddenly changed. He tiptoed onto the flying sword car and rushed out in a flash. None of the snack cars could outrun him. A stall owner at the back who was still in the startup phase had a look of satisfaction on his face. "You are worthy of being my apprentice. You are better than me. What do I teach you?" "Of course it's skewers. How could it be driving?" Li Yin was stunned when he saw this scene, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. "Oh my God, I fried the skewers." But it was too late to catch up now, and he could only walk towards the school dejectedly. Before he reached the dormitory building, a small sword suddenly flew out from the woods, with a plastic bag and a piece of cloth hanging on it. Li Yin took the plastic bag in confusion, then lifted up the cloth strip to take a look. It said, "Yufeng Fried Skewers Special Delivery Drone." She burst out laughing. This Uncle Yi is quite good at playing. He has even learned how to hide. But this method of delivering food with a flying sword is really promising, and the efficiency is so high. Holding the plastic bag of fried skewers, I returned to the dormitory satisfied. "Sisters, look what delicious food I brought you. Xiao Liyin is back. How was your time outside? Were you happy?" "Very good." "Oh, it's fried skewers. I love fried skewers the most. Don't you want to lose weight?" "What's the point of losing weight? How can it be more comfortable than filling your stomach?" "Where's Tingting? Did she go to the library to study?" "No. Im slapping. I must be exhausted from studying." Leen felt a little strange. In her impression, although this girl was quiet, she was always full of energy, especially in studying. Every time she saw her, she was studying. "What happened today? Are you sick?" Chapter 79, Dark History. At night, in an ordinary residential building in Changshan District, Yu Yuner hid behind the door and secretly looked in the direction of the living room. Professor Zhang is at home. He comes back very early these days. Because there is no dedicated study room at home, Professor Zhang is reading in the living room. In the past, the house was always very tidy. After all, the two of them didn't spend much time at home. But since yesterday, the living room has been filled with all kinds of books. There were books in all kinds of languages. Yu Yuner didn't even know where he got them from. Now, whenever Professor Zhang got home, he would throw himself into the pile of books, constantly looking for something with a panicked look on his face, and keep repeating the same sentence. Yu Yuner bravely opened the door and quietly moved closer, wanting to hear more clearly. Professor Zhang's voice was low and rapid, as if he was talking to himself, or as if he was conversing with some invisible being. Impossible. How could this happen? How is this possible? Yu Yuner was confused, but she could feel the panic and despair emanating from Professor Zhang, which made her feel a palpitation involuntarily. She approached cautiously, trying to see what was written on the page in Professor Zhang's hand, but the words were too unfamiliar to her, and she could not understand them at all. At this time, Professor Zhang suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Yu Yuner. Yu Yuner was startled and subconsciously wanted to step back, but Professor Zhang had already seen her. His eyes were filled with chaotic thoughts, yet also a bit confused. "Yunu, why are you here?" His voice trembled, with a hint of pleading in his tone. Yu Yuna looked at Professor Zhang's appearance and couldn't help feeling uneasy. She swallowed and tried to make her voice sound calmer. I, I was worried about you, so I came to see you. Professor Zhang smiled bitterly when he heard this. Worried about me? You should stay away from me. Yu Yuner was a little scared. Why? What happened? Professor Zhang's eyes were bloodshot and his hair was messy, as if he had aged a lot overnight. He raised his shaking hands and scratched his face hard, leaving several bloody marks, but he seemed not to feel any pain. He started mumbling something meaningless, which gave me goosebumps. Yuna, do you know what the truth of the world is? Li Yin and her roommates finished their meal. They left the dormitory on the pretext of throwing away the garbage. When I was passing by the dormitory next door, I happened to see someone coming out to get hot water. Although she was not familiar with him, she still reached out and said hello. Hey, classmate, good evening, are you okay? The classmate turned around and smiled. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine now. I'm just tired from the military training. A person came over from the stairs. He was also a classmate from next door. He waved in their direction and said, I bought the food. Tell them to get up. Let's eat. Okay, I'll be back after I get the water. The two chatted some more and then separated. Li Yin was a little confused and took out her cell phone to check. It was only a little after 6 in the evening. Why did everyone go to bed so early? This made her feel something was amiss. He threw the garbage into the trash can in the bathroom, then quickly returned to his dormitory and came to Sun Tingting's bed. He did not summon the axe. After all, it was too big and conspicuous, and it was difficult to explain. Instead, he took out a walnut and put it on her body. If she had encountered a ghost or something like that, she would definitely react to the walnut. But to Li Yin's surprise, the walnut did not move at all. Am I overthinking it? Wang Yu also came over. Li Yin, what are you doing? What happened to Tingting? Li Yin smiled and shook her head. Nothing. Tingting is sleeping so soundly. I'll see if she has a fever. I just touched it and it's sweaty, so it should be fine. You don't know. She sat in the library until 10:30 yesterday, and Ching and I thought something had happened. Li Yin turned to look at the sleeping girl, feeling a little emotional. She is the only student in the dormitory who was admitted from the countryside. According to her, the educational resources there are very poor and most students do not like to study. It is conceivable how much effort she put in to get here. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the hope of the whole family, right? Shaking his head, Li Yin chatted with Wang Yu and Lu Qing, then walked out of the dormitory building and headed towards the teaching building. She planned to investigate the owner of the office first, and then go see Senior Su Ji to ask about the orphanage. The office was easy to find. After all, it was next to Professor Fong, and Professor Fong's office was at the end of the corridor. I looked up at the sign and saw that it was the office of the freshman counselor. There was a woman there. I'd seen her a few times during military training, but not much after that. Is it a woman? Li Yin was a little confused. Although she couldn't see the man's face clearly from that person's perspective, judging from his body shape, he should be a man. At least he should be a tall person. I recalled the instructor's appearance, a very thin woman about 1.6 meters tall. It was a bit strange. Was she hiding her identity in some way? Or was it someone else who just used her office? Li Yin stuck his head into the office and looked inside. There were two people sitting inside, apparently working. It's not the teacher, but the student whom I don't know. In the entire Linhai University, she only knew 7 people in her dormitory and the dormitory next door, plus Senior Su Ji. She didn't even know a few of the teachers. Hearing the voice, one of the students looked up and asked in confusion, Is this student here to see the counselor? The teacher is not here at the moment. If you have anything to say, you can talk to me. Li Yin saw the badge hanging on her chest, which said she was the vice president of the student union. Is the instructor out? The teacher has been unwell recently and has asked for leave. Our student union will temporarily handle some daily affairs on his behalf. Is there anything you need help with? Asked the vice president of the student union with a smile. Asked for leave? At this time? Li Yin suppressed the doubts in her heart and asked calmly, I'm a freshman. I want to consult my counselor about something. When will she be able to come back? The vice chairman shook his head and said, The teacher is on leave for a long time, and we don't know exactly when he will be back. However, you can tell me your questions, and I will try my best to answer them for you, or convey them to the teacher for you. Leen narrowed her eyes, shook her head, and smiled. It's nothing serious, just some personal questions. I think I should wait for the teacher to come back and ask him in person. Thank you. I'll leave first. After saying that, she turned and left the office. The teacher has asked for leave, and at this point in time, one cannot help but wonder what the reason is. Last night, I killed Zhang, and the underground laboratory immediately received the information and began to organize evacuation and destroy evidence. Did we also know about the death of the other person? So this instructor ran away? It cannot be confirmed yet. Should we ask Officer Liu to check her whereabouts and address? Officer Liu has already set out to arrest Han Xiuli, right? At this time, the door on the side was opened, and a familiar figure walked out. She was also stunned when she saw Li Yin in the corridor. Junior Sister Li Yin, you are back? Have you dealt with the matter? Do you need your help? The person who came was Su Ji. Her voice was as gentle as ever, making people feel inexplicably at ease. Leen quickly stepped forward, took the heavy document from her hand, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Senior Sister. I'm fine now." "But Senior Sister, are you still busy so late?" Su Ji smiled lightly and shook his head. "Nothing, just some trivial matters. What about you? Is there anything wrong? From the look of you, it seems that you are worried." Leen didn't know how the senior schoolmate could tell. Except in front of Ning Zhu, she thought that she had always hidden her emotions very well, and even Officer Liu had not noticed anything unusual. Is it a woman's sixth sense? Why didn't I awaken this superpower? Where are you going, Senior? I'll help you get your stuff. Go to the lab, and I'll get you some new books to study. You need to make up for the 2 days of missed classes. The laboratory was in another building. The two chatted about trivial matters and soon arrived at the senior's laboratory. There was basically no change here from before she left, except for some more paper materials on the table, and the strange fish in the pond had grown a little bigger. Are they still alive? Leen was surprised. She had always thought that these fish would not last long in the pond and would all die. She did not expect that they could actually last for a week. Senior Su Ji sighed. In order to keep them alive, I almost live in the lab, and I've asked many seniors in related majors for advice, but their condition is still worse than when I first arrived. Is that so? Li Yin looked at the strange fish in the pond and didn't see anything wrong with its condition. Maybe it's because I have no talent for breeding. From childhood to adulthood, no matter whether it was insects, birds, or fish, they would die within a month. Therefore, I was given the title of pet killer by my parents. By the way, Senior, do you still remember your experience in the orphanage? Su Ji, who was sorting out the documents, paused and the expression on his face changed. Li Yin, why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Li Yin naturally heard the change in the senior's tone, slowly turned around, took out a photo from her arms and placed it on the table, pointed at the short-haired girl in the photo, and asked, "Senior, this person is you, right?" When Su Ji saw herself in the photo, her body trembled violently and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound calmer. "This photo. How did you get it? Hey, Senior Sister, you look pretty good when you had short hair." "Very cool. Why don't you have short hair now?" Su Ji tapped her toes on the floor awkwardly. Because long hair suits my temperament better. Short hair makes me look too heroic and doesn't suit me." Even though he's very handsome, Yuna is totally obsessed with the senior. Woo woo woo, that's all dark history. Stop talking about it. Senior, can you tell me about the orphanage? Of course you can. I didn't expect you would be interested in this. Su Ji sat down, picked up the photo on the table, with some nostalgia in his eyes. She seemed to be very happy during her time in the orphanage, and there was nothing worth hiding or that made her feel uncomfortable. I went to the orphanage relatively late because the previous orphanage closed down and I was forced to move here. I remember that the director at that time was an Annie with a bad temper. She was very strict with us and often punished us by making us stand or scolding us for doing small things wrong. However, she was actually a very kind person. In order for us to have a better life, I often saw her sorting documents late at night. Li Yin raised her eyebrows and did not comment on this statement. In her opinion, the director of the orphanage was not trying to improve the lives of the children, but was using some method to select qualified children. Yuna was the youngest child in the orphanage at the time. She also suffered from autism and was unwilling to communicate with others. Because of her special nature, she was often bullied by other children. I couldn't stand it, so I stood up to protect her. Gradually, our relationship became better and better. Sometimes I would climb over the wall and bring her some delicious food. Every time, she would look at me with admiration. Why are your personalities reversed now? That girl has become lawless, and you have become a gentle big sister? What happened next? Su Ji guessed what Li Yin was asking about and shook her head a little embarrassedly. No, I've grown up and have the consciousness of a girl. Naturally, I can't do the things I did when I was a child. Do girls change a lot when they grow up? It's incredible. Okay, let's not talk about this. Junior Sister Li Yin, do you know? Our college has applied for a very powerful project. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone, opened the photo album, and placed a photo in front of Li Yin. What is this? A slab of stone? Li Yin looked at the things in the photo and felt a little confused. The photo shows something that looks like a stone slab or a fossil, with strange patterns carved on it, which look like some kind of text. Isn't this what an archaeology major should do? Aren't we doing biological research? How do we get a project like this? Suji knew she would say that and smiled mysteriously. At first, I also thought it was a fragment of a cultural relic, but after being tested with professional instruments, it was found that it was actually the skin tissue of some unknown creature, and it is even active. Isn't it incredible? It's incredible. Leen looked at the stone slab that was several centimeters thick, and doubts inevitably arose in his mind. Is this really the skin of some creature? If so, how big would that creature be? Can we participate in this level of research? How is that possible? Let's just observe this strange fish honestly. If we can understand this new creature, it will be a huge contribution to the biological community. Senior Suji smiled and shook her head, then picked up a book and handed it to Li Yin. By the way, this is the course materials you missed in the past 2 days and the exercise book I prepared for you. Go back and take a good look at it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Zenpai. Chapter 80, going to test tomorrow. I walked out of the laboratory, carrying a pile of materials. It was already dark. Because this part of the laboratory building was relatively remote, there were not many people around. Leen was thinking about the counselor's matter and prepared to go back to ask her roommate for a phone number to see if she could dial it. As for why I didn't ask senior sister Suji about the unusual things in the orphanage, it was mainly because I didn't completely trust her at the time. But from her behavior, it seems that she really doesn't know the relationship between the orphanage and the cult. However, the senior sister's current personality is quite different from the past she described. Li Yin could hardly believe that they were the same person. Furthermore, if the senior really knew nothing, telling her all this might harm her. Who knows how many cult members are lurking in the school of biology? If she lets it slip, she will be killed. Given the cruelty of these cult members, Li Yin had no doubt that they would do this. They walked to a relatively remote place and turned a corner. Li Yin jumped back instantly and was almost chopped by an axe. Looking closely, I saw that there was actually a person squatting there. A woman was squatting in the corner motionless. She seemed to be holding a mobile phone in her hand. The screen was very bright, and her face looked a little pale. She seemed completely unaware of the person behind her and continued to stare intently at the phone screen. Leen Fronat. The recent evil cult methods of possessing ghosts and changing appearance had forced her to be more vigilant. He took out a walnut and slowly approached, then looked sideways at her phone screen and vaguely saw a pattern, which seemed to be an enlarged part of a picture. The woman seemed to hear footsteps, turned around abruptly, held the phone in her arms, and asked sharply, "What are you looking at? Did I let you look at it?" Leen didn't say anything, just observed quietly. The woman continued questioning. "I'm about to crack it. Are you trying to steal my work? Believe it or not, I'll sue you. Stay away from me. Is this guy a research geek?" Li Yin felt a little strange, but did not let down his guard. He channeled a trace of energy into the walnut, and instantly came behind the woman and placed the walnut on her shoulder. No response. Did I misunderstand? Putting the walnut back into his pocket, Li Yin felt a little embarrassed. "I didn't expect that you were really just a research-crazy senior. But why are you squatting in a corner researching instead of sitting in the laboratory? What are you doing?" The woman was obviously startled and quickly moved to the side, still protecting the phone behind her. It was obvious that she attached great importance to the research in her phone, even more than her own safety. Leen took a step back and nodded at her apologetically. "Sorry, I recognized the wrong person. I won't disturb your research. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back. Seeing that the person had gone far away, the senior student in the corner took out her phone and squatted in the corner to watch, muttering to herself. Almost just a little bit more. When he returned to the dormitory, he piled all the books on the table, leaving his 2 roommates dumbfounded. "Xiaolin, are these all your homework?" "It's the course I missed. I need to catch up as soon as possible." "So many? School has only been open for a few days." Xiaolin is doing experiments with senior sister Suji, so naturally she has to work harder than us. Speaking of which, yeah, don't you dream of doing experiments with senior sister Suji? Why don't you work harder? "I can't help it. Lying flat is too comfortable." Li Yin smiled as she watched her 2 roommates bickering, then looked up at son Tingting and asked in confusion, "Tingting, are you still sleeping? Have you had dinner?" "I just went downstairs to eat some bread. went to the bathroom, and then went back to sleep. He also knows how to eat and go to the toilet, so there should be no problem. Li Yin withdrew his gaze, sat on the chair, and began to read, and went to bed around 12 o'clock. In the next few days, Li Yin stayed in the laboratory and studied intensively. The professional teachers also went to the laboratory to teach. After all, she was the only student, so it didn't matter where she was. In the laboratory, senior sister Suji was dissecting a strange fish. The strange fish had no breath of life and was soaked in formalin. Its skin had taken on a strange pink color and looked a little disgusting. Senior Suji wore gloves and used a scalpel to cut cuts on the body of the strange fish, taking out the internal organs and placing them on a tray, while Li Yin filmed the process with a camera. Suji put down the scalpel and wiped the sweat off his face, then turned to look at Li Yin. Fearing that she would feel sick, he wanted to say something comforting, but he saw that this junior school girl looked calm and even seemed to be enjoying it. She was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was a fish, not a mouse or a rabbit. They would usually kill it and eat it at home, so she wouldn't feel that uncomfortable. Okay, that's all for today's dissection. We'll do the rest next time. Suji put away the tools and said to Li Yin. Leen nodded and helped to pack up the equipment, while Suji sorted out the experimental data. Senior, tomorrow is Saturday. Do you have any plans for the lab? Senior Suji shook her head. No, you must be exhausted these days. Take a good rest for a day. You have to come back to continue on Sunday. A break? I understand. Leen was somewhat happy. After looking forward to it for several days, I can finally go to see Aju, and the National Day holiday will be in 4 days. I can spend a full 7 days with Aju. I guess Aju has used up all his energy, right? Make up for it. Then take her out to have some fun, to the mall, to eat, to the cinema, and finally to a small hotel for couples. The little girl was standing in the laboratory, but her mind had already drifted to the Ning family office. Suji couldn't help laughing when he saw his schoolmate like this. The junior girl has been working really hard these days. She studies in the lab until very late every day, and then comes to the lab early the next morning to continue studying. Suji admired this spirit of diligence and hard work, but at the same time, he felt a little sorry for this young schoolmate. Li Yin, don't be too tired. Your health is the capital of revolution. Tomorrow is the weekend. Don't think about anything. Just relax. I know, senior sister. I guarantee that you won't see me the whole day tomorrow. Suji couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Where are you going? Are you going on a date? Keep it a secret. Senior sister, please don't call me. I can't come back. After saying that, Leen packed up his things and ran to eat. I put studying first these days, but I didn't forget about the investigation. The counselor was very surprised and did not run away. I called him that night, and he answered the phone normally. From the sound of it, he just had a normal cold. He came to school the next afternoon. Leen took the excuse of asking for leave last time to get close to her and found an opportunity to hit her with a walnut. No effect. This is a bit strange, isn't it her? But that person who borrowed this office? I looked up and saw a camera in the corner facing this direction, but I had no reason to apply for the surveillance here, and there was no one I knew around to ask. Senor Suyi. She didn't enter the office, so how could she know who was sitting in the office at that time? So, now we can only wait for Officer Liu to come back and ask him if he has any solution. At around 5 o'clock in the evening, Li Yin left the laboratory. He felt relaxed without a book in his arms for the first time in a long time. Officer Liu sent a message saying that he had returned to Linhai, but the man had not been caught. It seemed that he had fled to other places. Then why did you choose to come back? The Abnormal Bureau will be testing tomorrow, so I have to come back early to prepare. Isn't it Monday? They have time tomorrow. Then I would like to congratulate you in advance on passing the test. Li Yin replied with a smile. Officer Liu seemed very excited, and even typed much faster than usual. Thank you very much. I also hope to pass the test and officially become a member of the Abnormal Bureau. Then I will have access to more information and resources, and our investigation will be much smoother. Well, I'll leave it to you then. I'll treat you to a meal when you're done. How could I let a little kid like you treat me? I'll treat you to a big meal after I officially start working here. Then I'll be looking forward to it. Have a good rest today, and be in the best condition to deal with the test. By the way, don't forget to tell me the content of the test afterwards. I've been curious about it for a long time. Okay. Leen, do you know? I have seen too many regrets. My best friend fell in front of me and struggled in pain. The feeling of being powerless is really painful. So I long for power, longing to be able to protect everything I cherish and never let tragedy happen again. The Abnormal Bureau
is the place where I can realize this wish. I'm waiting for your good news." The sun had not yet completely set, and the golden afterglow cast a glow on her body, casting a warm halo around her. Thinking that she would soon go find Aju, whom she had been thinking about all the time, the girl's steps became much lighter. I walked out of the school gate and turned a corner to the taxi stop. I saw a newly opened flower shop on the side of the road. Various kinds of flowers were placed in front of the door, exuding a faint fragrance. She immediately went in and bought a rose. Holding it in her hands, she felt her mood become even happier. I took a taxi to the Ning family office and sent a message to Aju. "I'm almost there. Is our dad home tonight?" "Soon," a reply came from the other side. "Not here." "Yeah." Officer Liu returned home, put some hot water on it, and carefully washed his face, working up some foam and shaved off the stubble on his face. He suddenly looked several years younger. After thinking about it, I turned on the old water heater at home and prepared to take a shower. Taking advantage of this time, he returned to the bedroom, rummaged through the closet, and found his newest police uniform. He carefully unpacked it, spread the clothes out on the bed, smoothed out the wrinkles, took out his hat and put it on his head, looked at himself in the mirror, and thought he looked pretty good. He was reluctant to wear the clothes and planned to try them on after taking a shower. This was sent last year. I wonder if it will still fit me if I wear it today. After taking a shower, Officer Liu put on his brand new police uniform and stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself carefully. In the mirror, he had a tall and straight figure and a resolute face, and his straight police uniform made him look even more imposing. He nodded with satisfaction. Wearing this police uniform seemed to bring him infinite strength. He walked to the window, looked at the bustling streets and busy crowds outside, and clenched his fists. My heart is full of anticipation and a little nervousness. The last time I felt such an overwhelming emotion was 20 years ago when I was about to join the police force. I will take the test from the Abnormal Bureau tomorrow. If I can pass it, I can become a member of this mysterious organization and have the power to defend justice. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for 10 years. He must seize it. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Officer Liu was a little confused and took off his hat and held it in his hand. "Who is it?" No one answered the door. He pressed the door lock and saw the person outside. His eyes were full of doubts. "Who are you?" Snap. The sound of the hat falling to the ground was extremely obvious in the empty corridor. After a moment, it was picked up by a hand and put on the head. Chapter 81 Shopping Mall. That night, Ning Tianin did not come back. The two of them posted his phone number on the door and then locked it. Azu, how is the previous incident with the split ghost going now? Ever since it was confirmed that the cult had started to silence the split ghosts with relevant memories and could easily find their hiding places, Leen lost interest in the matter and naturally did not continue to pay attention to the progress of the incident. My father told me that it seems to have been disguised as a disease by the authorities, and specific symptoms have been listed. Once discovered, all you need to do is call the nearest police station, and someone from the agency will go to deal with it and then send it to the hospital. Although this kind of ghost can possess humans, it is not well hidden and will not cause much harm to humans, so it has not caused many casualties. At this point, Ning Zhu smiled, but thought of the bad influence, so he put it back. Although it's a bit busy, it's a good thing for our firm. Every time we are assigned an incident, the Abnormal Bureau will subsidize 1,500 yuan, which is a considerable fixed income, and we can save a lot of money. Let's go out and play tomorrow. I got more than 1,000 pocket money. Last time I promised to buy you clothes so I can take you shopping. But as long as Aju likes it, I can bear with it. By the way, should I also think of some way to make money? The inheritance left by my parents plus the pension is still quite a lot, but she knows the principle of living off the savings. After thinking about my usual expenses, I feel like I should be able to last another 7 or 8 years, so let's not consider this for now. Azu, has Master Zhao transferred the money last time? I remember it was 300,000, right? Yes, the balance was settled yesterday. Send me your card number later, and I'll transfer the money to you. The two of them slept until around 9 o'clock the next day, then got up, washed up, and went out hand in hand. When they passed by the pavilion in the community, a group of old grandfathers and grandmothers waved and greeted Ning Zhu, and Ning Zhu responded with a smile. The group of old people were very happy. Even after they walked away, they were still sighing about how pretty the two sisters were and how close they were. These grandparents are the elders who watched me grow up. Because my mother passed away when I was very young and my father was busy with work, these grandparents often took care of me and gave me delicious and fun things. Although they are not my relatives, to me, they're like my family.
Ning Zhu held Li Yin's hand and explained as they walked. Li Yin poussait her lips. She had never asked about Az's mother. Although she didn't know about her mother-in-law's situation, she always had a bad feeling in her heart. That's why I didn't ask about this matter yet, for fear of bringing up Aju's sad memories. It now seems that Az's mother is no longer alive and died very early. She hesitated for a moment, but still asked, Azu, our mother. Ning Zhu seemed very calm, as if he had long been accustomed to this topic. I was still young at that time and went out shopping with my mother. On the way, we were attacked by an angry ghost. In order to protect me, my mother faced the terrifying existence alone. Later, my father arrived and I survived, but my mother was seriously injured and the hospital was unable to help. You must have been in a lot of pain at that time, right? Well, I hate it. I hate my weakness and my powerlessness. I can't even protect my own mother. No wonder Aju, after making sure that he did not have the talent to inherit the family's skills, resolutely signed up for the extremely dangerous abnormal bureau test. How desperate would you feel when you find out that you can't even pass the test of the abnormal bureau? But it's a good thing to think about it. If Aju learned the transformation like Captain Chun, with a bunch of tentacles reaching out, I would definitely not be able to handle it. Fortunately, Azu can now continue to walk on the path she hopes for, and she has her own company on this path. Li Yin's eyes gradually became gentle. He stood on tiptoe, reached out, and touched her head. Azu, you have tried very hard and are very brave. Our mother in heaven would be very pleased to see you so strong. Ningzhu lowered his head and saw the little girl's loving eyes. He felt a little warm in his heart, but he reacted immediately. Girl, why are you looking at me like that? What are you thinking about? It's okay, Azu. From now on, I will always be by your side and will not let you suffer alone anymore. You little Li Yin, you actually want to take advantage of me? You're asking for a fight. I was just kidding. The two of them played around and soon arrived at a nearby shopping mall. Because they had to be ready to go back to the office to handle commissions at any time, they did not choose to go far away. Ning Thu, girl, aren't you shy at all? Li Yin turned around and leaned into Ning Zhu's arms with a shy look. Of course I am shy, but when I think about it, I already belong to Aju, so there is nothing I can do even if I am shy. Ning Thu, so cute. So, I'll be on top next time. Before Li Yin could answer, her cell phone suddenly rang. She quickly took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After answering the call, her expression gradually became serious. Okay, I'll be right back. Please wait a moment. The firm has come to commission us, and the description given over the phone is very realistic and very likely to be true. Chapter 82, I am Du Linjiang, I am a patient. After receiving the call, the two hurried to pay and returned to the office, where two people were waiting in front of the door. As she got closer, Li Yin was surprised to find that she actually knew this person. It was the young nurse who was tied up in the operating room in the suburban mental hospital. Because she was not wearing a nurse's uniform, Li Yin did not recognize her for a moment. Walking up to her and greeting her, the nurse could hardly suppress the ecstasy in her eyes when she saw this familiar face. It's really you. Great, they're saved. Officer Li, there is another accident in our hospital. Officer Li Ningzhu looked at the girl beside him suspiciously, feeling a little unbelievable. Li Yin coughed and introduced her to the nurse's identity and how they met. After hearing this, Ningzhu couldn't help but twitch his lips. You two are both police officers and nurses. You have a lot of fun, right? You even cosplay. But she was just complaining in her heart, as the current matter was more important. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Ningzhu opened the door and walked in first. He brought the two of them to the front desk, took out a pen and paper, and motioned the nurse to describe what happened in detail. She needed to make a record and submit it to the Abnormal Bureau for sealing after the matter was concluded. The nurse did not sit down. The man who followed her sat on the chair, lowered his head, and unconsciously grabbed his hair with both hands. It was not until Ning Zhu called out that he belatedly let go of his hand. His bloodshot eyes stared at the hair in his hand, his face full of confusion. Sir, what should I call you? The man raised his head. He looked very haggard, his eyes staring straight ahead, but not focusing on any person or object. Li Yin on the side couldn't help but frown. She found that the man's clothing was strange. He wore a slightly yellowed white doctor's coat on the outside, the same style she had seen in the mental hospital, but he was wearing a blue and white striped psychiatric hospital gown underneath. Generally speaking, doctors would not wear their white coats outside the hospital. The man in front of him wore it like this, as if he was deliberately emphasizing his identity. looking at the young nurse standing beside him. The young nurse shook her head and patted the man's shoulder gently, bringing him back to consciousness. The man suddenly stood up from his chair, as if awakened from a dream, his face full of fear, and raised his hand tremblingly, pointing forward. "He is not a human. You can't believe what he says. I am the doctor." Ning Zhu frowned and moved his chair a little to the side so that the man's fingers would not poke his head. At the same time, he activated the iron plate on the table that was used to detect ghosts. "Everything works fine. It looks like nothing is following me, nor is it possessed." Li Yin walked forward and pushed the man's arm back with brute force, with a bit of hostility in her tone. "Sir, calm down and try to describe your experience. Can you do it?" The man turned his head stiffly and looked at Li Yin, who was standing next to him. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in his eyes. You are from that day? Well, I might have encountered a ghost." The man sat back in his chair and began to recount his recent experiences. "My name is Du Linjiang. I am a doctor in the Department of Mental Rehabilitation, responsible for the daily care of several patients with serious conditions. A month ago, a patient was transferred to our department. He was escorted here by a doctor from the second affiliated hospital of the medical university and his family. They were not in good spirits, but the patient who was sent here was in high spirits and was wearing the same white coat as mine. We all had some doubts at the time as to whether these doctors and family members were patients in disguise, because they looked more like patients. So I asked someone to contact the director of the second affiliated hospital of the medical university and confirm the identities of several doctors, and they really were experts in the field of mental health. But why do they look so miserable? Our vice president and I received them in the reception room. Guess what the first sentence they said was? They were actually being driven crazy by this patient. This patient suffers from severe personality disorder and paranoia. He will unconsciously imitate the behavior of others. Although our hospital has tried its best to treat him, our clinical experience is limited. We can only transfer him to your hospital with more clinical experience for further treatment." That's what they said. But the second affiliated hospital of medical university is one of the top hospitals in the city, and they can't help their patients. Is there anything we, a suburban hospital, can do? However, the vice president and I were flattered to be recognized by the doctors of the second hospital. We naturally agreed and personally handled the transfer procedures for him. The patient was also handed over to me. "Do you remember your name?" On the first day of the consultation, I tried to communicate with him. Generally speaking, patients with severe personality disorder will forget their names, identities, and even how to speak and move. They need long-term care and guidance from doctors and nurses to help them gradually find themselves again. But this patient was very different. He looked normal, almost like an ordinary person except for the white coat he was wearing. "My name is Wu Shi." He raised his head, his eyes were very clear, and he seemed to find my question a little funny. "Doctor, of course I know my name. Don't you know it?" I actually was questioned by a patient, which I found quite interesting. So I wrote in my observation record that the patient Wu Shi did not show obvious symptoms of personality deficiency. His language expression and mobility were normal, and he had normal self-awareness, but he would fantasize about himself as a doctor. Due to the special situation of the patient, his daily behavior needs to be closely observed to find possible treatment options. Besides that, he looked a little familiar to me. During the past few days of observation, he was very normal and seemed very natural in both communication and daily activities. Sometimes he even took the initiative to help other patients. But one day when I went to make rounds as usual, I suddenly discovered a problem. Someone was looking at me. It was Wu Shi. His whole face was pressed against the iron window, his eyes fixed on me, as if he wanted to carve me into his eyes. I immediately went back and questioned him, but he just responded to me with a smile as usual, as if what had just happened had never happened. From that day on, I increased the frequency of my observations of him, but every time he looked gentle, and there was no sign of anything unusual. "Wu Shi, are you observing me?" That day, I finally couldn't help but ask this question, but his reaction was very strange. He tilted his head, looking puzzled, and instead of answering, he said something that left me completely baffled. "Mr. Du, why did you run outside?" I just smiled, thinking that he was having a paranoid attack, urged him to take his medicine quickly, and then went back to the office. But my colleagues around me always tell me that we are becoming more and more alike. Who? Who am I becoming more and more like? Wu Shi? How is this possible? I'm a doctor. He's a patient. From that day on, I observed his every move more carefully. I was surprised to find that he seemed to be really imitating my actions, whether it was the words and manners or the subtle little movements. He imitated them exactly. More and more people around me mistook him for me, and there was even one time when he was released from the ward. I spotted him in the hallway, chatting with a colleague, and for a moment I thought I was looking in a mirror. But how is this possible? I locked him back in the ward. Behind the iron door, he looked at me with a hint of worry. I was so familiar with this look, as if it was saying, Du Linjiang, your illness has become more serious. How could I be a patient? I am Du Linjiang, a doctor in the mental rehabilitation department of the mental hospital, not Wu Shi. Dr. Du, the patient in ward 331 is feeling better after taking the medicine. Do you want to go and see him? The young nurse's words interrupted my thoughts. I looked up at her and was about to say something, but I saw a scene that made me unbelievable. She wasn't talking to me, but to another me. Wu Shi. Seeing him running out of the ward again, I was very angry. I scolded him and locked him back in the ward. The nurse next to me seemed terrified, but I ignored her. I knew my emotions were out of control, so I quickly ran to the bathroom, washed my face with cold water, and tried to calm myself down. I raised my head, looked at my haggard self in the mirror, and thought of the gentle Wu Shi in the ward. I can't tell the difference. Is he the me outside the mirror, or am I the him in the mirror? I am Du Lin Xiang. I am a patient? Should I go back to the ward? Where are my medicines? Wait, why am I out there? After listening to his story, the office fell into a brief silence, and Li Yin and Ning Zhu both frowned. This story is a bit weird. The man named Wu Shi gradually became Du Linjiang. If it is true, it is indeed unusual and may be caused by ghosts. A ghost that can mimic a person? Replace another person entirely? Li Yin suddenly asked, You've told me so many things. Are you Wu Shi or Du Linjiang? As soon as he finished speaking, the man's neck slowly turned towards him like a rusty gear, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. He suddenly jumped up from his chair, tearing his hair with both hands and uttering shrill howls, as if he wanted to tear himself off his scalp. Li Yin frowned and was about to take action to calm him down, but the next second, the man knelt on the ground strangely. She clutched the nurse's trouser legs tightly with both hands and pleaded in her voice, Doctor, time is up. Where's my medicine? Li Yin suppressed the urge to attack, looked at the nurse beside her and asked, Is he really a doctor in your hospital? Not a mental patient. The nurse pursed her lips and nodded gently. Yes, Dr. Du, you have been working in our hospital for 10 years. You were going to be promoted to deputy director this year, but because of this incident, pitiful. Ning Zhu and Li Yin thought of the same thing. The two looked at each other and both felt that this matter was worth going to the scene to see. Is that person named Wu Shi now? In our hospital, I locked him up in a ward before I left. Everyone else thought that Dr. Du had psychological problems due to work pressure. But after what happened last time, I couldn't help but think about that when I saw this kind of thing. The ID that Officer Li showed in the hospital seemed to have the words Ning's office written on it, so I used the navigation to find him. Ning Zhu nodded, stood up from the chair, picked up the key beside him, and then said, Let's go to the hospital. If it is really a ghost, we should solve it as soon as possible so that it won't harm anyone again. Wait a moment. At this moment, the nurse suddenly grabbed Ning Zhu's arm, with a hint of fear in her voice. I also received a patient whose symptoms seemed to be related to those things. Chapter 83, Dr. Li's treatment. The young nurse did not tell a story, but simply described what happened. The day before yesterday, she received a female patient. The patient was not in a good spirit, with gauze wrapped around her head, and she looked a little haggard and listless. The young nurse took out her cell phone and showed a photo in front of the two of them. Seeing the scene in the photo, Ningzhu couldn't help but take a breath. This is the top of a woman's head. There's almost no intact scalp on it. It is covered with blood and wounds of varying sizes. Hair, skin, tissue, blood, and flesh are mixed together, which is truly shocking. If you look closely, you can see traces of treatment on the top of the head, as if he has some kind of disease. Now, even Li Yin didn't know how she did it, so she could only ask tentatively, Did she scratch it herself? The young nurse nodded. She told me that the top of her head started to itch inexplicably a week ago. At first, she didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just an ordinary scalp itching, and she could just wash her hair well. But then it got worse and worse, and she couldn't help it, so she started scratching it with her hands. The more she scratched, the more itchy it became, and the more itchy she scratched, the more she scratched. It wasn't until her scalp was scratched and bleeding that it was slightly relieved. In the past few days, she has been scratching almost every few minutes, and the wounds on the top of her head have increased. Now, almost the entire scalp has been scratched by her, but she still feels itchy. Even if it hurts, even if she has scratched her skull and made that creepy sound, it still itches and she still can't stop. The young nurse swallowed her saliva, her face full of fear, and continued. We initially diagnosed it as a skin disease and recommended that she go to a professional dermatology department. But she took out her medical records and said that she had seen it a long time ago and took medicine, but there was no effect, so she thought it was a mental problem and came to our hospital. The doctor judged that her symptoms might involve dysfunction of the excitation and inhibition of the cerebral cortex, or be related to other parts of the nervous system. He prescribed some medicine for her and recommended that she be admitted to the hospital for further examination and treatment. But after a day of treatment, her condition did not improve at all. Some patients even reported that they could hear the sound of nails scratching the skull from the next room at night. Is she still in the hospital? The nurse shook her head. No, she checked out of the hospital the next day and returned home. Before she left, she told me that something seemed to be growing on her head, and it was wriggling on her scalp like there were bugs crawling inside. But she didn't have a scalp at all. Did you check it? I checked it. I changed the medicine for her, and there was nothing. Li Yin stood up and said, let's go to your hospital to see Wuxia first, and then deal with this person's problem. Aju, have you made the notes? It's done. We can go now. Don't worry. Let's talk about the cost first. Once the matter is settled, who should pay for it? Du Linjiang will pay for it himself. This was agreed upon when the nurse brought him here. As for the woman, he will have to wait and see. We can't let the nurse go out, can we? The four of them took a taxi and soon arrived at the mental hospital. They were greeted by the doctor, who Li Yin had saved in the operating room. Following him to the third floor and standing at the stairs, Li Yin and Ning Zhu were both stunned. In the corridor, a young man in a white coat and with a gentle temperament was standing in front of a ward. He seemed to be saying something to a patient in the ward. There was a look of concern and patience on his face, and there were two nurses beside him. Is he Wuxia? Li Yin and Ning Zhu both felt a little strange. This person's behavior seemed a little too normal. The man also saw the people on the stairs, smiled, stretched out his hand to say hello, and walked over here. Xiaoli, Xiaowang, are you here to bring a new patient to the hospital for admission? Without waiting for their answer, the man continued. Is this the little sister? Well, I think she has gender identity disorder, and it's quite serious. She really needs to be hospitalized for observation and treatment. You take her to the clinic. I'll be there after I finish my rounds. The young nurse and the doctor wanted to say something, but Li Yin stretched out her hand to stop them. She watched the man's back as he left, her eyes slightly narrowed. This man's behavior was so normal that she even thought he was a doctor in the hospital. He is Wuxia? Is he imitating Dr. Du Linjiang now? The nurse nodded. She was a little scared. Yes, it's him. The way he speaks, walks, and does things now. Even the clothes he wears are exactly the same as Dr. Du. Li Yin turned around and looked at Ning Zhu, only to see that she had taken out an iron plate from her bag, injected energy into it, and a light spot lit up in the middle, but the surroundings did not light up, which meant that there were no ghosts nearby. That's strange. Li Yin frowned and looked in Wuxia's direction. After thinking for a while, he turned to the three people and said, You go to the clinic first. I'll follow you and take a look. After saying that, she quietly came to the door of the ward where Wuxia was talking to a patient. His voice was gentle and patient. He sat by the bed, listened carefully to the patient's narration, and nodded from time to time to show his understanding. At the same time, he could quickly summarize the preliminary treatment plan. His every movement and every expression seemed like that of an experienced doctor. Li Yin did not study medicine, but she could understand some professional terms. She was surprised by Wuxia's professionalism. This man's imitation ability was too strong. Later, Li Yin eavesdropped on his conversations in several other wards and confirmed one thing. This man did not use the same set of words on everyone, but he had real skills and abilities. Otherwise, the nurses following him would not have remained silent. This made her a little confused. The first thing she did when she returned to the clinic was to ask the doctor and the nurse, Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Which of them is Wuxia? Did you bring Wuxia to my office? The doctors and nurses were all a little confused. Up to now, they themselves couldn't figure out who was Dr. Du and who was Wuxia. When asked this question by the exorcist master in their hearts, they began to doubt their own knowledge even more. Seeing this, Li Yin sighed, feeling that this matter might be a little different from what he had imagined. But he couldn't figure out what was going on, so he could only wait for the man named Wuxia to come over and observe it carefully. Not long after, the door of the clinic was pushed open and Wuxia walked in from outside.
But what was surprising was that he did not choose to wear a white coat this time, but instead wore a loose casual outfit, a white short-sleeved top with cartoon patterns printed on it, and a pair of shorts on the bottom. This outfit, several people at the scene couldn't help but turn their eyes to Li Yin. Li Yin's face turned dark. This person is actually imitating me? He stood up and waved to the doctors and nurses. You go out first. I need to use some special methods to help him exorcise the demon. The two of them had no doubt about Li Yin's words. After all, she was the benefactor who had saved their lives from the hands of ghosts. Could it be true that she would try to exorcise the demon? But before leaving, the doctor couldn't help but remind him, don't beat them too hard. It took us 14 hours to save the 4 people last time. Leen nodded, picked up a piece of clothing from the side, and covered the camera. Seeing this, the doctor could only sigh and go out with the nurse. After locking the door, Li Yin summoned an axe and smashed it on Wu Shi without saying a word. The man was startled by the fire axe that appeared out of nowhere, but he did not show the horror that a ghost would show. Li Yin frowned, took out the walnut and shook it again, but there was still no effect. Finally, he opened the axe base and swept it over the walnut, but the guy still had his eyes half open, one hand in his pocket, and looked nonchalant. It's hard, the fist is hard. With a stiff neck, he looked at Ning Zhu, who was laughing secretly with her hands covering her mouth. Am I usually like this? Ning Zhu pursed her lips and nodded, then shook her head. You are much cuter than him. Li Yin turned around and was now almost certain that this guy was not a ghost, nor was he possessed or anything. He was just a simple psychopath. The imitator is imitating me? Li Yin picked up the coat left by the young nurse, wrapped it around her right hand, and prepared to use her own method to treat the patient in front of her. Bite your teeth tightly. Dr. Li's neck surgery will not have any anesthesia. After saying that, Leen punched Wu Shi in the stomach. The man bent down in pain, but she refused to give in and kicked him hard in the knee. Wu Shi lunged forward, then did a roundhouse kick, hitting him hard in the lower back. The man fell to the ground with a muffled groan, but he immediately got up, still with one hand in his pocket, looking very weak. After being hit by 2 more punches, the man changed his previous nonchalant look and assumed a fighting stance. As Li Yin. But how could he be stronger than Li Yin? After a few rounds, he lay on the ground motionless. I untied the clothes on my hands and threw them aside. The main reason I got wrapped in this thing was because I was afraid he would beat me to death. Looking at the man lying on the ground with a bruised face and nose, Li Yin felt very happy. Not only did he get rid of his anger, but he also roughly understood the situation of this man. He is indeed a psychopath. He will unconsciously imitate the people around him. The longer he is in contact with them, the more similar his imitation becomes. What's more interesting is that he seems to be able to perfectly replicate the personality, behavior patterns, and even some knowledge and thinking habits of the people he imitates. This is not just a simple imitation, but more like a deep learning and copying. However, he should not be able to copy the physical fitness and abilities, otherwise he would not have been beaten by himself without any ability to fight back and could only put on airs. After all, he doesn't know any martial arts, and imitating my fighting is just asking for trouble. Ning Zhu also noticed something and looked at the man with a hint of shock in her eyes. Li Yin, he is? Li Yin nodded. It's not a ghost, and it's probably not a cyborg either. It could be someone with special abilities. Superpowers? Like you? Li Yin's face darkened. Please don't compare me with him. What should we do now? If this person continues to stay here, it will bring trouble to the hospital, right? Well, he seems to have an illusion ability that he can't control, which will slowly make the person being imitated doubt himself. To be precise, this person does not seem to have an independent personality of his own and can only act by imitating the behavior of others. Leen thought for a moment and said, let's call the Abnormal Bureau and ask them to see how to deal with this person. I feel that if this ability is used well, he might be a talent. Maybe I can even exchange it for money. Ning Zhu nodded and called the Abnormal Bureau. Leen found a bed sheet, covered the man's face, and tied his hands and feet to prevent him from running around and shouting. The two then walked out of the clinic, asked the doctor to lock the door, and waited for the relevant authorities to deal with the matter. Called the young nurse and rushed to the next patient's home without stopping. Azu, what are you searching for? In the car, Li Yin watched Ning Zhu searching for something on his phone and moved closer with some curiosity. Unexpectedly, I saw Ning Zhu searching for clothes using a shopping app. They were white and hip-hugging. They looked pretty and familiar. You just said Dr. Li performed surgery or something like that. That's pretty cute. I'll see if I can buy you a set of doctor's clothes. But
It seems like what you bought is a nurse's uniform. It's not serious. It's okay. It's all the same. Ningzhu had already placed the order and paid, but when she looked at the size, Li Yin felt like she couldn't wear them. There is no way that kind of clothes could fit someone of my body type, otherwise I would definitely be arrested. So, Ningzhu put away her phone, raised one hand, and pinched Li Yin's soft little face. Her face flushed a little. Don't get too close to the little nurse, understand? Li Yin laughed. She didn't expect that Azu would be jealous. So cute. Chapter 84 Eyeballs. All eyeballs. The three of them came to a residential building in the city and went to a door on the 14th floor according to the address. The young nurse's face was filled with worry. She had just called the patient several times, but the call kept saying that the other party could not get through. Leen also took it seriously. The appearance of ghosts is usually accompanied by a lack of mobile phone signal. It is very likely that the patient had encountered such a thing. Standing in front of the door, the young nurse pressed the doorbell, but there was no response. She knocked again, but still the same. She had no choice but to look in Li Yin's direction as if asking for help. Li Yin motioned her to step back, walked forward, and with force of both hands, she inserted directly into the security door, and then with a light pull, the entire door was removed. He put it in the corridor and walked straight in. Ningzhu patted the young nurse who was standing there in a daze and motioned her to move aside. Just stay outside, it's dangerous inside. Then he walked in. In the room were drawn, making it a little dark. I didn't see anyone in the room, but I could smell blood, accompanied by a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Ningzhu took out an iron plate and injected a bit of energy into it, wanting to detect whether there were any ghosts or the like around. But in the next moment, the light on the iron plate became brighter, and all the grooves used for measurement lit up at the same time. Ningzhu was startled and looked up suddenly, but there was nothing in the darkness. I moved my ears and seemed to hear a strange gurgling sound. I looked in the direction of the sound, but there was only a wall. The sound was coming from the wall. It was as if something was rolling in the wall. At the same time, the young nurse in the corridor suddenly felt the hair on her back stand on end for some reason. Being sensitive by nature, she felt that something was staring at her, right behind her. Officer Lee, she wanted to call for help, but fear gripped her throat so tightly that she couldn't even make a sound. I could only feel that the thing behind me seemed to be getting closer and closer. She didn't even dare to think about what it was, fearing that she would collapse in the next second. No, absolutely not. How can I be so scared that I dare not move when I don't even know what's behind me? What if I scared myself? The young nurse kept recalling in her mind the 4 terrifying ghost shadows in the operating room and the scene where Li Yin chopped them down like a god from heaven to cheer herself up. Gradually, she felt that she could move her hands, as if she was suffering from sleep paralysis. Every time she moved, her whole body became active. He used up all his courage and turned around suddenly, only to find that there was nothing behind him but a snow-white wall. The young nurse let out a long sigh and laughed at herself, realizing that she was really scaring herself. It's just that, are there always so many cracks on the wall behind? Is it dangerous? In the room, Ningzhu leaned against the wall, trying to find the source of the strange sound. But the gurgling sound disappeared, and the wall became thick and quiet, just like an ordinary wall. Just as she frowned, wondering whether she should break down the wall to see if there was something hidden inside, Li Yin's voice came from the bedroom. "Oh my God, this is so disgusting. What is this?" Ningzhu quickly withdrew his hand and walked quickly towards the bedroom, only to see Li Yin standing by the bed, picking at something black with her hands. Looking closely, it turned out to be a person's hair. The man lay motionless on the bed, his head covered in blood, his scalp turned outward, and many strands of hair that had been forcibly pulled out were scattered around him, mixed with scalp and minced meat. The scene looked extremely bloody. Li Yin's hands were in the woman's hair, seemingly flipping through something. Is she still alive? Ningzhu frowned and moved closer, only to find that the woman's condition was worse than she had imagined. There was almost no intact skin on the top of her head, and her skull was exposed. He should still be alive, but Li Yin lifted her hair, took a half step back, and motioned Ningzhu to look over. When Ningzhu saw this, a chill rushed straight to the top of his head. In the hair behind the woman's head, there were densely packed eyes. Human eyes. These eyes were embedded in the scalp, protruding outwards one by one, some tightly closed, some slightly open, as if peeking at everything around them. She suddenly realized something. Her eyes moved upwards to look at the exposed skull, and her breathing stagnated. This is not a skull at all. It's clearly dozens of upturned eye whites. No wonder it is bumpy and uneven. No wonder it is bloodless. At this moment, Ningzhu seemed to see the woman's body twitching. Could she still be alive? Leen also noticed this and put his hand on the woman's neck, applying slight pressure with his fingertips, feeling her pulse through her clothes. The touch from the fingertips showed that the woman was indeed still alive and her muscles were still throbbing. Etc. Li Yin frowned. She realized that the touch was not right. He quickly reached out to other places, but the feeling in his hands was exactly the same. And it's beating too. He thought of something and lifted up the woman's clothes. He saw that there was no skin on her neck, but only wide-open eyes. The eyes and the hair have spread to the back. Just as the two were stunned for a moment, several more eyes slowly opened on the skin. Leen quickly pulled her hand back, goosebumps all over her body. She wished she could chop her hand off. Touching this kind of thing is just disgusting. Ningzhu also took a step back, her face pale. She had never seen such a strange scene. There were eyes on her scalp, neck, all over her body. Those eyes seemed to be staring at them, making her feel uncomfortable. Compared to the ghost, the scene before me was many times more disgusting. What is this? Even she didn't know, so it was impossible for Li Yin to know, but she just knew how to deal with it. Two axes appeared in his hands at the same time and pressed down on the woman. The gazes in her eyes suddenly turned into fear and quickly closed. But you can still see the traces of constant rotation under the skin. The eyeballs did not disappear, but were simply hidden beneath the skin, making gurgling sounds. Ningzhu also thought of something at this time. He turned his head suddenly and looked at the wall. He just saw that under the peeling wallpaper, eyes were closing rapidly. Since there is a wall, he slowly lowered his head to look at the ground and saw countless eyeballs crowded in the cracks of the floor beneath his feet, staring intently at everything above. Just then, a scream was heard in the corridor. Ningzhu and Li Yin looked at each other, and they rushed out of the room almost at the same time. The young nurse fell to the ground, kicking her legs and backing away, waving one hand in the air and screaming. Li Yin immediately ran over and grabbed the arm in the air. He looked closely and saw that there was an eye on the arm. The eye was spinning around like a living thing, observing the surroundings. Ah! Officer Lee, help me. I don't want to die yet. Please save me. Li Yin grabbed his arm and looked at the nurse, then slapped her in the face. Calm down. How do you feel now? Does it hurt? Are you controlling this eye? Can you see anything? The young nurse was awakened by the slap and shook her head vigorously. I can't see, I can't feel, and I can't control it. Officer Lee, please take it away. Otherwise I will go crazy. Are you going crazy? Is it affecting your brain? No, I'm scared. Leen focused his attention on his eyes again and pressed around with his hands. He found bulges under the skin and in the muscles. It was obvious that this was not just a pattern on the surface, but a complete eye structure. Hold your teeth tight. Dr. Lee's next surgery will not have any anesthesia. After saying that, before the nurse could react, Li Yin's hand had already quickly pressed on the edge of the eyeball, and with a little force, 2 fingers dug in. With a slight puff sound, the eyeball in the nurse's arm was dug out by her, leaving a huge bloody hole in its place. He squeezed the eyeball, tore off a piece of cloth from the nurse's clothes, and tied it tightly to the wound to stop the bleeding. Because the movement was so fast, it was only then that the young nurse let out a gasp, looked at Li Yin and her arm in disbelief, as if she had seen something horrible. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't utter a word. How she wished that all this was an illusion, a dream, but the piercing pain in her arm reminded her that all this was real. The severe pain almost made her faint, and she even had difficulty breathing. But she still forced herself not to fall asleep. Instead, when she calmed down a little, she opened her mouth to thank Li Yin. Li Yin nodded. My treatment is not professional. You should stop the bleeding yourself. By the way, do you have eyes anywhere else on your body? If so, don't be afraid of the pain. I suggest you get the surgery done quickly. This thing will increase in value. When the nurse heard the word surgery, her whole body trembled and she shook her head vigorously. It's gone, it's really gone. Ningzhu reached out and pulled the nurse up from the ground, and at the same time placed an activated topaz ball in her hand to prevent the eyeball from appearing on her body again. After doing all this, Ningzhu raised his head and looked at the wall. The originally snow-white wall had cracks that appeared at some point, and the cracks were also filled with eyeballs. Ningzhu took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Li Yin, we can't delay any longer. She was afraid that if she let it continue, the whole building would be covered with eyeballs. By then, no one in the building would survive, and they would all end up like the person in the bedroom. Chapter 85 Props? Leen was naturally aware of the current situation, and she was not going to hold back now. Since she knew that this thing spread very quickly and could even spread to other people, hesitating for a second would be disrespectful to other people's lives. Thinking of this, she immediately turned around and went back to the room, picked up the axe placed at the door, and went straight to the bedroom. The woman was still lying on the bed, motionless. Her heart was beating, but she seemed unable to wake up. Coming to the bed, Li Yin had a trace of pity in his eyes, but his hands did not hesitate at all, and he swung the axe and chopped it up. Just as the axe was about to touch the woman, she suddenly moved and uttered a weak voice. "Help! Help me!" The axe stopped in midair, and he reached out to turn the woman over, only to see that she no longer had a face. Her entire head was covered with densely packed eyes, even inside her mouth, and she could no longer be seen in human form. There's no hope. This is her conclusion. Just like the one on the nurse's arm. Even if you pick it off, there will be a bloody hole left. If this woman wants treatment, her body will have to be more rugged than the surface of the moon. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated, grabbed the woman's hair, raised the axe, and ended her suffering directly. The neck was cut off, but not a drop of blood flowed out. Li Yin turned his head to look at the broken surface. There was no flesh and blood, but instead crowded eyeballs. As if they were afraid of the axe, they were all crowding inside, like a nest of maggots seeing the sun, which made people's scalp tingle. Looking at the woman's back again, the eyes had spread to the lumbar spine. In just a few seconds, several more eyeballs broke through the skin and appeared on the back. This made her realize that even if the woman died, things were far from over. So, the source of the incident was not her? Holding the woman's head, Li Yin returned to the living room with his brows tightly furrowed. "How is it? Is the problem solved?" Ningzhu asked. Li Yin shook her head and did not show her the head in her hand, fearing that Azu would not be able to sleep at night. She now felt that this matter was a bit tricky. First, she had no means of detection and could not find a culprit that caused the incident. Second, these eyeballs seemed to be real, not illusions or ghosts. After being killed, they disappeared, and everything returned to its original state. If they were like the split ghosts, even if one or two of them were destroyed, as long as one of their eyes fell, they would continue to multiply indefinitely, which would be too troublesome. Azu, can you find the location of the ghost that caused the incident on the iron plate used for detection? Ning Zhu shook his head. I can't find it. All the light spots on the iron plate are lit. I suspect that each eye is an independent individual, so the iron plate determines it as an independent ghost. Leen looked towards the wall and swung an axe to smash the surface, revealing countless wide-open eyeballs inside. I don't know how many things were smashed by this axe, but there seemed to be endless eyeballs inside, constantly turning, trying to squeeze into the depths of the wall. Li Yin's face changed. This was a load-bearing wall, and she only dared to break the surface, but the inside was like a hollowed-out ant nest or an acorn hidden by a woodpecker. Don't search, it's super disgusting. Lotus pods. The nurse's scalp tingled. When she saw the scene inside the wall, she thought of her arm. If Officer Lee had not performed the surgery on her, she would probably have become like this. Then do I still need to live? Azu, go check the situation next door. If there are people, rescue them. If there are no people, go downstairs and wait for me. If several load-bearing walls were all made of holes made by eyes, I'm afraid this building won't be able to hold on for long. It's too dangerous to stay here. Ningzhu nodded and left the room with the nurse, while Li Yin walked around the house looking for something that might be the original body. But she searched the woman's house and found nothing. There was no conspicuous item here, which made her face even worse. If it was really as she guessed, then this incident would probably be very tricky. Ningzhu came back with the little nurse, bringing good news and bad news. There are no people in the 3 households on this floor, but a large number of eyeballs have appeared on the walls of the other rooms, and a dog in one of the rooms has been parasitized. I observed it and didn't find any abnormal behavior. These eyes seem to be simply parasitic on its body, and they don't cause it any discomfort, nor do they control its body. As for how she got in next door when there was no one there, of course she learned it from Li Yin. Ningzhu's body has been strengthened several times. Although her strength is still far less than Li Yin's, it is already dozens of times stronger than before. She feels that her current strength is already stronger than Uncle Xiong, who is swinging a sledgehammer. What about the bad news? Ningzhu was stunned. That was the bad news just now.
The good news is that there are no large-scale eyeballs on the wall downstairs, so this building can still hold up for a while. Leen nodded and handed an axe to Ning Zhu to prevent her family's methods from failing and encountering danger again. Take the nurse downstairs first, and then contact the people from the Abnormal Bureau to come over. I'll see if I can find any clues here. Ning Zhu was a little worried. But what if the building collapses? Leen didn't say anything, but slammed his head against the concrete wall next to him, making a big hole in the wall. I'm harder than it. Li Yin, you're so crazy. Li Yin. Watching the two people go downstairs, Li Yin threw the head in his hand to the ground. The moment it hit the ground, the entire head fell to the ground like building blocks. Eyeballs rolled on the ground, as if looking for a new hiding place. Li Yin then grabbed one and placed it in the palm of his hand. He first opened the axe base and tried to put it in, but failed. Then he tried to inject some energy into it. As the strange energy entered, the eyes quickly withered and lost their activity, and turned into a hard, stone-like object in the hand. Even after death, it won't disappear? What on earth is this thing? Li Yin controlled the energy to gush out from his palms, glanced at the ground, and killed them all instantly, then looked at the wall and frowned. If the eyeball is killed now, will the load-bearing wall lose support and accelerate the collapse of the building? After thinking about it, I decided to give up. At least I have to wait until the people from the Abnormal Bureau evacuate the people. She was going to go to the bedroom again to check. Maybe there was something hidden on the woman's body that was the culprit for the flooding of her eyes. Check it out carefully this time, even if it's disgusting. At this moment, Li Yin felt as if he had kicked something under his feet. He looked down and saw a round eye rolling on the ground and stopped at the wall. Li Yin raised his eyebrows. He had just used energy to scan all the eyes on the ground and saw them lose their activity. So what happened to this one? Did it just come out from under the floor? Thinking of this, she gathered a little more energy and threw it at the eyeball, but the eyeball still lay quietly on the ground without any change, and the energy that was injected into it seemed to have disappeared as well. There's something wrong with this eye. Leen picked up the axe and walked to the eyeball, placing the axe next to it. If it were an ordinary eyeball, it would have definitely run away, but this one remained in the same place, without any change. I bent down, took it in my hand, squeezed it, and it was hard like plastic. I injected a little energy into it, but there was no change. Mutated? Or is it the source of the abnormal events? After injecting a little more energy, there was still no change. Leen put it on the ground, raised the axe, and prepared to give it a try to see what was inside it could be smashed. No, if we smash it now, what if all the eyes wither or disappear? How many people will die when the building collapses? There is no need for this. He picked it up, expanded the axe base, and tried it, but it had no effect, so he injected a little more energy into it. This time there was a response. It seemed like something touched his body, but was immediately bounced away by the energy. The next second, Li Yin felt her vision blur for a moment, then instantly became clear again. She was surprised to find that she had an additional ground perspective. It's like looking at your own body from the bottom up. It's a wonderful feeling, just like playing a split-screen game, with one screen controlling the main body and the other controlling the shadow. I lowered my head and noticed that there was an eyeball at my feet, staring at me. And in the extra perspective, you can also see the girl in front of you with her head down, a look of curiosity on her face. Lee Music, I'm pretty good looking, but a little small. He retracted his gaze and looked at the eyeball in his hand, and began to understand what it was. An item that can be activated by injecting energy, which will generate eyes in other locations to share vision. Thinking of this, Leen picked up an axe and chopped at the eyeball on the ground. As the eyeball shattered, the extra vision disappeared, and there was no pain. Is this the effect it has in your own hands? Just now I could clearly feel something touching my body, as if it was trying to penetrate into my skin. I'm afraid it's the eyeball in my hand. It was about to parasitize me, but was blocked by the energy. In other words, if an ordinary person uses it, eyes will definitely grow on their body, and the eyes are all real. Even if you don't want to use this prop, all you can do is pick it off. Otherwise, you will end up like this woman. It's really a dangerous thing. Leen tried to stick it together with his axe, and immediately felt the wall shaking. Through the gap he had just smashed, he could see an eyeball withering inside. Hey, found a solution to the problem. But we can't let these eyeballs wither now. We have to wait for the people from the Abnormalities Bureau to come first. After thinking about it, Li Yin went downstairs, put his hand on the wall, and injected energy into it to prevent the eyeballs from growing here. Not long after, people from the Abnormalities Bureau arrived on this floor and, at Li Yin's signal, began to evacuate the people.
Also coming with them was a heroic young girl in military uniform. Chapter 86, Incident Resolution. As soon as the girl reached the 14th floor, she immediately began to destroy her eyes. Her way of handling it was very strange. She held a bag of unknown soil in her left hand, and her right hand changed into something like a cannon barrel that could spit fire. She first sprayed fire at the eyeballs in the wall, and after they were roasted, she sprinkled the soil in her hand on them and sprayed fire on them again to burn them hard, thus temporarily reinforcing the wall and preventing it from collapsing. Li Yin, who was standing near the stairs, could feel the heat of the flames even from such a long distance. At the same time, I feel a little emotional. It turns out that everyone's methods should not be underestimated. As long as they are used well, they can produce unexpected effects. For example, now, even if I am powerful and can kill ghosts quickly, I really have no way to deal with a building that is about to collapse. At this time, the girl in military uniform also noticed the girl standing by the stairs. She heard downstairs that there was a newcomer in the Ning family office upstairs, named Li Yin. Li Yin. The name immediately touched her nerves. She thought she had found the person she was looking for, so she ran up impatiently without even taking the elevator because it was too slow. When she came up, she was still thinking, I finally found you. Today I must see what the stinky boy that Xiao Qin has been talking about for several years looks like. What kind of magic can make Xiao Qin still miss him after so many years of separation? And, I found evidence. This guy actually went to work as an apprentice in a firm. What kind of place is a firm? It's a place where inheritance is more important than life. And there's a daughter in that family. This guy obviously has bad intentions. I must file a complaint when I get back. But why does the Ning family firm sound familiar? Who told me about it? As she thought about it, she ran upstairs, but when she got up and saw the scenery, she immediately fell silent. Is this Li Yin? According to Xiao Qin's description, shouldn't her childhood friend be a bad boy? Why is she a little girl? You. The girl spoke. Her voice was a little low, and with the flames lingering around her, she seemed quite domineering. Me? Li Yin tilted his head, not knowing what this man was going to do. But she really wanted to get to know this person, not because of her good looks, but because of her ability to transform her arms into cannons, which was really cool. Her transformation was not like the flying monster in the warehouse, which was formed by countless twisted tentacles, but it seemed to be the result of the bones, muscles, and the stratum corneum covering them changing together. It was angular and looked super cool. It touched upon her childhood aesthetic. Your name is Li Yin? Li Yin was a little confused. Well, do you know me? Seeing the little girl in front of her nodded in confirmation. The young girl scratched her head in embarrassment. There is only one person holding an axe upstairs. It seems that I have recognized the wrong person. It's just a coincidence of name. I heard from the people downstairs that you are an apprentice at the Ning family firm, right? Go down, it's dangerous up there. Li nodded. She guessed that the identity of apprentice might be something Zhu said to hide his own abilities. She didn't take it seriously and didn't know that it was just the result of the girl's imagination. By the way, what's your name? Thank you, Yin Xiao. It's a very domineering name, which suits her temperament very well. Li nodded, said goodbye to the girl, took the elevator to leave the building, went downstairs to find Ning Zhu, and without waiting for her to ask, Li Yin pulled her out. Ning Zhu seemed to know something and hurried to catch up. The nurse followed over and said, Officer Li, I have an idea. The patient's information seemed to say that she had lost one eye in a traffic accident, and her right eye was a prosthetic. Do you think the eyeballs on the wall are related to this? Hearing her words, Li Yin stopped and turned to ask, Do you know which hospital she had the surgery in? By the way, are artificial eyes only sold in hospitals, or can you buy them outside? This involved her blind spot in knowledge, but she also knew that an artificial eye was a sheet-like object and definitely not a sphere. It's sold in hospitals and outside. This kind of thing is usually custom-made. Hospitals are not responsible for production, so they are all customized from outside institutions. Do you know where she had the surgery? Where did she get her eyes custom-made? The nurse shook her head. I don't know. Leen nodded. The problem here has been solved. Go find a hospital to treat the wound on your arm to prevent it from getting infected. The young nurse nodded gratefully. Thank you, Officer Li. I will go back first. Looking at her receding figure, Li Yin sighed. We should be the ones thanking you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid this building and this neighborhood would be in trouble. By the way, Zhu, can our firm hire her to be the receptionist? Ning Zhu pinched the little girl's waist warily. I told you not to get too close to the nurse. We don't need a receptionist at home. We're moving to Beijing soon, so it won't be too late to find one there. Besides, she's a nurse with a regular job. How could she come to work here? We can't pay her much. Oh. Li Yin scratched his head, not knowing what to say. When she thought about Azim moving to the capital, she felt empty inside. I can try to introduce her to the abnormal bureau as a clerk, but I don't know if she is willing to do so. Can this be introduced? No exam required. Yes, but relevant people said it is a prerequisite for taking the exam. I see. Those who can take the exam are generally those who have experienced supernatural events and have shown good psychological qualities, right? Well, there are also some family members of the firm, and those who failed the tests of the Abnormal Bureau. Speaking of tests, Officer Liu went to participate in the Abnormal Bureau's test today, right? I don't know how it went, or whether it was finished. Thinking of this, she took out her cell phone and called Officer Liu, but no one answered. It should still be under testing. He will probably contact me after he finishes the test. The two of them left the community, which had been blocked off, and not many people were around. Ning Zhu leaned close to Li Yin's ear and whispered, "Did you get something from inside? What was it? Is it dangerous?" Li Yin was surprised and asked, "How can you see that?" Ning Zhu said, "You look exactly the same as when you stole the school uniform from Lawn Town School and met the original owner and pulled me away quickly." Li Yin chuckled, took out the eyeball from his pocket, and showed it to her. The moment Ning Zhu saw the eyeball, he immediately thought of the cause of the incident. Surprised. Are those eyeballs due to this? Is this the woman's artificial eye? But why is it round? Leen shook her head. I don't know, but it is definitely the source, and it has a magical effect. She told Ning Zhu about her discovery, but did not show it to others. It's not that I'm afraid of being seen, but I'm afraid that my eyes will grow on Azu. But think about it, it shouldn't be the case. After all, Azu has the same energy as himself, which seems to have a restraining effect on this eyeball. After listening to Li Yin's story, Ning Zhu showed a curious look on his face. He didn't expect that this was actually a very powerful prop. But there's a risk of this thing getting out of control, right? Wouldn't it be dangerous to keep it in your hands? Leen shook her head. It seems that there are only two ways to trigger it. The first is to live in the body of a living being, and the second is to inject a little bit of our energy into it. No matter which method is used to activate it, it will cause it to proliferate infinitely, and the proliferated eyes are all solid. Even if it leaves the human body, it will continue to proliferate. Even if the energy is withdrawn, the proliferated eyeballs will not disappear. At present, the only way I know of to quickly deactivate all the eyeballs is to let them come into contact with an axe. As for destroying it, I haven't tried it. In other words, as long as it is in your hand and you don't inject energy into it, it won't grow. It's a safe thing? Well, at present, this is the case. It feels quite useful? Li Yin sighed. For me, it's useless. It can't specify where to grow eyes. If I want to use it to peek through a wall, I'm afraid the entire wall will be occupied by it. Not only is it slow, but it's also easy to be discovered. As for the 360-degree field of view, it may be very useful to others, but for me, it's icing on the cake. What should we do? It will be troublesome to keep it in our hands, right? Keep it, just treat it as an extra trick or something. Otherwise, my ability is only good for fighting and killing, and it would be quite tricky when encountering some things. Ning Zhu didn't quite agree with what Li Yin said. All he knows is fighting and killing. This energy can not only strengthen the body, but also activate various props in your home, and even directly kill ghosts. If you think about it carefully, it seems that it is all related to fighting. However, she would only feel at ease if this kind of dangerous thing was in Li Yin's hands. After all, in the whole Lin Hai, there was probably no one stronger than little Li Yin. Ning Zhu stretched and rubbed his face, trying to forget the scenes he had just seen in the house. But the impact of that scene on his mind was too great. The more he wanted to forget, the more clearly he remembered. It can only temporarily divert attention. Let's go home. I'll put my stuff back and we'll go out and buy some clothes. Li Yin. Buying clothes? Didn't you buy a lot? Those are underwear. I'll pick out a few skirts for you. Who picked out all these clothes for you? You look just like a boy. Didn't you hear the people in the hospital suspect that you have gender identity disorder? Li Yin stiffened his neck and retorted. But he is a fake doctor, a mental patient. She couldn't admit it, could she? Tell Azu that I used to be a man? If that were the case, I'm afraid Azu would really suspect that he or she has gender identity disorder. Ning Zhu looked Li Yin up and down and nodded. Not bad. She should look good in a skirt. But isn't it inconvenient to fight in a skirt? It's easy to expose yourself. It's okay. Just wear a pair of shorts underneath. I've never worn a skirt.
You haven't worn it? You wore it. I must have worn it when I was a kid. Why aren't you wearing it now? It doesn't look good. It looks good. I want to see it. Let's go. There's no time to waste. Let's go buy a skirt now. After this interruption, Ningzhu forgot about the discomfort caused by his eyes and happily took the little girl to the mall. By the way, Li Yin, when are we going to investigate the organization that makes artificial eyes? Let's wait for Officer Liu to finish the test and ask him to help check it out so we can know which organization it is. Did Officer Liu go to the Abnormal Bureau for testing? When did he go? He told me yesterday evening that he would go this morning. Zhu, do you know how long the test will take? Ningzhu thought for a moment and said, about an hour, very quickly, just to check if this person's body is qualified to accept something. If Officer Liu had gone there in the morning, the test should have been completed by now. Leen took out her cell phone and called Officer Liu again, but still no one answered. Ningzhu was also a little surprised. I'll ask the Ann in the Abnormal Bureau. She took out her cell phone and contacted an acquaintance in the Abnormal Bureau to inquire about the matter. But when she heard the answer from the other end, her brows furrowed. The aunt from the Abnormal Bureau said that Officer Liu did not come for the test today. He said that he received a task from the police station and was pressed for time and needed to go on a business trip, so he wanted to postpone the test. Postpone testing? Li Yin's first reaction was that it was impossible. Officer Liu took this test more seriously than anything else. What he said to me yesterday proved this point. He even gave up the pursuit of Han Xiuli and rushed back to Linhai yesterday. The purpose is to be able to take the test in the best condition today. How could he give up just because of the police's mission and the police would assign him a mission at this time? Li Yin remembered that Officer Liu said that their director knew about the Abnormalities Bureau. Since he knew that his subordinates were going to the Abnormalities Bureau to participate in the inspection, how could he assign the task to him? At this moment, the phone vibrated. It was a message from Officer Liu. I'm in Ping'an Town. I found Han Xiuli's whereabouts. It's not convenient to contact her for the time being. I'll call you when I catch her. Looking at the few lines of words on the phone, Li Yin remained silent. Chapter 87, We are doing research. In the evening, Li Yin returned to the dormitory with a lot of bags. Her 3 roommates were sitting at the table, fiddling with something with their heads buried. They didn't even look up when someone opened the door. Are you doing your homework? I brought you some fruit. Do you want to eat it before you continue? Li Yin waved the plastic bag in her hand, which was filled with big and plump cherries. Sun Tingting turned around and greeted Li Yin. Little Li Yin is back. Did you have fun? Li Yin thought about it and nodded. Not bad. What are you busy with? Have you eaten? No, I'm doing my homework. Ching Ching and Yeye seem to be studying something and haven't eaten yet. What to study? Li Yin leaned over to take a look and found that the two were staring at their phones intently. The scene seemed familiar to her, so she leaned in to take a closer look, but Wang Yu immediately snatched the phone away from her. Hey, isn't this Xiao Li Yin? When did you come back? I just got back. Do you want some cherries? No, I'm doing research. Maybe I'll get some results soon. What are you studying? Hey, I won't tell you. As she spoke, she turned around again, opened her cell phone, and kept zooming in and out of a picture looking like she was studying it seriously. Li Yin didn't care much about it. She took a basket and went to wash some cherries. When she came back, she heard Lu Qing's gurgling sound. She couldn't help but laugh and said, Ching Ching, your stomach is rumbling. Stop playing with your phone and go eat. Lu Qing didn't even raise her head. Wait, it's almost there, just a little bit. Li Yin burst out laughing. This feeling was exactly the same as when he was addicted to playing games in the first year of high school. I have no appetite for tea or food. She grabbed a handful of cherries for each roommate and sat at the desk to review the content of tomorrow's class. At 10:30, Li Yin stretched, picked up the last cherry and ate it, then looked behind him. Sun Tingting was still reading a book. All the cherries on the table had been eaten, but Wang Yu and Lu Qing didn't touch a single one. Li Yin frowned, sensing something was wrong. Normally, Wang Yu is well known in the dormitory for being greedy. He will be the first to rush over when he sees something delicious. Why is he acting so abnormal today? She stood up and walked quietly behind him without making any sound. She leaned over to look at her phone, which showed a magnified photo that had even been magnified to the pixel level. Not to mention the pattern, even the details on it were basically invisible. What's this? Leen reached out and snatched Wang Yu's phone before she could react. She reduced the picture to its original size, ready to see what fascinated them so much. Wang Yu was stunned for a moment, then immediately stood up with a hint of anger on his face and reached out to grab it. Xiao Li Yin, what are you doing? Give it back to me. Li Yin dodged to the side and looked carefully, but the picture on her phone made her stunned. Isn't this the one that senior sister Sue G showed me in the lab? It looks like a slate, the skin of some creature. Is this Professor Fong's research project? Why does Wang Yu have this photo? After dodging Wang Yu's hand again, Li Yin placed the photo in front of Lu Qing. Qing, is this also what you were studying? Lu Qing's vision was blocked, and there was a hint of impatience on her face. But after seeing the photo, she immediately returned to normal. Yes, that's it. It's said to be Professor Fong's research, right? It's become very popular in the academy these days. It seems that many people are studying what the text on it is, hoping to decipher it and win Professor Fong's favor. Is that so? No wonder they spend so much time looking at the photos. But didn't anyone tell them that these are not words at all, but patterns on the skin of some creature? How did you get this photo? Lu Qing looked up at her and said, "It was spread in the group. What's wrong?" So, do you have any idea? Seeing that he couldn't get it, Wang Yu crossed his arms and groaned. Of course, I think if I work harder, I can crack the content above. So give it back to me quickly. I have to race against time. Otherwise, someone else will get it first. Li Yin returned the phone to Wang Yu, suppressed a laugh, and shook her head, saying, "Ahem, you guys go ahead and do your research. But be moderate. Don't even skip meals just to do this research. Your health is the capital of revolution." Wang Yu sat back in her chair with her phone in her hand and continued to work hard towards her goal of being noticed by Professor Fong. I know. Be careful that your girlfriend won't like you if you keep talking too much." After saying that, she picked up the cherry on the table and put it in her mouth. So sweet. Li Yin smiled and shook her head, picked up her cell phone, took a bowl of cherries and left the dormitory, preparing to go to the school's small supermarket to buy some food to bring back so that they would have something to eat if they were hungry in the evening, and they could also go next door to keep in touch. When I arrived at the door of the next dormitory, I found that their door was not closed, so I looked inside. 3 of them were sitting together chatting, while another was sitting at the table playing with his phone. Leen guessed that he was probably also studying the photo. Just now, seeing Wang Yu and Lu Qing losing their appetite, she was a little worried, wondering if they had encountered some ghost or something. But now it seems that I was worrying too much. If it was a ghost, it would not be possible to create illusions and choose people to be tricked. Moreover, judging from the performance of Lu Qing and Wang Yu, they seemed quite normal. They did not seem to be controlled or hallucinating. Leen knocked on the door, showed the 3 people the cherries in her hand, and said with a smile, "What are you talking about? I bought some cherries. Do you want to eat some together?" The 3 people's eyes lit up, and they all stood up to greet him. "Wow, Shaolin, you are so thoughtful. Great. I'm just craving cherries. Come on, sit down." Li Yin waved her hand and placed the cherries on the table next to her. No, I still have to go to the supermarket. It will be closed if I go too late. Do you need me to help you bring anything?" Seeing the 3 people shaking their heads, Li Yin said goodbye and turned to leave the dormitory. When she reached the door, she suddenly turned around and asked, "Have you seen the picture that's been very popular recently? Aren't you going to study it?" The reply I got was that I had seen it, but was not interested. Only then did Li Yin put her heart back at ease. It seems that I was overthinking it. They really just wanted to use this research result to prove themselves, so as to gain the school's attention and better resources. However, Li Yin himself was not interested in this kind of thing at all. After all, his resources were good enough to make any student in the school jealous. On the way to the supermarket, students can be seen everywhere, either alone or in groups of 3 or 4, studying pictures on their mobile phones. Although no one knows where the picture was leaked from, it has now become a collective activity of the School of Life Sciences. Coming out of the supermarket, Li Yin looked up and saw the lights on in the laboratory building. That's senior sister Sue G's lab, right? Hasn't senior sister gone back to rest yet? Li Yin felt something was strange, so he turned around and prepared to go and take a look. I walked to the door of the laboratory and could hear the slight hum of the instruments before I even entered. Following the light, I saw senior sister Sue G sitting at the table, her eyes fixed on the computer screen, and she was writing something quickly on paper with a pen in her hand. "Senior, it's so late. Why are you still busy?" Leen asked softly. Sue G raised his head and saw that it was Li Yin. A smile appeared on his face. "Yes, there is some experimental data that need to be sorted out. Why are you still outside so late?" "I came out to buy some things, and I saw the lights on in the lab, so I came to take a look." Sue G waved at her and said, "That's great. Shaolin, come and take a look. The genetic sequencing results of the strange fish we studied are out, and there are some very interesting points." Leen leaned over to take a look. On the computer was the genetic map of the strange fish that they had sent for sequencing a few days ago.
All the complex data and patterns were dazzling to look at. Suji pointed at some data and said, "The results of the test are very surprising. These fish are actually very distantly related to fish. Instead, they are close to mammals. Some of their gene sequences are even very similar to humans." Li Yin was surprised and said, "How is this possible? They clearly look like fish." Suji nodded. "Yes, this is what confuses me. We are currently studying these gene sequences and trying to find out the secrets. If the gene sequencing results are correct, this may be a major discovery." "So, what do you think, senior sisters?" Suji pondered for a moment and said, "My guess is that these fish may not be the result of natural evolution, but the product of some kind of human intervention. Their genes have been artificially modified, so they show this strange shape and characteristics." "Human intervention?" Li Yin raised her eyebrows, which instantly reminded her of the underground cult laboratory in Ningyi City. "When it comes to transformation, I know no one is better than them." Combined with the characteristics of these fish and the results of genetic sequencing, Li Yin had reason to suspect that this was their doing. But we can't be sure now, because the laboratories have been destroyed and there is very little data left. At this time, a chuckle came from the door. "It's so late, and you are still in the laboratory? Go back and rest early." The two looked in the direction of the voice and saw Professor Fong standing at the door, looking at them with a smile. Leen quickly stood up and greeted him respectfully. "Hello, Professor Fong." Suji also stopped what he was doing and stood up. "Professor, why are you here? I heard some noise and came to see you too. I didn't expect it was you two little guys. You haven't gone back yet so late. Have you made any progress in your research?" Suji nodded and reported his findings to Professor Fong. When Professor Fong heard her say that part of the genetic sequences of these strange fish were similar to those of humans, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Similar to humans? This is indeed a bit unexpected. What are your plans next?" Professor Fong's tone was filled with anticipation. "We plan to send the samples to several other research institutes for gene sequencing to ensure that there are no errors and to rule out the possibility of sample contamination. We will then further study these gene sequences and trace their origins. Perhaps this is an ancient mammal that is a close relative of marine mammals." Professor Fong nodded and praised. "Very good. This is a very promising research direction. However, you should also pay attention that this kind of research may involve some sensitive issues and needs to be handled with caution." "Professor, do you think this genetic similarity could be the result of human intervention?" Professor Fong was slightly stunned, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "The possibility of human intervention does exist. But with our current level of technology, it is basically impossible to achieve this level. You can continue to conduct in-depth research, but you must also keep an open mind and not jump to conclusions too early." Li Yin stood aside without saying a word. She was observing because Professor Fong in front of her was also her suspect. But she didn't find any flaws in the conversation between the two just now. If Professor Fong was a member of a cult, it is impossible that his adopted daughter, Suji, was completely unaware of it. But the conversation just now was so natural, as if it was just a teacher and a student discussing an interesting scientific problem. Am I overthinking it? The man that Ningyi City went to meet was a cleaner from the School of Biology. According to normal people's thinking, would his superior be hiding in the same place as him? Hard to say. But in the entire school, she only had 3 suspects. Professor Zhang is the most suspicious, followed by the instructor of his grade, and finally Professor Fong. As for what the instructor said, there is no evidence at the moment. Professor Fong was very sure about this. As long as Professor Zhang is not the one, he is definitely the one. But if Professor Zhang is the one, he cannot escape suspicion. Trouble. How can I continue investigating this? Leen raised her head and looked at Professor Fong's face. The more she looked, the more she felt that the smile on his face was fake. Chapter 88, Call Me Senior Sister. 3 days passed quickly, and it was time for the National Day holiday. During these 3 days, Li Yin witnessed how his 2 roommates were admitted to this university. They are really dedicated. They hold their mobile phones and study them all day long. They even hold them in their hands when eating, sleeping, and going to the toilet. He wrote several notebooks of research, which amazed Li Yin. During this period, she couldn't bear it anymore and told them the truth. But they didn't believe it. They insisted that she was lying and wanted to slow down their progress. Since they all think so, what else can I say? Leen now feels that these people who study pictures are crazy. She also tried placing walnuts on the 2 men, but nothing unusual happened, so she didn't bother with the matter anymore. When I arrived at the Ning family office, I didn't see Ning Tianan. I guess he was out dealing with a commission. Ghost incident broke out in Linhai. The people in their office have become extremely busy. It has become the norm to leave early and return late every day, and sometimes they don't even go home for several days. However, there is one exception, Uncle Yi, who sells fried skewers at a stall in front of the university. He seemed to be addicted to frying skewers. He guarded his stall every day regardless of rain or shine, and you could see him no matter what time you went. This is mainly due to the fact that he can fly. He has great maneuverability. While the skewers are being heated in the pot, he can fly back and forth, frying skewers and killing ghosts at the same time. Leen was so envious. Not to mention his attack power, the fact that Uncle Yi can fly is already more powerful than most firms. She took out the key, gently opened the door, picked up her shoes, and tiptoed upstairs. Arriving at the bedroom door, Leen opened the door and saw Ning Zhu sitting on the edge of the bed with a smile on her face, still wearing the skirt that she had picked for her last time. It was a white dress with a corset, and the hem of the dress fluttered slightly like a blooming lily. Her long hair is casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands of hair gently resting on her cheeks, adding a touch of softness to her temperament. With her pretty face slightly red, Li Yin couldn't help but stare at her in a daze. However, Ning Zhu looked a little unhappy. "Didn't I tell you to wear a skirt today? Why are you wearing this again?" Ning Zhu sometimes wondered if Li Yin's short-sleeved shirt and shorts were rented. Otherwise, why did she always wear the same outfit every time they met? Li Yin looked aside and smiled awkwardly. "Actually, I wore it at school. It's just a little dirty, so I'm washing it now. Am I so gullible? Hey. Okay, stop messing around. Didn't we say we were going to visit a facility that makes artificial eyes today? Let's get going." The two of them went out to have breakfast and took a taxi to the institution that made the artificial eyes. Standing outside the company, Ning Zhu took out an iron plate and detected it. There were no ghosts or abnormal energy inside. It looked like a normal company. As for how to investigate, Li Yin was at a loss. It would be great if Officer Liu was still here. He could go in with his officer ID and ask whatever questions he wanted. Now, they could only stare blankly outside. By the way, today is the National Day holiday. Are they working? Let's go. Working people have a hard time. Then why didn't you see anyone? Leen looked inside through the glass door and indeed didn't see anyone there. This was a bit embarrassing. She was so focused on investigating that she forgot that they would also have holidays. After thinking about it, I took out my cell phone and called someone I hadn't contacted for a long time. "Hello? Sister Wang? Are you taking a day off today? Can you come and help me investigate something?" "Yes, it's related to the firm." "Well, I'm at the gate of Tongguang Prosthetic Eye Company." After hanging up the phone, Li Yin made an okay gesture to Ning Zhu. "It's done. I've asked a policeman to help. Let's go in and investigate directly." Ning Zhu's mouth twitched. "Your social circle is quite wide. Not only nurses, but also policewomen, right?" "Of course. There are also seniors and juniors." Seeing Ning Zhu's unfriendly expression, Li Yin quickly explained with a sly smile. "They're the two children in the photo of the orphanage last time. The older one is my senior, and the younger one is in the 3rd year of high school. By the way, Zhu, are you going to college? Where are you going to college? If you want to go to Linhai University." She always felt that the people in the mental hospital were right. This girl must be seriously ill. Otherwise, why is there such a big difference in his personality when he is with me and when he is swinging an axe to chop ghosts? Hurry up and hand over the reliable personality in you. Then she heard the little girl grinning over there. "If Zhu also comes to Linhai University, I will be the senior, right? Quick, Zhu, call me senior." Ning Zhu grabbed Li Yin's face and pulled it apart. Not long after, an old car stopped in front of the two of them, and Sister Wang got out of it. She did not enter the company to investigate immediately, but asked about Li Yin's situation. Leen briefly explained the eyeball incident in a way that she could understand. In other words, this company sold a prosthetic eye with a ghost on it to a woman, which led to her death. Seeing Li Yin nod, Officer Xiao Wang's expression became serious. He went back to the car to get his police uniform and officer ID, put on his hat, and was the first to enter the company. Tongguang's artificial eye was indeed on holiday today. There was only one security guard in the entire company who was dozing off on a small table at the door. When he saw someone coming in, he rubbed his eyes and quickly stood up. When he saw Officer Xiao Wang's uniform and ID, he was suddenly startled and all sleepiness disappeared. He hurriedly stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. "Hello, officer." Officer Xiao Wang nodded at him and asked, "Hello, I'm Wang Qiao from the Linhai City Criminal Investigation Brigade.
Is the person in charge of your company here? I have something to ask him. The security guard was a little embarrassed. Our boss is not here today. He went back to his hometown to visit his relatives. How about you give him a call? Officer Xiao Wang frowned, asked for the phone number, took out his cell phone and dialed the number, but found that the other party's phone was turned off. When the security guard saw the police, he knew something had happened and quickly contacted the nearest sales manager. Leen was looking for. The woman's artificial eye was not purchased in the hospital, but was customized by a directly contacted agency. Then the source of the problem must be the prosthetic eye. Soon a man ran in at the company gate. His surname was Chun. He was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He wore a pair of glasses and looked gentle and refined. After seeing the police, he quickly stepped forward and shook Officer Xiao Wang's hand, smiling and saying, "Hello, officer, hello. May I ask what can I do for you? Has anyone reported that there is a problem with our company's artificial eye?" Officer Xiao Wang shook his head. "It's not a report, but there is something I need to understand. Are you the sales manager here?" Manager Chen hesitated for a moment and nodded. He was not sure what had happened, so he could only say vaguely, "I am only responsible for sales matters. If you want to know about product manufacturing issues, you may need to contact our technicians or production supervisor." Xiao Wang turned sideways and looked in the direction of Li Yin. Li Yin took a step forward and asked, "About 10 days ago, a woman named Kong Jing ordered a few artificial eyes here, right?" Manager Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Ning Zhu and Li Yin carefully. Seeing that they were both young and didn't look like they were looking for trouble, he breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded. "Yes, Miss Kong Jing did order a prosthetic eye from us. What happened? Did something happen to her?" Li Yin did not answer, but asked, "Where did she get the artificial eye she customized?" "We produce it ourselves." "What are the materials for making artificial eyes?" "We purchase the materials ourselves." "What happened?" "She's dead." Li Yin also knew that the supervisor probably knew nothing, so she did not choose to embarrass him. Instead, she asked, "Have you ever produced spherical artificial eyes that are exactly the same as normal human eyeballs?" Manager Chen quickly denied it. "Exactly the same? Impossible, there is no such artificial eye. We produce them according to the standard. They are composed of two parts, the artificial eye base and the artificial eye lens. We have never produced bionic human eyes." Li Yin did not reply, but took out the eyeball from his pocket and showed it to him. The moment he saw the eyeball, the supervisor's whole body trembled, and this detail was keenly captured by Li Yin. He took a step forward, looked directly into Manager Chen's eyes, and asked word by word, "Do you know something?" Manager Chen stared at the eyes, as if he was looking at something scary. These are our boss's eyes." Chapter 89, Investigating Ping in Town. "How did you know that?" Officer Wang couldn't help but ask. Manager Chen stretched out his hand, but did not dare to touch the eyeball. Instead, he pointed to the blue circle around the iris. "In our company, only the boss's artificial eye has this blue circle. No one knows what it is used for, but everyone knows that this is the boss's exclusive symbol." Officer Xiao Wang frowned and said, "So, this eyeball was replaced by your boss?" Manager Chen nodded. "That should be the case, but he said before that his eyes are unique. He is the only one in the world. They are very precious." Li Yin asked, "How many times has your boss replaced his prosthetic eye?" "As far as I can remember, it has always been this style. I don't know if he's changed it." Li Yin asked, "Have you changed it?" "I really don't know. Besides, we employees don't dare to ask about the boss's affairs." "Does this kind of artificial eye need to be removed and cleaned?" "Of course." "He didn't wash it?" "I haven't washed it at the company." "If it's so valuable, why did it end up in Kong Jing's hands? Also, has it always been like this?" "I don't know. I've never seen my boss take it off in the company. Besides, none of the artificial eyes customized by Ms. Kong Jing have the same eye color. I can show you the sales records at that time." After saying that, he quickly walked towards his office. Soon he brought back some paper documents and handed them to Officer Xiao Wang. Officer Wang took a look and found nothing wrong, so he handed it to Li Yin next to him. Li Yin took a quick glance and saw that it was indeed the complete contract and record of Kong Jing custom making the prosthetic eye here. She bought 5 artificial eyes in total, spending more than 40,000 yuan. The 5 eyes were of different colors, but none of them was the same as the one in her hand. "Why did your boss lose his eyes?" "It was because of a car accident at the beginning of this year. It wasn't serious, but my right eye was severely injured and one of my eyeballs was removed." "A car accident too?" Leen nodded and continued to ask, "Has the perpetrator been caught?" "It wasn't an accident. I was just driving carelessly. I was driving under the influence and hit the guardrail."
Does your boss like to drink? I've rarely seen him drink. Even when the company goes out for dinner, the boss doesn't drink much. Leen asked the last question. Did your boss go back to his hometown? Where is he? I don't know the specific street and house number in Town. He added, maybe the production manager will know. Ningzhu next to him was a little curious. Why does he know? He flatters and gives gifts. All right, but when Li Yin heard the name Town, he frowned. Han Shili fled to Town, where Officer Liu was also. Now, there is another deliberate boss with artificial eyes. Something might happen over there. After asking all the questions they needed to ask, the three of them prepared to leave. Li Yin raised his head and looked at the logo and sign hanging in the company. The logo was a very simple stick figure eye with a line of small words written below. Use darkness to embrace the real world. The more Li Yin read this line of words, the more he felt something was wrong. It can be said to be a blessing or consolation, but it seems a bit ambiguous. Is it saying that only those who have lost their sight can see the truth of the world? Such words are more like a provocation and suggestion. After leaving the company, the three got into Officer Xiao Wang's car. Are we going to Town now? Officer Xiao Wang started the car, but did not drive away immediately. Instead, he looked at Li Yin. Sister Xiao Wang, can you help me find out the cause of Kong Jing's car accident? It's a small matter. I'll ask my colleagues in the bureau for you. After saying that, she took out her cell phone and made a call. After briefly explaining the situation, the other party agreed and said that the information would be sent to her in a while. While waiting, Li Yin hesitated for a moment and asked the second question. Sister Xiao Wang, is there any urgent task in your bureau recently? Would you mind telling me about it? Officer Xiao Wang shook his head blankly. No, Xiao Li, why are you asking this? Uncle Liu, didn't he go on a mission recently? He seemed very anxious, so I just asked. You mean Brother Liu? He seems to have been promoted recently or something. The director gave him quite a bit of freedom. He seems to be investigating something on his own, right? I don't know. I haven't seen him in a long time. She used to go on missions with Officer Liu, but now Officer Liu seldom comes to the bureau, so she became idle and was transferred to another team. Leen nodded, but did not continue the topic. She chuckled and said, I am really sorry for troubling Sister Xiao Wang for what happened just now. She has to accompany us on this trip during the holidays. Finally, please trouble Sister Xiao Wang again to send us to the station. I will treat you to a meal when we get back. Officer Xiao Wang was amused by Li Yin's soft and social tone, and then asked, Are you planning to go to Town? Well, let's take a walk around, just like traveling, and see if there's anything delicious or fun to do. Can you find it? Li Yin scratched his head. I don't even know his name. Let me take you there. I'll just ask my colleague to send me the information. Let's go straight to their door. Besides, this is a serious case involving human lives. I'm a policeman, and I have an obligation to investigate. Hearing the words, I am a policeman, Li Yin thought of Officer Liu. Then, looking at Officer Wang's serious expression, what reason did she have to refuse? Then you don't have to go to the station. Just take Officer Wang's car. But the car was really old, the air conditioner was broken, there was a smell of gasoline in the car, and there were creaking sounds from time to time, as if it would fall apart at any time. So much, so that Ningzhu in the back seat felt a little carsick. Leen used her mobile phone to search for the location of Town and found that it was not far from Luoan Town, only about 70 kilometers away. Moreover, the river that passed through Luoan Town also flowed through Town. I don't know where Professor Fong discovered the strange fish. If she has time, she would also like to investigate. After driving for about 2 hours, we finally arrived at Town. Although the town is not big, it gives people a feeling of tranquility and peace. Officer Xiao Wang first parked the car on the side of the road, took out his cell phone, and called Officer Liu, but no one answered. I opened the chat software again and looked at the information on it. The information says that Kong Jing's car accident was an accident. The accident happened late at night. Kong Jing was driving alone on a remote road and suddenly lost control and hit the roadside guardrail. Strangely, her speed was not fast, and the road conditions were good and the vision was clear at the time. There was no reason for her to suddenly lose control. What is even more puzzling is that the colleagues in charge of investigating the accident scene did not find any signs of braking, as if Kong Jing did not take any deceleration measures before the collision. Putting down the phone, Officer Xiao Wang added, because she hit the guardrail and needed compensation, she chose to contact the nearby police station, so we have this information. Another accident? Leen didn't say anything, but in her heart she still put the two coincidences together. Sister Xiao Wang, can you help me find out how many accidents like this have happened in the past year? This question made Xiao Wang feel helpless. Too many. In a big city like Linhai, there are thousands of traffic accidents every year. Even if there are no casualties, there must be hundreds of accidents. Is that so? Do you suspect these events are related to ghosts? Having experienced the incident of the human face ghost in Feng Qi's family and the incident of the split ghost taking over another's body, she now accepts the fact that ghosts really do exist in the world. Well, it's possible, or it could just be an accident. The three of them followed the address shown on the information and came to an ordinary residential area. This is an area of old residential buildings. The distances between buildings are very close, and the greenery is not very good, which makes it look a bit depressing. Officer Xiao Wang led the two men into one of the buildings. The corridor was dark and narrow, and the air was filled with an old-fashioned atmosphere. Arriving on the third floor, Officer Xiao Wang found the door of room 302 and knocked on it. There was no response from the inside, so she knocked a few more times, but still no response. Is there no one here? She frowned and took out her phone to check the information. It says this is the place. Leen looked around and found that the door next door was half open, and it seemed that someone was home. She walked over and knocked on the door, and an old man's voice came from inside. Who is it? Hello, Grandma. We are here to look for Li Jichao. Do you know where she has gone? Officer Xiao Wang was still in his police uniform, and there were 3 girls outside the door, so the old lady was not overly alert, but just a little confused. Are you the police? Are you here to look for Xiao Chao? Did the kid get into trouble? Officer Xiao Wang shook his head. There are just some things that require Mr. Li's cooperation in investigating. It's not a big deal. She was well aware of the wonderful neighborhood relationships in these towns. If I nod here today, I'm afraid that in a few days, the news that this man named Li Jichao has committed a crime outside will spread throughout the entire community. In case this matter has nothing to do with him, it will be very troublesome to deal with it later. Hearing that it was not a big deal, the old lady smiled a little more. That child has a promising future. I heard that he opened a big company in the city and has brought his parents to live in the city. Officer Wang was a little surprised. Isn't this inconsistent with the information he has? When did this happen? How long have they moved away? Have they come back recently? The old lady shook her head. He came back once last month, but left after only a few days. Haven't you been back recently? No. Behind him, Ning Zhu took out an iron plate to detect it. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He pulled Officer Xiao Wang's arm hard and pulled him behind him, looking at the old lady in front of him vigilantly. To be precise, be alert to the room behind her. There were actually 3 bright spots in there. Chapter 90. Fish turns into human? Li Yin also reacted. She moved incredibly quickly and took out the walnut in an instant. She flashed behind the old lady and placed the walnut on her back. But what she didn't expect was that the old lady didn't react at all. She was just startled by her action and raised both her hands. I surrender. Looking at Ning Zhu, the latter shook his head. It's not her. She is in the house. Li Yin's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had 3 more strange fish in his hands. These fish have mottled bodies, hard scales, bulging eyes, 4 fangs in their mouths, and 2 tentacles with suction cups on their abdomens. They look ugly and disgusting. Officer Xiao Wang quickly shrank his head when he saw this thing and felt like he would have a nightmare at night. Ning Zhu was also a little confused. What is this? Didn't you hear what Mr. Ning said? No, has my dad seen it? Leen shook her head. She didn't know either. She was just guessing. Since Professor Fong was found in that river, perhaps they had also seen her father-in-law who had been hiding at the bottom of the river for a week. But from Ning Zhu's performance, it was obvious that she didn't know. Is this the abnormality shown by this thing? Li Yin did not relax his vigilance, staring at the back of the old lady, and asked Ning Zhu. Yes, that's them. What the hell are these? They look so disgusting. Li Yin did not answer, but asked the old lady. Grandma, where did you get these fish? The old lady did not answer, but asked. Aren't you police? Are you here to investigate us? Us? Leen narrowed her eyes and spoke slowly. Explain it. At this moment, the old lady suddenly turned around. Li Yin reacted instantly and kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying. But the old lady's blood still sprayed onto the 3 fish. The moment they came into contact with the blood, the 3 fish mutated rapidly. Their bodies grew larger as if they were balloons. Sharp claws began to grow from their fins, and their originally protruding eyes became even larger, like 2 light bulbs flashing a faint green light. At the same time, their bodies began to emit a foul odor that was disgusting. Leen didn't care about all this. An axe instantly appeared in his hand. The dying old lady over there was still laughing strangely. She was ready to watch the three people in front of her being torn into pieces by her treasures. But the next second, the laughter stopped abruptly. The three mutated monster fish didn't even make it through a single round before they were smashed into meat paste by an axe. The smile on the old lady's face froze instantly. Her eyes were full of disbelief, and then she fell with her head raised, without a breath. Ningzhu covered his nose and looked at the meat paste on the ground with disgust. How disgusting. Officer Xiao Wang also frowned. What kind of monster is this? How did it suddenly become so big? Li Yin didn't say anything, but came to the old lady and reached out to touch the light band floating above her head. Memories flooded into her mind, and the next second, she actually saw a huge lake. What was even more bizarre was that there was a village on the lake, and below the village, there was an extremely huge black shadow. It turned out to be a fish. The fish's body was covered with dense tentacles, with only a ferocious head sticking out. Its body seemed unable to move, and it just sank quietly to the bottom of the water. And around it, there are a group of small black dots. Looking closely, those are not black spots at all. They are clearly babies. Some of the babies have tentacles, some are covered with scales, and some even have heads that no longer look like humans, but fish. What perspective is this? Li Yin was wondering. She saw the camera move up, revealing the water surface. A scoop net was extended down and pulled all the normal babies back. These babies were soaked in the water for such a long time, but nothing happened to them. They were still full of energy, but when they left the water, they seemed to be very uncomfortable and opened their mouths to cry loudly. Looking at the ground again, Li Yin was shocked again. This is a village. Looking from above, there is no trace of water at all. It seems to be just an ordinary village, but it is full of weirdness. From the old lady's perspective, most people in the village look quite ugly, even weird. The common characteristics are a bulging face, a big mouth, large and bulging eyes as if overstretched, and extremely loose skin on the face, somewhat like horse face syndrome. It doesn't look like a human, but rather a fish that looks like a human. In every corner of the village, there are huge containers filled with water, in which are soaked strange fish of various shapes. Some of the strange fish are covered with tentacles, some have scales, and some have huge heads and fins on both sides of their abdomens. These strange fish seem to have lost their vitality, floating motionlessly on the water. From time to time, people in the village would come out of their houses and throw normal-looking babies into the containers. The babies were thrown in, they immediately cried in fear and struggled to climb out, but they were too small to climb out. He could only watch himself sink to the bottom of the water little by little. Then his body began to change and became like those strange fish. Where did they get all these babies? Within seconds of asking this question, someone answered her question. I saw a woman with a pale face coming to the center of the village with a large basin. In the basin were round beads that looked like enlarged fish eggs. An old man came forward, holding a broken bowl in his hand. The bright, red liquid inside seemed to be still wriggling, which looked uncomfortable. He stretched out his other hand, which was not in human form, but had claws covered with scales and webs. He used his claw to stir the bowl, as if picking something out. Then, with a sudden move, he scooped out a still twisting worm and threw it into the woman's basin. The next second, the insect shattered into a pool of red liquid and scrambled into the eggs. In just a few minutes, the fish eggs became plump and seemed like they would burst at any time. The woman picked up the basin and knelt on the ground devoutly. With a puff sound, the fish eggs burst and small fish emerged from them. These small fish looked no different from human babies, except that their bodies were a light bluish-gray color and their skin was covered with scales. Under the sunlight, within a few seconds, all the scales on the baby's body fell off, and it became no different from a normal human baby. Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, praise the great god ancestor. We have a new sacrifice, and the god ancestor's blessing will be bestowed upon us. The people in the village cheered, their faces full of fanatical expressions. Then they took the baby from the basin and put it into the water under the ground. The memory ended here, but Li Yin's eyes were filled with confusion. What is that? Is this weird and absurd scene real? Or is it the old lady's fantasy? If it is true, where is this village? Ningzhu noticed something was wrong with Li Yin's expression, so he walked over and asked in a low voice, "What did you see?" "The birth process of these fish." Leen nodded, not knowing whether she should tell Azu about this. "What are they?" "It's a baby." "Baby?" "Yes, Put the child in the water, and it will become a fish. Ning Zhu was a little bit unbelievable. This explanation doesn't make sense, right? Leen didn't know how to explain the scene just now. The impact of that scene was really great. It was even more weird and absurd than the monster that merged thousands of people in Luan Town. Even she found it hard to believe this was true. Does the memory you saw have anything to do with Li Jichao? I don't know. I didn't see him appear, but he is most likely related to this old lady. There were eyes and fish. Ning Zhu was a little confused. She really couldn't connect these two things together. However, Li Yin vaguely felt that they might all be related to cults. God ancestor? Their faith is the fish with tentacles at the bottom of the lake. What is that? What is the relationship with cults? Perhaps the fish is one of the cult's beliefs, but not all of them. You look, what happened to her? Officer Xiao Wang exclaimed, and the two looked in the direction she pointed. They saw that at Li Yin's feet, the old lady's body, which was normal just now, had turned into an ugly monster fish. It was dark blue all over, with a big head, no hair, a mouthful of sharp teeth, and protruding eyes covered with a layer of white film. It just lay there limply, as if it had rotted. It looked extremely disgusting and gave off a fishy smell. Ning Zhu couldn't help but pinch his nose, while Li Yin took out his axe and put it on. No response. Ning Zhu also took out the iron plate to detect, but there was still no response. It's like, this is just an ordinary creature, an ordinary fish. Then why did the three fish react just now? Is it because the old lady is dead? But the three spots of light were still displayed on the iron plate, but they were gradually getting dimmer. Leen roughly understood what was going on. A ghost or something else into the human body to gain more powerful power. This is what a man named Zhang from Ningyi City did. These fish are indeed related to cults. But why? This old lady was not detected. Could it be that this is really her original appearance? And not a product of modification? Her memory has not been tampered with? Is there really such a village in the world where people who turned into fish live? Or people who turned into fish? What should we do now? Officer Xiao Wang looked at the several inhuman corpses on the ground and couldn't help swallowing. She felt that these things were beyond her ability. Also, the weak and pitiful little Li Yin, in my impression, turned out to be so fierce. Chapter 91, Catch Him. Leen didn't say much. She kicked open the door of Li Jichao's house and walked in. She knew that if she asked Officer Wang about this matter, the answer she would get would definitely be no permission. After all, he was a police officer, and if he agreed to break into a private residence without a search warrant, he would be breaking the law unknowingly. But Li Yin doesn't care about these. She is not a police officer. As soon as she entered the door, she found something wrong. This family seemed to be worshipping some god, and the totem of this god was an eye. The pattern of this eye is everywhere in the house, whether it is placed on display or posted on the wall. They are big or small, bright or dark, but without exception, they all exude a weird and mysterious atmosphere. Ning Zhu also noticed these patterns. She frowned, as if trying to recall something. This eye, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Isn't it the logo of the pupil prosthetic eye? But this was contrary to her guess. In her guess, Li Jichao should have joined the cult after the car accident at the beginning of the year. However, the facts before her showed that he was already a member of the cult when he founded the company. Unless he has changed the company's logo before, just check it online. In addition, if the eye is a totem, what is the concentric circle plus triangle? And the fish head next door? 3 factions within the cult? Or 3 different cults? If they are not from the same sect, then why are the eyes and the fish head together? Wouldn't this start a holy war? No, there are not 2. There is also a Han Xiuli. Is she running here to seek asylum? So, these 3 are not the same sect? Where is Han Xiuli now? Is she with Li Jichao? There were a lot of questions, so let's put them aside for now. Leen carefully investigated the room, but didn't find any useful clues. She went to look next door, and Officer Xiao Wang found a phone book in the cabinet with many phone numbers scribbled on it. There were neighbors, the neighborhood committee, and the Li family next door, and on the last page, the name at the beginning made Li Yin take it seriously. Village head, and below, there are still neighbors, but the names are completely different from the previous ones. It's Yumura's number. Li Yin immediately picked up the old lady's phone and called the village chief. The call was connected quickly, but no sound came out. Is it a secret code? She had no idea what the code was, so she suddenly had an idea and pinched her throat to imitate the old lady's voice and said, "Praise the ancestors." The other party didn't respond, so he added, "I don't like fish." Then he hung up. Li Yin was a little embarrassed and called the second person. "Hello? Is this Wang Junxing?"
Have you had any fish pups recently? Can you send me a few? As expected, it hung up again. Putting down the phone, Leen nodded indifferently. As long as I can find the location, I'll see if you guys will tell me when I get there. The two people next to her knew that she was embarrassed, so they didn't respond. Sister Xiaowang, this phone is for you. When we get back, please help me check the address of the call. I think it's nearby. Unless they deliberately released the fish transformed from their children into the river, they must be one of the villages along the river. As for why the child ran out along the river and was taken back to the laboratory by Professor Fong, she had no idea. Officer Wong was a little confused. Seeing you say so confidently that you could find the location, I thought you had some magical powers. Turns out you wanted me to go back and find the cyber police? No problem. This is also to protect the safety of the people. She had seen the fish monster that grew bigger when it came in contact with blood. If it broke into the nearby villages or towns, she was not sure whether the local police could stop it. Li Yin thought about it, then took back her phone and called Li Jichao's father. She didn't expect the other party to answer the call, but she didn't expect that he actually answered. Mrs. Yu? Why did you call me suddenly? Did something happen over there? Yupa? Is that the old lady's name? Li Yin continued to speak calmly. Just now the police came and said that Xiao Chao was suspected of a murder. Their attitude was very strange. I suspect I've been exposed. Where are you? I will go find you. You came to see us? The man opposite had a tone of disbelief, but he immediately reacted and asked sternly, You are not Yupa Yu. The call was interrupted at this point. Li Yin felt helpless. Was her disguise so bad? How could everyone see through her? Ning Zhu patted her shoulder to comfort her. Where should we go to find Li Jichao and the others now? Go to the police station. Why go to the police station? Use the cell phone call records to check the location of this person. When you find me, rush over and arrest me. Good idea. What if he didn't turn on the location? Then we can only ask the police comrades to work harder. As for dealing with the fish monster Escorted, Ning Zhu called the Abnormality Bureau in the nearby county, and they would arrive in half an hour. Li Yin threw the 3 fish monster corpses and Yupa back to her house, closed the door, hid the key under the mat, and left the building with the 3 of them. Standing downstairs, Ning Zhu took out the iron plate and tested it again. Only after confirming that there was nothing abnormal did he go to the police station with peace of mind. Here, it can be said that Officer Wong is at home. She quickly became acquainted with her colleagues at the town police station and explained that they were secretly tracking down the murderer. The police there immediately took it seriously and began to mobilize police officers in the police station to cooperate in the investigation. First, colleagues from the Internet Police Department contacted the operator to retrieve the location records, and then began to check the recent entry and exit of the town, as well as the surveillance footage. Li Yin and Ning Zhu sat on chairs in the corridor, watching the busy policemen coming and going idly. The police here do not recognize the firm's credentials. Their current identities are just ordinary people, and they have no right to participate in the investigation. Li Yin saw a policewoman passing by and quickly reached out to stop her. In order not to waste her time, she asked directly, Hello, sister. I want to ask if there is a policewoman named Lu Jiqiang here recently. When the policewoman saw the cute little girl in front of her, she couldn't help but smile gently. You were talking about Officer Lu, right? He was investigating a fugitive here a few days ago. He is a very capable senior. But it seems that something happened in Linhai, so he went back in a hurry and hasn't come back since then. Did you go back on the 25th? Yes. I was very impressed by this senior. He taught me a lot of techniques to solve cases. Our bureau wanted to treat him to a meal that day, but he said he didn't have time and would come in a few days. That day was the 25th. Well, thank you, sister. It's all right. Leen sat back in the chair, took out her cell phone, and called Officer Lu. The beeping tone kept ringing, but no one answered. Within a few minutes, good news came from Officer Xiao Wang. The location where Li Jichao's father made his last call was found. It was in Huishu village under Pingan town, about 10 kilometers away from here. Have you found the location of the fishing village? No. Yupo's hometown is indeed a small village, but that village has only a dozen households in total, and they were all relocated more than 10 years ago due to the construction of the reservoir. Now it has become a body of water, and there is no fishing village at all. As for the names in the phone book, they are all very common names. There are many people with the same name in Pingan town and nearby villages, but without exception, they are all distributed in different places and there is no overlap at all. Li nodded. This matter was not urgent. The most urgent task was to capture Li Jichao's parents. The police station has already contacted the local village police. We will set out now and should be able to catch them red-handed. Village police? Isn't it too dangerous to let ordinary people catch them? We don't let them catch people, but just monitor them from a distance to make sure they don't get lost. The three of them got into a police car, and Officer Xiao Wang stepped on the accelerator and drove at full speed towards Uncle Huey's village. As for why I didn't drive her car, it was mainly because I was afraid it would fall apart if I drove too fast. When the three arrived, they were surprised to find that Li Jichao's parents had been arrested by the police. At this time, he was sitting in the office in a daze with handcuffs on. Ning Zhu took out an iron plate and detected it on the spot, and found that there was no abnormal energy on the two people, and there was no abnormal energy nearby either. When she first saw this scene, she thought it was a trap, but now it seems that there is no trap here at all, and these two people were really caught by the police. Officer Xiao Wang was a little dazed and walked up to talk to the two policemen. The two police officers seemed a little proud. When we received the notice from the town, we immediately went out to find the location of the two people. After asking several villagers, we learned that they ran to the mountain. We quickly chased them and intercepted them halfway. The two men wanted to beat people, but after we subdued them, they kept shouting that his son would save them and that we would be punished by God. They might have mental problems. Are you sure they are Li Jichao's parents? Yes, it looks exactly like the information. As they spoke, they handed over two documents, and the photos on them were of the two people in front of them. Leen looked at the two men and wanted to torture them, but then he thought it would have a bad impact, so he gave up. He came up to them, leaned down, and stared at the two of them. Where is Li Jichao? Where is he? When Mother Li heard Li Jichao's name, she raised her head abruptly, her eyes flashing with ferocity. What do you want to do to my son? How dare you, mortals, imprison us? Do you know who we are? You will be punished. Looking at the man next to me, I could clearly see disdain in his eyes. Hey, that's interesting. Li Yin did not ask any more questions about cults, but changed the subject and asked, You two are very loving, right? And you have such an outstanding son. You must be very happy in your daily life, right? The two didn't know what Li Yin meant, and there was some vigilance in their eyes. Li Yin curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile, reached out, and pinched the wooden chair below. Under their shocked gaze, he flattened a small piece of wood, then pulled it off and placed it on the woman's leg. Then he used the same two fingers to pinch the soft flesh of her thigh. Ah! Motherly screamed and struggled frantically, but her hands were handcuffed to the chair, and she could not move at all. The police looked over and saw Li Yin squatting in front of a chair, talking to them, but they couldn't see her hand, which was blocked by her body. What's wrong with her? It's okay, maybe he's sick. Okay, little sister, be careful. This woman can scratch people, and it hurts. Hey, thank you, police officer, for reminding me. When Mr. Li saw this scene, he was so frightened that his face turned pale and he dared not move. Leen looked at Li's mother with a smile. How is it? Are my fingers hard? Mother Li was in so much pain that tears were about to fall. She cried out, It hurts. Let me go. Then he looked at Father Li and said, Tell me, what happened to your son? Where is he? What happened to Grandma Yu? Why did you run to this small village to hide? What's here? Why did you run away after receiving the call? The man suddenly realized. It was you who called just now? What happened to Grandma Yu? You still have the mood to care about others? It seems that you still don't feel any pain. She increased the strength of her hands, and even blood seeped into her jeans. However, Leen was kind enough to tell them the news about Yupa. I didn't see the Yupa you mentioned. I only saw a big fish that looked delicious, so I stewed it, and the 3 small fish were quite tender. Hearing this, both of them trembled all over. They naturally knew that stewed was a lie, but since they knew Yupa's true identity, Yupa must have been killed. Seeing that the time was right, Li Yin stopped scaring them and loosened her grip on them. She also gave them a way out. If you don't want to say anything, just nod or shake your head. I ask questions and you answer, yes or no. Do you understand? It was not up to them whether they understood or not. Li Yin had already asked the first question. When did you find out that your son was acting strange? Was it after the car accident at the beginning of the year? The man remained silent, but the woman nodded slightly. If they are not lying, it can be confirmed that the car accident was not an accident, and the artificial eye was not a coincidence, but was deliberately planned by someone. She asked a second question. You were recruited by your son, right? Perhaps thinking this was not important information, both of them nodded. You guys did a great job. Next question. Is the symbol of the cult similar to a human eye? This time, they both shook their heads at the same time. Li Yin was a little surprised. Animals? Hearing her say this, the man spoke directly, his voice filled with anger. That is the eye of the omniscient God.
How dare you say it is the eye of an animal? Li Yin frowned slightly, but didn't care. Instead, he continued to ask, "Then tell me, what animal does it represent?" The man's eyes almost popped out of his head, but he dared not say a word because his wife started screaming again. "What is the name of your cult? Who is the God you believe in?" Cult? The Church of the Omniscient God is the correct belief. It is the absolute rule that overrides everything else. How can you slander it? Omniscient God? Li Yin was a little happy when he heard this name. After investigating for so long, we finally know the name of the cult. Congratulations. Suddenly, she thought of something, so she took out her phone and found a photo of the cult's logo. She showed it to the man. "Do you recognize this logo? Is it from your sect?" When the man saw the concentric circles and inverted triangles on his phone, a trace of confusion flashed across his face. Li Yin raised his eyebrows, already knowing the result. Either this person's rank is too low and he doesn't know the deeper secrets, or the two are really not from the same sect. This is a bit troublesome. One evil cult is not enough, and another one comes? What if it wants to kill people? Is that fish monster from your church? The man's face showed anger again. Master Shinzu is the righteous God who controls all the waters in the world. How dare you slander him as a fish monster? This is unforgivable. You will definitely be punished. Li Yin ignored his curse and confirmed two things. This was a polytheistic sect, and they were in cahoots with the fish monster. Judging from their appearance, this is pretty much all they know. There are only 3 questions left. Did your son go to meet someone? A man or a woman? Where is he? Have no idea. This time the two spoke in unison, and it was obvious that they had made up their minds not to betray their son. "Okay, even if you don't tell me, I know it." Leen stood up and looked at Officer Xiao Wang. "Let's go and escort them back to town. Time is running out, and we still need to make some preparations." "Ready." Officer Xiao Wang was a little confused. "Aren't you going to arrest Li Jichao? What if he is nearby?" Leen chuckled and looked at the 2 men with ill intent. "No, I believe this man will fall into the trap himself." Chapter 92, Capturing Li Jichao. Sitting back in the car, Ningzhu looked at the girl in the back through the rearview mirror, recalling the conversation in the office just now. She always had a feeling. It seems like we are the villains. Li Yin's plan was simple. Since this family had such a good relationship, wouldn't it be a waste not to take advantage of it? Take them back to the town, and let the official account and local media send a message saying that the 2 have been arrested by the police on suspicion of premeditated murder, and tell them where they are being held. I don't believe that he will not come to rescue them. She was very clear about the style of these cult members. As long as they possessed extraordinary power, their sense of law would become weaker as their power grew stronger. When he saw his parents being arrested by the police, he would definitely take risks and break into the prison. And the premise is that he doesn't know that this is a trap, and he doesn't know that someone has already targeted him. So Li Yin made 2 preparations. He asked Azu to go to Yu Po's house to be on guard, while he himself waited in the detention center. The 2 people used video, chatting nonstop. As long as one side lost the connection, it proved that the prey had taken the bait and went to the other side. As for how she was sure that Li Jichao possessed supernatural powers, it was of course because of the eyeball in his hand. She guessed that this eyeball might be some kind of test of the cult, and the car accident plus the implantation of an artificial eye was the process. Li Jichao was still alive, so he should have succeeded, and Kong Jing died, which meant he failed. Since it's successful, it can't be possible that there is no reward at all, right? In this cult, even a cleaner can use the power of his back tentacles. She doesn't believe that Li Jichao can't do anything. If he doesn't come, we can only start from the clue of Yutsun. Anyway, we are all looking for clues about the cult, so it doesn't matter to everyone. Rather, compared to Li Jichao, she is more interested in the fish village, especially the village chief and the strange fish covered with tentacles under the ground. I guess killing it would give a lot of energy. And she was also very curious. What exactly were those villagers? Aliens? Or mutants? What is that fish called the god ancestor? Why is it so big and so disgusting? Well, I guess senior sister Suji will be very interested in it. If she studies it, she can write several papers on it. Her plan was quickly approved and implemented by the authorities because Ningzhu used her connections to contact a senior official in the Abnormal Bureau and explained that it was a follow-up to the eyeball incident, and they took it very seriously. After asking for relevant details, he immediately began to deploy and asked if support was needed, but Li Yin refused. One is that he was afraid of alerting the enemy, and the other is that he was afraid that there would be too many people and he would not have the chance to kill. If this person doesn't die, how can I see his memories? She had no mercy on the cult members. The 10,000 innocent souls in Luan town are still waiting for someone to bring them justice. At 10:20 in the evening, Li Yin sat alone in the lobby of the police station, still wearing a somewhat ill-fitting police uniform, pretending to be a police officer on duty. Otherwise, there is not a single policeman in the entire police station, and any fool would suspect that there is a trap. If you want to act, you have to do it completely. You can't joke with the safety of the police, so you have to play the role of a policeman yourself. Li Yin was scrolling through her phone out of boredom. The dormitory group was very quiet. The last message was 3 days ago. She asked them if they needed food to be brought in, but no one responded. Sun Tingting herself doesn't like chatting in the group. Wang Yu and Lu Qing are still trying to decipher the text on the stone tablet and have no time to chat in the group. What a shame for the school. Is it really okay to waste students' time like this? Why didn't they issue a notice to explain the truth? Do they have other considerations? Li Yin wanted to try to look at this problem from the school's perspective, but unfortunately failed. Also, Yuna hasn't contacted me for a long time. Is it because of her busy studies? But today is the National Day holiday. Won't they have a day off? Or did I really guess right, that both Yuna and her father, Professor Zhang, have problems, and that they were in a hurry to explore last night because they really wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife and get rid of Han Xiuli? There are still too few clues. Li Yin lay back on the chair, picked up her phone, and looked at Ning Zhu on the other side, smiling. What are you looking at? Look at you. Does it look good? You're asking me anyway. Knowing that, Ning Zhu let out a wicked smile. My dad just asked me where I was and whether I would be home tonight. What did you say? Say I'm with you. Leen opened her mouth in surprise. Azu, have you and our dad had a showdown? No. I was just kidding. The aunt from the abnormal bureau has already told my dad about what happened here, and he just called to give me some instructions. Why? Are you disappointed? Why should I be disappointed? When I get back, I'll take the betrothal gift and confront our dad. Then I'll move into your house and hold you in my arms as I sleep every night. No need. My energy doesn't deplete that fast. Who told you about energy? I want to eat your peach. Ning Zhu blushed. What peaches are not? What are you thinking about every day? Can you say this to others? But she couldn't help but look down at her body, feeling a little happy. Am I that delicious? The two chatted quietly between young lovers, and time soon came to 12 o'clock. By the way, Aju, do you know? Uncle Ye's fried skewers stand is very popular in front of our school. Many students go there to check in and take pictures. Huh? Why? Because it's delicious. No, it's mainly because Uncle Ye's character is more interesting. Just imagine, he's wearing ancient costumes, carrying a long sword, looking very imposing, but he's wearing an apron and selling fried skewers on the roadside. Just thinking about it makes me feel interesting. Li Yin found a few photos of Uncle Yi being watched and sent them over, laughing. There's a public account in our school that specially wrote a push, saying that Uncle Yi is a fried skewers hero in the underworld with special skills, but because he is tired of the disputes in the underworld, he hides his identity and sets up a stall in front of our school to sell fried skewers. Ning Zhu chuckled. The Jianghu explosive man? Who wrote this? He has a really wild imagination. If Uncle Yi knew about this, he would be so angry. Just when he was halfway through his words, Li Yin's phone suddenly showed that the network connection had failed, and then there was no signal at all. Seeing this, she jumped up from her chair, then sat back down and shouted, "Damn it! Why is the internet suddenly down?" Because she was not sure from which position this person would attack from, she prepared to continue acting for a while. Li Yin's guess was correct. Li Jichao really didn't know that this was a trap. He thought he could rescue his parents under the cover of night without anyone noticing. He was dressed in black, with a black baseball cap on his head and a black mask on his face. He wrapped himself tightly for fear of being recognized. He squatted across the street and did not take any immediate action. Instead, he observed the situation inside to determine whether there was an ambush. This observation lasted for a full 20 minutes. During this time, he saw the short policeman inside jump up from his chair, shake his phone vigorously, then sit back down, fiddle with it for a while, to no avail, then throw it in the hall, get up and patrol the detention room inside, then come back to continue fiddling with his phone. There didn't seem to be any problem, except that the policeman was a little small. After deciding that there was nothing unusual, he didn't hesitate any longer. He reached out to his right eye, dug out a piece of flesh and blood, and threw it on the ground. As the flesh and blood squirmed, it suddenly swelled to the size of a dog. The most conspicuous thing was the huge eyeball on the front, which looked like a human eye, but upon closer inspection it did not look like a human eye. It looked more like a pattern made up of blocks of color. The flesh squirmed and split into several small pieces. They quickly spread out and drilled into various corners of the police station, aiming directly at the surveillance cameras. After making sure that the surveillance cameras around and inside the police station were covered in blood and flesh, he waved his hand and the flesh and blood rushed towards the glass door of the police station at an extremely fast speed. He planned to let the messenger of God eat the police inside without leaving any trace. But he miscalculated. Just when the flesh and blood was less than 1 meter away from the glass door, the originally closed door suddenly opened automatically, and the little man disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already behind the flesh and blood. He slapped him with a slap, and the flesh and blood instantly broke into pieces, turning into disgusting pools of blood foam on the ground. Li Yin clapped his hands, looked at the exploding flesh and blood, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he looked at the man on the other side of the road, throwing the stones in his hand up and down, ready to take the man's life at any time. Li Jiqiao looked at this scene with deep horror in his eyes, but he did not act rashly. The opponent was too fast for him to outrun, and God's messenger was not so easy to kill. As long as a trace of flesh and blood was left, he could be reassembled infinitely, and the self that is bound to it will not die either. But he waited for a full minute, and the mass of flesh and blood on the ground still showed no sign of reorganizing. In fact, red mist began to float up, accompanied by a foul smell. He had never encountered such a situation before. Even though he had been chopped into several pieces by that man before, he could still recover as before. But this time, the messenger of God seemed to be really dead. What did you do? Impossible. You killed it. Seeing this, Li Yin sighed. She had thought that this man could come up with some new tricks, but she didn't expect that these were just the 2 tricks. Her vigilance was in vain. Then the stone in his hand disappeared instantly. A hole appeared on the man's forehead, and he slowly fell down. She knew that these cult members were very tight-lipped, and that she would not be able to get anything out of them by asking them. It would be easier to just look at their memories instead of wasting time. I looked around and saw that the surrounding surveillance cameras were all covered with disgusting things. That's quite thoughtful. It saved me a lot of effort. Li Yin dragged Li Jiqiao's body to the side of the police station, summoned the axe, and held it in his hand to prevent sneak attacks, and then touched the light band above his head. A memory came to mind. The film begins with a scene of him and his parents at home. He excitedly shows his parents the greatness of the Church of the Omniscient God and pulls them into the cult. Then the scene changes, and the flesh and blood in his right eye receives the mission instructions, which is to select the right person. Li Yin saw the process very vaguely. It seemed that the flesh and blood automatically detected and selected Kong Jing. He then assigned blood and flesh to cause a car accident and destroy Kong Jing's right eye. After that, Kong Jing should have undergone surgery, customized an artificial eye, and found the pupil light. Then why didn't Li Jiqiao continue to pay attention to Kong Jing when she was being tested, but instead left Linhai and returned to Ping'an Town to take his parents away? The subsequent scene reveals the answer. The matter is related to the neighboring Ningyi city. They seem to be investigating a cult and have followed some clues to Ping'an Town. Li Jiqiao was afraid that his parents would be hurt, so he made a deal with someone and exchanged a piece of flesh and blood of a god for a certain technology. Li Yin was very familiar with this technology. It was the disguise technique used by the man named Zhang from Kantai Biopharmaceuticals. I didn't expect that even though he is dead, this technology has not disappeared. It makes sense. Since this technology has been perfected, it must have been widely circulated within the cult. It would not be easy to completely eliminate it. The person who came to exchange items was covered in a layer of black mist. From the sound of his voice, he was a man, not young, probably in his 50s. He put forward 2 conditions, flesh and blood, and Han Xiuli. Sure enough, Han Xiuli came to Ping'an Town with a purpose, to seek Li Jiqiao's protection. Li Yin recalled the map and found that the old building where he, Yuna, and Officer Liu had explored was not far from the prosthetic eye. Perhaps because of some accident, she was unable to contact Li Jiqiao, so she chose to run to Ping'an Town. The person who took her away must be one of the masterminds behind the Luan Town incident, who came to kill her to silence her. Who is, judging from the timing, when the 2 were making the deal, he had just captured his parents. Before he could use this technology, he heard that his parents were captured by the police. He then rushed to the police station to rescue them without stopping. Yupo's memory. The other person did not appear in Li Jichao's memory, which was a bit of a pity. The memory ended. Li Yin raised his head and looked at the starry sky, feeling a little complicated. I returned to the police station and picked up my phone. The signal was restored, and 5 messages popped up at the same time. 3 of them were sent by Ning Zhu, and the other 2 were actually from Yu Yuner. The moment he saw the message clearly, Li Yin's pupils suddenly shrank and his breathing stagnated. Sister Li Yin, my dad seems to be possessed by evil spirits. Can you come and see him? He's been mumbling something like the truth of the world for days. Li Yin couldn't believe his eyes. Professor Zhang, the truth about the world? What does this represent? Chapter 93, Abnormal Professor Zhang. When Ning Zhu arrived at the door of the police station, he saw Li Yin's extremely ugly face, and his heart suddenly tightened. What's wrong, Li Yin? Did you find something? Li Yin withdrew his gaze from the phone and nodded solemnly. Let's go back to Linhai. The most important evidence has now been collected. Ning Zhu didn't ask any more questions, but called Officer Xiao Wang and drove the broken car quickly to Linhai. It's cloudy, the clouds are thick, the sky is dark, and heavy rain may fall at any time. As the car speeded up, the scenery on both sides of the road kept receding backwards. Li Yin sat in the passenger's seat with a frown on his face, as if thinking about something. Has Professor Zhang been cleared of suspicion? No. I was impulsive. If you think about it from another perspective, he knew I was investigating him, so he acted out this scene, pretending to have experienced the initiation ceremony of the cult members, became crazy, and finally sobered up to act out a play of saying no to the cult. How can we prove his innocence? Li Yin thought about a lot of things, but in the end, only one was left. Die to prove your will. What if this person is not Professor Zhang at all? The cult's ability to disguise themselves gave this incident too many possibilities, and Li Jichao did not see any information in his memory about how to use the ability to disguise himself. If this person is another person in disguise to confuse me, and he is not dead, how can I tell? What if he is really Professor Zhang? What will happen if he is cleared of suspicion? Professor Fong and senior sister Su Ji. Leen let out a long sigh. The cult she had been tracking down for so long was finally going to get results, but her mood was very complicated. In the car, Officer Liu sent a message. I'm in Linhai. Han Shili has been found, but there is only a body. She was murdered to silence her. After locking his phone, Li Yin turned to look out the window. In the darkness, only the car lights illuminated the road ahead, and there was nothing else. Open your phone again and send a message to the other party. It's fine if you die. Uncle Liu, it's good that you go back. Get ready to take part in the test of the Abnormal Bureau. This is very important to you, right? Hey, I have to put this matter aside for now. I've been sick lately, and I'm not in good shape. I don't think I'll pass the test. By the way, how are you doing? Did you get anything? No, it was all in vain. I'll go back tomorrow. By the way, it's already 1 o'clock, right? Why haven't you rested yet? I just got out of the police station. I spent the whole night dealing with Han Shili's affairs. It was very troublesome. Then why are you messaging me at this time? I thought I'd wait for you to see it tomorrow morning. This is really your style. Okay, go back and rest early, and prepare for the test of the Abnormal Bureau. Okay, you should rest early too. By the way, Uncle Luke, it's okay, bye. Leen put away her phone, leaned back in her chair, and closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the car had already entered the urban area of Linhai and headed straight for Professor Zhang's house. Raindrops began to fall, just a few scattered drops at first, but soon became dense, hitting the car windows and making a crackling sound. A flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, and Yuna looked out the window and pursed her lips tightly. In the living room, Professor Zhang no longer flipped through a pile of books. Instead, he held a pen and kept writing and drawing on the wall, as if he was proving something. Yuna couldn't understand, but she could hear that her father kept repeating the same sentence. The truth of the world. Only 3 days have passed since I discovered my father's abnormality during the last holiday, and this man has changed from a vigorous middle-aged man to a decadent old man with white hair. Yuna didn't know what had happened. She only knew that her father had changed, to the point where she hardly recognized him. She tried to communicate with her father, but was interrupted every time. He just kept repeating the truth of the world, which made her shudder. She originally thought that her father's research was just in trouble and would be fine in a few days, but as time went on, the situation seemed to be getting worse. Professor Zhang's mental state was obviously abnormal. He was no longer as gentle as before. Instead, he became anxious and restless, sometimes muttering to himself and sometimes arguing loudly to the air. She began to wonder if her father had been infected with something unclean and had become what he was now. Thinking of this, she quickly contacted the only exorcist she knew, Sister Li Yin. But when I contacted her, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Could she really see the message at this time? Even if she saw it, could she really come here? As time passed, Yu gradually felt despair in her heart. Seeing her father walking to the balcony and seeming to do something impulsive, she could no longer bear it. So she stood up suddenly, rushed to the balcony, and grabbed Professor Zhang's arm. "Dad, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Yuner's voice was tearful. She was really scared. She was afraid that the person who took her out of the orphanage, gave her a normal family, allowed her to go to school, play, make friends like other people, and gave her love and warmth, would just disappear from her world like that. Professor Zhang turned to look at his daughter, his eyes full of confusion and bewilderment. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just shook his head, broke free from Yuner's hand, and continued to walk forward. Yuner's heart tightened, and she quickly grabbed Professor Zhang again. This time, she used all her strength. "Dad, you can't do this. Calm down. Look at me. I'm Yuna, your daughter." Professor Zhang stopped, slowly turned his head, and looked at Yuner. A hint of clarity flashed in his eyes, but soon became confused again. "Yuna?" He muttered to himself, as if trying to remember what the name meant. Yuna was delighted and nodded quickly. "Yes, I am Yuner, your daughter." "Dad, do you remember me? Do you know who I am?" Professor Zhang didn't say anything, but just stared at Yuner. His eyes were full of complex emotions that made Yuner a little confused. At this moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the entire room. Yuner saw that Professor Zhang actually had a strange smile on his face. It was a smile mixed with chaos, bewilderment, despair, fear, and a hint of relief, as if at this moment, he finally understood something. Yuner felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart. She felt that her father seemed to be getting farther and farther away from her. She wanted to grab him, but she felt like her hands were passing through the air and she couldn't grab anything. It's meaningless. None of this should exist. Perhaps only death can make everything clear. Yuna, don't try to understand the truth of the world. Just live well. Yuner's heart sank suddenly. She watched the smile on Professor Zhang's face gradually solidify, turning into a kind of indifference and alienation that she had never seen before. She knew that her father, the man who had once been full of wisdom and warmth, was no longer the father she knew. The raindrops hit the window, making a crackling sound, echoing Yuner's inner despair and panic. She felt a chill coming over her, as if the whole world was dark and cold. Just then, there was a knock on the door, along with Li Yin's savior-like voice. "Open the door, Yuna. I'm here." Yuner seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. She immediately turned around and rushed to the door. When she saw Li Yin, she threw herself in her arms and burst into tears as if she had found a savior. "Sister Li Yin, my dad, he has changed. He has become so scary. I don't know what to do." Li Yin patted her back gently, but did not answer. Instead, he looked up at Professor Zhang with a scrutinizing look in his eyes and asked, "Professor Zhang, do you remember who I am?" Professor Zhang's confused eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. "Are you Li Yin? You really have become completely different from what I remembered. Why are you here?" Leen frowned. Judging from Professor Zhang's tone, he seemed normal, not mentally ill or showing any other abnormal behavior. But there was deep despair in his eyes, as if his heart was already dead. "Yuner, please go out first. I have something to say to Professor Zhang." Yuner hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, wiped her tears, and walked out of the room. Leen looked at Professor Zhang and said slowly, "Professor Zhang, I want to know what you have been through in the past few days. Why did you become like this?" Professor Zhang did not say anything, but walked back to the living room from the balcony, sat quietly on the sofa, and looked ahead with empty eyes. Seeing this, Li Yin was not in a hurry. She looked at the old man in front of her, waiting for his story. After a long while, Professor Zhang slowly spoke. "Li Yin, your parents and I used to be colleagues, working in the same research institute. They are all very optimistic and cheerful people, always facing various challenges in life with a positive attitude, and can infect everyone with their emotions." Li Yin sat down on the chair opposite him and asked gently, "By the way, Professor Zhang, is there another man named Zhang in the laboratory you mentioned, who is about the same age as my parents? Are you talking about Zhang Xingwen? He is a very talented person, but his ideas are a bit extreme, and he always quarrels with your parents. Have you met him?" Is he okay now? Fortunately, I work in a laboratory of a pharmaceutical company. Professor Zhang had a smile on his face, as if he was recalling the past days. A warm light flashed in his eyes, but it soon dimmed and turned into despair and pain again. Li Yin, I didn't want to tell you this, but you are their child. You should know. Know what? Your parents' death was not an accident. Chapter 90 for the truth? Li Yin's pupils suddenly shrank and she stared at Professor Zhang, trying to find a hint of lies in his expression, but there was only endless despair on Professor Zhang's face, which made her heart sink. Professor Zhang, what are you saying? My parents' death was not an accident? What does that mean? Were they murdered by someone? Professor Zhang sighed. It was only in the last few days that I realized that their reactions at that time seemed to have anticipated their own fate. Leen waited quietly for him to continue. I shouldn't be telling you this, but now it doesn't matter. Leen, how are you doing in the School of Biology? Are you keeping up with your studies? Leen nodded. Everything is fine, Professor Zhang. You still haven't told me what happened to my parents? Professor Zhang still did not give a direct answer, but changed the subject to other aspects. This is in line with his current mental state. Have you ever kept an eco-aquarium? It's a small ecosystem that contains water, plants, small fish, shrimp, and other creatures, and they work together to maintain a delicate balance. Li Yin shook her head, not understanding why Professor Zhang suddenly brought this up. Professor Zhang didn't seem to want her to answer, and just kept talking to himself. I once kept an ecological tank and took good care of it every day. I felt very satisfied watching the creatures in it thrive. I could control the day and night according to my own ideas, decide how much food to give them, and even affect their growth rate by adjusting the temperature. Li Yin frowned. What you mean is that the Earth is an ecological tank. Professor Zhang still did not answer, but instead raised another concept. Have you heard of the Mandela effect? Li Yin nodded. The Mandela effect was very popular on the internet, so he naturally knew about it. It is said to be a phenomenon of collective memory disorder, a phenomenon in which the general memory of the public about a fact, event, or detail does not correspond to the actual situation. Although there is no unified explanation for this phenomenon in the scientific community, it has sparked widespread discussion in the fields of social psychology and cognitive science. The Mandela effect is just the tip of the iceberg. Human memory, perception, and even cognition may be manipulated by some force. Professor Zhang's tone revealed a deep helplessness and despair. This feeling is terrifying. I've been flipping through a lot of old books recently. Guess what I found? I found that I actually have two sets of memories. I couldn't believe it at the time. Do you know, Leen, when I was teaching, I didn't realize that what I taught was actually wrong. Leen, use your common sense to tell me, how many countries are there in the world? 233, Li Yin blurted out. No, there are 235. This is the answer given by my second set of memory. I can even call out their names. A small country on the east coast of Africa, Ambonia, and the Pacific island country of Antigua and Barbuda. I have searched through all versions of maps and even history books, but I can't find any trace of their existence. In 2001, there was a civil strife in Barbuda, and several Koreans were beaten to death. The Korean country issued several statements in succession, strongly condemning Barbuda's actions and saying that it would send troops. This incident caused quite a lot of discussion on the internet at the time. Do you remember it? Leen shook her head. I wasn't born yet. Professor Zhang's voice paused, and he seemed to have forgotten what he was going to say. Not only that, whether in China or abroad, a lot of geographical knowledge is different from when I was in school, but I can still explain it logically when I give lectures. Thinking about it afterwards, I don't even know what I'm talking about, but when I look up the information, I find that there is nothing wrong. These days, I am going crazy because of this feeling. Li Yin felt that he had gone a little crazy. What does this have to do with my parents' death? Professor Zhang smiled bitterly. They were more curious than I was. During that time, they always discussed some very basic issues with me. But I didn't know much about Antarctica, so I could only provide some data and information as much as possible. They were very interested in this and came to discuss it with me almost every day. Until one day, they suddenly told me that they had discovered an amazing secret, a secret about the Earth. What secret? Do you know what lies beyond Antarctica? Outside of Antarctica. Antarctica is an icy continent located at the southernmost tip of the Earth, with a total area of 14.245 million square kilometers. This is common sense, right? Lee nodded, motioning for him to continue. But your parents told me that Antarctica is not Antarctica, and the Earth is not the Earth. Everything is fake, and everything is meaningless. We are just insects kept in captivity. The truth we have been pursuing our entire lives is just a joke. Everything is fake, and no one can fly out. Looking at Professor Zhang, who was gradually going crazy, Leen didn't say anything, but took out his cell phone and took a look. There is a signal. With a casual move, an axe appeared in the living room. Li Yin stood up, holding the fire axe and looking down at the poor man. Professor Zhang's eyes were not filled with fear, but rather surprise. Huh? You have this ability. How many things do I not know? How long have I been deceived? What have I lived for the past 50 years for? How much real stuff have I learned? Leen gently placed the axe on his shoulder, but Professor Zhang did not react at all and continued to mutter the truth of the world. Retracting the axe and sitting back in the chair, Li Yin clapped his hands vigorously. The loud sound brought Professor Zhang back to reality from his endless thoughts. You said you've seen a similar ability. Where did you see it? Professor Zhang showed a trace of confusion on his face, which then gradually became clear, but he did not speak. So Li Yin changed his approach and asked, "Is that right, Professor Fong?" Hearing this name, Professor Zhang's body trembled violently, and the confusion in his eyes quickly faded away, replaced by deep fear and despair. He suddenly stood up, gesticulating as if to prove something. "He is a lunatic. He is not human. Li Yin, don't touch him." Before he could finish his words, Professor Zhang suddenly froze in place. An inconspicuous blood bubble on his neck was rapidly growing larger, and its color became brighter and brighter. Leen acted decisively and appeared next to Professor Zhang in a flash. He instantly grasped the axe in his hand and chopped it hard at the blood bubble. The blood bubble burst, and a stream of smelly black blood gushed out, splashing all over her. But this is not the end yet. Letting go of the axe, Li Yin reached out his hand directly. In the mess of blood and flesh, he pulled it suddenly, and a twisted and wriggling tentacle suddenly appeared in his hand. The tentacles were still twisting, trying to break free from Li Yin's hands, but Li Yin remained unmoved. He looked coldly at the eye on it, then gently pinched it, and the tentacle exploded instantly. This method is very similar to the human bomb used by Conti Pharmaceutical. Before activation, even mobile phones and other detection methods will be ineffective. Once activated, it will quickly explode and disappear. It's really disgusting. Leen reached out and felt Professor Zhang's breath, and found he was still alive. She quickly pressed the wound on his neck, and at the same time called the 3 people outside and rushed him to the hospital. Outside the operating room, Ningzhu looked at Li Yin, who was standing with his arms folded and not saying a word, and asked worriedly, "Do you have any clues? Don't we need to catch him quickly?" Leen shook her head and said firmly, "No, he knows I have found him. He won't run away." The rescue continued until about 6 in the morning, when the lights in the operating room went out. The door slowly opened, and a doctor in a white coat came out, looking very tired. "We have tried our best, but whether the patient can survive depends on his own willpower." When Yu Yun'er heard the doctor's words, tears suddenly fell from her eyes. If Ning Zhu hadn't supported her, she would have collapsed on the ground. Li Yin took 2 steps forward and asked the doctor, "When will he wake up?" The doctor shook his head. "It's hard to say. All of his physical indicators have stabilized, but his brain has no reaction. It's like a vegetative state." Li Yin took out her cell phone and called Professor Fong. After a few rings, it said the call could not be connected. The same goes for senior sister Su Ji. His eyes gradually turned cold. It was time to catch someone. On the other side, at the university gate, Uncle Yi came over early in the morning on his Fujian stall to grab a spot. Although his wife said that no one would eat fried skewers so early in the morning, he still enjoyed doing it. It's just that the atmosphere here today is a bit weird. I didn't see a single college student coming out, and no one was chatting in the several student groups I joined. Uncle Yi scratched his head in confusion, took out his cell phone, and took a look. The time was 7:30. Logically, the students should have all gotten up. Stall next to him had already fried 2 pots of dough sticks. He went over and asked, "My fellow Taoist, have you received any orders today?" The breakfast stand owner was somewhat accustomed to the way his colleagues spoke. He knew that he was very popular among students and had considered whether he could imitate him. But unfortunately, he has to save face. "No, I don't know what happened. No one in the group talked today." The breakfast shop owner took out his cell phone, swung it, and took a photo. Wow, no signal, no wonder. Uncle Yi sensed something unusual. So he went to a secluded corner under the pretext of going to the toilet, stepped on his flying sword, and flew to the school in a flash. Flying slowly in the sky, I scanned the campus below. The teaching buildings, dormitories, and library were all normal, but I felt like something was missing. Uncle Ye's anxiety gradually grew, and he decided to go to the place where students often gathered. When he arrived at the playground, he saw a large number of students gathered here. At a rough glance, there should be several hundred people. They were twisting their bodies on the playground, as if they were dancing or talking about something. The noise was so loud that even he could hear it while flying in the sky. Are they rehearsing the National Day program? Uncle Yi was puzzled, so he flew to a deserted place and landed, preparing to walk closer to take a look. Not long after walking, I saw several classmates squatting on the ground in the corner. They were holding mobile phones in their hands, zooming in and out of the pictures on them, muttering to themselves. Uncle Yi frowned. He felt something was wrong. Holding the sword in his backhand, he walked gently over, closer to the students, trying to hear clearly what they were saying. All I could hear was them mumbling some strange words over and over again, as if they were praying or calling out for something. Apocalypse, Advent, darkness, awakening. Uncle Yi repeated in a low voice, and these words made his back chill. Looking around, I found that not only in the stadium, but throughout the entire campus, students were doing the same thing, as if they were pulled by some force and fell into a collective frenzy. This is definitely not a rehearsal for a National Day program. He quickly ran to the nearest student, put his hand on that person's shoulder, and asked urgently, "Student, what are you doing? Wake up!" The student didn't look up, but the muttering in his mouth became increasingly crazy. "Ha ha ha! I understand. I saw him. He's looking at me. Looking at me. Ha ha!" Suddenly, she turned around and looked at Uncle Yi behind her. Seeing this, Uncle Yi was suddenly shocked. The classmate in front of me no longer looked like a human being. All the facial features were twisted together, and the skin around them fell off in pieces, revealing the wriggling blood vessels underneath. And these flesh and blood are gradually turning into flesh worms, spreading out of her body, as if countless fingers or flesh strips have grown on her body. Uncle Yi made a prompt decision and swung his sword to cut him down. With a flash of sword light, the student's body was instantly cut in half, but the strange thing was that the wriggling flesh worms did not stop, but scattered even more crazily. The strange laughter became more and more frequent. People around kept standing up and making the same laughter as this man. On the playground, a mountain of meat made up of strips of meat was slowly rising from the ground. Seeing that the situation was not good, Uncle Yi did not want to fight at all, but stepped directly on the flying sword and flew into the air. The incident here is obviously not something he can handle. He must tell the Abnormal Bureau as soon as possible and ask them to come to support him. Otherwise, Linhai University might disappear from the map. Chapter 95. Changes in Linhai University. Li Yin and Ning Zhu arrived in front of Linhai University. They just happened to see a streak of light flying across the sky. Ning Zhu was a little surprised. "Isn't that Uncle Yi? Why didn't he even hide today and just flew in the sky?" Li Yin was also puzzled. Uncle Yi always used a mini flying sword to deliver food in the past, so why did he do it himself today? Turning her head to look in the direction of the school, her brows furrowed. Like Uncle Yi, she also discovered something unusual. It was a little after 7 in the morning, and there should have been many students at the school gate, some having breakfast, some jogging, some taking a walk, some shopping, but now it was surprisingly deserted, and even the security guard at the gate was nowhere to be seen. Li Yin's intuition told her that something serious had happened here. She turned and looked at Ning Zhu, wanting her to wait for her in a safe place, but when she saw her determined eyes, she gave up the idea. He pulled out a piece of cloth from the bag, then summoned an axe, wrapped it in it, and handed it to Azu. In case of danger, it is good to have weapons to protect yourself. The two walked quickly towards the school gate. As soon as they stepped into the campus, a depressing atmosphere hit them, as if the whole world had fallen into silence. Only the faint whispering sound echoed in my ears. It came from the security room. When I came to the window, I could see through the glass 2 security guards squatting in the corner. They were holding their cell phones and gesticulating constantly, as if they were calculating something. This scene seemed familiar to her. It was surprisingly similar to her 2 roommates. Li Yin sensed something unusual and pushed the door of the security room, but it was locked. She knocked hard in an attempt to attract the 2 people's attention, but they seemed to be completely immersed in their own world, deaf to any sounds from the outside world. Li Yin didn't hesitate any longer and just broke the door lock and walked in. Sure enough, the 2 security guards were looking at their phones, studying the pattern on the photo with serious and obsessed expressions. Thinking that this was something from Professor Fong's laboratory, Li Yin felt a little uneasy. He walked up to them and snatched their phones, his eyes fixed on their reactions. As expected, as soon as the cell phone was snatched away, irritable expressions immediately appeared on the two men's faces, and they showed extremely strong aggressiveness. The words he said were exactly the same as his roommates. "Hurry up and give it back to me. I'm studying ancient characters. I'll decipher it soon. If you're a step behind others, I'll definitely sue you." Listening to the two people's insults, Leen knocked them out, then deleted the photos on his phone and threw them on the table. He walked out the door and looked towards the dormitory building, his brows furrowed tightly. This photo is probably not as simple as she imagined. Everyone who saw the picture above had the same symptoms. That is, they studied it desperately. Why? What does this mean? No, not everyone. Sun Tingting, the three people next door, and myself had no reaction to it. This feeling is somewhat similar to the eyes that Li Jichao and his team used to test cult qualifications, both of which are used to screen people. It's a cult again. What exactly are they going to do? Leen turned and looked at Ningzhu. She didn't want Ningzhu to take the risk of touching it before she understood the mechanism of this thing. So he explained the current situation to her. "Azu, I think Uncle Yi has gone to contact the Abnormal Bureau. He may not know the situation at the school. For safety reasons, you should wait for them at the door. Otherwise, if you rush in, the Abnormal Bureau may suffer heavy losses." Ningzhu hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. "Be careful in there. Come out immediately if there is any problem. Don't be stubborn. Understand?" Li Yin hugged her waist and said, "Okay, I understand." After watching Ningzhu leave the school, Li Yin summoned an axe and rushed towards the dormitory building. Before going to find Professor Fong, she first had to make sure her roommate was safe. At least take a look at the situation. The moment she rushed into the building, she saw a horrible monster covered with flesh worms rushing towards her. She dodged it and chopped off its head with an axe. Looking closely, I suddenly discovered that on the skin between the flesh worms on the monster's body, there was a vague pattern similar to the one in the photo. Although it is impossible to tell who she is now, one can still tell from her clothes that she was once a person. The reason why it became like this is most likely because of that picture. What kind of power is this? Why can a person become like this just by a photo? What if ordinary people see the patterns on mutants? Will it have the same effect as seeing a photo? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take a breath. The existence of the split ghost, if not contained in time, might cause great damage to Linhai. If this small photo were to spread, the entire Linhai, and even the entire country, would suffer a devastating disaster. Thinking of this, Li Yin grabbed a handful of cement blocks from the cement wall next to him and beat the corpse on the ground into a pool of blood foam. Then he quickly went upstairs and killed all the monsters he saw without mercy. Arriving at the door of her dormitory, Li Yin felt more and more uneasy. When I opened the door, I saw two monsters covered in flesh in the dormitory, and minced meat all over the floor, would I be able to do it? She knew she could, but without further hesitation, he slowly opened the door. Beside the bed, there was a monster with twisted features, swollen limbs beyond human form, and tattered skin. It seemed as if countless flesh worms were wriggling underneath and struggling to drill out. The monster was raising its hands high, and an orderly hissing sound came out of its mouth that no longer existed. It seems like praying and also like chanting. The torn nightgown on the monster was picked out by her and I at the mall a few days after school started. I also had an identical nightgown in my own closet. At this moment, the anger in her heart had reached its peak. The monster in the room seemed to have noticed something as well. It slowly turned around and looked towards the door, revealing a face with no facial features at all, only a bloody mess left. Leen walked slowly into the dormitory, and before the monster could launch an attack, he quickly cut off its limbs, and then placed the fire axe on its chest. The moment the axe came into contact with Wang Yu's body, his entire body trembled. His mouth, which looked like a mouth, moved, and sounds like an old bellows rang out intermittently. "It's so painful, so painful. I don't want it." Before she uttered the last word, Leen picked up the axe and sent her off personally. Destroy the patterns on his body, then pull down the curtains and cover him. Wang Yu loved beauty the most when she was alive, and she always dressed herself up beautifully. I guess she wouldn't want others to see her like this after she died. After dealing with Wang Yu's body, Li Yin went straight to the laboratory building. Go find Professor Fong. Go find Suji. Go find the monster skin. The chaotic scene in the experimental building was shocking. No matter where you went, you could see monsters praying or wandering around. The horrible whispers came one after another, like a symphony of hell. He came to the laboratory where he and senior sister Suji worked. The originally quiet laboratory was now in a mess with broken instruments and spilled reagents. Several monsters kept in the water tank disappeared, and there was no sign of Suji. Li Yin's ears moved, and she heard a sound coming from a laboratory next to her. She broke through the wall and rushed over. When she saw the man's appearance, she was stunned. He was not tall, wore glasses and simple clothes. He was huddled in a corner, holding a borrowed book tightly in his arms. "Isn't it my roommate, Sun Tingting?" Next to her, there was a wheat-colored woman squatting. She had short hair, was wearing a t-shirt and shorts, and was holding the same mobile phone as Wang Yu. Even the casing was the same. It's Lu Qing. Seeing that the two had not mutated yet, Li Yin was happy. But when she saw the movements of Lu Qing's hands, she suddenly felt something was wrong. The next second, Lu Qing stood up abruptly and threw her cell phone aside. She spread her arms and looked up at the sky. Her face was full of fanaticism, and she made an extremely crazy sound. "Ha ha! I understand, I finally understand. I saw him. Before she could finish her words, Li Yin kicked her to the ground, and the axe fell directly on her body. "What the hell are you doing?" Li Yin's tone was full of anger and a hint of self-blame. If I had discovered it earlier, if I had not been so careless and stopped them from studying the pictures earlier, things would not have developed to this point. "Wang Yu won't die either?" There was a trace of confusion on Lu Qing's face. She stared blankly at the ceiling, as if her soul had been sucked out of her. Li Yin stretched out his hand and slapped her on the face, and asked at the same time, "Lu Qing, what did you see just now? Tell me, what did you see just now?" The expression on Lu Qing's face gradually changed from bewilderment to chaos, and then became fanatical again. I saw it. I saw the real world. That great existence. He is so magnificent, so vast. His existence is beyond our understanding. He is the origin of all things. He is the truth." As she spoke, a look of extreme fear suddenly appeared on her face, so much so that her whole body began to tremble. "He is gone. Where is he? Don't abandon me. I don't want to go back to that hypocritical world. Take me away. Take me away. I am willing to give everything." Li Yin looked down at her, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. She was certain of one thing. This incident did not affect people's minds with illusions, but directly changed their brains and their thoughts. In other words, there is no hope. Even if he is still alive, he will be a mentally ill person for the rest of his life. At this moment, Lu Qing began to struggle violently under her own axe. She seemed to want to stand up, but because the axe was pressing on her body, she couldn't even get up. "Take me away. Take me away. I want to find him. Don't leave me in this hypocritical world," Lu Qing shouted hysterically. Her voice had completely changed, becoming sharp and piercing, like the howl of a ghost. During her violent struggle, her chest was even cut by the axe ninja, with the tip of the axe ninja penetrating deeply into her flesh. The blood dyed her clothes red, but she seemed to be unaware of anything and continued to struggle hard. Li Yin raised the axe, then reached out again and punched Lu Qing on the head, knocking her unconscious. After thinking for a while, he opened the axe base and slashed it across her body, but took nothing away. Sun Tingting, who had been silent behind him, now showed a look of extreme fear in her eyes. Chapter 96, Confronting Professor Fong. Leen walked forward and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Sun Tingting raised her head. Her originally pretty face was now covered with tears. She threw herself into Li Yin's arms and said with a sob, "Li Yin, I'm so scared." Li Yin patted her back gently and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Everything will be fine." "What happened? Why are you and Lu Qing here?" "Good morning. I took her out to buy breakfast. When we came back, we saw a lot of monsters chasing people. We hid in the laboratory building. We originally wanted to find a laboratory to hide, but we didn't expect. Sun Tingting burst into tears halfway through her speech. Li Yin sighed softly, took out a pack of tissues from his pocket, and handed it to her. "Okay, stop crying. This is not your fault. I'll take you out first. It's not safe here." "Well, Li Yin, The loud bang exploded beside Li Yin's ear, but her strengthened eardrum naturally didn't feel anything. She decisively pulled Sun Tingting aside and quickly turned around to look behind her. Lu Qing, who was normal just now, had her skin begin to crack after just 1 minute of inattention. The flesh under her skin seemed to come alive and turned into another kind of creature, constantly wriggling underneath, trying to drill out of her skin.
Li Yin's pupils shrank. She didn't expect that Lu Qing's body, which had been touched by her axe, would mutate. Looking at the body that looked more and more like Wang Yu, Li Yin's face became extremely gloomy. He glanced at Sun Tingting and sighed. "Turn around," she ordered, then stepped forward, carrying Lu Qing, who had not yet fully mutated, and went to another room. In the laboratory, Sun Tingting's crying and the sound of flesh being cut intertwined, forming a doomsday-like horror picture. In just over 10 seconds, Li Yin dealt with Lu Qing's body, then sent Sun Tingting out of the school and returned to continue looking for Professor Fong. At the same time, she had a doubt in her mind. Why didn't Sun Tingting seem surprised when she broke through the wall and entered the laboratory? It was as if she had known about it for a long time. Thinking of the possibility of disguise, Li Yin immediately turned back, but found that Sun Tingting had fainted. She seemed to be sleeping very soundly because of nervousness or some other reason. She then used various methods to try to confirm whether the person in front of her was her roommate, but there was no response. Finally, she covered the space with her axe and turned back to school. "I went to the office building to look around, but didn't find it. I solved the problem of several mutated students, but there was no energy produced." Then she turned around and found a mass of red stuff rising over the playground. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but connect it with the monster that fused tens of thousands of people in Luan Town. She felt something was wrong and immediately mobilized her energy to rush over. On the playground, a helicopter was parked on the edge. The middle-aged man in the lead looked at the blood and flesh surging in front of him, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Although only half of the creation in front of us can be considered as work, the scale and color of it are truly beautiful. Next to him stood a young girl with an expressionless face and empty eyes. She was holding a slate in her arms. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that there were obscure symbols like words painted on it with unknown pigments. What's even more bizarre is that her right hand turned into countless tiny tentacles, which penetrated deeply into the squirming mountain of flesh and blood in front of her, as if absorbing energy or trying to seize control of it. At this moment, a sound boom was heard from the side, and Leen instantly appeared in front of Professor Fong and reached out to grab his neck. Almost in an instant, several men in black beside him turned into fish monsters over 3 meters in size in an attempt to block them. But it was too late. Leen was running too fast at full speed, and they could not catch up with him at all. But this claw that was determined to get the upper hand was blocked. What blocked her was a claw covered with a mutated cuticle, sharp-edged and hard as iron. Because she didn't want to kill Professor Fong immediately, she used her maximum speed, but didn't use her full strength. But the fact that she could block her attack so easily showed how terrifying the claw owner's power was. Leen turned to look at the girl standing beside him, with no expression on her face. Senior Suji. The girl who was gentle to the core now looked like a cold doll, an emotionless monster, as if everything around her was meaningless in her eyes. "Is this your own wish helping them do evil?" Li Yin spoke slowly, her tone not questioning. She just wanted to confirm whether the current senior sister Suji was still herself. But the girl over there did not answer. Her eyes were still empty, but her body began to mutate rapidly, and in less than a second, the familiar black monster appeared before her eyes. I ask again, "Are you Suji?" The other party still did not answer, but looked at the mountain of meat on the playground, as if waiting for something. Leen already has the answer. At this time, Professor Fong on the side spoke up. "You stay here, and anyone who dares to come over will be killed." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the helicopter. Leen reached into his pocket, and a handful of stones appeared in his hand. He crushed them and threw them out. Countless pieces of stone shot out like bullets, aiming directly at Professor Fong and the helicopter. However, this swift attack was still blocked by the monster that Suji transformed into. Leen looked at her deeply, then turned to Professor Fong and asked calmly, "Do you want to escape?" Professor Fong also stopped and turned around with a gentle smile on his face, as always. "Li Yin, you seem to have a lot of questions to ask me. About these and your uncle? Haha, killer, catch up with me, and I will tell you everything. My uncle was really kidnapped by you?" Leen said nothing more. He held the axe in his right hand, made a hand gesture with his left hand, and chanted an obscure spell with a cruel smile on his face. "Do you think you can escape?" She didn't plan to drag it on, so she directly used the terrifying clone she had summoned when she summoned Luan Town to clear the area. Professor Fong was not going to get on the plane anymore. Instead, he stood there, looking at the girl in front of him curiously.
As a member of a cult, he naturally knew that there was an unrestricted office method, the art of clone. A very common ability, usually summoned out for testing or reinforcement. No one would use it as a trump card. He wanted to see what the girl in front of him wanted to do and what gave her such great confidence. Several fish monsters consciously stood in front of Professor Fong, alert to possible danger. This was the second time that Li Yin used her clone. She had always been afraid that the terrifying mirror image like Luo in town would appear again, and she was also afraid that it would really awaken something, as she had guessed. The more important reason is that no monster can force her to use this trick, but now is not the time to hide her weakness. The top priority is to quickly resolve the issue at hand and prevent it from spreading. After reciting the spell, Li Yin suddenly looked up. His eyes became empty and deep, as if they could suck people's souls into them. Beside him, a figure quickly took shape. He was about 1.5 meters tall, with long black hair casually draped over his head, eyes as deep as black holes, staring ahead expressionlessly. But that terrifying aura did not appear, and there was not even a fire axe in the clone's hand. Li Yin. Professor Fong. Su Ji. The air seemed unusually quiet at this moment. Li Yin could clearly see the smile on Professor Fong's lips, and could even guess what he was thinking. I thought you were holding it in, but I didn't expect it to be. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush and slapped the clone beside her. But the clone did not react at all, just stood there quietly, waiting for orders. Professor Fong spoke up. There was no mockery in his voice, but more comfort. I don't know what method you wanted to use, but it looks like you failed, right? Keep trying, maybe you will succeed next time. Okay, I'm leaving. See you next time, Li Yin. After saying that, he boarded the helicopter without looking back. Li Yin's face was cold. Since that thing didn't want to come out, he could only do it himself. Thinking of this, her figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and she rushed towards the helicopter at an extremely fast speed. But Su Ji's speed was not slow at all. The giant sickle transformed from her left hand suddenly blocked the path, and at the same time, 3 tail whips also attacked from the angle. Li Yin snorted coldly, grasped the axe handle with his right hand, clenched his left fist, and swung forward violently. The powerful punch actually blew up one of the tails. The axe swept across, and the giant sickle broke directly in the middle. Such a huge force. Even Professor Fong on the helicopter couldn't help but look sideways. Staring at the translucent girl with stars twinkling in her eyes, he was so curious. He wondered where this power came from. Although his tail was blown up, Su Ji didn't seem to feel any pain at all. He just paused for a moment and then rushed up again. However, Li Yin did not pursue Professor Fong again. After the initial impulse, she quickly calmed down and found that everything in front of her seemed so abnormal. Why didn't Professor Fong leave before? It was just as I guessed. He was waiting here until now. Why choose a helicopter, a mode of transportation that is neither private nor flexible? Can you really leave alive if you blatantly leave the city on something like this? My guess should be correct. He must have been paying attention to me for a long time, watching me find clues step by step and tearing apart his disguise. There are even traces of his deliberate guidance, such as Professor Zhang. What is he for? And when his identity was truly confirmed, he planned the disaster of Linhai University, as if it was a final feast, leading himself into another game. What is he planning? Li Yin was not sure, but what she knew was that Professor Fong didn't need to chase after her at all, because he never thought about running away. Chapter 97 Support, Physical Fireball. Seeing that Su Ji had not withdrawn his right hand from the mountain of meat even when fighting with him, Li Yin always felt something was wrong. If it really absorbed this thing or took control of it, its body would probably become extremely huge. I am worst at dealing with particularly large monsters. Thinking of this, Li Yin made a prompt decision, disappeared from the spot in a flash, and prepared to chop off its right hand first. Su Ji's reaction speed was not slow at all, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. 2 loud explosions rang out in the playground. In just a breath, the 2 men fought several times. Then there was a loud bang, and one of the figures flew backwards. The stratum corneum on his body shattered and flew straight in the opposite direction of the mountain of meat. Li Yin took this opportunity, raised his axe, and prepared to chop off the tentacles that were transformed from Su Ji's arms. But at the moment the axe fell, the tentacles suddenly scattered and turned into a large egg beater. Although Li Yin cut off several of them, these tentacles were too scattered and it was impossible to cut them all at once. Li Yin's back with unstoppable force. But Li Yin didn't even look at it. He raised his leg, and caught the hammer steadily. Then he stomped on the ground, turned around, and chopped it down with lightning speed, directly cutting off one of his arms. However, Suji took advantage of the pulling force of his other arm and chose to escape. He abandoned this arm and pulled himself into the mountain of flesh. Looking at the disappearing Suji, and then looking at the pile of disgusting, wriggling things, Li Yin did not choose to chase in. Instead, he summoned the clone to his side, held its hand, and injected streams of energy into its body. Not long after, the clone's body surface began to become transparent, and starlight overflowed from its eyes, almost the same as the original body. At this moment, the meat mountain suddenly began to change. It stopped squirming, and the strips of flesh on it were growing longer and darker at an alarming rate, quickly intertwining with each other to form a layer of black keratin on its surface. At the same time, it was no longer an irregular lump, but quickly rose higher, with 6 irregular legs slowly growing from the bottom, like some kind of insect, or like a randomly growing piece of wood. While the upper half was gradually covered with keratin, countless whips, sickles, hammers, and arms transformed from tentacles quickly grew out and danced wildly. Just looking at it makes one's scalp tingle. But Li Yin was not afraid at all, and chose to rush forward directly. The axe in his hand flashed with a cold light, and when it passed one of the legs, he swung it violently, and the axe blade cut it off instantly. Black blood spurted out, but turned into a black mist in midair, and was quickly absorbed by the meat mountain. The severed part did not regenerate, but instead countless tentacles continued to extend from the abdomen and attacked her. Suji seemed to have noticed Li Yin's weakness, which was that his attack method was single and he couldn't deal with a large number of enemies at the same time. Li Yin, however, had no expression on his face. Each swing of his axe was extremely precise, cutting off the tentacles one by one. However, there were so many of them that they seemed endless. Even so, the tentacles were helpless against the girl below. Any tentacle that dares to approach will be evaporated without a trace by the layer of starlight on the surface of the body. This seemed to have turned into a war of attrition, with the competition being whether Li Yin had more energy or Suji had more tentacles. Li Yin also noticed this and quickly left the battlefield, came to the stands nearby, reached out and grabbed a huge piece of cement. He injected energy into it and threw it violently. The monster's body surface was like being bombarded by a cannonball, causing its entire body to stagger a few steps. Li Yin used the same trick again. Stones, cement, metals, tree trunks, all objects turned into deadly weapons in her hands, constantly bombarding the hill-like monster. Every attack weakens its strength, and every collision consumes its tentacles. Suji's attacks became more and more crazy, but Li Yin seemed to be at ease. If it was still in human form, flying into the sky and launching attacks continuously might be troublesome, but it took the initiative to turn itself into a sitting target. The huge monster was staggering under the attack. It tried to wave its tentacles to launch a counterattack, but as soon as it got close, the ordinary fire axe would ruthlessly chop it off. All the tentacles that were cut off by it lost the ability to regenerate, and it could only break them off, absorb the black mist back into its body, and recondense new tentacles. Beneath Li Yin's feet suddenly shook, and the next second, countless tentacles broke out of the ground and swept towards her body. But how could such an attack be effective? With just one swing of the axe, all the tentacles were broken off. This amount of time is enough. The purpose of these tentacles is not to attack, but to block the view and make noise at the same time. The real attack is... Li Yin stared with wide eyes at the teaching building rising from the ground in front of him, his eyes full of horror. She could even see that among the fallen earth and rocks, there were students who had not yet been assimilated, as well as completely normal students. Countless tentacles wrapped around the teaching building, reinforcing it while lifting it high up and smashing down on Li Yin with unstoppable force. This blow was so powerful that it shook the earth. Countless pieces of cement and metal flew in the air, accompanied by shocking impact sounds. The entire playground seemed to be shaking under this terrifying attack. Leen quickly rushed to the side, trying to avoid the attack, but this 20-story teaching building was too big. Leen could only avoid the center, and the edge of the building hit her body hard. Fortunately, her defense was high enough and she was not hurt at all, but the ground under her feet collapsed instantly. The huge impact force smashed her into the ground, and the surrounding ground cracked and gravel flew everywhere. The next second, she felt that the gravity below seemed to disappear. Amid the rising dust, Li Yin roughly determined a direction, pushed hard with her legs, and swung the axe in her hand violently. Pong! The ground collapsed again, and the axe hit the soft soil. The originally solid playground was flipped into the air by the tentacles. Before Li Yin could react, it broke through the smoke and dust and fiercely knocked him away. In midair, she could clearly see that the entire playground had now turned into a forest of tentacles. Countless tentacles, large and small, rose from the ground and waved wildly in the air. Leen only felt that he had flown very far, but there was no place in the sky to gain leverage. Just as he was about to fly out of the campus, his body suddenly hit a soft object and stopped steadily. At the same time, a voice sounded in my ear. "Are you okay? Are you injured? The next battle will be..." "Wait, are you Li Yin? What happened to you?" When Li Yin heard this familiar voice, he turned around and saw a heroic girl in military uniform looking at him with surprise. This person turned out to be Xie Yunxiao, a master of the Abnormal Bureau who he had met once before. At this moment, the monster on the playground waved its tentacles violently, causing a gust of wind that blew away all the dust around it. It seemed to have noticed the two people here. Its tentacles broke out of the ground, and countless huge rocks were picked up by it, smashing towards Li Yin and Xie Yunxiao like meteorites falling from the sky. Xie Yunxiao snorted coldly, without dodging or evading. He let go of Li Yin, took a step forward, and his right hand quickly changed to form a huge 1-meter-long gun barrel. Extremely high-temperature flames condensed in it and gushed out in an instant, turning all the attacking boulders into ashes. Her movements were clean and neat, without any hesitation, and she displayed extraordinary strength. Her right hand was not idle either. It was covered with a layer of fiery red scales, and her palm was facing upwards, as if she was holding something. Under Li Yin's surprised gaze, a huge red ball with an extremely smooth surface and shining metallic luster appeared out of thin air. It was like a flame that had been compressed to the extreme. Its interior was extremely stable, and it even had a faint sense of substance. But how is this possible? The high temperature ignited all the surrounding wooden products in just a moment, and even the hard ground showed signs of melting. This giant red ball was spinning in Xie Yunxiao's hand, as if it contained endless energy, making people afraid. Facing such scorching heat, Li Yin felt nothing at all, with only curiosity in his eyes. "What is this?" Xie Yunxiao didn't look back, but the corners of his mouth curled up with a hint of pride. "Physical fireball, one of my abilities." It is said to be one of her abilities, but in fact it is her trump card. Li Yin raised his eyebrows, feeling that this ability was interesting. Condensing flames into a solid entity is obviously not in line with the laws of physics. But there are even ghosts in the world, so what does a mere solid fireball count for? Xie Yunxiao slowly moved his arm, pointed his palm at the monster in the playground, and suddenly launched the fireball in his hand. Everything it touched, whether it was rock or metal, was instantly evaporated by the high temperature, leaving a blazing trail. The giant red ball shot out with astonishing speed and force, hitting the monster's body directly. The monster also realized the horror of this attack. The tentacles underground surged out frantically and quickly weaved together, forming a huge shield in front of it in the blink of an eye. The next second, the fireball collided with the shield, and the explosive shock wave spread instantly, and everything around it disappeared in an instant under this blow. The heat wave swept through, and the air seemed to be torn apart at this moment, making a shrill scream. The giant red ball burst into a dazzling white light, like a small sun rising from the ground, covering everything around it in a blazing light. Even at such a long distance, one could feel the scorching heat, as if even the air was ignited at this moment. But this didn't seem to have much effect on the monster. Countless tentacles swarmed out and blocked the red ball outside. Even though it was constantly vaporized, it did not allow the red ball to move forward even a little bit. Eventually, the physical fireball ran out of energy to maintain stability and exploded with a loud bang. The huge air wave swallowed everything around it into a vortex of destruction. The aftermath of the explosion spread with astonishing force. The ground cracked, rocks flew like rain, and half of the school was unrecognizable under this blow. Xie Yunxiao pursed his lips and secretly said that it was not good. The damage was so serious that I had to write a self-criticism when I returned, and they would also deduct my money. However, this horrific blow did not end the battle as she had hoped. When the smoke and dust cleared, the monster reappeared in the same place unharmed, and even its burnt tentacles were recovering at an extremely fast speed. Leen looked very pleased and urged her to do it again. No, it's entering the cooling time. Huh? There's a cool-down period? How long? Half an hour. In the sky, Uncle Yi looked at this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. As expected, he is one of the strongest fighters in the country in the future. He has such terrifying, destructive power that we cannot compare with him at all. And also in heaven was Ningzhu. She looked at the two people standing side by side on the ground and couldn't help but clench her fists, feeling a little uncomfortable. It's not jealousy, but hatred for my own weakness. If I could be stronger, I would be the one standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Yin. On the other side, on the helicopter, a fish monster that had turned back into a human form looked at the scene on the playground in the distance and said with some concern, "Mr. Fong, will it be okay for the master to deal with them by himself?" Professor Fong retracted his gaze, but did not look at the fish monster who spoke. He said calmly, "Why, do you still want to help?" The fish monster immediately remembered the earth-shattering explosion just now and shook his head quickly. How could he be capable of participating in a battle of this level? He was afraid that the aftermath alone would vaporize him. At this moment, another fish monster suddenly pointed forward and said in horror, "Look, what is that?" A few people looked in the direction it pointed and saw a huge stone standing on the building in front of them. The stone was about 6 or 7 meters high, as if a small mountain had been pulled up and stuck there. No, it's not inserted. There's another person underneath. Just as the pilot was trying hard to see the appearance of the person below, the huge rock suddenly moved. It first moved back a little, and then suddenly smashed towards the plane. The pilot's hands were shaking with fear, but he still tried hard to control the plane and narrowly avoided the attack. This scene made the fish monster and the pilot break out in cold sweats. The fish monster followed the direction of the stone and saw that the stone seemed to be calculated by someone. It flew straight into Linhai University and hit something. Just as they were marveling at the man's powerful strength and clever calculations, the helicopter's fuselage shook violently. I turned around in disbelief and saw a familiar translucent face suddenly appear on the window. She inserted one of her hands into the metal shell of the helicopter easily, as if she was tearing tissue paper. With a little force from both hands, a big hole was torn in the helicopter. Li Yin had a half-smile on her face, and her eyes were full of coldness and murderous intent. "You guys, are you waiting for me?" Chapter 98, You Are Really a Lunatic. The four fish monsters let out a sharp cry, and the trembling in its voice revealed its inner fear. "Go! Stop her! Don't let her in!" The other three fish monsters transformed instantly and rushed over desperately. On his face, Li Yin stretched out his hand and instantly broke the arm of the one rushing forward, pulling it off along with all the bones and flesh. He kneaded it in his hand and then threw it out. I didn't see her using much strength, but the three fish monsters fell straight down, their heads pierced by bones, deader than dead. The last one also completed its transformation despite its fear and rushed towards this side. A pair of huge and sharp claws cut through the air, bringing with it a biting cold wind, and grabbed towards Li Yin fiercely. However, it was easily held back by two fingers, and then a painful scream was heard in the cabin. The fish monster's hands and feet were all broken and thrown aside, and the remaining torso was held in Li Yin's hand. It wasn't that she found torturing these monsters fun. She just didn't want to kill him so early. Isn't it better to wait until it's over and then find a quiet place to look at the memory than to kill him directly? Li Yin raised her head and looked directly into Professor Fong's eyes, with a smile on her face. Her tone is relaxed, as if she was inviting an ordinary friend to share a story. "Okay, Uncle Fong now. Can you talk to me properly?" Professor Fong smiled and said, "Li Yin, you really surprised me." Although he said he was surprised, his tone didn't show the slightest bit of surprise. It was still the same as usual, gentle yet distant. Li Yin also laughed. "Aren't you surprised? Wasn't all this part of your plan?" "Oh, is that in my plan? What else do you know?" "Of course I don't know anything. What I know is what you want me to know, isn't it?" "Do you think so? What else?" Just as Professor Fong was about to say something else, the helicopter suddenly shook violently, and the pilot let out a terrified scream. But the two of them didn't turn around to look at each other. They just looked at each other quietly, as if everything around them had nothing to do with them. "The plane is out of control. Mr. Fong, we are going to crash. Think of a solution quickly." Professor Fong still didn't turn around. The helicopter was falling rapidly, and its wings touched the building next to it. Sparks flew instantly, and the metal collision made a harsh sound, and the fuselage shook even more violently. Professor Fong could only hold on to the bulkhead to keep his balance. The pilot has already parachuted. Even though he knew that parachuting would be a risk of death given the distance so close to the ground, it was still better than waiting to die. The helicopter finally hit the ground, and after a loud bang, flames shot up into the sky. In the flames, a small hand waved violently, dispersing all the surrounding flames, revealing two figures standing in it. A mere plane crash would not hurt her at all. She just wanted to see how Professor Fong, an ordinary person, would deal with it. Ask when you are alive, and look at your memory when you are dead. There is no difference. The flames dissipated, and the figure on the opposite side was revealed. His entire body was covered in a disgusting layer of flesh, covered with blue veins and wriggling muscles. It was like a fluid slowly fading away from Professor Fong's body, and it was also the fluid that absorbed all the damage for Professor Fong. And the retreating flesh and blood quickly shrank into a test tube. Li Yin, you are so cruel. You obviously have a lot of questions to ask me, right? How can you just watch me die? He naturally didn't know that Li Yin had the ability to spy on other people's memories. This was one of Li Yin's biggest secrets, and so far, only Asa knew it. With your position, how could you die so easily? And you planned this plane crash, right? Leen looked at the pilot who was smashed into pieces not far away, without a trace of pity in his eyes. This person is most likely a member of a cult and does not deserve any sympathy. She looked at Professor Fong again and chuckled. You really are a lunatic. Are you trying to test me with your own life? Professor Fong did not answer, but made a gesture of invitation. Okay, now if you have any questions, just ask them. Too many. Let's start with my uncle. Did you capture him? Is he still alive? Professor Fong seemed to have guessed what she would do. He smiled and shook his head, then sighed. It's me. As for whether I'm still alive, I don't know. But I guess I'm not dead. He's not in your hands? Well, Li Wenhe is the person my superior wants. He's been sent there a long time ago. I don't have the authority to contact him. The word he gave Li Yin a new understanding of cults. Back in Ningyi City, the contact person with the copper finger did not show any respect to Zhang Xingwen with the silver finger. And as far as Zhang Xingwen could remember, he was not respectful to his superior either. In addition, Professor Fong now directly uses he to address his superiors instead of honorifics. I'm afraid this cult is even looser than I thought. No wonder it is a polytheistic sect. I'm afraid it is not united internally. However, such organizations have decentralized power, are elusive, and are even more difficult to deal with. Why did you arrest him? Professor Fong smiled and said, You inherited the surname Li, but it seems that he didn't tell you everything. Li Yin frowned. What are you talking about? For example, the methods passed down in your family. Family heirloom, method? This word made Li Yin think of the firm at first. Could it be that my family was also an organization similar to a law firm in the past? But why have I never heard of it? Li Yin didn't dwell on this question too much, but took the opportunity to continue asking. You haven't answered my question yet. Why did you arrest my uncle? Professor Fong shook his head. I can't tell you that. Is it related to the experiment you did? Yes, but only a little. Li Yin was silent for a moment, then continued. You were the one who did what happened 10 years ago, right? Professor Fong did not deny. It's me. There are also the family of 3 in the hotel, the fusion ghost in Luan Town, the human-faced ghost in Feng Chi's house, and what is happening at Linhai University now. I can roughly guess the others, but why did you bring out the ghost in Feng Chi's house? Well, there's actually no special reason. I just failed too many times, so I wanted to find something to try out my research results. Professor Fong chuckled and continued. 10 years ago, I conducted a small experiment, mainly to collect data in preparation for the next step. As expected, the experimental subject went out of control, but the out-of-control experimental subject happened to be able to collect some additional data, so I did not terminate it immediately. In that experiment, I wanted to test whether ghosts fused with pollutants could influence the surrounding environment and creatures and transform them into tools to do my bidding. The hotel experiment was a follow-up to the experiment 10 years ago. Because that experiment failed, I changed my mindset. Instead of making people puppets of ghosts, I turned people into ghosts attached to ghosts while retaining their memories and personalities from their previous lives. Aren't they amazing? There have never been ghosts with consciousness, but I created one, and they have abilities that even surprised me and even achieved an effect close to pollution. Professor Fong's answer was similar to what Li Yin had guessed, but he still had a question. Why did you abandon them? Because at that time, you thought the experiment had failed, right?
Professor Fong nodded generously. Yes, they did not show the effect I expected at the time, so I gave up on them. It was you who took the egg away, right? It's me. Where is it now? At headquarters. Where is the headquarters? I can't tell you. Unless I join you? Well, would you agree? I agree. Tell me, where is it? Professor Fong laughed. Girl, you lie so easily. Okay, no more jokes. Let's continue talking about the experiment. He seemed to treat Li Yin as someone he could confide in, share with, or rather show off his achievements over the past 10 years. 3 years ago, I made all the preparations and started the final experiment. I also carefully selected the most suitable subjects, namely my adopted daughter Suji and Li Muyi. Li Muyi is your adopted daughter? Well, what we're trying to hide is not something that an ordinary police officer can investigate. Professor Fong held up 2 fingers and continued. I prepared 2 plans for them to choose from. Become a ghost god or a human god. If you want to become a ghost, you must first experience death. They seem to have had a quarrel at that time. People's obsession with life is really ridiculous. But even if you want to become a ghost, it's not that easy. So I prepared the most painful way for her to die, helped her become an angry ghost, and made sure that she would be strong enough as a ghost. But in the end, something unexpected happened. Chapter 99, Li Yin. Tell me, who are you? Hearing the word accident from his mouth, Li Yin immediately thought of Li Muyi's sleep and the memory he had seen. The conditions for the formation of a ghost include the most extreme thoughts before death. Professor Fong said that he wanted to make Li Muyi into an angry ghost, but in the last memory, Li Yin did not detect a trace of anger. It's all love for Suji. So, did Li Muyi never get angry from the beginning to the end? Instead, she became a very special kind of ghost, a love ghost, and she was sleeping from beginning to end during her battle with herself, and did not wake up even before her death. Perhaps, she was immersed in the beautiful dream she had woven for herself. The control of the fusion monster was probably in the hands of the fused resident from the beginning, so it had no desire to fight and could only keep running away. The experimental process described by Professor Fong was similar to what she guessed. Everything went smoothly at the beginning. Li Muyi became a ghost according to my plan. I fused her with special pollutants and created a perfect mutant ghost. Her abilities are beyond my imagination. Not only is her body extremely powerful, she even has the ability to pollute and control everything around her. And all the creatures she contaminated will be transformed into new species at a very fast speed, a humanoid creature composed of tiny white tentacles. But unfortunately, these creatures are the same as the results of the hotel experiment. They have no independent consciousness and only simple intelligence to imitate the behavior of the human beings in the past. Lee nodded. This basically matched her guess. She had similar suspicions long before she realized that something was wrong with the residents of Luan Town. The situation in Luan Town was very similar to the hotel ghost experiment, just like an upgraded version of the hotel ghost experiment. The experimental subjects were changed from a family of 3 to Li Muyi and the entire town. In addition, there is Zheng Lan, whose abilities in school are almost a mini version of Li Muyi. I'm afraid that the new creatures that Professor Fong mentioned are not limited to living things. Even ghosts will be affected. Zheng Lan even created a ghost of her own, which is Yu Yun'er's homeroom teacher. What kind of monster did this experiment create? How terrifying would it be if Li Muyi hadn't fallen into a deep sleep? Also, are the so-called ghosts and gods, as well as human gods, just transformed ghosts and humans carrying some kind of pollutants? What are pollutants? From the way he described his story, Li Yin could roughly infer that it should be the stone slab that affected the entire Linhai University, or something like rags found in the underground experiment in Ningyi City, and probably the eyeball in his hand. And what was implanted into Li Muyi's body might be that black crystal. What is that black crystal? Professor Fong was a little surprised. Is it in your hand? Give it back to me. It is very important to me. Li Yin shook his head decisively. Not here. You girl. Professor Fong finished telling Li Muyi's story. But later, I don't know what went wrong. She began to fall into a deep sleep. No matter what method I used, I couldn't wake her up. The experiment in Luan Town had to be stopped. She became my most perfect and most failed experimental subject. As for Suji, you divided her past personality into her present personality, right? Professor Fong was slightly stunned, and then his face showed approval. Yes, you are very smart. Because the situation of humans is more complicated than that of ghosts.
In order to facilitate control and avoid repeating the same mistakes, I extracted her aggressive personality and strengthened it. With this part as the main body, I created contaminated experimental subject number 2, that is, the human god Suji. Her godhead is usually dormant in her body, and her personality controls her body. Only when needed will the godhead be awakened, allowing the godhead to temporarily control the body and exert extraordinary power. Leen nodded. That is to say, Suji actually didn't know about all this, and it was all that so-called godhead that was causing trouble, right? Professor Fong knew what she meant, but he didn't say anything. He nodded and said, yes. When the godhead is activated, the personality will fall into a deep sleep and block all perception of the outside world. The advantage of doing this is that it not only eliminates all human weaknesses, but also greatly reduces the risk of exposure, because she really knows nothing. Since Suji is so successful, you still say that Li Muyi is your most perfect experimental subject. You can even abandon Suji to fend for himself at Linhai University. Is it because Suji's strength is not up to standard? Li Yin had discovered it as early as the first time they fought. The mutant stratum corneum on Suji's body was much more fragile than that on Li Muyi's body. Li Muyi's skin was so hard that he couldn't even cut it with a single axe, and one of Suji's hardest parts, the tail, was shattered by his casual punch. Li Yin had never seen how strong Li Muyi was, but in terms of defense, Suji was already much weaker. Moreover, she did not show a strong ability to pollute. From beginning to end, no one has been heard of being killed by her pollution. No, there is one, who was the classmate who went crazy inexplicably in the girls' dormitory some time ago. It was probably because someone saw her true form when he got up at night and was frightened to the point of insanity. Professor Fong nodded. Yes, Suji's strength is far from what I expected. She is too weak, not even as good as the perfect controller candidate of the Abnormal Bureau. She doesn't have any abilities that she should have. She is totally unworthy of the title of God. She is simply a stain on me. Perfect control of the substitute? This word made Li Yin a little confused. Although Suji could not beat her, he should be quite powerful. Unexpectedly, he was not as good as the substitute. How strong must the official members be? It seems that I have underestimated this abnormal situation. Its background is probably far more terrifying than I imagined. Li Yin sneered. You cultists are really interesting. You clearly worship gods and call your creations gods. Aren't you afraid that your beliefs will come to you? Professor Fong was stunned. Cult? Who told you we are a cult? You want to say it's a religion? The religion of the omniscient God. Professor Fong smiled and said, yes, that's right, the Church of the Omniscient God. Leen always felt as if she was being laughed at. Okay, do you have any more questions? If not, it's my turn, right? Leen shook her head. I have one last question. You are the ones who made me like this, right? The smile on Professor Fong's face disappeared, and his eyes were full of solemnity. He shook his head. Not me. That's exactly what I wanted to ask. Leen frowned. Not you? Professor Fong did not answer. Instead, he took out his mobile phone, opened the photo album, placed it on the wreckage of the plane in front of him, and motioned Li Yin to look over. On the screen was a photo of what appeared to be a young girl slumped on a sofa. Li Yin recognized at a glance that this person was himself. But what made her unbelievable was that the girl in the photo had a pale, bloodless face, her eyes were closed, and her body was stiff. She was obviously dead. The shooting location was actually his own home. She could even recall the scene of herself waking up on the familiar sofa in the photo. This? Professor Fong's face also looked very solemn. When I kidnapped Li Wunha, I asked Suji to kill you. But when she came back, she also brought me this photo. You are already dead, and have been dead for more than 3 days. There is no way I can go wrong about this. Then you, Li Yin, why are you standing in front of me? Without waiting for Li Yin to answer, he continued, do you know how surprised I was when I saw you at the university gate? I can't imagine how a person who has been dead for many days can move like a normal person. Li Yin, tell me, who are you? Li Yin did not choose to answer. Her mind was in a mess. Looking at the dead girl in the photo, an indescribable complex emotion surged in her heart. I died once? Under the current circumstances, Professor Fong has no reason to lie to himself. Since he said so, the photo must be real. Then why did I wake up from the sofa? Could this have anything to do with the 12 days that disappeared from my memory? It's not that the memory has disappeared, but during those 12 days I was dead? Then he was inexplicably resurrected and turned into a girl? Professor Fong's voice sounded at the right time. Also, I remember that you were a man, right? The photo that Suji brought back was definitely not a girl like you, but the Li Yin in my memory. But when I looked up the photo again, you had already become what you are now. I didn't even react at the time, and only found out something was wrong after talking to you. The way you speak and your appearance are too disconnected, so I went back to check all the information about you. But without exception, all the information showed you as you are now. Leen, tell me, what on earth are you? I'm so curious. There was a strong fanaticism in Professor Fong's eyes, completely different from the calm middle-aged man just now. At this moment, he was like a mad scientist, eager to solve the mystery of Li Yin. Li Yin, maybe I should call you a monster? No. How could a monster have the ability to change the entire reality and even affect the memory of all mankind? You are a god, right? An unknown outer god? Or the master of our ecological tank? Am I right? Li Yin, tell me your name. Li Yin felt that he had gone crazy, but like Officer Liu, he still remembered what he was like before. It was obvious that his changes were not caused by the cult, but came from the monster or god he mentioned. And this god not only resurrected her, but also changed her gender and gave her all kinds of abilities? Are you kidding me? Why do I deserve such attention from a god? She suddenly thought of the extra tattoo on her chest, the reduction in her own energy, the sudden inattention to a certain thing, and the terrifying existence in the illusion that seemed to cover the entire universe. All of this is definitely not unrelated. She already had a vague guess in her mind. He looked up at Professor Fong, and his eyes became cold again. A piece of iron flew out and pierced his brain directly. Now that he has said everything he should say, all you have to do is see the rest with your own eyes. Chapter 100: The Joy of Rolling Fireballs. Outside Linhai University, Chen Jinza and his few fighters were on high alert, guarding against mutant students who might rush out at any time. He had heard about the situation in the school from Ningzhu. Others may not know, but he, who returned from the front line in Yunnan City, knows it very well. The starting event of the large-scale pollution in Yunnan City was the out-of-control of pollutants in a laboratory. In just a few days, half of the people in the city turned into bloody monsters. He even witnessed the process of a man turning into a monster. Those contaminated people ate their own flesh and blood frantically, chewing it into pieces in their mouths. But instead of swallowing it, they spit it out to the side. They were even conscious when they were eating themselves, but they continued to tear their own flesh and blood, as if they were extremely interested in their own flesh and blood tissue, as if it was some kind of delicacy. It will never stop and will not die until it has completely devoured its own body. After the beast dies after finishing its meal, the minced meat spit out beside it will begin to wriggle and cover the original skeleton, forming twisted monsters of various shapes that are extremely disgusting. The entire city was dyed red by the blood of millions of citizens. Even the word hell on earth could not describe the scene at that time. And if that flesh and blood covers a building, it will become a monster as tall as the building. If it covers a car, it will become a monster in the shape of a car. They have no thoughts, only instincts, and rely on their huge bodies, hard skin, and powerful regenerative abilities, making them almost invulnerable. Chen Jinza still remembers the first time he faced this kind of monster, the scene when several truck-sized monsters rushed towards him. What's even more terrifying is that it can blend into the earth and flow into water sources. The several huge monsters formed in the later period were even more despairing. They were almost impossible to kill and could only be constantly repelled and hide again, waiting for the next attack. Linhai must not become the next Yunnan. At this moment, a strange laugh suddenly came from the security office in front of the school. Haha, I understand. It turns out that all this is God's arrangement. Look, he is watching me. As he spoke, the door of the security room was suddenly pushed open, and a man with cracked skin all over his body rushed out. He knelt on the ground, looked up at the sky. Flesh and blood kept coming out of his body, and strange lines began to appear on the remaining skin. Seeing this, Chen Jin's pupil shrank, and he shouted suddenly, "Everyone, don't look at him! Hanki!" The young man who had lost an arm had now mutated into a monster with skin covered with tree bark, but his mind was still clear, and his eyes revealed determination. Hearing Chen Jin's call, Wang Yi rushed towards the changing security guard without any hesitation. The bark on his arms turned into sharp thorns, and he swung his huge fist and hit the kneeling man on the ground. But he seemed to have lost his sense of pain and continued to pray while lying on the ground. As he continued to pray, the lines on his body became clearer and clearer. The flesh worms even left his body and tried to drill into Wang Yi's arms. He acted decisively and used his entire arm as a hammer to smash the man on the ground hard. After a few hits, the prayers stopped, and the man was smashed into a pool of meat paste. Then, in order to prevent the patterns on the body from being seen by others, he got some soil and buried the security guard's body. Just when everyone thought the crisis was temporarily resolved, an ordinary investigator behind them suddenly squatted on the ground and kept rubbing the concrete road with his fingers until his skin was worn out and blood flowed out. And the patterns he drew with his own blood were exactly the same as the patterns on the security guard's body just now. Fortunately, Uncle Xiong, who was standing nearby, saw him, grabbed him up, and wiped the pattern off the ground with force. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Uncle Xiong slapped the investigator in the face with great force, trying to wake him up, but the investigator showed no appreciation and even glared at the burly man in front of him. "Why are you hitting me? I've memorized those patterns. As long as I can figure out their specific contents, I will definitely be able to find a way to resolve the crisis. Then I'll be the hero of the Abnormal Bureau." Uncle Xiong was also someone who had heard about how the pollution spread in the school. He knew that this person had been affected, but now was not the time to deal with him. So he could only call a few people to tie him up to prevent him from continuing to scribble on the ground. There were more than one person who had the same situation as the investigator, but they were all discovered and stopped in time, so no major disaster occurred. Chun Jinza reassessed the seriousness of the situation and waved his hand to order. "All ordinary people and investigators, retreat and stay away from the school. Monitor each other, and if you find anyone abnormal, knock them out or tie them up on the spot. Don't let the contamination spread." "Okay, Captain Chun." Everyone agreed in unison, and then retreated in an orderly manner. Chun Jinza, along with several fighters and a group of experts from the firm, continued to defend on the spot. At this moment, a riot suddenly broke out in the isolation zone deployed by the police not far away. "We are journalists. We have the right to know the truth. You can't block the news like this. We need the right to report freely." Several people dressed as reporters were trying to break through the cordon and move towards the school. Behind them was a group of people who were unaware of the truth and were taking pictures with their mobile phones in an attempt to record everything. Chun Jinza frowned upon seeing this. What he feared most at a time like this was the fermentation of public opinion. Once a photo was circulated, the incident would no longer be controllable, and it would be a disaster that would sweep the entire country. Now the Abnormal Bureau has joined hands with the police to start investigating online to see if there are any photos leaked from the school. The good news is that there seems to be some force that deliberately controlled the spread of the photos within the school, and the outside world has not discovered any leaks yet. Meanwhile, reporters who were unaware of the truth were still shouting and trying to break through the isolation zone to film firsthand news and make a fortune. They seemed to think that the police were deliberately hiding something and wanted to reveal the truth in this way. Uncle Xiong, who had a hot temper, wanted to rush over and beat up the group of people, but was stopped by Captain Chun. He looked at Ning Tianan and asked, "Ol Ning, do you have any hypnotic props at home?" Ning Tianan sighed. "Yes, I'll deal with it. Thank you for your help." Not long after Ning Tianan left, the noise over there became completely quiet, and the police also had a new task, which was to move the sleeping person to a safe place. Even Chun Jinza couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the man called Doryman by the young people in the bureau has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Turning around and looking in the direction of the school, even from such a distance, he could still feel the fundamental suppression of the monster on the playground. This feeling is exactly the same as the time in Luan Town. I'm afraid that in the whole Linhai now, the only one who can fight with him is Xie Yunxiao, right? If even she fails, I'm afraid Linhai will be finished. On the battlefield of the playground, Xie Yunxiao looked in shock at the girl who did not dodge or evade at the monster's feet, and who was fighting with it head-on and gaining the upper hand. His jaw almost dropped. Who is she? Isn't he an apprentice of the Ning family's office? What's the matter with his terrifying power? And what's the method of that transparent body? He actually suppressed the terrifying monster in the brute force competition. Are you still human? She now remembered what the Ning family firm was. Wasn't it the family practice of old Ning, one of her classmates? If I remember correctly, his family should be a refiner who makes all kinds of useless props? Is there any hidden tricks? Lao Ning, your family really hired an incredible apprentice. Leen jumped on Suji's huge body and moved quickly on it. Every punch and kick made the huge body shake. But this monster is really big. The current situation is that it can be defeated but difficult to kill. Her recovery ability is too fast, and she is still using her underground tentacles to continuously devour the mutants in the school into her body. Even if she chops them with an axe or bombards them with energy, making part of them unable to recover, it will immediately abandon that part and replenish it with more mutant flesh and blood. Li Yin had never seen such a tough monster. No matter how many times it was knocked down, it could stand up again and even become bigger. And here I am, just a clone with limited energy in my body, and I can't rub out a huge energy bomb to kill her. And she didn't want to do that. So, there are only two solutions now. First, wait for the original body to come back. Work together to destroy the monster's body. Rush in and pull Suji out. Second, use all the energy of the clone and cooperate with Xie Yunxiao's physical fireball to give the monster a fatal blow that cannot be recovered, forcing Suji inside to give up this body. Whether it will be successful remains to be seen, but it's worth a try. In addition, she has her own little thoughts. That is to say, use the monster controlled by Suji to devour all the mutated students in Linhai University to avoid any problems in subsequent handling. Xie Yunxiao also continued to attack with fire from below. She didn't dare to come up and fight it. It was too big, and its tentacles were so powerful that it would be very troublesome if she got entangled. Now she is no longer a girl. Her whole body is covered with fiery red scales. Her body has expanded several times. Her left hand has turned into a sword, and her right hand is a cannon. Her whole body exudes a terrifying high temperature. Every step she takes on the ground can melt the rocks, and the surrounding air is distorted by the high temperature. The high-temperature rays shot out from her hands would be accompanied by a shocking explosion whenever they hit something. She had transformed herself into a human tank. At this time, Xie Yunxiao was considering whether to use another use of the physical fireball, condensing it into armor and engaging in close combat like Li Yin. Or you could roll a bigger fireball and try to turn the monster, Linhai University, and several streets outside into ashes. At this moment, Li Yin flashed to her side, swung the axe in his hand, cut off all the attacking tentacles, and then told Xie Yunxiao about his plan in the shortest words. What? Your energy can stop it from healing itself. Xie Yunxiao was very shocked. This little girl named Li Yin had more and more secrets, which even she, a well-informed candidate for the perfect controller from Beijing, could not see through. But after hearing Li Yin's plan, she smiled happily. Okay, let's make a fireball together, so you can experience the joy of the fireball.